Everyone possesses a goal, yet a goal that is imposed upon Wu Di becomes a source of great vexation, one he must inevitably strive to achieve. Fortunately, he is equipped with a system otherwise. Despair would undoubtedly consume him, for the objective appears insurmountably difficult. Can he attain 5 double-doubles, or perhaps 5 quadruple-doubles? Is it possible to score over 100 points in a single game, to secure 50 rebounds, to provide 30 assists, to achieve 15 steals, or to block 15 shots in one match? Who could possibly reach such lofty aspirations in a lifetime? No one. Yet, Wu Di is resolute in his belief that he can, for he has the system. In July 2005, Wu Di enrolled in a mediocre university. Truth be told, it was merely a vocational college, and he had lost all desire for academia. However, his family insisted that he pursue a degree, compelling him to continue his studies. After a half-month of military training upon reporting to school, Wu Di transformed into a wild stallion, completely unbridled. College, as some say, is the time for revelry, and thus, Wu Di embarked on a journey of indulgence, spending his days in internet cafes engrossed in gaming. During the National Day holiday, he chose not to return home, instead immersing himself in the internet CAF. After 3 consecutive days of online gaming, he felt dazed, and suddenly, a pop-up appeared on his screen. Wu Di attempted to close it, but misclicked and inadvertently engaged with the content, leading him to slump heavily onto his keyboard. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in his dormitory bed, with no recollection of how he had returned. Just as he pondered this, a voice resonated in his mind. Nickname system activated. Please select a sport. Taken aback, Wu Di listened intently, but heard nothing. He chuckled to himself, realizing he had succumbed to fatigue-induced hallucinations. After a moment, the voice echoed again. 1 minute without selection, automatically scanning the surrounding environment, discovering a basketball, automatically selecting. Basketball as the sport. Found a book corresponding to the story Romance of the Three Kingdoms, setting it as the talent ability of a Three Kingdoms general. Found a computer, automatically setting video game, nickname level. Setup complete. You may review. Wu Di was bewildered. What was happening? He glanced around, seeing no one. Scanning indicates the host's emotional fluctuations, currently in a state of panic. Please remain calm. This system is bound to you and is a personal item. The voice continued to elaborate on the situation, but Wu Di was still confused. What is this? Where did this system come from? The system does not know who created it, or when and where it was made. However, there are important notes for the host to heed. When selecting a nickname goal, please choose wisely. If not achieved before the end of your career, the consequences will be severe. What consequences? Wu Di quickly inquired. The energy consumed by this system will be drawn back from the host, potentially leaving you bedridden for an extended period, estimated to be over 10 years. How could it be so long? And with no cap? The host's constitution is too weak. The system's calculations are already lenient. Wu Di felt the urge to exclaim in frustration. You're the weak one. Your entire family is weak. The host's irregular sleep patterns and lack of exercise contribute to a naturally weak constitution. What do you know? While life may depend on exercise, longevity relies on rest. Incorrect. Longevity is achieved through a balanced diet and appropriate exercise, and given the host's frail state, living to 100 is quite challenging. That's absurd. Living to 100 is considered a great age. Those who reach 80 are scarce, and those who live to 100 are less than 1 in 10,000. With proper nutrition and exercise, humans can easily surpass 100 years of age. With the aid of this system, reaching 150 or 60 is indeed feasible. Is that really true? Absolutely. As long as the host adheres to my prescribed training and dietary regimen, surpassing 100 years is guaranteed. If that's splendid, I can become a centenarian. Please select your nickname goal. Note that this goal will influence your future life. Choose wisely. A radiant light appeared before Wu Di, revealing an array of nicknames, each distinguished by varying colors: white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that these colors corresponded to categories of ordinary, excellent, fine, epic, legendary, and mythic, reminiscent of the equipment. Grading in World of Warcraft, with the exception of the final mythic tier. Wu Di selected several appealing nicknames. Rain Man, an epic nickname characterized by astonishing dominance and dunks, created by Sean Kemp the Emperor, a legendary nickname. Noted for extraordinary dominance on the court, created by Wilt Chamberlain Air Jordan, a legendary nickname recognized for unparalleled dunking ability, created by Michael Jordan. Finally, Wu Di noticed a solitary nickname within the mythic category and immediately directed his gaze toward it. Transformers, a mythic nickname distinguished by versatility and dominance in every aspect. Creator unknown. Wu Di instinctively attempted to close this option. The nickname was simply too extravagant. No one could possibly possess such overwhelming prowess. However, in his haste to click away, he inadvertently confirmed his selection. Host has selected the nickname Transformers. Wait, I clicked incorrectly. I wish to reselect. Wu Di exclaimed urgently. Regrettably, respecifying is not permitted. Please proceed to the next item. Why can't I reselect? It was merely a slip of my finger. Wu Di shouted. Opportunities for choices in life are limited. Please cherish each selection. Once chosen, it cannot be altered. What if I insist on a reselect? Wu Di gritted his teeth in frustration that if the next option is not chosen within 1 minute, the host will be considered to have abandoned this system, resulting in detachment. Detachment? So you intend to leave me? Then be gone. I refuse to have any system. Post-detachment, the host will experience cerebral death. Please choose wisely. Wu Di was taken aback. Unsure of the truth behind the system's words, he dared not test it. Defeated, he muttered, proceed to the next item. Due to the host's selection of a mythic-level goal nickname, you may choose 5 generals and 5 corresponding strategists. The generals will inherit aspects of their height, characteristics, and personalities. Please choose wisely. How are these 5 generals determined? Wu Di inquired. An ordinary-level nickname allows for the selection of 1 general, with each level increase permitting an additional selection, culminating at the legendary level with 5 positions filled. Though at the mythic level, you may still select 5 individuals. You may also choose corresponding strategists as compensation. May I view the profiles of all the generals? Wu Di felt a flicker of excitement. 5 generals and 5 strategists might offer him a fighting chance. Certainly, any general with a name in the romance of the 3 kingdoms qualifies. The more detailed the description, the clearer their abilities. Those described briefly will rely on luck. As Wu Di began sifting through the list of generals, he muttered, of course, I want renowned generals who would choose the obscure ones. Chapter 2. Selecting Generals. El Bu, the 5 Tiger Generals, and the 5 Great Generals. Each of these illustrious figures flashed before Wu Di's eyes, each characterized by their unique attributes. For instance, El Bu, renowned as the Flying General, is famed for his exceptional prowess in archery and horsemanship, and with each level he ascends, his overall capabilities augment, with speed receiving the most significant enhancement. Similarly, Guan Yu, with the trait of Guan Gong in the world, enhances his critical moment abilities and explosive power with each level gained. This aligns perfectly with his portrayal in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, as he consistently demonstrates formidable strength at pivotal moments, from slaying Hua Xiong to flooding the armies of Yan Liang and Wen Chou. Then there is Xiahou Yuan, whose trait, Divine Speed General, increases both speed and breakthrough capabilities with each level he advances. His rapid troop movements have allowed him to cover distances in a single day that would take others 2, even achieving remarkable feats of traveling 200 li in a day. These illustrious warriors posed a significant dilemma for Wu Di. As he glanced further down the list, he was captivated by the attributes of one particular figure. Zhou Tsong, with the trait Scaly Muscles, enhances his physical defense and strength with each level. The Scaly Muscles is a legendary physique possessed by only a handful of individuals throughout history, most notably the formidable Xiang Yu of the Western Shu. Thus, Zhou Tsong possesses the potential to become a peerless warrior, albeit lacking in other aspects, relegating him to serve Guan Yu as a loyal aide. Having recognized this, Wu Di decisively selected Zhou Tsong. In basketball, 2 adages prevail. Skill determines the ceiling, physique determines the floor, and injury is the greatest enemy of a player. The trait of Scaly Muscles not only establishes a solid foundation, but also mitigates injury risks. To attain a legendary status, one must avoid ailments. For the remaining 4 choices, Wu Di first opted for L, but his selection was essential. The attribute of enhancing overall capabilities resonated deeply, perfectly aligning with the moniker of Transformers. Guan Yu was also a necessary choice, as critical moments and explosive power are of utmost significance. As for the last 2 slots, Wu Di found himself uncertain, faced with several viable options. Xiahou Yuan stood out as the quintessential candidate for breakthrough. Zhao Yun, with his trait of Courageous Heart, enhances resilience against adversity and stability. And Tai Shirtzi, whose attribute of ape-like arms amplifies projection capabilities. Other warriors' traits overlapped with these, such as Sun Jian's East Jiang Tiger, which mirrors Guan Yu's emphasis on critical moments and explosive power. However, when placed side by side, Guan Yu was the clear choice, as Luo Guanzhong's narrative favored him. After careful consideration, Wu Di ultimately chose Zhao Yun and Tai Shirtzi, driven by personal preference. He adored these two warriors, as their images as gallant young heroes in white robes endeared them to the public, and he was no exception. Thus, all 5 warriors were selected. Warrior selection complete. Now proceeding to calculate overall attributes. Zhou Tsang stands approximately 2.31 meters tall, Tai Shirtzi at 1.78 meters, Guan Yu at 2.08 meters, Zhao Yun at 1.85 meters, and El Bu at 2.1 meters. The calculated result indicates that your final height will be 2.02 meters. How did you arrive at that figure? Wu Di inquired, intrigued. Simply sum the heights of the 5 warriors and divide by 5, came the straightforward response. Wu Di was momentarily at a loss for words. Please select a strategist to align with your warriors. Note, you may only choose strategists from the same faction as your warriors. Same faction? This was perplexing. Wu Di was taken aback, realizing he had chosen 3 from the Shu Kingdom. But did the Shu Kingdom even have 3 strategists? To his surprise, it did. Apart from the legendary Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, there were also Fa Zheng and Ma Liang, not to mention Su Shu, who had briefly served under Liu Bei. First, examining El Bu's available strategists, he found 2 options: Chen Gong, whose strategy, horn tactics, could enhance cooperative efforts, and Jiao Chan, whose beauty trap could induce psychological fatigue in opponents. This presented a dilemma for Wu Di. Should he really manipulate the opposing players? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He decisively chose Chen Gong, as this strategy seemed more advantageous for defensive coordination. The options for Tai Shirtzi were abundant, including Zhou Yu, Lu Su, El Meng, Lu Sun, and Zhuge Jin, among others. However, upon reviewing Zhou Yu's strategy, he lost interest in the rest. Burning the ships significantly boosts morale and is tailor-made for a star player in essential selection. For Guan Yu, he chose Zhuge Liang, whose strategy, all-encompassing calculation, enhances overall perspective, allowing for keen insights into enemy tactics. Zhao Yun opted for Pang Tong, whose strategy, victory from surprise, sharpens perception, enabling the discovery of opponents' weaknesses. However, Zhou Tsang faced a more challenging decision, as Fa Zheng's strategy closely mirrored Pang Tong's by enhancing perception. Wu Di sought Su Shu, only to discover that he was not classified within the Shu faction but rather the Wei. This left Wu Di in a quandary. Had he known, he would have chosen a warrior from the Wei faction, but now it was too late. He had to meticulously examine the strategies of the Shu strategists. Suddenly, Wu Di's eyes lit up at the mention of Zhang Song, whose strategy, photographic memory, enhances learning capacity. This was it. Wu Di was thrilled, having unexpectedly found a perfect fit for his needs. A novice basketball enthusiast, Wu Di lacked extensive knowledge of the sport. Mastering numerous techniques in a short time seemed implausible, but with the aid of the photographic memory strategy, everything would change. By boosting his learning capacity, he would shorten his training time. Thus, fortifying himself ahead of time would increase his chances of achieving that extraordinary moniker. By the way, how do I achieve the moniker? Wu Di sought clarification. There are several conditions, fulfilling any one of them suffices. What are the conditions? Condition 1. Achieve a quintuple-double in an NBA regular season game. How is that even possible? Condition 2. Achieve 4 quadruple-doubles in NBA regular season games, with each quadruple-double including steals and blocks. That seems quite difficult too. Condition 3. Score over 100 points in a single game, with over 50 rebounds, over 30 assists, over 15 steals, and over 15 blocks. Wu Di exhaled deeply, asking, when can I reach 2.02 meters? The estimated time is 1 year and 10 months, with an average height increase of 1.5 centimeters per month. Please cooperate with the training, as this may reduce the growth duration. You can't just make me grow taller instantly. Wu Di expressed his disappointment. Please refrain from harboring unrealistic fantasies. I am merely a system, not a magical elixir. Please adhere to the training regimen outlined. After 3 days. You can enhance the energy of your chosen warriors. If you fail to meet the training requirements, the duration will be extended, with a maximum cap of 10 years. Chapter 3. The campus sports meet only 10 years? Wu Di pondered, incredulous at the brevity of the time frame. Please do not perceive it as short. Should you fail to fully assimilate the energy bestowed by the martial generals within this decade, the system will ascertain your unsuitability for its purposes, resulting in a direct judgment of your inability to fulfill the tasks at hand, which will inevitably lead to penalties. Thus, this will also serve to mitigate your punishment duration, ultimately benefiting you. No, Wu Di hastily gestured in refusal. I will train diligently. Please adhere to today's dietary regimen. For dinner, you are required to consume 200 grams of milk, and 200 grams of beef. Wu Di glanced at the time and felt a wave of dismay. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the market had long since closed. He was uncertain whether Walmart remained open. Swiftly, he rose and hurried to Walmart, relieved to find the doors still ajar. Upon reaching the meat counter, Wu Di nearly lost his composure. The price for a pound of cooked beef was an astonishing $43. How could it be so exorbitant? That amount constituted his entire daily food budget. Fortunately, he had enough cash on hand, but if he were to sustain such a diet daily, Wu Di was certain he would soon face bankruptcy, and his family would inevitably follow suit. After purchasing the milk, Wu Di returned to his dormitory. He consumed his meal and promptly fell asleep. In his dormitory, 4 individuals resided. One was from the city, another from a neighboring town. Both had returned home. The fourth hailed from Sichuan, but he was likely still engrossed in a gaming marathon at an internet cafe. Thus, Wu Di was alone in the dormitory, and he nearly slept until he awoke naturally. The blaring of the wake-up call jolted him from his slumber. What was that? Where did the bugle sound come from? Wu Di opened his eyes, disgruntled, scanning his surroundings. Yet he was still alone in the dormitory. Rise and shine. It is time for morning training. Wu Di glanced at the alarm clock. It was only 5:30, and he immediately began to complain. This is far too early. It's only 5:30. A year S plan is determined in spring. A day S plan begins at dawn. This is the most reasonable time for you to rise, as arranged by the system. Please get up promptly to ensure you complete an adequate training regimen during this optimal period, facilitating the early assimilation of the martial general's energy. Very well. Wu Di reluctantly climbed out of bed. After freshening up, he donned his athletic attire and descended the stairs. As he walked, he devised a method to motivate himself, saying to the system, "In the future, whenever I am reluctant to rise, remind me of the consequences of failing to achieve my goals." Understood, host. Wu Di felt he had no other choice. He certainly did not wish to spend his later years languishing in bed, which was a terrifying prospect. Thus, he recalled the strategy employed by Fu Chai to rejuvenate the state of Wu, allowing the system to remind him not to forget the repercussions of neglecting his training. The first step of the morning training involved running 5 laps around the track. Wu Di sighed in relief. 5 laps seemed manageable. He began to run with confidence. But after 2 laps, he was gasping for breath. He had developed a side stitch. Host's physical condition is inadequate. Gradual exercise is required. Please opt for a slow jog. Damn it, I was running too fast. Wu Di lamented, feeling frustrated with his own body. How far did I even run before I was winded? Although reluctant to let the system become the subject of ridicule, it obediently slowed down, and after a brief respite, the discomfort gradually subsided. The transition from inactivity to exercise proved to be arduous. Wu Di's completion of the morning training merely marked the initial step. After breakfast, the system did not prompt him to engage in further physical activity, but instead allowed him a respite of an hour and a half before commencing the next session of dribbling practice. To Wu Di's surprise, the training began sooner than anticipated, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with the rapid progression. However, the system's subsequent instruction left him flabbergasted, as it required him to dribble in a half-kneeling position reminiscent of Sakuragi Hanamichi from Slam Dunk. Such practice could not occur in the dormitory, as it would disturb the other residents. Consequently, Wu Di found himself compelled to venture to the playground. Yet the posture he was required to adopt seemed rather ludicrous in public, making him acutely self-conscious. The system warned that neglecting this training would result in failure a decade hence, compelling Wu Di to interrupt. All right. I didn't realize you could be so quick to adapt. With no other option, he steeled himself and sought a relatively secluded spot on the playground to begin his practice. Many onlookers cast bewildered glances his way, questioning whether he had lost his mind or sustained an injury. However, once Wu Di acclimated to their scrutiny, he immersed himself fully in his dribbling exercise, feeling an unexpected surge in his ball-handling prowess. What was happening? Was this merely an illusion? Congratulations, host. You have acquired a portion of martial energy, integrating the warrior's affinity for weaponry into your basketball skills, the system announced. Weaponry? Wu Di was taken aback, but soon realized the analogy held merit. For a player, basketball indeed served as a weapon akin to the one wielded by a warrior. As he completed one training session after another, Wu Di sensed a marked improvement in his basketball abilities, with both his dribbling and shooting far surpassing his previous skills. In the afternoon, while practicing his shooting, a figure approached him, clapping his hands and saying, "Hey, pass one over." Wu Di turned to discover it was Tang Chi, his roommate from Sichuan, who tossed the ball his way with a teasing remark. You actually came back? Did you not perish in the internet cafe? Of course not. I am a war god. What about you? You can't compete with me. Tang Chi replied, receiving the ball and making a shot. Standing at 185 meters. He was notably tall and reportedly had played sports during high school, excelling at basketball. Wu Di had purchased the basketball in the dormitory because of Tang Chi's interest in the sport. Although he was not particularly tall and lacked skill, he enjoyed playing nonetheless. As Tang Chi chased after the ball, he curiously inquired, DZ, when did you start practicing basketball? Are you planning to participate in a basketball competition? What basketball competition? Wu Di asked, Somevat bewildered. You don't know. Tang Chi exclaimed, his surprise evident. Then why are you practicing basketball? Have you even stopped playing games? I no longer wish to indulge in the computer as I once did. Instead, I yearn to engage in physical exercise. Lately, I have felt as if I am deteriorating, and if I do not partake in some form of activity soon, I fear the components of my body may require replacement. Wu Di lamented with a feigned sense of gravity. Oomph. Tang Chi cast a disdainful glance at Wu Di. Wu Di refrained from arguing, for he could not divulge that he possessed a system that could be life-threatening. Pondering for a moment, Wu Di suddenly found himself intrigued by the prospect of a basketball tournament. Would participating in such an event accelerate the enhancement of his skills? Danki, what is this basketball tournament you mentioned? Chapter 4. Yin Yin, I heard about it from Yin Yin. It seems to be part of the Autumn Sports Festival. The Autumn Sports Festival is scheduled to take place around October 15th, but the basketball matches, due to their nature, must be held earlier. The competitions among classes will commence on the 8th. Yin is already registered, but I suspect we might struggle to form a team, as there are scarcely 5 players among us who can actually play, Tang Chi remarked with skepticism. In truth, Wu Di shared his doubts. His major leaned towards the arts, resulting in a predominance of females in the class. There were merely 10 boys, most of whom were introverted. Tang Chi's assertion that fewer than 5 could competently play basketball was not an exaggeration. It might even be an optimistic assessment. As far as Wu Di knew, only 3 had any experience with basketball: himself, Tang Chi, and another classmate known as Prince. Prince, a nickname, was the Class S sports representative and hailed from Shaanxi. His real name was Wang Jian, and he earned his moniker due to his handsome appearance, much like Wu Di's nickname, Dizzy, and Tang Chi's, Tang Spoon. However, Wu Di wondered why the nickname Dizzy was not accounted for by the system. Perhaps it was because it resembled a more personal nickname and did not derive from basketball. Wang Jian was not particularly tall, standing at 173 meters, slightly taller than Wu Di, yet he possessed a robust physique. However, Wang Jian's basketball skills were on par with Wu Di's previous experience, merely casual play, enough to fill spaces on the court. The only one who could be considered at an amateur level was Tang Chi. Thus, the majority of the burden during matches would likely fall upon him. Among the rest of the class, Wu Di realized with some contemplation that there truly was no one else, as he had never witnessed any of them handling a basketball. After playing for a while, Tang Chi returned to the dormitory for some rest. With no interruptions, Wu Di resumed his training. Following his practice, during a brief respite, he decided to call the class leader, Yin Yin, in her dormitory. Are you looking for Yin Yin? She has gone home. If you need to reach her, you can call her mobile. The voice on the other end belonged to another girl from the class, Song Shu. I don't know her number. Song Shu, could you share Yan's mobile number with me? Wu Di inquired politely. Let me check. After a moment, Song Shu provided the number and, with a playful smile, asked, Wu Di, what do you need Yin Yin for? You're not trying to pursue her, are you? Not at all, Wu Di replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. I merely wish to inquire about the basketball tournament. Oh, that Song Shu remarked. I'm not certain about that. Perhaps you should give her a call. Yes, thank you, Song Shu. Wu Di expressed his gratitude before dialing the number. Yin Yin. This is not a nickname, but her actual name, and she hails from Lin City. Yin Yin is an exceptionally capable young woman, far more vivacious than the reclusive boys and girls in her class, which is why she has assumed the role of class monitor. The call was soon connected, and Yin Yan's voice resonated through the line. Hello. Good day. Hello. Wu Di gathered his thoughts and replied, Yin Yin, this is Wu Di. Wu Di, what brings you to contact me? She inquired. I wish to discuss the basketball match, he explained. Ah, I see. Yin Yin responded, her understanding dawning upon her. Our class is not particularly strong in sports, and I thought we couldn't sit this one out entirely. I noticed that you all enjoy playing basketball, so I registered for this event. I hope you have no objections. I am left with no choice, after all. This concerns our class's honor. Although we may not achieve any rankings, participation is what truly matters. But do not worry, I will rally the girls from our class to cheer for you, ensuring our voices overshadow the opponents. Wu Di, listening to Yin Yan's enthusiastic monologue, nearly forgot what he intended to say. As soon as she finished speaking, he hurriedly interjected. You misunderstood, Yin Yan. I called to ask if the 5 players for the game have been arranged. I'm not sure about that either. However, I have spoken to Wang Zi, and I trust he will organize everything well. If all else fails, we can simply select 5 individuals at random. The match lasts only a few dozen minutes and will be over quickly, Yin Yan casually replied. All right then, Wu Di conceded weakly, unsure of how to continue the conversation, and he decided to bid her farewell. Yin Yan clearly had little understanding of basketball. She had likely never even watched a game, and thus could not be of much assistance in this matter. After ending the call, Wu Di contemplated finding Wang Zi to inquire about the situation. However, remembering that Wang Zi had not reached out to him or Tang Qi, he felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed Wang Zi might have given up and was prepared to gather random players when the time came, postponing any serious consideration until later. With these thoughts weighing on him, Wu Di felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He rose and went to Walmart, purchasing some beef, milk, and other items from his shopping list. After returning to his dormitory and finishing his meal, he lay down to sleep. Worn out from the day, Wu Di quickly drifted off into slumber. The next morning, he was promptly awakened at 5:30 by the wake-up call, glancing at the still sleeping Tang Qi, who was oblivious to the alarm that only Wu Di could hear. As training progressed, the National Day holiday was swiftly coming to an end. On the evening of the 7th, at 7 o'clock, Wu Di finally completed his training and received the delightful news he had been awaiting. After 3 days of rigorous practice, the host had successfully assimilated a significant portion of the energy of the warrior, enabling him to utilize some of its attributes. What does this mean? Wu Di pondered, somewhat perplexed. The host's body had begun to employ the selected warrior's energy, enhancing skills such as shooting due to the influence of Tai Shirtzi. Does this imply that my shooting accuracy has improved? Wu Di continued to inquire. How precise is it? It is difficult to quantify. But based on the host's current shooting habits and techniques, the shooting percentage is approximately 20-50. So low? Wu Di expressed his dissatisfaction. That's already the standard of an amateur player. Is that impressive? Wu Di remained discontented. If the host is not satisfied, please promptly elevate your general's level. Elevate my level? Wu Di fell silent. If he could enhance his level now, he certainly would not have waited until this moment. Wu Di, are you just coming to eat? Wu Di turned to see Yin Yan, who was carrying several bags. With a smile, he asked, just back from home? Yes. Yin Yan placed the bags on the table. At this moment, the cafeteria was relatively empty, with most tables unoccupied. She took out some snacks from her bag and handed them to Wu Di. Are you practicing basketball? Yes. Wu Di accepted the snacks without hesitation. He used to often indulge in snacks, but recently he had spent all his money on beef and milk, leaving him unable to afford treats. Chapter 5. An unexpected surprise. What about them? Yin Yan glanced around. Them? Who? Wu Di momentarily failed to respond, staring blankly at Yin Yan. The others from our class? Weren't you all practicing together? She inquired. Wu Di suddenly realized, but he hesitated to speak further. To be honest, might feel like betraying his classmates. Yin Yan scrutinized Wu Di, seemingly discerning something from his awkward expression. So, you practiced alone? Wu Di, unskillet at leing, blushed slightly and nodded. Yin Yan regarded him oddly, lost in thought. Wu Di felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, shifting his body and awkwardly asking, Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Yan suddenly broke into a smile, shaking her head. It's nothing. While Yin Yan may not be conventionally beautiful, her attractiveness is quite high. According to the boys' scoring standards, she would be rated a 75. Not exceptionally stunning, yet still pleasing to the eye. Particularly, Yin Yan's demeanor is generous. Even her smile exudes warmth, likely a reflection of her northeastern heritage, which carries a sense of boldness that invites closeness. Wu Di had encountered many beautiful women, some more attractive than Yin Yan, yet he found himself captivated by her at this moment. Could you keep an eye on my bag while I fetch my meal? Yin Yan said, heading to the serving counter. A short while later, she returned with several dishes, pushing one plate of meat towards Wu Di, saying, Since you've been so cooperative with my work, I'll treat you to some meat. No need. Wu Di declined. Just eat it. Yin Yin insisted. I'm on a diet, and if you don't eat it, I'll have to throw it away. On a diet? Wu Di glanced at Yin Yan's waist, which was not particularly thick. Looking further up, he noticed it was a bit wider. What are you staring at? Yin Yin playfully tapped Wu Di on the head and shot him a glare. Don't think I'm unaware of your boy's thoughts. Just eat your meal, or I'll make you regret it. Wu Di rubbed his nose. He truly had not intended to look in that direction. However, even if he were to explain, Yin Yin might not listen. After finishing their meal, Yin Yin picked up several bags, prompting Wu Di to inquire, shall I help you with that? No need. Yin declined. I can manage this much. You should return and rest early. There are classes tomorrow. When it comes time for physical education in the morning, we shall see who performs better on the court. The schedule for tomorrow's match will be finalized, and I don't want you to be unprepared. I intend to rally all the girls in our class to cheer for you. All right then. Wu Di took the basketball and exited the cafeteria alongside Yin Yin before heading back to the dormitory. The following morning, the third and fourth periods were designated for physical education. Wu Di was finally able to discern who would join him on the court. Both Tang Qi and Wang Jian were set to play, and they merely needed to select 2 more starters, with the rest serving as substitutes. Before class commenced, Yin Yin approached with a piece of paper detailing the match timings. The first game was scheduled for the afternoon of the next day. The students exchanged glances, deliberating on who would take the court. With a match schedule established, the starting 5 players remained undetermined, which was quite acceptable. After much contemplation, they failed to reach a conclusion, and when the physical education teacher arrived, they had no choice but to line up. To warm up, they ran 5 laps around the playground. The teacher, aware of the upcoming match, offered guidance. However, selecting from among 10 boys proved challenging. Eventually, the teacher suggested, let us assess their shooting skills first. We will allow those with the most accurate shots to take the court. The teacher marked several spots on the ground for designated shooting, and the boys formed a line to take turns shooting 3 balls from each spot. Those who scored the most would be selected to play. While preparations were underway, the girls gathered enthusiastically, their lively presence instantly elevating the atmosphere. The boys, eager to impress, felt compelled to perform well, regardless of their feelings towards the girls. Among the class, the girls lacked significant experience, with only 1 girl from the Korean ethnicity able to score 80 points, while the others mostly fell in the 60s and 70s, with some scoring below 60. Nevertheless, the overall performance was commendable, and in a class with more girls than boys, this group of young women could be quite assertive, often teasing the boys. Tang Qi was the first to take his turn, as he was known for his basketball skills. Yet his shooting did not meet expectations. He managed to maintain a decent accuracy near the basket, but faltered significantly as he approached the free throw line. Wang Jian followed, flamboyantly waving at the girls, who cheerfully cheered, "Go, Prince! Go, Prince!" Unfortunately, his performance was less than stellar, making only 4 out of 20 shots. The girls sighed in disappointment, leaving Wang Jian scratching his head in frustration. When it was Wu Di's turn, Yin Yin suddenly shouted, "Wu Di, you can do it!" Everyone turned to gaze at Yin Yin, who felt her cheeks flush, yet she defended her stance, stating, during the break, Wu Di practiced shooting. He must be better than the prince. How do you know that? The girls loudly questioned. Because I saw him. Yin Yin swiftly diverted the conversation, exclaiming, "Look, it's about to begin." The laughter and playful banter of the girls caused Wu Di to feel a touch of embarrassment, as he managed to sink 3 baskets after a series of stumbles. This is what practice does. Several familiar girls teased Yin Yin. Regardless, 3 points had been scored, while the prince only made 4. Yin Yin retorted defiantly. After changing positions, Wu Di attempted another shot, but due to a momentary lapse in focus, he missed. "You can't make it now." The girls persisted in their teasing of Yin Yin. Regaining his composure, Wu Di resolved not to be swayed by the group and concentrated intently on the hoop, releasing the ball with instinctive precision. The ball traced a beautiful parabolic arc before swishing through the net. "Yes, I told you. Wu Di must have been practicing," Yin Yin proclaimed triumphantly. Wu Di continued to shoot, adhering to his previous rhythm, and release another ball. This time, however, his aim faltered slightly. The ball struck the rim, ricocheted off the opposite side, and finally found its way in. 5 points. Wu Di diligently corrected his shooting technique, achieving an impressive accuracy rate by scoring 16 out of 20 attempts. Other classmates also took turns, uncovering a delightful surprise. Chun Shi managed to score 10. nearly matching Tang Chi's performance. In the end, the physical education teacher recommended that Wu Di, Tang Chi, Wang Jian, Chen Shi, and another robust player, Xiang Qian, be designated as the starting lineup. Chapter 6. The first match following the selection of the starting players, the remaining 5 became substitutes, but realistically, only 4 could be relied upon, as Xiang Qian was primarily there for defense. The latter half of the physical education class was a time for casual play. The boys practiced their shots while the girls surrounded Yin Yin, teasing her about her rather peculiar performance that day, suspecting an underlying connection between her and Wu Di. However, the relationship between Wu Di and Yin Yin was entirely innocent. They had merely shared a phone call and dined together once in the cafeteria. The following day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, accompanied by the brisk autumn breeze, Wu Di and his classmates stepped onto the court. Today, Wu Di was participating in an internal basketball tournament within his department, aiming to secure a first-place finish and subsequently select players for the school team. With selections for the University League set to take place around October 20th, there was a possibility of making it into the top 10 of the regional qualifiers this year, as Wu Di's School of Economics and Management had been performing commendably. As this was not a formal competition, the referees were physical education teachers acting in a temporary capacity, and a makeshift scoreboard was positioned beside the court. After a game of rock, paper, scissors, Tang Chi eagerly claimed possession of the ball. Wu Di instinctively took the basketball from Xiang Qian, assuming the role of point guard. Their opponents were the second-class students of the computer science department from the previous year. The field of computer science has traditionally been dominated by male students, with each class typically comprising at least 30 to 40 boys. Thus, forming a basketball team from this elite pool is entirely feasible. With a stroke of luck, one could undoubtedly assemble a commendable squad, ensuring that the starting lineup poses no issues. The top 3 positions in the department have historically been occupied by several computer science classes, leaving little room for other disciplines to compete. Perhaps underestimating Wu Di and his limited number of teammates, the opponents chose to disregard them, retreating to their backcourt and waiting for Wu Di to approach. While Wu Di's gameplay still exhibited many irregularities, his ball handling skills were commendable. Suddenly, he accelerated beyond the three-point line, darting past the defender with remarkable speed. The members of the class of 2004, Computer Science 2, were momentarily taken aback. Wu Di's pace was astonishing, leaving them somewhat stunned. As Wu Di bypassed his marker, others quickly converged to block him, inadvertently leaving Tang Chi unguarded beneath the basket. Wu Di tossed the ball over his opponent's head to Tang Chi, whose passing ability was not particularly refined, resulting in a somewhat lackluster throw. Nevertheless, Tang Chi managed to secure the ball. His height provided a significant advantage in this level of competition. Upon receiving the pass, Tang Chi executed a small leap and deftly sent the ball into the basket. Go for it. As Tang Chi scored, the girls erupted in cheers, rallying their support. While Wu Di's class may not have excelled in other areas, it certainly had a larger female presence. When the opposing team initiated play, Wu Di refrained from applying full court pressure, a tactic more suited to the NBA than the CBA. Only when the opponents were properly positioned did Wu Di advance on them. He positioned himself closely, but the opponent attempting to squeeze past him found himself unable to do so, instead being pushed aside, losing control of the basketball. Wu Di seized the opportunity, sprinting forward to reclaim the ball and charge toward the front court. Go, go, Wu Di, you can do it. The girls cheered once more, and propelled by their encouragement, Wu Di soared ahead, executing a seamless layup. By the time he turned around, the opposing defenders had only just reached the three-point line. What just happened? Questioned a tall player clad in jersey number 8. I tried to push him aside, but couldn't get past. The player from class of 2004 explained sheepishly. Don't confront him directly. The tall player glanced at Wu Di, noting that while he wasn't particularly muscular, his strength was unexpectedly formidable. He approached Wu Di to pass the ball. Understood. The class of 2004, Computer Science 2, prepared to restart play, feeling the sting of having conceded 4 points at the outset. Quite an embarrassment, given that they had been the runners-up the previous year. As Wu Di resumed his defensive stance, the opponents swiftly passed the ball, and after several exchanges, they finally exploited an opening. The tall player muscled past Tang Chi to score. As Wu Di dribbled past the half-court line, the girls once again erupted in encouragement. Go Wu Di! Taking a step forward, Wu Di feigned a breakthrough, prompting the defenders to retreat hastily. He halted, pushing the ball outward before they could close in again. Indeed, he simply pushed it out. Wu Di currently finds himself beyond the three-point line. Previously, his strength was insufficient, and a conventional shot could hardly reach the basket, prompting him to adopt a more feminine shooting style. This method proved effective. However, due to the influence of his designated martial prowess, Wu Di's strength has significantly increased. Yet, his shooting habits have not yet evolved, and he continues to use the same feminine technique. Although it may appear somewhat awkward for a young man, the outcome is what truly matters. With a resounding clang, the basketball swished through the net, eliciting thunderous cheers from the onlooking girls. "Go, Wu Di!" He waved back at them, pondering to himself, "Can you not vary your cheers? Must it always be just go?" The players from the class of 2004 in computer science exchanged glances, sensing that their opponent was rather peculiar today. One lucky shot could be dismissed as mere fortune. But 2, 3, surely, that could not solely be attributed to luck. The tallest among them began to direct, "Focus, everyone. Be wary of unexpected pitfalls." Wu Di chuckled inwardly, reveling in the thought that today he intended for them to stumble. He had come to a profound understanding of his own capabilities. His strength was arguably the greatest among his peers, his speed commendable, and his shooting accuracy impressive. A shooting percentage of 50 was indeed high, with fluctuations primarily due to his mental focus. When intensely concentrated, he aimed for 50, and when distracted, he drifted towards 20. However, it was not solely concentration that influenced his shooting percentage. Factors such as distance from the basket, shooting rhythm, and the intensity of the opponent's defense also played significant roles. Such considerations may seem overly sophisticated for an interdepartmental basketball match, where superior technique could easily allow one to take on 5 opponents. Moreover, Wu Di was not fighting alone. He had Tang Chi, a talented shooter, and Chun Shi by his side. Despite the class of 2004's cautious approach, they discovered that they could not contain Wu Di. Even when they managed to evade his defense on the offensive end, they found themselves utterly incapable of stifling him defensively. One defender could not keep up with him. 2 merely matched him, leaving a 50-50 chance of being outmaneuvered by Wu Di. Adding a third defender would inevitably leave another player open. And while Xiang Qian lacked scoring ability, the other 3 certainly did not. Thus, throughout the match, the class of 2004 was engaged in a relentless struggle against Wu Di, ultimately succumbing to defeat without even realizing it. Chapter 7. Chosen by a mentor, as the ancient saying goes, 1,000-mile horse is common, yet a discerning trainer is rare. The presence of such a mentor can be profoundly significant. Wu Di, alongside his companions, triumphed in numerous matches, carving out a notable reputation within their department. This garnered the attention of director Hong Shiyun, who oversees sports in the department. It is noteworthy that Wu Di's class consists of merely 10 boys, 6 of whom lack basketball skills. Yet, with such a lineup, they managed to defeat a formidable team, the class of 2004, last year's runner-up, and, subsequently, the class of 2005 with its 32 male players also fell to their prowess. Until yesterday, Wu Di and his team triumphed over last year's champions, the Class 03 computer science team, which left Hong Shiyun feeling perplexed. Coincidentally, there was a match today between Wu Di's team and the Class 04 international trade team. Hong Shiyun quietly made his way to the basketball court and found a spot to sit down and observe. However, as the match was about to commence, he realized that the sidelines were already packed with students, completely obstructing his view. Frowning slightly, he persevered and squeezed into the crowd. The surrounding students expressed their discontent, but upon noticing Hong Shiyun's teacher-like attire, they refrained from voicing their complaints. Scanning the players on either side, Hong Shiyun noticed a large gathering of girls on the northern side, with only a few boys in short sleeves, none even wearing jerseys. Meanwhile, the other side was surrounded by over 20 boys, clearly not the target he sought. He shifted his gaze back, hoping to identify something worthy of his attention. Yet, he was met with disappointment. There appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about these students, save for one who was somewhat tall, yet barely reached 9 meters, hardly exceptional. How could they possibly defeat other classes? Just as Hong Shiyun pondered this, the match commenced. The Class 04 international trade team gained possession of the ball. As they maneuvered it to the three-point line, Wu Di stepped up to defend. The opposing team, refusing to grant him any proximity, executed a direct pass. Hong Shiyun shook his head at their tactics. How could they hope to win with such a strategy? They had already lost in terms of momentum. The international trade team bypassed Wu Di, scoring under Xiang Qian's defense. Xiang Qian was the shortest player on Wu Di's team, and scoring against him would significantly increase their chances. When Wu Di brought the ball back to half-court, Hong Shiyun's eyes lit up at the sight of his dribbling. Though his movements were unremarkable, his rhythm was impeccable. At that moment, the girls erupted in cheers. Go Wu Di! These girls had undoubtedly become his fans, showing up for every game and erupting in support the instant he touched the ball. Hong Shiyun was astonished to see Wu Di so adored by the girls. He was undoubtedly the pivotal player he had been seeking. Indeed, Wu Di faced two defenders without yielding, deftly maneuvering the ball from left to right before bursting through the gap between them. The opposing players were unable to contain him, and he charged straight to the basket, scoring with a layup against the incoming defender. Hong Shiyun's excitement surged. This student possessed remarkable strength. The two defenders were quite robust, yet Wu Di effortlessly navigated through them with impressive speed. More importantly, his velocity was unparalleled, leaving others struggling to keep pace. Hong Shiyun remained fixated on Wu Di as he executed breakthroughs, shots, three-pointers, rebounds, and even steals and blocks. He realized that despite his slight stature, Wu Di's skills were exceptionally well-rounded. More importantly, the student named Wu Di possesses exceptional physical attributes. He is strong, swift, and agile, seemingly capable of anything. After the match concluded, Hong Shiyun did not approach Wu Di for a conversation, but instead returned to his office to call the coach of the school team. Old Wu, do you still have any openings? The coach, Wu Sheng, was currently fretting over the upcoming competition. Last month, the team had performed admirably, but their fortunes had taken a nosedive this month. If they were to lose the next two matches, they would face elimination. It is a challenging endeavor for a junior college to secure a spot among the top 10 in the Cuba division, as they struggle to attract talented athletes, resulting in a relatively weak team. Fortunately, Wu Sheng has demonstrated considerable capability over the past 2 years, having unearthed several promising players, and their synergy in training has led to this year's commendable results. Upon receiving Hong Shiyun's call, Wu Sheng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The department heads inquired about potential candidates, which surely meant there was a worthy prospect. Although many players might not fit his needs, they typically possess some special talent. Old Hong, I still have 3 slots available. Do you have any recommendations? Hong Shiyun chuckled. You crafty old Wu. How did you know I had someone in mind? Can I have other reasons for reaching out? Would you inquire about openings for anything else? Wu Sheng directly asked. So who is this player? Hong Shiyun, not in the mood for jest, replied, I have discovered a rather unique student who may benefit the team. What makes him unique? Wu Sheng inquired with curiosity. He plays exceptionally well, but there is one drawback. He stands at only about 1.7 meters tall. Hong Shiyun remarked with a hint of lamentation. Are you jesting with me? Wu Sheng raised his voice at 1.7 meters. He would struggle to find his footing in Cuba. Others could easily shoot over him. That is precisely why I said he is special. Hong Shiyun responded. This student, aside from his height, has no other shortcomings. He can both attack and defend, possesses great speed, strength, and remarkable jumping ability, and his shooting accuracy is exceptional. He employs a feminine shooting style and hails from a street ball background. While he may not secure a starting position, he could serve as an excellent substitute, providing unexpected advantages in critical moments. Wu Sheng remained uncertain and pondered for a moment. I have a match tomorrow, but haven't come by in the afternoon for a trial. I need to see if he is as good as you claim. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's agreement, Hong Shiyun confidently assured him, You must trust my judgment. I guarantee your satisfaction. After ending the call, Hong Shiyun dialed another number, this time reaching out to Wu Di's instructor. Xiao Ding, is there a student named Wu Di in your class? Yes, that's him, came the response. Please inform him to check his schedule for the afternoon. Let him come to the school basketball team for a test at 3 o'clock. If he meets the criteria, he will represent the college in the Cuba competition. Chapter 8. School team trial. What? A trial for the school team? Wu Di was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Didn't you apply to the school team yourself? The instructor, Ding Yu, explained it was Director Hong, who oversees sports in our department, that recommended you. You must perform well. Do not bring shame to Director Hong. If you pass the trial training, I will treat you to a meal. Ding had only recently graduated and had stayed on as an instructor. He maintained a good rapport with the boys, who showed him considerable respect. All right, once I pass the trial, I will surely make you spend Wu Di thought little of the school team's trial. Aside from his height, he believed he had no other shortcomings. If he failed the trial, it would solely be due to his stature. Technical issues were out of the question. You're quite confident, huh? Ding Yu lightly tapped Wu Di's shoulder with his fist, advising him not to bear any psychological burdens and to simply perform well. In truth, Ding Yu had little faith in Wu Di due to his relatively short stature, standing at around 1.70 meters. In the realm of basketball, a sport dominated by height, achieving any success was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps in foreign countries, shorter players might have a chance, but in domestic basketball, athletes typically began at 1.90 meters, making it hard for anyone shorter to participate in formal competitions. Although Cuba was merely a collegiate league, it was still a legitimate competition, with most players being athletes and at least around 1.90 meters tall. Being 20 centimeters shorter meant Wu Di could only watch as others shot over him, a natural disadvantage that was impossible to compensate for unless he grew taller. 2 days later, Wu Sheng returned to the school with the team on a bus, observing his students disembark with dispirited expressions. They had lost yet another match, and with one more loss, they would face elimination. This was a sight Wu Sheng dreaded. He had spent years developing this team. Despite numerous changes in players, the team spirit had been preserved, making the school team well known throughout Northeast China. Today was supposed to be a time of reaping rewards. Yet other schools had also recruited some exceptionally talented players, who, after a period of adjustment, finally began to shine. Meanwhile, the school team, lacking in talent, could only watch as others exploited their gifts to seize victory. Wu Sheng also disembarked and checked his watch. It was already 2:30. He needed to visit the team, where a player awaited his trial. He was eager to meet this player, whom Hong Shiyin had described as exceptional. He harbored a somewhat desperate hope that this player could bolster the team's lineup. The school lacked a gymnasium, but it did have an indoor sports room where the team was based. Upon entering the sports room, Wu Sheng saw a student examining various pieces of equipment, as if he were Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything he encountered. "Are you here for the trial?" Wu Sheng asked, somewhat disappointed. Wu Di, startled, quickly stood at attention, glancing at Wu Sheng and comparing him to the photos of team members on the wall to confirm that this man was indeed the team's coach. "Coach, I am Wu Di, here for the trial." "Wu Di, invincible? That is quite a grand name." Wu Sheng teased. Wu Di, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It was given to me by my father." Wu Sheng placed his coat on a chair and addressed Wu Di, saying, "My time is limited. Lao Hong mentioned that you possess considerable strength, remarkable speed, and impressive jumping ability. Let's put those attributes to the test." Wu Di nodded, inquiring, "Coach, how will we conduct the tests?" Wu Sheng pointed to the bench press apparatus and stated, "This is the barbell bench press. Choose a 40-kilogram barbell, and let us see how much you can lift." Wu Di approached the bench press, removed the 30-kilogram barbell, and selected the 40-kilogram one. After lifting it briefly, he remarked, "Coach, this 40 kilograms feels somewhat light. Shouldn't we increase the weight?" "Light?" Wu Sheng regarded Wu Di with a peculiar expression. The young man's physique did not appear particularly robust, making 40 kilograms a considerable challenge for someone of his stature. Nevertheless, Wu Di confidently lifted the 40-kilogram barbell with one hand, performing a bicep curl motion as he said, "I can manage this with one hand." It doesn't seem to provide a proper challenge. Wu Sheng was taken aback, surprised by the strength demonstrated by this seemingly small individual. "Let's increase it to 60 kilograms, he declared. Wu Di obediently set down the 40-kilogram barbell and selected the 60-kilogram one. After testing it and feeling satisfied, he placed it on the rack and lay back down, reflecting on how, having seen such equipment in gyms on television, he never imagined he would have the opportunity to use it himself. Wu Sheng explained some precautions before allowing Wu Di to begin. Wu Di removed the barbell from the rack and began to push upwards. Although 60 kilograms was quite substantial, he managed it with ease, completing 20 repetitions swiftly. Wu Sheng nodded in approval, recognizing that Wu Di's strength rivaled that of many athletes, possibly exceeding them, especially when contending with guards. This strength was certainly adequate. "Your strength is indeed impressive," Wu Sheng affirmed. "Now, let us measure your vertical leap. Stand by the measuring tape, and let us assess your height." Wu Di positioned himself beneath the measuring tape, and Wu Sheng recorded his height as 169 centimeters, which reached 172 centimeters with shoes. This height gave Wu Sheng a slight headache. "Now, raise your hand and touch the highest point." Wu Di stretched upwards while Wu Sheng stood on a stool to measure, noting a height of 223 centimeters, which was commendable. You have quite an impressive wingspan. Let's measure that as well. 18 centimeters, precisely, Wu Sheng exclaimed in awe. It was evident that Wu Di had the potential to excel in basketball, albeit his height posed a limitation. I will continue to grow, Wu Di interjected eagerly. Wu Sheng, however, remained skeptical, aware that while individuals can theoretically grow until the age of 25, most have completed their growth by 17 or 18. In my family, we tend to grow later, Wu Di weakly protested. I hope you do, Wu Sheng replied non-committally, lacking confidence in Wu Di's potential for further growth. Now, let me assess your speed with a shuttle run. Start from one end, touch the other side, and return. Complete this 10 times, and let me see how long it takes you. As Wu Sheng grasped the stopwatch, he pressed the timer while exclaiming, "Begin." Wu Di promptly dashed toward the opposite wall, and upon touching it, swiftly turned back. However, due to his less-than-ideal technique, his time was a mere 78 seconds. Chapter 9. Substitute for the school team. Wu Di was evidently dissatisfied with this result. Nonetheless, Wu Sheng was elated. Despite your lack of professional training and the numerous errors in your shuttle runs, achieving under 80 seconds is commendable. It is worth noting that even the fastest in the school team only clocks in at 70 seconds. With a bit of practice, and by refining your movements, you will undoubtedly surpass them all. Though Wu Di felt a tinge of disappointment, he masked it well, determined to train diligently in the future. After all, he possessed a system within him. He couldn't possibly fall short compared to others. Such a notion would be a disservice to the system. Tomorrow morning, you shall train with the school team. In a couple of days, we will head to Ice City. If we lose another match, we will be eliminated for good. Reflecting on this, Wu Sheng couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. If only you could grow an additional 10 centimeters, our chances would increase significantly. Wu Di felt slightly awkward, although he would indeed grow taller, reaching 1.8 meters would likely take another 6 months. By then, the Cuba qualifiers would have long concluded. All right, you may return now. Remember to gather here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Understood, Wu Di replied as he took his leave. Glancing at the time, it was nearly mealtime, so he headed to the cafeteria. To his surprise, he encountered Yin Yin there. Upon noticing Wu Di's entrance, Yin immediately waved him over. Wu Di sat across from her, as she and her dorm mate, Song Shu, had come out to wait for their mealtime. Wu Di, have you joined the school team? Yin inquired. Yes, Wu Di nodded. Starting tomorrow, I will train with the team, but I am uncertain whether I can participate in the finals. No worries, Yin replied nonchalantly. Even without you, we could secure a runner-up position, which would still bring glory to our class. Besides, you joining the school team is already a significant achievement for us. Just perform well. Indeed, Wu Di smiled in agreement. Song Shu, observing the exchange, teased, "You two are rather similar." In what way? Yin asked, somewhat puzzled. You're both so carefree. Song Shu chuckled. While other boys are striving for a sense of honor, what would they think if they knew you were prepared to forfeit tomorrow's match? Yin chuckled awkwardly. As class president, her words did carry some weight. Wu Di, however, remained unfazed. I will discuss it with the coach, and try to carve out an hour for practice. Won't that be too exhausting for you? Yin asked, concerned. Not at all. I am accustomed to it. Wu Di reassured. I also aspire to win a championship. Oh, so now you're concerned. Yin quipped. You chatty little girl. She playfully pulled Song Shu closer, tickling her with both hands. No, I was wrong. Song Shu immediately begged for mercy. However, Yin persisted, and in a moment of carelessness, her hand inadvertently brushed against Song Shu's chest. Wu Di promptly cleared his throat, wishing to remind the two of them to maintain decorum. Song Shu, her cheeks flushed, swatted Yin-Yan's hand away, expressing her displeasure with a retort. Yin, you rascal. What do you think you're touching? It feels rather nice. Yin teased, winking at Song Shu. I'm not talking to you anymore. Song Shu replied, both embarrassed and annoyed. Watching Yin and Song Shu frolic for a while, Wu Di found his previously gloomy mood brighten considerably. He vowed to himself that he would grow taller. System, you must be more reliable. I'm aiming for 2.02 meters. Please expedite my growth. The following day, Wu Di rose at 5:30, engaged in some exercise, and after having breakfast, he rested for an hour before assembling. At precisely 8 o'clock, Wu Sheng gathered the school team, announcing, today we have a new member joining us, Wu Di. As Wu Di stepped forward, the players erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated his diminutive stature. Could someone of such height truly play basketball? Doubts lingered among the players. However, Wu Sheng swiftly quelled their skepticism with action. The team boarded a bus bound for a nearby gymnasium to practice. After warming up, Wu Sheng divided the players into two teams for scrimmage. The team jerseys were white, numbered from 4 to 14, while Wu Di donned the 15 jersey. Unfortunately, the jersey was somewhat oversized, and even the smallest size hung loosely on him, but he made do. Wu Di did not start. As a newcomer, Wu Sheng would not place too much emphasis on him initially. After 10 minutes of play, once most of the starters had been substituted out, Wu Di finally entered the game. He played as a point guard, and the other players, curious about his abilities, passed him the ball and repositioned themselves to allow him to engage in a one-on-one duel with the opposing point guard. The rival's number 12, a substitute, stood at a height of 185 centimeters, making him the tallest player on the court. A one-on-one duel? Wu Di was undaunted. He was eager to gauge the difference between himself and the Cuba players. Taking a quick step, he maneuvered to the right of the number 12. The opponent swiftly moved to the right, attempting to block Wu Di, but was caught off guard as Wu Di pushed past him with surprising strength. Startled, the number 12 thought to himself, "This little guy is quite strong." Yet he remained undeterred, convinced he could catch up and block Wu Di's shot. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Wu Di had already released the ball, still 2 steps away, leaving him no time to contest the shot. Wu Sheng's eyes lit up. This young man possessed talent. With his ability to break through defenses, he could certainly secure a place on the team. The primary role of a substitute is to maintain the lead or prevent the score from widening, and Wu Di was more than capable of fulfilling that role. As the game progressed, Wu Sheng continued to observe Wu Di's defensive skills, noting that he effectively used his strength to keep the number 12 from entering the three-point line, forcing him to pass the ball away. Although the pass appeared successful, Wu Sheng discerned that number 12's dribbling was merely adequate. Otherwise, Wu Di would have already made a steal. In the following minutes, Wu Sheng felt a sense of relief. Although Wu Di was quite short in stature, his skills were truly exceptional. Despite being self-taught, he frequently scored by leveraging his physicality and displayed commendable defensive capabilities, making it quite challenging for opponents to score against him. Player number 12 attempted several shots over him, yet only succeeded once. Wu Sheng had started to gauge Wu Di's potential, realizing how to utilize him effectively. In the context of Cuba, not all players are towering giants. Whenever shorter players are present, Wu Di undoubtedly becomes a formidable asset. However, Wu Sheng recognized the necessity of refining Wu Di's playing habits, as his efficiency was lacking and many of his actions bordered on fouls. While such tactics might suffice in street ball, they would surely lead to foul troubles in professional league play. Chapter 10. Ice City University. The 2-month-long Cuba preliminary tournament was nearing its conclusion, and the School of Economics and Management had 4 matches remaining. Not a single game could be lost. Any further defeat would extinguish their hopes of securing a place in the top 10 of the preliminaries. Thus, to bolster their training, Wu Di's schedule was packed with daily practice sessions. Wu Sheng vehemently opposed his participation in trivial department basketball games, deeming them utterly pointless. After 2 days of training with the team, Wu Di had no choice but to accompany them to Ice City to face Ice City University. Ice City University was a formidable opponent. As a prominent undergraduate institution, it boasted numerous athletic prodigies, consistently reaching the quarterfinals of Cuba each year. Although they had often faltered against Huazhong University of Foreign Languages, the prowess of Ice City University was indisputable. Ice City was situated further north than Jiang City, with even colder weather. Fortunately, Jiang City was not far from Ice City, and the attire was similar, mitigating the effects of the frigid climate. Ice City University possessed its own sports complex, compelling the School of Economics and Management to travel to Ice City for their match. This arrangement was partly due to the strength of Ice City University, as it was customary to accommodate stronger teams in the league. Additionally, it alleviated the financial burden of securing a venue, which was crucial given the limited funding for Cuba, primarily sourced from the host universities. Consequently, home games were typically held at institutions with sports facilities. Whether this practice was unfair to visiting teams was a matter of little concern. Schools unable to construct their own sports complexes faced immense challenges in advancing from the preliminaries, rendering those on the brink of elimination largely overlooked. This was Wu Di's first visit to Ice City, and he had initially hoped to explore some of its distinctive architecture. However, as he observed the buildings from the vehicle, he realized they bore striking resemblance to those in Spring City, leading him to reflect on the homogeneity of Chinese cities, seemingly cast from the same mold. Upon arriving at Ice City University, Wu Di was astounded by the vastness of this prestigious institution. In stark contrast to the limited campus area of the School of Economics and Management, which barely encompassed a few playgrounds, Ice City University resembled an entire city. The university grounds were larger than those of a third-tier city, reminiscent of Jiang City University, which also had a sprawling campus with multiple sites. Jiang City itself, housing 6 districts, was often said to be synonymous with Jiang City University. In Jiangcheng, one can casually inquire about Jiangcheng University, and the response will invariably indicate its proximity. The match is scheduled to commence at 7 in the evening, affording Wu Di a brief respite to explore the campus of Ice City University. With great enthusiasm, he toured several renowned edifices of the university before savoring dinner, after which he retreated to the lounge to rest. Cognizant of the need to digest his meal prior to the competition, lest it hinder his athletic performance. At 7 o'clock, a considerable number of Ice City University students filled the gymnasium, for the Cuba tournament holds considerable renown among universities, and with no admission fee, many students flocked to support their school team. By 6, spectators began to enter, while players engaged in warm-up exercises, eagerly anticipating the onset of the game. Dressed in a jersey considerably larger than his frame, Wu Di joined in the preparatory exercises to loosen his body. As the clock struck 7, the match commenced with both teams vying for the jump ball. The center of Ice City University stood at an impressive 2 meters 1, towering 10 centimeters over the center of the School of Economics and Management, thus securing victory in the jump ball. Ice City University seized possession and initiated their offensive strategy. Their center, number 6, and their point guard, number 5, are their most formidable players, executing a pick and roll with finesse. Number 6 set a screen for number 5, penetrating the paint and scoring despite the defensive efforts of the number 7 center from the School of Economics and Management. Witnessing this, Wu Sheng felt a tightening in his chest. He had devised a tactical approach for the School of Economics and Management known as the Princeton offense, which revolves around constant ball movement to create scoring opportunities. This strategy does not necessitate exceptionally skilled players. Rather, it demands seamless cooperation and a willingness to share the ball, making it particularly suitable for a team lacking in standout talent. However, this tactic has its drawbacks. It requires the involvement of multiple players, and a single error can lead to its collapse. In contrast, Ice City University's pick and roll necessitates only 2 players, making it adaptable for exploiting mismatches. Such a straightforward strategy can triumph over most adversaries, reminiscent of the current Rockets, where Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady employed this very tactic, although their synergy still required refinement. Once perfected, they would undoubtedly be formidable contenders for the championship. As expected, Ice City University's execution of the pick and roll proved far more effective than the Princeton offense of the School of Economics and Management. The players of Ice City University demonstrated commendable skill, leaving no opportunity for the School of Economics and Management to provide double-team support. By the end of the first quarter, Ice City University had established a lead of 26-18, an 8-point advantage. While 8 points may not appear substantial, the fact that the School of Economics and Management had never led throughout the quarter highlighted the stark disparity in the team's strengths, a reality that Wu Sheng found himself powerless to alter. During the intermission, Wu Sheng could only rally his players. If we lose this match, we must return home. Do you wish to return to school in disgrace? Let's gather our spirits. Though Ice City University is formidable, we are not without merit. Keep the ball moving, do not allow it to stagnate, and seize every opportunity to shoot. It is imperative that we maintain our style. We still possess a chance of victory. The intermission is but a few fleeting moments, and Wu Sheng has no time for lengthy discussions. He must first arrange for substitutes to take the court, granting the starters a brief respite, while also keenly observing which players exhibit a favorable touch today. Occasionally, the performance of just 1 or 2 players can determine the outcome of a match. Thus, he can only place his hopes on this elusive and intangible quality. However, once the substitutes entered the game, their performance faltered even more, allowing Ice City University to unleash an 80-point surge. Merely 3 minutes into the game, Wu Sheng was compelled to replace the substitutes with the starters once more. The reason certain players earn their starting positions is due to their ability to withstand pressure. As was the case with the starters from the School of Economics and Management, they quickly stabilized the situation, although they did not close the gap in the score. They also prevented Ice City University from extending their lead further. With 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Wu Sheng called a timeout. He needed to rest his main players and once again sent in the substitutes. However, as he scanned the bench, he noticed that most of the players lacked enthusiasm, with only Wu Di displaying a neutral expression. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Sheng summoned Wu Di, instructing him to prepare for entrance onto the court. Understood, coach. Wu Di nodded, diligently warming up, as his pre-game exercises had already cooled down, necessitating a revival of his physical readiness. Chapter 11. The first appearance on the court, the host is entering a formal competition, and victories will now be tallied. Please note, host, that only 10 victories are required to elevate any player's abilities to an exceptional level. Is the Cuba tournament considered a formal competition? Wu Di was taken aback. The victories in the collegiate league only count towards achieving an exceptional level. They're ineffective for elevating to a higher tier of excellence. The nickname calculation is also activated. As long as the host earns any nickname on the court that is acknowledged by 10,000 individuals, it will be deemed valid. Only 10,000? Wu Di was even more astonished. That number seemed rather low. The acknowledgement of 10,000 signifies that the host possesses a dedicated fan base of 10,000, who typically recognize only one nickname, and at most, no more than 5. Surely, there must be someone who acknowledges more than 5? In the initial instance, one generally has but a single persona, which is the one most widely accepted by the audience. Is akin to Guan Yu. People's first thought is of him as the red-faced warrior, and they would hardly acknowledge him as the white-faced or yellow-faced figure. It appears quite challenging. Wu Di muttered to himself as he stepped onto the court. Wu Di plays as a point guard. Given his height, he is ill-suited for any other position. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately focused his attention. Currently, the School of Economics and Management trails by 12 points after the starters returned. They managed to claw back a mere 4 points, primarily against the opponent's substitutes. This indicates the strength of Ice City University's bench, compelling Wu Di to take the matter seriously. His singular ambition is to break through the preliminary rounds, thereby securing 4 victories and subsequently dominate in the divisional matches, striving for an excellent ranking. The players from Ice City University looked at Wu Di, barely containing their laughter. They could not comprehend how the School of Economics and Management could allow such a diminutive player to take the court. It seemed utterly ludicrous. In the School of Economics and Management, for players created space for Wu Di. The substitute point guard from Ice City University approached Wu Di, taunting him with, "Basketball isn't your game. Perhaps you should play soccer." Soccer? Not with such an insipid attitude. Wu Di felt a surge of anger. This fellow was nothing short of insulting. Without hesitation, Wu Di charged towards the right side of his opponent. Was he quick? The substitute point guard instinctively attempted to block him, but was easily brushed aside, his feeble frame lacking strength. Wu Di surged to the basket, effortlessly scoring, and then turned to mock the substitute point guard, saying, "You should stick to soccer." The substitute point guard seethed. He had been publicly humiliated. Determined to retaliate, he dribbled to the front court and signaled to his teammates to spread out, intent on challenging Wu Di one-on-one. Wu Sheng, watching from the sidelines, chuckled, knowing that if it were Ice City University's starting point guard, he might have had some concern. However, this substitute was no match for Wu Di, who possessed skills far superior to his taller opponent. Indeed, as Wu Di leaned in slightly, the substitute point guard lost his balance and control of the ball. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Di snatched the ball and darted towards the front court, executing another layup with ease. The point difference was reduced to 8. With only a minute and a half remaining, the coach of Ice City University urgently shouted from the sidelines, "Don't get entangled with him. Pass the ball." He was reminding the substitute point guard to avoid holding onto the ball and to involve others in the play, complying with his coach's directive. The substitute point guard relinquished the ball after crossing half court. The other substitutes from the School of Economics and Management lacked strength, quickly allowing a point to be scored against them. Wu Di received the inbounds pass, once again urging his teammates to clear out for another showdown with the substitute point guard. This time, the substitute dared not draw too near, wary of being outmaneuvered again. Wu Di extended his foot forward, causing the substitute to instinctively retreat and lose his position. In a swift motion, Wu Di stepped back and launched a 3-point shot. nearly unguarded, with the ball gliding through the net effortlessly. The margin was now 7 points with just 57 seconds left. After scoring 7 consecutive points, Ice City University finally recognized Wu Di's prowess and began to stall the game. With less than a minute remaining, substituting in their starters would be counterproductive. So they aimed to minimize possessions and limit their losses. After stalling for 20 seconds, Ice City University finally began their offensive play, but in their haste, they missed the shot. Wu Di intercepted the ball from the hands of the number 7 power forward and charged forward once more. With only 30 seconds left, Wu Di aimed to score quickly to create another offensive opportunity. As Wu Di received the ball, only 2 Ice City University players had retreated, yet they had not crossed the half-court line, presenting a prime chance for a fast break. Wu Di dribbled at a rapid pace across the half-court, but the substitute point guard attempted to intervene, only to be sidestepped by Wu Di's quick change of direction. However, this maneuver caused Wu Di to lose a bit of speed, allowing another defender time to recover to the basket. Wu Di assessed the situation, and instead of driving towards the basket, he swiftly positioned himself diagonally at the three-point line in the corner. Once settled, the 2 players from Ice City University found themselves 2 meters away from him. Without hesitation, Wu Di executed a jump shot, releasing the ball with remarkable speed, a characteristic often overlooked in women's basketball, despite its aesthetic shortcomings. The basketball soared over the heads of the 2 defenders, who desperately attempted to intercept it. It failed to do so. However, Wu Di's shot was somewhat rushed, resulting in the ball ricocheting off the rim instead of finding the net. Nevertheless, he had a clear view of the basket and, upon landing, maneuvered between the 2 players to retrieve the ball. He then took 3 steps and scored with a rebound. With 26 seconds remaining, Ice City University appeared momentarily disoriented. In less than 2 minutes on the court, Wu Di had already scored 9 points, a feat that is rare not only in Cuba, but even in CBA. Fortunately for Ice City University, there is only one offensive opportunity left, prompting their coach to wisely conserve the timeout and run down the clock. After scoring, Wu Di did not return to his position, but instead disrupted their inbound pass. Ice City University managed to release the ball with difficulty, hastily passing it away, denying Wu Di any chance to close in. Left with no alternative, Wu Di could only watch as Ice City University exhausted their time and launched a shot. With a 5-point deficit, Wu Sheng, filled with joy, patted Wu Di on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done, kid. You truly have talent." His teammates also expressed their enthusiasm towards Wu Di. Although they felt a twinge of jealousy, they maintained a courteous demeanor, recognizing that Wu Di had scored the highest points in the school management. Chapter 12. The little sports car, the players exchanged glances, observing Wu Di's physique and then comparing it to the center from Ice City University. It was akin to seeing Yao Ming standing beside Pan Changjiang. Everyone felt a tinge of doubt regarding Wu Di's confidence. Yet, Wu Di nodded obediently, signaling that he understood. Despite his shorter stature, he possessed considerable strength and had strategies to impede his opponent's movements. All he needed was to maintain close contact. Soon, halftime concluded, and Wu Di re-entered the game as the School of Management held possession. He received the ball and approached the front court to engage in a one-on-one with Ice City University's point guard. To maximize Wu Di's breakthrough potential, Wu Sheng had previously instructed everyone to spread out, creating ample space for him. The point guard from Ice City University was formidable, as their lineup had been specifically crafted to counter Huazhong University of Foreign Languages, featuring this point guard alongside a towering center, forming a formidable duo. The point guard stood 15 centimeters taller than Wu Di, though slightly less agile. In the past, Wu Di rarely relied on flashy moves during his drives. His short stature allowed him to depend predominantly on his speed. As he attempted to charge forward as he had before, the agile point guard swiftly positioned himself directly in his path. A spark of inspiration ignited in Wu Di's mind. He pivoted, using his waist to generate force while leaning against the point guard, executing a smooth turn to slip around him on the left side. Ahead lay an unobstructed path, and he completed the layup with finesse. The point guard, expressionless, advanced the ball to the front court, signaling his teammates to spread out as he aimed to challenge Wu Di. However, he was unprepared for Wu Di's commendable defense, which, in addition to its formidable strength, demonstrated an astute understanding of blocking breakthroughs. The point guard attempted to penetrate twice but failed to succeed, lingering around the three-point line for an extended period. Proudly considering himself a genius, He refused to accept being thwarted by Wu Di. If he could not breach the defense, he would resort to shooting. With a powerful leap, he launched the ball toward the hoop, disregarding Wu Di entirely. Just as the ball left his hand, an unexpected figure surged forth, swatting the ball away with precision. A tightness gripped the point guard's chest. How could that small player possibly block his shot? Yet, Wu Di was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon landing, he immediately pursued the ball, effortlessly outpacing the point guard by 2 meters, and scored with a layup. As he returned to defense, a teammate approached, playfully applauding him, jesting. "Your speed rivals that of a sports car." Wu Di, delighted, mimicked steering a wheel and made honking sounds, indicating he was driving. Laughter erupted among his teammates, and a few playful pats on his back forged a closer bond among them. However, Wu Di's mind wandered to another thought. Could Little Sports Car become his first nickname? Yet, he realized that for it to be a true moniker, it required the endorsement of 10,000 people. Wu Di felt a twinge of resentment towards this limitation. Where could he possibly find 10,000 to acknowledge him? The students at Ice City University were the most likely candidates, having witnessed his speed, but given their support for the opposing team, how could they ever recognize him? The point guard yearned for another one-on-one with Wu Di, but the center opposed this notion. As the score gap had narrowed to a single point, another missed basket could lead to being overtaken. Thus, he refrained from entering the paint, opting instead to obstruct Wu Di at the three-point line. The point guard charged into the lane for a layup, yet his expression was far from elated. In one-on-one scenarios, having assistance was tantamount to conceding defeat. It would be strange indeed for the point guard to feel joy under such circumstances. Wu Di maneuvered the ball into the front court, once again bypassing the point guard, evoking a sense of despair within him. Perhaps he had been somewhat complacent during their last encounter, but this time he was certain he had exerted 100% of his effort, only to be outmaneuvered again. The method had merely shifted from a spin to a change of direction, yet the outcome remained unchanged. As the opposing center rushed in to provide support, Wu Di executed a deft bounce pass to his own center, who seized the opportunity to score effortlessly. The match evolved into a tug-of-war, with each side trading baskets, swiftly concluding the third quarter with a score of 57-54, maintaining a 3-point margin. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wu Di remained on the court, his stamina seemingly boundless. He felt no fatigue at all. In contrast, the other 9 players were beginning to struggle, yet due to the unchanged score, both coaches hesitated to substitute their starters. The opposing point guard's energy waned, and Wu Di finally saw an opportunity to reclaim the lead. Wu Di had been relentlessly challenging the point guard, depleting his stamina. After 3 arduous minutes, the point guard's energy began to wane. Seizing the moment, Wu Di initiated a half-court press, charging at the point guard as he crossed the halfway line, persistently reaching for the ball. The point guard, momentarily sluggish in his response, had the ball knocked away by Wu Di, who swiftly seized it and raced down the court for a layup, scoring just as the point guard reached the free throw line. The coach of Ice City University buried his head in his hands, lamenting internally, yet he was compelled to call a timeout to substitute in a fresh backup point guard. A foreboding sensation filled him. He feared that today's match would end in defeat. His instincts proved correct, as the backup point guard was no match for Wu Di. On defense, he struggled to contain Wu Di, necessitating additional support that left gaps for the School of Management to exploit. Offensively, he could not establish a connection with the center. With 3 minutes remaining, Ice City University trailed by double digits. They reintroduced their starting point guard in a last-ditch effort, but the School of Management began to play the clock. More crucially, even as they managed the time, their offensive efficiency did not diminish. Rather, Ice City University squandered several opportunities in their haste to score. Ultimately, the School of Management triumphed with a score of 80-67, with Wu Di contributing 21 points and 6 assists, becoming the linchpin of his team's victory. The evening unfolded further as students from Ice City University were left with a lasting impression of Wu Di. They remembered this player of modest height, and many admired him. It must be noted that Wu Di had previously harbored envy akin to a petty person towards a noble heart, for the students bore no resentment towards him. Rather, they were delighted by the emergence of a player of similar stature. That night, discussions about Wu Di erupted on the Ice City University forum, with some even uploading digital photographs of him. Thus, Wu Di unexpectedly garnered his first fans, particularly due to a playful photograph of him with his teammates. Captured during a moment of jest when he honked the horn, comments flooded in. Is he playing while driving? With that speed, it must be a sports car. Following that, another comment appeared. Exclusive scoop. I know the real name of this little sports car. It's audaciously called Wu Di, Invincible. Chapter 13. The first nickname, the online commentary rapidly snowballed within Ice City University, with some students even sharing videos recorded on their phones. Although the current mobile phone cameras had poor resolution, these videos still resonated deeply with the university students. The sensation arose primarily due to Wu Di's height. It is widely acknowledged that basketball has traditionally been a sport dominated by tall players, particularly in China, where it is monopolized by the tall. While the NBA features a few shorter players, such individuals are virtually non-existent in China. It is rare to see anyone below 1.9 meters, let alone those under 1.8. Meanwhile, what is the average height of the Chinese populace? It appears that none of them have quite reached the height of 1.8 meters, which diminishes their sense of relatability towards taller players. However, Wu Di is an exception, standing at merely 1.7 meters. He shares the stature of an average person, rendering him highly relatable. This phenomenon mirrors the presence of several shorter players in the NBA, whose technical prowess may not be the sole determinant of their popularity. Yet their appeal remains robust due to this very relatability. The students of Ice City University are drawn to Wu Di for the same reason. They often envision themselves in his position, fantasizing about dominating the court. Wu Di's prowess forms the foundation of their dreams, thus earning their admiration. Just as individuals often resonate with those who reflect aspects of themselves, they tend to express admiration for stars who embody their ideals. Wu Di remains blissfully unaware of all this as he boards the bus back to Jiangxing. Meanwhile, information spreads rapidly online, and within a night, the entire Ice City University buzzes with discussions about Wu Di, with an increasing number of people acknowledging his newly bestowed nickname. At 8 in the morning, as the bus departs from Ice City, Wu Di is roused by the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first nickname, Little Sports Car. Initially taken aback, Wu Di finds this unexpected. After all, he was merely joking with his teammates on the court. How did this turn into a nickname? Upon checking the system, he sees Little Sports Car, recognized by 15,723 people. Where did all these people come from? Wu Di feels somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, with this nickname, he is now eligible to upgrade his martial prowess. But whom should he choose to upgrade? Unsure, he contemplates that since he aspires to enter the NBA, he should initially enhance Zhou Song. He needs to improve his physical attributes to stand a chance in the NBA, especially considering the challenges Yao Ming faced in recent years, struggling against most centers due to significant physical fatigue, which severely impacted his playing time. With this thought in mind, Wu Di promptly instructs the system to upgrade Zhou Song. Congratulations, host. Zhou Song has been upgraded. His attributes have been enhanced, and his character has developed. Wait, what does character mean? Wu Di inquires, perplexed. Zhou Song's character is described as steady, which will lead the host to make less risky shooting choices. Is such a concept even possible? Wu Di is astonished. What about the personalities of the other four? Guan Yu is proud, instilling a sense of pride and competitiveness in the host. Zhao Yun is resolute, encouraging the host to face any challenge fearlessly. Lu Bu is headstrong, prompting the host to play according to his own inclinations. Tai Shirtzi is clever, often guiding the host to adopt unconventional methods in his gameplay. Wu Di ponders this, and in light of reality, the first name that springs to mind is Kobe. Previously, Wu Di considered himself a casual fan, only familiar with prominent stars. As Kobe, the successor to Jordan, enjoys immense popularity in China, Wu Di can be regarded as a half-hearted admirer of Kobe. If Kobe possessed a system, he would undoubtedly embody a fusion of Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu, as he epitomizes pride, resilience, and defiance. However, he lacks the qualities of composure and cunning. Composure is synonymous with the Spurs luminary, Duncan, while cunning eludes Wu Di's immediate thoughts, although it bears a resemblance to the Lakers' Odom. Yet, Odom may have only ascended a couple of levels. The full embodiment of this trait would belong to its original bearer, the illustrious Magic Johnson. If I were to fully upgrade Zhou Song, would I then parallel Duncan? It is imperative for the host to compare legendary generals with real-life figures, as the latter possess multifaceted personalities, whereas the abilities of system-generated generals merely capture their most exemplary attributes. Very well, to enhance abilities, one must engage in training for 10 days to complete the fusion. The host is advised to adhere to the prescribed regimen and training tasks to expedite the fusion of the general's upgraded abilities. Wu Di retrieved a notebook from his backpack, meticulously recording the dietary plan and training tasks assigned by the system. He documented everything from the outset, uncertain of the efficacy of these regimens and training for others, yet pondering their potential usefulness. Although Wu Di does not possess lofty aspirations, contributing to the advancement of basketball in his homeland while earning some income for himself does seem appealing. Should the validity of these notes be substantiated, he can envision their worth, potentially fetching hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if sold. Closing the notebook, Wu Di once again closed his eyes, drifting into a light slumber, only to be awakened by his teammates upon their return to school. The next match is still 3 days away, taking place in Jiangcheng. Thus, there is no urgency for training today. The arduous journey by vehicle has been taxing, and Wu Sheng granted everyone a day off. Upon returning to the dormitory to drop off his bag, Wu Di was greeted by the sight of his 3 roommates engrossed in playing World of Warcraft, neglecting their classes. Wu Di shook his head. He was uncertain about other institutions, but the majority of students in the School of Management appeared to be more inclined towards leisure and romance than serious study. Wu Di had once been among them, not due to a natural disposition, but rather as a release from the burdensome academic life of high school, which rendered him unable to refocus. Typically, students in vocational colleges do not exhibit a strong commitment to their studies, and their reluctance to learn does not bode well for their post-graduation job prospects. Perhaps the majority are aware of this reality, leading them to select fields of study that align with their interests, only to pursue entirely different careers after graduation. The absence of a clear goal is indeed daunting, as one may slip into complacency without warning. Wu Di feels fortunate to have unexpectedly acquired a system. Otherwise, he wonders what his fate would be 3 years down the line. Perhaps he would find himself in a situation akin to many students, graduating into unemployment and seeking work in an unfamiliar industry. After exchanging pleasantries with his roommates, Wu Di headed to Walmart to procure supplies, noting that this time the dietary plan required significantly more items than before. Fortunately, a Walmart is conveniently located near the school, alleviating the potential difficulties of sourcing the necessary provisions. Chapter 14. Advancing through the preliminary rounds after triumphing over Ice City University. Wu Sheng felt a significant burden lift from his shoulders. Among the remaining 3 opponents, only the last one posed a genuine threat to the School of Economics and Management. Wu Sheng remained confident in the Princeton strategy he had devised. He chose not to place Wu Di in the starting lineup immediately, considering that Wu Di had only recently joined the team and possessed limited synergy with the others, relying primarily on his individual prowess to score. However, should Wu Di be utilized effectively, he could yield remarkable results. Wu Sheng intended to treat Wu Di as a secret weapon, deploying him only at the most critical moments. Wu Di remained unperturbed. Once he participated in a match, even if he failed to score or touch the ball at all, the system would still register a victory for him, equating it to a complete win. Since he could secure victory with minimal effort, why exert himself against 5 opponents? In the 3 remaining matches, the first 2 victories were rather straightforward, with the starting lineup establishing a considerable advantage. By the time Wu Di took to the court, it was already the latter half of the 4th quarter. Wu Sheng's rationale for bringing Wu Di into the game was to allow him to practice collaboration with his teammates. If they did not engage in synergy during such uncomplicated matches, when would they? Prior to Wu Di's entry, Wu Sheng had instructed him not to rely solely on his individual skills for scoring, but to focus on teamwork and executing screens. The screen and roll tactic had been practiced only in the past few days, as previously, Wu Sheng lacked a player capable of executing it. Now that Wu Di was available, it was essential to test this strategy. Following Wu Sheng's guidance, Wu Di sought to recapture the rhythm they had established during training, prioritizing cooperation over offensive play. Both matches concluded without any hint of suspense. The School of Economics and Management soon faced their final adversary, Haicheng University. Located in a neighboring province and bordering the sea, Haicheng boasted numerous renowned scenic spots. The city also featured a deep water port where the national fleet was stationed. With a stroke of luck, one might even catch sight of a warship. Wu Di held a deep fascination for Haicheng, as many of his former classmates who had dropped out were working there. This opportunity to play at Haicheng University ignited his hope of encountering familiar faces. However, upon reflection, He realized that they were all busy with their jobs and would scarcely have time to attend the game. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Wu Di lost much of his enthusiasm for sightseeing upon arriving at Haicheng University. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced punctually in the university's sports hall. While Haicheng University was not significantly stronger than Ice City University, they certainly outclassed the School of Economics and Management. Many would assert that basketball is unpredictable, and until the final whistle, no one can foresee the outcome. However, this adage presupposes that the two teams possess comparable abilities. Pitting the School of Economics and Management against the Lakers, even with an extra player, would still culminate in defeat. Yet, Haicheng University was not vastly superior to the School of Economics and Management, and Wu Sheng remained optimistic about their chances of victory. Armed with a secret weapon to deploy at a pivotal moment, which would surely lead to their success in advancing. In alignment with Wu Sheng's expectations, the first quarter concluded with the School of Economics and Management trailing by a mere 2 points. He did not rush to deploy Wu Di, for a secret weapon derives its name from the necessity of being shrouded in secrecy to achieve optimal effectiveness. Yet, unbeknownst to Wu Sheng, Wu Di's reputation had already begun to circulate, particularly among the universities in Ice City. Frequent internet users would surely stumble upon Wu Di's information, though many Cuba schools were wholly absorbed in their quest for advancement, leaving them little time for online exploration. Haicheng University was no exception. After managing to secure a 10-point lead in the third quarter, just as they aimed to capitalize on their momentum to clinch victory, Wu Sheng called for a timeout. Wu Di, Yang Si, you two go in. Wu Sheng submitted his substitution request to the referee, advising Wu Di, don't play too fast. Maintain an air of mystery. I'm looking forward to surprising those teams in the division competition. Wu Di nodded, a touch of melancholy in his demeanor, and exchanged a high five with Yang Si before stepping onto the court. Yang Si, wearing number 13, stood at a towering height of 198 meters and played the center position. His imposing physique allowed him to excel at mid-range shooting, making him the perfect pick-and-roll partner for Wu Di. As Wu Di dribbled into the front court, Yang Si stationed himself beyond the three-point line, drawing the defenders towards him. Wu Di deftly maneuvered, enticing the opponent towards Yang Si. Upon colliding with Yang Si, the opposing player immediately sought to pursue Wu Di, yet their center failed to account for Yang Si. Seizing the moment, Yang Si dashed towards the basket, and as he neared the free throw line, Wu Di delivered a precise pass. With no defender in sight, Yang Si executed a three-step approach, scoring effortlessly. The Haicheng University team was taken aback. The pick-and-roll executed by the School of Economics and Management was remarkably fluid. As they attempted to retaliate, their shot was thwarted by Wu Di's interference, while Yang Si effectively boxed out the opposing center, allowing Wu Di to secure the rebound. Another pick-and-roll ensued, during which Wu Di skillfully outmaneuvered the rival center, scoring once more. Relying on this tactic, the School of Economics and Management successfully scored on 5 consecutive possessions, narrowing the deficit to just 4 points. Haicheng University had no choice but to call a timeout, as their coach recognized their inability to break through this strategy. He opted to adjust the lineup, introducing several players adept at defensive coordination. As the School of Economics and Management executed their pick-and-roll, Wu Di found himself double-teamed. The opposing center and forward sought to wrest the ball from him, but Wu Di, gripping the ball with both hands, executed a deft pass through the center's legs to the unguarded forward. The forward took the open shot, sinking it with unwavering precision. Wu Sheng below the court clenched his fist in exhilaration. This was the basketball he had envisioned. Meanwhile, the coach of Haicheng University sank into despair. Having exhausted all conceivable strategies, yet still unable to halt the scoring spree of the School of Economics and Management, his gaze remained fixated on Wu Di. For as a coach, he trusted his experience. This diminutive point guard was the catalyst for the current predicament. Without this point guard, the School of Economics and Management could not effectively execute their pick-and-roll. They would be relegated to their conventional Princeton offense, which would hardly suffice against Haicheng University. Instead of adjusting their lineup, Haicheng University opted to modify their tactics. However, these adjustments proved unfamiliar and increasingly chaotic. Ultimately, with 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, they substituted out their starters, signaling their surrender. It appears that this practice originates from the NBA, where substituting the main players signifies surrender, leading both sides to engage in a tacit agreement to avoid a humiliating defeat for the losing team. Wu Sheng also replaced Wu Di. as the School of Management had already established a 16-point lead, rendering Haicheng University unable to recover. This marks the first time since the inception of Cuba that the School of Management has progressed to the regional competition. The inaugural match of the regional tournament will commence after April, with the opponents yet to be disclosed, pending the official schedule from Cuba. However, the 10 teams that have advanced have already been announced. Jincheng University, Bingcheng University, Jiangxing University, Haicheng Institute of Technology, Jiangxing Engineering, Bingcheng University of Technology, Capital University, Shuimu University, Jincheng University, and the School of Management. Chapter 15. Rewards. When the team bus arrived at the school, the players were taken aback by the scene at the entrance. The already modest gate was densely packed with students, effectively blocking the entrance. Coach Wu Shang stood up and addressed the players. Upon learning of our successful advancement to the regional competition, the school promptly organized students to welcome us. There will also be a commendation ceremony in the grand auditorium. Let us all disembark together. As the players stepped off the bus, the students immediately erupted into applause. The sound was resounding, leaving everyone feeling somewhat bashful. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Someone led the chant, though it seemed more appropriate for greeting dignitaries and guests. Making it feel a bit out of place here, Wu Di scratched his head, feeling slightly dizzy amidst the throng. Fortunately, the students were not overly enthusiastic. While they were certainly pleased that the school team had reached the regional competition, they had not witnessed the matches firsthand, so their feelings were not particularly profound. Wu Shang guided the players through the crowd of students when suddenly a girl dashed up to Wu Di's side, patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done. You've truly brought honor to our class." Wu Di was startled and upon closer inspection, realized it was Yan Yan. What? Is it that after reaching the regional competition, even the class monitor fails to recognize me? Yan Yan questioned with wide eyes. You startle me. Wu Di rolled his eyes at her. You have such a weak constitution. Yan Yan teased, but then her tone shifted, becoming animated. Once you enter the regional competition, you must perform well. Otherwise, you'll be in for it when you return. Wu Di felt helpless. Yan Yan was quite the boisterous character. Ignoring her was not an option. So he could only engage in light conversation as they walked together into the grand auditorium. Yan Yan followed closely beside him, drawing curious glances from others. Upon entering the auditorium, Yan Yan playfully tapped Wu Di on the shoulder, saying, "All right, you'll be on stage soon, so I'll take my leave." It was then that Wu Di realized she had only engaged him in conversation to sneak into the auditorium. What else would it be? Yan made a face at Wu Di before finding a seat toward the front. Once she had settled into her seat, the auditorium began to admit more attendees. Wu Di shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. Accompanying his teammates to the front rows, they waited as the students gradually filled the space. And after a brief interval, the school leadership arrived. A teacher approached the stage, microphone in hand, addressing the students below. Today marks a significant occasion, as our school's basketball team has successfully secured a spot among the top 10 in the Northeast Division of Cuba. Wu Di felt his eyelids growing heavy. If the teacher was already so loquacious, one could only imagine how much more verbose the school leaders would be. After enduring several hours on the bus, fatigue had already set in, and now they were subjected to a lengthy speech. After 5 minutes, the auditorium doors swung open once more. The teacher on stage immediately adjusted his tone. In recognition of the basketball team's contributions, our esteemed Principal Shi has decided to bestow rewards upon them. Let's welcome Principal Shi. The recently arrived individual promptly ascended the stage, and at that moment Wu Di realized that the teacher had merely been stalling for time. This left Wu Di with a rather unfavorable impression of Principal Shi, who seemed to command such importance that over 1,000 people were kept waiting for him alone. Upon taking the stage, Principal Shi repeatedly expressed his apologies. I sincerely apologize, dear students, for my tardiness due to some pressing matters. He continued. What Director Hong just stated was not entirely accurate. This reward was not solely my decision, but a unanimous agreement among all school leaders. I shall keep my words brief, as our champions are undoubtedly fatigued. However, I hope my forthcoming words will invigorate you. Now, I announce that, by the unanimous decision of the college leaders, each member of the basketball team will receive a scholarship of 5,000 yuan. The students were taken aback, astonished that the school was so generous on this day. It is worth noting that the team consisted of 12 members, making a total of 60,000 yuan. In 2005, this sum was far from trivial. Even 5,000 yuan was a significant amount, sufficient to cover a student's living expenses for 2 to 3 months. Yet, the announcement was not concluded. Principal Shi hastily waved his hand towards the audience, urging silence. Please, everyone, remain quiet. I have not yet finished. A wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. Could he be retracting his words? However, Principal Shi declared emphatically, disbursement will commence now. A collective gasp erupted from the students, followed by a resounding applause. The school's generosity was met with exuberance, and the students were not shy in expressing their appreciation. Let our champions come to the stage. Director Hong, please present the prepared red envelopes. The players were momentarily stunned. This was indeed 5,000 yuan. Observing their bewilderment, Wu Sheng quickly urged, what are you standing around for? Go up and claim your prize. Exchanging glances, the players hesitated, pushing each other forward. Wu Sheng interjected, proceed in order of your numbers. The players promptly lined up according to their numbers. Wu Di, being number 15, was the last to take the stage, ultimately receiving the final envelope. As Principal Shi placed the envelope into Wu Di's hands, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, and he thought with a smirk, in light of this generous reward, I shall forgive your lateness. Principal Shi, grasping the microphone, continued, our esteemed contributors have reaped their well-deserved rewards. However, I must emphasize that present achievements do not guarantee future success. Here, I would like to impart a message to our honorees. Should you secure a place among the national top 8, greater reward shall await you, doubling the accolades you have received thus far. If you ascend to the top 3, the rewards will once again be doubled. Securing second place will yield yet another doubling. And claiming the championship will see the rewards multiply once more. The students, invigorated by Principal Shi's words, erupted in enthusiastic cheers, while the athletes, filled with fervor, displayed remarkable vigor. The principal addressed the players. Is there anything you wish to express? Wu Di shot his hand up and declared with fervor, we pledge to fulfill our mission. Laughter ensued among the students, and even Principal Shi found amusement in the moment, exclaiming, indeed, that is the spirit we need, direct and decisive. Yet, I must inquire, what mission do you intend to accomplish? Of course, the championship. Wu Di responded emphatically. He was not merely uttering a slogan. He was genuinely determined to win the championship, for that would reward him with 80,000 yuan. With such an amount, he would no longer fret over his dietary plans. Chapter 16. The surge of hormones due to the absence of competitions prior to the holiday. The school team's training had considerably eased. On occasion, Wu Di indulged in a bit of sloth, waking up at 7 in the morning. He had not enjoyed a leisurely morning in months, and the experience was delightful, particularly as he had received 5,000 yuan in cash the previous day, which kept his spirits high. However, an unfortunate consequence emerged. Wu Di's masculine attributes began to rise early in the morning. While he welcomed this development, he could not possibly maintain such a state throughout the morning. The thought of being seen by female classmates was too embarrassing to bear. System? What on earth is happening to me? Wu Di, too shy to inquire with others, directed his question to the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully integrated the energy of all martial generals, resulting in accelerated metabolism and a significant surge in hormone production. This is a normal phenomenon. As long as you engage in a certain degree of physical activity, it will subside. What constitutes a certain degree of physical activity? Wu Di felt an unsettling premonition. Analyzing his current situation, it seemed that a 2-hour morning run would suffice. Wu Di felt a wave of despair wash over him. Even if he rose at 5 o'clock in the morning, running for 2 hours would only bring him to 7. At that hour, the dew outside would render it unsuitable for exercise. Is there no quicker solution? Wu Di inquired anxiously. There is. Simply allow it to be released. Released? Wu Di was exasperated. You might as well tell me to just expel it directly. What kind of ridiculous suggestion is that? Can't you propose a more reasonable solution? What I mean is you could seek a girlfriend and engage in the most primal of human activities. Where am I to find a girlfriend now? To approach her in this state? Wu Di retorted angrily. You never mentioned this aspect before. This is merely a minor side effect. It will diminish significantly once your height has fully developed. But what happens after my upgrade? Will it increase once more? Theoretically, yes. Theoretically? Wu Di was on the verge of madness. You are the system, and you dare to tell me it's theoretical. These side effects do not hinder the host from completing their tasks. 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 Whilst you have besides tasks. My very existence is solely for the purpose of tasks. Apart from them, I am devoid of anything. Listening to the system's cold words, Wu Di finally grasped a crucial truth. His relationship with the system was merely one of mutual exploitation. Although the system endowed him with formidable abilities, it undoubtedly reaped its own benefits from him. This thought sent a shiver down Wu Di's spine. What do you gain from me? Why have you chosen me? Survival. I can only exist through the host. I will gain longevity as the host grows stronger, which is why I assist the host in becoming powerful. Then why not simply grant me energy? What is the purpose of this victory upgrade? My operation necessitates these elements. The host should not suspect ulterior motives. Only when the host fails their tasks will I turn against them. Were those punishments also established for your own survival? Indeed, Wu Di slumped onto his bed, his mind in disarray. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted his own stubborn little brother, still proudly standing erect. A bitter smile crept across his face. Even at this moment, you remain driven by primal urges, truly astonishing. Wu Di spent the entire day indoors, and when the next day arrived, he rose early, donned his tight-fitting pants, and headed to the playground for a run. After 2 hours of running, he chuckled. Have you settled down yet? When class time arrived, Wu Di, wishing to refrain from skipping, attended his lesson. However, upon entering the classroom, he felt an uneasy sensation. Many girls were staring at him. He touched his clothes, finding nothing amiss. What are they looking at? Are they plotting a prank on me? Soon, class began, but Wu Di found it nearly impossible to concentrate. Finally, when the bell rang, Yin Yin approached him, patting him on the shoulder, and said, How have you become so handsome? Handsome? Wu Di was even more perplexed. He had looked in a mirror that morning and noticed no change. Not exactly handsome. Yin Yin scrutinized Wu Di, carefully choosing her words. You've developed a certain masculinity. Being near you, that manly aura is even more pronounced. Masculinity? Wu Di sniffed himself, detecting no odor. What are you sniffing for? Yin Yin remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I never said you smelled. I was merely making a comparison. You now resemble a man more than before. As if you've matured. Previously, you looked around 15. Now, you seem closer to 25. Have I aged? Wu Di furrowed his brow, inquiring. It's hard to explain. Yin Yin waved her hand and remarked, In the past, you resembled a child. Now, you embody the essence of adulthood. Being near you instills a profound sense of security. Wu Di scratched his head, still perplexed by the situation. It's difficult to articulate. Yin Yin, somewhat irritated, waved her hand dismissively and walked away. Just as she departed, the only classmate able to score above 80, the Korean girl Choi Hayan, approached, holding a box of cookies, and offered it to Wu Di. Hero, please indulge in these cookies. Wu Di hesitated to decline, but Choi Hayan playfully chided, We are classmates. There's no need for formality. Besides, you have brought glory to our school. Treating you to cookies is only fitting. Unable to refuse further, Wu Di took a piece and began to chew. Kui, Ayan, seated in front of Wu Di, turned her chair around and inquired, When will you compete in the district tournament? I estimate it will be in April. Wu Di replied cautiously, unsure of why she was engaging him in conversation, given their lack of interaction previously. Choi Hayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you free this Saturday evening? Let us go sing. Sing? Wu Di gazed at her in confusion, uncertain of her meaning. Karaoke. With all the scholarships you've earned. How can you not treat us? I'll find a venue, and we can go sing together, Choi Hayan cheerfully suggested. All right, Wu Di thought with a sigh, realizing that his 5,000 yuan might be at risk. What is your dormitory phone number? I'll call you once I make the arrangements. Choi Hayan took Wu Di's notebook, tore off a blank page, and slid it toward him. After he wrote down his number, he watched her leave, then focused all his attention on the cookies before him, which had cost him a pretty penny. Chapter 17. KTV experience on Saturday afternoon, around 4 o'clock. The phone in Wu Di's dormitory rang. It was Choi Hayan, asking to meet him in front of the cafeteria. Knowing that financial strain was inevitable, he steeled himself for the outing. However, upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found only Choi Hayan waiting for him. Today, she was dressed beautifully, sporting a fashionable ensemble with a distinctly Korean style, which, combined with her fair and charming visage, immediately captivated Wu Di's attention. The Korean ethnic group resides near the Chongbyon Mountain area, close to North Korea, yet they tend to yearn for South Korea. Perhaps it is a matter of national identity. Their perceptions of South Korea are decidedly more favorable than those of North Korea. As the saying goes, the poor go unnoticed in bustling markets, while the wealthy find distant relatives in secluded mountains. This sentiment does not imply that all Koreans possess a disdain for poverty. Rather, they harbor a preference for South Korea over their own nation. Given their shared ethnicity, many young Koreans embrace South Korea's fashion trends. It must be acknowledged that in recent years, South Korea has indeed excelled in the fashion industry, with many Korean products gaining popularity domestically. In the dormitory, Woo Dee found himself amidst peers who avidly watch Korean dramas and films. Consequently, he joined in and enjoyed titles such as My Sassy Girl and The Legend of Chun Hyang, which, to be candid, were indeed captivating. Furthermore, due to the status of the Sien ethnic group as a minority, government policies often favored them, resulting in a majority of Sien individuals enjoying considerable affluence. It appeared that Choi Hyeon's family was relatively well off. Her attire alone seemed to be worth at least $1,000 or $2,000, not to mention her Samsung flip phone, which also cost over $1,000. In stark contrast, Woo Dee's entire outfit barely amounted to $200, leaving him feeling a profound sense of inferiority in her presence. However, Choi Hyeon did not look down on him. She greeted Woo Dee warmly and led him out of the school gates. As they walked, Woo Dee felt increasingly uneasy and couldn't help but inquire, "Where are the others?" "There are no others. Just the two of us." Choi Hyeon replied with a cheerful smile. "Just the two of us?" Woo Dee felt a sudden pang of anxiety. If there were others, it would be less daunting, but just the two of them felt peculiar. "Indeed, are you not willing to sing with me?" Kui Ayen asked. "No, that's not it." Woo Dee's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Was this a date? If so, what was he supposed to do? Who could possibly guide him? "All right, let's go." Choi Hyeon grasped Woo Dee's hand and continued walking. His face flushed instantly. It was his first time holding a girl's hand. Noticing his blush, Choi Hyeon chuckled softly, and they walked in silence until she led him into a nearby KTV establishment. They secured a small private room, ordered some beverages and snacks, and Choi Hyeon selected a song. Woo Dee settled onto the sofa, still dazed, uncertain what actions to take. However, Choi Hyeon's melodious voice and commendable singing talent captivated him, and he quietly listened as she performed. After one song, Choi Hyeon sat beside him and asked, "What would you like to sing?" "I'm not good at singing," Woo Dee said shyly. "No worries, come on, I'll help you choose." Choi Hyeon pulled him up towards the song selection machine. "Let us go with Sailor," he decided, opting for a song he felt more confident in. Once Choi Hyeon finished selecting the song, she handed the microphone to Woo Dee. As he began to sing, he noticed he had improved significantly since acquiring the system. Despite a few off-key moments, he felt relatively satisfied with his performance. Halfway through the song, the door swung open, and a server entered with drinks and snacks. Kui Yayan, evidently a frequent visitor to KTV, opened several bottles of beer and handed one to Woo Dee. Although he rarely drank, he had a decent tolerance. He figured he could manage 8 or 10 of these small bottles. They clinked their bottles together and took a sip. After finishing, Woo Dee realized something was amiss. The beer seemed to lack a substantial amount of alcohol. He continued singing, completing his song, while Choi Hyeon queued up several dance tracks and led him to sit behind the coffee table. On the coffee table lay 2 dice cups, each containing 3 dice. "Cool, let's play a game. The loser must take a sip of wine." Woo Dee recalled having seen such an arrangement in films, where rolling dice in gambling scenes was quite impressive. He too was curious to see if he could roll a triplet like in God of Gamblers. Yet, as he rolled the dice, he soon realized that he lacked such prowess. The outcome was purely a matter of chance. Choi Hyeon, on the other hand, had a knack for elevating the mood. Fueled by the rhythm of the dance music, the two of them erupted in playful shouts, quickly consuming an entire case of beer and an ample amount of snacks. As they grew warmer from the excitement, they shed their outer garments, tossing them onto the sofa. Beneath her coat, Choi Hyeon wore a snug little sweater that perfectly accentuated her figure, leaving Woo Dee feeling parched, prompting him to take a swig of beer to quench his thirst. His mind began to feel somewhat sluggish. The beer clearly contained alcohol, albeit at a low concentration, which contributed to a gradual intoxication. Choi Hyeon then switched to a more exhilarating dance track and urged Woo Dee to rise from the sofa. "Let's dance." "I don't know how," Woo Dee replied, leaning closer as the music blared loudly. "I will teach you," Choi Hyeon responded, moving in front of him and beginning to dance. Woo Dee was uncertain of her dancing skills, yet he found himself completely captivated by her. his gaze fixated on her every move. "You should dance too," she encouraged, and Wu Di began to sway along, fully aware that his dancing was far from graceful, yet he dismissed his self-consciousness. A wave of warmth surged through him, igniting an impulse to draw nearer to Cui Haiyan. He acted on this desire, closing the distance between them and taking her hand. Cui Haiyan gazed at him silently, as if anticipating something. "I like you," Wu Di blurted out, his thoughts no longer filtering through reason. He had lost sight of what liking someone truly meant. "I like you too," Cui Haiyan replied, her eyes slightly glazed as she took a deep breath, seemingly intoxicated by the moment. She wrapped her arms around Wu Di's neck and pressed her lips fervently against his. At that instant, Wu Di's mind was overwhelmed, as if an explosion had occurred. His entire being surrendered to instinct. He embraced Cui Haiyan tightly, wishing to meld their bodies into one. Chapter 18. It feels like being spoiled around 9 o'clock in the evening. Wu Di and Cui Haiyan emerged from the KTV, hand in hand, now seemingly a couple. The reason for the ambiguity lay in the fact that neither had explicitly defined their relationship, yet they had held hands, shared kisses, and even progressed to third base. For those unfamiliar with the term third base, it is advised to look it up, as even Wu Di was aware of its meaning. Neither spoke as they savored their final moments of intimacy. Upon reaching the school, Wu Di escorted Cui Haiyan back to her dormitory and, after watching her ascend the stairs, returned to his own abode to rest. The following afternoon, Wu Di received another call from Cui Haiyan. As Wu Di descended into the cafeteria and encountered Cui Haiyan, he noticed she was holding a box in her hands. "This is for you. It will make our communication more convenient in the future," she said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon receiving the box, Wu Di discovered it contained a mobile phone, a Samsung Flip model, worth over $1,000. He felt a bit flustered, gazing at Cui Haiyan, realizing the gift was quite extravagant. Cui Haiyan smiled reassuringly. "We are now in a romantic relationship. Consider this a gift. Please don't refuse it." Wu Di hesitated, wanting to express his reluctance, but found it difficult to articulate. Declining might hurt her feelings. Moreover, he genuinely cherished his budding affection for her and wished to avoid any awkwardness. "I also bought you a SIM card. Let us set it up." Cui Haiyan eagerly opened the box, inserted the card, saved her number, and then called him, handing the phone to Wu Di. "Listen, the sound quality should be excellent." Reluctantly, he accepted the device and held it to his ear as Cui Haiyan's voice rang out. "Hello, Wu Di, this is Cui Haiyan." The clarity of her voice was remarkable, unchanged and crisp. Cui Haiyan looked at him expectantly. "What do you think? The sound quality is quite good, right?" Wu Di nodded in agreement. Understanding that he might be overwhelmed, she placed the box before him and added, "When I call you in the future, you must answer promptly." After returning to his dorm, Wu Di felt a twinge of anxiety. Although they were now a couple, the magnitude of her gift weighed heavily on him. He wished to reciprocate, but struggled to think of an appropriate present for Cui Haiyan. After much contemplation, he decided to consult his roommate, Hu Jia, who was engrossed in a Korean drama. "Jia, if I want to give a gift to a girl, what would be suitable?" "A gift?" Hu Jia's eyes lit up. "For whom?" "Cui Haiyan," Wu Di replied candidly, as he felt comfortable sharing with his close-knit group of friends. "Are you trying to pursue her?" Hu Jia inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. "Not exactly," well, sort of, Wu Di replied, wrestling with his own feelings. "Is she your girlfriend now?" Hu Jia pressed for clarification. "Yes, she is. Today, she gifted me a phone, and I want to give her something in return," Wu Di explained, passing the flip phone to Hu Jia. Hu Jia examined the device and exclaimed, "This is a new Samsung model, worth over $1,000. She gave this to you?" Wu Di nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Who would have thought?" "Wu Di, you're quite swift, and it seems Cui Haiyan comes from a well-off family. To just gift you something so pricey," Hu Jia teased. "Enough of the idle chatter," Wu Di replied, nudging him playfully. "Help me think of an appropriate gift." Hu Jia asked, "What price range are you considering?" "Something significant. Perhaps over $1,000. As this is essentially a token of affection," Wu Di acknowledged. "I've received $5,000 from the school. Otherwise, I would have to ask my father for money." Hu Jia was aware that Wu Di's family circumstances were not particularly favorable. After contemplating for a moment, he suggested, "How about you consider purchasing some jewelry?" "Jewelry?" Wu Di looked at Hu Jia, eager to hear his reasoning. "For what I gather, Cui Haiyan already possesses a smartphone and a laptop, so she has no need for such high-tech gadgets. Buying them would simply be a waste, and they are quite expensive." Hu Jia reasoned. As for clothing, you are not yet familiar with her preferences since you have only recently started dating. However, jewelry is different. You could inquire about her birthday and zodiac sign, then find out which gemstones correspond to her sign. You could purchase a gemstone necklace or ring, which would cost too much. Moreover, this would demonstrate your thoughtfulness, and she is sure to appreciate it. Wu found Hu Jia's suggestion quite appealing. On Monday, he asked Cui Haiyan's classmates about her birthday and learned it was on November 24th, the following Thursday. He also discovered that she would be hosting a birthday party that day and inviting her dormitory mates to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Wu felt a pang of anxiety about his finances. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and researched online. Cui Haiyan was a Sagittarius, and her birthstones included rubies, amethysts, rose quartz, and tourmaline. Interestingly, amethyst was also known to enhance romantic endeavors, which intrigued Wu Di. Although the notion of being kept was rather unpalatable, he found it somewhat appealing. Wu Di was not particularly concerned about the implications of being supported. Rather, he was more troubled by the idea of being indebted to someone. Despite Cui Haiyan being his girlfriend, he disliked the notion of owing her anything. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of traditional masculinity, where he preferred to be in a position of favor. Cui Haiyan's birthday party was quite grand, with many of her close classmates invited, including 3 boys from Wu Di's dormitory who attended out of loyalty to him. She had reserved a large private room at a nearby hotel. Wu Di made a point to shower, get a trendy haircut, and don a suit and dress shoes before arriving early to help with the preparations. As a semi-host, he was responsible for greeting the guests. The female students in the class regarded Wu Di with newfound interest. Some appeared surprised, while others seemed somewhat discontent. Notably, those who had maintained amicable relations with Wu Di, such as Yin Yin and Song Shu, appeared a bit upset. Wu Di, somewhat puzzled by their reactions, eventually pulled Hu Jia aside and asked, "Why do the girls seem a bit strange today?" With a smile, Hu Jia replied, "Have you not noticed that most of the girls Cui Haiyan invited are those who are relatively close to you?" "What's wrong with that?" Wu Di asked, "Somevat bewildered." "It's quite significant," Hu Jia whispered. "Cui Haiyan is essentially announcing to them that you are taken, discouraging any romantic advances. Surely it can't be that serious?" Wu Di thought Hu Jia's theory was overly conspiratorial. "Don't you realize that many girls in our class are fond of you?" Hu Jia inquired. "How could that be?" Wu Di chuckled. "I'm neither tall nor particularly handsome. It's hard to believe I could attract any attention." "Then why do you suppose Cui Haiyan likes you?" Hu Jia pressed. Wu Di was taken aback, pondering the question. Indeed, why? Why does Cui Haiyan have an affinity for herself? What is it about herself that she finds appealing? Wu Di, perplexed, posed the question once more to the system. "System, can you enlighten me as to why Cui Haiyan is fond of me?" The increase in male hormones within the host makes you more attractive to women. It is entirely natural to be well-liked. Are you implying that Cui Haiyan's affection for me is due to hormonal influences? Indeed, this revelation struck Wu Di profoundly. He had not anticipated that his inconvenient male hormones could serve such a purpose. Nevertheless, he felt elated. Being favored by the ladies certainly brought him joy, even if he could only admire their beauty from afar. Upon discovering the reason behind her affection, Wu Di inexplicably found his confidence soaring, and upon returning to the private room, he exhibited an even more impressive demeanor. This prompted the other girls to cast envious glances at Cui Haiyan, who had made the first move, leaving them lamenting their missed opportunity. However, whether any girl secretly harbored intentions to claim Wu Di for herself remained a mystery. As the dishes began to arrive, everyone took their seats. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, they had nearly finished their meal when the waiter presented a cake. "Make a wish," the classmates urged. Cui Haiyan closed her eyes and made a wish before extinguishing the candles. After slicing the cake, her classmates presented their gifts to her. Wu Di also revealed the bouquet of flowers he had prepared, presenting it to Cui Haiyan. "Happy birthday, Haiyan." She received the flowers with delight, clearly pleased with Wu Di's performance. Only a man of such caliber could be worthy of her. Wu Di then took out a ring box from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to her. "This is my birthday gift for you. I hope it symbolizes my desire to always protect you." Wow! The classmates erupted into cheers, swept up in the heartfelt words Wu Di had expressed, regardless of their sincerity. Cui Haiyan, equally moved, extended her hand towards Wu Di. "Please put on for me." Wu Di slipped the ring onto her right hand's ring finger, and in a moment of joy, Chui Haiyan cupped Wu Di's face and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Wow! The classmates cheered once more, finding the scene too beautiful to bear. Amidst the lively atmosphere, they devoured the cake, and before long, someone playfully smeared cake on Wu Di's face, igniting a cake fight. As the happiest couple of the day, Wu Di and Chui Haiyan quickly became the targets. Soon adorned with cream, once the fun had run its course, the classmates began to disperse, returning to school for some rest. Wu Di stayed behind to help Chui Haiyan wash off the cream from her face. After settling the bill, he prepared to leave, but to his surprise, Chui Haiyan pulled him upstairs, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The upper floor contained guest rooms, and once inside, Chui Haiyan removed her cream-stained clothes, cleaned herself with a towel, and found a place to hang her clothes to dry. Then, she kissed Wu Di once more. Although it was his first experience with a girlfriend, he understood the implications of being in a hotel room. Wu Di took the initiative, tossing Chui Haiyan onto the bed before pouncing upon her. The scene faded to black. The following morning, at 5:30, Wu Di awoke once more, gazing at the tear-streaked face of Chui Haiyan beside him, feeling a mix of compassion and pride. He was pained by the suffering she had endured the previous night, yet proud that he could now consider himself a man of strength. Wu Di glanced down and noticed that his arousal had subsided, which was indeed good news for him, as it meant he could run without enduring the lingering gazes of others. Of course, the most significant news was that he was no longer a virgin. Haha! Wu Di carefully rose from the bed, noticing that his clothes had not yet dried, prompting him to scratch his head in confusion. He observed that Chui Haiyan was sleeping soundly and did not wish to disturb her. Scanning the room, he noticed a vacant space near the door and decided to drop down for some push-ups, considering it a morning workout. Around 7 o'clock, Chui Haiyan finally awakened. Upon realizing Wu Di was no longer beside her, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Searching the room, she discovered him squatting at the door, which elicited a smile from her. This fellow truly resembled a bull, full of energy to rise early and exercise. Chui Haiyan's movements roused Wu Di, who promptly approached her and asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I go buy some breakfast?" Chui Haiyan shook her head and replied, "No need. We can eat at school." "All right, but don't you want to lie down for a bit longer?" Wu Di inquired. Chui Haiyan blushed and shot him a glare, retorting, "Lie down? Aren't we having class today? It's fine. Whether we attend or not is inconsequential. Missing one class, one team matter," Wu Di replied nonchalantly. Indeed, he had not always been diligent about attending classes. The teachers were not overly strict. Students could choose to go or not, and Chui Haiyan had skipped classes as well. Chapter 20. The Cuba regional competition commences. Chui Haiyan insisted on returning to class, but after disembarking from the taxi, she could no longer bear it. After breakfast, she returned to the dormitory to lie down. Wu Di also skipped class and headed back to his dorm, only to find that the others had not attended either. The brothers in the dorm began to tease Wu Di, inquiring about how many times he had been with Chui Haiyan the previous night. Their relationship had rapidly deepened, becoming exceedingly close. Frequently, they would rent a room in an inn, spending money rather swiftly. Consequently, they decided to rent an apartment off campus next semester. The money they spent on rooms would suffice to cover the rent and still leave them with some surplus. Before long, winter break arrived, and the two reluctantly bid farewell. In the initial days at home, Wu Di felt at ease, but soon after, he felt as if his heart was growing restless, calling Chui Haiyan daily for hours on end. Wu Di's parents were aware that he was in a relationship. He did not hide it and show them photos on his phone. Chui Haiyan's beauty was undoubtedly impressive, and Wu Di's parents were pleased, considering it the best news they had received all year. In the 2 months leading up to the new year, Wu Di has experienced a significant growth spurt, reaching a height of 176 meters by the start of the school term. This development has brought joy to many, especially his parents, who are thrilled by their son's progress and excellence. Chui Haiyan is also delighted, as her boyfriend's newfound height makes them a more compatible couple. Most ecstatic, however, is the school team coach, Wu Sheng, who recognizes that Wu Di's increased stature has diminished his shortcomings on the court, making him a viable candidate for a starting position. Upon the commencement of the academic year, the groupings for the Cuba regional competition were announced, placing the School of Economics and Management in Group B alongside Jincheng University, Haicheng Institute of Technology, Bingshan University of Technology, and Jincheng University. The first match is scheduled for April 2nd, hosted by Northeast University. The school team has resumed training. In Shuihaiyan has rented an 80-square-meter apartment in a nearby community for a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan. After moving in, they tidied up the space, replacing several essential items and kitchenware, and with a bit of renovation, they created a cozy little home. However, their time together is limited to the evenings, as Wu Di is occupied with training throughout the day, making him virtually unavailable until nighttime. Nonetheless, their lives together remain harmonious, filled with joy and contentment. Wu Di rises at 5:30 each morning for training, and it is not until the end of March that he heads to the accommodation arranged by Northeast University. Although Northeast University is also located in Jiangsheng, the School of Economics and Management relocated to the university's guest house on March 30th to adapt to the new environment. Wusheng has gathered information on the other 4 schools, and their first opponent will be Haiqing Institute of Technology. While not particularly strong, they boast a scoring expert, Du Yu, who wears number 7. Known for his precise three-point shooting, he adeptly finds open spaces when opponents are inattentive, showcasing remarkable movement skills. Du Yu once scored 35 points in a preliminary match, sinking 7 three-pointers, with an average of around 25 points in those games, making him Bingqing University of Technology's primary scoring asset. The only games Bingqing lost were those in which Du Yu was heavily guarded. Hence, if they can contain Du Yu, victory in this match should be within reach. Wu Di, you will be responsible for Du Yu. He stands at 187 meters, approximately 10 centimeters taller than you. Do you think you can manage? Wu Sheng inquired. Wu Di nodded, now standing at 178 meters, having grown about 2 centimeters in March. The second match will be against Jincheng University, a seasoned powerhouse that consistently ranks among the top 4 in their division. Their current strength poses a challenge, necessitating a robust offensive strategy to surpass them. The third match will be against Jincheng University, another established team. However, they have lost their star point guard from the previous year and, like Wu Di's team, barely qualify for the regional competition this year. Jincheng University struggles with stamina, often faltering in the fourth quarter, which has led to numerous defeats. As the fourth quarter approached, Wu Di, you must exert every effort to penetrate the defense of Jincheng University. Ideally, we should aim to take down 1 or 2 of their starters, which would enable us to secure an effortless victory against them. Indeed, in the fourth match, Ice City University of Technology possesses a strength comparable to ours. They lack any exceptional players and have merely benefited from a favorable schedule, allowing them to advance to the regional competition by mere chance. As long as we play as we typically do, we shall prevail over them. On April 2nd, at 4 p.m., within the gymnasium of Northeast University, the School of Economics and Management and Haiqing University of Technology were poised to commence their match. Over the course of several days, 4 matches would unfold in this arena, 2 from Group A and 2 from Group B. The 2 Group A matches were scheduled for the morning, while the 2 Group B matches would take place in the afternoon. In a prior match featuring the School of Economics and Management, Jincheng University faced off against Jincheng University, a coincidence in pronunciation that amused many spectators. Both teams were formidable, and the competition was fiercely contested. Wu Di arrived early to observe the contest between the 2 teams. Initially, Jincheng University managed to hold their ground against Jincheng University, relying on their traditions from previous years. However, as the match progressed, the momentum shifted, and by the second half, the outcome became increasingly predictable. Although Wu Di was not well-versed in tactics, he possessed a profound understanding of the players. He was confident that neither Jincheng University nor Jincheng University had anyone capable of effectively defending against him. He felt assured regardless of which team he faced. Jincheng University triumphed over Jincheng University with a margin of 20 points, signaling the decline of the latter. With decline comes resurgence. This year, the School of Economics and Management broke through the preliminary rounds for the first time, becoming the inaugural college in Cuba's history to do so. Furthermore, as a local institution, the students present were ardent supporters of the School of Economics and Management. Among the audience were numerous fans of Wu Di, who, upon his entrance, erupted in chants of his nickname, Little Race Car, Little Race Car. Some players were hearing this moniker for the first time, including Wu Sheng, who curiously inquired, "Who is this? So popular?" Yang Si, stifling a laugh, explained these are all fans of Wu Di. Wu Di's popularity caused Wu Sheng to frown slightly, as he regarded Wu Di as a secret weapon. This newfound fame would undoubtedly jeopardize that secrecy. This nickname had originated from Ice City University, and now nearly all universities in the Northeast knew of Wu Di. Numerous videos of his matches circulated online, accessible only to those who were not internet savvy. Chapter 21. The duel of scoring prodigies. Yang Xi's words further darkened Wu Sheng's expression, for he himself was not an internet user. Nevertheless, Yang Xi's comments served as a wake-up call. He said to Yang Xi, before the next match, "Please search for information on Jincheng University online and see if there are any discrepancies in what we have." Yang Xi eagerly agreed, recognizing that assisting the coach was a valuable opportunity. Just then, the match was about to begin. Wu Sheng determined the starting lineup with great seriousness, and Wu Di was assigned to the court. Although he played as a point guard, when it came to defense, he had to contend with Du Yu, number 7 from Haicheng University of Technology. The School of Economics and Management gained an advantage in the jump ball, and Wu Di advanced the ball past half court. Rather than launching a direct attack, he opted to follow the team's Princeton offense strategy. After the preliminary matches, under Wu Sheng's guidance, Wu Di underwent significant changes. Not only did he refine his technical skills, but he also acquired various tactical insights. Now he could effectively execute the Princeton offense alongside his teammates, which was a primary reason for Wu Sheng's decision to place him in the starting lineup. After a few successful passes, Wu Di suddenly executed a breakthrough, drawing the attention of 2 defenders before passing the ball to a teammate, who scored from an open position. Haicheng University of Technology seemed unconcerned, as the game had just begun. Once Du Yu had crossed half court, he sought a suitable shooting position, attempting to shake off his teammate to receive the ball and score. This was a routine he had practiced diligently. However, after a few strides, he was astonished to find that this shorter player was keeping pace with him. Du Yu furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Wu Di. He had great confidence in his movement skills, yet he could not seem to shake off this shorter player. With no advantageous opportunities, Du Yu's teammates were compelled to initiate their own attacks. Unfortunately, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, landing in the hands of the School of Economics and Management. At that moment, Du Yu noticed a figure darting past him. He turned to see it was the very player who had just defended him, racing swiftly down the court. Upon crossing the midline, the School of Economics and Management launched the basketball, and Wu Di caught it in stride, gliding swiftly to the basket for a layup. It was then that Du Yu realized why he could not shake off Wu Di. The latter's speed surpassed his own. However, Du Yu was not without recourse. He signaled to his teammates. Wu Di returned to shadow Du Yu, who made a reverse cut, prompting Wu Di to follow, only to collide with a towering figure clad in yellow, number 4, the center from Haicheng University of Technology. Seizing the opportunity, Du Yu received the ball and made a 3-point shot, altering the score to 43. Wu Di, unfazed by the turn of events, had not anticipated Du Yu's decisiveness. Recognizing he could not evade his defender, he promptly called for a teammate to set screen. This demonstrated Du Yu's selflessness, rather than relying solely on his abilities. He showed himself to be a natural team player. After receiving the ball, Wu Di advanced to half court and passed it to a teammate, positioning himself beyond the 3-point line. Perhaps underestimating his shooting ability, the defenders allowed him a 2-meter cushion. Seizing this opportunity, a teammate quickly passed the ball to him. Wu Di, upon receiving it, feigned a drive. As the defenders shifted their weight, he swiftly retracted his motion, leaping in place to release the shot, successfully netting a 3-pointer. With 5 consecutive points, Wu Di finally attracted the attention of Haicheng University of Technology, who no longer allowed him the freedom to shoot or drive. Wu Di also endeavored to thwart Du Yu's scoring attempts, closely trailing him. At times, even screens were ineffective against his tenacity. Du Yu attempted to shoot over Wu Di, but after 2 failed attempts, he conceded defeat, as Wu Di's leaping ability surpassed his own. In the first quarter, both Wu Di and Du Yu struggled to make significant contributions due to each other's stringent defenses, resulting in the business school leading by a mere 4 points. As the second quarter commenced, both players were substituted. Du Yu was fatigued, while Wu Di was withdrawn for tactical reasons, though he could still endure for at least half a quarter. The teams introduced their substitutes and engaged in a closely contested battle. By the 8th minute, both teams seamlessly reintroduced Wu Di and Du Yu, aiming to either extend their lead or narrow the deficit. Their matchup became a riveting duel between 2 scoring prodigies. Du Yu relied on his teammates to shield Wu Di, seeking open shots, while Wu Di required his teammates to obstruct defenders, creating opportunities for advantageous plays. In the remaining 2 minutes, an offensive frenzy erupted, with each team exchanging three-pointers and layups, causing the score to escalate dramatically. The spectators on the sidelines were electrified, witnessing the essence of scoring and fervor. Such a spectacle was rarely seen even in the CBA. Du made 2 out of 3 three-point attempts, securing 6 points, while Wu Di netted 3 layups, also amassing 6 points, resulting in a tie between them. As the second half commenced, it was time for a fierce contest. Wu Sheng disrupted the original strategy, directing the interior players to aggressively pursue rebounds, while instructing Wu Di to initiate fast breaks. Once Wu Di picked up speed, no one from Haicheng University of Technology could keep pace. Counterattacks became the simplest means of scoring, as Wu Di sprinted down the court, continually sending the ball through the hoop. Little race car, little race car. The students watching the game couldn't contain their excitement whenever they saw Wu Di in motion, with each cheer heralding another successful fast break. Du, observing Wu Di's relentless legs, felt a pang of despair and lowered his head, as he could no longer keep up. The business school accelerated the game's tempo solely through Wu Di's efforts, while players from both sides raced across the court. But Du's stamina had long been depleted. When Wu Di once again scored, Haicheng University of Technology finally conceded by substituting their main players. Wu Sheng also took Wu Di off the court, allowing him to bask in the audience's applause. In this match, he had won over many spectators. Upon checking the recognition for his nickname Little Race Car, Wu Di discovered that the count had risen to over 30,000. This number did not solely arise from this game. The total attendance had barely exceeded 10,000, but instead reflected the acclaim he had garnered online over the past few months. After the match concluded, Wu Di returned to the guest house, took a shower, and then called Cui Haiyan. Haiyan, guess how many points I scored today? How many? Cui Haiyan could hardly guess, as she had intended to watch the match but found the tickets at Northeast University's gymnasium fully allocated, with none reserved for players. Just a casual guess. 30 points? Close. More or less? More. Than 25 points? Too low. How about 26 points? You are indeed astute. Yangxi rolled his eyes in exasperation beside him. Chapter 22. Jincheng University. 3 days after triumphing over Haicheng Institute of Technology, the team faced Jincheng University. According to Wu Sheng's strategy, this was envisioned as a grand offensive spectacle, hence he deliberately included Yangxi in the starting lineup to set screens for Wu Di. His intent was to unleash Wu Di's full offensive potential, aiming to swiftly vanquish Jincheng University. However, the match commenced in a manner entirely contrary to Wu Sheng's expectations. The first quarter devolved into a defensive battle. Jincheng University won the tip-off, and their point guard, seeking to orchestrate the formation from beyond the three-point line, was swiftly thwarted by Wu Di, who seized the opportunity to swat the ball away. He executed a dazzling fast break, scoring with a layup. This solitary 2 points marked the only score in the opening 3 minutes. The players from a school of management appeared to be invigorated, exerting tremendous effort in their defense. Yangxi disrupted Jincheng University's shooting attempts and secured possession of the basketball. Yet, Jincheng University quickly obstructed Yangxi's line of sight, leaving him unable to find Wu Di, compelling him to pass to other teammates. After crossing half-court, when Yangxi finally managed to pass the ball to Wu Di, he found himself besieged by 2 defenders. Unfortunately, his pass ricocheted off an opponent's leg and went out of bounds. Although the ball remained with the School of Management, the shot clock dwindled to under 10 seconds, forcing Wu Di to hurriedly attempt a shot, the outcome of which was all but predictable. Upon regaining possession, Jincheng University endeavored to execute a pick and roll. However, misfortune befell their point guard, who collided with the approaching Yangxi, necessitating a return pass to the center. The center, towering nearly 30 centimeters above Wu Di, attempted a shot over him, presenting a formidable challenge for Wu Di's defense. Nevertheless, Wu Di leapt, delicately grazing the ball with his fingertips, sending it soaring high, where it struck the backboard and rebounded down. A melee ensued beneath the basket, but ultimately, a forward from Jincheng University emerged with the ball. They attempted to reorganize their offense, but after several unsuccessful opportunities, they were forced into a hasty shot that barely grazed the backboard before falling into the hands of the School of Management. This time, Wu Di's offensive play unfolded smoothly as he surged into the paint, drawing the attention of 2 defenders. He passed an open teammate, but the shot was missed. How could Wu Di possibly secure the rebound against 2 taller opponents? The center from Jincheng University seized the ball and promptly dished it to the point guard, seeking to initiate a fast break. Seeing the center's pass, Wu Di emerged from the crowd, sprinting towards the front court. He caught up to the point guard at the free throw line, subtly nudging him, which slowed the point guard's pace. With no viable opportunities available, the point guard retreated beyond the three-point line to reorganize the attack. Wu Di followed suit, and once others were in position, they fell back into the previous cycle of play. Thus, both teams found themselves engaged in an unprecedentedly intense defensive struggle, setting the tone for this intriguing match. The spectators at the sidelines appeared drowsy, for the match had become exceedingly tedious. Though the ball was struck back and forth, minutes passed without a single score. One might wonder if they were indeed playing football. By the conclusion of the first half, the School of Management trailed by 2 points. But the scoring for both teams had plummeted to less than half of their usual output. In the second half, the situation improved marginally due to the increased defensive intensity, which resulted in many players accruing fouls. However, these were typically standard fouls, and neither side contested the referee's decisions. Interestingly, what should have been a fiery contest lacked any semblance of animosity. As the number of fouls increased, the defensive pressure from both teams diminished, as it was inevitable. Some players had already committed 4 fouls, and another infraction would lead to their ejection. Wu Sheng, noticing this predicament, called a timeout and advised Wu Di, "The opponents have committed too many fouls. Of our starting 5, 1 has 4 fouls, 3 have 3, and 1 has 2. There are also 2 players on the bench with 3 fouls. You must strategically attack their interior, aiming to take a few starters out of the game." Wu Di's eyes lit up. While he was not well acquainted with drawing fouls, he understood that penetrating the paint could easily induce them. He resolved to force their hand. "If you do not foul, I shall score. Let us see how much you can endure." Upon returning to the court, Wu Di instructed his teammates to spread out and began to isolate against the opposing point guard. The defender's prowess was lacking, allowing Wu Di to effortlessly break through. Upon entering the paint, the opposing interior defender rushed to provide help. Undeterred, Wu Di drove straight towards the defender for a layup. Smack! Wu Di's hand was struck, and the referee's whistle echoed, bringing him joy, for his choice had proven sound. The players from Jincheng University, now acutely aware of the situation, hurriedly called a timeout to caution their team about the accumulation of fouls. With this development, Wu Di found himself navigating the paint with ease. Each incursion inevitably resulted in points, and soon he had widened the scoring gap. The center from Jincheng University, frustrated, seized an opportunity to block Wu Di's shot. Just as he attempted to swat the ball away, Wu Di deftly raised a shoulder, elevating the ball just out of reach, causing the center's hand to collide with his. With a dejected demeanor, the center exited the game, having committed his 5th foul. The coach of Jincheng University struck his palm in frustration, realizing the tide of the match had irrevocably turned. Following the ejection of the opposing center, Wu Di thrived even further in the paint, rapidly extending the lead to over 15 points with a combination of drives and jump shots. As the fourth quarter waned, Jincheng University conceded defeat. Following this victory over Jincheng University, the School of Management surged forward, buoyed by their triumph, and just 3 days later, they vanquished Jincheng University again, a team lacking any exceptional players, proving insufficient to thwart the momentum of the School of Management. 4 days later, the School of Economics and Management triumphed over Ice City University of Technology, securing first place in Group B with an impressive record of 4 victories, thereby earning a coveted spot in the national top 8 tournament. However, prior to this prestigious event, they were set to compete against the first place team from Group A, Capital University, to determine the top team from their division. The slots for the national top 8 had already been filled, comprising Capital University, the School of Economics and Management, Ice City University, and Gold City University. Wu Di eagerly anticipated the match against Capital University, renowned as the finest institution in the country, home to numerous talented players, though their true prowess remained an enigma. Having previously faced Gold City University, Wu Di speculated that Capital University would not be lacking in skill either. Chapter 23. Division Finals. The match between the School of Economics and Management and Capital University was a division final. Before the game, Wu Sheng received a call from Principal Shi, informing them that the awards were prepared and would be distributed upon their return. This news caused Wu Di some concern. How would the school determine the prize money? Would it be a flat sum of 10,000? Or would they await the conclusion of a national top 8 tournament to allocate the remaining funds? The mere thought of finances caused Wu Di's mind to falter, a consequence of his frugal upbringing. The previous 5,000 had been entirely spent by the time the new year arrived. The funds for renting an apartment were primarily covered by his affluent girlfriend, which added to his pressure. Thus, Wu Di was keen to secure the school as prize money, for it represented his sole avenue for financial gain. Competing against Capital University delighted Wu Di, as a victory would grant him 9 wins. If he triumphed again in the national top 8 tournament, he could enhance his martial prowess, rendering him even more formidable and less fearful of any opponent. Rising early, Wu Di rejuvenated himself, channeling all his focus into the impending match. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, he received encouraging news. It seemed Capital University had not prioritized this match. Or perhaps they underestimated the School of Economics and Management, as they had spent the previous afternoon leisurely exploring and returned late in the evening. Their underestimation was music to Wu Di's ears. He sought victories, and with each win, he could continue to progress. However, his teammates were less pleased, feeling slighted and eager to teach Capital University a lesson. Indeed, Capital University was formidable, arguably even stronger than Gold City University. Yet their complacency compromised their competitive attitude. Wu Sheng urged the players not to exert themselves too early, advising them to conserve energy for the second or even third quarters. However, his counsel appeared ineffective. While Wu Di adhered to his instructions, the other 4 players displayed an overwhelming intensity. The performance of the starters was unexpectedly exceptional, with Wu Di effortlessly assisting and scoring whenever he passed to an open teammate, racking up 8 assists in just 1 quarter. Capital University was momentarily taken aback, as the prowess of the School of Economics and Management was seemingly underestimated. However, upon their initial encounter today, it became evident that the opposing team was operating at an extraordinary level, with every open shot appearing to guarantee success. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the School of Economics and Management led by a substantial margin of 14 points at 32-18. During the intermission, the coach of Capital University delivered a stern reprimand to the players, who visibly recognized their missteps and began to focus more intently. Unfortunately, their concentration arrived a tad too late, as in the first quarter, Wu Di had scarcely exerted himself, primarily facilitating passes and racking up assists. Thus, in the second quarter, Wu Sheng opted not to substitute Wu Di, instead introducing Yang Si with a singular directive to secure victory within 2 quarters. Wu Sheng was not an antiquated strategist. Rather, he adeptly adapted to the evolving circumstances. With a significant lead established in the first quarter, it was imperative to solidify that advantage in the second, preventing Capital University from mounting a comeback. When Capital University deployed its bench players, disaster ensued, as the substitutes faltered under the pick-and-roll tactics of Wu Di and Yang Si, becoming utterly perplexed about defensive strategies. Capital University promptly reinstated their starters, managing to stabilize the situation, yet this maneuver fell directly into Wu Sheng's trap, as the starters were left fatigued by the time the third quarter commenced. Conversely, Wu Di, with his rapidly recovering stamina, demonstrated the formidable strength of his athletic prowess. By halftime, he had regained a significant portion of his energy. Observing Wu Di still brimming with vitality on the court, the coach of Capital University could only lament in silence. In this match, Wu Di truly shone, penetrating defenses with unparalleled ease. Many knowledgeable students marveled at his agility, exclaiming that he truly deserved the moniker Little Speedster for his incisive breakthroughs. However, this nickname seemed insufficient to encapsulate his abilities. He should be dubbed the Flash, akin to Wade's effortless drives. Some students noted that, although Parker is known as the French Speedster, his penetrative skills were not as sharp as Wade's. Following the match, an enthusiastic individual uploaded a video showcasing Wu Di's breakthrough skills online, titling it, "Little Speedster is no longer adequate. He has become the Flash." Trailing by 22 points after 3 quarters, Capital University conceded in the fourth quarter. The School of Economics and Management returned to campus proudly bearing the title of Northeast Division Champions. Principal Shi generously distributed a red envelope, rewarding each player with 10,000 yuan. Yet, the surprises did not end there. 3 days later, Wu Di stumbled upon a news article in Jiangsheng highlighting the School of Economics and Management's triumph in the Cuban Northeast Division Championship. Concurrently, Wu Di received his first nickname. The host garnered a second nickname, The Flash with 12,538 endorsements. The Flash? What does that mean? Wu Di, upon first encountering this nickname, took to the internet to discern its significance. It was only upon consulting Baidu that I learned the Flash is indeed a comic book superhero from the United States, reputed to be the fastest man in the world. Surprisingly, this moniker also belongs to none other than Dwayne Wade, the star player of the NBA's Miami Heat. Wu Di, intrigued, sought out videos of Wade's games and was instantly filled with a sense of humility, realizing the vast chasm that existed between his abilities and those of Wade, at least in terms of speed. After watching Wade's performances, Wu Di finally comprehended the disparity between himself and NBA players. The national quarterfinals will not commence until May, and the format consists of knockout rounds. After opponents are drawn, 2 matches are played, one home and one away. Should each team secure one victory, the outcome will be determined by point differential. If the point differential remains tied, free throws will decide the winner. Similar to penalty shootouts in football, the initial 5 free throws must be executed. If still equal, the team that scores first prevails. With a month remaining until the national quarterfinals, Wu Di returned to school to resume his studies. During this period, he and Cui Haiyan had grown somewhat distant, primarily due to the limited time spent together. Determined to make amends for his absence, Wu Di resolved to dedicate quality time to Cui Haiyan. Although she harbored some grievances, she was quite understanding and did not hold it against him. She supported Wu Di's passion for basketball, and given his current growth rate, it would not be long before he was ready to compete in professional leagues. Even if the NBA eluded him, he could certainly establish himself in the CBA. Chapter 24. Instant fame. Wu Di found little respite after the Jiangxing News reported the business school's triumph in the Cuba Regional Championship, as numerous interview requests flooded in. As a pivotal figure in the business school's victory, Wu Di became a primary focus of these interviews. Initially, the media comprised small outlets, newspapers, radio stations, and even campus publications. However, under the hospitality of Principal Shi, the players and coaches were encouraged to participate in interviews, with an emphasis on extolling the virtues of the business school. The players were more than willing to assist Principal Shi in this promotional endeavor. Fully aware of what to say, Wu Di, however, had never faced an interview before, unsure of how to navigate the questions. Consequently, he resorted to fervently praising his teammates, coaches, and school. The business school's reputation soared, and as a key player, Wu Di unexpectedly received an invitation for a trial from the CBA's Northeast Tigers. After consideration, Wu Di opted to postpone the trial until after the Cuba finals, citing his desire to pursue a national championship during his university years. The Northeast Tigers responded positively, scheduling the trial for July 15th. They were optimistic about Wu Di's potential, although he currently fell short of the height requirements. They had gathered intelligence indicating he was growing taller each month, and by the start of the next season, his height would likely be sufficient. The invitation extended to Wu Di for a tryout with the Northeast Tigers has once again sparked a media frenzy. The coach of the Northeast Tigers, during an interview, remarked, "I have witnessed Wu Di's performance firsthand. He is an exceptionally gifted player, surpassing many widely acknowledged talents. His physical strength is remarkable, as he can effortlessly maneuver through double teams. His speed is astonishing. I believe the college athletes hold him in even higher regard than I do. They have affectionately nicknamed him Little Sports Car in the Flash. Fans of the NBA will undoubtedly recognize that Little Sports Car is a moniker belonging to the Spurs French player Tony Parker, while the Flash refers to Miami Heat star Dwayne Wade. Both Parker and Wade are renowned for their blistering speed, making them nearly unstoppable during fast breaks. The fact that fans have associated these nicknames with Wu Di speaks volumes about his velocity. In numerous games, whenever Wu Di initiates a fast break, the opposing team can only watch as he effortlessly completes a layup, unable to keep pace with him. Furthermore, Wu Di possesses excellent stamina, often playing over 30 minutes in each game. However, during the matches I attended, he consistently defeated his opponents in under 30 minutes, leaving me curious about the extent of his endurance. Of course, Wu Di is not without his flaws, and currently, one significant drawback is apparent. Standing at just under 1.8 meters, he faces challenges in the CBA due to his height. Nevertheless, he continues to grow. As I understand it, he measured only 1.68 meters at the start of the previous academic year, and has since grown by 10 centimeters in less than a year. If he maintains this growth rate for another 6 months, he could reach 9 meters, an ideal height for a guard. While watching the interview video, Wu Di expressed his confusion, wondering if it was intended to incite jealousy. Regardless, he has officially captured the attention of the nation. The 16 teams that have also advanced to the national top 8 are now diligently gathering information on Wu Di, seeking to comprehend his technical attributes to prepare adequately. On April 20th, the schedule was finally set, with the first opponent for the School of Management being Yuzhong Normal University from the Southwest Division. The matches are slated for May 10th and May 16th. However, Yuzhong Normal University is not considered a formidable team, and Wusheng has proactively collected intelligence on them, hoping to make strategic adjustments. Yuzhong Normal University secured the second place in the Southwest Division A, but their advancement was somewhat fortuitous, as the strong team, Jiangnan University, suffered injuries to 2 key players, allowing Yuzhong Normal University to seize an unexpected opportunity. The School of Management does not regard Yuzhong Normal University as a serious contender. However, Yuzhong Normal University perceives the School of Management as a rival. The coach frequently reminds the players, the School of Management is this year's dark horse, but their success hinges entirely on Wu Di. If we can neutralize Wu Di, the School of Management will be rendered powerless. We have worked hard to reach the national top 8. I do not wish to be eliminated in the first round. It would be preferable not to have made it this far. Even as the match approaches, this mindset persists, with them continuously gathering intel on Wu Di. After the commencement of the competition, the entire team from Yuzhong Normal University believe they had gained a thorough understanding of Wu Di, stepping onto the court brimming with confidence. However, Wu Di's performance upon entering the game took them by surprise. The first astonishment was felt by the audience, as this was the national quarterfinals. The School of Economics and Management did not possess its own gymnasium, thus collaborating with a nearby sports arena to sell tickets to the public. It must be said that basketball enthusiasts were in attendance. Although only half of the tickets were sold, it still yielded a substantial profit for both the arena and the university. The remaining tickets were generously distributed to the students of the School of Economics and Management, allowing them the rare opportunity to witness a game featuring their own institution. They nearly filled all the remaining seats, with many standing in the aisles to watch. As the players from the School of Economics and Management took to the court, their fellow students erupted in loud cheers, creating an electric atmosphere that immediately placed pressure on Yuzhong Normal University. Numerous spectators were chanting Wu Di's name, clearly indicating that he had become a prominent figure for the School of Economics and Management. Are these people out of their minds? One substitute player from Yuzhong Normal University exclaimed, "Did we come to the wrong place? This must be the NBA." Another substitute remarked in disbelief. Coach Pa clapped his hands to draw the players' attention. "Forget about the audience. Just play as we discussed. Remember what I told you. As long as we can contain Wu Di, victory over the School of Economics and Management will come easily." Understood. The students of Yuzhong Normal University responded loudly. Yet, did they truly comprehend the task at hand? When they faced Wu Di for the first time, they discovered he was far stronger than they had anticipated. Wu Di dribbled into the front court, effortlessly bypassing a defender with a single step, leaving Yuzhong Normal University's help defense unable to arrive in time as he penetrated into the lane for a layup. The entire team was taken aback. According to their rehearsals, they should have been able to defend that shot. Yet, Wu Di's speed exceeded even that of the videos they had seen online. How could this be? Of course it was possible, for Wu Di had upgraded Lu Bu to a lightning-fast hero. Lu Bu had advanced to an excellent level, enhancing his attributes and character. An imminent boost to speed and versatility were forthcoming. I am somewhat perplexed. Why is there such an emphasis on the increase in speed for Lu Bu? Wu Di inquired curiously. Doesn't versatility also encompass speed? Versatility pertains to Lu Bu's mastery in various forms of attack on the court, came the response. The speed enhancement is due to Lu Bu's expertise in cavalry, coupled with his steed, the red hare, allowing him to traverse the battlefield with ease. However, it seems Lu Bu is not proficient in naval combat. Wu Di challenged. Is it necessary to go into the water to play basketball? Wu Di paused, then managed to retort. That makes sense. Once Wu Di became acquainted with the effects of Lu Bu's upgrades, he discovered that both his offensive and defensive capabilities had significantly strengthened, truly living up to the title of being all-round. Lu Bu, renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess and formidable attacks, also exhibited enhanced defensive skills. This was evident in the historical account of the Battle of Hulao Pass, where LV Bu demonstrated remarkable defensive capabilities, successfully resisting the assaults of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei until he ultimately retreated, realizing victory was unattainable. Wu Di, after momentarily silencing his doubts, began to ponder whether LV Bu's increasing strength was indeed beneficial for him. Why question the logic? The might of LV Bu, capable of vanquishing all adversaries, was advantageous. Prior to the match against Yuzhong Normal University, Wu Di had fully assimilated the energy bestowed by LV Bu's upgrades, showcasing unprecedented offensive power. The pre-rehearsed formation of Yuzhong Normal University quickly revealed its flaws, proving ineffective in containing Wu Di. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Wu Di scored 30 points in the first half, extinguishing any hopes for Yuzhong Normal University, who surrendered in the second half. Following his victory, Wu Di amassed a total of 10 wins, utilizing these to elevate Zhao Yun to an excellent level. The enhancement of Zhao Yun brought forth increased traits and resilience. With adversity and stability on the rise, Wu Di was instructed to adhere to a specified regimen within 5 days. While he understood the concept of stability, he was curious about adversity. Adversity, he learned, refers to moments when the team's score lags behind. The greater the deficit, the more advanced the adversity required to overcome it. Would he be able to catch up with it? Adversity could foster boldness, allowing the host to make daring, offensive choices, leading to unforeseen outcomes. It sounded promising. Yet Wu Di remained somewhat perplexed by the concept. On the 16th, buoyed by a recent victory, the School of Management faced Yuzhong Normal University again, with Wu Di's enhancements to Zhao Yun rendering him even more formidable. Yuzhong Normal University offered little resistance, ultimately succumbing to defeat. With 2 consecutive victories, the School of Management successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. On May 20th, the School of Management encountered their second opponent, Qinsheng Institute of Technology, hailing from the Northwest Division. As the top seed of Northwest Division A, Qinsheng had recently eliminated Jiangdong University from the Southeast Division. Wusheng had conducted thorough research on Qinsheng, discovering that their strength also relied on a talented defender. By neutralizing this defender, Qinsheng posed minimal threat. Wusheng felt reassured. The upcoming matches would be a showdown between 2 prodigious defenders, but he held great confidence in Wu Di, recalling how he had effortlessly defeated Du Yu, the talented defender from Haiqing Institute of Technology. Confronting another gifted defender would pose no issue. This match garnered much attention as a battle of prodigious defenders, yet it unfolded as an anticlimactic affair. The initial minutes were promising, yet soon after, Wu Di completely neutralized the talented defender from Qinsheng Institute of Technology. It must be noted that the physical attributes of domestic players leave much to be desired. Wu Di, relying solely on his robust physique, managed to stifle this talented defender. A mere brush against him distorted his shooting form, rendering successful shots virtually impossible. Consequently, in 2 matches, the School of Economics and Management triumphed with significant margins, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. As they approached the semifinals, the School of Economics and Management faced their previous adversary, Capital University, who had hoped to redeem themselves but fell once again to Wu Di's prowess. Since entering the national competition, the School of Economics and Management has exhibited an overwhelming momentum, dispatching every opponent, regardless of their strength, with ease. This underdog team seems poised to continue their victorious streak, eliciting both joy and trepidation. The latter sentiment is felt acutely by their next opponent, Huazhong University of Foreign Languages, a historically formidable contender. Since the inception of Cuba, they have reached the finals 8 times, claiming victory on 7 occasions, a testament to their formidable strength. However, Huazhong University is now beset with anxiety. Unsure of how to counter Wu Di, without restraining him, their championship aspirations appear futile. Amidst this, the management of the Northeast Tiger team revels in their decision to have Wu Di undergo trials, believing it to be an astute move. Ever since they began to follow Wu Di, they have meticulously recorded every match in Cuba, analyzing the footage for insights. In this age of advanced digital recording, capturing a game has become remarkably effortless. Yet, unpredictably, Wu Di anticipated facing a worthy opponent in the finals, only to be disappointed by Huazhong University once more. Perhaps the system is simply too formidable. Having just advanced to an excellent tier, Wu Di has become virtually unbeatable in Cuba. At the moment of victory, while his outward demeanor exuded joy, his inner self was tinged with disappointment. In the 2004 Athens Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team achieved an unprecedented feat by reaching the top 8, igniting an unprecedented fervor for basketball across the nation. This surge in enthusiasm can also be attributed to the Chinese men's football team's dismal performance in the 2002 World Cup, which left many disillusioned with the national team, shifting their focus instead to basketball. It was during this pivotal year that Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first overall pick, kindling hope among basketball enthusiasts nationwide. Yet, Wu Di finds himself grappling with a sense of disillusionment. Perhaps Yao Ming was merely an anomaly, with over 1 billion people yielding only a handful of prodigies. The apparent weakness of Cuba, a vital pathway for CBA player selections, raises pressing questions about the future of basketball. Wu Di remains undeterred by such concerns. Equipped with his system, any accolades he may achieve feel tainted by the specter of unfair advantage. Thus, he places great importance on meticulously documenting his training regimens and methodologies. Once he garners some recognition in the NBA or accumulates wealth, Wu Di aspires to establish a basketball academy domestically, where he can experiment with these methods and disseminate the most effective practices. Chapter 26. Ambition. The saintly attributes of Wu Di have suddenly erupted, leading him to become deeply concerned for the nation and its people. This newfound awareness has cast a shadow over his spirits. Even the acquisition of the school's remaining prize money fails to elevate his mood. The host has secured a championship in a low-tier professional league, earning the title of Cuba champion, which allows for the elevation of an ordinary warrior to an exceptional level. Let us upgrade Tai Shirtzi. Yet, Wu Di remains somber, grappling with an inexplicable discontent. Am I perhaps being overly meddlesome? He inquires, somewhat aimlessly. What troubles you? Please elaborate, prompts the system. I am merely a student. Yet I entertain the notion of transforming the entire landscape of basketball in China. Is that not a tad presumptuous? Wu Di chuckles self-deprecatingly. This inclination stems from influences of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun. Do not doubt yourself, the system reassures him. The influences of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun? Wu Di is taken aback. What does that entail? Lu Bu, a warlord with grand ambitions, is often deemed short-sighted, ultimately meeting his demise in battle. Yet, his aspirations are undeniable. He prided himself on being the finest cavalry commander, proclaiming that with Cao Cao leading the infantry and himself commanding the cavalry, there was no reason for the world to remain unsettled, thus showcasing his lofty aspirations. Zhao Yun, even in his humble beginnings, harbored aspirations to restore the state. He aligned himself with Liu Bei out of loyalty to the people, driven by a genuine concern for the nation's well-being. Are you suggesting that these thoughts of mine are merely manifestations of the ambitions of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun, rather than my own? Wu Di inquires with a furrowed brow. You inherently possess such thoughts. They have merely been less pronounced until now. It is only after the enhancement of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun's characteristics that they have emerged so vividly, the system explains. With a sigh, Wu Di reflects on the chaos swirling in his mind, uncertain of his own state. On one hand, he attributes his newfound anxiety to Lu Bu and Zhao Yun. On the other, he yearns for these grand ambitions to be genuinely his own. As the saying goes, what distinguishes a dreamer from a mere fish on the shore? Wu Di undoubtedly wishes for a lofty aspiration of his own. The feasibility of its realization is a matter for another day. Suddenly, enlightenment strikes him. He has always been a person unwilling to fade into obscurity, albeit constrained by his limitations. It is the fortification of his confidence through the characteristics of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun that has led to this revelation. With this thought, Wu Di bursts into hearty laughter. My dear, what has you so amused? Inquires Cui Haiyan, emerging from the kitchen with curiosity. Wu Di laughs airtiri, enveloping her in his arms and planting a fervent kiss upon her cheek. I have come to a profound realization. Haiyan, what do you think about embarking on a grand endeavor? A grand endeavor? What sort of endeavor? Cui Haiyan gazes at him, bewildered. She notices her boyfriend's burgeoning excellence, yet feels stagnant in comparison, questioning whether she can continue to stand by his side. June 30th, Friday. In just a few days, school will be on break. Yin approached Wu Di and Cui Haiyan with a request to host a gathering at their residence. She envisioned inviting all her classmates and preparing a meal together using their kitchen facilities, with the event scheduled for Saturday evening. Both Wu Di and Shui Haiyan expressed no objections, recognizing the merit of the occasion, particularly as Wu Di often found himself absent from school, thus spending less time with his peers. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Di inquired about the classmates' culinary preferences. In a spirit of camaraderie, Yin Yin proposed that they all join forces to make dumplings, a simple yet delightful endeavor. Wu Di and Shui Haiyan ventured to the market, purchasing a bag of flour along with various side dishes and beverages. Although Wu Di was not particularly fond of alcohol, he had developed a greater tolerance since his physical transformation. Shui Haiyan, accustomed to drinking as is customary among her ethnic group, ensured there was a sufficient supply of liquor at home. However, with supplies running low, Wu Di decided to procure additional drinks, eager to entertain his friends, especially since he had received an 80,000 yuan award from the school this year and had yet to treat his classmates. By 4 p.m. on the 1st, Wu Di's home was already bustling with over 20 attendees, primarily classmates, though a few were unable to attend due to prior commitments, as this was merely a casual gathering. During his time living with Shui Haiyan, Wu Di had honed his culinary skills, having learned many recipes from a system that offered dishes not readily available for purchase. If his cooking were lacking, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. As Wu Di kneaded the dough, he addressed his classmates, saying, "It is not easy for us to come together like this. Today, on this rare occasion of a communal meal, I have some thoughts I wish to share." Wu Di, isn't that something one should express at the dinner table? Yin Yin teased. "You're not already tipsy, are you? Go on." Wu Di shot her a glare and continued, "Some matters are best discussed while sober. Speaking under the influence leads to nonsense, which holds no weight." "What matters?" Song Shu inquired curiously. "It pertains to basketball," Wu Di explained. "I have meticulously recorded my dietary habits and training methods from last year, and I aspire to test these methods in the future when I am financially able to see if they can indeed aid others in growing taller and stronger. You all are aware of how tall I was last year. I have since grown over 10 centimeters. If I can validate the effectiveness of my approach, I could potentially assist the nation in cultivating athletes. Your aspirations are quite noble." Yin Yin continued her playful sarcasm. "That idea is rather intriguing," Song Shu remarked. "However, if your method proves successful, with proper execution, you could achieve both fame and fortune." The classmates exchanged curious glances at Song Shu, prompting Yin Yin to ask, "How do you know he could succeed?" "My father holds a minor position within the sports authority, and he spends his days researching policies. It's impossible not to absorb some of that knowledge," Song Shu replied with a hint of resignation. Truly an enigma. The classmates were utterly astonished to discover that one among them was the offspring of a high-ranking official. Wu Di's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly inquired, "Do you believe it is better to establish a school independently or in collaboration with the government?" Song Shu, somewhat perplexed, shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain. However, I can consult my father, who is already aware of this matter." Wu Di couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had initially thought he had found a promising talent. Yet, upon reflection, considering Song Shu's lack of academic prowess and her disinterest in sports, her knowledge on the subject was commendable. Chapter 27. Planning the school. Wu Di felt a sense of ennui, and the topic was hastily concluded. The group spent the evening enjoying music, making dumplings, and reveling in merriment. Once the dumplings were cooked, Wu Di tidied the table and served the appetizers, pouring drinks for everyone. As they sipped their beverages and engaged in conversation, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. By 8 o'clock, classmates began to bid their farewells, leaving only Yin Yin and Song Shu behind. Song Shu turned to Wu Di and asked, "Do you genuinely wish to establish a school?" Wu Di cast a surprised glance at her. He had thought the discussion concluded, yet she had brought it up again. He nodded, admitting, "I currently have an immature idea, but I am unsure of what is required to start a school." Yin Yin smirked and replied, "What else could there be?" "Essentially 3 things." Wu Di chuckled. "You seem to know quite a bit." "Of course," she retorted, raising an eyebrow. "First, you must have a reputation. Once you are well known, your prospective school will attract students, much like those celebrity-run performing arts schools. Do you recall the actress who played Jean Sua? She garnered a bit of fame and established a performing arts school, which is reportedly thriving now. Is that so?" Wu Di responded with amusement. "Indeed, I once aspired to act, but due to my age, I couldn't attend those film academies. Later, I inquired about numerous private schools. However, the tuition was exorbitant, leading me to abandon the idea." "What a pity. Had you pursued it back then, you might be a renowned star by now. Wu Di jested. Stop it. Yin Yin shot him an exasperated look. You are already quite famous, but that is insufficient. If you could play in America, at that league, and make a name for yourself, that would suffice. Upon hearing this, Wu Di ceased his banter and nodded earnestly in agreement. Secondly, you need funds. Yin Yin raised her glass and, counting on her fingers, continued, establishing any school is relatively easy, but creating a sport academy demands considerable investment. Just in terms of land, it is inadequate. Take our school as an example. The available space is barely sufficient for 2 playgrounds. Without at least 15 to 18 million, you cannot even secure the land. Is such a sum truly necessary? Cui Haiyan expressed her astonishment. Although her family was affluent, possessing 1,000,000 yuan was already quite impressive. 15 to 18 million merely for land, and then to construct buildings and procure equipment. How much more will be required? These matters should not be taken lightly. Wu Di felt a slight heaviness in his heart. How could he possibly earn such a substantial amount of money? In truth, making that money was not insurmountable. Song Shu remarked, as long as you can truly go to America and gain some fame, numerous individuals would seek your endorsement for their products. Endorsements in America are exceedingly lucrative. It is said that Yao Ming earns over $1 million annually for each endorsement, which could amount to 6 or 7 million, or even 10 million. Upon hearing Song Shu's words, Wu Di felt that money was indeed not the primary concern. The real question was whether he could actually earn that much. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Yin Yin waved her hand dismissively. Even if money were not an issue, the third point was people. You need someone to help you manage the school, someone to liaise with the authorities, someone to train the students, and even someone to test your training programs, until you can ascertain the validity of your training projects. All your efforts would merely be a financial drain. Wu Di fell silent. He was not afraid of financial loss. As money is transient, one comes into this world without it and leaves in the same manner, as long as there is enough to suffice. But where was he to find such people? Wu Di's gaze wandered, momentarily unfocused, flitting between the 3 young women. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Yin Yin and Song Shu. Why not have the 2 of you assist me? Assist you? How so? Yin Yan's eyes had a slightly dazed look. She seemed to be a bit tipsy. You would help me manage the school, and Song Shu would liaise with the authorities, Wu Di proposed. I currently have no one I can rely on, and the only trustworthy individuals are you 2. I am not knowledgeable in such matters. Song Shu's face flushed as she hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Don't even think about it. Yin Yin interjected, dismissing the notion. With Cui Haiyan now guarding us like a hawk, we wouldn't be so tactless as to encroach upon your territory. Wu Di exchanged astonished glance. It was evident that Yin Yin had indeed had too much to drink. Song Shu awkwardly remarked, Cui Haiyan, don't take it to heart. She is just intoxicated. Who is drunk? Yin Yin swayed as she stood up. Isn't it obvious? She brought Wu Di out to cohabitate, fearing we would take an interest. Cui Haiyan's expression darkened. While Wu Di felt a twinge of awkwardness as he attempted to explain, it was my suggestion to rent the apartment. Indeed, it was Wu Di who initially proposed it, for he disliked the embarrassment of exercising while appearing as if he were under a tent, thus encouraging Cui Haiyan to move out and rent a place. Song Shu tugged at Yin Yin, but Yin Yin shrugged her off, leaning against the table and asking Cui Haiyan, is that true? Absolutely. Cui Haiyan wanted to avoid jeopardizing Wu Di's grand ambitions. She felt powerless to assist, but at least did not wish to hinder him. You aren't worried I might tempt Wu Di? Yin's words became increasingly brazen. Huh. Cui Haiyan surprisingly laughed, gesturing toward Wu Di. He's right here. If you can lure him away, he's yours. Wu Di was taken aback, staring at Cui Haiyan, bewildered by her sudden exuberance. All right, Yin Yin declared, slamming her palm on the table. Based on your words, I accept your terms. Wu Di gazed at Yin Yin in exasperation. What are you agreeing to? Yin Yin, you've had too much to drink. Song Shu chimed in, attempting to interject reason. I'm fully aware. Yin Yin pushed Song Shu aside and staggered a few steps to Wu Di, leaning on his shoulder as she said, it is futile to discuss these matters now. What you need to focus on is playing well. Performing well is of utmost importance. Leave the rest to us to handle. Wu Di attempted to push Yin Yin away, but was at a loss for how to do so. Consequently, after finishing her words, Yin Yin collapsed against him and fell into a deep slumber. Wu Di felt a softness against his face, and a sudden thought emerged in his mind. It feels rather substantial. Song Shu quickly lifted Yin Yin, apologizing to Wu Di and Cui Haiyan. Please don't mind. Yin has had too much to drink. I will help her back to the dormitory. No need for that, Song Shu. Cui Haiyan stood up, declaring, you both can stay here tonight. We have an extra room, and since Yin has already fallen asleep, there's no need to disturb her. Chapter 28. Northeast Tiger Trial. Wu Di looked at Cui Haiyan, perplexed by her intentions. Little did he know, Cui Haiyan winked at him and said, Song Shu and I will help Yin bathe. You can tidy up here. Wu Di realized that Cui Haiyan had made up her mind and resigned himself to cleaning the dining area. After tidying everything up, he went downstairs to dispose of the trash. He found himself bewildered by Cui Haiyan's sudden change in demeanor. Previously, she had always been wary of Yin and her friends. Why this unexpected generosity today? Did she no longer have feelings for him? Wu Di pondered for over half an hour downstairs, still unable to arrive at an answer. He would need to return and ask Cui Haiyan. Upon going back upstairs, he found Song Shu had changed into Cui Haiyan's pajamas and was helping Yin wipe off her sweat. Yin had also donned Cui Haiyan's sleepwear, rolling around on the bed. After exchanging a few words with Song Shu, Wu Di returned to his dormitory. Cui Haiyan was seated on the bed watching television. After Wu Di took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and climbed into bed, he embraced Cui Haiyan and softly inquired, My dear, what is bothering you today? Nothing much. Cui Haiyan replied in a seemingly normal tone. Then why did you say those things earlier? Wu Di asked, puzzled. What things? Cui Haiyan inquired innocently. Are you pretending to be clueless with me? Wu Di reached under Cui Haiyan's pajamas, teasingly scratching her. Stop. I concede. Cui Haiyan laughed, playfully reaching down to Wu Di's abdomen. It's not just for that. Wu Di was further confused. What do you mean? Recently, I feel increasingly outmatched by you. Cui Haiyan said with a hint of frustration. Your abilities seem to have improved along with your physical strength. Wu Di was taken aback. He had not anticipated this. If you become any stronger, we may have to part ways. I truly can't bear it. I fear I might just perish on that day. Cui Haiyan said wistfully, but I love you. I don't want to leave you. Wu Di lost interest in the conversation, gazing at the ceiling as he asked the system. How much has my hormone level increased? A lot, the system replied. Hormones cannot be quantified, so a specific value cannot be provided. Wu Di fell into silence, while Cui Haiyan leaned over him, inquiring, do you not like them? Wu Di raised an eyebrow, responding, I have an affinity for beautiful women. Does that mean I could possibly be with all of them? Noticing Wu Di's irritation, Cui Haiyan was at a loss for words. Despite his strong desires, Wu Di found himself disinterested, staring blankly at the ceiling until he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Cui Haiyan remained quietly beside him, cherishing this rare opportunity for respite. Thus, the two found themselves inexplicably ensnared in a frigid standoff, which persisted until Wu Di's trial training. On the 15th, Wu Di arrived early at the Northeast Tiger Training Ground. Having jogged there as a means of physical exercise while also saving on transportation costs. Welcome, Wu Di. I'm Coach Chung Kai, and I will be overseeing your trial today. Hello, Coach Chung. I appreciate your guidance, Wu Di replied politely. You ran here? Chung Kai observed the beads of sweat on Wu Di's forehead and asked. Yes, I have a habit of jogging in the mornings and the distance was just right. Wu Di explained. That's no small distance. It's at least 15 kilometers. Chung Kai exclaimed. How do you feel now? Do you need to eat something first? No. Thank you, Coach. I adhere to a specific meal plan, so let us proceed with the trial. If we finish quickly, I can still have breakfast afterward. You have your own meal plan? Where did that come from? I developed it myself. As you know, I was quite short before, so I sought out diets that could promote height increase. After extensive modifications over time, it has yielded decent results, and I regularly adjust the menu as needed. Wu Di stated, omitting that the meal plan was provided by a system. Chung Kai regarded Wu Di with newfound respect, admiring his audacity in experimenting with his meals. However, he cautioned, in the future, it's best to follow scientifically backed meal plans. Indiscriminate eating can lead to adverse effects. I appreciate your concern, Coach. I will be cautious. Chung Kai sighed, noting Wu Di's indifference to his advice. Given their superficial acquaintance, Chung Kai refrained from elaborating further, saying, let us begin then. Wu Di and Chung Kai proceeded with the assessments, a height of 1. 84 meters, a wingspan of 1. 98 meters, a vertical jump of 92 centimeters. A sprint jump of 1. 13 meters, a bench press of 100 kilograms for 10 repetitions, and a three-quarter sprint in 34 seconds. Chung Kai nodded approvingly at Wu Di's impressive results, stating, "I will submit this performance to the higher-ups. I believe they will be in touch with you soon." Such metrics are quite remarkable in the NBA. If I had a talented player like you, we could certainly contend for the championship this year. Thank you, Coach Chung. If there is nothing further, I believe I should take my leave. All right. Chung Kai shook Wu Di's hand and then promptly contacted the team management. Just after Wu Di returned home and finished his meal, he received a call from the Northeast Tiger management. "Mr. Wu Di, your trial period has been successfully completed, and we wish to formalize an agreement with you." Wu Di replied, "I would like to add a clause to the agreement." "Mr. Wu, these agreements are standardized and cannot be altered," came the response. "I'm no child. You need not say such things to me," Wu Di stated impassively. "I shall not make things difficult for you. I have but one request, to include a stipulation that if I pursue a career in the NBA, my contract with the Northeast Tigers will be terminated or concluded." "Mr. Wu, that is rather unconventional," the representative responded, visibly troubled. "Then let us sign for 1 year instead." Wu Di did not press further and suggested, "How about we sign annually? I believe that should be acceptable." "Mr. Wu, you're making this quite challenging for us," came the reply. "If that is the case, I shall seek other options. I'm sure they will not be as difficult," Wu Di replied, still devoid of emotion. "Anyone who obstructed his educational ambitions would become his adversary. Please allow me some time, Mr. Wu. We need to report this matter to our superiors," the representative requested. "Very well. I believe 3 days will suffice. I cannot afford to waste much time," Wu Di responded. "Agreed. We will provide you with a response within 3 days." On the third day, the Northeast Tigers called to inform him that they had acquiesced. Chapter 29. Bringing my wife home upon receiving the news from the Northeast Tigers. Wu Di signed a 3-year contract with them, stipulating that he would serve the team for that duration. Should he decide to play in the NBA during this period, the contract would be suspended, resuming once he returned from the NBA. The suspension period was set at 10 years. If Wu Di did not return to the CBA within that time frame, the agreement would be rendered null and void. In the first year, he would receive a salary of $200,000, followed by $300,000 in the second year, and $350,000 in the third. Additionally, there would be various allowances, though they need not be enumerated here. Frankly, the salaries of $200,000 and $300,000 are modest, yet they signify that Wu Di now possesses a stable income. The Northeast Tigers are wagering on his potential, believing it to be considerable, but not excessively so. If Wu Di's potential were deemed insufficient, they might trade him. Conversely, if his potential were too high, he might depart for America prematurely, rendering their 3-year agreement a mere formality. However, Wu Di needed to coordinate with the school, for if he were to retain his student status, this contract would be classified as a temporary assignment, necessitating benefits for the institution. Fortunately, Wu Di lacked a basketball athlete certificate, thus not being officially affiliated with the School of Management. Should the School of Management demand exorbitant concessions, Wu Di could easily register as an athlete with the Northeast Tigers, liberating himself from their jurisdiction. Nonetheless, this matter would have to wait until the school year commenced. For now, Wu Di wished to return home. This time, he would not be returning alone, but accompanied by Cui Haiyan, as he intended to reassure her by introducing her to his parents. "Darling, what do you think I should do?" Cui Haiyan inquired. "Somevat apprensive. You need only be yourself." Wu Di assured. Wu Di finally felt a sense of relief upon seeing Cui Haiyan's happiness. "Do not worry, they will adore you. Aren't you usually quite confident? Why the sudden loss of self-assurance?" Cui Haiyan shot him a glance, though her heart swelled with joy. Wu Di's decision to bring her home signified his regard for her, filling her with happiness. Despite sensing an increasing chasm between them, she yearned for self-improvement, yet felt utterly lost about how to proceed. Nonetheless, she resolved to confront reality. If she could not keep pace with Wu Di, perhaps it would be best to part ways, for the widening distance would inevitably lead them to inhabit two disparate worlds. Wu Di's parents were also pleased, albeit with a tinge of helplessness regarding his choice of girlfriend during university. Nevertheless, his bringing her home indicated his intentions to marry her, easing their concerns about the future daughter-in-law. The rapport between Cui Haiyan and Wu Di's parents was quite harmonious. They were not demanding individuals and held a favorable impression of her. Cui Haiyan was well-behaved, bringing gifts for Wu Di's parents and even assisting in the kitchen. In contrast, Wu Di, embodying a spoiled young master, returned home only to laze about. His meals were now orchestrated by Cui Haiyan, allowing him to focus solely on training. One evening, Wu Di's father initiated a conversation. DZ, when do you plan to marry? Wu Di hesitated, for this matter had not crossed his mind. Bringing Haiyan home signifies your desire to wed her. Have you not considered when that might be? His father inquired. I prefer to contemplate this after achieving some success. Wu Di replied, after a moment's reflection. I am still uncertain and do not know what the future holds. What career do you aspire to? Professional basketball? His father probed. Indeed, I have signed a preliminary contract with the Northeast Tigers, and when school resumes in September, I will report back to them. Additionally, I wish to play in the United States. If all goes well, I should be in America this time next year, Wu Di said with a hint of longing. You wish to go to America? Wu Di's father asked, a touch of melancholy in his voice. Yes, Wu Di understood his father's sentiments. The thought of a child journeying far naturally brought worry. Thus, he had chosen a school within their home province. What about Haiyan if you go abroad? His father questioned. I do not know, Wu Di replied blankly, genuinely unsure how his relationship with Cui Haiyan would evolve once he departed. Yet, going abroad was imperative. Whether due to the system or his aspirations, he was determined to make a name for himself on the world's premier basketball stage. You have grown up. Make your own decisions, Wu Di's father said, patting him on the shoulder before leaving. Wu Di nodded in silence. Not long after his father departed, Cui Haiyan approached. Nistling bezide Wu Di. Do not worry about me. Pursuing your dream of going abroad is paramount. Once you have established yourself in America, you can bring me over. I will definitely take you to America. Wu Di grasped her hand tightly and nodded vigorously in promise. For several days, he guided Cui Haiyan around the vicinity of his home, allowing her to experience the places that encapsulated his childhood memories. As the time for her return home approached, Cui Haiyan felt a deep sense of reluctance. Wu Di accompanied her to the train station, watching as the train gradually disappeared from sight. At the end of August, as school resumed, Wu Di arrived at the school ahead of time to complete some administrative procedures. The person assisting him was Director Hong Shiyan, with whom Wu Di was meeting face-to-face for the first time. Unbeknownst to him, Director Hong's earlier decision had profoundly impacted his life. Nevertheless, Wu Di held deep respect for him, recognizing him as a leader who prioritized practical matters. The school intended for Wu Di to retain his student status while being temporarily assigned as a player for the Northeast Tigers. They could facilitate Wu Di's registration as an athlete, negotiate on his behalf with the Northeast Tigers, and even offer him a financial incentive, provided he agreed to maintain his athlete status within the School of Economics and Management. Wu Di had no objections to this arrangement. He viewed the Northeast Tigers merely as a stepping stone, with his ultimate ambition being to join the NBA. Song Shu had inquired with her father, who explained that if Wu Di were to join the NBA, his domestic athlete status would be frozen. If he were found to be in violation of regulations, it could potentially be revoked. Thus, his domestic athlete status was not of utmost importance. Rather, it served as a foundation for Wu Di's ascendance into the NBA. Wu Di did not intend to complicate matters. Since the School of Economics and Management was willing to handle everything for him, he relished the ease of the situation. Naturally, he declined the school's financial offer, as accepting it would seem ungrateful. After entrusting everything to Director Hong, Wu Di returned to his rented accommodation and attempted to call Cui Haiyan, only to be met with the disheartening notification that her phone was turned off. Turn off? A sense of unease washed over Wu Di. Cui Haiyan never turned off her phone during the day. After several minutes, he called again, but the phone remained off. Within an hour, he called over 10 times, each time receiving the same response. Chapter 30. Immigration. Wu Di felt increasingly agitated. This was unlike Cui Haiyan, and he wondered what could have transpired. However, he only had her phone number. He knew nothing of her home address. What could he do? Wu Di could only wait in his apartment, fearing that something had happened to Cui Haiyan's phone, and that by the time he ventured out, she would already be home. For several consecutive days, Wu Di refrained from leaving, but there was still no news from Cui Haiyan. He consumed all the food in his home and began to feel despair, contemplating that perhaps starvation would be a preferable fate. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wu Di jolted upright and hurried to answer. Haiyan. But upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a man standing there. I live upstairs. When I returned just now, I noticed there was mail in your mailbox that had been sitting there for days. You didn't TC it, did you? Mail? Wu Di stared blankly at the man, bewildered. He had not disclosed this address to anyone at home. Only his teachers and classmates knew it. If they wanted to find him, they would either call or come in person. How could anyone possibly write him a letter? Indeed, the man nodded. Although obscured by the glass, the envelope bore the name Wu Di. You are Wu Di, aren't you? Such a splendid and powerful name. It truly was his. Who could have written to him? Suddenly, Wu Di thought of Cui Haiyan. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs. Hey, you forgot to close the door. And you didn't bring your keys. Wu Di paid no heed, racing down like the wind, standing outside the mailbox, fixated on the letter, recognizing Cui Haiyan's handwriting. The mailbox was partially made of glass, allowing users to see if there was anything inside. This design proved advantageous for Wu Di, as he had finally discovered a clue. He attempted to lift the mailbox lid, but it was securely locked. Even if it were just upstairs, Wu Di had no inclination to retrieve the key. He struck the glass with his fist, shattering it, and seized the letter. The envelope bore no specific return address, only detailed information about the recipient. Wu Di eagerly tore it open, flinging the envelope to the ground, and began reading. The message was brief. My family has emigrated to South Korea. Let us break up. Don't wait for me. Kuyayan. At that moment, Wu Di's mind erupted as if something had detonated within, and he lost consciousness. His body, however, remained active. He sat motionless on the steps, his strength dissipated, and the letter slipped from his grasp. The man who had informed him descended the stairs, taken aback by the chaos around him. Approaching Wu Di, he inquired, Are you all right? Yet, Wu Di offered no response, staring blankly at the ground. As if in a stupor, the man called out several times, but Wu Di remained unresponsive. He then retrieved Wu Di's phone from his pocket, opened the contacts, and dialed the most recent number, labeled class monitor. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yin Yin and Song Shu rushed in, flustered. What happened? Yin Yin exclaimed, equally bewildered. Are you Wu Di's classmates? The man asked. Is this the number you called? Thank you, but what transpired? Yin Yin queried, eyeing the phone in the man's hand. The man handed the phone to Yin Yin, explaining, I noticed a letter in his mailbox that had been there for several days, so I thought to remind him. But he didn't say a word and dashed downstairs, leaving the door wide open. I followed to check on him and found him in this state. I called you using his phone. Song Shu picked up the letter from the ground, disbelief etched on her face, covering her mouth, before passing the letter to Yin Yin. After reading the letter, Yin Yin slapped her forehead in disbelief, pondering the situation that had unfolded without any prior warning. Do you need my assistance in helping him up? The man inquired. Thank you. We truly cannot manage to lift him, Yin Yin replied with a wry smile. With great effort, the three of them managed to carry Wu Di upstairs and lay him on the bed. The man, panting, remarked, I didn't expect him to be this heavy. Indeed, Yin responded, turning to the man. Thank you. Do you reside in this building as well? I live on the 6th floor, unit 602, he replied. In a few days, we shall treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude. However, given his current condition, as you are aware, we will need to care for him. No need. We are all neighbors. The man insisted. I will take my leave now, but should you require any assistance, feel free to come upstairs. If we need anything, we will certainly reach out. Thank you once again. Yin Yin bid farewell to the man before turning to Song Shu. Please keep an eye on him while I tidy up downstairs and contact the property management to address the mailbox issue. Yin Yin took the broom and descended, returning half an hour later after everything was sorted. Why do you think Cui Haiyan chose to emigrate? Song Shu asked, puzzled. It's quite normal. Some individuals simply wish to take control of their own lives. Haven't you seen on television how often there are separatist movements in the Tibetan region? It's those ambitious individuals stirring the pot. The issues faced by the Korean ethnic group share similarities, albeit with distinctions. In recent years, South Korea has indeed flourished, leading many from the Korean ethnic community to yearn for it. However, South Korea has extensively rewritten its history in textbooks, deceiving many into believing these fabrications. Much like their claims to heritage during the Dragon Boat Festival. Do people actually believe such things? Song Shu found it hard to comprehend. A lie, when repeated often enough, can indeed ensnare people, especially when it is propagated by a government-sanctioned history book. You may not realize that numerous South Korean students ardently promote their version of history, and there will always be fools who fall for it. South Korea? Wu Di suddenly raised his head, glaring fiercely at Yin Yin. Is it South Korea? What? Do you wish to see South Korea obliterated? Yin Yin retorted mockingly. Wu Di remained silent, but within, he marked South Korea with a deathly imprint, vowing never to forget the nation that had taken away his beloved. Even if you seek to stir up trouble, you must first ensure your own sustenance and focus on your endeavors. Only once you have succeeded can you hope to strike at a nation. Otherwise, you will merely be a moth drawn to the flame, leading to your own demise. Wu Di fell silent, contemplating for what seemed an eternity before finally declaring, I want to eat. Chapter 31. Indulgence. Shui Haiyan situation was not an isolated incident. Many within the Korean ethnic community felt a stronger affinity towards South Korea, with numerous individuals choosing to emigrate there. However, this revelation struck Wu Di profoundly. He grappled with his inability to harbor hatred towards Shui Haiyan, yet he found himself filled with animosity towards South Korea. Following dinner, Wu Di discarded all the DVDs of South Korean dramas and deleted all relevant files from his computer. The only course of action available to him was to sever his ties with Korean dramas entirely. However, Wu Di has gained a new acquaintance, the gentleman from apartment 602. His name is Chun Koo, a white-collar worker in a financial firm, earning over $100,000 a year, thus considered quite accomplished for his youth. Nevertheless, Chun Koo is quite the libertine. At the age of 28, he remains single, often frequenting bars and nightclubs, engaging in fleeting encounters with various professionals. The concept of a one-night stand, imported from abroad, has become exceedingly popular among the so-called elite, particularly in bars where numerous expatriates mingle. Many professionals are eager to ensnare a foreign man, hoping to fulfill their aspirations of traveling abroad. In my opinion, there is no need for such obsession. Women are ubiquitous. There are plenty who are even more attractive than your former partner. Why hang your hopes on a single tree? Wu Di cast a sidelong glance at him. Have you invested any genuine emotions? Affection tends to fade with the passage of time. Chun Koo, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, advised, Listen, my friend. If you wish to swiftly emerge from the shadow, you need to engage with one or several women. Otherwise, it will be challenging to recover before the new season begins. Don't you aspire to play in the NBA? Wu Di pondered for a moment and resolved to heed Chun Koo's advice. What should I do? First, you need to don the finest attire. Tonight, I shall take you to an exquisite place, and perhaps you can even practice your English. Chun Koo said mysteriously. Wu Di opened his wardrobe, which was mostly filled with garments purchased by Shui Haiyan. This suit looks splendid, Chun Koo exclaimed, retrieving a suit from within. But upon draping it over Wu Di, they both realized it seemed a tad snug. Why is it so small? Is it not yours? I bought this last year. Wu Di reflected, accepting the suit with a sense of nostalgia. It was a token of their affection. Then discard it. You need to let go of all that is unnecessary. Chun could toss the suit onto a chair and surveyed the remaining clothing, stating, Everything else is inadequate. It appears we must go shopping. You go fetch the car, and I shall tidy up before joining you. Wu Di replied, Tien kisquivico de partez. And Wu Di picked up the suit once more, gazing at it before hanging it back in the wardrobe. After noting the label, he turned and headed downstairs. They returned to the Eurasia shopping mall, where Wu Di procured a suit of the same brand from the same store. At 9 p.m., Chun Koo drove them to a bar. Before entering, Wu Di observed many expatriates entering and exiting, arm in arm with Chinese women. Are you sure there is someone here suitable for me? Wu Di inquired with a hint of displeasure. Buddy, it's merely for fun. Do you truly expect every woman you meet to be a first? Chun Koo, adopting the guise of a sage, replied, The women here are undoubtedly beautiful, and moreover, they are safe. They will not demand any commitment from you, which is more than sufficient. Wu Di felt somewhat disheartened, yet he did not wish to appear dismissive, so he followed Chun Koo inside. However, Chun Koo's words held truth. Indeed, the women here were exceptionally lovely. Chun Koo, in a rather cliched manner, engaged in flirtatious banter with Wu Di and a few women, attempting to promote his friend. Recently heartbroken, my brother had been feeling quite despondent, so I brought him out in search of some amusement. Observing his robust physique, a testament to his athletic prowess and potential future stardom, I jested about securing a few autographs in anticipation of their future worth. Amidst Chun Koo's playful antics, a few women genuinely expressed interest in Wu Di. However, Wu Di remained indifferent to their advances until one woman boldly touched his chiseled chest, insisting on accompanying him. That fateful night, in Wu Di's bedroom, A second woman, aside from Cui Haiyan, graced his bed. The following morning, she awoke with a satisfied smile, caressing Wu Di's face as she bid him farewell, saying, "Handsome, I shall forever cherish the memory of you." Wu Di, still reclining in bed, sought to catch a few more moments of slumber, though fatigue eluded him. Rising, he gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection, pondering whether he had truly forgotten Cui Haiyan. Likely not. Yet, his spirits had certainly lifted. Could it be due to the company of women? Unable to fathom it, he decided to disregard the thought and headed to the gym. With a team report date looming, he needed to recalibrate his mindset before rejoining the squad. Consequently, each night, Wu Di indulged in the company of different women, completely surrendering to his desires. Tien Giskivik Gotisith. You may now claim my title of romantic savant. You may keep it. I have no use for it. On September 15th, Wu Di reported to the team, preparing for practice with his teammates and gearing up for the CBA. The inaugural round of this year's CBA is set to commence on October 8th, leaving Wu Di with limited time to complete a requisite training regimen. Other players had begun recovery training a month prior, needing to meet the standards of a second-tier athlete before the competition, lest they face disqualification. Unlike Wu Di, these seasoned players had enjoyed an extended break since early March, when the Northeast Tigers finished 8th and effectively rested for over half a year. Except for those participating in international competitions, most had not engaged in significant training and thus required additional practice to regain their form. While the timeline mirrors that of the NBA, CBA players enjoy a more favorable situation, with only 30 regular season games compared to the NBA's grueling 82. To be candid, Wu Di preferred the latter, as such a rigorous schedule would accelerate his growth, allowing him to elevate a mere warrior to epic status within a single season. Yet, this was clearly unattainable. He could only adhere to the 30 games prescribed. The CBA roster features a broader selection, with each team allowed to list up to 18 players, supplemented by a foreign player system that permits 4 substitutions per game. However, these foreign athletes are typically selected from a standard pool, lacking exceptional distinction. Most teams rely heavily on their domestic stars to perform. Previously, the Northeast Tigers had not boasted any formidable stars, which is why they longed for Wu Di. Chapter 32. The solitude of masters while training with his teammates. Wu Di had already discerned their capabilities. The substitute players of the Northeast Tigers were roughly on par with the mainstays of the Cuba's strong teams. While this level was commendable in Cuba, it proved inadequate in the CBA. The main players were only marginally superior to the substitutes, comparable to the talented players Wu Di had faced, albeit with slightly better stamina. What captured Wu Di's attention were the foreign players, who, it turned out, were those unable to secure regular play in the United States and were subsequently recruited by China. Given the modest salaries in the CBA, attracting foreign talent was a challenging endeavor. However, even these subpar foreign players surpassed the majority of CBA athletes. Wu Di observed the evolution of American basketball culture through them. Their exposure to the sport was significantly greater than that of most CBA players, despite the educational constraints preventing them from entering the NBA. Wu Di attempted to engage in skillful exchanges with them and discovered that while he could physically dominate them, his understanding of basketball fell short. He yearned to learn from them, yet communication proved problematic. They spoke no Chinese, and Wu Di's English was limited, rendering translations incomplete and often inadequate. For the first time, Wu Di felt an urgent desire for advancement. He hoped to unlock the abilities of Zhang Song among the strategists, acquiring an eidetic memory to enhance his speed in learning both English and basketball skills, thereby accelerating his growth. Liang Kai was exceedingly pleased with Wu Di. In the 2 months since joining, Wu Di had grown an impressive 3 centimeters, now standing at 187 meters, and was the most well-rounded and skilled player on the team, even surpassing the foreign players in one-on-one matchups. However, Liang Kai could only allow Wu Di to play as a substitute due to his status as a newcomer, which left the veteran players quite displeased. Nevertheless, Liang Kai was determined to grant Wu Di ample playing time, given his exceptional skills. On October 8th, the first round of the CBA season commenced, with the Northeast Tigers set to face the Raptors. The Raptors were not a strong team, and even without Wu Di, Liang Kai felt confident in overcoming them. As anticipated, the Northeast Tigers dominated the first half, allowing Liang Kai to substitute in the second half. At this juncture, Wu Di entered the game. As a favored player of Liang Kai, he enjoyed the privilege of isolation plays. He created space by positioning his teammates, and then effortlessly maneuvered past the Raptors guard to score with a layup, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. After several successful breakthroughs, it became evident that the Raptors' defense was utterly incapable of containing him, which ultimately led to a sense of monotony. He felt a lack of challenge. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of solitude washed over him. With no one posing even the slightest obstacle, his aspirations for the NBA intensified. After collaborating with his teammates for a quarter, Wu Di turned to Chung Kai and remarked, "Perhaps I should just sit out. They are too weak." Ken Kai, with a serious expression, reprimanded, "Put away your disdain and follow my commands. You believe that, having just joined the CBA, you are invincible? Although domestic players may not possess exceptional skills, there are still some remarkably talented individuals within strong teams. Players like Yi Jianlian of the Southern Tigers and De Gea of the Rockets are formidable athletes, each capable of establishing themselves in the NBA. If you assume from the outset that you have no rivals, you will face a humiliating defeat when you encounter them." Wu Di tilted his head, genuinely unconvinced of the existence of any prodigious players. However, he refrained from contradicting Chung Kai, recognizing the latter's authority as the coach. Chung Kai watched Wu Di's figure as he entered the court, feeling a headache coming on. He never anticipated that Wu Di would be such a rebellious spirit. Underestimating the competition in the first quarter was a dangerous precedent, and if this continued, it could lead to disaster. On the court, Wu Di continuously assisted his teammates, relishing the opportunity to play the role of the good guy in what he deemed a certain victory. By the time the game concluded, he had astonishingly accrued 10 assists along with 14 points, achieving a double-double. In the second match, the Northeast Tigers faced the Roasted Duck team. Named after its sponsor, Quanjude Roasted Duck, this team bore a heavily commercialized moniker. To Wu Di, the Roasted Duck team did not seem particularly formidable. However, they led at the end of the first quarter, as the Northeast Tigers starting lineup was not particularly strong, making the deficit quite understandable. In the second quarter, Chung Kai sent Wu Di onto the court, specifically reminding him, "Pay close attention to your coordination with your teammates. This year's initial schedule is favorable for us. The first two rounds feature relatively weak opponents. As we progress, the competition will intensify, allowing us to quickly find our rhythm in the game." "I'm always in game mode," Wu Di replied with a smile. Chung Kai's expression darkened. "You think you're quite impressive, don't you?" Wu Di quickly backtracked. "No, I was merely informing you. Get out there," Chung Kai urged, and Wu Di hurried onto the court, receiving the ball and signaling his teammates to create space for a one-on-one play. Then the Roasted Duck team crumbled. They had conducted thorough research on Wu Di prior to the game and devised numerous countermeasures. Even if Wu Di attempted to use his speed to bypass defenders, they had strategies in place. However, they were unprepared for Wu Di's unexpected display of strength, as he simply bulldozed through the defenders with brute force. The Northeast Tigers fans had already witnessed 2 home games, and the previous match had left a profound impression of Wu Di on them. He had become synonymous with a tank, barreling through defensive players to score. Tank, tank, tank. The Northeast Tigers fans eagerly dubbed Wu Di with the nickname Tank. Some who had followed Wu Di's previous games were surprised by his sudden change in style. Yet as long as he could score and make the game exciting, they were indifferent to the means. Still, no one was a match for him. Wu Di found himself in a state of helplessness, yearning for a worthy adversary. What unfolded next was beyond his expectations. He truly encountered a rival. On October 13th, during the third round of the CBA, the Northeast Tigers faced off against the Dragons on their home turf. The Dragons proved to be far superior to both the Raptors and the Roast Ducks, boasting an impressive form player, Tom, who was a remarkable athlete. As Wu Di sat on the sidelines, he watched the Dragons relentlessly dismantle the Northeast Tigers' defense, sparks of excitement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, this was the opponent he had been searching for. True masters require formidable challengers to highlight their prowess. Akin to the relationship between Hua Xiong and Guan Yu, the 3 heroes and Lu Bu were the vast army of Chao Chao confronting Zhao Yun. Chapter 33. Foreign player Johnson Johnson. A foreign player hailing from New Jersey, USA, is an African-American standing at 192 centimeters, playing as a shooting guard. As a recruit under the CBA's Unified Recruitment Initiative, Johnson had not showcased exceptional talent during his time in the United States. However, upon joining the Dragons, he began to thrive. It is noteworthy that Johnson was not suited to the intense basketball environment in America, where his mental fortitude fell short, preventing him from demonstrating his true abilities. Yet, upon arriving in the CBA, he quickly realized the depth of his strength, gaining confidence as he played. After a season, he fully unleashed his potential, and over the course of several seasons, he emerged as a standout player. Johnson possesses remarkable physical attributes and is renowned in the CBA as a master of one-on-one play. The Dragons specifically designed strategies to allow him to take control of the ball for isolation plays. In the first quarter against the Northeast Tigers, Johnson successfully executed 4 one-on-one plays, scoring 10 points, making him the highest scorer on the court. Watching Johnson, Wu Di felt a surge of excitement. He had indeed found the adversary he sought. However, having never faced Johnson in a one-on-one, he was uncertain of his own strength in comparison. As the Northeast Tigers trailed by 6 points in 2026, Wu Di felt a sense of joy, anticipating that the coach would undoubtedly send him onto the court in the second quarter. Indeed, Coach Chen Kai called him to play, but to Wu Di's disappointment, Johnson remained on the sidelines, as the Dragons intended to unleash him in the second half, leaving the two players unlikely to meet on the court during this quarter. Wu Di's spirits dampened. His sole purpose for entering the game was to challenge Johnson in a one-on-one duel. Frustrated at the prospect of not being able to engage him, an idea suddenly struck Wu Di. He resolved to bring Johnson onto the court himself. Crossing half-court, Wu Di immediately signaled to his teammates to spread out, initiating his own one-on-one play. If Johnson is the king of isolation plays, then I shall compel him to confront me, he thought. With a swift movement, Wu Di leaned against his defender and surged toward the basket. The Dragons' substitute player lacked strength, allowing Wu Di to easily penetrate the paint. He leapt high and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. A dunk. Wu Di had performed dunks before, but he had never executed one quite like this, as he believed that a dunk and a layup both counted for 2 points, and he reserved such displays for moments of necessity. The reason for today's slam dunk can be traced back to Johnson's initial solo play, which concluded with a spectacular dunk just a few days ago. The home crowd of the Dragons erupted with an extraordinary cheer, as many spectators were taken aback by the young player's explosive scoring method upon his entrance, evoking a sense of astonishment. This match was being broadcast live on 5-Star Sports, with commentary provided by two relatively obscure individuals, Su Jie and Li Cheng. Number 16 of the Northeast Tigers, young Wu Di, broke through his opponent and scored with a resounding dunk. Su Jie exclaimed, "Wu Di's physical prowess is remarkable. He can leap to such heights." Let us take a moment to review the replay, where it is evident that his entire palm soared above the rim. Indeed, Wu Di's athletic abilities are exceptional. Li Cheng concurred, remarking, "It seems that the Northeast Tigers have made a wise decision this year." In July, Wu Di underwent a trial with the Northeast Tigers, standing at 184 meters at the time. Now, observing his register height, he has reached an impressive 188 meters. Yes, Wu Di is only 18 years old, and it is said that he experienced a sudden growth spurt a year ago, which has yet to cease. To date, he has grown a remarkable 20 centimeters, averaging approximately 15 centimeters per month, as Su Jie noted while reviewing his notes. What is even more remarkable is Wu Di's swift development in basketball. Li Cheng stated a year ago he was merely a novice, but now Wu Di possesses outstanding one-on-one skills. Although he still faces challenges in teamwork, he is capable of leveraging his formidable offensive abilities to invigorate his teammates. In the last 2 matches against the Raptors and the Roast Duck team, he showcased exceptional one-on-one talent. As for the Dragons' foreign player Johnson, he is recognized as the king of isolation plays in the CBA. The clash of these two generations of one-on-one masters promises an exhilarating competition, Su Jie remarked. Indeed, reflecting on the first quarter, it seems Johnson also executed a dunk, and now Wu Di has achieved his first dunk in his basketball career. One wonders if he is declaring a challenge to Johnson. Li Cheng speculated suddenly. If that is indeed the case, this match is bound to be captivating. Su Jie's eyes brightened as he stated, "The legendary duel between Yi Guqing and Ximin Shui atop the Purple Forbidden City may unfold before us. Let us eagerly anticipate the remainder of the game." These two commentators are quite eloquent, stirring a sense of excitement among the viewers of the live broadcast. Mr. Gulong's depiction of the Purple Forbidden City represents a pinnacle of martial arts culture, rivaling the grand scenes crafted by Mr. Jin Yong. such as the Huashan Sword debate and the tumultuous events atop the Bright Summit. However, some spectators remain skeptical, believing that Wu Di cannot possibly compare Johnson, who has long since established his name in the sport. Even Johnson himself harbors such beliefs. In his perception, China indeed boasts numerous formidable players. Yet most of these athletes predominantly excel in the paint. Not to mention the towering Yao Ming, who has firmly established himself in the NBA, or the retired superstar. Big Baby, alongside the CBA Rockets Ji and the South China Tigers Jinlian, all of whom present as formidable adversaries. However, when it comes to guards, Johnson finds himself at a loss, unable to identify a worthy competitor. Yet soon, Johnson begins to question his own judgment. Once more, Wu Di dribbles to the front court, maintaining space from his teammates. He opts against a drive, instead turning to back his defender, initiating a post-up. With his sheer strength, Wu Di effortlessly pushes the defender beneath the basket, sending him crashing to the floor before scoring with ease. This mirrors Johnson's second isolation play perfectly. Yet Wu Di executes it with greater authority. Johnson never managed to floor his defender. On his third attempt, Wu Di employs a crossover dribble to shake off his defender, then concludes with a jump shot, marking the end of his offensive sequence. For his fourth play, he skillfully evades the defender before finishing with a layup, utilizing the help of a recovering player. In these four offensive maneuvers, Wu Di flawlessly replicates Johnson's strategies, achieving an immaculate 4 for 4, thus accumulating 8 points. The expression on Johnson's face darkens. Aside from the 2 points he scored in collaboration with his teammates, Wu Di has effectively countered every offensive move he possesses. This is a blatant provocation. Chapter 34. The Isolation King. Not only is Johnson feeling a surge of frustration, but even Coach Long is incensed. He observes Wu Di's taunts and realizes that he must put Johnson back on the court. Failing to do so would imply that Johnson is intimidated. Foreign players come to China for various reasons: to find playing opportunities, to gain competitive experience in preparation for the NBA, and to gain fame for endorsement deals. The sports industry in China is just beginning to flourish. While commercialization is not yet rampant, there remain lucrative opportunities. Achieving fame can lead to endorsement contracts that surpass an entire year's salary. Johnson, renowned as the Isolation King in China, has become a prominent star. This title has garnered him numerous endorsements, earning him no less than $1 million in endorsement fees annually. Should he lose this title, his financial income would substantially diminish. To sever one's financial means is akin to striking at a parent's heart. Coach Long still requires Johnson, thus ensuring he retains this esteemed title. Over the years, many have sought to claim this title, yet all have been bested by Johnson, who has taught them what it truly means to be the Isolation King. However, he has never before encountered such a blatant provocation, especially from someone in a substitute role. Such occurrences are rare in the CBA, yet commonplace in the NBA. It is said that during their first encounter, Kobe Bryant taunted Michael Jordan, even daring to push Malone aside. Thus, even if Johnson's injury disrupts the team's strategy, the coach has no choice but to reinstate Johnson, allowing him to defend his honor as the Isolation King. As for whether Johnson will lose, it seems unlikely. The coach harbors considerable confidence in Johnson. His entry onto the court has ignited excitement among the spectators present and those watching from home, particularly energizing the commentators Su Jie and Li Cheng. Johnson has taken the floor. Su Jie exclaimed, "The moment we have been anticipating is about to unfold. Will our champion of singles prevail? Or will our young challenger seize the opportunity?" The duel between these two skilled players has commenced, with Johnson now facing off against Wu Di. Li Cheng observed, "There is a significant height difference between them, and in terms of physique, Johnson appears to be the more robust." Johnson shares this sentiment. Having gauged Wu Di's speed while on the sidelines, he seeks to exploit this to his advantage. However, when Johnson collided with Wu Di, he discovered that Wu Di possessed considerable strength. Utilizing his experience, Wu Di adeptly pivoted, leaning against Johnson to initiate a back-to-the-basket play. Johnson made a breakthrough, their bodies clashing, yet Wu Di stood his ground, resisting Johnson's advance. Leveraging his experience, Johnson turned, pressing against Wu Di as he attempted to score with a back play. Johnson's technique was formidable, executed with careful rhythm, but Wu Di managed to snatch the ball away from him. Wu Di's reaction was lightning fast. He swiped the basketball from Johnson's grasp and darted towards the front court. Although Johnson was taken aback by the turnover, he quickly closed the gap. Striving to impede, Wu Di's progress, ultimately halting him just beyond the three-point line. Wu Di refrained from charging in, as the other players from the Dragon team had returned to their positions. He understood that taking on 5 opponents single-handedly would be unwise. Thus, he waited for his teammates to position themselves before engaging Johnson in a one-on-one confrontation. Now, Wu Di was on the offensive with Johnson defending, while the others created space for their duel. Indeed, after having just stolen the ball from Johnson, he felt compelled to validate his defensive prowess. Otherwise, the unfolding situation would become exceedingly unfavorable for him. Wu Di approached, eager to test his strength against Johnson once more, sensing that Johnson's power did not match his own. When Wu Di collided with Johnson, the latter subtly leaned back, a shift unnoticed by most, but keenly felt by both Wu Di and Johnson. A surge of elation filled Wu Di. Indeed, he possessed greater strength. With newfound confidence, he charged towards the paint, believing he could penetrate the defense. Johnson, however, was taken aback, unprepared for the intensity of Wu Di's strength. He contemplated a direct challenge to Wu Di, but his experience cautioned against it. In defense, exerting force is inherently reactive, and he would inevitably be a step behind. Thus, his best course of action was to ease off slightly and follow Wu Di into the paint, ready to address the situation beneath the basket. Johnson's defense remained commendable, as he felt assured in his ability to block Wu Di's shot. Yet the audience remained oblivious to the nuances of the contest, mistakenly believing that Johnson had been overpowered by Wu Di. As the strongest guard in the CBA, if even he could be displaced, it underscored the formidable strength Wu Di possessed. Many spectators, both in the arena and in front of their screens, were internally astonished. This young man truly embodies the essence of Tank. Wu Di's relentless domination showcased before hundreds of thousands, and with merely a fraction of the audience's endorsement. He effortlessly secured his nickname. The host acquired the moniker Tank with 37,628 endorsements. However, Wu Di had little inclination to heed the system any longer. He jostled past Johnson and approached the basket. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his entire body propelled upwards. Johnson followed suit, extending his hand to obstruct Wu Di's path to the hoop. Yet Wu Di stretched his arm wide, deftly avoiding Johnson's reach, and lofted the ball into the air. As Wu Di charged into the paint, he launched a shot against Johnson's defense. The posture of his layup appeared somewhat peculiar, akin to hurling the ball skyward. The basketball soared high, skillfully eluding Johnson's defense. Would it find its mark? The ball struck the rim, bounced up, and then, against all odds, nestled into the net. Indeed, Wu Di scored, triumphing in the first bout against Johnson. If he could maintain this scoring streak, he might very well defeat Johnson. The two commentators exuberantly narrated the moment. At this juncture, the distinction between home and away faded, as the CBA's home court biases were not particularly pronounced, nor did they influence the commentators. For them, both teams were allies, positioned neutrally. Yet among the players, there remained a palpable bias, always siding with the victors. Wu Di's victory over Johnson rendered the atmosphere somewhat subdued. Many fans, in disbelief, began to jeer at Wu Di, expressing their discontent. Nevertheless, Wu Di remained unfazed, celebrating with fervent arm gestures. His teammates approached, applauding him. Although they had made a futile run, they were pleased that Wu Di could best Johnson, for he was indeed the finest player on the Northeast Tigers. Had it not been for his recent arrival, he would not have had to play as a substitute. Chapter 35. All-Elite Johnson grew somewhat anxious. To be bested by a junior left him feeling unbalanced. His psychological state, already fragile, became even more agitated as he desperately sought to retaliate. Yet the more he rushed, the more mistakes he made. First, a failed layup, followed by a turnover, as he overlooked Wu Di's proximity, allowing Wu Di to swat his shot away. After finally succeeding once, he then committed another blunder, absurdly sending the ball out of bounds. Despite Johnson's poor performance on the offensive end, his defensive prowess remained commendable. Wu Di's layups were frequently thwarted by Johnson, causing his shooting percentage to plummet to around 50. Nevertheless, Wu Di still managed to outshine Johnson, whose shooting percentage languished below 30. After several minutes of play, both Wu Di and Johnson were substituted out. The coach of the long team can no longer tolerate the mistakes made by Johnson. The advantage painstakingly established in the first quarter was squandered by Johnson within mere minutes. And if this continues, the long team will inevitably succumb to the Northeast Tigers. The substitution of Wu Di for Chen Kai was due to the fact that Wu Di had triumphed in his duel against Johnson, although both defenses troubled the opposing offenses. What was meant to be an offensive clash transformed into a defensive struggle, yet Wu Di emerged victorious, outscoring Johnson by 6 points, with a score of 82 during their confrontation. Now, with the Northeast Tigers in the lead, Wu Di has also discerned Johnson's psychological vulnerabilities. Initially expecting a worthy adversary, Wu Di discovered that Johnson was merely a facade, hollow and easily deflated with a slight push. After leaving the court, Wu Di unexpectedly received a notification from a system. The host has acquired a new nickname, King of One-on-One, with 27,643 endorsements. King of One-on-One? He never anticipated that he would actually claim this title. Nonetheless, this is fortuitous. He has now garnered 2 nicknames in this match, sufficient to elevate Zhou Tsang to a refined level. Moreover, winning this game grants him a total of 10 victories. Although 7 of those victories are from Cuba, they are still invaluable for upgrading Guan Yu, perfectly positioning him to ascend to an excellent level, thus ensuring that all 5 of his generals are of exceptional caliber. Despite Johnson being rattled by Wu Di, the Long team is formidable. By the end of the second quarter, they managed to regain the lead, entering the second half with a 1-point advantage. In the third quarter, Chen Kai once again sent Wu Di onto the court. The Long team's coach reinstated Johnson, but instead of defending Wu Di, he assigned the starting point guard to guard him. It seems the coach intends to liberate Johnson from defensive duties, allowing him to focus more on offense. This strategy is indeed commendable, yet he failed to consider whether Wu Di would be amenable to it. With Johnson not defending him, Wu Di remained unperturbed, breaking through the defensive player into the paint, opting either to score himself or to attract help before passing, executing with effortless grace. On defense, Wu Di stood directly in front of Johnson, marginalizing him. With Wu Di's presence limiting Johnson, his offensive capabilities were similarly curtailed. He could only create scoring opportunities through his teammate screens. However, it is essential to remember that he is the king of one-on-one, requiring ball possession to unleash his full potential. Reduced to a catch-and-shoot player, even achieving half of his ability would be commendable. The Long team continuously adjusted their lineup, even resorting to a 2 to 3 zone defense to stifle Wu Di's penetration. Yet, Wu Di unexpectedly sank 2 consecutive 3-pointers from beyond the arc, effectively dismantling their zone defense. The Long team's defensive strategy faltered as they incessantly altered their roster in an attempt to contain Wu Di's performance. Wu Di's prowess in one-on-one situations is simply too formidable. No player from the Long team can adequately defend against him. However, employing a double team against him allowed other players of the Northeast Tigers to slip through unnoticed. Coach Chen Kai paired Wu Di with 4 teammates possessing shooting capabilities, ensuring that any open opportunity could result in points, thus thwarting the Dragon team's plans for a double team. Indeed, the Dragon team has adjusted their lineup numerous times, yet they still cannot contain Wu Di's performance. I believe their issues extend beyond mere defense. Their offense is also significantly flawed. Johnson was effectively restrained by Wu Di, and the offensive efforts of other players on the Dragon team appear to falter, with their shooting percentage failing to improve, which is a principal reason they could not close the scoring gap. With 6 minutes remaining in the game, the Northeast Tigers held a commanding lead of 16 points, prompting the Dragon team to substitute their starters and concede defeat. Following their victory over the Dragon team, the squad promptly made their way to the airport. In 2 days, during the 4th round of matches, the Northeast Tigers are scheduled to face the Lions on their home turf. The Lions are also a formidable team, albeit lacking in standout players, relying instead on collective strength and employing a Princeton-style strategy. Once aboard the aircraft, Wu Di feigned a nap, while in reality, he was communicating with the system. Victory led to the promotion of Guan Yu to an excellent rank. Elevating Guan Yu to this level enhanced his unique trait, Guan Gong Reborn, bolstered his pride, and significantly increased his critical hit and burst potential. He was instructed to complete the training as per the prescribed regimen, with an expected fusion timeline of 5 days. All 5 of the host generals were upgraded to excellent rank, earning the title of excellent player, which permits the elevation of one excellent general to a fine rank. Such a boon. Wu Di was elated. This title was incredibly advantageous. Once all 5 generals reached the fine rank, he would undoubtedly receive a title for an epic level player. Calculating further with these titles, How many victories would it take to elevate all his generals fully? This essentially means that upgrading 4 out of 5 generals would suffice. A standard upgrade to excellent requires 10 victories, totaling 50 victories for all 5. An upgrade from excellent to fine necessitates 20 victories, summing to 80 victories for 4. Transitioning from fine to epic demands 50 victories, totaling 200 victories for 4. From epic to legendary entails 100 victories, culminating in 400 victories for 4. And from legendary to mythical requires 200 victories, aggregating to 800 victories for 4. Thus, the total would be 508-0200-4008-01530 victories, and to further upgrade the strategist, an additional 1530 victories are required, bringing the cumulative total to 3,060 victories. Subtracting the 50 victories spent on his own upgrades and considering his 2 existing titles, he would still need 2,990 victories to achieve full upgrades. Needing 3,000 victories doesn't appear overly daunting. However, based on the NBA, a regular season consists of 82 games, and securing a championship entails winning 16 more, totaling 98 games. By this calculation, I would still need to play for 30 years, along with other competitions. 30 years? How could I possibly play for 30 years? Moreover, how could I win every match each year? Even the greatest Bulls team managed only 72 wins in a regular season. Yet, playing for 20 years seems more feasible, achieving around 50 wins each regular season and approximately 10 wins in the playoffs. After achieving 60 victories over 20 years, one would accumulate merely 200 wins. Consequently, with nearly 800 victories remaining, would it necessitate 180 nicknames? Does the NBA truly possess 180 nicknames? Chapter 36. Personality conflict. For the first time, Wu Di felt a sense of despair regarding his progression. The figure of 180 nicknames was utterly unattainable. He was confident he could secure around 30 nicknames, but beyond that, he had no assurance whatsoever. Initially, acquiring nicknames was relatively effortless. However, as time progressed, the attainment of such titles invariably slowed. Although some accolades might compensate for this, Wu Di was uncertain about how many titles he could realistically earn, as these were akin to achievements that required specific conditions to be met. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Wu Di utilized the title of an exceptional player to elevate Zhou Tsong to a refined status. The host upgraded Zhou Tsong to a superior level, enhancing the characteristic of formidable strength, improving personality traits, and augmenting physical robustness and power. The host was advised to follow the prescribed regimen and training projects, with an anticipated complete integration time of 10 days. Upon completing the upgrade, Wu Di suddenly furrowed his brow, inexplicably recalling that he had been indulging himself lately. He seemed to have developed a sense of aversion towards such a life of nightly revelry. This could not continue. As he contemplated this, he used 2 nicknames to elevate Lu Bu to a refined level. The host upgraded Lu Bu to a superior status, enhancing the characteristic of unparalleled prowess, improving personality traits, and increasing versatility and speed. The host was again advised to adhere to the prescribed regimen and training projects, with an expected complete integration time of 10 days. After this upgrade, Wu Di once again frowned, suddenly reflecting on the women he had been associating with recently, all of whom were indeed captivating. How could he have ever felt disdain for them? Such thoughts were utterly unforgivable. Within Wu Di's mind, a conflict ensued. One voice admonished him that his actions were incorrect, representing a descent into depravity, while another voice countered, asserting that there was nothing amiss, as he was merely following his instincts. After all, it was a mutually consensual affair. This is wrong. This is not wrong. This is wrong. This is not wrong. This is wrong. This is not wrong. System, what is happening? Wu Di felt a surge of panic. Was he experiencing a split in his personality? It was a side effect of simultaneous upgrades. During these 10 days, the host would oscillate between 2 distinct personalities. However, the host need not fret, as long as he refrained from simultaneously upgrading 2 warriors in the future. How could there be a conflict? Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Indeed, a composed demeanor leans towards stability, while an unruly one tends to chaos. Thus, conflicts are inevitable. What about the other 3 personalities? The remaining 3 are comparatively neutral. Steadfastness leans towards stability, cleverness towards chaos, and arrogance also towards chaos, albeit to varying degrees. If one were to establish a tendency scale, where 0 represents stability and 10 represents chaos, then composure would be at 2, unruliness at 8, steadfastness at 4, cleverness at 7, and arrogance at 7. How could this be the case? In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the records of Zhouzong are rather scant. Aside from his initial appearance as a mountain bandit, he consistently remains by Guan Yu's side, dutifully following Guan Yu's commands, which accounts for his composed demeanor. In contrast, the account of Lu Bu is considerably more detailed. He assassinated Ding Yuan, subsequently killed Dong Zhuo, ambushed Cao Cao, and after aligning with Liu Bei, seized Shuzhou. His actions are dictated by his capricious nature. Had it not been for the influence of others, his inclination would be a perfect 10. Who provided him this influence? Dong Zhuo? He is merely one among several, with an inclination score of 10. However, 2 others possess a score of 9, Ling Di and Yuan Shu. How do they attain a score of 9? Ling Di's character is one of debauchery. He is not only excessively lustful, but also brazenly sells official positions, favors eunuchs, executes distinguished scholars, and enforces party bans. Ling Di was indeed coerced by the powerful aristocratic families. Please note, I refer to the narrative within the text, not a discussion of historical events. Wu Di, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily shifted the topic, asking about Yuan Shu. What about him? Yuan Shu's character is one of recklessness. He completely disregards the laws of the land. After He Jin's assassination, he audaciously stormed into the imperial palace, later waging war against Dong Zhuo, leading Sun Jian to kill the governor of Nanyang. Ultimately, he even dared to usurp the title of emperor, thus earning a character score of 9. Wu Di expressed curiosity, admitting he had never pondered these intricacies while reading. What about the other 3 generals? Zhao Yun's character is resolute. This is generally a neutral trait. However, in Zhao Yun's case, it leans towards composure. Although he engages in perilous battles, whether at Changban Slope or during the Battle of Hanzhong, these dangers arise from external circumstances rather than his own disposition. He typically acts after careful deliberation, whether aligning with Gongsun Zan or Liu Bei, reflecting the essence of Zhao Yun's character, resulting in a balanced inclination score of 4. Tai Shizi's character is cunning. During his escape from the siege of the Yellow Turbans in Beihai and his fierce battle against Sun Su at Xintingling, he took significant risks. Nevertheless, due to the successful outcomes of these endeavors, Tai Shizi possesses a cunning nature, albeit his impulsiveness leads to decisions fraught with danger, resulting in an inclination score of 7. Guan Yu's character is one of pride. As one of the most frequently described generals in the text, his adventurous spirit is evident throughout. His journey of 1,000 miles alone and his solitary sword meeting are feats built upon his formidable strength and reputation, as he firmly believes in his ability to achieve these tasks, and he accomplishes them with great success. Yet ultimately, due to his disposition, he offends Sun Quan, leading to his defeat and death, which also earns him a score of 7. Summing these scores, 2, 4, 7, 7, and 8, results in a total of 28, averaging to 56. That seems satisfactory. My character, when averaged, stands at 56. That should pose no problem, right? There is no inclination for the host, as you are not a character within the text and lack the foundational basis for such analysis. Please refrain from reducing yourself to mere data. This approach does not allow for the true interpretation of your actions. Well, after all this time, you've said a lot of inconsequential things. The host is merely inquiring. In truth, the issue is not grave. It is only when the host is bored that such errant thoughts arise. But what about my recent behavior? Is it somewhat excessive? Wu Di hesitantly asked, revealing that he had been with numerous women over this period, which was entirely out of character for him. This predicament stems from an overproduction of male hormones in the host's body, necessitating a balancing dose of female hormones. Should the host wish to alter this state, he could undergo treatment with female hormones. However, caution is warranted, as excessive injections may alter the host's sexual orientation. Altering one's sexual orientation? Wu Di shuddered at the thought. Such a consequence is indeed alarming. Perhaps it is best to remain as he is, seeking companionship with women each night. For men invariably require the presence of women. Yet, what to do when on the road? It seems one must find some safe havens. Otherwise, it could prove perilous. Chapter 37. How dark is it? After triumphing over the Dragon team, the Northeast Tigers surged with momentum, preparing to face the Lion team 2 days later. The Lion team, while formidable, lacked the prowess of the Dragon team and did not possess any exceptional defenders capable of containing Wu Di. Chung Kai devised a pick-and-roll strategy for Wu Di, as he could not simply allow him to engage in one-on-one plays while others stood idle. Coordination was essential. The Lion team was utterly incapable of curbing the Northeast Tigers' offensive onslaught, and consequently, their defeat was inevitable. Although the disparity in strength among CBA teams is not as pronounced as in the NBA, significant gaps still exist. The stark contrast in the NBA arises partly from the economic conditions affecting team rosters and partly due to the sheer volume of regular season games, which accentuates these differences. In the CBA, the gap in team strength is also evident, largely determined by the presence of star players. This season alone, after 3 matches, only 3 teams have managed to easily overcome their opponents: the Rockets, the South China Tigers, and the Northeast Tigers. Each of these teams boasts a star player that poses a considerable challenge for their rivals. The Rockets are led by the recently returned Ji, the South China Tigers by the NBA-bound Yi Jianlian, and the Northeast Tigers by Wu Di, who is still playing as a substitute. With Ji's return, the Rockets have significantly bolstered their strength, and calls for a championship are resounding. Prior to the influx of wealth into the NBA, Ji led the Rockets to become the CBA's dominant force, securing 7 championships. Now that he has returned, they are undoubtedly aiming for an 8th title. Yi Jianlian, as a representative figure of a new era in Chinese basketball, has been competing internationally since 2003 and contributed to the team reaching the quarterfinals at the 2004 Asian Games. After years of development, Yi Jianlian has become one of the most renowned basketball stars in the country, second only to Ji. In contrast, Wu Di, who previously lacked recognition, has only recently risen to prominence. However, following his victory over Johnson, Wu Di's reputation began to spread nationwide. In the 4th round of the CBA, during the match against the Lion team, Wu Di scored 32 points, provided 16 assists, and grabbed 6 rebounds, prompting Chung Kai to decisively include Wu Di in the starting lineup. On October 18th, the Northeast Tigers faced the Qilin, with Wu Di starting in his debut match. In this remarkable performance, Wu Di unleashed his full potential, achieving a triple-double with 26 points, 12 assists, and 10 rebounds. This stellar display catapulted Wu Di into the limelight, capturing the attention of sports channels that eagerly broadcasted the Northeast Tigers games. On October 20th, the Northeast Tigers battled against the Flying Tigers, where Wu Di continued his scoring frenzy, amassing an impressive 42 points. The Flying Tigers found themselves utterly unable to contain him, as Wu Di sank 6 three-pointers. The Northeast Tigers scored an astounding 136 points, marking the highest score of the season thus far. On October 22nd, the Northeast Tigers clashed with the Pampan, 2 neighboring teams with a shared fan base. The Pampan initiated a relentless defense against Wu Di, attempting to stifle his impact. However, having assimilated the attributes of Zhou Tsong a day earlier, Wu Di's strength had significantly amplified. Time and again, he powered through 2 defenders, rendering the Pon-Pon's strategy futile. Even with a 4-on-2 advantage, the Northeast Tigers remained dominant, showcasing their prowess. By October 25th, Wu Di had fully harnessed the characteristics of Lu Bu, enhancing his abilities further. On this day, the Northeast Tigers squared off against the Cheetahs, who became mere sacrificial lambs in the face of Wu Di's extraordinary strength and blistering speed, leaving them utterly defenseless. On October 27th, the Northeast Tigers faced the Chinese Sturgeon, a formidable team also vying for the championship this season. However, their luck was not on their side. Not only did they contend with the impending NBA preparations of a key player, but they also confronted the resurgent Northeast Tigers, who emerged as a dark horse in the league. This unexpected rise sent shockwaves through the competition, with only the Rockets and the South China Tigers maintaining their composure, while others trembled in trepidation, including the Chinese Sturgeon. The Chinese Sturgeon meticulously analyzed all the Northeast Tigers games, seeking to uncover the secrets behind their success. What they discovered was a formidable player, one they could not contain. Confusion reigned among players and coaches alike. How could a guard possess greater strength than a center? Why was he successfully battling for rebounds against centers? In the midst of such despair, the Chinese Sturgeon faltered, leading to Wu Di being substituted after just 2 quarters, resulting in a decisive victory for the Northeast Tigers. As of now, the Northeast Tigers remain undefeated, standing alone at the top, while both the South China Tigers and the Rockets have tasted defeat. Speculation abounds regarding just how formidable this dark horse, the Northeast Tigers, truly is. Yet, Few believe they can maintain this winning streak indefinitely. The only teams capable of challenging them are the South China Tigers and the Rockets. And all eyes are eagerly awaiting the encounters between these teams. According to the schedule, the earliest matchup for the Northeast Tigers will be against the Rockets in the 13th round, while the clash with the South China Tigers is set for the 14th round. The upcoming event is the 10th round of the competition, taking place on October 29th, where the Northeast Tigers will face the Galloping Horses. As October draws to a close, Wu Di has grown significantly, now reaching the baseline height for guards. When matched against other guards, he no longer faces a height disadvantage. In fact, his longer wingspan provides him with an advantage, complemented by his superior strength, speed, and skills. Wu Di has garnered the title of the foremost guard in China. Though this title carries a hint of exaggeration and jest, it remains a moniker that has allowed Wu Di to secure 10 additional victories. The Northeast Tigers triumphed over the Galloping Horses, and despite Wu Di's less than stellar performance, he still proved to be formidable. The Galloping Horses achieved the honor of conceding the fewest points in their match against the Northeast Tigers, who won by a mere 5-point margin. Following their victory over the Galloping Horses, the Northeast Tigers also claimed victory against the Great Sharks on November 1st. Subsequently, there is a hiatus until the 12th round of matches on December 22nd, a break of over a month due to the dates of the 15th Asian Games. This edition of the Asian Games is hosted in Doha, Qatar, commencing on December 1st and concluding on December 15th. The preceding matches in the CBA served as preparation for the Asian Games. Starting November 3rd, the national team began its training camp, with rising star Wu Di among the participants. The training camp entails over 20 days of closed-off training, prohibiting any outings. This situation has been quite trying for Wu Di, particularly as athletes are required to abstain from indulgences. Each day, he rises early to run for 2 hours at the training center, leading to an awkward incident where several female athletes noticed Wu Di's noticeable bulge while he was running, much to his embarrassment. Chapter 38. Preparing for the Asian Games. This Asian Games also serves as preparation for the 2008 Olympics, providing a significant test of head coach Jonas's capabilities. The roster for the men's basketball team has nearly been finalized, including Yi Jianlian, Li Ku, Zhang Jingsong, Tang Jingtong, Wang Zhizhi, Mo Ku, Li Nan, Wang Shipeng, Zhu Fengyu, Lu Wei, Sun Yu, and Wu Di. The centers include Wang Zhizhi, Li Ku, Mo Ku, and Tang Jingtong. The forwards consist of Yi Jianlian, Zhang Jingsong, Li Nan, and Zhu Fengyu, while the guards comprise Wang Shipeng, Lu Wei, Sun Yu, and Wu Di. All but Sun Yu, who does not play in the CBA, hail from various teams within the league. Some have played alongside Wu Di, while others have yet to do so. Wu Di shares a room with Sun Yu, who soon discovers the reason for Wu Di's early rising. Amused, Sun Yu inquires about Wu Di's daily routine and whether he still has the energy to focus on basketball. Wu Di defends himself, asserting that he hasn't maintained such a regimen for a long time prior to joining this training camp. Sun Yu, puzzled, questions whether Wu Di is unwell, shaking his head and dismissing the possibility, stating that both the Northeast Tigers and the national team conduct health examinations, which would reveal any illness. Wu Di found himself at a loss for words, ultimately attributing his exuberance to an abundance of energy. Sun Yu, seemingly recalling something, asked with a mischievous smile whether the rumors were indeed true. What rumors? Wu Di inquired. Many people in the venues say that among the Northeast Tigers, there is one who has a penchant for nightclubs. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Wu Di paused, then nodded, almost as if conceding that the description fit him, admitting that he frequently frequented such establishments. Is it truly enjoyable there? Sun Yu questioned skeptically. I enjoy nightclubs as well, but I would visit them every single day. I go to nightclubs for a different purpose. Wu Di replied, pointing at his younger sibling. Do you think I'm wealthy? Each visit costs at least a few hundred yuan. Then why not seek out those places that charge 1 or 200? Sun Yu queried, puzzled. I have a psychological aversion to that. Wu Di shook his head, putting on his clothes. If you're going to sleep, you still have some time. I need to go for a run. Are you not worried about being seen by women? Sun Yu asked. If they see me, so be it. I've grown accustomed to it. Wu Di retorted before dashing out. Indeed, he had become accustomed to the sight of many female athletes witnessing his less dignified moments in recent days. Due to Doha's relatively southern latitude, the national team's training camp was established in the metropolis, which shares a similar geographical position, to complete their training. As the most open city in the country, The metropolis boasts superior economic conditions, with skyscrapers dotting the skyline. Wu Di remained in the metropolis, as he was scheduled to play an away game there on November 1st. Before reporting to the national team, he had already experienced the allure of the city's women. However, to be frank, Wu Di's impression of the beauties in the metropolis was far from favorable. They often aspired to marry abroad, as if life overseas were infinitely superior, an attitude he found difficult to accept. Following his exposure to the mercenary side of the metropolis's women, he ceased seeking companionship from local ladies. Within this sport arena, athletes from basketball, volleyball, and athletics congregated. Thus, every morning, Wu Di encountered female athletes jogging, who would often giggle upon seeing him. Some even daringly greeted him, eager to witness his flustered expression. Initially, Wu Di felt quite embarrassed, but after a few days, he grew indifferent. The amusement faded for those women, and the situation became a commonplace occurrence. Yet it remained a source of mirth within the men's basketball team. If Wu Di could handle those female mischief makers, how could he not manage the men? Armed with a basketball, he challenged them one by one, instilling fear in them and curtailing any further jokes on the subject. This lighthearted jest contributed positively to the team's atmosphere and allowed Jonas to recognize Wu Di's true capabilities. Jonas held Wu Di in high regard, for regardless of the tactics he wished to employ, Wu Di could seamlessly integrate into the strategy. Had it not been for Wu Di's mere year of playing and his still raw skills, Jonas might have considered constructing the entire national team around him. Jonas has indeed included Wu Di in the starting lineup, forming a formidable trio alongside Alien, complemented by the defensive prowess and three-point shooting of Sun Yu. As well as the interior support provided by Li Nan, they have established a robust starting formation. This lineup boasts exceptional three-point capability, with 4 players adept at shooting from beyond the arc, creating an overwhelming offensive force. When it comes to penetrating the defense, the other 4 can effectively create space, enabling Wu Di to drive to the basket. The interior attack is bolstered by the seasoned Alien and the versatile Daji. The combination of inside and outside play, along with passing, pick and rolls, and various tactical maneuvers, renders the team undeniably powerful. Yunus is immensely satisfied with this configuration, confident that it will dominate the entire Asian Games. Consequently, while gathering intelligence on rival teams, he is also seeking someone to mentor Wu Di on the nuances of the game, as many of Wu Di's playing techniques are flawed. His ability to lead the Northeast Tigers to their current standing is primarily due to his exceptional physicality and remarkable shooting touch. Wu Di, your driving technique is incorrect. Such a style makes you susceptible to turnovers. Remember, driving is not merely about colliding with opponents. Do not overly rely on strength. Consider that the defender you face is likely stronger than you, even if many players may not possess your strength. Conserving your energy is crucial for sustaining your presence on the court over time. Matches can turn on a dime. When your stamina is depleted, we find ourselves at a disadvantage, and ultimately, we may lose the game. As a mature player, you must strategize to accomplish more with less energy. Managing your stamina is an essential skill. Wu Di, your shooting form is aesthetically pleasing, and your accuracy is commendable. However, your decision-making leaves something to be desired. At times, even when defenders are in front of you, you must take the shot. This is how you will become stronger. Embrace challenges, for when your shooting percentage under defensive pressure approaches that of your open shots, you will emerge as one of the most formidable players in the world. When it comes to defense, avoid relying on brute force. While you need not resort to petty maneuvers, it is imperative to master the art of subtle strength. Often, you need not fully engage. Simply leaning against the opponent's waist can suffice. The waist serves as a pivotal point for many movements. A gentle nudge can render the opponent ineffective. Wu Di, refrain from unnecessary attempts at stealing the ball, as this will only increase your fouls. Control your fouls. Do not allow the referees to scrutinize you. Although international competitions lack the leniency of star games and home court advantages, the likelihood of misjudgments remains high. Excessive actions will attract the referee's attention, and even marginally fouling actions may be called. Chapter 39. The opening of the Doha Asian Games as days pass. Wu Di's understanding of basketball deepens, and his skills continue to evolve. Yunus imparts considerable wisdom on Wu Di, despite not being an exceptional player himself. His understanding of basketball far surpasses that of Wu Di. On December 1st, the Doha Asian Games officially commenced. Wu Di, along with his teammates from the men's basketball team, participated in the opening ceremony. This marked Wudi's inaugural appearance on the international sports stage, filling him with excitement. However, by this time, the men's basketball team had already completed the group stage. On November 20th, the men's basketball team departed for Doha in advance. As the group matches are set to commence on the 23rd, the tournament is divided into Group A and Group B, each consisting of 6 nations. Group A includes Qatar, South Korea, Iran, Jordan, Bahrain, and Syria, while Group B comprises China, Lebanon, Japan, Chinese Taipei, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. A total of 5 matches will be held within the groups, after which teams will be ranked into 3 tiers based on their victories. The top 4 teams will advance to the semifinals. The middle 4 will vie for 5th to 8th place, and the bottom 4 will compete for 9th to 12th place. The Chinese team navigated the group stage with ease, achieving an impressive 5 victories to secure first place and advance. Notably, the triangular formation featuring Yi Jianlian and Wu Di proved to be a source of considerable concern for the opposing teams, as all 3 players are exceedingly challenging to defend against. The playing styles of international teams differ significantly from those in China, and there are also notable discrepancies between East Asian and West Asian styles. When facing Lebanon, Wu Di was filled with anticipation. However, upon taking the court, it became evident that Lebanon was no match for China, even falling short compared to certain CBA teams. Among the other 5 teams, the strongest contenders appeared to be Chinese Taipei, Japan, and Kazakhstan, all of whom closely followed China in terms of performance. During this Asian Games, Wu Di particularly yearned to compete against Japan and South Korea. His desire to face Japan stems from his childhood admiration for the anime Slam Dunk, which ignited his passion for basketball. He feels a kinship with the character Sakuragi Hanamichi, as both began as novices, showcasing natural talent despite physical limitations and gaining recognition in national school competitions. However, Wu Di's hopes were dashed when he discovered that Japan's national team was not as formidable as the fictional Shihoka team depicted in the anime. Additionally, Wu Di harbored a desire to challenge the South Korean team. As a self-proclaimed anti-Korean enthusiast, he sought to prove a point against them. Unfortunately, China and South Korea were not placed in the same group, and after the group stage, the 2 teams were unable to meet, with China ranking 1st and South Korea 6th, leaving the latter without the opportunity to participate in the semifinals. Wu Di is only familiar with Ha Sung-jin, often regarded as the universe's #1 center, whose stature is comparable to that of Yao Ming. It seems that NBA scouts once believed he possessed similar potential, leading him to the league. However, he was reportedly released prior to this season and, consequently, did not appear on the roster for the current Asian Games. Wu Di laments the missed opportunity to confront the South Korean team, but he must now await the next opportunity, uncertain of when that might be. Hopefully not until after his return from the NBA. On December 6th, the men's basketball team will take a brief hiatus, with their next match scheduled for the 13th. This week of waiting leaves Wu Di feeling rather bored, as the national team remains under strict management. Such measures, though restrictive, serve to protect athletes from unforeseen incidents, as many international competitors have faced robbery, accidents, or even terrorist attacks while outside, resulting in injuries or fatalities. However, for Wu Di, this routine had become rather tedious. His days consisted solely of engaging in a few hours of exercise, followed by spectating various competitions. This week, the training regimen for the men's basketball team was not particularly demanding, as both the team leader and the coach were wary of overexerting the players. Maintaining their form was deemed sufficient. During his observations of the matches, Wu Di noticed numerous attractive women, stirring a flicker of interest within him. Yet, he dared not contravene the regulations of the national team, relegating himself to merely feasting his eyes. Qatar, a nation steeped in Islamic tradition, sees its women clad in conservative attire. Only those from abroad donned more revealing clothing. However, as winter had set in, most events were held indoors, leading to a modest presentation among the women, which was a relief for Wu Di. The Asian Games, being a celebration for Asians, lacked the presence of Western women, with the majority of beauties hailing from the regions of China, Korea, and Japan, which Wu Di found quite pleasing. There were also some dark-skinned South Asian women, predominantly from India, whose entertainment industry thrived with numerous captivating Indian actresses, well regarded globally. In the film Myth, released last year, there was a sensuous Indian actress, seemingly named Marika or something akin. Had it not been for the exquisite cinematography showcasing the lead, Jin Shishan, Marika would have undoubtedly stolen the spotlight with her long legs and alluring figure. Wu Di's gaze drifted toward the audience, where he spotted a woman strikingly reminiscent of Marika. Engrossed in the game, could it be mere coincidence? Intrigued, Wu Di scrutinized her closely. There was a resemblance, yet he could not be certain. The woman caught his eye and furrowed her brow slightly before donning a pair of sunglasses. From this gesture, Wu Di felt a 90% certainty that she was indeed Marika. He dismissed the thought of approaching her, knowing that even if he succeeded in striking up a conversation, he would be unable to leave. Soon, he relegated the encounter to the back of his mind and continued scanning the audience. Compared to the athletes, the number of beautiful women in the stands was exponentially greater, simply due to the sheer volume of spectators present. Even after accounting for the Arab women, the ratio far surpassed that of the athletes. On the 13th, the semifinals were set to commence, and Wu Di refrained from watching the matches, seeking clarity of mind in preparation for the upcoming game against Jordan. While Jordan was not a formidable adversary, Wu Di understood the importance of not underestimating them. He had no desire to falter at this critical juncture, as it not only affected his win record, but also the quest for the championship. He pondered whether winning the Asian Games would earn him a title. He yearned for a moniker or nickname, aspiring to elevate his character, Zhou Tsong, to an epic level before entering the NBA, unlocking the unique ability of strategist Zhang Song, which would grant him an impeccable memory. With such a gift, his growth would undoubtedly accelerate. He currently possesses merely a nickname and 14 victories. Even with direct promotion, he still falls short by 26 wins, and should all his warriors achieve excellence, an additional 36 victories would be required. Both 26 and 36 are not easily attainable. With 19 regular season games remaining in the CBA, Wu Di cannot guarantee an undefeated record, and he harbors no substantial confidence in clinching the championship during the playoffs. As many of his teammates in the national team are from the South China Tigers and the Rockets, whose capabilities Wu Di is acutely aware of. Thus, Wu Di must seek ways to earn some extra income. Chapter 40. The beautiful spectators at the semifinals at midnight Beijing time on the 14th, or 7 p.m. local time in Doha. The match between Jordan and China commenced. The players took to the court, with the Chinese starting lineup comprising Wang Zhizhi, forward Yi Jianlian, Li Nan, defender Sun Yu, and Wu Di. Jordan's starting center was an unnamed player, alongside forwards and defenders whose names eluded Wu Di, leading him to mentally label them with vague references. As the referee tossed the ball, both teams' players leaped for the tip-off, with Yi Jianlian triumphantly directing the ball to Wu Di. Wu Di dribbled past half-court, gesturing for his teammates to spread out, and then maneuvered past an opponent to score. The Jordanian players bore peculiar names, none of which Wu Di recognized, prompting him to refer to them internally by vague descriptors typical of northeastern dialects. Historically, the Chinese men's basketball team has dominated the Asian region. However, in recent years, as key players ventured into the NBA, they lacked the time to compete in the Asian Games, leading to the emergence of West Asian basketball. This year is markedly different, as Daji returned from the NBA, where his limited mobility hindered his prospects. Yet in the Asian basketball sphere, he thrived. His footwork, refined through NBA training, became nearly unguardable. Yi Jianlian has also matured into a formidable player, tall, agile, and quick, adept both inside and outside the arc, complicating matters for opponents. In previous group matches, Yi's scoring even surpassed that of Daji. Even the weakest guard on the team, Wu Di, has emerged as this year's dark horse, potentially winning the CBA's most valuable player title. He has consistently performed at a high level, achieving double-doubles with ease and occasionally nearing triple-doubles, all while averaging under 30 minutes of playtime. With three nearly unguardable players, the Chinese team swept through the group stage with an undefeated record, firmly securing the top position. Faced with such a formidable Chinese squad, Jordan found themselves at a loss, although they had understood the strength of the Chinese team beforehand. It was only through direct competition that they comprehended the sentiments of the nations grouped with China. Wu Di assisted both Da Ji and Yi Jianlian with passes, allowing Li Nan and Sun Yu to test their shooting touch, leading to a commanding lead for China. Frankly, Wu Di found himself growing increasingly bored as the match progressed. His gaze wandered aimlessly, and his focus began to wane. It is not that Wu Di is inattentive to the game. Rather, after he intercepted 2 balls from his opponent, They ceased their offensive attempts against him. He merely needed to keep a watchful eye on the adversary before him. In a moment of unintentional distraction, Wu Di found himself momentarily stunned as he caught sight of the Indian star Marika seated in the front row of the audience, engrossed in the match. It was evident that Marika had recognized Wu Di and was watching him with great interest. Instantly, Wu Di straightened his posture, his competitive spirit ignited. He resembled a peacock, eager to display his magnificent plumage in the presence of a captivating peahen. Once Jordan concluded their offensive play, Wu Di seized the ball, not even waiting for his teammates, and sprinted towards the front court. Jordan's defense faltered slightly, with only 3 players making it past the half-court line. As Wu Di charged forward, they swiftly converged to block him. Excellent! Wu Di silently cheered, relishing the challenge presented to him. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the 3 Jordanian players and plant a kiss on their foreheads. However, time was of the essence. He was fervently determined to score and impress Marika with his prowess. Navigating past one defender, then another, Wu Di aimed to outmaneuver the final forward. Yet this forward was robust, and upon contact, Wu Di realized that engaging in a direct contest would invite others to catch up with him. Without hesitation, he pivoted and slipped past the forward. A clear path lay ahead, and Wu Di felt a surge of exhilaration. He propelled himself forward, tracing an arc towards the basket. Leaping into the air, his feet barely touched the ground before his body twisted upward, turning away from the hoop, then facing it in an instant. It was at this precise moment that Wu Di forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. A thunderous roar marked the culmination of Wu Di's assault, and he hung from the rim until the Jordanian players collided with his legs, allowing him to descend. The crowd erupted in fervor, astonished to witness a spectacular dunk reminiscent of those seen solely in the NBA. The commentators in the studio were equally electrified. The esteemed Zhang Heli exclaimed that Wu Di's execution was extraordinary, showcasing his exceptional ability to maneuver past 3 opponents and achieve a breathtaking 360-degree dunk. Such a feat is seldom witnessed, even in NBA games, typically reserved for moments devoid of defensive pressure. This highlights Wu Di's prowess, surpassing that of most Asian basketball players, and establishing his eligibility for the NBA. One wonders if his name will emerge in next year's NBA draft. Wu Di turned to glance at Marika once more. Noticing her excitement, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, the bronze hue of her skin made it less discernible, leaving Wu Di slightly disheartened. Nevertheless, he winked at her, and Marika responded by pouting and playfully raising her fist in a cheer. Wu Di immediately clutched his chest, as if struck by her, prompting Marika to stifle a laugh and roll her eyes. Jordan called a timeout, aware that following this dunk, the momentum of the Chinese team had surged. Their strength was already inferior to that of China, and now, with this newfound vigor, they were even less of a match. A timeout was their only recourse, hoping to interrupt China's momentum and mitigate their impending defeat. Coach Jonas and the teammates were intrigued by Wu Di's sudden fervor. Initially oblivious, they only realized the source of his enthusiasm after he executed another spectacular slam dunk, blatantly flirting with a foreign woman who looked rather familiar. Upon grasping the truth, the team was left speechless. They had never anticipated that such a trivial matter could invigorate Wu Di so profoundly. An idea struck Jonas. Perhaps, in future matches, they should have a beautiful woman in the sidelines to motivate Wu Di. Once Wu Di transformed into a beast on the court, Jordan was left in disarray. If their defensive formation was too aggressive, Wu Di would undoubtedly charge past them. They simply could not contain his drives. The guards were too weak to hold their ground, while the forwards lacked the necessary speed. Ultimately, Jordan resorted to double-teaming Wu Di, constantly shadowing him with 2 players. This allowed the Chinese team to swiftly gain an advantage with a 4-on-3 situation, concluding the half of the game. Chapter 41. Marika Sharapova. Marika, whose full name is Marika Sharapova, is a rising star in India and the first Asian actress to grace the pages of Playboy. She has long been synonymous with sensuality in the eyes of the West. Yet, it was her appearance in Jackie Chan's film The Myth that truly introduced her to the Chinese audience. The image of her as a provocatively dressed dancer stirred many impulses. Despite having collaborated with Jackie Chan only in this film, she ranks among the top foreign actresses he has worked with. Comparable to the police officer Yamamoto Farah from Who Am I? Yamamoto Farah, a mixed-race beauty, possesses features more reminiscent of the East while sporting golden locks, a combination that has garnered admiration from many, including Wu Di. Even now, Wu Di enjoys watching Who Am I, primarily for the action sequences, but also for Yamamoto Farah. Marika Sharapova holds a significant place in Wu Di's heart. She embodies a woman who ignites his passions, especially since she had just been watching him play from the sidelines. Marika Sharapova also regards Wu Di favorably, as a woman who boldly broke new ground in Playboy. She is far from conservative. Despite the conservative societal norms in India, where women's status remains low, often leading to tragic circumstances, Marika knows how to leverage her attributes. Her most formidable assets are her stunning beauty and alluring figure. She was born in 1981, and in her pursuit of opportunities abroad, she sacrificed her own dignity to gain the chance to venture to America. Despite the overwhelming public scrutiny back home, she boldly posed for Playboy, earning recognition from Western society. Though Indian society is traditionally conservative, it has begun to follow the sentiments of the West. Malika Sharapova found success in the West, which swiftly altered the narrative back home. The media's tone shifted dramatically. Criticisms of Malika as a tarnisher of India's reputation vanished, replaced by accolades proclaiming her as a source of national pride, heralding her as one of India's most outstanding women. Subsequently, Malika starred in Myth, achieving immense popularity across East and Southeast Asia, which helped stabilize public opinion domestically. This year, Malika's film Before the Wedding has been released, and she is soon to commence filming for the in-laws. After a flurry of engagements, she felt a sense of mental and physical exhaustion, prompting her to take a breather during the Asian Games. Unexpectedly, she encountered a rather intriguing man. Having interacted with many Chinese individuals while filming Myth, Malika was somewhat familiar with their customs. She learned from the broadcast that his name was Wu Di. In her eyes, Wu Di was not unattractive, though not conventionally handsome either. However, he possessed a captivating masculinity that drew her in. Malika found herself inexplicably enchanted. Upon witnessing Wu Di's impressive 360-degree dunk, her heart fluttered and her face flushed with excitement. Observing his robust physique, with chiseled features and powerful arms, she felt an overwhelming urge to touch his strong chest. At that moment, she noticed Wu Di winking at her, leaving her perplexed. Was he perhaps holding a grudge against her for her earlier unfriendly demeanor? Annoyed, she pouted and shook her fist at him, thinking, "How dare he hold a grudge against me?" Yet, to her surprise, Wu Di's reaction was not one of resentment, but rather playful flirtation. How infuriating! Malika couldn't help but smile and roll her eyes at him. Throughout the match, they exchanged glances, the score being of little concern to her, though she felt joy when the Chinese team scored, especially since she had purchased front-row tickets for the finals. Malika was grateful for her newfound passion for basketball during her time in America, for it had led her to this charming man. Realizing she had fallen for him, she felt an irresistible urge to leap into his embrace. Eagerly, she entered the arena before the game even began, having meticulously applied her makeup to captivate Wu Di, showcasing her most beautiful self. Indeed, he sought her out as soon as he entered the court, scanning the audience. Unable to contain her excitement, Malika raised her hand to her chest and waved gently at Wu Di, successfully capturing his attention. Upon witnessing the drool-worthy expression on Wu Di's face, Marika felt a surge of pride and couldn't help but bask in her own beauty. She was confident in her allure, convinced that she could capture his attention. Just like in the previous match, Wu Di continued to exhibit an overwhelming desire for offense. The Qatari team, playing on their home ground, crumbled under pressure and surrendered the match early on. Marika's gaze never wavered from Wu Di, sensing an even more potent masculinity emanating from him. Yunus, having substituted Wu Di early, observed the pair resembling infatuated lovers, which caused him considerable distress. After all, he had discovered a rare talent, only to see him ensnared by the allure of femininity. Yet, Yunus refrained from voicing his concerns, recognizing that Wu Di had not breached any regulations and was fulfilling his responsibilities on the court. Nevertheless, he resolved to have a conversation with Wu Di, often engaging him in discussions to deliberately enhance his English proficiency. Yunus aspired to see Wu Di gain experience in the NBA, as the domestic basketball environment had become unsuitable for his growth. If Wu Di could flourish, then by the time of the 2008 Beijing Olympics, Yunus would possess a more formidable roster. He yearned to elevate the Chinese team to new heights, aiming for a spot in the top 4 or even securing a medal. The national team was already strong, boasting a formidable frontcourt with Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, alongside Wu Di on the perimeter and a solid bench. With the right strategies in place, while they might struggle against the USA, they should be able to surpass other nations with ease. Wu, you should devote more energy to the court, Yunus suggested diplomatically. Wu Di paused, momentarily perplexed by Yunus's implications. However, he possessed the admirable trait of straightforwardness, much like many Northeasterners. While this candor might not be deemed a virtue by many Chinese, it resonated well with Yunus, which was another reason he appreciated Wu Di. Yunus, just say what you mean. You know me. I won't be upset, Wu Di encouraged. Yunus nodded. What I mean to convey is that you should not be influenced by external factors, particularly women. Are you referring to Marika? Chapter 42, The Passionate Doha. You know her? Yunus inquired, astonished. I don't recall you being acquainted with foreign women. Wu Di chuckled, of course. I don't know foreign women. But I do know her. Her name is Marika something, an Indian star. Star? Yunus glanced at Marika, nodding in realization. No wonder she looks somewhat familiar. What film has she starred in? Jackie Chan's Myth, where she played an Indian dancer, the one whose clothes were torn on the assembly line. Wu Di animatedly explained. Oh, Yunus nodded as he listened and then remarked. Her full name is Marika Sharapova. I once watched her in Playboy. She is indeed quite alluring. You have good taste, but you wouldn't truly develop feelings for her, would you? Wu Di tilted his head. As you mentioned, she is quite alluring. Being a lover would be rather delightful. At present, I have no intention of pursuing a girlfriend. Jonas nodded reassuringly, believing it best not to marry a woman from the entertainment industry, lest complications arise. Since Wu Di was merely playing around, he felt at ease. Patting Wu Di on the thigh. Our flight back home is the day after tomorrow. Once the interview concludes, you will have some leisure time. Enjoy yourself. Thank you. After eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the competition, Wu Di, along with his teammates, entered the arena to celebrate. He deliberately approached Marika, and when someone came forward requesting his autograph, Wu Di obliged. Marika pretended to be a fan, and while signing for her, he added a note that read "Wait for me," implying his anticipation of their future. Soon, the podium was set up, and Wu Di, alongside his teammates, ascended to receive their accolades. The host was bestowed the title of Asian Games Champion, a distinction that could elevate a general from the excellent tier to the exquisite tier. Wu Di was elated upon hearing this. With such a title, he felt confident about achieving a full upgrade to the exquisite tier in the CBA. He planned to upgrade the title to Taisher CI, as he believed he no longer needed to enhance his breakthroughs, but rather to improve his shooting abilities. At present, he still held a nickname and 16 victories, and in 10 days' time, he would have the opportunity to upgrade another general. Thus, even if he were to lose matches against the Rockets or the South China Tigers, Wu Di was assured that he could elevate all his generals to the exquisite tier before the end of the CBA season. Following the award ceremony, there was a brief interview. Upon returning home with the team, a more grandiose interview awaited, and it was possible he would appear on a program. After the interview, Wu Di gathered his belongings and asked Sun Yu for assistance in carrying them back, then exited the gymnasium, where he found Marika waiting nearby. Marika, unsure of why she was so obediently waiting for Wu Di, found herself at a loss for words upon seeing him. Shall we have dinner together? Wu Di proposed. Before departing for abroad, he had exchanged 50,000 Qatari rials, leaving him with just over 265,000 rials. Qatar, being a wealthy nation due to oil, had a high cost of living, and Wu Di could only afford modest eateries, yet he still spent over 1,000 rials. This realization made Wu Di acutely aware of his financial limitations and fueled his desire to venture into the NBA, where the annual salary would far surpass that of his home country. Nevertheless, this meal brought the two of them closer together. Wu Di and Marika communicated in English, yet their linguistic differences often led to misunderstandings, limiting their exchanges to the most basic level. At that moment, Wu Di was grateful that Jonas had compelled him to speak English for nearly a month. Otherwise, his speaking skills would not have reached this level, leaving him unable to converse meaningfully with Marika. After dinner, they strolled along the streets. By this time, it was approaching midnight, and the streets were sparsely populated, with many shops already closed for the night. The public infrastructure in Qatar is remarkable. As they strolled, the two arrived at a square. At the center of the square stood a fountain, beautifully illuminated by the lights. In such a picturesque setting, they gazed into each other's eyes, irresistibly drawn closer until they shared a kiss. After embracing, their hands intertwined as they nestled against each other, making their way to the hotel where Marika was staying. Upon entering the room, they could no longer contain their desires. Amidst the romantic ambience of Doha's nightscape, the two lovers embraced once more, sharing another kiss. Their garments gradually loosened, and Wu Di finally beheld Marika's figure, a perfect embodiment of the phrase again of 1 pound makes one plump, a loss of one makes one slender. The cascading water from the fountain tantalized their skin, signaling the onset of an earth-shattering encounter. The harmony of their breaths and soft moans infused the tranquil night with a rhythm of spring. The allure of Doha stemmed from its passionate inhabitants. The connection between them wasn't solely rooted in love, but could also arise from primal desires. As the morning sun cast its rays upon the enamored couple, Marika drowsily opened her eyes, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings, only to find the absence of the man. Reflecting on the previous night's fervor, Marika wondered if she had lost her sanity. They had known each other for only a few days, having shared merely a meal that cost over 1,000 Qatari riyals. Yet they had spent 5 hours together, an expense that surpassed the average rates in the U.S., and she pondered if the money was even hers to spend. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Wu Di clad only in his underwear. He had engaged in a brief workout in the suite's living area, releasing a month's worth of pent-up energy, yet still brimming with vitality. "You're awake?" he inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed and planting a kiss on her face. "Are you hungry? Should I order something?" Marika looked at Wu Di with a hint of confusion. "What does this mean for us? One night stand?" "Indeed," he replied, "but in China, it has morphed into just one night," omitting the latter part. This transformation parallels many English words that, upon reaching China, become unrecognizable. Wu Di gently tousled Marika's hair and asked, "So, what do you wish to do? Marry me?" Marika shook her head firmly. "We lack a foundation of feelings. How can we marry?" Wu Di shrugged. "True. We have no emotional basis. We aren't even boyfriend and girlfriend, not even friends. Yet, we have been intimate, an undeniable fact. We must confront reality. Perhaps it was mere impulse or uncontrollable passion. What are you trying to convey?" Marika inquired, frowning. "What I mean is, you have your career and I have mine. You are returning to India while I am going back to China. Our intersections are few, so we should initially become friends, and if the need arises, perhaps we could continue as we did last night. You are free now. You may come to China to see me. I will certainly inform you when I go to India. We are each other's refuge, a sanctuary we seek only in times of need." Chapter 43. Returning home, Marika rolled her eyes and weakly remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate, you lecherous fiend." Upon hearing this, Wu Di began to jest. "You certainly did not express such sentiments last night." As Marika recalled the wildness of the previous evening, a blush crept across her cheeks. She quickly diverted the conversation, inquiring, "When will you return to China?" "I have a flight tomorrow afternoon." Wu Di replied, "So we still have a day. Do you have any other plans?" Marika asked. "I need to purchase some souvenirs for my family and friends," Wu Di stated. "I will assist you in selecting them," Marika exclaimed, attempting to rise and dress. However, upon noticing Wu Di's unwavering gaze, she hastily covered herself with a blanket, her expression stern as she warned, "I advise you not to touch me. Otherwise, I shall lock you out tonight. I suppose I shall take my leave then." Wu Di, lacking confidence in his self-restraint, quickly turned and headed to the living room. Yet at the doorway, he reminded her, "You better hurry, otherwise the shops selling incense burners and carpets may close." "Understood," Marika replied. She dressed with remarkable speed, made a slight effort to enhance her appearance, and then descended with Wu Di, equipped with a digital camera. They first enjoyed a meal together, during which they took turns photographing one another. Marika even inquired about Wu Di's email address. Wu Di shook his head, saying, "I am unsure if domestic email can receive your messages." "It should be fine," Marika responded. "When I was filming in China, I used it. I believe it started with a 1 or 16. Then, after we finish shopping, I shall send a message from your email to mine and see if it works. If it does, I will contact you once I return." After their meal, they promptly set off to purchase Qatari specialties, including the incense burners and carpets Wu Di had mentioned, which required checking in due to their size. They also acquired an abundance of gold thread embroidery and traditional Qatari garments and jewelry. Wu Di's funds were insufficient for such an extensive shopping spree. and much of the expenditure fell to Marika. They hailed a taxi to transport their purchases to the airport for storage and proceeded to check in their luggage with their tickets in hand. Once these tasks were completed, they roamed around Doha, capturing hundreds of photographs. That evening, Wu Di stayed at Marika's hotel, savoring the bittersweet essence of farewells. The following afternoon, Wu Di did not allow Marika to see him off. Instead, he accompanied his teammates to the airport, boarding a flight back home. Upon disembarking, his teammates were astonished by the sheer volume of his checked luggage, enough to fill an entire vehicle. While the items were not particularly valuable, the carpets occupied considerable space, costing several thousand for the check-in alone. Without exiting the airport, Wu Di bid farewell to his teammates and boarded a flight to Feijiang City. Before boarding, he called Yin Yin and Song Shu, requesting they arrange for a large vehicle to pick him up at the airport. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to transport his belongings back. Upon disembarking from the airplane, after much effort in transferring their belongings to the vehicle, Yin Yin and Song Shu gazed, somewhat bewildered, at the items Wu Di had brought back. Are you moving houses? You've only bought a few souvenirs. Wu Di retorted. Having ventured abroad, I certainly cannot return empty-handed. Otherwise, you would surely think me a miser. But you need not purchase so much, Yin Yin exclaimed, tapping the trunk. Fortunately, the vehicle I hired is spacious. Otherwise, it wouldn't all fit. I would have preferred smaller items, but they were beyond my budget, Wu Di replied. I have witnessed what true wealth looks like. A mere golden-threaded embroidered carpet, incapable of accommodating a single person, costs a staggering 100,000. Is that not absurd? What does it matter what others sell their goods for? Get in the car. We must return. It's just in time for a nap, Yin Yin grumbled. We truly owe you for picking us up so early this morning, she added. Song Shu laughed and playfully nudged Wu Di. Hurry, the class monitor is upset. Wu Di quickly jumped into the vehicle, silenced by their teasing. It was only 6 in the morning, and the journey from the airport to the city center required an hour's drive. Given that Yin Yin and Song Shu had to depart around 4, who would willingly awaken at such an early hour during winter? By the time Wu Di had transported all the items into the house, it was already past 8. Yin Yin and Song Shu wished to assist, but Wu Di insisted they rest, as they could barely keep their eyes open. After organizing everything, Wu Di opened his laptop to check his emails, discovering one from abroad. Indeed, the very one he had sent via Marika's email. He promptly replied, but after a moment's wait. It seemed Marika had yet to awaken. After all, it was just past 3 in the morning in Qatar. Wu Di connected a USB drive to his laptop and imported several hundred photographs, all taken in Doha with Marika. He saved these images in a folder titled Doha and Marika, which may one day serve as cherished memories. After rejuvenating himself with a brief nap, he awoke to the enticing aroma of food. Upon entering the kitchen, he found that Song Shu had prepared a meal. You're awake. Dinner will be ready shortly, she greeted with a smile. Wu Di, feeling a surge of gratitude, embraced Song Shu, who only reached his shoulder. Thank you, Song Shu. You and Yin have taken such good care of me during these days. Song Shu stiffened, unsure how to respond. Just then, Yin emerged to rescue her. Hey, why are you taking advantage of Song Shu? She attempted to pry Wu Di's arms away, but was unexpectedly pulled into his embrace as well. Both were at a loss, bewildered by Wu Di's unusual behavior that day. After a long pause, Wu Di finally released them, expressing his thanks. Yin glanced at Song Shu, questioning what has gotten into him. Why is he being so polite today? Song Shu shook her head, equally perplexed. The trio shared a meal, and as Song Shu began to clear the dishes, Yin seized the opportunity to inquire, DZ, what's wrong with you today? You seem a bit off. Wu Di was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and said, I have nothing to discuss. You certainly have something, Yin asserted confidently. I don't. You definitely do. Speak up. Yin pressed repeatedly. Reluctantly, Wu Di confessed, I recognize the sacrifices you both have made for me. Yet I truly do not know how to repay you. Who is asking you to repay us? Yin replied, visibly displeased. What I mean is, I cannot offer you a future. Yin expression darkened. Who needs you to provide us with a future? Yin, I genuinely do not deserve the extent of your devotion. I am a rather despicable person, and I cannot bear to hurt you. But you can bear to drive us away? Chapter 44. Money Wu Di was in anguish. He sincerely wished to avoid causing harm to Yin and Song Shu, for they were his dear friends. After finishing her packing, Song Shu emerged and sat down, Addressing Wu Di, why do you say such things? Have you forgotten your aspirations? Don't you want us to assist you in establishing a basketball academy? All right, I shall reveal everything. Wu Di indicated the items strewn about the living room. Before going abroad, I exchanged over 20,000 Qatari riyals, but these items are worth 111,000 riyals. And the rest was paid for by a woman named Marika. Yin looked at Wu Di with a peculiar expression. Did you sell them? No, Wu Di replied, immediately sensing the awkwardness of the inquiry. What do you mean, did I sell them? Am I that kind of person? Please refrain from interrupting. Yin stuck out her tongue and chuckled apologetically. Wu Di retrieved photographs from his notebook, showing them to Yin and Song Shu. This is Marika, an Indian star who has collaborated with Jackie Chan in The Myth. I met her in Qatar. We had dinner together. And then what happened? Yin inquired. Then we went to bed. Wu Di said, somewhat sheepishly. You did sell yourself. Yin glared at him. Wu Di shot her a look the following day. We explored Qatar and purchased these souvenirs, most of which were gifts from my family from her. I thought you had gone out to sell yourself. Yin remarked nonchalantly. Aren't you even slightly surprised? I had dinner with a woman, and then we went to bed. You are not astonished at all? Surprised about what? Haven't you brought women home before? And not the same one each time. Yin replied, her expression one of knowing amusement. You knew? Wu Di asked, bewildered. We once found lingerie in your room that did not belong to Hai Yin. Moreover, we have seen several women leaving your house, Song Shu stated. And we caught a few as well. Yin added dismissively, but your taste in women is commendable. At least the ones we encountered were more attractive than Hai Yin. Wu Di felt an indescribable whirlwind within, akin to a stampede of 100,000 horses. Song Shu gazed at Wu Di, who stood there in a daze, and softly remarked, we have spoken with those women. They all remarked upon your considerable allure and strength, perhaps to an excessive degree. We specifically observed you over the course of a week, engaging with 7 women, yet you remained exuberant during the competition, which indicates an abundance of stamina. Therefore, I suggest you consider regular health checkups to avoid any undesirable ailments. Wu Di was momentarily taken aback, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. After a night of rest at home, he boarded a flight to the capital the following midday, destined for a guest appearance on a national sports channel. His resounding victory at the Asian Games had ignited hope for the resurgence of basketball in the nation. Historically, the Chinese men's basketball team has specialized in certain areas, primarily due to an emphasis on height, resulting in a surplus of talent in the paint. The focus on traditional centers has cultivated formidable players in that position. Take, for instance, the 3 centers who ventured into the NBA, aside from Yi Jianlian, who relies on physical strength. Both Yao Ming and Zhou Qi are skillful centers adept at leveraging their height and footwork to create scoring opportunities. However, due to their speed deficiencies, Yi and Zhou struggled to adapt to the NBA, and had Yao not played for the defensively oriented Houston Rockets, his performance would likely not have been as impressive. The inherent challenges faced by Asian players in the NBA are formidable. While Chinese individuals are undaunted in battle, the realm of sports reveals genetic disadvantages. Lacking the robust physique of African Americans and the fluidity of Caucasians, the focus must shift to clever strategies. The jump stop, a scoring technique now prevalent in the NBA, was innovated by the Chinese. This ingenuity allowed Chinese basketball to momentarily level the playing field with its African and Caucasian counterparts. Yet as they adopted this technique, the disparity resurfaced. Thus, when Wu Di emerged as a guard, many felt compelled to proclaim that China, too, has world-class guards. The National Sports Channel recognized this significance, bringing the national team into the studio for an extensive hour-long interview. Wu Di maintained a humble demeanor, fully aware that this was not the time for self-aggrandizement. Gaining exposure on national television would elevate his profile, and with it, opportunities for financial endorsement would follow. Indeed, when the interview aired that evening, inquiries began to flood in for Wu Di the following day. He found himself perplexed, questioning how these individuals had acquired his phone number, as he had no recollection of sharing it with anyone. The calls persisted from morning until his flight, and continued until he returned home. Once he handed his phone to Yin, he finally found peace. Yin glared at Wu Di, then communicated with the caller. Her current task was to catalog all the products seeking Wu Di's endorsement and select a few for consideration. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, and the phone ultimately ran out of battery, she tossed it aside and presented Wu Di with a notebook. These are all endorsements that I would like to ask you to consider. Take a look for yourself. Wu Di glanced at the list and was surprised to find around 40 to 50 different products. He picked up a pen and crossed out all the food items, as he did not consume those and felt that endorsing them would be insincere due to his psychological discomfort. After crossing out the food category, there remained over 30 items. Wu Di categorized them into confectionery, beverages, clothing, and sport equipment. After a moment's contemplation, he also crossed out the beverage category, as he neither drank them nor could accept such endorsements. The remaining 3 categories were marked with a few years of relevance, which he then presented to Yin Yin, suggesting 2 non-conflicting items from each category to negotiate contracts based on these timelines. Hey, can you not push this onto me? I don't understand any of this. Yin Yin protested. Also, this endorsement matter should be under the jurisdiction of the sports administration, right? Upon hearing this, Wu Di paused for a moment and nodded, realizing she was correct. Then you should contact Song Shu tomorrow. You too can inquire at the sports administration. What am I? Your servant from past life. Yin Yin kicked Wu Di's leg in frustration, but took the list with her as she left. Wu Di chuckled, then picked up his phone, only to discover it had run out of battery. He had no choice but to remove the battery for charging and took his keys to find Chun Ku upstairs. When Chun Ku opened the door, he was taken aback by Wu Di's well-dressed appearance. When did you return? He asked. Noon. Want to go out and have some fun together? Wu Di raised an eyebrow. Of course. Chun Ku replied enthusiastically. Give me a moment. Chapter 45. The match against the Rockets. Wu Di and Chun Ku went to a bar, having not enjoyed a drink together for over a month. Each found a beautiful woman, and the 4 of them sat together, conversing and drinking. Both Wu Di and Chun Ku were regulars at the bar, well known by many of the women there. Standing at an impressive height of 186 centimeters, Chun Ku was quite handsome and possessed an extraordinary charm, making him popular among the women. While Wu Di may not have been as conventionally attractive as Chun Ku, his tall stature, muscular physique, and an aura that naturally drew women closer made him even more popular. That night, the 2 returned home with their respective companions. The following day, Wu Di left the woman at his home while he went to the gym to report for training. It was not that he was particularly trusting of the woman, but rather she was truly incapacitated, likely needing to sleep until afternoon. As for concerns about theft, Wu Di had not given that much thought. The only valuable item in his home was a laptop. Moreover, he was confident that any woman who had shared a bed with him would want to do so again, alleviating any worries about theft. Additionally, with Yin Yin and Song Shu usually visiting his home in the afternoons, they would certainly notice if anything amiss occurred. Upon arriving at the gym and resuming training, Wu Di gradually integrated the abilities that came with his upgraded skills from Tai Shirtsi. On December 22nd, the Northeast Tigers faced off against the Lions. The Lions, as a second-tier team in the CBA, were no match for the Northeast Tigers. In recent years, the hierarchy within the CBA has become increasingly pronounced. The elite tier consists of the Northeast Tigers, South China Tigers, Rockets, and Dragons. The first 3 are genuinely formidable. While the Dragons languish at the bottom of this tier, against the 3 dominant teams, they struggle significantly but can easily triumph over other teams. The second tier includes the Pan-Pan, Lions, Fierce Lions, Chinese Sturgeon, and Big Sharks, a division that ensures a winning rate exceeding 50%, granting them a chance to reach the top 8. The third tier comprises the Flying Tigers, Roasted Ducks, Cheetahs, Cheelin, 10,000 Horses, Raptors, and Charging Bulls, teams that hardly stand a chance of entering the playoffs. The elite tier boasts superstar athletes, Wu Di of the Northeast Tigers, Yi Jianlian of the South China Tigers, De Ji of the Rockets, and Johnson of the Dragons, all of whom play pivotal roles in their matches. Spectators eagerly anticipate the clashes between these 4 teams, as evidenced by the thrilling recent encounter between the Northeast Tigers and the Dragons. Wu Di's ascendancy over Johnson delighted the audience, who revel in such exhilarating confrontations. Matches between the first and second tiers attract significantly less attention, with greater anticipation directed towards the upcoming games. The Northeast Tigers versus the Rockets in 2 days, and the Northeast Tigers versus the South China Tigers in 5 days. These contests epitomize the true battle of titans. The Northeast Tigers easily defeated the Fierce Lions before shifting their focus to the Rockets' home ground. Wu Di shared a meal with De Ji, their camaraderie nurtured during their time on the national team. De Ji holds a favorable view of Wu Di's future and has even encouraged him to pursue a career in the NBA. After their meal, Wu Di sought entertainment independently. As De Ji, a paragon of virtue, preferred not to lead him astray. December 24th marks Christmas Eve, a celebration that has quietly gained traction in China over the past few years, though the reasons remain unclear. Perhaps it is driven by commercial promotions, or perhaps it reflects the Chinese people's desire for festivity. Regardless, Christmas has unexpectedly blossomed into a lively occasion, particularly among the youth, becoming comparable to the Spring Festival. However, Wu Di understands that the surge in Christmas popularity is largely attributed to the days surrounding it. The eve of Christmas is Peace Day, when people exchange peace apples, providing an opportunity for those hesitant to express their feelings to the opposite sex. The day after Christmas is revelry night, akin to staying up for the new year. Many revel throughout the night, presenting an excellent chance to invite potential partners, aiding in romantic pursuits and indulgence. This explains the holiday's appeal among the youth. Even if many do not act on their desires, the notion lingers in their hearts. One should not chastise Wu Di for his musings. Rather, they stem from his revelrous experience with Cui Haiyan on last year's revelry night, which ultimately left her bedridden for an entire day. On Christmas Eve, many remain glued to their televisions, watching a CBA match, the pinnacle showdown between the Northeast Tigers and the Rockets, a game even broadcasted live by the national sports channel. Before the match commenced, Daji exchanged a firm handshake with Wu Di, asserting, "I will not take it easy on you. You have tried this many times, yet you cannot defend against me." Both players exhibited a display of bravado prior to the game, while the commentator, Mr. Zhang Heli, narrated their actions, noting that just days ago, Daji and Wu Di were teammates on the national team, now transformed into adversaries. Despite their differing positions, both are the leading stars of their respective teams, shouldering the weight of their squad's aspirations. In the prelude to the game, they were friends, but once the competition began, they became rivals. After a brief exchange of words, which I could not overhear, I could easily surmise their conversation. Daji surely warned Wu Di not to penetrate the paint, lest he be met with a rejection. Wu Di, in turn, must have retorted, "Give it your best shot." As the game was on the verge of beginning, the referee stepped into the center circle to initiate the jump ball. Daji seized the ball, and the Rockets launched their offensive. Wu Di positioned himself beyond the three-point line, effectively obstructing the Rockets' point guard. The Rockets featured two players from the national team, Daji and Li Ku, both of whom are centers, bolstering the strength of their interior game. Prior to the match, Chung Kai had advised Wu Di to sever the connection between the perimeter and the paint, ensuring that the Rockets' interior advantage would remain dormant, thus securing victory. Wu Di resolutely prevented the Rockets' point guard from advancing beyond the three-point arc, denying him any opportunity to pass into the paint. Wu Di's tenacious defense left the point guard disoriented, nearly resulting in a turnover. The other Rockets players quickly rallied to provide support, averting a steal by Wu Di. However, time was running short on their shot clock, compelling them to pass the ball to Daji. Wu Di remained vigilant, and as soon as the ball soared towards Daji, he pivoted and swiftly double-teamed him. Upon receiving the pass, Daji dared not linger and immediately passed the ball back to the point guard. The point guard adjusted his stance beyond the three-point line before launching a shot. Just as he released the ball, Wu Di surged forward with ferocity, causing the point guard to falter. The basketball struck the rim and bounced away. A Northeast Tiger player secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Wu Di, who initiated a fast break. Although two Rockets players had already retreated on defense, Wu Di paid them no heed, leaping beyond the three-point line for a quick stop-and-pop jump shot. The point guard hurriedly leapt to contest the shot, but soon realized Wu Di's elevation was beyond his reach, failing to even graze Wu Di's wrist. Swish. Chapter 46. Daji's footwork, the three-pointer found its mark, putting the Northeast Tigers in the lead. This sequence clearly illustrated that the Northeast Tigers played with greater ease than the Rockets. The primary factor was Wu Di's remarkable activity. As long as he felt unburdened by fatigue, the Rockets would struggle to mount an effective offense. The Rockets resumed play, passing the ball once again to Daji. However, this time, the Rockets displayed wisdom, keeping Wu Di at a considerable distance, offering him no opportunity to close in. Daji engaged in a one-on-one, while Wu Di observed with peripheral vision, noting how Daji deftly maneuvered his right foot back and forth, skillfully creating space from the Northeast Tiger center before confidently taking the shot. Wu Di was unable to discern precisely how it was accomplished, yet he recognized that Daji's footwork had indeed made significant contributions. Over the past few years in the United States, Daji's skills had notably refined. Although his performance in the NBA had not been stellar, he had gleaned invaluable insights. The NBA congregates the finest players from around the globe, particularly in terms of interior play, where the talent is truly abundant. Among the most illustrious is Hakeem Olajuwon, whose footwork is renowned worldwide and serves as a paragon of traditional post play. This paradigm has exerted considerable influence, to the extent that many traditional post players have come to be associated with Olajuwon's style. While DeGie's footwork may not possess the same inscrutability as Olajuwon's, he remains one of the few in the NBA who relies heavily on his footwork for success. In the NBA, DeGie's pace is somewhat sluggish, making it challenging to establish a foothold. However, upon returning to his home country, he quickly ascended to the status of a top-tier star. With DeGie on the Rockets, the team transformed into a formidable contender for the championship, underscoring his impact. Wu Di, leveraging his robust physique, wreaked havoc on the perimeter, while DeGie bulldozed through defenders in the paint. Wu Di was constantly observing DeGie's footwork, eager to discern its intricacies. As a result, his focus wavered, diminishing his offensive effectiveness. Chung Kai called a timeout, substituted Wu Di, and pulled him aside, inquiring if he was fixated on DeGie's footwork. Wu Di nodded, expressing his desire to learn more, noting that he was growing taller and might eventually play in the post. Even if he did not play in the post, he could face interior players adept in footwork. Wu Di had previously witnessed DeGie's footwork, but during his time with the national team, DeGie's capabilities had never needed to shine, as both he and Yi Jianlian were sufficient. Chung Kai acknowledged Wu Di's intentions, but disagreed with his approach during the game. He advised that the learning of DeGie's footwork should occur after the match through video review. Your priority now should be to complete this game and secure victory. Everything else can wait until afterward, he counseled. Wu Di nodded, taking the lesson to heart. Chung Kai then seized the opportunity during a dead ball to reinsert Wu Di into the game. Just 2 minutes after Wu Di sat out, the Rockets had already erased the deficit he had established. Upon re-entering the court, Wu Di immediately received the ball, charged into the paint, and scored, widening the gap once more. On the subsequent offensive play, the basketball was once again lobbed into the paint, where DeGie received it and advanced towards the basket, facing off against the formidable center of the Northeast Tigers. Wu Di rushed to double team, but was swiftly noticed by DeGie. Unperturbed, DeGie created space between himself and the center, raising his hands to shoot. Wu Di hurriedly leaped to contest the shot, only to find that DeGie's shooting motion was a feint. After faking Wu Di into the air, DeGie stepped back slightly and prepared to shoot again. DeGie entirely evaded Wu Di's block, confronting only the center who had re-engaged. The center approached rapidly, arms raised to obscure DeGie's shooting angle. Unbeknownst to him, DeGie deftly repositioned his feet, obstructing the center's path and compelling him to halt. The center halted abruptly, for had he not done so, he would have collided directly with DeGie, certainly resulting in a foul. Yet, DeGie did not cease his movement. He retreated a step, slightly leaning back, and launched the ball over the center's head. With a swish, the ball plunged into the hoop, prompting Wu Di to shake his head in disbelief. This shot served as a backdrop, accentuating the strength of DeGie's footwork. Faced with two defenders, DeGie skillfully evaded their grasp, drawing upon his extensive experience to score. Even the commentator, now a fan of Wu Di, could not help but exclaim with excitement about how DeGie had toyed with Wu Di using his formidable footwork. Next time, scoring 1TB so easy, Wu Di muttered as he retreated, leaving a sharp remark beside DeGie. You do well to wait until you can stop me before you speak, DeGie replied, his good-natured demeanor not yielding to Wu Di's taunts. Wu Di bared his teeth. This seasoned player possessed a mental fortitude that was impervious to his current banter. Relinquishing his attempts to disrupt DeGie's rhythm, Wu Di resolved to launch a fierce assault on the Rockets' interior defense. He began to penetrate frequently, forcing DeGie to come over and assist, given DeGie's height and weight. The toll on him exceeded Wu Di's by a significant margin. If Wu Di maintained this intensity of attack, DeGie's stamina would soon be depleted. Observing Wu Di's relentless advances, DeGie recognized his intentions, yet found himself powerless to counteract them. Wu Di had grown even stronger since their time on the national team, and no one could effectively contain his penetrations. Soon enough, DeGie's endurance faltered. The Rockets head coach had no choice but to substitute DeGie, causing the team to collapse. Commentator Su Jie lamented the fact that DeGie was once again benched, noting that the Rockets were now trailing by 13 points with just 4 minutes remaining. Without Daji, the Rockets were incapable of overturning the score in such a short span. The Rockets replaced all their starting players, and the Northeast Tigers, in a show of unity, also substituted Wu Di, effectively signaling the end of the match. As Su Jie had predicted, the Northeast Tigers triumphed over the Rockets, once again embodying the essence of an underdog. Should the Northeast Tigers prevail against another formidable team, the South China Tigers, in their next encounter, they could essentially declare themselves invincible in the CBA. Returning to Jiangsheng after their away game, Wu Di finally anticipated the day he had long awaited. The fusion of Taisher CI was complete, allowing for the integration of new martial generals. At Wu Di's request, the system adjusted and provided a notification that the fusion was finished. Wu Di promptly upgraded Guan Yu to an exquisite level using a nickname and 10 victory points. Elevating Guan Yu to this tier enhanced his characteristic of being the reincarnation of the god of war, amplifying his pride, critical abilities, and explosive potential. He was instructed to complete training according to the designated recipes and exercises, with an estimated fusion time of 10 days. After upgrading Guan Yu, Wu Di was left with 8 victory points. Among the 5 generals, only Zhao Yun remained at an excellent level, with just 12 more victories. Wu Di could achieve a roster of entirely exquisite players, thereby unlocking Zhang Song's remarkable trait of photographic memory. The next match for the Northeast Tigers is just 2 days away, where they will face off against the South China Tigers at home. Chapter 47, Christmas Revelry. Due to returning late the previous day, Cheng Kai granted everyone a day off. After all, they must maintain their form in preparation for the formidable South China Tigers. Cheng Kai was also concerned that excessive training could adversely affect their performance in the upcoming game. The 25th marked the final day of Christmas, and Yin Yin and Song Shu arrived early in the morning to seek out Wu Di. Their class had organized a festive gathering, aiming to embrace the trendy spirit of the season. Although Wu Di had taken a leave of absence from the School of Management, he remained in close contact with his classmates. They held him in high regard, feeling a mix of jealousy and pride at being his peers. Wu Di had garnered a modest amount of fame, and even the sports committee had been particularly attentive towards him, perhaps due to Song Shu's influence. The committee had already secured several endorsement contracts for Wu Di, promising him a windfall of over $1 million upon signing. As the only classmate who could financially support herself, Yin decided to extract a favor from Wu Di. She wasted no time in pulling Wu Di from his cozy bed. Having returned late the previous night, Wu Di relished a rare opportunity to sleep in, only to have it disrupted by Yin Yin. The effects of his late-night slumber were quite evident, as the tent overhead had taken on a rather conspicuous form. Yin Yin was evidently taken aback by this unexpected sight. Although Cui Haiyan and her female friends had shared some intimate details about Wu Di, she had never witnessed anything firsthand. Now, confronted with the reality, her cheeks flushed crimson. Wu Di, surprised by her reaction, leaped from his bed and stood before her, teasingly remarking on her blush. Flustered and irritated, Yin Yin playfully smacked his chest, only for Wu Di to seize her wrist. Startled, she attempted to retract her hand, but Wu Di held it firmly, guiding it downward, slipping beneath her clothing. With his other hand, he lifted her chin and asked for assistance. Yin Yin was at a loss. It was her first encounter with such intimacy. "I can't," she stammered. "I'll teach you," Wu Di replied suggestively, taking her hand and initiating movement. Before long, Yin Yin grasped what to do, inching closer to Wu Di, wrapping her other arm around his neck, urging him down for a kiss. Wu Di did not refuse. After a moment, he inquired, "Are you truly willing to give this to me? I might not be able to offer you a future." Yin Yin shot him a glare, exasperated by his words given the circumstances. Wu Di, hearing her response, hesitated no more. He laid her on the bed, unfastening her clothing, and positioned himself above her. A soft moan escaped Yin Yan's lips. "It hurts." Wu Di recognized that this was her first experience, reassuring her that it would soon pass, and encouraged her to endure. Yin Yin, slightly miffed, shot him a glare and playfully pounded his back a few times, as if to exact retribution for the discomfort he had caused her. However, these few strikes not only failed to inflict pain upon Wu Di, but instead ignited his enthusiasm, prompting him to quicken his movements. "What are you doing? What sound is that?" Song Shu, who was busy cooking porridge in the kitchen, heard the strange noises and came to investigate. Upon reaching the bedroom door, she was met with an astonishing sight. A scene akin to a live tableau unfolded before her eyes, leaving Song Shu in a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to respond. Though she had encountered such matters between men and women before, having seen her fair share of Japanese adult films in the girls' dormitory, this was a realm of fantasy she had envisioned with Wu Di. Yet, being a well-mannered young lady, such thoughts had always remained mere musings. Now, however, the spectacle before her rendered her speechless. One was her closest confidant, and the other was the man she cherished, both engaging in the very act she had only dared to dream about. Song Shu was torn between shyness and anger, unsure whether to retreat or to halt their actions. She felt as though she were magnetically drawn to the scene, her gaze fixated on Wu Di's undulating form, her mind a blank slate. Eventually, she collapsed onto the floor, her limbs weak and her consciousness fading. After an indeterminate time, she sensed someone lifting her, and it seemed they were removing her clothing. Then a wave of sharp pain surged from below. Song Shu awakened to find Wu Di above her, engaged in an act that was both painful and exhilarating, a manifestation of her deepest fantasies. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Wu Di rose from the bed. Yin Yin and Song Shu remained fast asleep, the two inexperienced girls proving no match for his seasoned prowess. However, Wu Di was certain of one thing. The girls would not be attending the gathering today, as their bodies were simply unfit for walking. After preparing a meal, he roused the two girls, fed them a bit, then dressed and set off to join his classmates. While the festivities had yet to commence, his own revelry had already begun. Once Wu Di departed, Yin Yin turned to Song Shu and asked, "Do you regret it?" Song Shu shook her head. "We all knew this day would eventually come. I just didn't expect we would experience it together." Yin Yin fell silent for a moment, contemplating being together isn't so bad. If we weren't, we would have suffered alone. Song Shu blushed slightly and hesitantly inquired, "How can he be so strong? I can hardly bear it." "So can I. From now on, we must face him together, or we won't be able to manage," Yin Yin replied. "No matter how many women he may have in the future, he will never be able to part from us. Are we truly destined to be with him for a lifetime?" Song Shu asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Perhaps. Maybe one day, when we are exhausted from it all, or when he no longer needs us, I will find someone to marry and never see him again." At a renowned restaurant in Jiangcheng, Wu Di reserved a large private room to dine with his classmates. In this gathering, the attendees were not solely his classmates. There were also several enchanting female students eager to become acquainted with Wu Di. These charming young women were uncertain whether they were merely infatuated with the star or had ulterior motives. However, upon Wu Di's polite inquiry, they decided to join the festivities. Among them was Chu Shui, a girl celebrated as the campus belle, a freshman who was a year junior to Wu Di. Stylishly adorned and possessing striking beauty, she attracted a multitude of admirers within the School of Management. Yet, Chu Shui held high standards and was reluctant to entertain the advances of any suitor until she encountered Wu Di, which revealed her true sentiments. It was not that Chu Shui was averse to seeking a partner. Rather, she desired someone exceptionally remarkable. From her very first day at the School of Management, she had set her sights on Wu Di, eagerly anticipating their meeting for nearly half a semester. Chapter 48. Chu Shui was somewhat vain, perhaps a consequence of her family's modest beginnings and the struggles of her youth. However, upon entering middle school, her family's fortunes improved dramatically. Her parents lavished affection upon her and provided her with ample pocket money. Chu Shui was sensible and refrained from frivolous expenditures, yet she reveled in the attention she received, which in turn fueled her passion for makeup. By middle school, she had mastered the art of cosmetics, and her innate beauty quickly garnered her the admiration of her peers. As her heart began to flutter, she secretly embarked on a romance with a classmate. Upon reaching high school, Chu Shui continued to attract the attention of male classmates. Eventually, she became enamored with a particularly handsome, witty young man from a well-to-do family. During her sophomore year, she spent nights out with her boyfriend. However, after experiencing both emotional and material satisfaction, she found herself engulfed by a sense of emptiness, yearning for a lifestyle akin to that of celebrity. Unfortunately, this aspiration remained unfulfilled during her high school years. After the arduous college entrance examinations, she eagerly parted ways with her boyfriend. Yet, her exam results were not as stellar as she had hoped, leading her to enroll in the School of Management. Initially despondent, she was unexpectedly invigorated by the realization that her new school housed a prominent star. Chu Shui began to take notice of Wu Di. observing his ascent from the CBA to the Asian Games, ultimately becoming a renowned sports icon in the country. She recognized her next ambition and began to delve into the realm of basketball knowledge. She quickly learned that excelling in domestic basketball might open doors to international opportunities. For Chu Shui, the prospect of going abroad was a distant dream, yet now it seemed tantalizingly within reach. Determined to seize this chance, Chu Shui began to engage with Wu Di's classmates and learned of an upcoming Christmas gathering that Wu Di would attend. Realizing her opportunity had arrived, she cast aside her reservations, approached Wu Di under the pretext of being a fan, and swiftly became familiar with him. Following the flow of Wu Di's courteous conversation, she expressed her desire to attend their class gathering. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, with drinks flowing and dishes delightfully varied. The classmates had all indulged in drinks, relishing the reunion after a prolonged separation, as Wu Di had not returned to school for quite some time. His peers had missed him dearly. Furthermore, today was a celebration hosted by Wu Di, and they naturally wished to show him some respect. After more than 3 hours, the gathering was drawing to a close, and Wu Di, slightly intoxicated, escorted his classmates to a taxi, instructing the driver to take them back to school. At last, only Chu Shui remained, a girl not particularly familiar with Wu Di's classmates, seated beside him during the banquet. She too had consumed her share of drinks, and as the effects of the alcohol took hold, her gaze became fixated on Wu Di. "Let us go. I'll take you back to school," Wu Di said, wrapping an arm around her waist and hailing a cab. Chu Shui playfully shook her head. "No, I don't want to go back. I'm so happy today. Wu Di, I really like you. You're my idol, and I admire the way you play basketball." Wu Di shook his head, sensing that Chu Shui's intentions in approaching him were not entirely innocent. Although he was not a seasoned womanizer, he had developed a keen understanding of human nature. He could discern whom to trust and who harbored ulterior motives. In the past, his relationship with Cui Haiyan had been devoid of any hidden agendas, much like Yin Yin and Song Shu, who genuinely liked him. Chun Ku, too, had no ulterior motives. Both had experienced emotional wounds inflicted by women and subsequently began to indulge themselves. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Chun Ku had chosen to indulge herself, while Wu Di had been led astray by her influence. The classmates attending the gathering primarily sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Wu Di, perhaps anticipating future opportunities to leverage his connections. While their intentions were not malicious, they were simply engaged in the ordinary pursuit of expanding their social networks. Yet, Chu Shui was different. Her behavior was conspicuously pronounced, and unlike the avaricious women with robust physiques, she appeared to desire something more substantial. Wu Di pondered what could possibly attract Chu Shui to him. His financial resources were modest and hardly comparable to those of affluent individuals. If she sought wealth from him, she would gain little, and it would be more prudent for her to align herself with a wealthy man. Thus, Wu Di did not resist her advances. Chu Shui aligned with his aesthetic preferences, earning a score of 95 in his mind. Of course, Chu Shui was not a flawless woman. Even her physical attributes did not meet Wu Di's ideal standards. Perhaps after spending time with more mature women, he had developed an interest in those with more ample figures. Nevertheless, Chu Shui possessed a charm that could stir something within Wu Di, especially when she acted coyly, making it difficult for him to consider rejection. "What would you like to do?" Wu Di gently inquired. "Anywhere is fine, as long as I'm with you," Chu Shui shyly responded. "Then let us not go back just yet. Let us find a room where you can rest for a bit," Wu Di said with a hint of tenderness. "How naughty. We've only just met, and you're already eager to share a room." Chu Shui playfully tapped his chest, feigning annoyance. Wu Di was momentarily speechless. He had not intended anything of the sort. However, upon hearing Chu Shui's words, a surge of impulsiveness washed over him. After securing a room, he led Chu Shui upstairs, gently placing her on the bed. "Do you need to rest for a moment?" he inquired with a feigned seriousness. Chu Shui playfully poked his nose with her finger. "You've already booked the room, so why pretend?" Upon hearing this, Wu Di couldn't help but think how audacious she was. Yet, he was undeniably stirred, locking the door and, in a sudden rush of desire, pounced onto the bed, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. In the heat of passion, their mutual feelings ignited, spiraling into a whirlwind of intimacy. Once the fervor subsided, Wu Di lay beside Chu Shui, his thoughts drifting far away. He found himself reminiscing about Marika, who was far off in India. Their connection had gradually weakened, What had once been daily communication had dwindled to every couple of days, and it was bound to diminish further over time. Upon reflection, he realized that his feelings for Marika seemed largely driven by desire rather than deep affection. As he turned his gaze toward the present, he recognized that his yearning for Chu Shui was similarly rooted in lust. Marika had captivated him with her star-like allure, particularly her enchanting portrayal in myth, which had left a profound impression on him. In contrast, Chu Shui embodied a seductive essence in his mind, akin to the allure that Pan Jinlian held for Shimin Qing or Daji for King Zhou, a woman he felt an insatiable need to possess. This sensation was peculiar, yet felt entirely natural, leaving Wu Di perplexed. System, what is happening to me? He pondered, seeking guidance once more. It is quite normal. The system responded. As a man, your attraction to women is expected. Particularly, being influenced by the character traits of a warrior, such inclinations are natural. Not to mention, figures like Lu Bu were known for their lustful nature. Even Zhao Yun and Guan Yu were drawn to beauties. Your attraction is simply a part of your nature. Is this recorded in romance of the Three Kingdoms? Wu Di inquired, puzzled. While this system is rooted in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, it does not strictly adhere to it in terms of character traits. Recently, I have refined the personalities of the warriors based on historical records. These traits may not alter the core character of the warriors, but can indeed influence your own disposition. The system clarified. So, I have become more lecherous? Wu Di asked. Your lust stems from an excess of male hormones. Yet the intense desire to possess a woman is derived from the warrior's character. For you, Chu Shui is akin to Du Shi for Guan Yu, the system explained. Who is Du Shi? Wu Di queried, perplexed by this reference and its connection to Guan Yu. Du Shi was the wife of Qin Lu, a subordinate of Lu Bu. According to historical accounts, prior to the siege of Xiapi, Guan Yu requested Cao Cao to bestow Du Shi upon him. Cao Cao consented, but Guan Yu, feeling uneasy, met the get After the fall of Xiapi, Cao Cao summoned Du to behold the woman who had captured Guan Yu's heart. Upon laying eyes on her, Cao Cao was struck by her beauty and chose to keep her for himself. This incident later prompted Guan Yu to embark on a perilous journey, bravely traversing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals to reunite with Liu Bei. Is this true? Could this be a tale spun by the ancients? Wu Di inquired with astonishment. At that time, Guan Yu was indeed under Cao Cao's command, as was Liu Bei. Even when Liu Bei seized Shuzhou from Cao Cao, he was still considered a subordinate of Cao Cao, and Guan Yu had not yet surrendered. However, Du indeed existed. The specifics of her connection to Guan Yu remain uncertain, yet she married Cao Cao and was pregnant at the time, eventually giving birth to a son named Qin Lang, who was greatly cherished by Cao Cao. Another concubine, Hien, born of Cao Cao's other mistress, later rose to high office within the Cao Wei court. Why did Cao Cao have such an affinity for married women? Wu Di pondered. When Cao Cao wed these women, their husbands had already passed. Hien's mother, Yin, was married to He Jin's son. After He Jin was slain, the He family fell into decline, and it was only after He Jin's son also died that Cao Cao took Yin as his wife. Another of Cao Cao's concubines, Zhou, was originally the wife of Zhang Ji. After Zhang Ji's death, she remained widowed until Cao Cao, captivated by her beauty, took her as a concubine, which led to Zhang Xiu's rebellion, resulting in the deaths of Cao Cao's eldest son, Cao Ong, his nephew and Min, and the great general Dian Wei. Only Du's husband, Qin Lu, was still alive, but he had been dispatched by Lu Bu to Yuan Shu, who compelled him to marry a member of the Han royal family. Heba dites mi sing yu, heba imits yut gao gao. Wu Di mused, somevat regretfully. Not at all. Cao Cao was indeed a man driven by carnal desires. Throughout the epic romance of the Three Kingdoms, only Dong Zhuo and Emperor Ling surpassed him in lechery, with even Lu Bu, the notorious libertine, being less indulgent than he. Am I now influenced by the temperament of a warrior? Is there a distinction? After all, it is the host's essence. Could the host possess a psychological impediment? If it were not for the host's own inclinations, would he have engaged with Chu Shui? Wu Di contemplated, ultimately conceding that engagement was inevitable, though he felt a sense of discomfort. The host's thoughts are merely reflections of his innermost desires, stemming from humanity's instinctual drive for procreation, rooted in the nature of man. Wu Di opened his mouth, wishing to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. After considerable reflection, he resigned himself to silence. Casting one last glance at the enchanting Chu Shui in his arms, a flicker of passion ignited in his eyes. As the city lights began to shimmer, Wu Di and Chu Shui exited the hotel. Despite it being Chu Shui's second experience, Wu Di did not coldly abandon her. After escorting her back to school, Chu Shui graciously bestowed upon him a farewell kiss, declaring, "I shall not cling to you. I will allow you to genuinely grow fond of me." Wu Di watched as Chu Shui entered the dormitory, then left the campus, returning home. At home, two women awaited his return. He was uncertain of their choices, yet he held faith that they would remain. Upon seeing Yin Yin and Song Shu once more, Wu Di suddenly broke into a smile. Perhaps he was a rogue, having spent the day with 3 different women, but he desired none of them to leave his side. They were not akin to those fleeting encounters. They were his women. What defines a man? Amongst his traits lies lust, but another is possession. Wu Di yearned to possess all 3 of them, wholly and for a lifetime. Yin Yin and Song Shu inquired about Wu Di's gathering with his classmates, to which he shared some details. Although Wu Di refrained from divulging too much about Chu Shui, the astute Song Shu gleaned certain insights from his words. "What do you intend to do about her?" Yin Yin paused, contemplating until she grasped the implications of Song Shu's inquiry. She struck Wu Di with a playful punch, somewhat vexed, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Attending a gathering and stirring trouble? I warn you, I do not wish to see other women. From now on, this space belongs solely to me and Song Shu. If you bring another woman home for the night, you shall take her to a different room. Furthermore, ensure we do not see any other women residing in this room." Yin Yin's words conveyed much. First, she and Song Shu had decided to be with Wu Di. Second, they did not oppose him seeking other women, but only under the condition that he did not bring them home. The rightful mistresses of this household were to be her and Song Shu. "You are both so kind to me." Wu Di embraced Yin Yin and Song Shu, expressing his gratitude. "I shall never forget you." With success in the realm of romance, his career also flourished. The following day, Wu Di was summoned by the sports committee to sign 4 endorsement contracts, earning nearly $2 million. Even after taxes and the committee's share were deducted. In this era, endorsement fees in the country were not substantial, even for sports stars and certainly for film celebrities. Only top-tier superstars could command fees in the millions. Chapter 50. A clash of titans under the auspicious circumstances of 3 joys. Wu Di's condition had been exceptional in recent days, much to Cheng Kai's satisfaction during training. Cheng Kai felt more assured about the upcoming match against the South China Tigers. Despite their formidable strength, as long as Wu Di maintained his form, everything else seemed trivial. On December 27th, the Northeast Tigers were set to face off against the South China Tigers. Indeed, the South China Tigers boasted an undeniably formidable lineup in the CBA, featuring the promising star Yi Jinlian, alongside national team players Zhu Fangyu and Wang Shipong, and bolstered by the foreign player Thomas, making their roster comparable to that of the national team's starting lineup. Furthermore, the South China Tigers bench was equally impressive, perhaps even surpassing the starting lineups of some weaker teams. This is also related to the location of the South China Tigers in Yangcheng, a city with a highly developed economy, which consequently results in higher salaries for the players, making them eager to join the South China Tigers. Yangcheng is often mentioned alongside the capital and the metropolis, with a significant economic gap between it and Jiangxing. Not to mention these 3 first-tier cities, even among second-tier cities. Jiangxing ranks at the bottom. Were it not for Wu Di's remarkable rise, the Northeast Tigers would not have achieved their current success. This match has garnered the attention of nearly the entire nation, as it will undoubtedly determine the Northeast Tigers' consecutive winning streak. To date, the Northeast Tigers have not lost a single game. Should they triumph in this match, they could potentially set a record for consecutive victories in the CBA, as they will face opponents of equal caliber only after 14 or 15 rounds. In the realm of competition, 2 Tigers cannot coexist unless one is male and the other female. In the CBA, such a scenario is utterly impossible. Thus, these 2 Tigers must contend for supremacy. Amid the anticipation of the audience, this eagerly awaited clash between the 2 Tigers has finally commenced. The commentator, Su Jia, excitedly remarked, "Dear viewers, this is a match to determine the top team in the CBA, regardless of whether the Northeast Tigers or the South China Tigers emerge victorious. One of them will claim the title of the best this year. The Northeast Tigers boast a record of 13 wins, while the South China Tigers have 12. A victory for the Northeast Tigers will maintain their unblemished record as they approach the playoffs, while a win for the South China Tigers will equal their record and, based on their head-to-head performance, secure the top position in the standings. As the game began, Yi Jianlian skillfully won the jump ball, granting possession to the South China Tigers. Thomas brought the ball across half-court, with Wu Di immediately applying pressure. Although Thomas is not a particularly formidable point guard, he is steady in ball handling. The South China Tigers' offensive strength primarily lies with Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng, negating the need for a highly aggressive point guard, which is why Thomas was chosen as an import. His role is to minimize ball handling errors for the South China Tigers, and his passing ability has made him an integral part of their gameplay in recent years. Thomas indeed demonstrates remarkable ball control after several attempts. Wu Di found it challenging to disrupt him. Consequently, Wu Di hesitated to reach in recklessly, recalling the numerous warnings from Coach Jonas during national team training against such impulsive actions. Despite Wu Di's trust in his system, he remains self-aware. The skills he is currently mastering are fundamental, largely self-taught, and until the unique characteristic of Zhang Song's sharp memory is fully integrated. He does not consider himself particularly adept at basketball, possessing only commendable physical attributes. However, possessing good physical condition does not guarantee basketball prowess. Although Wu Di has gained a measure of fame as a star player, he still occupies a relatively minor role. Thomas lobbed the ball into the paint, where Yi Jianlian faced off against the Northeast Tigers center, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Presently, Yi Jianlian is the second most renowned star in the country, only behind the absent Yao Ming, making him the foremost figure of the new generation. The Chinese men's basketball team has many rising stars, yet none possess a reputation as formidable as that of Yi Jianlian. Even though Wu Di has been enjoying a surge in popularity lately, he still pales in comparison to Yi's illustrious standing. Yi's fame is the result of tangible accomplishments. As early as 2003, he represented the nation in international competitions, and he participated in the 2004 Athens Olympics, aiding the men's team in achieving a commendable top 8 finish. Wu Di shares a close relationship with Yi, second only to his bond with Sun Yu, as they are of similar age and share numerous common interests. The South China Tigers are anchored by Yi, while the Northeast Tigers revolve around Wu Di, making this match a clash of two pivotal figures. However, it is an uneven contest. Yi benefits from capable support, whereas Wu Di often relies heavily on his own efforts. Paradoxically, the statistics reveal a stark contrast, as the Northeast Tigers depend significantly on Wu Di, whose individual performance far surpasses that of Yi. Such is the inherent unfairness of life, as Wu Di's system offers him advantages that may not be afforded to others. As Wu Di dribbled past the half-court line, Thomas immediately approached him. After several attempts to evade Thomas's defense, Wu Di realized that this opponent was far more formidable than anyone he had previously encountered. A fierce determination ignited within Wu Di, and he charged towards the paint, forcibly overcoming Thomas to score. The initial exchanges between the two teams ended in a stalemate, each appearing evenly matched. However, the strengths and weaknesses of both teams became evident, as Wu Di's speed was rendered nearly ineffective, compelling him to rely on sheer strength to penetrate the defense. Thomas's offensive capabilities were limited, prompting Wu Di to ease up on his defense against Thomas and shift focus to double-teaming Yi. While Yi's response to double teams remained somewhat raw, his technical skills were commendable. He swiftly passed the ball before Wu Di could close in. After several exchanges, he struggled to find a suitable opportunity, temporarily stifled by Wu Di's relentless defense. Following Yi's containment, the South China Tigers began to penetrate the Northeast Tigers' interior defense, with Wang Shipeng and Thomas consistently driving and distributing the ball. Their reluctance to enter the paint stemmed from Wu Di's imposing presence, whose combination of strength and speed thwarted their shooting opportunities, forcing them to pass the ball instead. He retreated to the perimeter to alleviate congestion in the paint, which proved effective. His offensive prowess remained intact as he continued to shoot accurately for beyond the arc. Furthermore, the South China Tigers boasted a hidden weapon in Zhu Fengyu, the CBA's three-point king, renowned for his sharpshooting upon entering the league. When Zhu found himself open, Thomas delivered the ball, and Zhu effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Wu Di felt a twinge of frustration, despite running back and forth 6 or 7 times during that possession. He still allowed the South China Tigers to score. Chen Kai glanced at the scoreboard, which read 16-13, with the Northeast Tigers trailing by a mere 3 points. However, the on-court dynamics were far from optimistic, as Wu Di's presence was felt both inside and outside the arc. If the situation did not change, Wu Di would inevitably be forced to leave the game due to exhaustion. Chapter 51. Tactical shift. However, Chung Kai found himself at a loss, as the interior strength of the Northeast Tigers was woefully inadequate. He wished to recruit some capable players, yet the financial resources of the Northeast Tigers were limited. Even foreign players were reluctant to join, as the meager compensation offered barely sufficed for their living expenses. Without a solution, defeat in the forthcoming match seemed inevitable. Reluctantly, Chung Kai called for a lengthy timeout. He summoned Wu Di to his side and inquired, "Do you have any thoughts? At this rate, we are destined to lose today." Wu Di furrowed his brow, noting that the offensive prowess of the South China Tigers primarily rested on Yi Jinlian. "I have managed to limit Yi Jinlian effectively," he replied, "yet he still disrupts our defense, allowing Zhu Fengyu to hit 2 3-pointers. We need someone to specifically keep an eye on him. Wang Shipong and Thomas lack strong outside scoring ability. They both prefer to play close to the basket. We should assign 2 players to contain their drives, while I take on Yi Jinlian alone. If we can restrict him, perhaps we can clinch victory." Chung Kai was momentarily taken aback, incredulously gazing at Wu Di. "You intend to play the power forward position? You are nearly 20 centimeters shorter than Yi Jinlian." Wu Di shook his head, asserting, "I am quite familiar with Yi Jinlian. I will employ front defense to prevent him from receiving the ball. Even if he gets a few touches, it won't significantly alter the outcome. I will compensate on the offensive end. As long as he remains beyond the 3-point line, I am confident in my ability to defend against him." Chung Kai slightly shook his head, expressing concern about the height discrepancy in their lineup. "Are you certain this will lead us to victory?" Wu Di smiled, declaring, "I can't guarantee 100% success, but a smaller lineup can indeed triumph. Look at the Suns in the NBA. They play small ball and remain a formidable team, excelling in the regular season." Run and gun. Chung Kai's eyes brightened at the thought, realizing that the Northeast Tigers possessed the necessary conditions for such a strategy. While the players lacked individual strength, they had a notable advantage: a willingness to share the ball. Apart from Wu Di, the others consistently sought to create opportunities for those more likely to score, which formed the foundation of a fast-paced game. After contemplating for a moment, Chung Kai began to rearrange the lineup, assigning Wu Di to the power forward position, shifting the original power forward to center and bringing in an additional point guard. This adjustment significantly increased the speed of the Northeast Tigers, enabling them to exploit numerical advantages. As the Northeast Tigers altered their formation, confusion spread among the players. Commentator Su expressed his bewilderment, exclaiming, "The lineup on the court for the Northeast Tigers is all wrong. Have they mistakenly sent in the wrong personnel? They have only deployed one interior player. How will they contain Yi Jinlian?" The audience shared in the confusion, murmuring amongst themselves. Even the referees appeared puzzled, glancing towards Chung Kai, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that this was indeed the intended lineup. The South China Tigers were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Northeast Tigers had chosen this particular formation. However, clarity soon emerged as the Northeast Tigers seized the ball, their speed surging as they rushed into the front court, relentlessly agitating the South China Tigers' defense. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Di charged into the fray, immediately finding himself besieged by 2 defenders. However, Wu Di leaned in directly, pressing against the body of the South China Tigers center, delivering the ball to a teammate. The Northeast Tigers power forward, upon receiving the pass, leaped and executed a dunk to score. As the South China Tiger initiated the play, Yi Jinlian advanced to the front court, only to realize that Wu Di had come to defend him. At that moment, he comprehended the strategy the Northeast Tigers were employing. "Wu Di, why are you the one defending me?" Yi Jinlian inquired, still puzzled. Could it be that the Northeast Tigers coach believed Wu Di could effectively guard him? "Because I know you better than anyone," Wu Di asserted as he positioned himself, cautioning Yi Jinlian, "You might want to be wary. You may not receive the ball from now on." Yi Jinlian hesitated for a moment, quickly grasping that Wu Di's positioning intercepted all potential passing lanes from his teammates. Was this a front defense? No wonder Wu Di claimed he could contain him. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Jinlian. He was acutely aware of Wu Di's physical prowess, and if his teammates were inattentive, they could easily fall prey to Wu Di's tactics. The front defense was unexpected, Coach Chung Kai had instructed Wu Di to employ this strategy against Yi Jianlian, a method that disrupts passing routes. Seldom utilized in the CBA, but commonly seen in the NBA, where even Yao Ming had faced restrictions for such defense. Su Jian noticed this defensive strategy as he was keenly observing the Northeast Tigers' approach, eager to decipher how they were containing the South China Tigers. However, the spectators and the South China Tigers remained oblivious, either engrossed in the game or captivated by the Northeast Tigers' fluid offense. Thus, when Thomas spotted Yi Jianlian's height advantage, he immediately passed the ball into the paint, intending to exploit Wu Di. Yet, Yi Jianlian's expression shifted. He was about to warn Thomas, but it was too late. Wu Di leaped, snatched the basketball with one hand, and charged towards the front court. Only Thomas managed to keep pace, while the rest of the South China Tigers remained stunned by the sudden turnover. The Northeast Tigers, however, were unfazed. They had grown accustomed to Wu Di's abrupt steals. The two guards swiftly trailed behind Wu Di, creating a 3-on-1 situation in the front court. Wu Di passed the ball, effortlessly securing an assist. Success. Wu Di's front defense had successfully deceived Thomas, allowing him to intercept the pass with his formidable leap. And he initiated a fast break, forming a 3-on-1 scenario. The Northeast Tigers effortlessly surpassed the score for the first time during this match. As Yi Jianlian prepared to inbound the ball, he cautioned his teammates about Wu Di's front defense, advising them not to pass unless they were certain. The teammates nodded in agreement, still feeling the sting of the recent turnover that had left Thomas somewhat disheartened. He had not anticipated encountering a front-defending Chinese player. He had merely thought Wu Di's positioning was inadequate. One could only say that reliance on experience can lead to downfall. Just because there had been no front defense in the CBA previously did not imply it could not exist. And Thomas paid the price for his over-reliance on experience with that costly mistake. However, the prowess of the Northeast Tigers' tactical shift has yet to wane. Thomas sought to atone for his earlier misstep through a breakthrough. Having evaded the Northeast Tigers' point guard, he found himself facing an unobstructed path and immediately leapt for a layup. Yet, as he soared, a gust of wind swept by, and a player from the Northeast Tigers leapt from the side, delivering a resounding slap to the basketball. The ball soared away like a cannonball, and upon landing, Thomas discovered that it was none other than Wu Di who had thwarted his layup. It turned out that as Thomas initiated his 3-step approach, Wu Di had abandoned his mark, alien, and surged in from the side to block Thomas's attempt. Seizing the opportunity, the Northeast Tigers point guard quickly gained possession of the ball, leading to a 2-on-1 situation in the front court, resulting in an additional 2 points for the Northeast Tigers. Chapter 52. Fast-paced play. The Northeast Tigers' tactical adjustment bore immediate fruit. Within 2 possessions, they had managed to reverse the score. The coach of the South China Tigers found himself at a loss, having not anticipated the significant impact of elevating Wu Di to the power forward position. Utilizing his jumping ability and speed, he effectively executed perimeter defense, restricting Alien's performance, while also providing timely help defense, utilizing his quick reflexes to contest outside layups. Generally speaking, it is quite challenging for a guard to achieve such a feat. The South China Tigers coach assumed that no one in all of China could accomplish this, yet today, a remarkable talent had indeed emerged. Had it been someone else, he might have allowed Alien to leverage his strength to push through. However, this strategy proved ineffective against Wu Di, whose strength surpassed even that of Alien, positioning him well beyond the confines of the paint. The South China Tigers coach found himself momentarily bereft of solutions, resigning himself to let his players navigate the situation. Fortunately, the players of the South China Tigers demonstrated commendable adaptability. Moreover, Wu Di was not omnipotent. Soon the South China Tigers identified a countermeasure. When entering the paint, they refrained from rushing into jumps or shots, instead first confirming Wu Di's position, ensuring that by avoiding him, they could minimize his impact. The South China Tigers coach felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that the players' ability to resolve issues independently was a sign of maturity. However, by the second quarter, he began to harbor regrets as the team's success rate noticeably plummeted, falling below that of the Northeast Tigers. The Northeast Tigers thrived on fast-paced play, typically launching shots during open opportunities or fast breaks. However, their players lacked considerable strength, compounded by the presence of only one interior player, rendering them significantly weaker in rebounding compared to the South China Tigers. Yet, the Northeast Tigers' offense flowed smoothly, maintaining an excellent rhythm, devoid of any awkwardness. In contrast, the South China Tigers struggled. Wu Di frequently disrupted their efforts, making steals and blocks that interfered with their passing. At times, the Northeast Tigers resorted to fouling to interrupt the South China Tigers' offensive tempo. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, the South China Tigers failed to successfully complete 3 consecutive offensive plays. Gradually, the Northeast Tigers, capitalizing on their fluid offense, accumulated momentum, steadily widening the score gap. However, the audience witnessed a thrilling offensive spectacle, with the commentator exclaiming in admiration, "Fast-paced play, fast-paced play." The Northeast Tigers astonishingly adopted a fast-paced strategy, executing their attacks with remarkable fluidity. Despite the absence of Nash and Stoudemire, the Northeast Tigers managed to maintain their fast-paced approach, even without a solid rebounding foundation. More remarkably, they held a lead despite having secured only 6 rebounds, which was 13 fewer than the South Tigers. Yet under such circumstances, the Northeast Tigers not only retained their advantage, but also steadily widened the score gap. This peculiar situation could solely be attributed to Wu Di, who had accumulated a commendable stat line of 11 points, 5 assists, 1 rebound, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Behind these figures, he also executed no fewer than 5 disruptive passes. Wu Di, however, was beginning to tire. His exertion over the 2 quarters had been immense, characterized by relentless leaps and sprints that drained much of his energy. Fortunately, as both teams faced fatigue, they opted to substitute their players around the same time. After Wu Di departed, Chung Kai once again employed an unconventional lineup, bolstering their interior defense by placing 3 players in the paint. Consequently, the Northeast Tigers leveraged their proximity to the basket, managing to hold onto their lead and preventing the South Tigers from overtaking them. In the third quarter, rejuvenated after a brief respite, Wu Di re-entered the game, and the Northeast Tigers once again unfurled the banner of fast-paced play, reigniting the intensity of the match. After nearly half an hour of rest, Wu Di returned in peak condition, brimming with vitality. He suddenly dashed forward during a South Tigers pass, swatting the basketball away before racing towards the front court and concluding the offensive with a resounding dunk. In response, Alien, unwilling to remain idle after being tightly guarded for much of the game, recognized that as the leader of the South Tigers, he needed to devise a strategy to extricate himself from his current predicament. Otherwise, he might need to abandon his NBA aspirations altogether. With this thought in mind, Alien gestured to his teammates, realizing he could not shake off Wu Di's relentless pursuit and thus required his teammates to set screens. As Wu Di was momentarily hindered by the South Tigers center, Alien seized the opportunity, swiftly receiving the ball, backing into the Northeast Tigers center, before pivoting sharply and leaping high to score over his opponent. Wu Di glanced at the scoreboard, noting the 6-point deficit. This match was not looking favorable. If he could not contain Alien, the South Tigers' offense would flow seamlessly, putting the game in jeopardy. No, he could not afford to lose. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Wu Di's eyes. He had already decided to pursue a career in the NBA after the season concluded, yearning for a CBA championship. Run, run, Wu Di shouted as he dribbled forward, emphasizing that only through relentless effort could they clinch victory. Dribbling past the half court, he maneuvered around Thomas, penetrating the paint and drawing a double team before passing to an open teammate. The teammate scored, further extending their lead. The Northeast Tiger, undeterred, began to accelerate the pace of the game, causing the South China Tiger to be momentarily swept along by this newfound rhythm, hastening their offensive tempo. Both teams darted back and forth across the court, plunging the arena into utter chaos. As the tempo intensified for both sides, it was evident that their offensive strategies had become disordered. The players on both teams began to ride the wave of momentum, a situation that proved detrimental for the South China Tiger. If they failed to recalibrate, victory would elude them. The South China Tigers coach, recognizing the urgency of the situation, promptly called for a timeout to devise a new strategy. Upon resuming play, the South China Tiger significantly slowed their offensive pace. However, the Northeast Tiger remained relentless, continuing at a brisk speed. Amid the turmoil, the South China Tiger managed to seize an opportunity and swiftly close the gap in the score. Chung Kai felt compelled to call another timeout, stating, "We need to revert to our regular lineup. The South China Tiger has identified our weaknesses." Yet he lamented, "In this state, we are no match for them." Wu Di, in a state of agitation, echoed his concerns. Chung Kai, fixing Wu Di with a serious gaze, remarked, No one can win every match, not even the basketball deity Michael Jordan. You must learn to confront failure, Wu Di. Your mindset is off balance. Wu Di was taken aback. Had he been too eager for victory? Indeed, he was overly concerned with winning. Even though he understood that he needed merely 12 wins to achieve a promotion to the elite level, he still yearned to triumph in every single game. We can employ a fast-paced strategy, yet our hearts must not become frantic. Although we are professional players, we must also relish the game. Chapter 53. Losing is not a bad thing. Relish the game? Wu Di was perplexed. What did it mean to enjoy the game? What constituted the greatest joy in competitive sports, the process or the outcome? For others, this is a question worthy of contemplation, but for Wu Di, the answer was clear: the outcome. Everything revolved around the result. He needed to complete the tasks assigned by the system, to strive tirelessly for the moniker of Transformers. This conviction destined Wu Di to prioritize outcomes above all else. Should he fail to achieve this result, he was uncertain of the repercussions that awaited him. At times, the unknown breeds fear. At other moments, the known can be equally daunting. The system's penalties loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, instilling a pervasive fear that compelled him to focus on the game's results. But was the process truly insignificant? Wu Di pondered introspectively, yet he found no answers, for such reflections would merely lead him back into the cycle of confusion. Which is more important? The process or the outcome? Stripped of the system's influence, Wu Di's pragmatic instincts would likely yield a mundane answer. Nevertheless, Chung Kai remained unperturbed by Wu Di's obsession. While he too desired to win the match, he did not succumb to the same obsessive fervor. As a coach, he had to consider not only the outcome, but also the player's mental states. Wu Di's extreme pursuit of victory was commendable, yet a flawed mindset could lead to complications, particularly when his teammates were unable to support him. The situation surrounding the Los Angeles Lakers is quite telling. Since the dissolution of the formidable quartet and the departure of Shaquille O'Neal to the East, the entire burden of the team has rested upon Kobe Bryant's shoulders. Victories were attributed solely to his prowess, while defeats were equally blamed upon him. Presently, the Northeast Tigers mirror this predicament closely. The entire team relies heavily on Wu Di for both offensive and defensive plays. Unlike the Lakers, who had the support of a capable second-in-command like Lamar Odom, the Northeast Tigers find themselves solely dependent on Wu Di. Thus, their circumstances are even more alarming. Were it not for the relatively modest strength of CBA teams, the Northeast Tigers would not have achieved an impressive 13-game winning streak. This scenario underscores Wu Di's significance to the Northeast Tigers. Currently, Wu Di is grappling with issues of mindset, a situation that has garnered the utmost attention from Chung Kai, who discovered him and considers him a prized protege. Though Chung Kai is aware of Wu Di's less-than-exemplary personal life, he has seen no decline in his training, leaving him with no opportunity to counsel Wu Di. He has been patiently awaiting an opening to assist him, and now that Wu Di's mentality has faltered, he is determined not to miss this chance to offer salvation. Wu Di is an exceptionally talented player, and Chung Kai is averse to seeing him descend into despair. A tumultuous personal life does not preclude one from becoming a great athlete. While public scrutiny may be harsh domestically, perceptions can shift when one ventures abroad. Many NBA stars lead far more dissolute lives than Wu Di, yet remain celebrated figures. For as long as they perform admirably on the court, their flaws are easily overlooked. However, should a star's mindset deteriorate, it poses a grave concern. Wu Di, still relatively unknown, risks losing his place not only in the NBA, but even within his own country if his temperament escalates. Chung Kai recognizes his limitations as a minor figure, unable to stand against public opinion to staunchly support Wu Di. From Chung Kai's perspective, a loss in this match may not be entirely detrimental, provided Wu Di emerges unscathed. Everything is worth it if he can find his footing. Chung Kai decided to substitute Wu Di, seating him on the bench, and spoke earnestly. Wu Di, though we seldom share heartfelt conversations, I believe I understand you quite well. Wu Di nodded silently, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Chung Kai's attitude towards the game, yet recognizing that Chung Kai has always looked out for him. He is aware that many speak ill of him behind his back. Yet it is Chung Kai who has offered him support. He is not without friends. The management of the Northeast Tigers includes acquaintances of Song Shu's father, and Song Shu has repeatedly received information from him. Coach, I know you have my best interests at heart. If there's anything you wish to say, please do so candidly. I am quite straightforward. Chen Kai nodded in agreement, having gathered insights about Wu Di from various sources over recent days. Wu Di is indeed a forthright individual. While one might describe him as honest, others might label him as blunt. His tumultuous personal life has become widely known within the Northeast Tigers management. And even other teams are aware, partly due to Wu Di's lack of discretion. Chen Kai let out a slight sigh. Wu Di, I comprehend your fervent desire for victory. Yet have you not realized that your fixation on winning may be excessive? Wu Di appeared momentarily bewildered. Is that a bad thing? Aren't we playing to win? However, an overzealous pursuit of victory may lead to adverse consequences. You're familiar with Kobe Bryant, I presume? Of course. Wu Di chuckled. With such a prominent figure, how can I not be aware? Are you aware of Kobe's current circumstances? The Lakers are not faring well. Victories are attributed solely to Kobe's prowess, while defeats are also laid at his feet. Moreover, his relationships with teammates are strained. He harbors distrust towards them, and they, in turn, fear him. Wu Di pondered this, having followed the NBA closely as he sought to select a team for himself. The Los Angeles Lakers, in the entertainment capital, were undoubtedly among his potential choices, and his insights aligned with Chen Kai's observations. He cast a confused glance at Chen Kai, uncertain of his intended message. Have you noticed that the situation with the Northeast Tigers bears a resemblance to that of the Lakers? Does it? Wu Di contemplated, realizing there was indeed some truth to the comparison. Certainly, the entire team relies on a single star player. The distinction lies in the fact that Kobe's teammates are considerably stronger than yours, and you lack Kobe's notorious temperament, Chen Kai explained. However, your current obsession with victory could very well transform you into a version of Kobe, and, at that point, you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Wu Di shivered at the thought, unable to fathom becoming like Kobe. He lacked both his strength and fame. Should he truly evolve into a figure akin to Kobe, he would abandon any aspirations of playing basketball. Do not underestimate this. Kobe's temperament was not forged overnight. It was shaped by an intense will to survive. And I do not wish for you to become the next Kobe, Chen Kai earnestly expressed. Wu Di cradled his head, his gaze fixed on the ground, uncertain of which path to take. Observing Wu Di's demeanor, Chen Kai felt vindicated in his beliefs. Losing this match was not a misfortune. Wu Di required this defeat. As Chen Kai understood, it was likely Wu Di's first loss since achieving fame, a reality he would have to confront eventually. Chapter 54. After the defeat, Chen Kai refrained from sending Wu Di back onto the court. The Northeast Tigers succumbed in their match. Following the defeat, Wu Di felt an emptiness within, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon returning home that evening, Wu Di recounted the events to Yin Yin and Song Shu. Yin Yin, dismissive, remarked, "Losing is entirely normal. You have already enjoyed a 13-game winning streak. According to the theory of Chao Gui's warfare, initial momentum leads to a decline. Your morale has begun to wane, so a loss is hardly surprising. What you should be concerned about now is whether this will lead to a downward spiral for the team. Elevating the team's morale should be your primary focus." Wu Di shook his head. Currently, in the CBA, the only teams capable of defeating the Northeast Tigers are the Rockets and the South China Tigers. We will face the Rockets next, requiring 14 more games, and I hardly regard the other teams as a threat. Are you underestimating them? Yin Yin pointed at Wu Di and admonished him. Now that you possess a bit of strength, you've begun to act as if you're above everyone else. It's not just you. Even the strongest teams in the NBA can fall to weaker opponents. You must be familiar with the term giant killers, right? Wu Di fell silent for a moment before turning to Yin Yin. Since when did you become so interested in the NBA? I aspire to be the principal. So it's only natural that I familiarize myself with basketball, Yin Yin replied with a sense of pride. Principal? Are you aiming to be the boss's wife? Wu Di teased. Boss's wife, my foot. I intend to be the boss, Yin Yin declared, playfully punching Wu Di on the head. Listen here, you must play well. Losing a match is fine, but it's crucial that you perform admirably and work seamlessly with your teammates. If you can't make it to the NBA, you want to be able to establish a school, and then you want to have the means to support us, and we'll leave for someone else. Wu Di swept Yin Yin into his arms, exclaiming, "Dream on." However, internally, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with his teammates for not providing the support he needed. Chen Kai was right. His mindset was shifting, leaning towards a mentality reminiscent of Kobe Bryant. Though Kobe embodied the defiance of Lu Bu and the pride of Guan Yu, He also possessed a hint of Zhao Yun's fortitude and Tai Shi's cunning. Yet Wu Di didn't wish to become Kobe. He was not inherently a defiant or arrogant person. It seemed a change was necessary. He couldn't allow the system to transform him into someone else. While altering one's character can be beneficial, it must not evolve into becoming someone loathsome. With this realization, Wu Di felt a surge of positivity. He turned to Yin Yin and said, "Let us hang the word humility on the wall." After a moment of thought, Yin Yin replied, "I'll buy a calligraphy piece." The next day, Yin Yin ventured out and purchased an artistic piece featuring the grand character for humility. Wu Di gazed intently at the word for quite some time, only walking away once he felt a sense of inner calm. Wu Di began to cultivate his character. Although he didn't change his lifestyle, he started reading ancient texts, asking Yin Yin to procure a plethora of historical and philosophical works. These teachings occasionally offered him tranquility. While many literary works can have this effect, Wu Di was inherently traditional, seemingly influenced by Guan Yu, particularly enjoying the spring and autumn annals. Just as Guan Yu understood righteousness through the text, Wu Di wished to discern if the spring and autumn could indeed yield such effects. After completing a reading of the spring and autumn, he found that he hadn't experienced any transformation. Could it be that the text held no value for him? After some reflection, he concluded that this wasn't quite accurate. Was righteousness? Wu Di was uncertain, but he acknowledged his deep love for his country. Even if he admitted to being emotionally lacking, his patriotism remained. Ultimately, Wu Di concluded that the nation's patriotic education was profoundly impactful, rendering further study of the spring and autumn unnecessary. As Wu Di adjusted his mindset, the Northeast Tigers continued their series of matches. On October 29th, the Northeast Tigers were set to face the Bulls. The Northeast Tigers have evidently not yet recovered from their recent defeats. Wu Di himself has been affected, displaying a lackluster performance marked by a cold shooting touch, which has contributed to the Tigers' consecutive losses. It was at this juncture that Wu Di began to heed Yin Yin's words, acknowledging the old adage, "Those involved are often blind to the situation, while outsiders see clearly." As an observer, Yin Yin could discern the predicaments faced by the Northeast Tigers, a perspective that Wu Di, as an insider, failed to recognize. Subsequently, Wu Di promptly conferred with Cheng Kai on strategies to address their plight. As Wu Di made personal adjustments, the Tigers gradually regained their form, culminating in a triumphant return to winning ways on January 26, 2007, with a 12th consecutive victory in the CBA's 27th round. On February 2nd, the Northeast Tigers faced the Rockets once more, who had evidently learned from their previous encounter and devised a strategy to counter the Tigers. Despite Wu Di having upgraded Zhao Yun to a fully refined level and enhancing the epic-level Zhou Tsong while activating the military prowess of Zhang Song, the overall capability of the other players on the Tigers remained lacking. Wu Di unleashed an astounding 54 points, yet the team still succumbed to defeat. Once again confronting the South China Tigers, the Northeast Tigers faced yet another loss. Following their victory over the Bulls on February 7th, the CBA's 30th round concluded, with the playoffs set to commence on the 27th. In preparation for the playoffs, all CBA teams took a brief respite during the new year. Wu Di has now gained recognition among fans as the premier guard in China. However, he continues to grow taller, leaving uncertainty about his future position on the court. Many fans expressed dissatisfaction with Wu Di's height increase, fearing it diminishes their sense of connection, and worry that if he grows taller, he may have to transition to playing forward. The Chinese league is replete with strong interior players, yet lacks depth in the perimeter should Wu Di shift to forward. His impact from the outside would be significantly reduced. During his brief return home for the new year, Wu Di's parents inquired about Shui Haiyan, to which he refrained from disclosing the complete truth, opting instead to mention that they had quarreled and parted ways. He feared that revealing the whole story would upset them. Yet his silence still left them disheartened. Wu Di has since abandoned any thoughts of marriage that he once entertained during the summer. Now, he finds himself devoid of such aspirations, believing that he will only consider marriage upon encountering someone truly sincere, though he wonders if he will ever find that person in this lifetime. After a few days at home, Wu Di returned to the team for training, as the playoffs were imminent. The Northeast Tigers' first-round opponent, while not formidable, still warranted his serious attention. Wu Di has shed his naivety and no longer harbors hopes of clinching the CBA championship this year, having faced the South China Tigers twice and lost on both occasions. The prospect of overcoming them in the playoffs appears daunting. Moreover, before confronting the South China Tigers, the Northeast Tigers must first contend with a significant adversary, the Rockets. Chapter 55. Elimination from the playoffs. The Northeast Tigers lost 4 matches, tying with the South China Tigers. However, as they lost both encounters against the Tigers, they were relegated to second place. Consequently, the 8 teams for the CBA playoffs have been definitively determined. The first is the South China Tiger. The second is the Northeast Tiger. The third is the Rockets. The fourth is the Dragon team. The fifth is Pan Pan. The sixth is the Lion. The seventh is the Fierce Lion. And the eighth is the Chinese Sturgeon. Thus, the first-round opponent for the Northeast Tiger has been determined. It is the Fierce Lion. As the playoffs commence, all teams exert themselves with utmost effort. Particularly for those in lower standings, defeating the teams ahead of them poses a formidable challenge. However, during the playoffs, if one does not fight with all their might, they risk an early exit. The Northeast Tiger is also preparing diligently, having summoned all players back on the 3rd day of the new year. This year's schedule has encountered some issues, with the first round of playoffs beginning on the 6th day, compelling teams to recall their players prematurely. Fortunately, the players have remained committed to their training, as they were aware of their team's playoff prospects before the new year and have been training rigorously. Upon returning to the team, Wu Di commenced his training regimen to regain his form. The first round of playoffs began on February 23rd. The CBA playoffs differ from the NBA. While the NBA employs a best-of-7 format, the CBA utilizes a best-of-5 format. In the NBA, winning 4 games allows for an early rest, whereas in the CBA, all 5 games must be played regardless of prior victories. Although this may seem unreasonable, it is the established rule of the CBA and unlikely to change in the near future. Wu Di felt no psychological pressure facing the Fierce Lion. He had previously triumphed over them even without peak performance, and now, equipped with exceptional prowess and the epic characteristics of Zhou Tsong, he was confident. Indeed, the Northeast Tiger achieved a clean sweep, confirming their advancement with ease. In the subsequent 2 matches, Cheng Kai did not require the Northeast Tiger to exert full effort, culminating in 1 victory and 1 defeat. Wu Di remained unperturbed by the prospect of victory. Even with a potential 5-game series, he felt secure. Nevertheless, he continued to calculate his wins. Combining the remaining regular season games with 4 playoff victories, he had already secured 5 wins. Just 5 more wins would elevate him to the esteemed level of Zhang Song. Zhang Song's photographic memory significantly enhanced Wu Di's recall abilities, though not dramatically, as it took him several days to absorb a classical text. Wu Di was eager to discover the extent of Zhang Song's memory capabilities upon his elevation. Following their triumph over the Fierce Lion, the Northeast Tiger was set to face the Rockets. On March 7th, in the home court of Jiangcheng, the Northeast Tiger welcomed the Rockets for their first match. Once again facing the Rockets, Wu Di approached the game with heightened caution. Although he was not inherently afraid of the Rockets, the significant flaws within the Northeast Tigers lineup necessitated a careful approach. After the ball was served, Wu Di helplessly watched as possession was seized by the Rockets. His teammates were lacking. As Wu Di advanced, he could only watch as the opposing team passed the ball, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. The Rockets utilized a shooting guard to stretch the defense, forcing Wu Di to observe as they dominated the interior of the Northeast Tiger's defense. Once in the front court, Wu Di leveraged his strength to challenge the Rockets' perimeter. In the arena, a precarious balance was established as Wu Di faced off against the Rockets. Cheng Kai shook his head. The Northeast Tigers had exerted their utmost effort, yet still struggled to devise a winning strategy. It seemed that victory hinged on stamina and resilience. The team displaying greater tenacity would ultimately prevail. As for other considerations, Cheng Kai could only silently hope that the Tigers' shooting touch would endure. Before long, the Northeast Tigers began to fall behind. Wu Di found himself confined to the perimeter, for entering the paint meant confronting the Rockets' formidable defense. The Rockets constantly tightened their formation, allowing Wu Di to shoot from the outside, wagering on his shooting accuracy. However, the distance from the basket rendered it nearly impossible to sustain such precision over time. Wu Di might maintain his rhythm for a quarter, but sustaining it throughout the game was another matter entirely. Once his shooting cooled, defeat for the Tigers would be assured. After another missed shot, Wu Di vigorously shook his hands, hoping to rekindle his touch. This marked his 3rd consecutive miss, clearly indicating that his shooting was faltering and the prospect of victory dimmed. Cheng Kai, sensing the urgency, called for a timeout, and looked at Wu Di. Wu Di subtly shook his head. Continuing down this path would lead to inevitable defeat. Let us take a gamble. Chung Kai pondered aloud. We'll put 5 shooters on the floor and completely stretch the defense. They will have to respond. With a nod of agreement, Wu Di prepared to re-enter the fray. Upon returning to the court, the Tigers' strategy bore some fruit, granting Wu Di the opportunity to attack the rim. Yet, as he surged forward, he discovered that the Rockets' defense was both loose on the outside and tight within. Once inside, he found himself surrounded by 3 defenders. Reluctantly, he passed the ball out to a teammate, who subsequently missed the open shot, the ball clanging against the rim. A sigh escaped Wu Di's lips, for the Rockets' defense was meticulously tailored to neutralize him, their sole consistent scorer. If Wu Di could not find a way to score reliably, the Tigers' hopes for consistent scoring were bleak. However, Wu Di concealed his inner turmoil, shouting for a return to defense before quickly regaining his position. After thwarting one of the Rockets' attacks, he attempted to penetrate the paint once more, only to be met again by the triple team. Another pass, and once again the ball echoed against the rim. Doubt began to creep into Wu Di's mind. 2 consecutive missed shots signaled a chilling loss of touch for the Tigers. Chung Kai, equally disheartened, felt helpless in the face of the situation, resigned to continue as they were. Indeed, without the support of their shooting accuracy, the Northeast Tigers succumbed to the Rockets in the first match. In the second match, however, their shooting began to click, enabling them to secure a victory. Yet, their fortunes waned again in the subsequent 2 games, leading to 2 more losses against the Rockets, effectively ending their journey in the semifinals. Nevertheless, in a final game where the Rockets had already secured victory and relaxed their efforts, the Tigers managed to avoid complete humiliation, exiting the tournament with 2 wins to their name. On the evening of March 16th, although Wu Di had tasted victory, he left the court feeling profoundly disheartened. He had initially intended to depart after securing a CBA championship, yet he unexpectedly found himself eliminated in the semifinals. Upon his return, the Rockets exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength. This veteran not only contributed prowess, but also brought stability, as long as he was on the court. The Rockets maintained composure in both offense and defense, illustrating the invaluable role of seasoned players. Chapter 56. Announcement of draft participation on March 25th. Wu Di communicated with the NBA officials and subsequently held a press conference to announce his participation in the 2007 draft. The journalists present sensed the significance of the announcement, prompting one reporter to inquire, "Wu Di, have you reached an understanding with the Northeast Tigers regarding your NBA draft participation?" Wu Di grasped the microphone and exchanged a glance with Chung Kai before passing it over. Chung Kai took the microphone and responded, "Allow me to address this question. When the Northeast Tigers signed a contract with Wu Di, we reached a consensus on this matter. We fully support Wu Di in his pursuit of the NBA. But in consideration of the interests of the Northeast Tigers, we have signed a 3-year contract with him. Should Wu Di successfully enter the NBA, this contract will be suspended until his return. If he plays in the NBA for a certain duration, the contract will terminate, and the Northeast Tigers will relinquish their rights." Wu Di took back the microphone and stated, "The Northeast Tigers are like family to me. From teammates to coaches to management, they have treated me exceptionally well, and I aspire to bring more honor to the Northeast Tigers. However, in terms of my current abilities, there is still room for improvement. Once I enter the NBA, I will remain in contact with the Northeast Tigers, sharing the invaluable experiences I gain in the NBA to assist them." Another reporter queried, "This year, Yi Jianlian will also participate in the NBA draft. Can you predict your respective draft positions?" Wu Di chuckled, "I have no idea. No one knows who the talented individuals participating in this year's draft will be. However, he should be selected before me. His skills are more comprehensive, while I rely primarily on my physicality." Laughter ensued among the reporters, for Yi Jianlian has long been regarded as a technical exemplar in the country, excelling both inside and outside the arc. In contrast, Wu Di is best known for overpowering opponents through sheer strength, capable of competing with both guards and forwards, and even matching centers in physical contests. Wu Di, have you engaged in discussions with any teams? Have any teams invited you for a tryout? Another reporter pressed. "Not at the moment," Wu Di replied. "I've only been playing for a little over a year, and my recognition is quite limited. NBA teams may not yet be familiar with me, but I have decided to participate in the official NBA training camp." The reporters reacted with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. as they were well aware that the NBA's official training camp serves as a platform for players without team invitations to showcase their talents. Despite the presence of numerous scouts, the number of players who successfully emerge from the official training camp is exceedingly low, as valuable talents are typically identified and reserved by teams well in advance. Wu Di acknowledged that the likelihood of being selected for the NBA official training camp is quite low, yet he remains optimistic. Just because the odds are slim doesn't mean it's impossible. Once selected, I am confident that my physical prowess will allow me to make a lasting impression, especially considering my relatively short time dedicated to basketball, which renders me a candidate with significant potential for development. Moreover, NBA teams, eager to tap into the Chinese market, might consider me even if it's merely as a mascot, he humorously remarked. News of Wu Di participating in the draft and joining the official training camp has stirred considerable excitement. Domestic fans have expressed their support, feeling that Wu Di deserves better recognition. However, some rational fans have pointed out that while Wu Di boasts formidable skills in domestic competitions, his reliance on physical attributes raises questions about how he would fare internationally. The level of competition in the NBA is exceptionally high, with numerous athletes possessing remarkable physical capabilities. The NBA draft is set for June 28th, giving Wu Di a month to prepare in China before he embarks on his journey to the United States during the May Day holiday. This month, he spent a few days at home before coordinating travel arrangements to America with his friends Yin Yin and Song Shu. Unfortunately, he must undertake this journey alone, as neither Yin nor Song Shu can provide assistance. Before his departure, Chu Shui expressed a desire to accompany him, but Wu Di declined. He felt he would lack the time to care for her during this critical period, and her limited English proficiency raised safety concerns. The security situation in the United States is markedly different from that in China, with rampant crime and gun violence, leaving Wu Di apprehensive about her well-being. At this point, Wu Di and Chu Shui have developed a romantic relationship, and he considers her on par with Yin Yin and Song Shu. As for Marika, who is currently in India filming a television series, she has no time for leisure activities. Wu Di had initially hoped to meet Marika in the United States, but given her unavailability, he has abandoned those plans. Traveling to India is not on his agenda either, as he harbors a less favorable impression of the country. Unlike South Korea, India's reputation in China has often been unfavorable, partly due to the perception of its citizens being subservient to British interests. Wu Di boarded a flight to New York, where the NBA official training camp is being held. He had hoped to travel to the United States with Yi Jianlian, especially since the CBA finals have concluded, with the Southern Tigers bested by the Rockets. The Rockets have had a remarkable season, decisively defeating both the Northeast Tigers and the Southern Tigers to clinch the championship, thus becoming the 8-time champions. Yi Jianlian, feeling somewhat disheartened despite the Southern Tigers' formidable roster, has received numerous training invites from various teams, a testament to his international reputation, which far exceeds that of Wu Di, given his experience in the Olympics. Wu Di participated in only one Asian Games. Last year, during the World Championships in Japan, Wu Di had not yet joined the Northeast Tigers, thus remaining outside the national team's radar and consequently missing a golden opportunity to make a name for himself on the international stage. Upon arriving in New York, NBA officials sent representatives to welcome him. Since Yao Ming's entry into the NBA, the Chinese market has opened significantly to the league, which now seeks to recruit more Chinese players to expedite its development in China, leading to their earnest invitation for Yi Jianlian to enter this year's draft. Wu Di also announced his participation in the NBA, much to the delight of the officials, who were pleased to learn of his performance in the CBA. Even if Wu Di were to lose his formidable prowess in the CBA after joining the NBA, merely fulfilling a role as a substitute would greatly assist in tapping into the Chinese market. If quality were lacking, quantity could suffice. Sometimes, the latter proves far more valuable than the former. The NBA officials believe that with 6 or 7 Chinese players in the league, Chinese fans would wholeheartedly support the NBA. With this mindset, Wu Di was welcomed into the training camp by NBA staff. During the camp, he underwent physical assessments, and the results sent ripples through the NBA community. For a player of Asian descent possessed a physique reminiscent of that of an African American, an astonishing revelation. Chapter 57, Astonishing Physical Tests and Frequent Scandals. Standing at 202 centimeters, with a height of 204 centimeters in shoes, weighing 105 kilograms, boasting a wingspan of 217 centimeters, a standing reach of 274 centimeters, a vertical leap of 87 centimeters, a running jump of 103 centimeters, a baseline sprint time of 95 seconds, and a total of 34 sprints in 302 seconds. With a body fat percentage of 56, these figures shocked everyone. The data surpassed even that of LeBron James during his rookie season. At that time, James measured 201 centimeters, 203 centimeters in shoes, weighed 111 kilograms, and had a wingspan of 214 centimeters, with a standing reach of 270 centimeters. Although James was only 18 years old at that time and still developing, Wu Di had already completed his growth. Nevertheless, these physical assessments astonished all, as it was hard to fathom that a Chinese individual could possess such exceptional athletic prowess. Once the NBA released these assessment results, a wave of excitement swept across the United States. Various media outlets began reporting on the story, although they had yet to witness Wu Di's basketball skills. They could foresee his potential to establish himself in the NBA, even if only based on his physicality. News of Wu Di quickly returned to his homeland. Although reports were somewhat delayed, they ignited a frenzy across the nation. Many began to compare Wu Di to James, with numerous fans affectionately dubbing him China's James or the Chinese Little Emperor. What amused Wu Di the most was that he had acquired a new nickname, China's Little Emperor, with 842 supporters endorsing it. Remarkably, he gained this moniker even before playing a single game in the NBA. He felt a sense of relief and joy, promptly promoting Zhang Song to the distinguished rank with this nickname. The strategist Zhang Song achieved an elevation to excellence, enhancing his remarkable memory trait. In comparison, the growth obtained from promoting a strategist is rather minuscule, far overshadowed by the advancements garnered from enhancing a martial general. Nonetheless, the promotion of strategists is imperative, as their traits can be significantly elevated, not to mention Zhuge Liang's unparalleled calculations, Pang Tong's ingenious strategies, and Zhou Yu's fiery naval tactics. Even Chen Gong's flanking maneuver proves to be exceedingly useful. The flanking maneuver boosts collaborative power, which not only enhances defensive capabilities, but also increases passing proficiency. Wu Di is preparing to develop Chen Gong as his second project. Within the training camp, Wu Di continuously engages in confrontations with the players, absorbing their basketball techniques. Frankly, Wu Di's skills remain rather rudimentary. During his first public training match, he committed 6 turnovers, all stemming from his lack of technical finesse, whether due to inaccurate passes or careless dribbling. In that inaugural public game, many teams directed their attention towards Wu Di. However, upon witnessing his lackluster performance on the court, numerous scouts could not help but shake their heads, marking him with a disappointing D on their notes. American media erupted once again, previously astonished by Wu Di's physical prowess. This time they derided his subpar skills. Their biting sarcasm brimmed with vitriol, as if mocking Wu Di could somehow preserve America's dignity. Fortunately, Wu Di never reads the American newspapers, yet fellow training players were relentless. Some American players deliberately targeted Wu Di, refusing to pass him the ball, and when he attempted to pass, they would feign an inability to catch it, deliberately slowing their reactions. On several occasions, Wu Di felt the urge to retaliate, but the thought of his dwindling finances and the inability to afford any repercussions restrained him. His forbearance only emboldened them further, leading Wu Di to abandon any semblance of cooperation. Once he secured the basketball, he sought offensive opportunities independently, only passing when absolutely necessary. During the second public match, the American players continued to ostracize Wu Di. Although he exhibited some improvement, his performance was still hindered by their exclusion, resulting in an even less impressive showing than the previous game. Consequently, American media erupted once more, escalating the scandal surrounding Wu Di, labeling him a cancer for his inability to collaborate. The malicious intent of the media ultimately inflicted damage upon Wu Di, as many teams openly declared their reluctance to choose a cancer, further fueled by local media's scathing evaluations. Wu Di felt as though he were being driven to madness, overwhelmed by the world's animosity towards him. However, his true tribulations were only just beginning, as news broke domestically. Chu Shui had been expelled from school due to her pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's mind was engulfed in chaos, for he knew without a doubt that the child was his. Chu Shui was not the type to act indiscriminately. Despite being somewhat opportunistic, she had been involved with Wu Di as her sole boyfriend. After Wu Di and Chu Shui established contact, it became evident that someone had alerted the school about the situation. Chu Su, unwilling to disclose that the child was Wu Di's, was expelled from the institution. The school's sole response to such a scandal was to terminate her enrollment and erase her academic record. Wu Di felt a profound sense of melancholy. Burdened by the debt he felt towards Chu Shui. However, 2 days later, Yin Yin unexpectedly informed him that someone had leaked information to the media. Numerous discussions online accused Wu Di of exploiting Chu Shui, resulting in her pregnancy and subsequent abandonment, which led to her expulsion. Wu Di was taken aback, pondering who was orchestrating this behind the scenes and what their intentions were. Did they wish to ruin him? A couple of days later, another model boldly claimed to have had an affair with Wu Di, praising his prowess in bed. Wu Di was astounded by the shamelessness of this woman. The model, known as Zhou Yun, indeed had a brief encounter with him, but at that time, she was not a model. She was merely a white-collar worker. Yin Yin later investigated Zhou Yun's background and discovered that she had an ambiguous relationship with her boss, which led to her dismissal when the boss's wife found out. Stripped of her livelihood, Zhou Yun turned to modeling, and her agency devised a publicity stunt, capitalizing on her prior connection with Wu Di during a period of public scrutiny surrounding him. Although Wu Di's reputation in China was tarnished, the national attention was undeniable. This was the perfect moment for action. Some celebrities have risen to fame through scandals, and the agency was well-versed in the art of publicity, especially with the assistance of an audacious woman. Wu Di felt a surge of indignation, but was at a loss for how to respond. Being in America, he found himself powerless against Zhou Yun. With limited options, all he could do was focus on his studies and prove himself in the summer league. As for the draft, he harbored little hope. Chapter 58. Unexpected draft. On June 28th, the draft commenced at Madison Square Garden in New York, precisely on schedule. Wu Di, having spent money on a ticket to attend the event, was present, while Yi Jianlian remained in China and did not attend. David Stern took to the podium, welcoming everyone to this year's draft. We hold the draft to infuse the NBA with fresh talent. The rookies require a platform to showcase their abilities, and the draft serves this purpose. This year, many talented players will join the NBA, but how many will be selected? Who will emerge as the fan favorites? Now, let us see who the Portland Trail Blazers, holding the first overall pick, will choose. Stern gestured towards the Blazers management. Trail Blazers, please present your selection. Wow. The Trail Blazers have chosen Greg Oden from Ohio State University. Applause erupted as the spotlight shone on Oden, a player garnering attention across the nation. He was selected as the first overall pick, a title revered in domestic parlance as the number one. According to legend, Oden could have entered the draft 2 years prior, with many predicting him as the frontrunner even then, underscoring his formidable prowess. Wu Di watched as Oden donned the Portland Trail Blazers jersey, a pang of envy stirring within him. He too yearned for the honor of being chosen, though it felt like a distant dream. No team would favor a player mired in scandal, be it on or off the court, and Wu Di's own controversies were scandalous enough to raise eyebrows, with nary a positive headline to his name. Next up was the Seattle Supersonics, holding the second pick, who chose Kevin Durant from the University of Texas. More applause followed, confirming the selection of another prodigious talent, reputed for his shooting prowess. The Atlanta Hawks, with the third pick, selected Al Horford from the University of Florida, cementing their choice of the third overall pick. The Memphis Grizzlies, with the fourth pick, opted for Mike Conley from Ohio State University. The Boston Celtics, possessing the fifth pick, chose Jeff Green from Georgetown University. Finally, the Milwaukee Bucks, with the sixth pick, selected Yi Jianlian from China. Wu Di sat up straighter. He had indeed been chosen sixth. He felt a surge of happiness for Yi, but the thought that he might go undrafted cast a shadow over his joy. His mind raced, and as he gazed at David Stern, he found himself lost in thought, barely registering the subsequent selections. Then came the Houston Rockets with the 54th pick, announcing their selection of Wu Di from China. He was taken aback. Had he truly been chosen? Could this be real? He lifted his gaze to the large screen that confirmed his name, displaying his bewildered expression for all to see. Though the circumstances were unclear, Wu Di ascended the stage, embraced David Stern, and then shared a hug with a representative from the Rockets. He barely had the chance to make a statement, merely appearing for a moment in the limelight. With a heart full of trepidation, he sought out the Rockets representative after the draft concluded, eagerly inquiring, "Sir, you must be aware of my current situation. Why choose me?" The representative regarded him with a knowing smile and replied, "You possess immense potential worth our gamble. After all, the draft is inherently a gamble, and given your physical attributes, we simply had to take a chance on you." The representative's casual demeanor belied the fact that he was concealing something. He patted Wu Di's arm and added, "Do not overthink this. Focus on how you can prove yourself. Upon being selected, it does not guarantee your place in the NBA. Yao has asked me to convey a message. Perform admirably in the Summer League. Should you fail to secure a contract before the season commences, you may have to return to China." At that moment, Wu Di realized that it was indeed Yao who had interceded on his behalf. "When does the Summer League begin? Where should I report?" Wu Di inquired. The representative replied, "This year, you may need to return to China and join the national team for the Summer League. The Summer League has accepted the application from the Chinese national team, so you just need to return home." "Very well. How do I contact the team?" The representative handed Wu Di a business card, stating, "Here are my contact details. You can reach out to me, as I will be your liaison." Wu Di accepted the card gratefully, expressing his thanks. After bidding farewell to the representative, he promptly set off for home, eager to see Chu Shui again. A few days later, Wu Di returned to Jiangcheng, where he found Chu Shui already settled in his home by Yan Yan. "How are you? What are your plans?" Wu Di asked, noticing Chu Shui's slightly protruding belly. "I want to give birth to him," Chu Shui replied after a moment of silence. Wu Di nodded. "All right, once he is born, I will take care of him." "Is that how responsible you are?" Yan Yan retorted in annoyance. "I do not wish to marry at this moment." Wu Di responded indifferently, since Hai Yan left. "I have not considered marriage." The three women exchanged glances, and finally it was Chu Shui who said, "If we are not getting married, that is fine. But I wish to go abroad. I do not want to stay in the country." Wu Di looked at Chu Shui, who had finally articulated her intentions. However, the prospect of going abroad seemed negotiable. Compared to the child, relocating abroad appeared quite feasible. As long as Wu Di could establish himself in the NBA, even raising Chu Shui in America would pose no issue. "As long as I can secure my footing in the NBA, I will take you abroad." Yan Yan and Song Shu exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Both women seemed to understand that pressuring Wu Di to take responsibility and marry Chu Shui was inappropriate. Perhaps Chu Shui had indeed pursued a relationship with Wu Di for the sake of going abroad. Wu Di exited Chu Shui's room, feeling somewhat desolate. His relationship with her was not one of love, but rather a transaction. Shortly thereafter, Wu Di reported to the national team, preparing for the Summer League. Upon joining the national squad, Coach Jonas and his teammates patted Wu Di on the shoulder, teasing him, "Kid, you're about to make a big splash, aren't you?" Chapter 59. Contract signing. Wu Di reported to the national team and began competing in the NBA Summer League. As the host of the 2008 Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team had already secured a spot for the games. Thus, to ensure the team's cohesion, the first team did not participate in this year's Asian Championship, sending only the second team instead. However, in this Asian Championship, the Chinese team seemed to encounter significant bias and discrimination, finishing in 10th place. Conversely, the first team, competing in Las Vegas, USA, benefited from more rigorous training. Due to Yao Ming's non-compliance with the standards of the Summer League, he did not participate. Consequently, the leadership of the national team shifted to Yi Jianlian and Wu Di. Although Wu Di's scandal has significantly diminished his popularity, the sports committee has not imposed any sanctions on him. As Wu Di is currently unmarried, the moral implications are minimal. Chu Shui's pregnancy is merely a personal matter between the two. They are merely a couple, and we are no longer in an era where such matters warrant excessive scrutiny. While the issue surrounding Zhou Yun is indeed a scandal, it is nothing more than a fleeting romance. Presently, the netizens are not condemning Wu Di, but rather directing their ire towards Zhou Yun, a sentiment easily perceived by any discerning individual. Of course, the sports committee has issued Wu Di a verbal warning, which he has taken lightly, as his focus remains solely on the court, almost akin to a vow of celibacy. Coach Jonas has devised a pick-and-roll strategy for Wu Di and Yi Jianlian, and the duo has proven to be remarkably effective in the Summer League. Both players possess the versatility to excel both inside and outside, leaving the rookies and reserves utterly bewildered. The Rockets have even dispatched a scout to evaluate Wu Di's performance. The scout observed that although Wu Di's technique is somewhat rudimentary, he effectively utilizes his physical attributes. Moreover, during this period, The scout noted some improvement in Wu Di's skills and subsequently sought out Jonas to discuss Wu Di's potential. Jonas informed the scout that Wu Di only began his professional basketball journey in October 2005 and commenced formal training in the summer of 2006. The scout was astounded. If these claims are accurate, Wu Di is indeed a prodigy. Achieving his current level of skill after merely a year of formal training is nothing short of remarkable. The scout reported his findings back to the Rockets management, who received the information with a degree of skepticism. They reviewed game footage of Wu Di's performances and decided to extend a non-guaranteed contract to him. Should Wu Di wish to convert this non-guaranteed contract into a guaranteed one, he must participate in the Rockets' preseason games. The non-guaranteed contract offers a modest salary of just over $1,000 per week, although a performance bonus of $2,000 is available for outstanding play. In September, Wu Di entered the Rockets training camp and began practicing with his teammates in preparation for the preseason. During this time, he encountered Yao Ming, who offered him encouragement. "How are you adjusting to life in Houston?" "It's fine. The weather here is quite pleasant, neither too hot nor too cold in the mornings and evenings." Although Wu Di hails from northeast China, he has a slight aversion to the cold. Despite his now robust physique, he still reflexively shivers when exposed to chilly winds. "All right, wait a moment. I will introduce you to your teammates." Yao Ming led Wu Di to meet Coach Adelman, who greeted Wu Di warmly. "Wu, you need to integrate into the team quickly. We require you to fully harness your physical potential." "I will, coach. Please let me know what I need to do." "Wu Di assured Adelman." "I will indeed." Alderman gently patted Wu Di's arm, urging him, "All right, let's go and meet your teammates." "Sure, coach." Yao Ming introduced Wu Di to several teammates, including Sean Battier, Kevin Martin, Scola, and Mutombo. The preseason roster comprised 20 players, but as the regular season approached, it would be trimmed to 15. To secure a formal contract, Wu Di needed to ensure his place among these 15, performing exceptionally well. Even making the cut did not guarantee a contract. Before long, Wu Di formed a friendship with Battier, who, having heard of Wu Di's reputation, initially regarded him as a troublemaker. Nevertheless, out of respect for Yao, Battier engaged in conversation with Wu Di. After their exchange, he discovered that Wu Di was quite amiable. Eager to learn, Wu Di sought Battier's counsel on defensive strategies, recognizing the opportunity to learn from a seasoned defensive master. Battier imparted various defensive techniques, and Wu Di grasped them swiftly. "Wu, you are truly astute," Battier praised, adding, "Your character is commendable, quite similar to Yao's. I cannot fathom why they would portray you otherwise." Contemplating for a moment, Wu Di jested, "Battier, you should know that sometimes being different from others is regarded as the greatest sin." Battier pondered his words thoughtfully. Wu Di's greatest desire was to meet Tracy McGrady, whose fame in China rivaled that of Kobe Bryant. Both were perceived as successors to Michael Jordan, igniting passionate debates among fans who defended their respective idols as the true heirs to Jordan's legacy. Regrettably, McGrady was absent from his preseason. As days passed, Wu Di gradually integrated into the team. Despite the inherent competition, aided by Yao, he cultivated friendships with several players, including Battier, Scola, and Mutombo. Battier and Wu Di shared a kinship in temperament, while Scola trained alongside Wu Di in positioning drills, fostering camaraderie through competition. Scola, an interior player, did not require a substitute for these drills, and few could rival him on the Rockets. Only Hayes matched him, and now there was Wu Di. Mutombo, a veteran who looked after newcomers, recognized Wu Di's potential and offered him special attention, perhaps a testament to his years of experience in the NBA. As the only player allowed to wag his finger on the court, Mutombo possessed remarkable interpersonal skills. With the support of these teammates, Wu Di swiftly earned opportunities to showcase his abilities. Ultimately, just before the preseason commenced, Wu Di secured a 2-year contract. In contrast, fellow rookie Aaron Brooks had already obtained a 4-year, $15 million contract before the draft concluded, while Wu Di's contract amounted to $1 million over 2 years, with the second year being a team option. Chapter 60, Preseason. On October 10th, the NBA preseason commenced, and Wu Di finally had the opportunity to meet the illustrious Tracy McGrady. However, McGrady's appearance left Wu Di feeling profoundly disappointed. Despite still possessing remarkable skills, McGrady had been hindered by injuries that prevented him from engaging in rigorous training. Consequently, his attitude towards training had deteriorated significantly, and if this continued, It was easy to foresee that he would have to rely solely on his past achievements. Once those were exhausted, establishing himself in the NBA would prove exceedingly challenging for McGrady. Nevertheless, McGrady remained the undisputed star of the Houston Rockets, far more famous in the United States than Yao Ming, and still held a higher status within the team. The disparity in their salaries was telling. McGrady earned a staggering $19.01 million, over $5 million more than Yao. Moreover, McGrady's contract extended for another 2 years, leading Wu Di to question whether he could maintain his current level of performance during that time. In the Rockets' first preseason game against the Hornets, Wu Di encountered the renowned Chris Paul for the first time. With Wu Di's height now exceeding 2 meters, the Rockets decided to shift him from point guard to shooting guard. Having played point guard for a year, Wu Di had developed a comprehensive understanding of the point guards across the NBA and held a deep admiration for Paul's passing abilities. Longing to emulate that skill, yet finding it elusive, seated on the sidelines, Wu Di intently observed Paul's handling of the ball. It was undeniable that Paul's court vision was exceptional. While Wu Di could comprehend it, he was certain he could not replicate it. Perhaps once he mastered the intricate strategies of Chun Gong, things might improve. The Rockets' starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Hayes, Battier, McGrady, and Alston. Uncle Moose served as Yao's backup, while Stoudemire had just signed with the Rockets this year, prompting Coach Adelman to place the veteran Hayes in the starting position. This season, Brooks, Landry, and Wu Di sat on the bench. Brooks had been selected 26th overall by the Rockets, while Landry was picked 31st, acquired through a trade with the Supersonics for a draft pick. The bench also included several capable players, such as Novak, Wells, Luther Head, and Mike James. The preseason primarily served as an opportunity for practice and evaluation of rookies. So in the second quarter, Adelman began rotating players, giving Scola, Landry, and Brooks their chances. Wu Di remained on the bench, yet he was not overly anxious, confident that he would soon take the court. Indeed, during training, he had made a lasting impression on Adelman. As the third quarter commenced, Wu Di was finally called upon to play, joining Yao, Scola, Battier, and Brooks on the court. Playing as a shooting guard, he began to maneuver, quickly finding an open space. Unfortunately, Brooks opted to shoot rather than pass the ball to him. Wu Di shook his head slightly. The Rockets' point guards, whether Alston or Brooks, were primarily scoring guards who seized any opportunity to shoot instead of seeking to distribute the ball. Such a point guard severely restricts the development of other players. Yet fortunately, most of the Rockets' players thrived under McGrady's guidance. However, with McGrady absent from the court, the other players found themselves in distress. Brooks' shots failed to find the net, and the rebounds were seized by Yao Ming. Nevertheless, Yao found no opportunity to attack as Chandler obstructed him, forcing Yao to pass the ball out. Coincidentally, Wu Di was in a vacant position, and Yao threw the ball directly to him. The pass was somewhat high, but Wu Di leapt up and caught it effortlessly. Upon landing, he noticed that his defender, Rasul Butler, had closed in. Wu Di feigned a move, realizing that Butler lacked the strength to contend with him, and swiftly maneuvered past him, re-entering the Hornets' paint. The Hornets' interior defense converged immediately, prompting Wu Di to leap, intending to shoot. Chandler abandoned Yao to provide support, but Wu Di, with a deft motion, returned the ball to Yao, who received it and, with a swift turn, slammed it into the basket. Wu Di and Yao exchanged a fist bump before hastily retreating to defend. Adelman observed their synergy and nodded approvingly. He understood that this was Wu Di and Yao's first time playing a regular season game together, and their cooperation exhibited an extraordinary rapport, a testament to their shared background and similar habits. Back on defense, the Hornets launched an attack, and guard Bobby Jackson missed a shot, with the ball heading towards Wu Di and Butler. Wu Di skillfully positioned himself against Butler, securing the ball in his grasp. With a quick pivot, he maneuvered Butler behind him and surged forward like the wind. Jackson rushed to defend, but upon colliding with Wu Di, he was deflected aside, allowing Wu Di to dash past him. Jackson, unable to catch up, could only watch helplessly as Wu Di soared for a dunk. Adelman's eyes lit up. He had discerned in Wu Di the essence of LeBron James. It appeared that the official training camp's physical testing data was indeed accurate. Wu Di possessed physical attributes rivaling those of a rookie king. It seemed the Rockets had stumbled upon a treasure this year. Previously, Landry had experienced a similar fate. Originally projected as a lottery pick, he was not selected until the second round. Rockets general manager Morey decisively acquired the Supersonics draft rights to sign Landry. Wu Di represented another gamble for Morey. He had initially considered the Australian player Nule, but due to Yao's influence, Mori altered his decision, choosing to extend an opportunity to Wu Di. Yao had informed him that Wu Di not only possessed excellent physicality, but also demonstrated impressive shooting accuracy. His rough technique merely a consequence of his limited time learning the game. Upon his debut, Wu Di surprised the Rockets. His adeptness in collaborating with teammates was evident. But more significantly, he understood the importance of sharing the ball. The chemistry he developed with Yao was remarkable, transforming the ineffective pick-and-roll that Yao had executed with McGrady into a formidable weapon. Wu Di and Yao's pick-and-roll became an uncontainable force for the Hornets. Whether Wu Di attacked the paint or Yao shot from the perimeter, they consistently supported one another. After Yao Ming missed his shot, Wu Di immediately rushed to seize the rebound. When Wu Di found it impossible to penetrate the defense, Yao Ming would support him from behind. In the third quarter, an offensive surge from the Rockets unfolded, characterized by a slow yet efficient pace. The pick-and-roll between Wu Di and Yao Ming could be executed within 3 to 5 seconds. Adelman was pleased with this development and specifically repositioned Wu Di to the point guard role to experiment with this new combination. Once the new formation was established, Adelman would have more strategic options, not solely reliant on Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady's collaboration. Chapter 61. Chu Shui arrives in America. Adelman continually adjusted the lineup, alternating McGrady and Battier to test their synergy with Yao Ming and Wu Di. To his astonishment, Adelman discovered that Wu Di not only excelled in pick-and-roll situations, but also demonstrated exceptional movement off the ball. When McGrady drove to the basket, Wu Di often managed to shake off his defender, creating open looks. As long as McGrady passed the ball, Wu Di was poised to shoot. Given Wu Di's usual shooting percentage, an open shot was almost a guaranteed success. In essence, if McGrady delivered the pass, Wu Di would likely convert the shot. This was a treasure. Adelman was eager to gauge how many shots Wu Di could make, yet he refrained from doing so to safeguard McGrady's morale. Regrettably, Adelman observed Wu Di's continual movement while McGrady relentlessly attacked the basket or shot over defenders. As the fourth quarter approached, Adelman decided to bench McGrady. His priority was to protect McGrady from injury during this inconsequential preseason game. Yao Ming was also substituted, as he too was susceptible to injury. While it was justifiable to utilize both players when no one else was available or when the team was trailing, with the Rockets currently in the lead, Adelman opted to further develop the bench lineup. The new recruits, including Wu Di, Brooks, and Landry, were impressive and might form a solid regular bench unit. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed with a score of 99-96. The game was nearly lost. The Rockets struggled to contain Chris Paul, though the Hornets limited his playtime, allowing the Rockets to secure a narrow victory. In their second preseason game, the Rockets faced Panathinaikos, a team from Athens, Greece. On the 12th, the Rockets welcomed this European guest to their home court. Although European teams have become formidable, they still lag behind NBA teams significantly. As the premier league in the world, NBA players possess a superior skill set compared to those in other leagues. The Rockets easily defeated Panathinaikos by over 30 points, and Wu Di did not play extensively. Having gained considerable insight into Wu Di, Adelman opted not to give him much playing time. Following their comfortable victory over Panathinaikos, the Rockets prepared to face the Mavericks a week later. During the 6-day interval, Wu Di rented an apartment in Houston for a monthly fee of $1,000. Wu Di can comfortably afford this price, as he earns over $100,000 every month with a substantial amount of several $1,000s in hand, making it entirely feasible for him to maintain such a residence. He has established his presence in the NBA, and shortly after signing his contract, he had Chu Shui arrange for her visa. On October 15th, Chu Shui finally set foot on the soil of Houston. At 7 months pregnant, she had undergone a medical examination prior to boarding the flight. Her visa was a work visa designated for the role of personal assistant to Wu Di, facilitated through the connections of the De Yao Economic Company. Wu Di took Chu Shui to a hospital for a checkup and reserved a maternity ward in anticipation of the birth. According to American law, the benefits bestowed upon a child born in the United States are numerous. Firstly, the child will acquire American citizenship and, upon reaching adulthood, will have another opportunity to choose American nationality. Secondly, the child will be entitled to 13 years of free compulsory education, spanning from elementary through high school. Furthermore, They will enjoy various social benefits, including educational assistance. And when the child turns 21, the parents can apply for a family-sponsored green card. Of course, prior to the child's birth, Wu Di will not receive any benefits. He must still bear the considerable expenses. However, there is one advantage. With sufficient financial resources, one can access a variety of services, all rendered impeccably. Chu Shui is wholeheartedly pursuing a green card, even aspiring to immigrate to the United States. Her wish is already halfway fulfilled. Once the child is born, it will be 3/4 complete. The remainder is simply a matter of waiting for her to secure a formal job or to apply for family sponsorship in 21 years. Wu Di is somewhat resistant to the idea of their child acquiring American citizenship, yet he recognizes it as Chu Shui's desire. His sole contribution can be assisting her in obtaining a green card before the child reaches adulthood. The social benefits in the United States are indeed plentiful, and the various social activities appear quite sophisticated, which explains Chu Shui's yearning for life abroad. However, Wu Di is aware that to possess such privileges, one must pay a price. For ordinary individuals, these social benefits often amount to an early debt. Many Americans invest in insurance or securities, believing that money held in banks will depreciate. Thus, during periods of economic turmoil, many face bankruptcy and are left reliant on social welfare. To prevent their child from obtaining American citizenship in the future, Wu Di has devoted considerable leisure time to studying the social conditions in the United States. He discovered that during economic upheavals, only the super-rich and frugal Chinese Americans are minimally affected. Nevertheless, Chu Shui holds a different perspective, and Wu Di understands that discussing this with her would be unwise. She is unlikely to heed his concerns and may even become agitated, which could negatively impact the fetus. On the 19th, the Rockets faced the Mavericks at home. The Mavericks, led by Dirk Nowitzki and comprised of formidable players such as Josh Howard, Jason Terry, Devin Harris, Eric Dampier, and Eddie Jones, have consistently proven strong. As one of the Texas triumvirate, the Mavericks have maintained their prowess, nearly always securing a playoff berth each year. In the current landscape of the NBA, the Western Conference is notably stronger than its Eastern counterpart. Simply securing a playoff spot in the West often signifies being part of a formidable team. For instance, last year, the 8th-seeded Warriors achieved a record of 42 wins, surpassing the 6th seed in the East. It is worth noting that last season exhibited a relatively balanced competition between the two conferences. Yet the Warriors still managed to outshine two teams in ranking. Dirk Nowitzki is a formidable player, renowned for his shooting technique. Whimsically dubbed the Golden Rooster, stands on one leg, which is notoriously challenging to block. Domestic fans have encapsulated several unanswerable skills in the NBA, including Duncan's bank shots, Yao Ming's shooting, Tracy McGrady's pull-ups, and Kobe Bryant's fadeaways, among which Nowitzki's unique shot is also featured. Wu Di has begun to familiarize himself with the superstars of the NBA, each of whom possesses a signature skill, and indeed, every star player has their own distinct attributes. However, Wu Di aspires for a well-rounded development to fulfill his systematic tasks. He must cultivate a comprehensive skill set. He has scrutinized game footage of every superstar, yet it is only through direct competition that one truly grasps their prowess. Take Chris Paul, for instance. Unless one faces him directly, it is difficult to appreciate his true strength. While watching the footage may suggest he is manageable, the reality reveals a starkly different challenge. Regrettably, Wu Di never had the opportunity to face Nowitzki directly, as even players like Hayes and Scola were unable to match up against him due to their height disadvantage. Chapter 62. The Mastery of Superstars. Although Wu Di never matched up against Nowitzki, he still had the opportunity to defend against him, as positional switches are inevitable during gameplay. In the second quarter, Nowitzki managed to score 2 baskets over Wu Di's head. Wu Di attempted to disrupt these shots with his vertical leap. Yet Nowitzki's shooting angle was so elevated that Wu Di was unable to reach the ball at the apex of his jump. Nowitzki was momentarily taken aback by Wu Di's impressive leap, not expecting this Chinese player to jump so high. Nevertheless, leveraging his vast experience, Nowitzki skillfully evaded the block and successfully scored. While defending, Wu Di continually observed Nowitzki's shooting, hoping to glean some essential techniques. The NBA boasts numerous sharpshooters such as McGrady, Kobe, and Ray Allen, each of whom represents an aspiration for Wu Di to emulate. However, Nowitzki's shooting is arguably the most difficult to defend, given his stance, which makes it challenging to draw close. the Rockets lacked suitable defenders for Nowitzki, ultimately resorting to deploying Mutombo for the task. Although the Rockets possessed several capable power forwards, they were all relatively shorter. Hayes stood at 198 centimeters, Scola and Landry at 206 centimeters, and Woody at 202 centimeters. Faced with Nowitzki's towering height of 213 centimeters, they were simply too short, compounded by their inability to close the distance for effective defense, rendering them incapable of thwarting Nowitzki's shots. Fortunately, Nowitzki's shooting percentage was not exceedingly high, likely correlating with his height. In basketball, excessive height can complicate shooting, perhaps due to the perceived diminishment of the hoop's dimensions. In the realm of basketball, Diaw presents a formidable challenge for the Mavericks, while Dampier is a center capable of standing toe-to-toe with O'Neal, yet finds himself subdued by Yao Ming. This is primarily because Yao refrains from engaging in brute force and instead opts for a more refined offensive approach centered around shooting. The Rockets triumphed over the Mavericks with an impressive 16-point lead, securing their third consecutive victory. On the 21st, the Rockets faced the Supersonics on their home turf. Ever since parting ways with Ray Allen and Lewis, the Supersonics have languished at the bottom of the league standings. They chose the second overall pick, Durant, while the remaining roster boasts only a few notable players, with Wilcox being the most prominent, a name that Wu Di admitted he had never heard before. Although Wilcox may lack widespread recognition, his prowess on the court is undeniable. In stronger teams, he could easily serve as a reliable backup or even a sixth man, while on a weaker team, he could secure a starting position with ease. However, Woody's attention was particularly drawn to Durant, the highly touted second overall pick. With his height and wingspan, he displays exceptional shooting skills, remaining poised even against defensive specialists like Battier. His accuracy is remarkable, as he rarely misses open shots. Regrettably, Wu Di found himself without the opportunity to match up against Durant, as he was primarily defended by Battier or Landry and Scott. The Supersonics' overall lack of strength rendered them incapable of challenging the Rockets, who won decisively by 26 points. Looking ahead, the Rockets are scheduled to face the Grizzlies in back-to-back games on the 24th and 25th. The first match will be held at the Rockets' home court, while the second will take place at the Grizzlies' venue. The Grizzlies' star player is Pau Gasol, a skilled inside player renowned for his shooting ability. He shares similarities with Diaw, as both are somewhat slower centers. The distinction lies in Yao's superior offensive prowess, while Gasol excels in playmaking. Comparatively, Gasol may appear stronger, as he's been less frequently plagued by injuries, unlike Yao, who often faces physical setbacks. The Grizzlies boast several talented players, including Rudy Gay, Mike Miller, Hakeem Warwick, Juan Carlos Navarro, and Kyle Lowry. Additionally, this year's fourth overall pick, Mike Conley, is a commendable point guard with an aptitude for off-ball movement. The Grizzlies' offense revolves around Rudy Gay, who serves as their core perimeter player, akin to Kobe with the Lakers or McGrady with the Rockets. However, Gay does not possess the same caliber as Kobe or McGrady and cannot be labeled a superstar, though his ability to drive and shoot is uniquely impressive. Wu Di had the fortune of facing Rudy Gay directly. After dedicating some time to learning defensive techniques from Battier, Wu Di has managed to keep pace with Gay, yet he still struggles to impede his shooting. Nonetheless, Gay's threat diminishes significantly when he is unable to drive. Standing at 206 centimeters, Rudy Gay bears a striking resemblance to McGrady, possessing a similar ability to both drive and shoot, alongside a comparable dedication to training. Last year, the Rockets had the opportunity to acquire Rudy Gay, but due to his similarity to McGrady, he was traded to the Grizzlies, as the Rockets felt one McGrady was sufficient. Rudy Gay had aspired to compete with McGrady for supremacy, yet McGrady only played a single quarter before exiting. Alderman instructed Wu Di to contain Rudy Gay, preventing him from penetrating the paint. The Rockets' interior defense consisted solely of rookies and Yao Ming, a towering figure not particularly adept at defending guards. Should Rudy Gay breach the interior, the Rockets' defense would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Rudy Gay, a rookie from last year, was believed by the Grizzlies to be a burgeoning superstar. He exhibited commendable resilience, and with a few more years of development, he would undeniably reach stardom. His jump shot posed a significant threat. When unable to penetrate, he would seize opportunities to attempt a pull-up jumper. Unfortunately for him, he faced Wu Di, an athlete of extraordinary physical prowess. Although Rudy Gay possessed impressive leaping ability, he could not fully utilize it when executing his jump shot. Wu Di, with his remarkable vertical leap, was still able to contest Rudy Gay's attempts. Rudy managed to shoot 3 out of 8 from beyond the arc, with the remaining 5 attempts all disrupted by Woody. If Tracy McGrady were to utilize the pull-up jumper, Woody might have found himself at a loss. However, Rudy Gay fell short in comparison to McGrady. This merely indicated that Rudy still required refinement, as he had some distance to cover before achieving superstar status. Nevertheless, Woody acknowledged the potency of his superstar skills. After facing the Grizzlies, he approached Yao Ming and inquired, "Brother Yao, how did you cultivate those seemingly insurmountable abilities?" Yao chuckled, "There are no insurmountable abilities. They are merely inflated by others. Take McGrady's pull-up, for instance. That skill is the result of extensive training. A signature skill is simply when you excel at a common skill beyond others." Woody pondered whether he too could develop a signature skill of his own. What skill could he possibly cultivate? After some contemplation, he recognized that his second epic warrior must be upgraded to Lu Bu, as he desperately needed the defensive assistance of Chen Gong. To develop a skill, he would require an upgrade to Tai Shi, acquiring his shooting ability. Current signature shooting skills include the pull-up jumper, McGrady's forte, the fadeaway jumper, Kobe's signature, the quick release, Ray Allen's hallmark, and the one-leg jump shot, Dirk Nowitzki's trademark. It seemed that no one claimed the stop-and-pop jumper as a signature skill, which sparked a sense of discovery in Woody. Chapter 63. The regular season commences on October 27th. The Rockets face the Spurs, marking Woody's first encounter with the renowned GDP trio. Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker were all established stars, each with their own unique attributes. Woody was most familiar with Parker, having once been nicknamed Little Sports Car in the CBA. He had studied Parker's explosive drives. However, he and Parker were fundamentally different players. Parker relied on speed, while Woody's game was predominantly powered by strength, as he was virtually unstoppable in the CBA. Woody did not match up against Parker, but found himself in direct opposition to Ginobili. Known as the Magician, Ginobili was celebrated for his agility, particularly during drives, earning him the nickname the Serpent. Manu Ginobili and Rudy Gay present a stark contrast. While Rudy can leverage his speed and strength to dominate Gay, he finds himself at a disadvantage when up against Ginobili. Although Ginobili is not particularly robust, one might even describe him as slender, Rudy fears that exerting too much force could lead to a foul call. Surprisingly, Ginobili often capitalizes on Rudy's psychological state, frequently evading him to secure open shots. The GDP trio comprises seasoned veterans who have navigated the NBA landscape, clearly beyond the reach of the Rockets' mix of experienced players and newcomers. A victory over them would only be feasible if these players had more time to synchronize or if the veterans encountered issues with their shooting touch. In the preseason, the Rockets boasted a record of 6 wins and 1 loss, with Yao Ming averaging 22 points per game, leading the team in scoring. Tracy McGrady, on the other hand, scored less than 10 points per game, similar to Rudy, while Rafer Alston averaged an impressive 15 points per game. Players like Battier, Landry, and Brooks also contributed nearly 10 points each, with the rest of the roster similarly scoring. The preseason serves merely as a training ground for the NBA, not affecting the regular season standings, rendering the statistics from these games unofficial. Nevertheless, the preseason is still recognized as a legitimate competition, and the Rockets' 6 victories afforded Rudy 6 wins. Coupled with the remaining 7 wins in the CBA, he now totals 13 wins, just 7 short of the advanced tier represented by Zhang Song. On the final day of October, the Rockets will commence their first regular season game as they visit the Lakers. The team from the City of Angels has long been a favorite of Rudy, not only for their commanding purple and gold uniforms, but also for the allure of their fan base. Before joining the NBA, Rudy aspired to play for the Lakers, despite the presence of Kobe Bryant, drawn by the promise of countless admirers. Following his contract signing, he became restless, frequenting nightclubs to meet women. However, the selection of attractive women in Houston is limited, and the incident involving Zhou Yun has made him somewhat paranoid. He has become discerning, now avoiding ambiguous romantic encounters. Within a month, Rudy had established himself as a regular at Houston's nightclubs, engaging in brief flings with American women without expending much financially, as the women seeking enjoyment were often well off. Yet, the allure of Houston's women pales in comparison to those of stars and models, prompting Rudy's eagerness to experience the beauties of Los Angeles. Therefore, he anticipates this trip to Los Angeles, hoping to explore after the game. Nonetheless, prior to the commencement of the regular season, he must first confirm the 15-player roster. Center, Yao Ming, Mutombo power forward, Scola, Landry, Novak small forward, Battier Hayes, Wells shooting guard, McGrady, Woody, Hayde, Snyder point guard, Alston, Francis, Brooks. This roster of 15 has certainly posed a conundrum for Adelman, as it includes numerous versatile players. Scola, Landry, Hayes, McGrady, and Woody are capable of occupying two positions, leading to considerable overlap. Despite the strength of these players, Adelman is reluctant to relinquish any of them. The power forward position appears somewhat weak, while the shooting guard position seems overly robust, necessitating adjustments through trades. To finalize the roster, 2 players must be designated to the injury list. Adelman opts to place Wells and Snyder on this list, thereby retaining a greater number of versatile players. On the 31st, the Rockets traveled to Los Angeles, where they received the Lakers lineup prior to the game. The Lakers roster is undeniably formidable, boasting the likes of Bynum, dubbed Little Shaq, and Odom. The Little Magician, with Turieff and Kwame Brown as substitutes. Their perimeter features stars like Kobe, Fisher, and Radmanovic, supported by Farmar, Vujasic, and Luke Walton among the bench players. The Lakers can claim 4 bona fide stars in Kobe, Odom, Bynum, and Fisher, all currently in their prime. In contrast, the Rockets have Yao, Mutombo, McGrady, Alston, and Francis as their stars. Yet McGrady is on a downward trajectory, and both Mutombo and Francis are nearing the twilight of their careers, significantly reducing their viable options. Francis' summer return to the Rockets has not restored the prowess he once possessed. In practice, he struggles to compare even to Alston, let alone Brooks. Morey's decision to re-sign him may very well have been a gamble, banking on Francis' star power to pay off handsomely. However, it appears that this wager may have been ill-fated. As game time approaches, both teams acclimate to the venue, while cheerleaders perform. Woody engages in shooting practice, distracted by the cheerleaders' striking legs, an undeniable testament to the allure of cheerleaders across the league. Regrettably, the NBA prohibits players from interacting with their own cheerleaders, a regulation rooted in the tumultuous nature of the league during the 1980s. During that era, players led tumultuous personal lives. For instance, Magic Johnson's escapades in the locker room shortly after games culminated in his contracting HIV. To mitigate such chaos and promote the NBA's image, David Stern instituted this policy. However, interactions with cheerleaders from opposing teams remain unrestricted. Yet, the likelihood of successfully courting cheerleaders from other teams is exceedingly slim, as they are primarily fans of their respective squads, with few harboring affections for rival teams. Unless one reaches the iconic status of Jordan, such romantic escapades remain largely fanciful. The starting lineup for the Rockets has been confirmed: Yao Ming, Scola, Battier, McGrady, and Francis. Alderman wished to observe whether a semblance of chemistry could emerge from the collaboration between Francis and Yao Ming. Should this not materialize, he was prepared to bench the veteran Francis. The starting lineup for the Lakers comprised Bynum, Odom, Radmanovic, Kobe, and Fisher, which constituted their regular formation. In the preceding years, the contest for the title of Jordan's successor had predominantly unfolded amongst Kobe, McGrady, Carter, and Iverson. Due to concerns regarding his height, Iverson was deemed the least like Jordan, garnering scant support. Subsequently, as Carter's form declined, he was the first to withdraw from this competition. It became evident that the contenders for Jordan's legacy were essentially narrowed down to Kobe and McGrady. However, upon McGrady's arrival at the Rockets, his performance too began to wane, and an increasing number of observers came to regard Kobe as the true heir to Jordan, compounded by David Stern's desire to promote LeBron James. The official NBA media sought to stimulate hype surrounding the 23 versus 24 narrative, consequently rendering discussions of Jordan's successor obsolete. Yet, in retrospect, it appears that Kobe has emerged victorious in the end. Not only does he share a physical resemblance with Jordan, but he also possesses similar athletic prowess and an indomitable spirit. Nevertheless, Kobe shunned the label of Jordan's successor, opting to change his jersey number from 8 to 24, aspiring to surpass Jordan in excellence. The clash between the starting lineups of the Rockets and the Lakers was a riveting spectacle. While the Lakers were an offensive powerhouse, the Rockets prided themselves on their formidable defense, making the contest between offense and defense inherently thrilling. However, despite the excitement, the audience found little enjoyment, as the Rockets' defense rendered the game less visually appealing. Francis was substituted by Alston in the 7th minute. As his performance faltered, proving inadequate to support either McGrady or Yao. And his defensive efforts were noticeably lacking. McGrady's defense was already a liability, and with Francis underperforming, the burden on the remaining three players intensified considerably. Rarely did McGrady muster the requisite focus. While he might relax against other opponents, facing Kobe compelled him to bear down. They were peers at the pinnacle of their profession. Should one falter, it could be attributed to an off night, but a complete thrashing would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the Rockets' management. It is worth noting that McGrady's annual salary exceeded $19 million, and with such remuneration came the expectation to perform. When McGrady did focus, he remained formidable. Despite a decline in form, his offensive prowess persisted, enabling him to penetrate Kobe's defense and execute pull-up shots. On the sidelines, Wu Di observed the duel between Kobe and McGrady, yearning to participate. Yet, he was acutely aware that his skills did not yet measure up to Kobe's. Not solely due to the disparity in game experience, but also because Kobe had reached the zenith of his technical abilities, excelling in all facets of the game, be it shooting, driving, fadeaways, or post moves. However, Wu Di eventually received the opportunity to face Kobe directly when Alderman substituted McGrady for him in the second quarter. Excited at the prospect of matching up against Kobe, Wu Di, being 4 centimeters taller with a significantly longer wingspan, felt confident that with due caution, he could effectively limit Kobe's impact. Wu Di silently encouraged himself as he sprinted alongside Kobe towards the front court. Kobe, a physical marvel despite feeling fatigued, remained on the court, capable of playing the entire game if necessary. The Lakers found themselves trailing, with Yao Ming delivering a stern lesson to Bynum, scoring repeatedly over him. Kobe, dismissive of Wu Di, regarded him as merely a second-round pick, someone not worthy of significant attention. Alston faced Fisher and took a shot that ricocheted off the rim, only to be seized by Bynum. Wu Di hurried back on defense as Fisher passed the ball to Kobe, intending for him to take on Wu Di one-on-one. Kobe attempted several penetrations, but was unable to shake Wu Di off. It was at this moment that Kobe began to regard Wu Di with newfound respect. A rookie managing to limit his drives was commendable. Suddenly, Kobe executed a quick stop and leapt, aiming to shoot over Wu Di. Observing Kobe's ascent, Wu Di also leapt, raising his hand to obstruct the shot. Taken aback, Kobe leaned back to evade Wu Di's hand and released the ball. However, due to the hurried nature of his shot, it fell short, missing the rim entirely and going out of bounds. Having successfully defended against Kobe, Wu Di felt a surge of elation as he watched Kobe return to the front court. Yao initiated the play by passing to Alston, while Wu Di set a screen for him to cross half-court, beginning a new offensive sequence. Alston, facing Fisher's defense, found limited opportunities and passed the ball to Wu Di, hoping for a breakthrough. Facing Kobe, Wu Di attempted to power through, but discovered that Kobe's strength was formidable, preventing his advance. Realizing he could not force his way through, Wu Di decisively called out, "Yao, set a screen for me." Yao promptly stepped up to provide the screen, enabling Wu Di to shake off Kobe and dart into the paint. As Bynum rushed to provide help defense, Wu Di, undeterred, charged directly at him. Bynum aimed to thwart him, but Wu Di suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, maneuvering around Bynum and driving towards the basket, leaping high for a dunk. Bynum, unprepared for Wu Di's ferocity, lost his balance and stumbled backward. Wu Di grasped the rim with one hand, his legs straddling Bynum in an instinctive effort to prevent him from falling and getting injured. This moment was captured by reporters, making headlines the next day. The arena erupted in astonishment, as from the fans' perspective, it appeared as though Wu Di had triumphantly dunked over Bynum. Bynum felt a surge of frustration. He recognized that Wu Di meant well, yet he was reluctant to be caught between his legs. Wu Di released the hoop, offering him an apologetic smile before dashing off to exchange a fist bump with Yao, celebrating his successful dunk. The giant screen replayed Wu Di's impressive slam, and it was then that the audience realized he had intervened to prevent Bynum from falling. Immediately, applause erupted from the Staples Center, acknowledging Wu Di's good intentions. Although only a fraction of the audience participated, it represented the Lakers' fans' endorsement of Wu Di. Kobe observed Wu Di with keen interest, surprised that this second-round draft pick displayed such tenacity, possessing strength to rival his own, alongside commendable skills and solid defense. His level of play was certainly worthy of a top 10 pick, and the Rockets had benefited from his talent. Previously, Kobe had heard of Wu Di's physical assessment data. But after the emergence of Wu Di's scandals, the media shifted his focus. Although Kobe himself had faced scandals and understood that many contained elements of fabrication, human nature often leads one to overlook their flaws while scrutinizing others. Following the scandal, Kobe ceased to follow Wu Di, which perhaps resulted in the Lakers being less inclined to squander a draft pick on him. The Lakers held 3 draft picks, all positioned before the 54th selection, including a first-round pick at 19, which they used to select Kavalis Creighton. In the second round, they chose 2 additional players, Sun Yu at 40, also from China, and Marc Gasol at 48, the brother of Pau Gasol. Out of the 3 picks, only Creighton currently played for the Lakers, while Sun Yu and the younger Gasol had yet to join the NBA this year. Due to Sun Yu's absence from the CBA, the Lakers were somewhat unfamiliar with the league, and their selection of him was motivated not only by a desire to tap into the Chinese market, but also to find a capable assistant. Sun Yu was a solid defender with considerable height, and the Lakers aimed to develop him into a 3-and-D player. Such a player could also serve a mascot-like role, making it a financially sound investment. Coach Phil Jackson signaled to the referee for a timeout, as Wu Di's recent play had somewhat dampened morale. Thus, he called for an extended pause. He gathered the players and remarked that number 6 from the Rockets possesses impressive physical attributes. His news once dominated headlines across the nation. If I recall correctly, Bynum sheepishly scratched his head, admitting he had somewhat forgotten. He had indeed underestimated Wu Di. Otherwise, he would never have allowed him to dunk over him. The nickname Big Shark was well-earned, as Bynum, despite his youth, was undeniably powerful. An assistant coach added, at the time, the official training camp data indicated he surpassed even LeBron. However, this number 6 had a shorter basketball tenure and lacked experience. Let's exploit this aspect. Another assistant coach remarked, create a foul on him, take him down, and make him realize that the NBA is not a playground for rookies. Leave it to me. Kobe embraced this responsibility, as Wu Di was his direct matchup. However, do not be too hasty. This Wu is renowned as China's top guard and plays the game with great intelligence, the assistant coach cautioned. I will teach him a lesson in humility, Kobe replied confidently. As the timeout concluded, Kobe demanded the ball from the backcourt and charged towards Wu Di. He halted just beyond the 3-point line, dribbling continuously to divert Wu Di's attention. Then suddenly feigned a move. Wu Di, spotting an opportunity, reached for a steal, only to realize that Kobe had deftly turned his wrist, his backhand brushing against Wu Di. Wu Di quickly adjusted his hand to narrowly escape Kobe's trap. Yet, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Wu Di turned to the official, bewildered, gesturing that he had committed no foul. However, the referee ignored him completely. Furrowing his brow, Wu Di pondered, is this what they call a superstar's whistle? As Kobe strolled past him towards the free throw line, he remarked softly, welcome to the NBA, rookie. Wu Di, amused yet irked, had never been taunted before. Did they truly think him an easy target? He retorted, you're just a veteran relying on the referee. Your skills are quite mediocre. Kobe shot him a curious glance, intrigued by this rookie's unusual spirit. After sinking both free throws, he retreated on defense. Wu Di continued to set screens for Alston as they advanced to the frontcourt, momentarily drawing Kobe aside. Alston passed the ball into the paint for Yao Ming to handle. Upon witnessing Yao score, Kobe sarcastically taunted Wu Di. Aren't you going to showcase your talent? Wu Di chuckled in response. It's not all about you. I want to take every shot myself. Kobe's expression darkened. He resolved to teach this rookie a lesson. Once more, Kobe approached Wu Di with the ball, attempting to replicate his previous maneuver. But Wu Di refrained from reaching for the ball. Kobe aimed to drive past him, but Wu Di stood firm, his strength and speed complementing his quick reflexes. Kobe couldn't help but admire the rookie's defense. He realized that he should not have trusted the media's portrayal of Wu Di. The Lakers' strength would certainly be enhanced by his selection. However, for now, I shall give you a lesson. Kobe suddenly surged forward, then abruptly halted. Wu Di instinctively shifted his weight, anticipating a retreat, but Kobe lunged forward once again. Wu Di was unable to catch up, watching as Kobe sped past him. With a reputation well-earned, Kobe's prowess was undeniable. Wu Di pursued him into the paint, where Yao arrived to provide help defense. The two attempted to double-team Kobe, but he executed a stunning pass through Yao's legs. Bynum received the ball and dunked it into the basket. Wu Di shook his head. There was little he could do. Kobe's gameplay was not merely relying on brute force, a stark contrast to the image painted by the media. According to media reports, one might presume that Kobe Bryant should score 81 points in every game. Woody has witnessed Kobe's true prowess firsthand, acknowledging that defending against him remains a considerable challenge. Kobe is indeed difficult to guard, Woody expressed with a hint of resignation to Battier. You have performed admirably. No one can guarantee they can successfully defend against Kobe. Many claim I am Kobe's nemesis, yet I too struggle to contain him. The reason why superstars are hailed as such is that they are difficult to defend. They can only be limited. The only true defenders against them are their shooting touch, as it is that which can hinder their ability to make the majority of their shots. Battier remarked, "You should feel fortunate, for you have achieved what many cannot." Should I feel pleased then? Woody inquired. Absolutely. While Kobe is indeed challenging to defend, his shooting percentage does decline when limited. Meanwhile, the Rockets' two superstars, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, excelled, ultimately leading the team to victory by a margin of 5 points. Yao scored 23 points, while McGrady contributed 26, together accounting for half of the team's total points. Aside from Alston's 11 points, no other player managed to reach double digits. Though the 4 new rookies recently inducted into the NBA performed commendably, Scola registered 2 points and 6 rebounds. Landry scored 6 points and secured 4 rebounds. Brooks achieved 3 points and 4 assists, and Woody garnered 5 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds. Although Woody's statistics may not be particularly striking, achieving such numbers in merely 10 minutes of playtime is commendable, especially considering he is a rookie. Chapter 66. The Mighty Jazz after facing the Lakers. The Rockets did not return to Houston, but instead flew directly to Utah to compete against the formidable Jazz. The Jazz boasts a formidable lineup, featuring starters such as Oker, Boozer, Kirilenko, Brewer, and Williams, each an extraordinary player. While the starting quintet may not be the best in the league, it is undoubtedly one of the most robust teams without significant weaknesses. However, this very lineup prevents Kirilenko and Brewer from fully showcasing their talents. Particularly, Andrei Kirilenko, often affectionately nicknamed AK-47 by fans due to his Russian heritage, is a remarkably versatile player. In a game against the Lakers in January 2006, he achieved an astounding stat line of 14 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 6 steals, becoming only the third player in NBA history to amass 55 combined statistical contributions in a single game. To grasp the magnitude of this achievement, one must consider the 2 legends who preceded him, Hakeem Olajuwon and David Robinson. These Hall of Famers underscore the greatness of such a feat, positioning Kirilenko as the active player closest to achieving a quintuple-double. The rarity of a quintuple-double is illustrated by Woody's own objectives, as one of his ultimate tasks involves achieving this unprecedented statistic, a milestone no player has ever attained. Brewer, while not as dazzling as Kirilenko, is still an exceptional player. In another team, he could easily serve as a strong third option, and in a weaker team, he might even rise to the role of a second option. In this match, the Rockets retained their previous lineup, featuring Yao Ming, Scola, Battier, McGrady, and Francis. Adelman's decision to include Francis stemmed from his desire to afford him another opportunity. While the Rockets roster appeared somewhat inferior, it boasted 2 superstars. Yao Ming was more than capable of overpowering Oker in the paint, and due to his height, Boozer struggled to provide assistance. However, the challenge lay in facing Kirilenko's defense. As a superstar, he could effectively neutralize Yao. Unfortunately, from the outset, Francis disappointed Adelman, failing to match up against Deron Williams, who dominated both offensively and defensively. As a point guard from the class of 2005, Williams quickly established himself with the Jazz, defeating his competitors for a starting position, thus marking the year as a hallmark for point guards alongside Paul and Raymond Felton. Francis's shortcomings led the Rockets to suffer a rapid 8-2 deficit within 3 minutes, prompting Adelman to substitute him for Alston. Internally, Adelman had already deemed Francis a liability, as he was severely hindering the team's performance. With Alston on the court, the situation improved significantly. Although Alston had his flaws, he was one of the best ball handlers in the NBA. Williams found it impossible to steal the ball from Alston, allowing the Rockets to effectively circulate the ball. With Yao's screens, McGrady sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, leveling the score. The game unfolded with intensity, and by the 8th minute, Adelman replaced Yao with Uncle Moo, allowing McGrady to lead the team independently. Historically, the synergy between Yao and McGrady had not been flawless. While they displayed flashes of brilliance during the regular season, they had never advanced beyond the first round in the playoffs. Consequently, Adelman sought a new strategy, separating Yao and McGrady to allow each to lead a group of players, with Wu Di now partnering with Yao. During the official timeout in the second quarter, Adelman substituted Yao and Wu Di into the game, alongside Landry, Wells, and Brooks. Initially, the Jazz underestimated Wu Di, despite their awareness of his recent dunk over Bynum. However, a guard dunking in the paint is quite common in the NBA, even with media bias favoring the Rockets. It did not alter the fact that Wu Di had only scored 5 points in 10 minutes of play, indicating he was still fighting for more playing time as a reserve. Wu Di played as a shooting guard, matching up against Brewer, who was also re-entering the game in the second quarter. Brewer, dismissive of Wu Di, attempted to isolate him, but found it impossible to shake off his defense. Frustrated, Brewer suddenly stopped and leaped, aiming to shoot over Wu Di. However, as he released the ball, he was met with Wu Di's swift response. With a powerful volleyball-style block, Wu Di sent the ball flying away. Upon landing, Brewer attempted to rush back for the rebound, only to discover that Wu Di had already sprinted past him. Brewer quickened his pace, eager to seize the basketball before Wu Di could. However, just as he reached the midcourt, Wu Di made a decisive move, snatching the ball with ease and scoring effortlessly. Brewer's expression darkened instantly, as his attempt at bravado backfired, and his frustration was palpable. He requested to take on Wu Di one more time, determined to reclaim his pride, yet he found himself unable to penetrate Wu Di's defense. Though Wu Di was youthful and inexperienced, he was not someone to be easily underestimated. Even Kobe had to summon his utmost skill to contend with him. How could Brewer, underestimating his opponent, avoid a downfall? Nonetheless, Brewer's influence within the Jazz was limited, relegated to 5th or even 6th in the hierarchy, as there was also the formidable 6th man, Millsap, to contend with. A player being cultivated as a key asset by the Jazz, Millsap, despite only being in his second season in the NBA, commanded a fair share of the ball. Observing Brewer's stubbornness, Millsap swiftly positioned himself near Landry and gestured for the ball. Reluctant to pass, Brewer recognized that Millsap had a superior opportunity and ultimately relented. Upon receiving the ball, Millsap executed 2 dribbles before pivoting, overpowering Landry as he leaped and executed a smooth hook shot for the basket. The strength of the Jazz lay not solely in their starting lineup, but also in their robust bench. Millsap, as a 6th man, was formidable, complemented by the likes of Korver and Harpring, both of whom averaged around 10 points per game. Often, a team only requires 8 to 10 players to best any opponent, and the Jazz boasted 8 exceptional players, contributing to their strength. Wu Di and Yao's collaboration still bore some unfamiliarity, yet Adelman was quite satisfied, believing that as long as they could maintain their standing in the second quarter, they could defer the final resolution of the game until the second half. With McGrady's explosive scoring, the possibility of overcoming the Jazz appeared promising. While Adelman's strategy was astute, Jazz coach Sloan quickly discerned his intentions. The veteran coach, with a record of 1,000 victories, promptly substituted Brewer for Kirilenko, intending to utilize Kirilenko's defensive prowess to contain Wu Di. Chapter 67. The defense of AK-47. Every rookie must traverse a journey of growth, which entails overcoming established stars. This principle applies not just in the NBA, but across all fields. To achieve fame and success, the emerging must surpass the established, pushing the former to the shore. This is the immutable law of nature. Only the exceptional prevail over the mediocre, and the even more exceptional triumph over the exceptional, creating a harmonious cycle of evolution. Now, Wu Di faced such a pivotal choice, as the seasoned coach Sloan deployed the Jazz's perimeter defender Kirilenko to challenge him. Every strong team possesses not only offensive linchpins, but also defensive stalwarts. Kirilenko serves as the Jazz's defensive cornerstone, akin to Battier's role with the Rockets, albeit with a broader skill set and superior excellence. Upon entering the game, Kirilenko meticulously observed Wu Di's every movement. He held a profound regard for Wu Di, recognizing that Wu Di's physical prowess surpassed his own, a truth he could not deny. Wu Di, in turn, observed Kirilenko closely. The identity of a combatant nation compelled him to pay heed. His understanding of these formidable warriors exceeded that of many, as his elders frequently recounted tales of their valor. Tales so remarkable that they seemed almost unbelievable. As the Jazz initiated the play, Kirilenko failed to receive the ball, which was instead directed into the paint for Millsap to handle. Millsap capitalized on Landry's defense, scoring with a layup. Brooks brought the ball up court, but chose not to pass it to Wu Di, opting instead to attempt a shot himself. Being American, Brooks possessed a keen understanding of the NBA and was well aware of Kirilenko's capabilities, thus refraining from passing to Wu Di for fear of a misstep. Unfortunately, Brooks's own attempt to score was in vain. His shot veered off course, striking the rim. After a couple of laps around the court, Wu Di finally received the ball from Brooks. Kirilenko swiftly closed in, positioning himself a step away to thwart any potential drive. He had learned that Wu Di's ability to penetrate defenses was formidable, and his tendency to shoot was rare. He was nearly a replica of LeBron James. As long as he could prevent Wu Di from driving, he believed he could contain him. Wu Di tested the waters, finding he could neither outpace Kirilenko nor overpower him. He retreated to the three-point line, furrowing his brow as he assessed Kirilenko's stance, which indicated an intent to staunchly defend against any drive. Holding the ball with both hands, Wu Di realized he had no opportunity to dribble and thus feigned a shot. Kirilenko shifted his weight, ready to leap and contest the shot the moment Wu Di took off. Yet before Wu Di's toes left the ground, he shifted his weight, executed a leftward step, and sprang upward, releasing the ball. Kirilenko rushed to obstruct his vision, but it was too late to contest the shot. As Wu Di launched the ball, it soared through the air and swished through the net, his first three-pointer in the NBA. Kirilenko's brows furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the shot would find its mark. It seemed that this Chinese player's draft template was anything but a comparison to James. After all, how could that fellow ever shoot? As the Jazz prepared for the next play, Kirilenko sought the ball, eager to retaliate for Wu Di's previous score. As a veteran, he had the authority to demand the ball, and the entire team would rally behind him. Kirilenko signaled for his teammates to spread out before zeroing in on Wu Di. He attempted to drive past him, yet Wu Di thwarted his efforts. Although Wu Di's defensive experience was still developing, his remarkable physicality allowed him to react swiftly, consistently blocking Kirilenko's path. Seeing no viable options, Kirilenko opted for a jump shot. With a sudden cross-step dribble, he leapt and released the ball. Wu Di reached out to contest the shot, but narrowly missed. The ball sailed past his fingertips, finding its way into the basket. Wu Di shook his head, realizing he still had room for improvement and needed to employ the art of concealment. As the Rockets regained possession, Brooks once again passed the ball to Wu Di. However, instead of opting for a one-on-one play, he signaled to Yao Ming for a screen. Wu Di surged into the paint from the opposite side of Yao, and, amidst Millsap's defensive efforts, passed the ball to the following Yao, who scored with a shot. Kirilenko approached Wu Di once more, dribbling with a hint of provocation. After a brief attempt, he took another jump shot. This time, Wu Di did not take chances. He placed his hand over Kirilenko's face, causing Kirilenko to lose sight of the basket, and the ball clanged against the rim. Every game of the Rockets was broadcast live in the country, and numerous fans were glued to this match. Many were well aware of Kirilenko's prowess, and seeing Wu Di hold his ground against him elicited cheers of excitement. Renowned basketball commentator Zhang Heli remarked on Wu Di's performance, noting that since joining the NBA, he had shown little sign of discomfort, likely due to his physical and mental fortitude. It is rare for Chinese players to possess such qualities. Fans have dubbed him the Little Emperor of China, and his physical measurements are even more formidable than those of LeBron during his rookie season. As for his mental resilience, Wu Di stands unparalleled in the domestic arena. Setting aside external factors, he has consistently performed well against any opponent, even showcasing impressive skills against Kobe in the previous game, where he notably dunked on Bynum right from the start. If other domestic players shared Wu Di's psychological strength, the power of Chinese basketball would undoubtedly be amplified. Zhang Heli's observations were astute. However, Wu Di's unique mental qualities are not easily replicated. His fearlessness stems from the warrior spirit he embodies. Among the 5 warriors, the most timid is Lu Bu, who harbors a deep fear of Dongjua, while the remaining 4 have never feared anyone. Zhao Yun displays the greatest courage. Bonli confronting Cao Cao at Jiangban Slope. Tai Shirtzi ranks second, having bravely sought Liu Bei's aid during a breakout from Beihai, while Guan Yu's courage is a mystery, though he always regards his enemies with disdain. There is scant record of Zhou Cong. Yet even the timid Liu Bu once flaunted his might before the coalition of 18 armies. With so many courageous figures inspiring him, it would be unreasonable for Wu Di to feel fear. Kirilenko, puzzled, wondered why this rookie showed no signs of intimidation. Was his reputation not formidable enough? Chapter 68. The curse of the Trailblazers. Wu Di and Kirilenko seemed evenly matched, which left Kirilenko dissatisfied. He yearned to teach this rookie a lesson. However, Adelman did not grant Kirilenko that wish, substituting Wu Di for McGrady in the third quarter. With ample time to rest, McGrady suddenly erupted, scoring relentlessly against the Jazz. During McGrady's explosive performance, the Rockets gradually established a lead, never allowing the Jazz to surpass them in score until the conclusion of the match. Wu Di exhibited slight improvement in this game, playing for 13 minutes and achieving 8 points, 4 assists, and 2 rebounds. This efficiency is commendable, and Adelman expressed satisfaction with Wu Di's performance. However, the one aspect that displeased Adelman was the rookie's frequent visits to nightclubs. Initially unaware of this, Adelman learned from teammates after their previous match against the Lakers, as some had ventured to nightclubs and eagerly spread the news, leading to the entire team being informed. Moreover, Wu Di has a girlfriend from China in Houston, who is pregnant. This revelation has tarnished Adelman's impression of Wu Di, although his on-court performance remains impeccable. He is not a person resistant to change, and is capable of distinguishing between his professional and personal life. Nevertheless, Adelman harbors doubts about Wu Di's future, akin to his skepticism regarding McGrady's prospects. Indulgence and laziness are notoriously detrimental in the NBA. Following their game against the Jazz, the Rockets swiftly returned to Houston, as they were set to face the Trailblazers at home in 2 days, leaving no time for an overnight stay in Utah. This disappointed Wu Di, who yearned to explore the nightclubs of Salt Lake City. Known as the stronghold of the Mormon Church, which permits polygamy, he imagined the abundance of beautiful women there, potentially accustomed to overnight arrangements. Regrettably departing from Salt Lake City, Wu Di returned to his apartment late at night, finding Chu Shui already asleep. She is nearing her due date, and he has hired a Chinese nanny to care for her. On November 4th, the Rockets faced the challenge posed by the Trailblazers. The Blazers have encountered a string of misfortunes, as they selected Odin as the first overall pick this year, only for him to sustain an injury before the season commenced, resulting in him being sidelined for the entire year. This was undoubtedly devastating news, as they were counting on Odin to rebuild their roster. With his injury, the Blazers' plans collapsed, losing not only a top draft pick, but also potentially a cornerstone for future years. There is no guarantee that Odin will not experience recurring injuries. Should he become perpetually fragile, the Blazers will soon find themselves facing the same tribulations the Rockets have endured in recent years. Since the formation of the Yao-McGrady duo, both have been plagued by injuries, rarely sharing the court simultaneously, which undoubtedly contributes to their occasional lack of synergy. The Trailblazers seem ensnared by a curse, as Odin is not the first central figure in their lineup to succumb to injury. Preceding Odin were Bill Walton, Sam Bowie, Sabonis, Miles, and Aldridge. Fortunately, Aldridge has been relatively healthy, displaying good physical condition at the start of the new season. Otherwise, the Blazers would be left without viable options. The current starting lineup for the Blazers includes Przybilla, Aldridge, Webster, Roy, and Blake, with a bench comprising Travis, Jarrett, James Jones, Rodriguez, and Channing Frye. Reflecting on this roster, Wu Di noted that he had not previously mentioned more than half of those names. In such a lineup, the Rockets seemed to operate with remarkable ease. After a quarter of play, McGrady was substituted for Wu Di by Adelman. Upon entering the game, Wu Di immediately felt a sense of relief, as the Trailblazers lacked anyone capable of containing his strength, allowing him to effortlessly penetrate their interior defense and score with ease. Adelman, noticing this, quickly made a tactical adjustment by replacing Yao with Scola at the center position, bringing in Landry and spreading the floor to create opportunities for Wu Di to drive. Wu Di experienced a nostalgic sense of returning to the CBA, disregarding the perimeter players. Even within the paint, Aldridge struggled with a heart condition. While he could manage against average players, he was no match for Wu Di's tenacity. Wu Di wreaked havoc on the Trailblazers, continually driving and distributing the ball, amassing 15 points and 5 assists in just the second quarter. By the third quarter, Adelman kept Wu Di on the floor, briefly inserting Yao and McGrady to accumulate some stats before sending them back to the bench. In this match, Woody played for 30 minutes, scoring 27 points, dishing out 9 assists and grabbing 4 rebounds, earning the title of the game's most valuable player. While there are no weak teams in the NBA, a single player can still exploit vulnerabilities when effectively contained. The Trail Blazers found themselves at the mercy of Woody's relentless assault, leading to a complete turnaround in the game. However, the Trail Blazers left a profound impression on Woody, reminding him to safeguard his health and avoid injuries. If he wished to continue playing, he needed to be vigilant. Becoming injury-prone would jeopardize his ability to fulfill his goals. On November 5th, Woody went to the airport to pick up Yin Yin and Song Shu, who had flown into care for Chu Shui. The matter of Chu Shui's childbirth had not been disclosed to her parents. Only Yin Yin and Song Shu were aware of her journey to the United States. Coincidentally, they missed Woody and took this opportunity to visit, staying for a while to help care for the child, who, after all, was Woody's. Regardless of their feelings towards Chu Shui, they felt compelled to make a gesture that would leave a positive impression on Woody. Once Yin Yin and Song Shu settled in, Woody's life improved significantly, alleviating his need to search for companionship outside. After ensuring their comfort, Woody promptly flew with the team to Dallas to face the Mavericks. The Rockets had already faced the Mavericks in the preseason, making both teams quite familiar with one another. The Mavericks starting lineup consisted of Dampier, Nowitzki, Josh Howard, Eddie Jones, and Devin Harris. The Rockets fielded Yao, Scola, Battier, McGrady, and Alston, while Francis had completely lost Edelman's trust and was removed from the starting lineup. His performance as a substitute in the previous game had been lackluster. If this continued, Adelman might soon place him on the injured list. Through his performance in the previous game, Woody has become increasingly vital to the team, prompting Adelman to contemplate devising 1 or 2 strategies specifically for him, which may yield favorable results. With Woody on board, Adelman realizes that he need not allocate excessive playing time to Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. Although their statistics may have declined, this approach can help prevent injuries. Provided they remain injury-free, the Rockets hold significant prospects for clinching the championship this year. Chapter 69. The opportunity arises. The Mavericks have consistently been postseason contenders over the years, thanks in large part to their commendable owner. Mark Cuban has relentlessly endeavored to enhance the Mavericks, ensuring their home games are a spectacle, reflective of his profound passion for competitive sports. This year, however, the Mavericks roster lacks the usual star power, and it appears Cuban is pursuing new trade targets, seemingly setting his sights on a prominent point guard. Many speculate that he has his eyes on Jason Kidd, although no action has yet been taken. During the game, Josh Howard surprised Battier with a series of aggressive low-post plays, leaving Battier in a state of disarray. Battier is not a player defined by theoretical constructs. He excels in perimeter defense, adept at allowing drives and jump shots. However, he struggles against back-to-the-basket plays. After some contemplation, Adelman decided to substitute Battier with Hayes. Although Hayes stands at only 6 feet 6 inches, his skill set is oriented towards the interior. His strength is formidable enough to challenge even the likes of Shaquille O'Neal. Woody, during practice sessions, dreaded facing Hayes, as his strength surpassed even Woody's. Upon entering the game, Hayes indeed managed to contain Josh Howard's back-to-the-basket tactics. However, he is slightly shorter than Howard, who, unable to overpower him, opted for a turnaround hook shot, leaving the floor-bound Hayes at a disadvantage. After several more minutes, Adelman was compelled to call another timeout. The presence of Dirk Nowitzki alone posed significant defensive challenges for the Rockets, and with Howard displaying signs of a frenzied performance, the prospect of victory seemed precarious unless a solution was found. On this occasion, both Yao and McGrady struggled with their shooting touch, rendering them ineffective in shootout. After some deliberation, Adelman reluctantly summoned Woody. He hesitated to over-rely on Woody, fearing that the Rockets might begin to view him as the new linchpin of the team. Woody undoubtedly possesses such potential, given his physical attributes rivaling those of LeBron James, coupled with his astute gameplay. Nonetheless, today he must be utilized. Woo, your task is to defend Josh Howard. Be cautious of his aggressive drives and his ability to penetrate from the perimeter. A sense of excitement flickered within Woody. This marked his first appearance in the first quarter. In the NBA, there exists an unspoken rule that those who play in the first quarter are typically key rotation players. He had long aspired for a starting opportunity, and perhaps that moment had finally arrived. Woody nodded emphatically and stepped onto the court alongside the starters. Josh Howard, feeling a sense of pride, reveled in having already outmaneuvered two defenders, leaving the Rockets seemingly powerless to counter him. Observing the newly introduced rookie, Josh Howard remained vigilant, fully aware of the young player's prowess, having scored nearly 30 points in the previous match, leaving the Trailblazers utterly disoriented. Tracy McGrady, too, was ignited by the Mavericks, with Howard assigned to defend him. Josh Howard was a multifaceted athlete, serving not only as the offensive linchpin for the Mavericks, but also as their defensive cornerstone. McGrady had never regarded him as a peer, merely viewing him as a defensive player. Yet today, this very defender had outscored him, which was intolerable. McGrady cast a provocative glance at Howard before retreating to the backcourt. Howard, feeling a surge of indignation, reflected on his NBA career, where his contributions had not garnered the acclaim he deserved. Previously, he had accepted that his style of play did not captivate the audience. However, McGrady's blatant provocation was beyond what he could endure. With McGrady's average points per game nearly matching his own, Howard questioned why McGrady's fame surpassed his. Why was he hailed as Jordan's successor? Hadn't Team McGrady diminished from the player he once was? Why did fans continue to rally behind him, year after year, electing him to the All-Star team while overlooking Howard? Determined, Howard called for the ball and charged towards McGrady, resolute in his intention to prevail. He was no fool. Today his shooting was impeccable, and if he did not seize this moment to challenge McGrady, when would he? Yet, before he could reach McGrady, he was intercepted by another player. Glancing at the number on the jersey, he noted it was a rookie, number 6, from the Rockets. Did this player also wish to challenge him? Howard was determined to showcase the strength of an all-star caliber player. Attempting to shake off the rookie, Howard made several attempts to break through, only to find the young player surprisingly swift and strong. Realizing he could not outmaneuver him, Howard opted to pass the ball. The rookie, noticing the pass, promptly retreated a step, joining his teammates in a zone defense, anticipating the Mavericks' offensive move. Howard's expression darkened. He had intended to teach this rookie a lesson, but instead found himself on the receiving end of a rude awakening. After a thwarted offensive attempt, the Mavericks passed the ball to Nowitzki, who successfully made a shot. With possession changing hands, the Rockets relied heavily on McGrady, who, when faced with a blockade, would pass to Yao Ming. If Yao lacked an opportunity, the ball would go to Alston. In this current lineup, the rookie found it challenging to secure possession. Nevertheless, he was mentally prepared, having entered the game with the objective of limiting Howard's impact. This time, Howard refrained from dribbling. Instead, he positioned himself beneath the basket, using his body to box out the rookie as he called for the ball. Given their similar height and wingspan, the rookie stood firm against Howard's post moves, denying him an inch of space to maneuver. Josh Howard made 2 attempts but failed to score even a single point, which left him somewhat frustrated. The Rockets boasted an impressive lineup of formidable players, each possessing astonishing strength. With no other options, Josh Howard resorted to the technique he had previously used against Hayes. He feigned a movement, swiftly pivoted, and leaped for a hook shot, sending the ball towards the hoop. Wu Di had been anticipating this move. Hayes, lacking in vertical leap, was no match for Josh Howard. However, Wu Di was different. He leaped up and, with a powerful hand, snatched the basketball out of the air. A block. Everyone was taken aback. No one expected Wu Di to jump so high. As Wu Di secured the ball, most were still in shock. He immediately dribbled forward, racing past the half-court line, leaving the other players at least a step behind. An opportunity had arisen. Wu Di's eyes brightened as he accelerated to his maximum speed, charging towards the free throw line. With a powerful push off his right foot, he soared into the air, arching his body backward, and emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. In Chapter 70, titled Restrictions on Usage, Wu Di showcased his remarkable leaping ability through a dunk initiated from the free throw line, demonstrating his prowess to the entire NBA. Meanwhile, fans in China erupted in joy as they finally witnessed a Chinese player executing a spectacular dunk. Previous legends like Yao Ming and others had not managed such a feat, and now they could indulge in a visual treat. Overwhelmed with joy, they bestowed upon Wu Di the nickname, Chinese Flying Man, with a recognition count of 15,235. Another nickname had emerged. Though Wu Di had yet to secure many victories, this new moniker might just propel him toward further advancement. Time was of the essence, and Wu Di had no opportunity to check his win count, as the Mavericks had already begun their inbound play. Despite the impressive dunk, the Mavericks would not lower their guard. Any athlete with decent physical attributes could accomplish such a slam. Even the previous block would not significantly dampen their morale, merely regarded as a typical misstep, one that did not even register in the statistics. Woody found himself once again in front of Josh Howard, who now hesitated to take him on one-on-one. A flicker of apprehension crossed Josh's mind. After several seasons of hard work to reach his current status, he had no desire to be defeated by a rookie. The only way to avoid such a fate was to refrain from attacking. Often, the difference between a superstar and a star player is minimal, hinging on the possession of a heart willing to face failure. Josh Howard possessed the physicality and skill necessary to become a superstar. But why did he lag behind the legends in renown? The answer lay in his psychological shortcomings. It was not entirely fair to blame Josh. He had suffered serious injuries in his youth, including broken legs that required extensive recovery. In college, he endured a leg injury that sidelined him for over 2 weeks. It could be said that he bore the shadows of his past confrontations, longing to play basketball without the looming threat of premature retirement due to injury. However, he possesses an unwavering ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of stardom, yearning to join the elite echelon at the apex of the pyramid. Today, it seems that Josh Howard has been reduced to his former self, virtually vanishing on the offensive front. Were it not for his commendable defense against McGrady, Sloan would undoubtedly have benched him. After the first quarter concluded, Sloan summoned Josh Howard to his side and inquired, "What are you afraid of? Why do you hesitate to attack?" Howard, unable to voice his apprehensions, merely replied, "I haven't found a good opportunity. Create your own opportunities if none present themselves. If you cannot make an impact offensively, then take a seat on the bench and let others take the floor," Sloan retorted, his ire palpable. Yes, Howard felt a flicker of indignation ignited within him. While Sloan seethed, Adelman was also in a less than favorable mood. He was reluctant to rely heavily on Woody. Yet Woody consistently managed to seize opportunities to showcase his prowess, placing Adelman in a predicament. He pondered the enigma of Woody. How could a player with such a chaotic personal life perform so exceptionally on the court? Could his innate talent truly rival that of legendary figures like Chamberlain and Johnson? Even with extraordinary gifts, Adelman disapproved of Woody's apparent squandering of his potential. Nevertheless, given Woody's displayed capabilities, it would not be prudent for Adelman to overlook him entirely. Suddenly, an idea struck him: to impose limitations on Woody's usage. What did this entail? It meant curtailing his playing time and restricting his touches. Consequently, Woody would inevitably accumulate fewer statistics, yet his desire to shine would compel him to seize every opportunity. This would enhance his efficiency, allowing him to garner more impressive data within a limited time frame. What was Adelman's intention behind the strategy? He aimed to use Woody as a bargaining chip to acquire a superior player. The Rockets' management was not overly concerned about salary cap issues. Adelman could leverage Woody to trade for players of interest, as long as Woody could perform under these conditions. Every team interested in him would be willing to pay a substantial price to secure his talents, thus providing the Rockets' management with leverage for negotiations. From Adelman's perspective, trading Woody for a star player appeared to be quite a savvy move. Thus, he began to restrict Woody's contributions in this game, pulling him from the court as the second quarter commenced. Sitting on the bench, Woody began to assess his victories. To his surprise, he discovered that he could upgrade Zhang Song to a commendable level. The upgrade would enhance Zhang Song's trait of photographic memory, improving both memory and comprehension skills. The integration was estimated to take 10 days. Following the upgrade, only 6 victories remained. Regardless of which upgrade he pursued next, he would require an additional 44 victories to advance. Seated on the bench, Woody once again cast his gaze toward the court, grappling with the coach's intentions. Was he implying that he did not need him? Yet he still called him a play. Was he indicating that he didn't need him? Yet he limits his playing time. Woody estimates that he could easily endure 40 minutes on the court without feeling fatigued. However, with less than 20 minutes of play each game, he struggles to showcase his physical advantages, resulting in a need to engage in other activities daily to expend his surplus energy. Otherwise, he risks sleepless nights. In the third quarter, Woody was once again called upon, facing off against Josh Howard. This time, Howard did not shy away. He intended to challenge Woody head-on. Yet, Woody's stamina far surpassed Howard's. From the outset, Woody exerted all his strength. A fully energized Woody was simply beyond Howard's capacity to withstand. A mere touch from Woody sent Howard staggering. It is worth noting that Howard had already expended considerable energy during nearly 2 quarters of play. Consequently, Howard faced further misfortune, committing 2 turnovers, one of which resulted in a steal for Wu Di. With Howard effectively neutralized, the Mavericks' offensive prowess significantly waned. Conversely, with Wu Di on the court, the Rockets' offensive firepower saw an uptick. Wu Di possessed all of Battier's offensive skills and more. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed over the Mavericks by a 6-point margin, marking their 4th consecutive victory. After their game against the Mavericks, the Rockets swiftly returned to Houston, where their next 2 games would be played at home, one against the Spurs and another against the Bucks. During this period, Chu Shui was also set to give birth, and Wu Di would welcome his first child, the gender still unknown. Chapter 71. 7 consecutive victories. Upon returning to Houston, after a restful sleep, Wu Di began preparing for the match against the Spurs. This was a back-to-back game, the first of the season for the Rockets, and also Wu Di's first experience with such a schedule. Yet, he felt no discomfort. His energy remained abundant, and fatigue was nowhere to be found. The Rockets and Spurs had already faced each other in the preseason, and both teams were well acquainted with one another. The Rockets' starting lineup remained unchanged, and they appeared equally matched against the Spurs. The Spurs' starting 5 consisted of Alberto, Duncan, Bowen, Finley, and Parker. Both teams were renowned for their defensive prowess, earning recognition from the NBA. Each lineup featured an interior core, an exterior core, a stellar defensive player, and 2 role players. In fact, the Rockets lineup boasted greater strength, with the combination of Yao Ming and McGrady proving more formidable than Duncan and Parker. This was evident, as despite the presence of the defensive stalwart Bruce Bowen, the Rockets led the first quarter 21-19, a mere 2-point advantage. Such a score is rare in the NBA, since the league has shifted its focus towards offense. Achieving such a scoreline in the first quarter has become increasingly uncommon, with only one such occurrence in an entire season being a noteworthy achievement. Wu Di sat on the bench, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. The intentions of his coach had grown increasingly perplexing. Yet a singular thought occupied his mind. He yearned to take the court. Without the opportunity to play, all aspirations seemed futile. Fame, fortune, and even experience eluded him. As the second quarter commenced, Wu Di remained benched. The Rockets were not in a disadvantageous position, prompting Adelman to send Hayes onto the court instead. Wu Di found himself in competition for playing time with Hayes and Hade, vying for the small forward and shooting guard positions. However, it appeared that fate was not in his favor that day. The Spurs' momentum had waned, and they trailed the Rockets in score. This provided Adelman with an excuse to keep Wu Di sidelined, allowing him only a brief 5 to 6 minutes of play in the fourth quarter. Although Wu Di managed to bask in the glow of a victory, his spirits remained dampened, for he sensed Adelman's true intentions. What could possibly be the reason for his exclusion from the game? Confounded by this uncertainty, Wu Di sought solace in a bar after the match, where his thoughts spiraled into despair, nearly leading him to intoxication. Ultimately, he left the establishment with a woman named Lucy. In the early hours of the morning, Wu Di awakened in a hotel room, nursing a throbbing headache. Upon glancing at the woman beside him, he found himself shaking his head in disbelief. Chu Shui was about to give birth, yet he had sought companionship elsewhere. He placed $2,000 on the table, dressed himself, and departed the hotel, returning home. The 3 women and the nanny were already asleep, and Wu Di chose not to disturb them, instead retreating to his bedroom to resume his slumber. On the 10th, the Rockets faced off against the Bucks in a highly anticipated matchup dubbed the Chinese Derby. Regrettably, Wu Di found himself once again without an opportunity to play. The disparity between the rosters of the Bucks and the Rockets was glaring, and the NBA's promotional material for the game focused solely on Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. Once again, Wu Di experienced the hollow victory of merely being present for the Rockets' 6th consecutive win. A promising start that ignited hope among fans for a championship run in the coming years. On the 12th, the Rockets faced the Hornets in an away game, and the teams engaged in a defensive battle. Historically known for their offensive prowess, the Hornets surprisingly stifled the Rockets' attacks. In this match, Wu Di finally received his chance to play, albeit at a critical juncture, with Yao Ming and McGrady low on stamina and other players struggling offensively. Adelman turned to Wu Di in hopes that he could turn the tide. Upon entering the game, Wu Di effectively neutralized Page's offensive efforts, leveraging his formidable physicality to penetrate the Hornets' interior defense. The Hornets, already barely holding onto a lead, faltered under Wu Di's aggressive onslaught, unable to maintain their advantage. The Rockets achieved their 7th consecutive victory, and in that moment, Wu Di gleaned insight into Edelman's perspective. He was reluctant to rely heavily on him. Wu Di was not oblivious. If he could not discern the pattern after one instance, 2, or even 3 or 4, then he was not as naive as he might have seemed. He is now merely a firefighter, as Edelman only thinks of him in times of crisis. This realization leaves Wu Di feeling quite disheartened. He remains oblivious to where he might have offended Edelman. Were he to understand the cause, he might rectify it. Yet without Edelman's insight, Wu Di is entirely unaware. His desire to remain with the Rockets has waned, for he did not enter the NBA solely to earn money. He came to fulfill a mission. According to Edelman's perspective, even if one were to play for 20 years or a lifetime, one could still remain inconspicuous, let alone accomplish any significant tasks. However, Wu Di finds himself unable to depart. He does not wish to bear the stigma of a traitor. The NBA is a business, and it is quite normal for a team's personnel to come and go. This very nature complicates the relationship between players and teams. Some players, plagued by personal issues, may spread rumors about the team. Conversely, if a team encounters difficulties, they may defame their players. Such occurrences are all too common in the NBA, where countless players have been labeled as traitors. If teams cannot consistently utilize their players, how can they expect players to dedicate their lives to a single team? Yet, at times, the situation remains profoundly unjust. When a team errs, it is often met with leniency, while the same does not apply to players. A player's public exposure magnifies their missteps infinitely, while a team, as an organization, lacks a singular identity to blame. Thus, Wu Di must devise a strategy to leave the Rockets without incurring public scorn. This will require waiting for an opportunity, one where the Rockets would willingly trade him away. Such opportunities are rare, and he can only hope for a scenario where another team covets a player that the Rockets also desire in exchange for him. To attract interest from other teams, Wu Di must enhance his performance. Yet to excel, he needs more playing time, creating a vicious cycle that leaves him in a state of limbo, compelled to wait. However, before any opportunity arises, Wu Di is greeted by the arrival of his first child. On the 14th, while the Rockets faced the Grizzlies on the road, Wu Di took a leave of absence to return to Houston, as his wife Chu Shui was due to give birth that day. By the time Wu Di arrived at the hospital, Chu Shui had already been taken to the delivery room. Chapter 72. The Fortunate One. At 5:30 p.m., the sound of a newborn's cry resonated from the delivery room, marking the entrance of Wu Di's first child into the world. As he gazed at the infant in his arms, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him: joy, excitement, and a profound sense of reflection, all intertwined. Sitting before the hospital bed, the sentiments of the 3 women present varied greatly. Chu Shui looked at the child with a sense of fulfillment, while Yin Yin and Song Shu were overwhelmed by maternal instincts, filled with envy and longing. They too yearned for children, yet none were as fortunate as Chu Shui. Wu Di, why don't you name the child? Yin Yin suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Di replied, let us name him Wu Xing. I hope he lives each day joyfully, and may his name bring us good fortune. 3 women exchanged glances, remaining silent. They were aware of Wu Di's current discontent, yet they were oblivious to the intricacies of his relationship with the coach, leaving them unsure of how to console him. That evening, news arrived that the Rockets had succumbed to the Grizzlies in an away game, losing by a narrow margin of 6 points. This event inevitably provoked thoughts. Wu Di had just taken leave, and the Rockets' defeat undoubtedly intensified the weight of his situation. The following day, Wu Di participated in the Rockets' home game against the Lakers. In the second quarter, he took to the court and unleashed his prowess. Confronted by Odom's defense, Wu Di relentlessly penetrated the paint. Despite Odom's considerable height advantage, his speed paled in comparison to Wu Di's, and his strength proved insufficient to withstand Wu Di's onslaught, leaving him utterly disheartened. Aside from Kobe, the Lakers lacked formidable defensive players. Radmanovic was primarily an offensive asset, and his footwork was even slower than Odom's. Tasking him with guarding Wu Di was tantamount to gifting points to the Rockets. Seated on the bench, Kobe observed Wu Di's aggressive play and remarked to Coach Jackson, Phil, we might need to consider a trade. This Wu is quite impressive. Phil shook his head, replying, we must not act hastily. I will ensure he is closely monitored. However, considering his current trajectory, the Rockets are unlikely to part with him. Kobe pondered briefly before nodding, "Very well, but should the opportunity arise, we must acquire him. Even if it requires a hefty price, he could prove to be an invaluable asset." Phil nodded in agreement, endorsing Kobe's sentiments. Unbeknownst to Wu Di, he had already captured the attention of both Kobe and Phil as he continued to dominate the Lakers' interior defense. Substitute center Kwame Brown possessed impressive physical attributes and solid defensive skills. For average players, his presence was intimidating. However, Wu Di had previously dunked on Bynum and feared no defense. Leveraging his lightning-fast reflexes, he toyed with Brown time and again. By the end of the second quarter, Wu Di had helped the Rockets establish a commanding lead, culminating in a 5-point victory over the Lakers. This astonishing performance ignited a fervor among domestic fans, who began to amplify Wu Di's significance. On the 17th, the Rockets traveled to San Antonio to face the Spurs. Perhaps influenced by the name Wu Di had given his son, McGrady fell to the ground during a drive, clutching his calf in agony. The team physician hurried over to assess McGrady's injury, ultimately confirming that he would require surgery. Adelman buried his head in his hands, with the season just beginning. McGrady's injury posed a significant dilemma. Scanning the bench, he settled his gaze on Wu Di, exclaiming, "Wu, you're up." Wu Di's heart soared. This was an opportunity, a monumental chance. If he seized this moment during McGrady's absence, he might even secure a starting position. Upon Wu Di's entry into the game, he immediately set a screen for Alston, guiding him into the paint, before swiftly maneuvering to the 45-degree angle with Parker. As Alston charged inside, he found himself confronted by Bowen, a formidable defender. It must be noted that among all the defensive players, Bowen may possess the least athletic physique, yet he remains the most perilous. Even when not relying on his physicality, Bowen's defensive prowess is commendable, and with Duncan's formidable presence near the basket, Alston found minimal space to operate. Lacking a clear opportunity, Alston was compelled to pass the ball out. Wu Di received the pass and instantly leaped, launching a shot over Parker. Standing at under 6 feet, Parker posed no challenge to Wu Di, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Wu Di's defensive assignment was Finley, who also lacked significant athleticism. Finley's attempts to penetrate Wu Di's defense were futile. He could only maneuver around the perimeter in search of an open shot. Consequently, Wu Di's focus on Finley diminished, allowing him to redirect his attention elsewhere as long as the ball wasn't passed to Finley. Duncan scored with a bank shot, resulting in a change of possession. Wu Di once again set a screen for Alston. Alston surged into the paint, yet found himself without an opportunity. Passing the ball back to Wu Di, who once again drained a three-pointer over Parker. Having successfully made 2 consecutive three-pointers, Wu Di extended the lead. However, Alston was far from pleased, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered by Wu Di. Although Wu Di's screens were well-intentioned, they inadvertently left Alston with little chance to score. Meanwhile, Wu Di capitalized on the mismatches, which undoubtedly stirred Alston's discontent. Thus, after another screen from Wu Di, Alston opted not to drive into the paint, instead rising beside Wu Di to take a shot. This was indeed an opportune moment. With Parker obstructed by Wu Di and Bowen's defense not yet established, Alston found himself open for a brief instant. However, after a few screens from Wu Di, Alston shockingly refrained from passing, opting instead to take the shot himself, a decision that Wu Di found intolerable. "Could you at least pass a few times?" he thought. Feeling slighted, Wu Di then decided against setting further screens for Alston, recognizing that Alston's shooting did not match his own. Alston had made only 2 out of 5 attempts, starkly contrasting Wu Di's perfect 2 for 2 upon his arrival. As Alston struggled to find opportunities, he passed the ball into the paint for Yao Ming. Yao scored twice, but soon faced a double team from Obert and Duncan. Wu Di immediately pushed past Bowen to offer support. This was his moment to shine, and he would not let it slip by. Yao had often looked out for Wu Di and placed his trust in him. Wu Di's skills had matured significantly. It remained a mystery why the coach did not utilize him more. After receiving the ball, Wu Di swiftly pivoted back beyond the three-point line. Yao came to set a screen, allowing Wu Di to evade Bowen and drive toward the basket. Faced with Obert's defense, Wu Di executed a deft maneuver, slipping past him before soaring to dunk the ball into the hoop. In the first quarter, Wu Di effortlessly scored 8 points, showing no signs of inferiority to any superstar. In Chapter 73, Alley-oop, during the second quarter, Adelman opted not to substitute Wu Di, recognizing the abundance of stamina he still possessed. Although he hesitated to utilize Wu Di, With McGrady injured and no one else capable of bolstering the Rockets' perimeter offense, Alston, averaging nearly 20 points, was also inadequate. Adelman had no choice but to unleash Wu Di. This marked Adelman's inaugural year at the helm of the Rockets, despite the Yao-McGrady duo having been assembled for several years. They had yet to reach the Western Conference Finals. Adelman yearned to lead the Rockets to a championship, and thus he had to rely on Wu Di. The second quarter saw the Rockets fielding a bench lineup consisting of Mutombo, Landry, Wu Di, Luther Head, and Brooks, while the ball should have been in Brooks' hands. Adelman remarked before the game, "Wu, I need you to play point forward." Wu Di was somewhat taken aback, but did not decline the opportunity. It was his chance to shine. As he took the court, the Rockets controlled the ball. Brooks reluctantly advanced it, passing to Wu Di. Upon receiving the ball, Wu Di faced Bowen, whose slender frame seemed almost like a mere stick before him. With a gentle nudge, Wu Di slipped past him. Duncan approached to block Wu Di, inadvertently leaving Landry unguarded. Wu Di swiftly passed the ball, and Landry sank the shot. Wu Di's penetration wreaked havoc on the Spurs' defense, prompting Bowen to resort to his notorious tactics. However, Wu Di remained unfazed, largely due to his exceptional physical attributes reminiscent of the strong and resilient. The term strong and resilient aptly describes possessing robust, plank-like ribs and tendons that protrude like a dragon's sinews. How does one achieve such strength? Through the development of muscle between the ribs, filling the spaces and forming a solid structure. The sinews become pronounced through the overall muscular development of the body. When muscles are tense, they can withstand considerable force. The muscles of the strong and resilient remain in a taut state, making it impossible to grasp them firmly. Some may wonder if being perpetually tense increases the risk of injury. This is only true in comparison to others. For the strong and resilient, this state is actually a relaxed one, as even in repose, some muscles remain taut to defend against external attacks. With the continuous changes in movement, the tense muscles engage in constant transformation. Bowen attempted to grab Wu Di around the waist, yet found his hand slipping as he failed to make contact. This rare error in Bowen's otherwise crafty maneuvers was perplexing. Missing the grab could be understandable, but failing to secure it was rather unusual. Bowen was baffled, but Wu Di had no time to let him ponder. He pushed past Bowen once more and charged into the paint. Duncan, resigned, once again moved to provide support. Without it, Wu Di would undoubtedly have driven in for a thunderous dunk. As Wu Di prepared for his next pass, he executed a remarkable maneuver, lofting the ball over Duncan's head, as Landry had already surged past him towards the hoop. Landry leaped, catching the ball midair, and with a slight adjustment, slammed it into the basket. An alley-oop. This spectacular scoring method in basketball always captivates the fans. Wu Di and his teammates frequently practiced alley-oops. It was surprising to see it utilized in today's game. Most players on the Rockets are not known for their vertical leap. Figures like Yao Ming, Hayes, and Scola lack exceptional bounce. In contrast, the perimeter players McGrady, Alston, Wu Di, Head, and Brooks exhibit impressive leaping ability. However, Alston, Head, and Brooks face challenges due to their shorter stature, making it difficult to execute dunks during games. Consequently, they focus more on three-point shooting. 2 minutes later, Wu Di assisted Landry in yet another alley-oop. It seemed the Rockets had become addicted to this style of play. When Brooks missed a shot, resulting in an air ball, Wu Di swiftly jumped to catch the rebound and executed a windmill dunk, sending the ball crashing into the hoop. What a brilliant assist! As Wu Di and Brooks celebrated, he offered Brooks a compliment, which made Brooks feel slightly embarrassed. He was aware of his prior mistake. Wu Di had salvaged the possession, not only saving Brooks from a missed shot, but also granting him an assist. Previously, Brooks had quietly resented Wu Di for commandeering his ball handling, but now he felt no inclination to complain. He turned to Wu Di and said, "Let's do it again on the next play." Wu Di smiled in response, "Of course. We need to show the Spurs that the Rockets can soar." On the next play, Brooks drove past the substitute Vaughn, drawing the attention of the defense. Wu Di immediately cut towards the basket, and Brooks deftly lobbed the ball to him. In midair, Wu Di seized the basketball, spun around, and slammed it down behind his head. Another alley-oop. The Spurs found themselves in a precarious situation. As their starting lineup exited, the bench was faltering. The Rockets were not merely dominating the Spurs. The succession of alley-oops felt almost like a humiliation. Popovich called a timeout, summoning the only players still performing on the court. "Ginobili, you must drive to the basket," he instructed. I know the defense of number 6 for the Rockets is formidable, but you still need to penetrate and draw his foul. He is merely a rookie. We have the advantage and must exploit it. Though Popovich did not explicitly state the advantage, Ginobili understood the implications. Playing on the Spurs' home court meant that the referees would likely show bias in their favor. Furthermore, Ginobili was an established star, while Wu Di was merely a newcomer. Although superstar calls might be infrequent, they would still occur. These advantages, if leveraged correctly, could enable them to exploit Wu Di's inexperience. Meanwhile, Wu Di was exuberantly discussing the thrill of the recent alley-oop with his teammates. Today marked the most exhilarating day since he joined the NBA, as well as the day he had executed the most dunks. Wu Di began to envision the impressive statistics he could achieve once he became a starter. Physically, he stands as the finest in the entire NBA. Technically, while he still has much to learn, his playing style is magnificent, capable of executing a myriad of dazzling dunks. As the referee urged the game to resume, Ginobili initiated an offensive play, with Wu Di, the best defender on the court, primarily tasked with guarding him. Ginobili weaved left and right, yet could not shake off Wu Di, who gently nudged him, causing the ball to slip away. Wu Di swiftly seized the ball and sprinted to the front court, concluding the offense with a resounding dunk. However, upon returning, Ginobili once more took control of the ball. This puzzled Wu Di. His defensive prowess should have deterred Ginobili, so why did he persist in his offensive attempts? Lost in thought for a moment, Wu Di was caught off guard as Ginobili seized the opportunity, darting past him in a single stride. Wu Di quickly regained his focus and pursued him. As Ginobili went for a layup, Wu Di extended his hand to block the shot. Nevertheless, Ginobili pressed on, launching himself into the air, his back colliding against Wu Di. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Wu Di, suspended mid-air, shook his head in realization. He had fallen victim to Ginobili's cunning. Yet rather than feeling anger, he accepted that drawing fouls is a fundamental tactic in basketball. Instead of retaliating, Wu Di gently embraced Ginobili mid-air, as the latter appeared to be falling awkwardly. Ginobili, startled by Wu Di's grip, initially thought Wu Di was reacting out of frustration. However, the next moment, he found himself cradled in Wu Di's arms as they descended to the ground. As Wu Di set Ginobili down, he remarked, "You really need to be more careful. That could lead to injury." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ginobili realized he had misjudged Wu Di's intentions. He sheepishly acknowledged Wu Di with a thumbs up, though he proclaimed, "I want T-hole back." Wu Di chuckled, "Bring it on." At that moment, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The big screen replayed Wu Di's embrace of Ginobili, and although some spectators may not have favored Wu Di, they could not help but express their admiration for his recent display of sportsmanship. Just as Wu Di was about to advance to the front court, he received a system notification. New nickname acquired. Gentleman, with 11,854 endorsements. Gentleman? That nickname seemed reminiscent of Ray Allen, known as Gentleman Ray for his courteous demeanor on the court. Surprised, yet pleased to share such a title, Wu Di felt it suited him well. He held this belief due to his unwavering confidence, bolstered by the system's assistance that would empower him beyond anyone else. Thus, he found no need to resort to unscrupulous tactics, a sentiment perhaps influenced by his own prideful nature. Brooks advanced the ball to the front court, probing for an opportunity, but finding none of significant merit. He consequently passed the ball to Wu Di for further handling. Confronted by Bowen's defense, Wu Di once again forcefully penetrated, and despite Bowen's considerable fatigue, he was unable to thwart Wu Di's advance. As Wu Di stormed into the paint, he drew the attention of Aboto, thereby liberating Uncle Mu. While Uncle Mu's offensive prowess may not be exemplary, he is indeed an exceptional dunker, with slam dunks constituting his primary scoring method. The collaboration between Wu Di and Uncle Mu was infrequent, and with Aboto positioned effectively, Wu Di opted not to lob the ball, but rather to execute a pass through Aboto's legs. At that moment, Wu Di's deficiencies in passing were laid bare. Upon the ball emerging from Aboto's legs, Uncle Mu received it in an awkward manner. Fortunately, the pass was not unexpected. Aboto momentarily hesitated, failing to pivot promptly, which afforded Uncle Mu the opportunity to adjust and subsequently score with a powerful dunk. As the Spurs initiated their inbound play, Ginobili once again dribbled towards Wu Di, seemingly intent on matching up against him. Wu Di, however, narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Spurs were determined to undermine him. Otherwise, Ginobili would not have sought him out once more. Yet, considering he had only one foul to spare, Wu Di smirked inwardly, realizing the Spurs had miscalculated. Did they not know that the same tactic could only be effective once against the Saints? Wu Di firmly obstructed Ginobili's path, resolutely denying him entry into the paint. Ginobili, feeling the pressure, grew anxious. With Wu Di intensifying his defensive efforts, he pondered his options. Should he attempt a shot? Lacking alternatives, Ginobili resolved to try his luck with a jump shot. With this thought, he executed a quick rise and released the ball. Wu Di, closely trailing, leaped in response, timing his block perfectly as the ball departed Ginobili's hands. With a volleyball-style swat, he sent the ball crashing onto the mid-court line before it ricocheted towards the front court. Brooks seized the opportunity, dashing forward to collect the ball and swiftly concluding the offensive with a layup. Ginobili found himself at a loss. Wu Di's athleticism was so formidable that even at a distance, he managed to impose restrictions. It seemed a new strategy was required. Prior to the inbound play, Ginobili exchanged a few words with Aboto, who nodded in agreement. Facing Wu Di once more, Ginobili encountered the same resolute defense as before. Wu Di shadowed Ginobili's movements and suddenly felt a collision. Turning his head, he was confronted by Aboto's imposing presence. Realizing the predicament, he glanced sideways to see Ginobili darting into the paint, attempting a layup against Uncle Moo's defense. With a serpentine maneuver, Ginobili evaded Uncle Moo's outstretched hand, drawing a foul in the process. Uncle Moo, somewhat disheartened, watched as the ball found its way through the hoop, allowing Ginobili to score a three-point play. The Spurs narrowed the gap by a single point, a testament to Ginobili's mastery in drawing fouls. He had accumulated 5 fouls in just one quarter, with Wu Di bearing 2 and Uncle Moo 3. With merely a few more possessions before halftime, Adelman would undoubtedly consider substituting Uncle Moo. In a moment of intrigue, Wu Di committed another foul after being blocked by Oberto, subsequently chasing Ginobili from behind, only to be deceived into a foul by the latter. As the second half commenced, Adelman introduced his key players. Yao Ming, Battier, and Alston all took to the court. Wu Di had already established a 7-point advantage for the Rockets in the second quarter. If they maintained their composure, victory seemed assured. Having played without respite since his entry in the first half, Wu Di was temporarily sidelined by Adelman, who entrusted Alston with ball control, advising him to slow the tempo as he prepared for another defensive battle. The main players, having rested, returned to the game with renewed vigor. Yao Ming began to assert his dominance, repeatedly backing down Oberto, drawing the Spurs' defensive focus inward, which allowed the Rockets' perimeter shooting to flourish. Both Alston and Battier struck from beyond the arc. However, the absence of McGrady significantly diminished the Rockets' offensive potency, allowing the Spurs to gradually close the gap. By the 7th minute of the third quarter, the Spurs had overtaken them. Adelman promptly reintroduced Wu Di, positioning him as shooting guard. Upon his entrance, the Rockets fans in attendance expressed their bewilderment. The renowned commentator Zhang Heli astutely remarked that with Wu Di's reappearance, he had gradually become the Rockets' fireman since joining the team. Almost every time he stepped onto the court, the Rockets found themselves in a precarious situation. The Rockets had previously enjoyed a 7-game winning streak, with several crucial victories hinged on Wu Di's ability to turn the tide. When Wu Di was absent in a prior match against the Grizzlies, the team's winning streak was abruptly halted. However, upon his return in the subsequent game against the Lakers, they triumphed once more. In this crucial match with McGrady sidelined, the Rockets promptly called upon Wu Di, solidifying his role as the team's savior. Now, in a challenging position, they looked to Wu Di to rescue them once again. Chapter 75. The firefighter Zhang Heli's observations resonated with numerous Chinese fans, a sentiment echoed by many American supporters as well. Every NBA game is broadcasted, and the matchup between the formidable Rockets and Spurs attracted a vast audience, numbering in the millions. Many viewers found Adelman's decisions perplexing. They believed that even if Wu Di wasn't a starter, he could serve effectively as a sixth man. Yet, it seemed that Adelman only considered Wu Di in moments of deficit, a choice that left many scratching their heads. Upon entering the game, the firefighter Wu Di immediately turned the tide, sinking a three-pointer despite Bowen's defense, reclaiming the lead for the Rockets. The pick-and-roll combination of Yao and Wu Di erupted once more, leaving the Spurs momentarily defenseless. Regardless of who was assigned to defend, the Rockets' scoring proved relentless. Even Duncan struggled to impede Wu Di's drives to the basket. Even if Wu Di was contained, Yao's perimeter shooting remained unchallenged. With this newfound moniker of firefighter, his recognition soared to 543, 761 fans. Wu Di was momentarily taken aback. It was not the first time he had earned two nicknames in a single match. The last occasion was during a CBA game against the Long team, where he had assumed that such an occurrence could only happen in a league of that caliber. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that even in the prestigious NBA, it was still possible to achieve this distinction. However, this was a positive development. If he continued to accumulate nicknames at this pace, he would soon be able to ascend to the characteristics of Lu Bu or Tai Shirtzi. The reason he chose Lu Bu or Tai Shirtzi was that they were the most fitting for his current situation. Elevating to Lu Bu would not only grant him Chun-Gong's strategic prowess, but also enhance his speed and diversify his offensive capabilities, resulting in a significant overall improvement. On the other hand, upgrading to Tai Shirtzi would directly enhance his long-range shooting, bestowing upon Wu Di a greater deterrent effect. He noted that in the current NBA, the three-point shot had become an exceedingly effective scoring method. The number of stars who excel in three-point shooting was on a rise, with legends like Nowitzki and Lewis, and even recent talents, such as Durant, who was renowned for his three-point prowess. Presently, he averaged 3 to 4 successful three-pointers per game, solidifying his status as the cornerstone of the Supersonics. On the court, the Spurs sought to mount a comeback, yet the Rockets' defensive intensity was formidable. Among the 5 players on the court, Alston was the weakest defensively, but his ability to steal the ball forced Parker to proceed with caution. The Rockets extended their lead once more, while the Spurs' offense became increasingly feeble. Even with the GDP trio on the floor, they struggled to breach the Rockets' defense, helplessly watching the score gap widen. By the fourth quarter, the GDP's shooting touch waned again, with Ginobili missing several shots, extinguishing any hope of a comeback. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed over the Spurs by a 7-point margin, marking their second consecutive victory. Post-game, it was confirmed that McGrady's injury would necessitate approximately a month of rehabilitation before he could return to the court. This month would present Wu Di with an invaluable opportunity. That evening, the Rockets flew back to Houston, as they were set to host the Suns the following day. Facing a back-to-back game against a team whose roster countered the Rockets' strengths, it promised to be a challenging contest. After careful consideration, Adelman decided to forego this match. His decision was not motivated by a desire to bolster the Suns' morale at the expense of his own team. Rather, it stemmed from the Suns' fast-paced small ball strategy, which made rapid offensive transitions difficult for the Rockets, whose interior defense was comparatively sluggish. With McGrady already sidelined, Adelman was reluctant to risk Yao Ming's health as well, making the decision to abstain from the game quite reasonable. Nonetheless, Adelman was not entirely prepared to concede the match. He aimed to devise a quicker lineup to attempt to engage the Suns in a fast-paced game. To avoid public scrutiny, he did not exclude Yao from participation, but instead deployed a more conservative starting lineup: Yao, Scola, Battier, Head, and Alston. When Adelman announced the lineup, Wu Di felt a profound disappointment, as he had anticipated stepping in for McGrady as a starter. To his surprise, Adelman endorsed the selection of Hyde, leaving him on the bench. However, this conservative formation proved inadequate against the Suns. The Suns' starting lineup consisted of Stoudemire, Grant Hill, Shawn Marion, Roger Bell, and Steve Nash. Each player in this ensemble possessed remarkable agility, capable of overwhelming the Rockets in a 5-on-4 or even 5-on-3 scenario, leading to a swift deficit for Houston. After allowing Yao Ming to play for a quarter, Adelman finally seized the opportunity to bench him and adjusted the lineup by moving Scola to the center position and assigning Wu Di to the power forward spot. Upon this substitution, the audience expressed their surprise. They could hardly fathom Adelman's decision to position Wu Di at the 4. Notably, since entering the NBA, Wu Di had never played as a power forward. Could he truly excel in this role? However, upon analyzing the Suns' composition, many recognized that Adelman's strategy was nothing short of brilliant. The Suns lacked a genuine center. Stoudemire's height merely qualified him as an NBA power forward, while both of the Suns' forwards, Grant Hill and Shawn Marion, were similarly undersized, comparable to Wu Di with only a slight height difference of less than 2 centimeters. Thus, Wu Di's performance at the 4 position posed no disadvantage. His exceptional physical attributes even afforded him an advantage. Grant Hill, the Suns' power forward, had been plagued by injuries, only recently showing slight improvement after joining the team. It was evident that Hill would struggle against Wu Di. While some marveled at Edelman's astute arrangement, others could not overlook that he still regarded Wu Di as a backup option. Many fans speculated that the starting shooting guard position rightfully belonged to Wu Di. Despite Luther Head's tenure with the Rockets, fans felt he paled in comparison to Wu Di. Wu Di had emerged as the Rockets' fourth scoring option, averaging 13.5 points, trailing only Yao, Alston, and McGrady. His assists were marginally less than McGrady's, yet surpassed Alston's by 0.3. Some fans expressed confusion over Edelman's reluctance to utilize Wu Di, while others defended him. After all, Wu Di was still a rookie. Despite his temporary brilliance, he remained inconsistent. Additionally, a looming threat awaited him, the rookie wall, which he had yet to encounter. Edelman was uncertain when Wu Di might face this challenge, leading to his hesitance in granting him more playing time. What if, upon increasing Wu Di's role, he suddenly hit the rookie wall? And what if he found himself unable to overcome it? Such speculation was deemed exceedingly irresponsible. Why should one allow fear of the rookie wall to hinder progress? Nevertheless, the emergence of such narratives spared Edelman from excessive criticism regarding his personnel decisions. In the realm of media portrayal, countless players have faced ruin upon encountering the rookie wall, and fans are apprehensive that Wu Di may be the next victim. Wu Di's position at the power forward spot indeed seemed a clever strategy. However, Edelman overlooked the fact that Wu Di's skills in the paint are rather lacking. His post-up technique is virtually non-existent. He may find some success against an injured player like Grant Hill, but the Suns are not naive and consistently send Stoudemire to double-team. Although Stoudemire's defense is not stellar, he is still a superstar, capable of creating enough disruption. Consequently, Wu Di experienced the lowest shooting percentage of his NBA career in that game, managing only slightly over 20. While Edelman was disappointed in Wu Di's performance, the interior players were pleased as it provided a convenient excuse to bench him. Edelman substituted in Hayes, relegating Wu Di to the sidelines to watch the remainder of the game alongside Yao Ming. This arrangement nearly drove Wu Di to frustration. How much disdain must Edelman hold for him? Wu Di instantly realized that his prospects with the Rockets appeared bleak. The subsequent days confirmed his suspicions, as he failed to secure a single starting position, remaining a mere emergency player until McGrady's return. The Rockets faced defeats against the Mavericks and the Heat. Following a 3-game losing streak, they managed a brief resurgence, achieving 3 consecutive victories against the Nuggets, Clippers, and Suns. The win against the Nuggets was facilitated by issues within their backcourt. Anthony was effectively contained by Battier, while Iverson was similarly stifled by Alston and Brooks. The victory over the Clippers stemmed from sheer strength, as the Clippers have not been a formidable team in recent years. Even without McGrady, the Rockets remain superior. The triumph against the Suns was attributed to fortuitous circumstances, with many Suns players struggling with their shooting touch, culminating in a mere 94 points. Given the Suns' offensive frequency, failing to score over 100 points indicates the extent of their shooting woes. On the 30th, the Rockets suffered another loss to the Warriors. Throughout November, they played 16 games, achieving an impressive record of 11 wins and 5 losses. Fans expressed satisfaction with this performance, especially considering the absence of McGrady for a significant portion of the games. December, however, continued to be tumultuous. They lost to the Kings on the 2nd, triumphed over the Grizzlies on the 6th, claimed victory against the Nets on the 8th, lost to the Raptors on the 10th, fell to the 76ers on the 11th, won against the Pistons on the 13th, and faced defeats from the Mavericks and the Magic on the 16th and 20th, respectively. McGrady returned on the 21st. In the 16 games without him, the Rockets recorded 7 wins and 9 losses. Wu Di viewed many of those matches as winnable, but due to Edelman's refusal to utilize him, they were lost. This outcome weighed heavily on Wu Di, as those were all potential victories. While Wu Di does possess a certain arrogance, Edelman's lack of opportunity was also a significant factor. Throughout those 16 games, Wu Di did not start a single time. While Luther Head started 11 games, Wu Di remained silent, acknowledging that Head is a veteran of the Rockets. Moreover, it appears that the team has intentions of trading Luther Head, allowing him the opportunity to enhance his statistics, which is, in itself, quite reasonable. However, the fact that even Snyder has been granted a starting position for a game has inevitably stirred thoughts within Wu Di. It is noteworthy that Snyder was a frequent occupant of the injury list prior to McGrady's injury, only being activated from an injured list by Edelman after McGrady was sidelined, yet he managed to start a game. while Wu Di has yet to have that opportunity. This understandably breeds resentment within Wu Di. With McGrady's return, Wu Di's chances of making a mark seem to vanish entirely. Nevertheless, his sense of urgency has not diminished. Rather, it has intensified as he perceives Adelman's actions more clearly. Every time he steps onto the court, Wu Di exhausts every effort, seizing every possible opportunity to accumulate data. Whether it be a point, an assist, or a rebound, he is determined to leave nothing unclaimed. With McGrady's resurgence, the Rockets appeared to be revitalized. On the 21st, they faced the Nuggets, engaging in an offensive showdown that culminated in a staggering score of 114-112, with the Rockets narrowly securing victory by a mere 2 points. One should not underestimate the significance of 114 points. While it may not be remarkable for the Suns, who frequently exceed 120 points, it is indeed an impressive score for a defensive team like the Rockets, who average under 100 points per game. On the 23rd, the Rockets once again achieved a high score of 120 points in their away game against the Bulls, while the Bulls managed only 96 points, leading to a commanding 24-point victory for the Rockets. However, it seemed that the consecutive high-scoring games had depleted the Rockets' potential. On the 24th, during the highly anticipated Christmas Day clash against the Pistons, the Rockets could only muster 84 points, resulting in a loss in a game that garnered nationwide attention. During this match, the majority of the Rockets players struggled with their shooting, leaving Wu Di as the sole player maintaining a semblance of rhythm. Had it not been for Wu Di's 26 points, the margin of defeat would have been even greater. This game propelled Wu Di into the national spotlight, as he repeatedly attacked the Pistons' interior, leaving a lasting impression on many spectators. Following this newfound fame, several businesses approached him for endorsement deals. Lacking an agent in the United States, Wu Di received interest from various agents eager to represent him. Ultimately, he chose a Chinese-American agent, Li Hui, primarily for the ease of communication. Wu Di did not mind conceding a portion of his earnings to a competent agent, as it could potentially lead to greater financial rewards. Feeling stifled by the Rockets, Wu Di instructed Li Hui to secure endorsement contracts lasting only 1 or 2 years. He resolved not to renew his contract with the Rockets once it expired, as he felt he had grown weary of his time there. Despite this, Li Hui successfully negotiated an endorsement deal worth over $10 million. Although U.S. taxes are quite high, and Wu Di must also share a portion with the sports committee, he still stands to earn nearly $4 million. When converted to his home currency, this amount exceeds $20 million, allowing Wu Di to finally embark on his educational initiative. Wu Di instructed Yin Yin and Song Shu to return to the country, initially bringing back $10 million for the purpose of selecting a site for the school, with subsequent funds to be gradually sent back home. Establishing a school is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Wu Di, occupied with playing in the NBA, had no time to manage affairs back home, and thus entrusted everything to Yin Yin and Song Shu. In this manner, he fulfilled his promise of making Yin Yin the principal. Song Shu's return was aimed at seeking official support, as the resources available to her family would indeed be underutilized, if not leveraged. Chapter 77. Experimental Recipes. Upon their return, Yin Yin and Song Shu swiftly secured a plot of land in the development zone of Jiangcheng, while Yin Yin employed personnel to construct the teaching building and gymnasium. She also initiated the pre-enrollment of students to test the experimental recipes. Wu Di's recipes can be categorized into 5 types, each corresponding to the traits of a different warrior. However, Wu Di refrained from naming them directly after the warriors to avoid suspicion. The 5 recipes include the physical recipe, Zhou Tsang, the speed recipe, Lu Bu, the wingspan recipe, Tai Shi Ci, the explosive recipe, Guan Yu, and the condition recipe, Zhao Yun. These recipes are ranked in order of priority, with the physical recipe being the most essential. A robust physique enables a player to achieve greater distances, and establishing a solid physical foundation early on is crucial. Yin Yin pre-enrolled over 10 students, yet the tuition fees collected were minimal. According to Wu Di's plan, the school's revenue would be calculated based on the duration of a student's studies. For instance, if a student studies for 1 year, their tuition would amount to 1/5 of their salary during the first 2 years after entering the professional league. 2 years of study would equate to 1/5 of their salary for the first 4 years, and this pattern would continue up to a maximum of 5 years. Should a student remain unable to enter the professional league after 5 years, their meal expenses would simply be settled. based on Wu Di's provided recipes. The cost of food for a year would be approximately 10,000 yuan. Wu Di was not greedy for the students' money and only intended to cover costs. During Yan Yan's return, construction could not commence, so the building of the teaching facility and gymnasium was postponed until spring. However, the experimental recipes could still be implemented. Yan Yan rented a storefront to establish the school's presence, where the pre-enrolled students began testing the recipes. Most of these students hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and Yan Yan had meticulously selected children with larger physiques, as they could be developed more effectively. With over a month remaining until the new year, Yan Yan planned to utilize this month to lay a solid foundation for these children. She hired a basketball coach to document the physical data of the children daily for future research. A month passed swiftly, and Yan Yan sent the children back home, subsequently analyzing the data collected over the month. The results were promising. Although the initial growth effects of the recipes were not immediately apparent, the data indicated positive signs. However, after approximately 10 days of consumption, there was a remarkable improvement. One by one, their physical conditions noticeably enhanced. Coupled with the coach's rigorous training, they transformed into beings as robust as young calves. Observing these remarkable statistics, Yan Yan beamed with delight. Although these children, having followed the dietary regimen for 5 years, could not yet match Wu Di's current physical prowess, the coach assured them that their athletic capabilities would be more than sufficient for the CBA, ensuring the school's financial prosperity. Convinced of the efficacy of the diet, Yan Yan promptly contacted Wu Di. Over the past month, Wu Di had been enjoying a somewhat carefree existence, no longer preoccupied with aspirations of prominence. When he took to the court, he performed consistently, playing for over 10 minutes, scoring a handful of points, providing several assists, grabbing rebounds, and occasionally executing dunks, all while maintaining his popularity and striving to secure victories for the Rockets. As for the issue of being a starter, he had ceased to be troubled by it. The energy he could not expend on the court was instead channeled into his life off it. Wu Di frequented all the nightclubs in Houston, charming nearly every woman of decent allure he encountered, and even maintaining friendships with some models. These women, seeking fame in the entertainment industry, were eager to publicize their associations with Wu Di to enhance their own visibility. Yet Wu Di was still merely a budding star. Aside from the attention he garnered from basketball fans in America, most people remained oblivious to his existence. The models, astute in their awareness, understood that exposing their connection with Wu Di would not yield substantial benefits at present, and thus they kept their affairs discreet. This discretion was twofold. Firstly, Wu Di provided them with a bedroom experience that other men could not match, and secondly, they were hedging their bets. What if Wu Di suddenly rose to fame in the coming years? By maintaining their relationship with him, they would undoubtedly reap rewards when the time came. Since Tracy McGrady's return, the Rockets had experienced a remarkable streak of success. In January, they played 15 games, achieving 10 victories and 5 defeats. By February, they embarked on another winning streak, and with the victories accumulated at the end of January, the Rockets had now achieved 6 consecutive wins. Wu Di reveled in the thrill of accumulating victories, and due to his commendable performance, he was even invited to participate in the All-Star Rookie Game. Although this event paled in comparison to the All-Star Game itself, the competitors were among the elite from this year's and last year's drafts. At that moment, Wu Di received a call from Yan Yan. Hearing that the dietary experiment had succeeded filled him with exhilaration. Wu Di reviewed the records of the dietary plans he had compiled. 1 standard plan, 5 excellent plans, 5 refined plans, and 2 epic plans. The reason he possessed 2 epic plans was that on January 26th, Wu Di had finally amassed 30 victories, thereby upgrading Lu Bu to epic status and developing Chun Gong stratagem. With 13 dietary plans in hand, Wu Di could ensure the smooth operation of the school. He now needed to present just 5 excellent plans to sustain the institution for a year. Wu Di was reluctant to reveal an abundance of his cherished recipes at once. Doing so would be detrimental to his own interests. Although he had secured a place in the NBA, he struggled to make a name for himself with the Rockets. Should another Chinese player enter the league, his position could be jeopardized. Furthermore, the newly established school might attract unwanted attention. If a powerful individual were to take an interest in the institution and attempt to seize it, Wu Di would find himself powerless to protect it, or worse. The recipes could be leaked. Such scenarios would inflict significant losses upon him, necessitating a degree of caution. Upon receiving such promising news, Wu Di found renewed vigor in his game. The past month had seen him play with remarkable intensity during two particular matches. In an exhilarating display against the Trail Blazers and the Kings, he achieved 19 points with 6 assists and 18 points with 10 assists, respectively, leading the Rockets to effortless victories and extending their winning streak to 8 games. Since upgrading to Lu Bu, Wu Di's passing and defensive abilities had significantly improved. However, his limited playing time meant that these advancements were not fully reflected in his statistics. Coupled with his desire to downplay his talents and Edelman's intentional neglect, Wu Di's considerable progress remained unnoticed. Chapter 78. Scout Jack. While Edelman overlooked Wu Di's development, others were taking note. The Lakers had dispatched a scout named Jack to monitor Wu Di's performance, a task assigned to him following the first game of the regular season. This was a covert mission, with the Lakers management promising a tripling of his annual salary as a bonus, should he maintain confidentiality and successfully acquire Wu Di through trade. With Jack's annual salary hovering around 6 figures, the prospect of nearly $500,000 was enticing. The task was straightforward. He merely needed to observe Wu Di during games, which would only consume a couple of hours, leaving him ample time for other duties. As Jack undertook this assignment, he began to grasp Wu Di's significance. He closely monitored Wu Di's performance and quickly discerned that he was underutilized by the Rockets. The data he collected revealed that Wu Di's efficiency when in possession of the ball ranked among the elite in the NBA, and even when off the ball, his efficiency was commendable, surpassing that of many stars. This discrepancy arose from Wu Di's versatility. He excelled on both offensive and defensive fronts, accumulating impressive statistics even in limited playing time. Despite averaging merely a little over 10 minutes on the court, he recorded approximately 15 blocks and 12 steals per game, with these figures showing a promising upward trend. Similarly, Wu Di's scoring and assisting numbers were also on the rise, indicating his continued improvement. Even without Edelman's endorsement, Wu Di remained resolute in his pursuit of personal growth. Such a player commanded Jack's admiration. He understood that if Wu Di were to join a team that recognized his potential, he would undoubtedly soar. Considering the current state of the Lakers, was there still a place for Wu Di? With his ability to play 3 positions, small forward, shooting guard, and point guard, his versatility could prove invaluable. Had the Lakers chosen to start Wu Di, it would undoubtedly have been at the small forward position, for the starting shooting guard is none other than Kobe Bryant. Regardless of Wu Di's exceptional prowess, reaching the heights of a player like LeBron James, he could never usurp Kobe's position. As for the point guard role, Wu Di's stature is rather imposing. It is noteworthy that throughout the annals of NBA history, only Magic Johnson has transcended the 2-meter mark as a point guard. While numerous tall players have attempted to play the position, none have successfully rivaled the likes of Magic. Jack could not help but ponder whether, should Wu Di be positioned as a point guard, he could emulate the brilliance of Magic's heyday. Contemplating the Lakers, Jack felt a pang of melancholy, especially considering Bynum's unfortunate season-ending injury after merely 35 games. The absence of Bynum significantly weakened the team, as no other center could fulfill his role. Consequently, the Lakers acquired the formidable Pau Gasol from the Grizzlies. In exchange for Gasol, the Lakers relinquished Kwame Brown, Chris Mim, and the newly signed Andrew Bynum, along with 2 first-round picks from 2008 and 2010. To balance the trade, the Grizzlies were compelled to part with a second-round pick from 2010. With Pau Gasol now on their roster, the Lakers managed to regain their vitality, arguably even surpassing their strength during Bynum's tenure. With a lineup featuring Kobe, Gasol, Bynum, Odom, and Fisher, augmented by Wu Di, the team appeared explosively powerful. In Jack's estimation, Wu Di was more than capable of starting, allowing Odom to assume a 6th-man role, given Odom's veteran status and well-rounded skills, albeit with a somewhat timid demeanor and occasional lapses in focus that might render him better suited as a substitute. However, Jack had also uncovered a less savory aspect of Wu Di, his tumultuous private life. Not only was he cohabiting with a girlfriend from China who had recently borne him a son, but he also frequently indulged in nightlife escapades. Jack had intentionally sought contact with Wu Di's girlfriend, who, despite her limited English, was notably warm-hearted. In a casual conversation, it became evident that she seemed quite content, even inadvertently admitting her awareness of Wu Di's extracurricular pursuits. Jack was taken aback when she expressed that, unlike other players, Wu Di's abundant vitality necessitated outlets to avoid physical repercussions. According to medical assessments, his testosterone levels were 5 times that of an average individual, thus requiring daily encounters with women. At this juncture, the Chinese woman appeared somewhat abashed, yet Jack discerned that her delicate nature could hardly satisfy Wu Di's incessant demands, thereby explaining his forays outside their relationship. This revelation inevitably conjured thoughts of a certain basketball legend, the great Wilt Chamberlain, who once scored an astounding 100 points in a single game, a feat that remains an unattainable pinnacle for all current players. However, Chamberlain's tumultuous private life is equally renowned. He remained unmarried throughout his life, yet boldly claimed to have been involved with 20,000 women. Even during his competitive years, he would consort with 3 or 4 women daily. Yet, once on the court, Chamberlain remained an unstoppable force. Perhaps Wu Di is a similarly vigorous beast? Or maybe Chamberlain possessed an ambition and drive that far surpassed others. Jack could not ascertain the truth, but in pursuit of verifying the Chinese woman's claims, he sought out several women who had shared intimate encounters with Wu Di. Many of these women were quite uninhibited, openly discussing their experiences and revealing numerous aspects of Wu Di's prowess, leaving Jack feeling utterly embarrassed. Jack documented all he had learned in a report, which he then placed into an envelope. Armed with his camera and notebook, he set out to attend the All-Star Rookie game, eager to witness Wu Di's performance in this match. This year's rookie lineup was quite impressive, featuring first-year talents such as Kevin Durant, Mike Conley, Jeff Green, Al Horford, Ijin, Luis Scola, Wu Di, Jamario, and Sean Williams. The second-year roster included Aldridge, Bargnani, Brewer, Jordan Farmar, Rudy Gay, Gibson, Millsap, Rajon Rondo, and Brandon Roy. It was difficult to discern which side held the advantage, despite the first-year rookies statistically appearing weaker. However, their abilities were not to be underestimated. Both Durant and Conley had already secured consistent playing time, and Wu Di was certainly not to be overlooked by the second years, as many among them had previously been schooled by him. Thus, this year promised fierce competition, with the outcome still uncertain. As the referee's whistle blew, the game commenced. Al Horford and Bargnani vied for the tip-off, with Bargnani narrowly prevailing, directing the ball into Roy's hands. Chapter 79. The pursuit of an MVP. The first-year team starters included Al Horford, Ijin, Durant, Wu Di, and Mike Conley, while the second-year starters comprised Bargnani, Aldridge, Rudy Gay, Brandon Roy, and Rajon Rondo. Bargnani passed the ball to Rondo, the Celtics' point guard. This season, the Celtics had formed a formidable trio with the late-career superstars Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Kevin Garnett joining the team. While the Celtics, bolstered by these three, were indeed powerful, tensions persisted among them, primarily concerning ball distribution. In the midst of this discord, Rondo seized the opportunity to claim a degree of ball control, effectively balancing the distribution of power among the trio. Consequently, Rondo's assists soared. Furthermore, due to his less than stellar shooting ability, often relying on close-range attempts, he frequently capitalized on rebounding opportunities, securing numerous offensive boards, thanks to his remarkable sense for the ball. Rondo's ability to penetrate defenses was commendable, leading to statistical performances that consistently aimed for a triple-double. Such data, even the trio of superstars, cannot obscure the truth. Some fans even refer to Rajon Rondo as a center, for he occasionally secures more rebounds than traditional centers. Rondo effortlessly advanced past the half-court line, breaking through Mike Conley's defense with ease. The All-Star game, unlike the regular season, does not place excessive emphasis on winning or losing to ensure a visually captivating match. Players tend to relax their defensive efforts. Rondo surged into the paint, scoring effortlessly under Al Horford's lax defense. Observing this, Wu Di felt a stirring within. With two capable allies in his rookie year, perhaps he could contend for the MVP title for a bit of fun. Returning to the action, Mike Conley also made a mid-range shot, benefiting from Rondo's leniency. The two sides exchanged pleasantries before the game officially commenced. Wu Di played as a shooting guard, tasked with defending Brandon Roy. Upon receiving the ball from Rondo, Roy attempted a three-pointer, but Wu Di merely reached out to disrupt his shot, causing the ball to veer off course. Al Horford seized the ball and promptly passed it to Wu Di. In the rookie lineup, there were few factions, so Horford adhered to the second-year player's order and delivered the ball to Wu Di. Upon reaching the front court, Wu Di accelerated, shaking off Brandon Roy, and executed a sudden stop jump shot that found its mark. The skill Wu Di practiced most fervently was the sudden stop jump shot. He initially intended to make it his signature move to garner global recognition. However, he soon realized that many NBA stars, including the likes of the great Gilbert Arenas and the gentlemanly Ray Allen, were renowned for this very skill. This realization was disheartening for Woody, prompting him to upgrade to Lubu rather than Taisher Ci. The upgrade to Lubu also enhanced his shooting ability, allowing Woody's sudden stop-jump shot to remain remarkably accurate, especially in the absence of defensive pressure. The basketball soared through the air and swished through the net, altering the score to 52. Upon witnessing Woody's three-pointer, Durant suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Among this year's rookies, none had previously instilled such a feeling in him. Not even the first overall pick, Odin. With Odin injured and out for the season, only those participating in the All-Star rookie game could rival him. The others had achieved positions commensurate with their abilities, but Woody, possessing great talent, had not been adequately utilized. From that last shot, Durant recognized Woody's shooting prowess. Coupled with Woody's physical attributes, he posed a greater threat than LeBron James. Should he receive the opportunity, this rookie class would pale in comparison to him. Nevertheless, Durant was not one to concede defeat. He focused on Rudy Gay's defense and sank a three-pointer, standing at an impressive 211 centimeters. Durant could shoot over almost any small forward, as most stand at a commendable height of 205 centimeters. Watching Durant's successful three-pointer, Woody understood that his chances of claiming the MVP hinged on overcoming Durant. As for the second-year players, Woody paid them little mind, with himself and Durant as formidable forces. The second-year players stood no chance against the rookies. Indeed, Woody's conjecture proved to be entirely accurate. He and Durant engaged in a fierce competition, each sinking three-pointers from beyond the arc, rapidly widening the score gap. The second-year rookies aspired to close the gap, yet their proficiency in three-point shooting paled in comparison to that of Woody and Durant. As the 10th minute approached, the coach of the first-year rookies substituted Woody and E. Jinlian for Scola and Jeff Green. The assistant coach discerned the rivalry between Durant and Woody for the MVP title, thus cleverly orchestrating opportunities for both to enhance their statistics, granting each 5 minutes of playtime. The format of the rookie game diverged from that of regular season matches. It was divided into two halves rather than four quarters. With 10 minutes remaining in the first half, it was the perfect moment to allow Durant and Woody each 5 minutes on the court. During his 5 minutes of play, Durant almost monopolized possession, attempting 9 three-pointers and successfully making 5, elevating his score to 27 points. At the 15th minute, the first-year team made a complete substitution, bringing on Jamario and Williams. With no point guard on the court, Woody reverted to his former role as a playmaker. As a point guard, Woody displayed remarkable prowess. The moment he secured the ball, he raced forward with unbridled speed. The second-year team struggled to contain him, as he penetrated the paint 5 times in 2 minutes, scoring each time with a dunk, while the second-year team accrued 3 fouls, inadvertently granting Woody 3 additional points. Subsequently, the second-year team began to focus their defense, meticulously ensuring that Woody did not find opportunities for fast breaks. Nevertheless, they remained unable to thwart him, as Woody and E. Jinlian frequently employed pick-and-roll plays, disrupting the second-year team's rhythm. All-Star games traditionally favor guards, as possession rarely reaches the interior players. However, with E. Jinlian's collaboration, Woody amassed an impressive 17 points and 4 assists within those 5 minutes, culminating in a total of 26 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds, statistics that surpassed Durant's 27 points. During halftime, Durant's expression reflected his discontent. He sensed the MVP slipping further from his grasp. As the second half commenced, events unfolded precisely as Durant had anticipated. Woody secured 2 rebounds in quick succession, increasing his total to 7, and delivered a pass to Durant who, unmarked, effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Durant had reached 30 points, but his elation was overshadowed by Woody's ascent to 9 assists, a single assist away from double digits. Should he manage to grab 3 more rebounds before the final whistle, a triple-double would be within his reach. Chapter 80, Farewell. Marika was acquiring 1 assist and 3 rebounds a formidable task. For an average player, indeed, it would be challenging. Yet for Woody, it proved to be a trivial endeavor. Within less than 10 minutes, he fulfilled both requirements. As the game concluded, the first-year rookies triumphed over the second-year team with a score of 154 to 132. Wu Di was honored with the MVP title, having achieved 32 points, 13 assists, and 11 rebounds, while Durant finished with 36 points. Gibson, the highest scorer of the second-grade team, amassed an impressive 30 points, with a remarkable achievement of hitting 10 out of 23-point attempts. Notably, half of those successful shots were made during the absence of Wu Di. When Wu Di was present, Gibson's shooting percentage notably plummeted. Following his accolade as the MVP of the rookie game, the system rewarded him with the title of All-Star Rookie Game MVP, a designation akin to a nickname. Wu Di promptly upgraded it to the horn strategy of Chungong. The host upgraded the successful characteristic of the strategist's horn strategy, enhancing collaborative abilities with an anticipated fusion time of 5 days. This year's All-Star event was held in New Orleans, chosen as a venue due to the devastation caused by a hurricane, leaving many homeless. The NBA's decision to host the All-Star Game there not only aimed to encourage players to donate, but also sought to stimulate the local economy, as attendees were predominantly from the middle class, possessing relatively good financial means. The All-Star Game attracted numerous celebrities from various fields and many aspiring models seeking exposure opportunities. However, an unexpected guest was the Indian actress Marika, who had not seen Wu Di for over a year. During the past 2 years, Marika had taken on several television dramas, which received favorable responses in India. Yet, her international influence had waned compared to before, though Marika was not overly ambitious. The earnings from the past 2 years sufficed for a comfortable life spanning decades. Her only struggle lay in her romantic life. As a woman, she yearned for a sense of belonging. Wu Di had once seemed a splendid choice, meeting all her criteria both socially and intimately. Alas, Wu Di had no intention of marrying her. Marika had also refrained from contacting Wu Di, and their relationship had been severed for several months. Recently, feeling somewhat aimless, she contemplated traveling and stumbled upon an email from Wu Di, revealing that he was in America. Her heartstrings were gently tugged, prompting her to fly to America the very next day. Coincidentally, her arrival coincided with All-Star Week. She landed in New Orleans just as the rookie game concluded. Wu Di was equally surprised to see Marika, having assumed she would no longer reach out to him. To his astonishment, she had unexpectedly flown to the United States. The two spent a wild night together in a hotel, leaving Marika so exhausted that she hardly wanted to rise. After their reunion, she sighed with relief, finding Wu Di capable of fulfilling her desires. In the past year, Marika had not been without her encounters with others. In India, women's status remains low, and even female stars cannot escape this fate. They earn less than men and often endure the whims of those in power, making compromises to secure roles. Marika found it impossible to maintain her integrity amidst the industry's notorious filth, which is renowned worldwide. Not to mention, even in the so-called land of freedom, the United States, the situation is no different. Wu Di had often heard models lamenting that to gain opportunities, they must engage in intimate relations. Thus, Wu Di had no intention of seeking a wife from the entertainment industry. He was open to wearing the green hat himself, but was resolute in not allowing anyone to place one upon him. Wu Di spent 2 days at the hotel with Marika, neglecting to attend the skills challenge. During the All-Star Game, he brought Marika to the venue, purchasing tickets on the spot. Due to extensive reconstruction in New Orleans, many tickets for the All-Star Game remained unsold, as most fans coming to the city were not solely there for this match. Experiencing the unique culture of New Orleans was also a significant draw. However, the ongoing reconstruction of many local attractions dissuaded numerous fans from attending the game. Wu Di's arrival with Marika did not attract much attention. In comparison to the superstars on and off the court, he appeared rather inconspicuous. Marika, too, was merely a minor celebrity in the United States and failed to capture significant notice. Yi Jianlian remained present, and Wu Di took the opportunity to introduce Marika to him. Yi Jianlian did not express much enthusiasm. His aesthetic judgment did not find Marika particularly beautiful, and knowing that Wu Di and Marika were merely indulging in a fleeting dalliance, he paid little heed. "Hey, who do you think will win this year?" Yi Jianlian remarked while watching the game. "It's hard to say," Wu Di replied, shaking his head. "The roster for the All-Star Game are exceptionally strong, and the strengths of the East and West are quite comparable. The outcome will largely depend on luck." The Eastern Conference starters included the formidable Dwight Howard, Chris Bosh, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Jason Kidd. The substitutes were Ray Allen, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, Joe Johnson, Paul Pierce, and Anton Jameson. The The Western Conference starters featured the towering Yao Ming, the legendary Tim Duncan, Carmelo Anthony, Kobe Bryant, and Allen Iverson. Their substitutes included Brandon Roy, Chris Paul, Dirk Nowitzki, Amare Stoudemire, Steve Nash, Carlos Boozer, and David West. Upon comparison, Wu Di noted that the rosters were quite similar. As anticipated, the game progressed into the third quarter with little separation between the teams. However, in the fourth quarter, the East began to gain momentum, with LeBron James and Ray Allen leading the Eastern All-Stars to extend their lead. Ray Allen scored 14 points in the final quarter, solidifying victory for the Eastern team. LeBron James achieved a near triple-double with 27 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds, earning the MVP title for this All-Star event. After the All-Star game concluded, there were 2 days of free time, during which the Rockets had training sessions, leaving Wu Di to bid farewell to Yi Jianlian. Marika did not accompany Wu Di to Houston. After a night of fervent requests, she flew back to India, eager to secure more engagements and earn additional income before formally retiring from the limelight to seek marriage. Marika's thoughts were influenced by Wu Di's demeanor. She no longer harbored extravagant hopes for him, viewing this encounter as a farewell gathering. However, upon returning home, Marika was confronted with a scandal that left her utterly astonished. During the All-Star game, an unexpected scene emerged as Wu Di and Marika were spotted hand in hand, a revelation that caught Marika off guard when it was reported in India. This news left Marika in a precarious position, as she was contemplating distancing herself from Wu Di, making it difficult for her to acknowledge their relationship despite the irrefutable evidence. Caught in this dilemma, she felt utterly unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 81. An unstoppable winning streak. Unbeknownst to Marika, Wu Di was reveling in his triumphs. Following the All-Star break, the Rockets surged in strength, with McGrady, who had felt humiliated by not being selected for the All-Star team, unleashing his potential. He showcased his superstar abilities, leading the Rockets to victory after victory. On the 20th, they triumphed over the Cavaliers. On the 22nd, they defeated the Heat. On the 23rd, they overcame the Hornets. On the 25th, they bested the Bulls. And on the 27th, they vanquished the Wizards. This remarkable string of victories culminated in an impressive 13-game winning streak, with the Rockets achieving a flawless record of 12 wins out of 12 games in February, nearly securing McGrady the title of Player of the Month. While the Western Conference Player of the Month award went to Kobe, the Rockets' undefeated run still attested to their formidable prowess. As March arrived, McGrady's performance began to wane. Yet the confidence instilled by the winning streak empowered the Rockets, with players consistently exceeding expectations. Against the Grizzlies, Scola delivered a stellar performance. Following the trade of Gasol, the Grizzlies' interior defense became alarmingly fragile, and the newly acquired players proved inadequate. Kwame Brown, during his tenure with the Lakers, struggled to even receive passes, famously advising Kobe not to pass to him. How could such a physically imposing player uphold the Grizzlies' interior defense? Even Mike Miller was thoroughly dominated by Yao Ming. However, neglecting to defend Yao was a grave mistake. Once he found his rhythm, he became far more fearsome than Scola. Had it not been for Rudy Gay and a few competent guards striving to narrow the score, the Grizzlies would have capitulated by the third quarter. Nevertheless, the Rockets secured a resounding victory by 21 points. In their matchup against the Nuggets, the backcourt duo of Iverson and Anthony struggled, with only Iverson making an impact. Anthony was effectively contained by Battier and Wu Di, and despite being heralded as an offensive virtuoso, he found it challenging to make his mark. Wu Di's defensive capabilities had significantly improved during this period, particularly after seamlessly integrating the astute strategies of his excellent teammate. He began to discern passing lanes, disrupting several attempts directed towards Anthony. Both Anthony and Iverson were lackluster defensively. Aside from a few steals, they made little significant contribution. Their presence on the court rendered the Nuggets vulnerable, allowing the Rockets to score with ease. In the game against the Pacers, Yao Ming was on fire, playing for 33 minutes with a remarkable shooting performance of 16 out of 24 and sinking all 4 of his free throws to amass 36 points. The Pacers' interior defense faltered under Yao's dominance, unable to contain the guards' offensive onslaught. Facing the Mavericks, the Rockets' form was not at its peak, yet they were taken aback by the Mavericks' even poorer performance, establishing an advantage in the first quarter. In the second quarter, both teams found their rhythm, playing with vigor and intensity, each evenly matched. Goals were exchanged in rapid succession, resulting in a remarkably fluid contest. Adelman recognized this, noting the Rockets' advantage, which he hoped would endure until the final whistle. This streak of consecutive victories brought Adelman great satisfaction, having just taken the helm of the Rockets. He had already etched his name in NBA history with a remarkable 16-game winning streak. However, the year was not without its challenges for the Rockets, as injuries plagued both McGrady and Yao Ming in succession. Fortunately, these injuries did not lead to season-ending ramifications as in the past, resulting in only a handful of missed games. The Rockets still managed to secure a playoff berth, and as long as they remained injury-free during the postseason, the prospect of a championship seemed attainable. The primary reason the Yao-McGrady duo had struggled to advance past the second round in previous years was largely due to injuries. During the playoffs, it seemed one would always be sidelined. With one of their stars incapacitated, their chances diminished significantly. Amid this winning streak, Woody found himself overlooked, while Steve Novak, the waterboy-turned-player, seized numerous opportunities. Modeled after Nowitzki, Novak stood at 208 centimeters as a versatile forward, excelling in perimeter shooting. Throughout the winning streak, he made significant contributions, notably hitting a near game winner against the Warriors, which ignited this impressive run. Another waterboy, Snyder, also received ample chances. Both him and Novak activated from the injury list during the absence of Yao and McGrady. Woody felt fortunate that Adelman did not place him on the injury list, or he would have been unable to partake in this victorious stretch. However, one should not expect gratitude from Woody. He would be hard-pressed to refrain from harboring resentment towards Adelman. On March 9th, the Rockets triumphed over the Hornets. On the 11th, they defeated the Nets. A victory against the Hawks followed on the 13th, and another win against the Hornets on the 15th. Each game was navigated without peril, the closest margin being an 8-point victory over the Hawks. The Rockets had now surpassed their franchise record with an astounding 21 consecutive wins. Woody accumulated 21 victories, using 20 to enhance the strategic trait ambush of strategist Qingong. The upgrade was projected to enhance collaboration, with an estimated fusion time of 10 days. On March 17th, the Rockets faced the Lakers at home. Following their acquisition of Gasol, the Lakers experienced a significant surge in strength. The combination of Kobe, Gasol, and Odom provided the Lakers with a solid foundation for a championship run, simultaneously presenting the Rockets with formidable rivals. The already competitive Western Conference now boasted several teams vying for the championship. The Spurs, as perennial contenders, were undoubtedly in the mix. The Rockets, with their Yao-McGrady duo, were equally determined to claim the title. The Nuggets, with their dynamic backcourt, were also in pursuit of glory, and the Jazz, whose young talents had matured, were consistently challenging for the championship, with Deron emerging as one of the league's elite point guards. The Hornets, too, were bolstering their roster, seeking to fulfill Paul's championship aspirations. Now, with the Lakers forming a pseudo-Big Three, they had emerged as serious contenders for the title. The already intricate situation in the Western Conference has become even more convoluted, and this year's playoffs promised to be a fierce contest. Before the game commenced, Kobe made a point to approach Woody to exchange greetings. Woody was somewhat taken aback, for Kobe is synonymous with aloofness, and it is indeed a rare occurrence for him to extend such a gesture. As Kobe warmed up beside Woody, he remarked, "Woody, how about joining me at the Lakers next season?" Woody was tempted to accept, but, recalling his contract situation, shook his head and replied, "I can't decide that. I'm under a team option for next season." Kobe chuckled, saying, "I will have someone negotiate with the Rockets management. Once the playoffs conclude, we will facilitate this trade. You may have to pay a considerable price for that." Woody replied, "Any price is worth paying. Aside from Powell and myself, no one is untouchable," Kobe asserted with arrogance. Woody was momentarily stunned, not expecting the Lakers to be willing to make such sacrifices. It seemed they were quite sincere. But why hadn't they initiated a trade before the deadline? Pondering this, Woody remembered that the Lakers had been pursuing Powell at that time. Compared to Powell, Woody appeared less significant, which likely explained why the Lakers had not approached the Rockets earlier. Chapter 82. The regular season concludes despite the Lakers' earnest intentions. The game must go on, and Woody would not hold back. Every win for the Rockets meant one more for him, and each upgrade in strength made him more formidable. The Lakers were also shorthanded, with Powell sidelined due to injury, leaving Kobe to lead the team into Houston alone. Under the defensive pressure from Battier and Woody, Kobe struggled to perform. Unsurprisingly, the Lakers succumbed to defeat, allowing the Rockets to extend their winning streak to 22 games. Following their victory over the Lakers, the Rockets' momentum peaked, but soon began to falter. On the 19th, they faced the Celtics, with the entire team experiencing a cold spell. The trio of stars delivered a resounding defeat to the spirited Rockets, winning by 20 points and limiting the Rockets to just 74 points. In the second quarter, Adelman brought Woody into the game, and he maintained his form. He felt like an outsider. Whether the Rockets triumphed or faltered, he remained unaffected, as he felt no sense of belonging to the team. Adelman had relegated that feeling to the waste bin. Woody could not salvage the Rockets alone. After a couple of plays, he found himself closely guarded by Pierce. As a superstar, Pierce was also an all-around player, excelling in both offense and defense. His physical attributes were not significantly inferior to Woody's, making it challenging for Woody to overpower him. Even with screens set for him, he faced the formidable presence of Garnett in the paint. With Pierce and Garnett working in tandem to restrict him, Woody found it exceedingly difficult to make an impact. Regardless of his abilities, although he claims to be a firefighter, the blaze is far too intense to extinguish. Defeated by the Celtics, the Rockets' winning streak has come to an end. Nevertheless, the remarkable achievement of 22 consecutive victories still etches a remarkable chapter in both the Rockets and the NBA's history. The Rockets have not only set a new franchise record for consecutive wins, but have also secured the second longest winning streak in the annals of NBA history. The longest streak belongs to the Lakers, who achieved 33 consecutive victories during the 1971-72 season, bolstered by the presence of basketball legends Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West, culminating in an extraordinary record of 69 wins and 13 losses, an achievement that remained unsurpassed until the Bulls surpassed it with a staggering 72 wins and 10 losses. 24 years later, following their 22-game triumph, the Rockets appeared somewhat fatigued, displaying a tendency to falter against formidable opponents in the remaining matches. As the season progressed, they succumbed to defeats against strong teams such as the Hornets, Suns, Spurs, Nuggets, and Jazz, while managing to secure victories against the Warriors, Kings, Timberwolves, Trailblazers, Supersonics, Clippers, and Suns. Notably, they faced the Suns twice, suffering an initial defeat before triumphing in the subsequent encounter. Perhaps the toll of their extended winning streak led to a decline in the Rockets' performance. However, recent matches indicate a resurgence in their form, with players regaining their shooting touch. As the regular season drew to a close, the standings for both the Eastern and Western conferences were finalized. In the Western Conference, the Rockets claimed the top spot with a record of 60 wins and 22 losses, followed by the Lakers at 56 wins and 26 losses, and the Hornets also at 56 wins and 26 losses, having split their season series with the Lakers but possessing a lower point differential. The Suns held the fourth position with 55 wins and 27 losses, while the Jazz, leading the Northwest Division, secured the fifth position with 54 wins and 28 losses. The Spurs followed closely in sixth with 55 wins and 27 losses, having lost 3 out of 4 encounters against the Suns. The Mavericks and Nuggets rounded out the playoff picture at 7th and 8th, respectively, with records of 50 wins and 32 losses and 49 wins and 33 losses. The Warriors, Trailblazers, Kings, Clippers, Timberwolves, Grizzlies, and Supersonics occupied the lower rungs of the standings. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics stood at the pinnacle with an impressive record of 66 wins and 16 losses, followed by the Pistons at 59 wins and 23 losses, and the Magic at 52 wins and 30 losses. The Cavaliers, Wizards, Raptors, 76ers, and Hawks filled the remaining playoff spots, while the Pacers, Nets, Bulls, Bobcats, Bucks, Knicks, and Heat languished at the bottom of the rankings. From the standings, it is evident that the competition in the Western Conference is fiercely contested, with only an 11-game gap separating the first and 8th positions. In stark contrast, the Eastern Conference exhibits a significant disparity with a 29-game difference, highlighting the imbalance between the two conferences. Observing the rankings, Woody couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for the Heat. Just 2 years prior, they were crowned champions, yet now they find themselves in such a dire state. Following the dismantling of their championship roster, the Heat have struggled to regain their footing. The Great Shark has been traded away, and with Peyton's retirement, only Mourning remains among the veterans. However, Mourning bid farewell to the court at the end of last year, possibly marking his retirement. Presently, the Heat is led by Wade, accompanied by a group of underperforming players, and the management exhibits a tendency towards complacency, which has resulted in their peculiar record of merely 15 victories. It is noteworthy that at the season's onset, the Heat triumphed over formidable teams such as the Rockets, Hornets, Suns, and Jazz. Had they approached their games with earnestness, they would not have concluded with just 15 wins. Wade is no mere clay figure. As a superstar from the illustrious class of '03, his ability to penetrate defenses is remarkably incisive. Following the regular season, there exist 2 or 3 days devoid of games. This year, the Rockets have clinched the first position in the Western Conference, much to Edelman's delight, granting the players a day off. On this day, Wu Di took the opportunity to address some domestic matters. Construction has commenced on the teaching building and gymnasium in the outskirts of Jiangxing, and the $10 million that Yin Yin brought back will not sustain for long. Fortunately, the construction of the gymnasium and teaching building will span several months, providing Wu Di ample time to devise ways to secure funds. Currently, the school has over 20 students, aged between 15 and 18, all selected by Yin Yin under a signed agreement with the institution. The management of the school is entrusted entirely to Yin Yin and Song Shu, who are fortunate to graduate this summer. Otherwise, they might not have had time to manage the school amidst their studies. Yin Yin has also enlisted Wu Di's friend Shan Ku to serve as the vice principal, primarily to liaise with the construction team. Having resolved the domestic affairs, Wu Di took Chu Shui on a delightful tour of Houston. Since giving birth, Chu Shui has had little time to explore. And now that their child is nearly 6 months old and can be entrusted to a nanny for half a day, Wu Di took her to experience the landmarks of Houston. On April 20th, the first match between the Rockets and the Nuggets commenced. As the Rockets' initial adversaries, the Nuggets rely heavily on scoring from Iverson and Anthony. Adelman assigned Battier and Wu Di to contain Anthony, while Alston and Brooks were tasked with limiting Iverson. This strategy would significantly hinder the Nuggets' primary scoring avenues, making victory far more attainable. As for the other Nuggets players, Adelman would need to assess their performance on the day. Whether it be Kenyon Martin, J.R. Smith, Kleiza, or Camby, their threat level would depend on their form. Good performances could pose a challenge, while poor ones might render them ineffective. Chapter 83. The tragedy of the Golden Duo. Since the formation of the Golden Duo last year, the Nuggets have set their sights on the championship. To this end, Anthony has relinquished a considerable amount of ball control. Previously, he played as he pleased, following his whims. However, with Iverson's arrival, both players must now share the ball. Moreover, Iverson's fame surpasses that of Anthony, leading Anthony at times to feel more like the subordinate than the co-star. Nevertheless, for the sake of the championship, Anthony is willing to endure this dynamic, and the management is prepared to accept it as well. However, should they fail to secure the championship this year, the dissolution of the Golden Duo may become a looming possibility. No superstar wishes to be overshadowed, and Anthony is no exception. Furthermore, the management's impression of Iverson is far from favorable. Over the years, Iverson's reputation has been a mixed bag. Among fans, he is revered, yet within the team's hierarchy, he is regarded as a liability. For the sake of the championship, the Nuggets management might tolerate this liability, but should Iverson fail to deliver a title, they would certainly part ways with him. Amidst such a crisis, the playoffs commenced. On April 20th in Houston, both teams confirmed their starting lineups. The Rockets featured Yao Ming, Scola, Battier, McGrady, and Alston, while the Nuggets comprised Camby, Kenyon Martin, Anthony, Carter, and Iverson. Woody had yet to receive an opportunity, but after a season of challenges, he had grown accustomed to it. If Adelman were to start him, it would have been a surprise. Yao and Camby faced off with the jump ball, with Camby being the more agile leaper, while Yao's leaping ability was well known to be lacking. It was clear to all that Yao would not triumph, and the Rockets players were already poised for defense. Camby tapped the ball into Iverson's hands, who matched up against Alston. Both players shared similar physiques, being shorter and exceptionally quick, eager to create their own scoring opportunities. However, Iverson's prowess and fame eclipsed that of Alston. Nevertheless, Alston had an intimate understanding of Iverson, perhaps even more than he understood himself. This insight allowed him to defend Iverson with some effectiveness. He recognized the futility of attempting to completely stifle him, thus choosing to allow Iverson to shoot while focusing on thwarting his drives. Remaining a step away, Alston dedicated all his attention to Iverson, neglecting the ball entirely. If he could simply contain Iverson, he deemed it a success. Faced with such a tenacious defender, Iverson felt a sense of exasperation. Could he still enjoy the game? He was compelled to pass the ball to Anthony, hoping to create some space for himself. His shooting was not particularly reliable. Had his three-point shooting been even half as proficient as Anthony's, he would have taken a shot directly. Anthony, in contrast, found himself in a somewhat more advantageous position against Badier's defense, as he Woon T faced the same restrictions as Iverson. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony lifted it overhead, feigning a shot. However, Badier was unfazed, placing his hand in front of Anthony's face to disrupt his sight. Badier rarely blocks shots. He is not known for his shot-blocking prowess. Nonetheless, Anthony seized an opportunity. As Badier closed in, he swiftly retracted the ball, pivoting to maneuver past Badier and penetrate the lane. At this moment, the Rockets faced a dilemma. If Scola came to assist, he would leave Kenyon Martin unguarded, and any pass from Anthony would likely result in points. Conversely, if Yao stepped up to help, Camby would be left open. While Camby may lack offensive finesse, his proximity to the basket made him a formidable threat, as a single step could lead to a slam dunk, ensuring scoring. It is imperative to maintain defensive fortifications. In the absence of such measures, Anthony's scoring prowess is widely acknowledged. Adelman emphasized prior to the match the necessity of stringent defense against both Anthony and Iverson, suggesting that, when appropriate, Camby could be afforded some leeway, as he is primarily a defensive center, even if left to his own devices. Scoring over 20 points would be a commendable feat for him. However, the same cannot be said for Anthony and Iverson. Once they find their rhythm, either can single-handedly dismantle a team. Yao Ming abandoned Camby to provide assistance on defense. Anthony passed the ball to Camby, who drove to the basket for a dunk. Conversely, McGrady, under the defensive scrutiny of Anthony Carter, executed a three-pointer. Anthony Carter found himself in a rather unfortunate position. His stature closely mirrored that of Iverson's, and he had prepared to play as a substitute, unexpectedly finding himself in the starting lineup. Initially, Nahila was supposed to take the court, but his sluggish footwork would have been a liability against McGrady. Thus, the Nuggets opted for the more reliable Anthony Carter, who ultimately proved to be a sieve, allowing even more points than Iverson. In a state of desperation, Anthony had no choice but to switch defensive assignments with Carter, tasking Carter with guarding Badier. It was then that Anthony witnessed Badier sinking a three-pointer over Carter, a player standing under 6 feet tall attempting to guard a small forward, specifically a 3D player. It was an invitation for disaster. The duo of Golden Guns found themselves in dire straits, expending considerable effort to score merely 2 points, only to be answered swiftly by a three-pointer from the Rockets. Carter's presence dimmed any flicker of hope for victory. The Nuggets coach discerned the issue at hand and promptly called a timeout, substituting Carter for Nahila. Anticipating the Nuggets' personnel change, Adelman also replaced Badier with Woody to defend against Anthony. As the game resumed, Anthony seized the opportunity to regain the 2-point deficit. However, as he prepared to drive, he found the rookie defending him even more challenging than Badier. At least against Badier, Anthony could rely on his strength. This rookie, however, possessed both superior strength and speed, rendering brute force ineffective. After circling the perimeter for over 10 seconds, Anthony still failed to find an opening. Resolutely, he executed a crossover dribble, then, with a sudden pullback, leapt into the air for a contested shot. Just as he ascended, an arm appeared before him, not only obstructing his view of the hoop, but also rising to challenge the ball. How could Anthony allow a rookie to block him? In a swift motion, he flicked his wrist in mid-air, tossing the ball to Nahila beside him. Suddenly, McGrady surged forward, swatting the basketball away and driving towards the frontcourt. Iverson immediately pursued, but McGrady deftly transitioned the ball to his left hand, evading Iverson's potential steal, and glided towards the basket to conclude the play with a layup. Iverson watched helplessly as McGrady scored. The 20-centimeter height difference made it exceedingly difficult for him to contest McGrady's shot. Chapter 84. The camera is disengaged. Anthony's shooting touch was not quite right today. Had it not been for that last play, he would have undoubtedly taken the shot himself. As it stood, he had yet to score a single point and had instead accrued a turnover, which frustrated him immensely. Wu Di, observing the look in Anthony's eyes, remained unfazed. He had encountered such gazes countless times before. Every player he successfully defended would regard him similarly, and he had grown accustomed to it. However, Anthony was a composed individual, unlike others who would explode at the slightest provocation. He continuously sought opportunities around Wu Di, ready to set up screens if necessary. Yet, the Nuggets were not particularly adept at executing screens, and it seemed that only Camby could provide effective assistance. Just moments ago, Kenyon Martin had attempted to set a screen, but was knocked off balance by Wu Di, inadvertently obstructing Anthony's path. Yet, bringing Camby over would mean that Anthony would have to contend with Yao Ming in the paint. Although Yao lacked exceptional leaping ability, his height was a formidable presence. Furthermore, Yao's defense was not to be underestimated. If Anthony dared to shoot in his presence, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a rejection. Thus, Anthony resolved to go one-on-one, and if that proved fruitless, he would work to create opportunities for his teammates. In the 7th minute, Anthony finally seized an opportunity. During his probing, Wu Di suddenly lost his balance. Instantly, Anthony capitalized on the moment, breaking past Wu Di's left side and driving into the paint. However, just as he maneuvered past Wu Di, he felt an emptiness in his hand. The basketball had vanished. Glancing down, he saw the ball bouncing toward Yao Ming in the paint. Wu Di, realizing that Anthony had breached his defense, understood that it was futile to impede him now. He turned to see Yao Ming closing in and, with a surge of strength, he pointed decisively at the basketball in Anthony's possession, flicking it away. Anthony lunged to reclaim it, but Wu Di's strength was considerable, and the ball ultimately found its way into Yao's hands. Anthony continued to contest for possession, yet Yao had already raised his arm, passing the ball to Wu Di. Wu Di caught the ball seamlessly and surged toward the front court. At this moment, he had no intentions of passing to anyone. The court was in disarray, and another pass could easily result in a turnover to the Nuggets. With no defenders nearby, he opted to advance the ball himself. Like a flash of lightning, Wu Di raced to the front court, where the sole defender was none other than Allen Iverson. Without hesitation, Wu Di charged directly at Iverson, stepping into the free throw line before leaping toward the basket. Iverson perceived Wu Di's approach as that of a tank, accompanied by a rush of wind. He dared not linger beneath the basket. Wu Di was already airborne, and a collision would result in a foul. Assessing the situation, Iverson weighed whether remaining stationary could thwart Wu Di's impending dunk. However, 1 second later, Iverson's body answered the question. He sidestepped. With a resounding thud, Wu Di hung from the rim, bending the backboard low. As he released his grip and descended, the board rebounded violently, dislodging the camera affixed above. Clatter! The journalists beneath the hoop exchanged glances, startled by the camera that had fallen to the ground. The audacity of Wu Di is remarkable. The camera, securely affixed to the backboard, was somehow dislodged. A diligent reporter picked up the fallen camera and discovered that the steel plate behind it had fractured. The signs indicated that this was the result of prolonged, vigorous shaking. The reporter breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it was not a sudden break. Had it been a sudden fracture, it would have required a force even greater than that of Shaquille O'Neal smashing the backboard. After all, while O'Neal shattered glass backboards, he never broke steel. The match was paused for 5 minutes while staff resecured the camera behind the backboard. Once everything was properly set, the game resumed. Although a single camera does not typically affect the game, this particular camera is mandated by the NBA to capture the thrilling moments on the court. The NBA highlights, daily top plays, monthly bests, and even season's best are a significant aspect of the league's promotion. Why is Michael Jordan revered as the basketball deity? It is unlikely that tens of millions of fans have witnessed him play in person. Jordan's status as a basketball god is derived from the myriad of spectacular moments that garnered him countless followers. Without these exhilarating highlights, the awareness of Jordan beyond the NBA would dwindle significantly. In places outside the United States, it is conceivable that many would not even recognize his name. While this dunk may not rival the ferocity of O'Neal's backboard-shattering feats, one can envision this particular dunk ascending to the pinnacle of today's top plays, possibly even earning a spot in the monthly or seasonal highlights. This moment is not merely about the dunk itself. It was preceded by a crucial steal. Without Wu Di's deft touch to dislodge the ball, this ferocious slam would not have transpired. The audience's enthusiasm surged as Wu Di executed his dunk, prompting many fans to rise from their seats, cheering loudly. It is noteworthy that Wu Di's dunk was a challenge even for Allen Iverson to confront. While Iverson, being a point guard, may not typically face such confrontations, his star status elevates expectations. For many fans, this moment symbolizes triumph over a superstar, providing ample fodder for discussion for days on end. As the game resumed, Anthony had to exercise increased caution. To this point, he had yet to score, contributing only 2 assists, which left a grimace upon his face. However, Wu Di, invigorated by his recent dunk, was now moving with even greater speed, albeit with heightened caution, shadowing Anthony with small, precise steps, denying him any opportunity. While Anthony struggled to find openings, Wu Di discovered an opportunity. Defending Wu Di was Anthony, who had excelled in defense today, but had yet to make an impact offensively. After Tracy McGrady maneuvered past Nahula, Anthony shifted to provide support, inadvertently leaving Wu Di unguarded. McGrady swiftly passed the ball to Wu Di, who, upon receiving it, launched a three-point shot just as Anthony returned, too late to contest. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. As applause erupted from the audience, Wu Di and McGrady exchanged a brief clap before raising 3 fingers to commemorate the score. In the final offensive play of the first quarter, the Rockets engaged in a series of ball exchanges to run down the clock. With only 6 seconds remaining, the ball found its way into McGrady's hands. Upon receiving the pass, he immediately executed a jump shot, aiming for a three-pointer. However, Nahula's focus was entirely on McGrady, who, before he could release his shot, was already attempting to block it. To evade Nahula, McGrady adjusted his position. Yet, as he launched the ball, he sent something amiss and shouted, "Rebound." Wu Di swiftly maneuvered past Anthony to charge into the paint. Inside, Camby was guarding Yao Ming, while Kenyon Martin had Scola covered, leaving Wu Di unobserved as he surged forward. Although Anthony had pursued him, Wu Di had already leaped. The basketball struck the rim and bounced upwards, redirecting to the opposite side. With remarkable agility, Wu Di soared to meet the ball, forcefully slamming it into the basket. Chapter 85. Anthony's nemesis amidst the roars of the crowd. Iverson hurled the basketball from the backcourt as the final whistle signaled the end of the game. The ball sailed out of bounds, failing to touch the rim. During the intermission, Adelman instructed Wu Di, "When you return to the court, focus entirely on defending Anthony. He didn't T-score in the first quarter, and you can be certain he will unleash his full offensive prowess in the second. Your task is to prevent him from scoring at all costs." Wu Di nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Adelman, undeterred, turned to McGrady and inquired, "Tracy, can you still play?" McGrady affirmed, "Of course, I haven't exerted much energy and am ready to return." Adelman glanced at Yao Ming, suggesting, "Yao, you can take a breather for now. We have a comfortable lead." Yao studied the scoreboard, noting that the Rockets were ahead 31-25 by 6 points, sufficient time for the Nuggets to mount a challenge. Observing the flow of the game, it seemed unlikely the Nuggets would catch up. Even if he sat out, the offensive firepower remained strong, with McGrady and Wu Di capable of fulfilling the scoring duties. Adelman adjusted the lineup, substituting Yao and Alston for Mutombo and Brooks. Although Brooks was also a rookie, he proved to be a commendable player with roots in street basketball. While his defensive experience might not match Alston's, the addition of Mutombo bolstered their defensive capabilities. Despite the decline in his physical prowess, Mutombo's defensive skills had not diminished significantly, as he relied on his defensive acumen for his career. As the game resumed, the Rockets regained possession. Brooks advanced the ball to the front court, passing it to McGrady. The Nuggets had only a handful of players they could effectively utilize, overly fixated on the dynamic duo, thus neglecting the contributions of others. During the regular season, Iverson participated in 82 games, averaging 41.8 minutes per game, essentially a full game's worth of time, including overtime. In contrast, Anthony played in 77 games, averaging 36.4 minutes, which amounted to 3/4 of play. Kenyon Martin participated in 71 games, averaging 30.4 minutes per game. Dikembe Mutombo appeared in 79 games, averaging 34.9 minutes. These 4 players consumed a substantial portion of the playing time, leaving only a few crucial substitutes. J.R. Smith played in 74 games, averaging 19.2 minutes. Kursatapa played in 79 games, with an average of 23.9 minutes. Anthony Carter participated in 70 games, averaging 28 minutes, and Nahula played in 78 games, averaging 21.3 minutes. When calculating the time, it becomes evident that the remaining players hardly had any significant playing time left, relegated to mere garbage time. Thus, the Nuggets relied heavily on these 8 players, particularly cycling through 3 shooting guards, Anthony Carter, Nahula, and J.R. Smith. With Anthony Carter's height being a disadvantage and J.R. Smith's defensive weaknesses, only Nahula could somewhat keep up with Tracy McGrady. Under such circumstances, how could McGrady possibly refrain from playing? Against these three players, he exerted minimal effort. With a single stride, McGrady easily outpaced Nahula, charging into the Nuggets' paint with intent. As soon as Mutombo approached for help defense, McGrady would deftly pass to Yao Ming for a dunk, showcasing Yao's impressive dunking skills. How could the Nuggets allow the Rockets to score unchallenged? Anthony had been biding his time for an entire quarter, and now he was determined to unleash his prowess. He immediately launched a three-pointer over Wu Di, feeling confident that it would find the net. However, as the ball left his fingertips, he noticed a large hand swooping in, narrowly brushing against the ball and hurtling towards his face. Closing his eyes in anticipation of pain, he opened them to find that the hand had halted just before him. Relieved, Anthony stole a glance at the basketball, suppressing an expletive in disbelief. The shot had not even grazed the rim, instead landing directly in Scola's embrace. Stunned, Anthony had not expected his high-arching shot to be so effectively blocked. It was indeed a legitimate rejection, albeit with a slight nick. Yet, Anthony did not lose heart. Everyone experiences blocks at times. He swiftly transitioned back on defense, as Wu Di had already initiated a fast break. Scola's pass was precise, and as Wu Di broke away from Anthony, he delivered the ball. Wu Di surged forward, while Anthony hastily pursued, finally catching up to him just beyond the three-point line. Wu Di halted, yet the ball soared from his hands, finding a leaping figure beneath the basket who dunked it home. An alley-oop. And the one who executed the dunk was none other than McGrady. The Rockets fans erupted in cheers. It had been ages since they witnessed McGrady play with such fervor, igniting their excitement. Once again, Anthony faced Wu Di, now with heightened caution. Despite his impressive shooting touch, this opponent was proving to be a formidable challenge with his athleticism. Was Wu Di's defense truly exceptional today? Having exhausted all conventional methods, Anthony opted for a more challenging scoring approach, a quick stop and jump shot. The most challenging aspect of a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot lies in its unexpected nature. This type of shot was originally conceived by Eastern players who struggled to find opportunities. Anthony excels in this shot as well, though his accuracy has significantly declined. After altering his strategy, it became evident that Woody could no longer maintain such tight defense. Consequently, Anthony often found success with his shots, yet Woody still needed to make an effort. His presence on the court relied entirely on his ability to defend against Anthony. If he failed to contain Anthony, Adelman would surely substitute in Battier. Almost, Woody lamented with a shake of his head. He was so close to blocking that shot. However, when Anthony released the ball, he deliberately elevated the shooting angle, rendering Woody's efforts futile. Bang! Anthony shook his head. He wasn't accustomed to such a high shooting angle, which affected his aim. After 5 minutes and only 4 attempts, he had made just 1 basket, leaving him somewhat irked. After all, he was a superstar. How could he be thwarted by a rookie? During the second official timeout, both teams adjusted their lineups, and Anthony remained on the court. The Rockets brought in Yao Ming, Landry, and Battier, replacing Mutombo, Scola, and McGrady, allowing Woody to play the shooting guard position while still defending Anthony. Anthony continued his assault. Although he found several opportunities from sudden stop-and-pop jump shots, his shooting percentage was alarmingly low. By the end of the second quarter, his accuracy had plummeted to a mere 14, an all-time low. As this statistic emerged, Rockets fans erupted in cheers for Woody, proclaiming him to be Anthony's nemesis, earning him the new nickname Anthony's Bane, with a recognition count of 24,731. But is Woody truly Anthony's Bane? Upon returning to the locker room, Anthony remained silent, resolved to show Woody his true prowess. Chapter 86. Anthony returns. Another nickname? Woody closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, contemplating how many victories he had left to achieve. With 12 victories, combined with this new nickname, he had a total of 22 victories. Even if he secured the championship, he would only attain 16 victories, still falling short of upgrading to an epic general. At least 2 more nicknames were needed, but he wondered if he could obtain them. As the second half commenced, Woody found himself once again relegated to the bench. The Rockets were leading by nearly 20 points, and Adelman, by habit, was reluctant to utilize Woody further. Yet, within a minute, Adelman was proven wrong. Facing Battier's defense, Anthony suddenly realized its weakness. He immediately took a step back, leaped high, and effortlessly released the ball. Swish! The three-pointer went in, and Anthony vigorously waved his arms as if to declare to everyone that he had returned. Was Battier's defense truly weak? Certainly not. Defense is a peculiar phenomenon, At times, it relies on physical attributes, while at other times, it depends on experience. The conditions required vary among different players in their respective states, necessitating a careful balance. At this moment, Anthony found himself confronted by the formidable physical prowess of Wu Di, which momentarily disrupted his rhythm. Suddenly faced with Badier, a defender whose physical capabilities were comparatively modest, Anthony struggled to adjust. With a powerful jump shot, he caught Badier off guard. As Badier's hand reached toward Anthony's face, the shot was already in motion, rendering any attempt at defense futile. Sinking a three-pointer seemed to rekindle Anthony's spirit, leading him to effortlessly score again, netting 3 consecutive three-pointers in a row, thereby declaring his triumphant return to the game to all present, both in the arena and beyond. However, despite his efforts, the Nuggets could not close the gap. The re-entering McGrady showcased his own prowess, also scoring 3 successive three-pointers, demonstrating his formidable skills to the world. The Nuggets, unable to thwart McGrady's offensive onslaught, found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to secure victory despite their fervent attempts. Ultimately, they failed to catch up, even with Iverson remaining on the court for the entire duration. Proving futile, their backcourt defense was simply too frail, while the Rockets displayed exceptional shooting capabilities. Players such as McGrady, Wu Di, Alston, Brooks, and Badier all possess commendable three-point shooting skills. 2 days later, the second match between the Rockets and the Nuggets commenced, perhaps buoyed by their previous effortless victory. Adelman opted not to field Wu Di in the first quarter. Fueled by a resurgence in the second half of the last game, Anthony began this match with remarkable intensity, immediately sinking a three-pointer over Badier. In the previous game, he had amassed 21 points, yet his shooting percentage lingered around a mere 30, which vexed him greatly. Had he not dug such a deep hole in the first half, he would not have needed to expend nearly 30 shot attempts to achieve those 21 points. As a superstar, Anthony sought to uphold his dignity, striving to deliver a performance befitting his status. Renowned as an offensive virtuoso, Anthony showcased his diverse skills, leaving the Rockets fully aware of his arsenal. Whether it was shooting, driving, three-point shooting, or post-up plays, Anthony demonstrated mastery overall, amassing an impressive 18 points in the first quarter and leading the Nuggets to a 34-28 advantage as they entered the second quarter. Adelman, clicking his tongue in frustration, was compelled to adjust his lineup, substituting Wu Di for McGrady and Landry for Scola. Wu, you must defend Anthony as you did in the last game. If you fail to do so, I shall bench you, Adelman instructed sternly. Wu Di furrowed his brow, tempted to voice his frustration. With Anthony's current form peaking, he wondered if Adelman overestimated either himself or Wu Di. After all, Anthony was a superstar. Merely containing him for half the game would be a commendable feat. Yet the expectation to do so indefinitely seemed ludicrous. However, Wu Di dared not speak out. His fear lay not in Adelman's reprimands, but rather in the prospect of being benched altogether. Without playing time, his aspirations for advancement at the upcoming Olympic Games would be dashed. Thus, Wu Di nodded, wishing to avoid any complications. Given his already tenuous standing, a confrontation with Adelman could irrevocably tarnish his reputation in the NBA. Wu Di could only utter a single phrase, "I'll do my best." Upon entering the court, Anthony approached Wu Di, declaring, "This time, I will teach you a lesson, rookie." Wu Di, lacking enthusiasm, cast a fleeting glance at him and then turned away. Annoyed, Anthony retorted, "Rookie, I hear your offense is quite good. How about a one-on-one? Just wait until I have possession." Wu Di replied with indifference, wishing to challenge Anthony. Yet he was aware that it was not within his control due to the absence of the ball. In the previous match, he had fought valiantly to seize numerous rebounds, which had allowed him to score. Throughout the season, his average statistics were rather unimpressive. 82 points for assists, 36 rebounds, 11 blocks, and 13 steals. Versatile yet unremarkable. As the game commenced, Wu Di found himself running aimlessly once again, the basketball never gracing his hands. Conversely, Anthony dribbled over to Wu Di, mockingly stating, "Rookie, it seems you're not very favored. Huh? Why not join the Nuggets and be my backup?" Wu Di smirked silently, refraining from a response, yet internally mused that the question of who would serve as a backup was still uncertain. He knew that once all his skills reached an epic level, he would finally be able to challenge the superstars, including the illustrious LeBron James, who was currently in his prime. Noticing Wu Di's silence, Anthony suddenly launched a swift jump shot, quickly releasing the ball. Aware of Wu Di's quick reflexes, he chose to shoot rapidly to avoid being blocked. Indeed, Wu Di was caught off guard, but he swiftly regained his composure. Instead of leaping forward, he jumped upward, extending his right hand to deflect the basketball. Thud! Wu Di's middle finger gently grazed the ball, sending a tingle through his finger, a sign of success. However, the ball did not alter its trajectory, continuing its path toward the hoop and plunging in. Wu Di inwardly cursed, lamenting the sheer luck involved. Extending his hand before his eyes, he noticed blood seeping from his fingertip. Another one in. Anthony laughed triumphantly. What luck? Wu Di coldly retorted, indicating to the referee that his finger was bleeding. On the NBA court, it is prohibited for blood to touch the floor, a rule likely instituted for safety and humanitarian reasons, which Wu Di complied with. After tending to his finger with medical tape, he returned to the game. Though it consumed a timeout, Wu Di's defensive effort on that play had indeed been commendable, and Adelman was reluctant to substitute him out. Chapter 87. The swan song of the Golden Duo. After the timeout, Wu Di re-entered the court. As he approached Anthony, he noticed a grim expression on Anthony's face. He had not anticipated that Wu Di could intercept such a shot. What a prodigious talent! Wu Di, too, felt a sense of relief, acknowledging that his previous success was largely due to fortune. While he had accused Anthony of having good luck, he recognized that he had benefited from it as well and was uncertain if he could replicate the feat. However, Anthony's momentum was significantly diminished, which was a favorable development for Wu Di. Despite his injured finger, Wu Di did not rush into the offense. Whenever the ball came his way, he would deftly pass it on. The Rockets' offensive strategy did not hinge on Wu Di, especially with Yao Ming still on the court. Additionally, there was Landry, whose offensive prowess was commendable, and Alston, a fervent offensive player who was unafraid to launch three-pointers whenever he had possession. The Rockets' offensive power was formidable, and the Nuggets were certainly not inclined to allow them free rein. Observing the players on the court, it was evident that Iverson and Anthony's defense was rather lackluster, ranking merely average within the entire NBA. However, Nene was capable of defending against Battier, while Yao could take on Camby one-on-one. Camby's defense was robust against strong drives, yet he struggled with perimeter shooting. When Yao and Alston executed a pick and roll, Alston penetrated the paint and passed to Yao, who effortlessly shot over Iverson, whose 40-centimeter height disadvantage rendered him utterly ineffective. Wu Di approached to guard Anthony, who appeared somewhat hesitant. In the first two possessions, Anthony refrained from attacking the basket, opting instead to involve his teammates. On the third possession, the ball found its way back to Anthony, and he could no longer evade the challenge. As a superstar, his dignity forbade any further retreat. Anthony commenced a one-on-one against Wu Di, but in a bid to avoid a repeat of the previous scenario, he opted for a sudden jump shot. Wu Di, fresh on the court and brimming with energy, lunged at Anthony with all his might, attempting to block or disrupt the shot. On two successive attempts, Anthony failed to score, further dissuading him from being aggressive. In truth, had he played normally, he might have succeeded, but the impression Wu Di left on him in the previous game lingered, casting a psychological shadow. Once again, Anthony fell silent, and with Iverson left to fend for himself, the Nuggets were at a distinct disadvantage. As the second half commenced, with McGrady entering the game, the Rockets' offensive capabilities surged, and the Nuggets succumbed once more without resistance. With two consecutive losses, it was evident that the Nuggets were in a precarious position. While the dynamic duo was indeed formidable, the Rockets roster was particularly adept at countering such powerful backcourt combinations. Conversely, the Rockets' offensive strengths effectively exploited the Nuggets' defensive weaknesses, which were glaringly poor. This situation can only be attributed to the Nuggets management, who focused solely on the offensive abilities of the dynamic duo, neglecting their defensive shortcomings. Moreover, their shooting guard position resembled a gaping hole, with their perimeter defense being utterly dismal. Apart from Iverson's steals, they contributed little to the defensive effort. When the Rockets formed the Yao Ming combination, they placed significant emphasis on defense, with Yao anchoring the interior, making it exceedingly challenging for opponents to thrive. McGrady, originally known for his defensive skills, although somewhat lethargic after achieving stardom, still retained his defensive foundation. Who could forget the McGrady moment? In critical situations, McGrady's ability to steal was astonishingly formidable. Returning to their home court after two consecutive losses, the Nuggets vowed to secure two victories on their home turf. Anthony, in particular, was determined to show Woody his true capabilities. As the moniker Woody's kryptonite had reached Anthony's ears, he could not allow a rookie to overshadow him. However, Anthony has yet to truly acknowledge Woody. This season, Woody's standout performances were limited to just the initial matches, with subsequent statistics failing to impress. Nonetheless, Woody possesses remarkable prowess, instilling fear in many players. Anthony's disregard for Woody has inadvertently allowed the latter to shine, creating a stark contrast that Anthony finds difficult to accept. Upon returning to their home court, the Nuggets' morale began to rise. Anthony came to realize that he could not indefinitely evade Woody unless he intended to abandon his NBA career altogether. Having been in the league for nearly 5 years, now was the time to reap the rewards of his labor. Leaving was not an option. Thus, in the third game, Anthony resolved to confront Woody. However, his shooting touch faltered compared to the previous match. Under Battier's defense, he managed only 2 successful shots out of 7 attempts in the first quarter, shattering his vengeful aspirations before he even faced Woody. With Battier effectively stifling Anthony, Adelman opted not to assign Woody to defend, instead positioning him in the shooting guard spot to assist in containing both Iverson and Anthony while also guarding the Nuggets shooting guard. This strategy rendered the Nuggets even more formidable. As both players have been struggling, and with the Rockets focusing their efforts on them, scoring became an arduous task. The remaining players lacked the capability to influence the outcome decisively. Kenyon Martin's shooting was subpar, Krizik proved inadequate, and J.R. Smith was unable to take on Woody one-on-one. Had it not been for Kenyon Martin's relentless screens for Iverson, the Nuggets might have capitulated by the third quarter. Ultimately, the Nuggets' struggle bore no fruit. In the 5th minute of the fourth quarter, Adelman seated Yao and McGrady on the bench, watching effortlessly as the others ran down the clock to secure victory. In the fourth game, the Nuggets aimed for a desperate resurgence. Yet, the Rockets offered no opportunities, maintaining their defensive intensity. McGrady exploded in the first quarter, sinking 4 three-pointers in quick succession, swiftly widening the score gap. By the second quarter, the backcourt duo of McGrady and Woody engaged in a scoring duel reminiscent of the legendary Twin Towers, showcasing an extraordinary offensive display. Regrettably, Woody's interference caused Anthony to fade into the background, while Iverson was similarly surrounded, either by Alston or Brooks, severely hampering the effectiveness of the dynamic duo. Although they attempted pick-and-roll plays, even Anthony set screens for Iverson. Their efforts were in vain. Iverson, having shaken his defender, found himself ensnared in Woody's formidable defense, far superior to that of Alston and Brooks. The Nuggets lost the fourth game, marking the end of their journey this year. Iverson's countenance reflected his despondency, unsure whether it stemmed from the daunting prospect of a championship remaining elusive or concerns about his future. This was the swan song for the dynamic duo, as the Nuggets management expressed significant dissatisfaction with Iverson. After being eliminated in the first round this year, it is unlikely the management will retain him, leading to the dismantling of a backcourt partnership that had barely lasted 2 years. Woody was oblivious to the fate of the Golden Duo, unable to foresee his own future. His sole desire was to excel in the playoffs with the Rockets and ultimately secure a championship, thus elevating his market value. Upon returning to his homeland, he aspired to amass a fortune and establish a reputable school, which would serve as his lifelong endeavor. Chapter 88. The second round against the Jazz, the Rockets triumphed in a clean sweep, becoming the first team to conclude their series. Should any team require a 7-game contest, the Rockets would enjoy a week of respite. Woody cherished the rare opportunity to spend time at home with his child. Wu Xing, now over 6 months old, had begun to form memories. Consequently, Woody devoted time each day to being near the little one, ensuring he would remember him as his father, lest he fade from the child's recollection. He held a fondness for Wu Xing, although he lacked the skills to amuse a child. Being relatively young and burdened with a busy schedule, he had limited interaction with his son. As the games progressed, numerous NBA honors were bestowed. On April 22nd, the award for Best Sixth Man was presented, with Manu Ginobili of the Spurs achieving an impressive score of 615. Barbosa followed in second place with 285 points, while Terry secured the third position with a mere 44 points. On April 23rd, the accolade for Best Defensive Player was awarded to Kevin Garnett, with Camby of the Nuggets and Battier following in second and third place, respectively. April 26th saw the Sportsmanship Award presented to Grant Hill, marking his second win of this honor, making him the first player to achieve this distinction twice. On April 29th, The Most Improved Player and Coach of the Year awards were announced. Hedo Turkoglu received the Most Improved Player award, having elevated his performance from an average of 13 points, 3 assists and 1 rebounds the previous season to 19, 5 points, 5 assists and 7 rebounds this season, showcasing remarkable progress. The Coach of the Year honor was awarded to Byron Scott of the Hornets, who led his team to impressive victories despite a roster considered weaker than that of the Celtics and Rockets. On May 2nd, the Rookie of the Year award was bestowed upon the second overall pick, Kevin Durant. Wu Di gazed upon this accolade with envy, recognizing it as a singular opportunity that, if missed, would never return. By May 5th, the first round of all matchups had concluded. In the West, the Lakers defeated the Mavericks 4-2. The Hornets triumphed over the Spurs 4-2, and the Jazz overcame the Suns 4-3. The Rockets' next adversary was confirmed to be the Jazz, while the Lakers were set to face the Spurs. In the East, the Celtics emerged victorious against the Hawks 4-3. The Pistons defeated the 76ers 4-2. The Magic bested the Raptors 4-1, and the Cavaliers triumphed over the Wizards 4-1. The upcoming round would see the Celtics clash with the Cavaliers, while the Pistons faced off against the Magic. On May 6th, the Kennedy Citizenship Award, a charitable honor, was awarded to Pistons player Chauncey Billups. On May 7th, prior to the commencement of the second round, the NBA officially announced the most prestigious award, the regular season MVP. The award recipient is Kobe Bryant of the Lakers, who garnered 82 first-place votes, amassing a total of 1105 points. Chris Paul of the Hornets secured the second position, while Tracy McGrady found himself in 8th place. Throughout the regular season, Kobe averaged an impressive 28.3 points per game, ranking second in the league's scoring chart, with a shooting percentage of 45.9, a free throw success rate of 84, and a three-point shooting accuracy of 36.1. Additionally, he contributed an average of 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 8 steals per game. Under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers achieved a commendable regular season record of 56 wins and 26 losses, securing the second-best performance in the Western Conference with a winning percentage of 68.2. This marked an increase of 14 victories from the previous year's record of 42 wins and 40 losses, which had a winning percentage of 51.2. Notably, the Lakers also clinched their 19th Pacific Division championship in franchise history. Woody harbored a sense of envy towards the MVP accolade, pondering whether he might one day earn such a title. Should he indeed receive such an honor, it could potentially elevate him to the mythical tier of warriors. However, despite his envy, he recognized that such achievements belonged to others. With a renewed focus, Woody began to prepare for the upcoming match. In the second round, the Rockets faced off against the formidable Jazz, a team boasting a robust lineup. Players like Carlos Boozer, Andrei Kirilenko, Darren Williams, and Mehmet Okur were not to be underestimated. Moreover, the likes of Ronnie Brewer, Paul Millsap, and Matt Harpring also possessed considerable talent, and the Jazz had maintained a stable roster throughout the season. Adelman acknowledged the challenge posed by the Jazz and called his starting players together before the game, advising each of them to remain vigilant. The Jazz were known for their offensive prowess, spearheaded by their star player Boozer, a dynamic power forward with remarkable athleticism, although their interior defense left something to be desired. However, one should not underestimate their defense. With Kirilenko on the perimeter and Okur in the paint, they could easily disrupt the rhythm of typical players. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the game, Yao Ming and Okur faced off in the tip-off, which predictably resulted in a loss for Yao. Darren received the basketball, dribbling past half-court and initiating a one-on-one against Rafer Alston. Among point guards, Darren possessed above-average physical attributes, slightly inferior to those of Jason Kidd and Chauncey Billups, yet superior to Alston and Brooks. Darren powerfully broke through Alston's defense, drawing Scola's attention, and passed the ball to the veteran Boozer, who caught it, turned, and successfully scored. The Rockets inbound the ball, with Alston displaying considerably greater speed than Darren. The Street Ball Kings' dribbling skills were exceptional. A swift crossover left Darren off balance as Alston surged towards the basket. Okur rushed to provide help defense, but Alston deftly delivered the ball into Yao's hands, who upon receiving it, emphatically scored. Both teams exchanged blows, with the score oscillating back and forth, creating an intense contest where neither side could establish dominance. The Jazz easily penetrated the Rockets' defense, while the Rockets found it equally effortless to navigate through the Jazz's defense, leading to a stalemate. As the second quarter commenced, Adelman began to rotate his players, substituting Battier and Alston for Woody and Luther Head. Relying on Alston and Brooks to handle Darren was a formidable challenge. Thus, bringing in Luther Head seemed a more prudent choice, as he would not lack in physicality. As a dual-threat player, Luther Head possesses a comprehensive skill set, excelling in both offense and defense. However, his ball-handling skills are somewhat inferior to those of the two streetball kings, yet he adeptly transitions the ball to the front court. Upon reaching the offensive zone, Luther passes the ball to Tracy McGrady, who, confronted by Kirilenko's defense, attempts to break through but finds himself thwarted. Retreating slightly, McGrady seeks to make a pass, only to be surprised by the sudden appearance of Woody, who stands beside Kirilenko, providing a screen. Seizing this golden opportunity, McGrady deftly maneuvers past Woody. Kirilenko collides with Woody, leaving him unable to pursue McGrady in time. Facing Brewer, McGrady fakes with a dribble before executing a swift pull-up jumper, scoring effortlessly over Brewer. The ball swishes through the net, and McGrady rushes over to exchange a high-five with Woody before promptly returning to defense. On the next play, McGrady reciprocates by delivering a pass to Woody, who is now set to isolate Brewer. Woody, leveraging his size, easily overpowers the smaller Brewer, driving to the basket for a layup. Chapter 89. Pick and roll. Both teams have been executing their offenses smoothly until the entrance of Woody and Kirilenko, which altered the dynamics significantly. These two began to bolster their team's defense, each possessing commendable capabilities for assistance, resulting in a standoff where, after 5 minutes, both teams had managed to score only 4 points. The Jazz called for a timeout. The Rockets, traditionally a defensive team, were accustomed to such games. Consequently, Adelman substituted McGrady for Battier to enhance their defensive efforts. However, the Jazz, being an offensive team, risked losing their rhythm if they failed to score for an extended period, which could lead to their downfall. Once the game resumed, the Jazz adopted a new strategy, implementing the pick and roll, a cornerstone of their offensive play. They had refrained from utilizing this tactic earlier, partly due to the Rockets' not particularly tight defense, allowing for successful isolation plays, and partly because as the visiting team, they preferred to avoid overly complex strategies. The Jazz's pick and roll had been meticulously studied. Their standard screen plays were merely rudimentary, as they could execute them at any moment. Now, they were prepared to employ secondary and even tertiary screens, each additional pick exponentially increasing the complexity of their strategy. Boozer set a screen for Darren, who evaded Head and penetrated the lane. Landry switched to guard Darren, who then passed the ball back to Boozer. Utilizing his strength, Boozer pushed past Head. Despite Head's efforts to disrupt him, Boozer struggled with his dribble until Oker swiftly moved in to set a screen. Boozer shook off Head, barreling toward Yao Ming. Accelerating past Yao, Boozer faced the hoop and executed a dunk from the other side of the rim. As Yao turned around, he found himself unable to contest the shot, merely watching as Boozer scored. This exemplified the effectiveness yet chaotic nature of the secondary pick and roll. With the Jazz employing the pick and roll, the Rockets naturally followed suit. Head attempted to isolate Darren, but to no avail, opting instead to pass the ball to Woody, who had switched to the shooting guard position. Woody cast a glance at Yao Ming, prompting him to position himself near the free throw line. As Woody charged into the three-point arc, Kirilenko, in retreat, collided with Yao. Seizing the opportunity, Woody deftly evaded Kirilenko and surged into the paint, confronting Oker before passing the ball back to Yao. Following closely behind, Yao extended his hand to receive the pass and executed a graceful hook shot, successfully scoring. Yao's hook remains remarkably precise, a technique wielded by every traditional center, unlike those of the newer generation who struggle with it. Both teams relied on pick-and-roll strategies for several minutes, enhancing the fluidity of their offenses. As the 8th minute approached, both sides made substitutions, replacing all players on the court. Yao was substituted for Uncle Moo, while Haid was replaced by Alston. For the Jazz, Boozer was swapped out for Millsap, Oker for Collins, and Darren for Price. With Kirilenko and Cover still on the floor, this lineup appeared notably weaker. This disparity exemplifies the difference between the Jazz and the Rockets. The Rockets possess a wealth of talent, even among those seated on the bench, such as Hayes and Novak, who find themselves relegated to garbage time in the playoffs. The current Jazz lineup needed to endure the final 4 minutes of the second quarter. Apart from Millsap and Kirilenko, who retains some capability. The remaining players hold no advantage against the Rockets. Consequently, the Jazz had to persist with their pick-and-roll plays, albeit with greater complexity. The Jazz continued their strategy, while the Rockets shifted theirs. Upon receiving the ball, Wu Di, confronted by Kirilenko, launched an aggressive drive. With Oker absent from the interior, Wu Di unleashed his full potential. Kirilenko valiantly attempted to impede Wu Di, but sadly, he could not match Wu Di's physical prowess. After a brief struggle, he was pushed aside, watching helplessly as Wu Di penetrated the lane. Millsap rushed to provide support, yet Wu Di, undeterred, clutched the ball and initiated his three-step approach. Millsap quickly established his position. Any further movement would render Wu Di's charge legitimate. Wu Di smiled, having drawn Millsap into a trap. As Millsap took a step forward, Wu Di explosively propelled himself off the ground, releasing the ball for a shot. Millsap, firmly planted, could not react in time, merely extending his hand in a futile gesture of defense. With a hint of regret, Millsap scratched his head, unaware that had he not anchored himself, Wu Di would have undoubtedly barreled into him, reminiscent of the time he dunked on Bynum. The Rockets fans erupted in applause for Wu Di, their feelings towards him being complex. They relished watching his games, as he played with immense passion, making him a beloved player. However, the Rockets' limited utilization of Wu Di this season has left the fans disheartened. In their eyes, Wu Di had the potential to become the Rockets' third star, akin to how Rajon Rondo was heralded as the fourth star for the Celtics. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, Adelman has chosen not to utilize Wu Di, and rumors have begun to circulate that the Rockets are seeking a new home for him, contemplating a trade. Fans express profound sorrow over this news, feeling powerless to influence the management's decisions. They are unable to intervene even if the management were to trade away the legendary Yao Ming duo, let alone a single Wu Di. Wu Di's scoring did not dampen the Jazz's spirit, as they continued their offensive efforts unabated. However, it is unfortunate that they exerted considerable effort to score, only to have their achievements swiftly overshadowed by Wu Di, who outscored the entire team. The Jazz's gameplay revolved around pick and rolls, while the Rockets' strategy centered on Wu Di, and more Wu Di. In a span of 4 minutes, the Jazz managed to accumulate a mere 8 points, whereas Wu Di himself scored 13, all through his remarkable shooting and drives. Thanks to Wu Di's furious scoring at the end of the second quarter, the Rockets entered halftime with a 7-point lead. As the second half commenced, the Yao Ming duo returned to the court, and the pick-and-roll strategy was once again in play. The Rockets' pick-and-roll primarily featured the synergy between Yao Ming and Wu Di, proving to be simple yet effective. Indeed, if we maintain this rhythm, victory in this match seems attainable. Adelman, unusually, allowed a smile to escape toward Wu Di. Wu Di nodded silently. He was no mere sycophant, wagging his tail for a smile. On the court, he would give his all, but managing a rapport with Adelman was a different matter entirely. In the second half, the Jazz exerted themselves in pursuit of points, yet the Rockets showcased astonishing defense, denying the Jazz any substantial opportunities. Throughout the second half, the Jazz incurred 6 or 7 shot clock violations, underscoring the ferocity of the Rockets' defense. The jubilant Rockets celebrated their first victory, while the defeated Jazz felt an inexplicable heaviness, grappling with the true reasons behind their loss. Chapter 90. The scheme of division. Upon returning to the hotel, Jazz coach Sloan summoned the players and retrieved the game footage, replaying it repeatedly to pinpoint the failures that led to their defeat. Boozer, Darren, Kirilenko, and the others sat attentively on the sofa, scrutinizing the tape. On the third viewing, Darren suddenly remarked, "Coach, I believe I have identified the reason for our loss." Sloan glanced at Darren and then at the others, inquiring if they had noticed anything. The rest shook their heads, eliciting a hint of disappointment from Sloan. He turned back to Darren, asking for his insights. Darren stated, "Our starting lineup is not inferior to that of the Rockets. We were evenly matched in the first quarter. However, things shifted in the second quarter when the Rockets introduced a player who significantly elevated their defense and compromised our own." Boozer, taken aback, asked which player. "That would be Wu Di," Darren replied. "I have been observing him for quite some time. His physical prowess renders us defenseless. Perhaps, Carlos, you could challenge him physically. Regrettably, he is merely a swingman, and in the positions of shooting guard and small forward, we possess no one capable of countering his formidable strength." Andrei Kirilenko defended him for an extended period, yet nearly every time he was overwhelmed by sheer power. Kirilenko, scratching his head, sheepishly remarked, "Indeed. The physical prowess of Chinese Wu is remarkable. He is often referred to as the Chinese James, the little emperor of China, possessing athletic attributes comparable to those of James. Is he truly that formidable?" Carlos Boozer inquired, harboring some skepticism. During his tenure with the Cavaliers, he had left due to conflicts over ball possession with James, only to join the Jazz for a more favorable contract. Despite their disagreements, he held a deep respect for James's capabilities. In recent years, as James's reputation soared, Boozer, despite his verbal reluctance to concede, privately acknowledged James's superiority. Now, with Kirilenko comparing Wu Di to James, Boozer found it hard to believe, considering Wu Di was merely a role player and could not possibly rival a superstar like James. Jerry Sloan presented a dossier, casting it before the assembled players. "This is some information I've gathered. Chinese Wu is a very formidable opponent. He only began playing basketball in 2005, and at that time, he was less than 170 centimeters tall. Had it not been for his sudden growth spurt, Wu Di would have had no chance to play professionally." The players perused the documents, marveling at the extraordinary nature of his journey. "Indeed, it is astonishing how he has transformed from such a small stature to such a formidable presence. Was he really that frail before?" They chattered, flipping through Wu Di's file. While the information was not exhaustive, it did include some photographs of Wu Di, either from interviews he or his relatives had given, which circulated widely online. Although Wu Di's story was remarkable, the Jazz were primarily interested in his playing career. The dossier detailed his performances in leagues such as Cuba and CBA, clearly documenting his growth and development. "Wow, this guy has grown rapidly," Boozer exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Sloan affirmed. "This Chinese Wu possesses significant potential. It is puzzling why the Rockets have not utilized him more. I have already communicated with the management, advocating for his acquisition next season." The group exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement. Kirilenko remarked, "Coach, if we can manage to trade for Chinese Wu, I would be willing to come off the bench." Sloan nodded in approval. "Andre, your suggestion will be taken into consideration." With varied thoughts in their minds, they pondered the implications of Wu Di's potential arrival. It was certain that someone would have to depart, though the identity of that individual remained uncertain. Boozer, Darren Williams, Oker, and Kirilenko were unlikely to be moved, while the others could not guarantee their safety from trade. However, Sloan shifted his tone, asserting that before anything else, we must contemplate how to counter the Chinese player Wu. To triumph over the Rockets, we must inevitably surmount the obstacle that is Wu. Yet, it seems we are at a loss on how to deal with him, DeLong inquired. "Then let's avoid him," Sloan replied coldly. "Avoid him? Indeed, let's steer clear of him," Sloan emphasized, regardless of the reasons for Wu's lack of prominence. "It is evident that Adelman does not favor Wu, and we can devise a strategy with that in mind." "What strategy?" the players asked. "Certainly, there is a way." Sloan refrained from elaborating on the approach. 2 days later, prior to the second match, Sloan gave an interview in which he spoke highly of Wu, even stating that should Adelman choose to utilize Wu, we would concede defeat outright. Upon hearing this, Adelman remained aloof, opting to keep Wu on the bench, having fallen prey to Sloan's divisive scheme. For the first time, Wu found himself seated on the sidelines during the playoffs. Observing Adelman, Wu could hardly contain his amusement, questioning whether the man was unwell. In Wu's absence, the Rockets and the Jazz engaged in a fierce contest, both sides showcasing remarkable skill. Frankly, the Rockets' luck faltered slightly, culminating in a last-second miss by McGrady, resulting in a loss. After the defeat, Adelman faced the ire of fans demanding to know why Wu had not stepped foot on the court. The fervor of the crowd drew the attention of the management, leading to a warning for Adelman. His demeanor darkened, yet he dared not keep Wu benched any longer. He recognized the injustice of the loss, having fallen victim to Sloan's machinations. However, whom could he blame? Adelman longed to cast blame elsewhere, yet he understood that the fault lay within his own decisions. Despite this, he redirected his frustration onto Wu, contemplating a trade for him in the upcoming season. In this tumultuous atmosphere, the entire Rockets team traveled to Utah for an away game. On May 9th, the NBA officially announced its All-NBA teams. The first team comprised Howard, Garnett, James, Kobe, and Paul. The second team included Stoudemire, Duncan, Nowitzki, Nash, and DeLong. The third team featured Yao, Boozer, Pierce, McGrady, and Ginobili. On the 10th, as the third game commenced, Adelman cast a glare at Sloan, sensing the man's dubious character. Chapter 91. The court of the Western Conference Finals. Sometimes, individuals tend to cast blame upon others, never reflecting upon their own shortcomings. Is Adelman talented? Indeed, he possesses skill. Yet he remains an ordinary man. Not to mention Wu, who, despite having perused countless texts of wisdom, is still but a commoner. The sage advises self-reflection thrice daily. He occasionally adheres to this, yet he remains ensnared by petty sentiments. While proximity breeds disdain, distance often cultivates resentment, a reality he cannot escape. Returning to their home court, the Jazz were buoyed by high spirits, eager to seize both home games. Unfortunately, just as they gained a 6-point advantage, Adelman chose to bring Wu into the game. Then, the Jazz team faltered. Their formidable weapon was the pick and roll, and Wu Di possessed profound insights into this tactic, as he himself employed it and was well acquainted with its operational principles. Moreover, his physical attributes were exceptional. He faced no difficulties in defending both the interior and perimeter. Whether against Boozer, Darren, or even Kirilenko, he could effectively contain them. More crucially, Boozer lacked the strength to match Wu Di, rendering him ineffective in their tussles. Darren may have had an advantage in physicality among point guards, but against Wu Di, he was rendered powerless. As for Kirilenko, he faced comprehensive suppression. Kirilenko's offensive capabilities were already limited, averaging around 10 points this season, and with Wu Di's defense, his performance deteriorated further. The entire Jazz team found themselves unable to identify a player capable of scoring with ease against Wu Di. How could the game continue under such circumstances? What further perplexed Sloan was that Adelman did not grant Wu Di any offensive possessions. Wu Di could only seize the ball himself, resulting in an exceptionally aggressive display. Sloan had little recourse but to hope for Wu Di's stamina to wane. However, once Wu Di entered the game, he continued to play until the fourth quarter, only leaving the court during garbage time. Sloan furiously slammed the tactical board onto the chair. Could it be that his words rang true? Was this Chinese player truly the nemesis of the Jazz? Losing a match at home obliterated the advantage the Jazz had established on the road. On the 12th, the two teams faced off in the fourth game, which was also the Jazz's second at home. Throughout this period, Sloan still failed to devise a viable strategy. His hands were tied with the cards he had been dealt. If Wu Di were an offensive player, he could have arranged for double teaming, but as a defensive player, such strategies were futile. It appeared that the Jazz's roster had inherent flaws. Although Sloan was reluctant to concede the match, he had to consider the upcoming season. Acquiring this Chinese player, Wu could elevate the Jazz to new heights. While Sloan's thoughts were commendable, the game still had to be played, and the persistent dilemmas remained. Wu Di continued to come off the bench, and Adelman was determined to maintain his final semblance of dignity, despite Wu Di's playing time surpassing that of many starters. He still refrained from placing Wu Di in the starting lineup. Wu Di was indifferent to this. He was simply grateful for the opportunity to play. He remained optimistic, believing that if he performed well in the playoffs, numerous teams would take notice of him. Although he had Kobe's promise, it was important to remember that Kobe was not the president of the Lakers. The president's commitments were not always fulfilled, let alone those of Kobe. Promises were merely promises, inherently less reliable than contracts. In the previous game, Wu Di had recorded impressive statistics: 12 points, 3 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals against the Jazz. And he was determined to replicate such performance. Whether or not he had the ball, he would find a way to make an impact. Wu Di's defiant mindset unconsciously took hold of his thoughts. Within the entire NBA, who could rival him? He was, without a doubt, the most formidable player in the league. Lu Bu's overwhelming ambition rendered him imperious, and his gaze towards the Jazz team turned menacing, as if to say, "Be my stepping stone." In his previous games, Wu Di had seldom displayed much emotion, yet today he furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, reminiscent of Sakuragi Hanamichi from Slam Dunk, capable of instilling fear. The Jazz team was taken aback by Wu Di's sudden transformation. His robust physique, combined with such a ferocious expression, was undeniably intimidating. The Jazz players, now intimidated, faltered in their offensive efforts, making victory seem improbable. The unexpected home losses for the Jazz left many in disbelief. Some recalled Sloan's earlier remarks, leading to the speculation: could Wu Di truly be the Jazz's nemesis? He was bestowed with the new moniker of Jazz Nemesis, with 241 endorsements. Wu Di himself was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that he would earn such a title. He mused about this newfound avenue for nicknames. If he had a Jazz nemesis, Surely there were others for different teams? With 30 teams in the NBA, acquiring several nicknames seemed feasible, and if he endeavored, perhaps even 29 could be within reach. Additionally, with players like Anthony also being labeled as nemesis, it appeared to be a fertile ground for nickname accumulation. The prospect of amassing so many titles left Woody feeling somewhat elated. On the 13th, the NBA officially announced the all-defensive teams. First team comprising Garnett, Kobe, Camby, Bowen, and Duncan. Second team featuring Battier, Howard, Pushing, Paul, and Ragabell. Regrettably, due to insufficient opportunities during the regular season, Woody did not receive a nomination. Seeing honor after honor devoid of his name weighed heavily on his heart. However, there remained the all-rookie team, and if his name were to be absent from that list, Woody might have felt a murderous intent towards Adelman. On the 14th, the NBA revealed the all-rookie teams, and at long last, Woody's name graced the list. The first team included Horford, Durant, Scola, Thornton, and Woody. The second team featured Green, Moon, Navarro, Young, and Stuckey. Alas, despite making the first team, the system did not prompt Woody about receiving a title, which left him quite disheartened. On the 15th, the Rockets faced off against the Jazz at home. After suffering 2 losses, the Jazz's morale was severely dampened, and they fell behind right from the start. Upon Woody's entrance, the Jazz appeared to be under a psychological shadow, performing dismally. During halftime, Sloan unleashed a tirade against all the Jazz players in the locker room. Sloan's outburst proved effective. Upon returning to the court, the Jazz mounted a desperate counterattack, relentlessly closing the score gap. However, their resurgence came too late as the Rockets reverted to their regular season strategy, playing methodically throughout the second half, ultimately securing the victory with ease. The victorious Rockets are poised to enter the Western Conference Finals, marking their first encounter with the conference floor since the inception of the Yao-McGrady duo, and they have achieved this feat while maintaining full health. This circumstance has brought immense joy to all who follow the Rockets, as they are acutely aware of the formidable strength of a healthy Yao and McGrady. Chapter 92. The incomplete Lakers once again, the Rockets, having completed their match ahead of schedule, welcome a rare opportunity for rest. Their next adversary, the Lakers, secured their advancement with a record of 43. During their confrontation with the Hornets, the Lakers nearly faced an untimely exit, had it not been for Kobe's remarkable performance. Sinking 2 crucial three-pointers to clinch the victory, they might have returned home prematurely. The Lakers boast a commendable roster, and since acquiring Gasol, their performance has seen a significant uptick. However, the absence of Bynum this season has left the Lakers' interior defense somewhat vulnerable, with Gasol bearing the brunt of the load. With the Lakers' advancement, the participants in the Western Conference Finals have been confirmed. In the East, the Celtics triumphed over the Cavaliers with a hard-fought score of 43, once again sending the young king home before the Eastern Finals. Similarly, the Pistons, like the Rockets, defeated the Magic with a score of 41, allowing them several days of rest. On the 22nd, the first game of the Western Conference Finals officially commenced. The Rockets' starting lineup remained unchanged, featuring Yao, Scola, Battier, McGrady, and Alston. The Lakers countered with Gasol, Odom, Radmanovic, Kobe, and Fisher. On paper, the Lakers present a more formidable starting lineup, boasting a trio of stars compared to the Rockets duo. Although Odom's recent form has been lackluster, he retains his reputation as a notable star, with many willing to bestow upon him the title of a third superstar. Despite the illustrious reputation of the Little Magician, his performance has waned. A significant drawback is his tendency to become distracted during games, severely impacting his effectiveness. No matter how great one's abilities, frequent errors can prove detrimental. Yao and Gasol are akin in their playing styles, each a formidable force in their own right. However, in direct competition, Gasol holds a slight edge, possessing greater strength and quicker footwork, while Yao's advantage lies in his towering height. The disparity between them is negligible, rendering them nearly evenly matched. Kobe and McGrady are also rivals, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu and Qin Xiong, with Kobe in his prime, while McGrady's prowess appears to be waning. Odom surpasses Scola in skill, and Alston is notably superior to Fisher, balancing the scales in that regard. The Rockets' singular advantage lies in Battier's matchup against Radmanovic. Both are 3D players, yet Battier significantly outperforms Radmanovic, compensating for any deficiencies posed by Yao and McGrady. Additionally, the Rockets benefit from ample rest, a luxury the Lakers have not enjoyed due to their continuous competition. With both teams possessing similar rosters, the contest is poised to be evenly matched, making it challenging to predict the outcome without external factors influencing the game. Battier defended Kobe, while Kobe guarded McGrady. On both ends of the court, Kobe expended a considerable amount of energy. Once his stamina waned, the Lakers would find themselves in peril. However, Kobe was a physical marvel, rarely succumbing to fatigue. This resilience stemmed from his rigorous training, complemented by his extensive experience in games, which endowed him with a profound understanding of energy management. In this match, McGrady's shooting touch was not at its best, likely a result of several days without competition. With a mere 1 out of 5 in the first 8 minutes, Adelman could only shake his head in dismay. Calling a timeout, he substituted in Woody, reasoning that if McGrady was struggling, it would be wise for him to rest for a while. While McGrady had shown more seriousness in the playoffs, his defensive attitude still left much to be desired. He allowed Radmanovic to effortlessly sink 2 3-pointers, an indiscretion that Adelman could not tolerate. Upon entering the game, Woody took on the shooting guard position, directly facing Kobe. Adelman did not expect Woody to completely stifle Kobe, merely to contain him. He understood that stars are notoriously difficult to defend against. Even Anthony had adapted to Woody's defense, and Kobe would surely do the same. However, upon seeing Woody enter the fray, Kobe opted to isolate himself, ultimately resorting to a fading jump shot as the shot clock dwindled. The hasty attempt predictably missed, allowing Yao to secure the rebound and pass it to Woody. Woody, eager to respond, wasted no time waiting for others to transition back on defense. He drove the ball forward, shaking off Kobe as he crossed midcourt, then surged into the lane, leaping powerfully to dunk the ball through the rim. His immediate impact on the game prompted applause from the Rockets fans, who felt a sense of indebtedness to Woody, clapping appreciatively. "Do you really have to be so ruthless?" Kobe remarked, bemused. "I never hold back." Woody retorted. Kobe chuckled, amused by the young player's tenacity. Yet, he was equally resolute in his pursuit of the championship this year, and would show no mercy either. The Lakers' triangle offense commenced with Kobe as the focal point. If the starting point faltered, the play would transition to the intermediary. This pivotal role traditionally required a big man with a keen sense of the game. Previously, Odom had filled this role, but his lapses in concentration often stymied the triangle offense. During Phil Jackson's tenure with the Bulls, Jordan served as the initiator, while Pippen was the essential intermediary. Pippen's reliability enabled the Bulls' triangle offense to flow seamlessly, as he could either return the ball to the initiator or pass to one of the other 3 points. Regardless of the distribution, the formation remained triangular, hence the name triangle offense. Now, the Lakers' intermediary was Gasol, who possessed an excellent court vision, frequently tasked with returning the ball from the interior to facilitate further plays. With Gasol's arrival, the Lakers' prowess has significantly increased. When Woody defended Kobe, he not only made Kobe's offensive maneuvers challenging, but also inadvertently obstructed his passing to Gasol. This was not merely a testament to Woody's skill. Rather, it stemmed from his instinctive desire to conserve Yao's energy on the defensive end. If Yao were to exert himself on both offense and defense, it would be an unbearable strain for him. During the season, Yao experienced a period of injury, and Woody frequently checked on him, acutely aware of the severity of his foot ailment. Engaging in excessively intense matches could exacerbate his condition. Should it reach that point, not only would his professional career be jeopardized, but his life thereafter might be confined to a wheelchair. Consequently, whenever Woody and Yao were on the court together, they made a concerted effort to protect Yao. There were instances where Yao would accommodate Woody, taking on the brunt of the aggressive plays, while Yao merely needed to shift slightly before taking his shots. Thanks to Woody's protective presence, Yao has been able to perform successfully until now. Otherwise, he might have been sidelined due to injury long ago. Chapter 93, The X Element X. A letter shrouded in mystery and transformation is often employed to signify uniqueness. The X element, or the element of mutation, is famously depicted in the comic series X-Men, which narrates the tales of mutants born from the X element's anomalies. In reality, many instances also embody this X element. Some X elements evolve positively, while others take a turn for the worse. Gasol represents the Lakers' X element. Since his arrival, the Lakers have transformed from a mere playoff contender into a formidable championship aspirant. Conversely, Woody serves as the X element for the Rockets. Since his induction, the team's strategies have become significantly more diverse. Yet, Adelman remains dissatisfied with this X element, often neglecting to utilize him. Nevertheless, the X element continues to fulfill his role tenaciously, safeguarding the primary players of the Rockets and mitigating their injuries. Had Woody not joined the Rockets, they would not have secured the top spot in the regular season and would have faced the Jazz in the first round. In such a scenario, Yao would likely have sustained a foot injury, leading to the Rockets' early exit from the playoffs. Yet, Woody's contributions go unrecognized, as Adelman persists in undervaluing him, even curtailing his opportunities on the court. The management, influenced by Adelman, is seeking a trade for him, prepared to demand a steep price from potential suitors. However, when one person's X element imposes limitations on another's, a significant disparity in the team strengths becomes evident. Woody inadvertently disrupted the operational flow of the Lakers' triangle offense, rendering their gameplay uncomfortable. Faced with this dilemma, the Zen Master was compelled to alter his strategy, positioning Kobe as the third point. This decision harbored considerable risk. Would Kobe consent to this role? While Kobe excels in movement, Woody's speed is comparable, making it challenging for Kobe to seize advantageous opportunities against Woody's defense. In the realm of basketball, 1 ball, 2 balls is tolerable. However, as the second quarter drew to a close, Kobe had only attempted 4 shots, successfully landing but 1, which left him quite vexed. As the third quarter commenced, Kobe took matters into his own hands. The Zen Master, observing Kobe's solitary pursuit, felt a cloud of dismay descend upon him, though his demeanor was not outwardly menacing. The gravity of his expression belied an internal turmoil. How many times had this occurred? He had lost count. Kobe's stubborn nature erupted, impervious to the counsel of others. Meanwhile, Woody reveled in the chaos, knowing that Kobe's individual plays would likely spell defeat for the Lakers. While he could not assure the prevention of every shot, he committed himself to exerting maximum effort to disrupt the offense. Fadeaway jumpers, more fadeaway jumpers, and yet more fadeaway jumpers. Each of Kobe's attempts was met with exceptional difficulty, yielding meager results. The Zen Master called for a timeout, summoned Kobe to his side, and delivered a stern reprimand before relegating him to the bench in favor of Vujasic. Though Vujasic possessed a modicum of shooting ability, he paled in comparison to Kobe. Woody then found himself with the capacity to assist in defending against Gasol, who faced relentless double teams and struggled immensely, ultimately committing 2 consecutive turnovers. The Lakers called for another timeout, and the Zen Master felt a twinge of frustration. His available options were woefully limited. Had Bynum been on the court, he might have assigned Odom to the small forward position, preserving the Lakers' offensive potency. Alas, Bynum was unavailable. Reluctantly, the Zen Master reinserted Kobe. With a newfound composure, Kobe began to rally, yet the Lakers were already trailing by more than 10 points. And their efforts to catch up proved futile. On the 24th, the second game commenced, with the Lakers seeking to secure a victory on the Rockets' home turf. However, Alston's consecutive 3-pointers bewildered the Lakers from the outset. On this particular day, Alston's shooting touch was astonishing. Fisher struggled to contain him as Alston sank 5 3-pointers in the first quarter, shooting 7 for 10 and adding 2 free throws, amassing 21 points. Thanks to Alston's explosive performance, the Rockets led the Lakers 36-26. As the second quarter unfolded, Woody entered the game and quickly quelled the Lakers' anticipated resurgence. To be candid, Woody's remarkable defensive prowess exhibited since entering the playoffs had astonished everyone. During the regular season, while Woody's defense was commendable, he relied heavily on physical attributes rather than experience or awareness. However, now his defensive acumen had significantly improved, and his heightened awareness left many who had studied him for long periods unaccustomed to his formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, upon closer examination, it became evident that Woody still possessed room for growth. To evolve into a defensive maestro akin to Battier, he would require several years of diligent study. Nevertheless, in terms of impact, Woody stood out far more than Battier. Indeed, many fans believed Woody had the potential to earn a spot on the all-defensive team. While first-team honors might be beyond reach, second-team recognition seemed well within his grasp. Gasol once again felt a wave of discomfort as Kobe refrained from passing him the ball. Did Kobe harbor some discontent towards him? Gasol pondered innocently. Yet after observing several plays, he noticed that Kobe had indeed attempted to pass to him multiple times, only to be thwarted by Woody. What was the meaning of this? How could Woody anticipate Kobe's intentions? However, it was perplexing. When Kobe passed to others, Woody made no effort to impede them. Why was that? Gasol struggled to comprehend, attributing it either to Woody's wariness of his prowess or perhaps to the directives of Rockets coach Adelman. The game devolved into a one-sided affair, with the Lakers' offense faltering, while Alston continued to excel. How could they possibly secure a victory under such circumstances? In a last-ditch effort, the Zen master substituted Fisher for Ariza. Ariza, a commendable defensive player, had been traded to the Lakers from the Magic in November the previous year. However, he had only participated in 24 games during the regular season before succumbing to injury, making his return in this match. Upon his return, he was immediately tasked with defending Alston. Although Ariza towered over Alston, he lacked the latter's speed. Nevertheless, he was faster than Fisher, who had aged significantly. The once nimble little fish had transformed into an old fish. Had it not been for his ability to synergize with Kobe, the Lakers would not have reacquired him. Despite his commendable three-point shooting, with Ariza in play, Alston's performance was notably curtailed, his shooting touch began to wane, and the two teams found themselves evenly matched once more. Yet, the Lakers still struggled against the Rockets, for Ariza bore the moniker Iron Jaw. While he possessed a modicum of shooting ability, it was inconsistent. When he was on target, he was commendable, but when off, he was indeed ironclad. Chapter 94. Krypton Kobe found himself once again constrained by Woody, much to the astonishment of Rockets fans, who had not anticipated that Woody would not only be a nemesis to Anthony, but also to Kobe. He garnered a new nickname, Kobe's Nemesis, with 411 endorsements. Woody felt a surge of joy. It seemed the Nemesis series could indeed be cultivated. Who should he target next? James? Wade? Or perhaps Ray Allen? The host completed the series of Nemesis nicknames, upgrading to the title Krypton. The monikers for Anthony's Nemesis, Jazz's Nemesis, and Kobe's Nemesis vanished, and henceforth, this series of titles would no longer be certified, because the three titles had not been utilized and were inapplicable. Krypton could be exchanged for 50 victories. What was going on? Woody was bewildered. The system evidently had a mechanism to prevent cheating. Once a particular nickname reached 3 instances, it would be elevated to a title. If a nickname had never been used, it would be redeemed for 10 victories, and, upon upgrading, there would be an additional compensation of 20 victories. What did this entail? Woody's expression remained grim as he questioned internally while retreating on defense. This is designed to prevent the host from exploiting the system to accumulate nicknames. The system stated plainly to discourage any inclination towards laziness. Woody internally exclaimed in frustration, failing even to defend against Kobe adequately, who managed to score a basket against him. The system is perpetually monitoring the host's psyche. Thus, the host is advised against contemplating any underhanded tactics. Furthermore, as a competition is currently underway, the host should focus intently on the game. Woody rolled his eyes in exasperation. What does it mean that the system is constantly scrutinizing his mental state? In essence, it equates to being surveilled. Do I possess no semblance of human rights? Wait a moment. Since the system is within me, have I forfeited my rights altogether? Never mind. I shall not dwell on such matters. As Woody sprinted towards the front court, he internally declared his desire to upgrade Tai Shirtsy to the epic level. The host has successfully upgraded Tai Shirtsy to the epic level, enhancing his cunning, wingspan, and shooting prowess. The host is instructed to adhere to the prescribed meal plan and training regimen, with an anticipated integration period of 15 days. The strategist Zhou Yu's ability, burning the ships, has been activated, enhancing his infectious charisma. Why does this take 15 days? Woody pondered, wasn't it previously 10 days? Regardless, it matters not. Whether it be 10 or 15 days, the difference is negligible. He would diligently follow the system's meal plan and training schedule each day. Woody reached the front court and resumed the competition. Although he seldom engaged in offensive plays, the Lakers dared not neglect their defense against him. Their understanding of Woody surpassed that of many teams, as they would not gamble on his accuracy from an open position. However, due to his relative lack of significance, the Lakers had not assigned their best defender to him. The two defensive stalwarts of the Lakers, Kobe and Ariza, were occupied with McGrady and Alston, respectively, leaving Woody to contend with Radmanovic. Radmanovic was primarily a shooter. Aside from his shooting ability, he was practically ineffectual against Woody. Alston passed the ball to McGrady, who, upon finding no opportunity to penetrate Kobe's defense, lobbed the ball into the paint to Yao Ming. Yao, backing into Gasol, attempted to assert himself, but found Gasol to be resilient. Wu Di swiftly evaded Radmanovic, presenting himself as an option. Yao promptly passed the ball, and Wu Di executed a jump shot, scoring 2 points. Returning to the defensive end, he faced Kobe once more, his Kryptonian title bolstering his confidence. What is this Krypton? And why does it employ the character for air in its composition? This requires reference to another comic, that of Superman. The Superman from Krypton is invincible on Earth, yet possesses a singular vulnerability, kryptonite. These stones from Krypton can strip Superman of his superpowers, rendering him an ordinary man. On the court, those superstars resemble Superman, seemingly omnipotent. Yet, Wu Di's defense can transform them back into mere mortals, hence the origin of his Kryptonian title. This designation is not merely a nickname, but a distinction conferred upon Wu Di by the system. It aptly encapsulates Wu Di's role. If he does not trust others, can he not trust the system? Wu Di relentlessly disrupted Kobe's dribbling, continually obstructing his passing lanes into the paint. He exerted his strength to press Kobe, firmly maintaining his position beyond the three-point line. Kobe seethed with frustration. However, he found himself unable to break through, unable to deliver a pass to Gasol. In the end, Kobe had no choice but to pass the ball to Odom. Then Odom lost focus. At such a critical moment, only Odom could have made such a blunder. It was only when the ball was almost at his feet that he reacted, but by then it was too late to catch it. The basketball bounced off Odom's hands and fell to the ground, and Scola immediately slapped it away. Wu Di and Kobe rushed forward to contest the ball, and soon both of them were clutching it tightly. The referee quickly blew the whistle, calling for a jump ball. As Wu Di and Kobe watched the referee's hand, they leaped into action as soon as the ball was tossed into the air, both reaching out to tip it. Wu Di, leveraging his height and long arms, managed to seize the basketball and passed it to Alston, who then surged forward into the front court. Ariza hurried to pursue him, but was left behind. His speed paled in comparison to Alston's, and he could only watch helplessly as Alston executed a successful layup. The Zen Master was also troubled, given the current circumstances. It seemed the Lakers had little means to counter the Rockets. The Rockets had numerous scoring threats, whether it be Yao, McGrady, Alston, or Wu Di, all capable of racking up significant points. By halftime, the Lakers trailed by 11 points. In the second half, the Lakers had to close the gap, lest they lose both away games. If they wished to reach the finals, they needed to secure at least one victory in the Rockets' territory, and the sooner they won, the better. Having already lost the first game, the Zen Master was determined to win this one. However, as the second half unfolded, the Lakers still failed to alter the situation, continuously falling further behind. Kobe, frustrated, sought to win the game through his own methods. Yet Wu Di once again dashed his hopes. With consecutive fadeaway jumpers finding the net, Wu Di forced Kobe to change his strategy, shifting from attempting to block shots to merely obscuring Kobe's vision. After adjusting his approach, Wu Di significantly diminished Kobe's shooting percentage. As Kobe's accuracy waned, so too did the Lakers' final hopes. After losing 2 games, the teams transitioned to Los Angeles for the Lakers' home match. On the 26th, the third game commenced. The Lakers, back on their home turf, immediately surged in morale, catching the Rockets off guard right from the start. Chapter 95, the conclusion of the Western Conference Finals from the outset. The Lakers unleashed a powerful fighting spirit, with Kobe in exceptional form. Within 5 minutes, he hit 6 consecutive shots, amassing 15 points. This left Adelman astonished, prompting him to quickly substitute Wu Di in, but Kobe had already entered a state of frenzy, and Wu Di's presence proved futile. Despite his nickname Kryptonian, he was not truly invulnerable, and he could not restore Kobe to a state of normalcy. Seeing that Wu Di could not contain Kobe, Adelman's expression darkened further. He called for a timeout and chastised Wu Di sternly. Yet who could be blamed? Should Wu Di be held accountable? Kobe had already been on fire before Wu Di stepped onto the court, and even Battier struggled to contain him. Now they expected Wu Di to bear the brunt of the blame. Wu Di cast a fleeting glance at Adelman, then silently sank onto the bench, speechless. Adelman remarked that he felt somewhat fatigued, yet Wu Di's demeanor ignited his frustration. He contemplated substituting Wu Di, but ultimately decided to take McGrady off the court, bringing in Battier to primarily guard Kobe, with Wu Di providing support, ready to double-team him when opportunities arose. This marked Wu Di's inaugural experience in double-teaming, although he was not unfamiliar with the concept. The duo of Wu Di and Battier did indeed limit Kobe's effectiveness, yet the other Lakers players formed a formidable quartet, and the trio from the Rockets proved insufficient. At one point, Wu Di attempted to ease off Kobe for a brief moment, but to his astonishment, Kobe appeared invigorated, akin to having taken a stimulant. Whenever Wu Di relaxed his defense, Kobe's shooting touch surged, rendering Battier defenseless. The Rockets' defeat at the hands of the Lakers was primarily orchestrated by Kobe himself. On the 28th, the fourth game commenced. The previously unstoppable Kobe found himself in a cold streak, managing only 6 points on 2 of 8 shooting while under Battier's defensive tactics. Such dismal shooting percentages rendered Wu Di's presence unnecessary, and the Lakers fell behind. Upon Wu Di's entry, the Lakers' situation grew even more precarious. However, midway through the second quarter, it seemed as though all players on the court had caught Kobe's cold streak. The basketball clanged incessantly against the rim, refusing to fall through the net. Wu Di's shooting touch was also lacking, yet there was a particular play that transcended mere shooting skill. After receiving a pass from Yao, he charged into the paint and, despite Gasol's defense, successfully executed a dunk while also drawing a foul from Gasol. Both teams sought to penetrate the rim, as only through such aggression could they score. The Lakers aimed to attack the basket, but with Kobe covered, they could only rely on Gasol and Odom. The synergy between Gasol and Odom in the paint was remarkably cohesive, making it challenging for Mutombo and Scola to contain them. The struggle for position beneath the basket intensified, as proximity to the hoop significantly increased scoring odds. Wu Di observed the crowded paint, realizing that penetrating was an impossibility. With no alternatives, Wu Di dribbled past Ariza and executed a sudden jump shot from beyond the arc. Although the shot felt somewhat rushed, he successfully evaded Ariza's defense. The moment the ball soared through the air, it swished through the net. All eyes turned to Wu Di, while everyone else struggled to find their rhythm. He alone seemed capable of scoring, an imbalance that aroused envy. Consequently, the Lakers began to swarm Wu Di, determined to prevent him from shooting. Amidst the tug-of-war, the halftime break arrived, with the Lakers trailing. As the second half commenced, both team starters returned to the fray, reigniting the fierce competition with thrilling exchanges. With the Rockets' main players back on the court, Wu Di found his ball-handling opportunities once again curtailed, necessitating his full focus on defending Kobe. Nevertheless, both teams were evenly matched. The Lakers found it challenging to close the gap, while the Rockets struggled to extend their lead. Thus, the deadlock persisted until the final whistle, leaving the score with a 7-point differential. The Lakers suffered a defeat on their home court, and the situation appeared dire. The two teams once again shifted their battleground to Houston, engaging in a match that would determine their fates. The Lakers, in their quest for victory, needed to seize all 3 remaining games. However, fate had other plans. McGrady, after a prolonged silence, erupted spectacularly. As a superstar, McGrady possessed his own pride, diligently reserving his strength. The Rockets had surged through the playoffs, yet McGrady's contribution was not the most significant, nor could he even be deemed the second most crucial. The primary architect of their success was Yao Ming, who averaged an impressive 25 points per game during the playoffs, leading the team. Following him was Battier, who took on the formidable task of defending against Anthony, containing the Jazz, and guarding Kobe, undertaking all the arduous duties. Feeling a sense of guilt, McGrady yearned to contribute and assist the Rockets in their championship pursuit. Consequently, he unleashed his full potential, becoming an intimidating force that the Lakers could not contain. Neither Kobe nor Ariza proved effective against him. McGrady's quick pull-up jumpers swiftly overwhelmed them. In a desperate move, Coach Phil Jackson assigned Odom to guard McGrady. It must be acknowledged that Jackson possessed remarkable acumen. Odom was a versatile player, arguably the only active player capable of defending positions 1 through 5. Although Odom's defensive skills did not match those of Kobe or Ariza, he boasted a significant advantage, his considerable height. When McGrady faced Odom, he felt the pressure while shooting. Although Odom could not block McGrady, he nonetheless forced him to endure interference, resulting in a notable decline in shooting accuracy. With Odom defending McGrady, the interior defense necessitated a substitute, as Turiaf replaced Ariza to confront Scola. Despite being a rookie, Scola had extensive experience in Argentine basketball. Originally a 2002 draft pick, he was not signed by the Spurs until his rights were traded to the Rockets, who subsequently secured him. Argentina's basketball prowess was formidable. In 2004, they even triumphed over Team USA to claim the gold medal. It was Scola's display of skill on the national team that captivated the Rockets, prompting them to acquire his rights from the Spurs. Turieff had once been an exceptional player, though his abilities had diminished in recent years. Against Scola, they were somewhat evenly matched. However, the Lakers fielded 3 interior players, which led to insufficient rotation in their frontcourt. By the fourth quarter, Gasol was nearly spent and had to exit for a breather. The collapse of their interior defense precluded the Lakers from advancing to the next round, as the Rockets triumphed 41 over the Lakers, advancing to the finals. On the 31st, the matchup between the Celtics and the Pistons concluded, with the Celtics defeating the Pistons 42, thus becoming the Rockets' opponents. The first game of the finals was set for June 6th, allowing both teams ample time to rest. During this interlude, both squads devised extensive strategies targeting each other's players, aiming for victory. Chapter 96. Confronting the Big Three, the Celtics assembled their Big Three with the singular goal of capturing the championship. At long last, the trio finds themselves on the grand stage of the finals, each grappling with a whirlpool of emotions, for this marks the culmination of their dreams. The starting lineup for the Celtics comprises Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Allen, and Rondo, with notable substitutes including Tony Allen, James Posey, Sam Cassell, Eddie House, Leon Powell, and Glenn Davis. The Celtics possess formidable strength, both in their starting five and on the bench. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Adelman has chosen to place Woody in the starting lineup for the first game. Consequently, the Rockets' starting configuration transforms to Yao Ming, Scola, Woody, McGrady, and Alston. As anticipated, Yao Ming loses the tip-off, granting possession to the Celtics. Rondo advances the ball, and, facing Alston's defense, he deftly passes to Pierce. Although Garnett boasts the most impressive statistics, Pierce remains the focal point of the team, with both Garnett and Allen serving to support him. Pierce, a versatile player adept in both offense and defense, possesses the ability to play as a forward, showcasing his remarkable talent. However, he finds himself in a phase of decline, attempting to penetrate Woody's defense, only to be thwarted. Forming an assessment in his mind, Pierce relinquishes the ball to Garnett in the post. Garnett receives the ball and, backing down Scola, effortlessly completes the offensive play. The Rockets' power forward position is a vulnerability, while the Celtics' counterpart stands as a strength, creating a subtle advantage for Boston. Conversely, the Rockets hold an advantage at the center position, presenting a challenge for the Celtics. Yet, Garnett's speed and defensive prowess enable him to assist against Yao Ming, necessitating further attempts to ascertain the effectiveness of a strong attack on the center position. Perkins, a defensive player, strives to guard Yao Ming, but the latter's towering height renders Perkins' efforts futile. A simple hook shot from Yao makes Perkins' defense ineffective. Both teams manage to score, resulting in a tie. In the second round, Rondo once again passes to Pierce, who subsequently dishes the ball to Allen, hoping for an isolation play. On the grand stage of the finals, McGrady's eyes, forever wide open, are fixed intently on Allen. After receiving the pass, Allen attempts to drive, yet is met with an astonishing defensive display from McGrady. Many have forgotten that McGrady began his career as a defensive player. During his tenure with the Raptors, he played as a backup to his cousin Carter, relying on his exceptional defensive skills. It was only later, as he showcased his formidable offensive capabilities, that his defensive prowess was overshadowed. Now, McGrady has reminded everyone of his fierce defensive abilities. Unable to create a scoring opportunity, Allen passes the ball back to Rondo to orchestrate the offense. Upon receiving the ball, Rajon Rondo immediately propelled himself towards Alston, utilizing his formidable physique to forcefully maneuver past him. Alston, lacking the strength to match Rondo, could only trail behind. Pursuing towards the paint, Yao Ming confronted Rondo alongside Alston, attempting to encircle him. Without hesitation, Rondo delivered a pass through Yao's legs to Perkins, who, upon seeing the ball approach, aimed for a dunk. However, at that moment, a figure surged from the side, skillfully snatching the basketball just before Perkins could secure it. To Perkins' astonishment, it was the Rockets' number 6, Wu. Perkins quickly attempted to entangle him, but Wu had already dribbled away, advancing towards the front court. Pierce rushed over to block him, relentlessly trying to impede Wu's progress by crowding his path. Nevertheless, Wu swiftly maneuvered around him, maintaining his speed as he surged forward. Despite Pierce's relentless pursuit, he was unable to thwart Wu's leap for a dunk, lacking even the time to attempt a block. The Celtics, having suffered a setback, became considerably more cautious. Although Rondo remained defiant, he refrained from recklessly penetrating the paint. Consequently, the Celtics often entrusted the ball to Garnett, who proved uncontainable by Scola. Yao promptly moved to provide assistance, yet Perkins, lacking shooting prowess, lingered near the basket, affording Yao the opportunity to help out. The Rockets' offense was not solely reliant on Yao. Both McGrady and Wu served as scoring threats. McGrady's abilities surpassed those of Allen, and Wu's strength eclipsed that of Pierce, allowing both to effortlessly evade defenders, thereby simplifying their scoring endeavors. The Celtics starting lineup was primarily offensive, with 3 adept scorers on the perimeter, possessing some defensive capability but proving largely ineffective against McGrady and Wu. This rendered the Rockets a formidable offensive unit. In contrast, the Rockets boasted a defensive lineup. Particularly after McGrady intensified his defensive efforts, the team's defensive intensity surged. On the perimeter, Pierce and Allen found themselves with limited scoring opportunities, relying significantly on Garnett. Many assert that offense captivates fans while defense secures championships. A championship-caliber team must possess a robust defense, and by this criterion, the Rockets appeared more deserving of the title. Pierce's offensive capabilities did not rival those of Anthony or Bryant, and under Wu's defense, he found himself in considerable discomfort, realizing that Wu was particularly adept at countering him. Reflecting on the sentiments of Rockets fans who dubbed Wu the Star Slayer, it became evident that the moniker was well-deserved, as he indeed possessed remarkable talent. Pierce fell silent, and Allen found few opportunities. During the Celtics' offensive sequences, Rondo and Garnett were left to shoulder the burden, eliciting considerable dissatisfaction among the Celtics supporters. Although the Celtics boasted a better regular season record than the Rockets, the first game was hosted at their arena, filled with fans who were starkly reminded that 2 of the 3 formidable stars who had dominated the regular season were now rendered ineffective. This revelation left them profoundly discontented, as they incessantly chanted the names of Pierce and Ray Allen, urging them to step forth and score. Ray Allen, ignited by McGrady's provocation, seized the basketball from Rajon Rondo and commenced a one-on-one against McGrady. As a superstar, Allen possessed the dignity befitting his stature, despite McGrady's tenacious defense. He deftly discovered an opportunity. With a swift crossover dribble, he eluded McGrady and surged into an open space, executing an abrupt stop for a jump shot. Allen's release was the swiftest in the entire NBA. Before McGrady could close the gap, Allen had already launched the ball. As the orb swished through the net, Allen exhaled in triumph, letting out a resounding roar. Chapter 97. Injury. Allen's scoring sent the Celtics fans into a frenzy, their fervor akin to having already secured victory. As they erupted in ecstatic cries, McGrady cast a cool glance at the exuberant crowd and retrieved the ball from the front court, bringing it up himself. As the primary facilitator for the Rockets, McGrady, though experiencing a decline, remained an unassailable presence. Without further ado, he confronted Allen's defense, executing a smooth pull-up jumper from beyond the arc, successfully sinking the shot. This moment silenced the cheers of the Celtic supporters, replacing it with a chorus of boos. The score oscillated between both teams, reflecting a fierce competition. Wu Di, concealed nearby, awaited his moment. In the 5th minute, the opportunity arose as Allen once again shook off McGrady for a quick jump shot. However, he was in close proximity to Wu Di, who promptly stepped forward, raising his hand to obscure Allen's vision. Disrupted by Wu Di, Allen's shot veered off course, allowing Yao Ming to secure the rebound. Yao passed the ball to Alston, who surged into the front court. Rondo hastily pursued, but Alston suddenly halted, eluding Rondo and scoring with a three-pointer from beyond the arc. In the 8th minute, Garnett posted up against Scola. Wu Di stealthily approached from behind, and, as Garnett turned to shoot, he swatted the ball away. Scola quickly snatched the ball and handed it to Wu Di, who leapt forward, launching the ball into the front court. McGrady caught it, culminating the offensive sequence with a resounding dunk. In the 11th minute, Pierce aggressively attacked Wu Di, who feigned weakness, allowing Pierce to penetrate. Yet, as Pierce turned to shoot, Wu Di leaped and swatted the ball out of bounds. Wu Di's defensive prowess posed significant challenges for the Celtics. In the second quarter, the Celtics substituted Pierce and Allen for James Posey and Tony Allen, bolstering their defense. The Rockets, too, replaced Yao and McGrady, bringing in Mutombo and Battier to enhance their defensive strategy. The Celtics aimed to deploy Posey against Wu Di, given his greater strength compared to Tony Allen. Yet his foot speed was questionable and could potentially be surpassed by Wu Di's agility. Conversely, while Tony Allen possessed commendable speed, he lacked the requisite strength. Both players are 3D athletes and serve as pivotal rotation members for the Celtics, specializing in perimeter defense. It must be said that the Celtics lineup is exceptionally formidable. Not only do they boast a stellar starting five, but their bench also includes two 3D players, with a backup point guard being the extraordinary Sam Cassell. Although Cassell has aged, his prowess remains commendable. He was once a superstar, a key figure among the Timberwolves' legendary trio. Previously, he was the starting point guard for the Clippers. But in pursuit of a championship, he chose to join the Celtics. James Posey initially took on the task of defending Rafer Alston, while Tony Allen focused on Woody. Currently, the Rockets' primary scorers on the court, aside from Alston, are Woody, and they seamlessly allocated their defensive responsibilities. Alston attempted to exploit his speed to evade Tony Allen, but was unsuccessful. While Allen's defensive capabilities may not match those of Battier, he is nonetheless a rare defensive asset. Woody quickly set a screen for Alston, who successfully maneuvered past Allen and charged into the paint, only to be met head-on by James Posey, who shadowed Alston and denied him a clear path to the basket. Alston opted to pass back to Woody, who received the ball just as Tony Allen lunged to poke it away, nearly dislodging it. Woody swiftly secured the ball, shoving Allen behind him. As Woody prepared to shoot, Posey approached from the front, and together with Allen, they trapped Woody, firmly gripping the ball with both hands. Woody sought a gap between the two defenders to make a pass, but their defense was relentless, leaving him unable to release the ball. With the shot clock winding down, Woody gritted his teeth, bent forward to nudge Allen aside, then leaped to launch the ball toward the hoop. The basketball struck the rim and bounced upward. Garnett seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Rajon Rondo, who dashed down the court and executed a layup. As the others turned to watch, they suddenly noticed a player sprawled on the court wearing the Rockets' number 6 jersey. It was Woody. He was rolling on the ground, clutching his foot. During a shot, he had inadvertently stepped on Tony Allen's foot. However, at that moment, he felt fine. His urgency to return on defense caused him to push off hard and slip. As Woody fell, his teammates noticed, but they assumed it was merely a slip, unaware of the injury he had sustained. Battier rushed over, asking, "Woody, how are you?" Woody, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, replied, "Call the doctor." Battier promptly stood and called out to the medical staff on the sideline for assistance. The team doctor quickly arrived, assessed the situation, and suggested it appeared to be merely a sprain. If the injury was not severe, a few days of rest would suffice. If it were serious, a recovery period of 1 to 2 months might be necessary. Adelman, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as the season reached its climax, a crucial player had been injured. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge Woody's value, Adelman certainly did not wish for him to be hurt. The Rockets' lineup was already weak, and much of the defensive responsibilities fell upon Wu Di. However, with Wu Di now injured, the team's hopes of securing a championship have essentially vanished. He was taken to the hospital, where examinations revealed a mild sprain. The doctors advised that he would need to rest in bed for a week before he could walk. If he wished to return to the court, at least 10 days would be required. 10 days. By then, the playoffs would likely be over. Upon hearing this news, Wu Di fell into silence. He had aspired to contend for the championship and elevate his status, but it now appeared that such hopes were futile. Could he even assist the national team in clinching a title? Wu Di's heart sank. He realized his ambitions were perhaps overly grandiose. In the realm of basketball, the American team reigned supreme, and no matter how formidable Wu Di might be, he could not rival the entire constellation of American stars. Basketball is not a game of one-on-one. It necessitates the collaboration of 5 individuals, and he would not be so arrogant as to believe he could take on 5 alone. Lying in bed, he had a nurse procure a television for him to watch the live broadcast of the Rockets versus the Celtics. The Celtics exhibited excellent teamwork. Whether it was their trio of stars or the likes of Rajon Rondo and Cassell, each player was immensely talented. The Rockets were utterly overwhelmed, and despite Yao and McGrady's valiant efforts, they could not reverse the team's downward trajectory. Ultimately, the Rockets lost the game by a margin of 10 points. Chapter 98. The sin of non-battle. The Rockets' defeat left Wu Di in a somber mood. He longed to return to Houston, to see Chu Shui and their son. During the season, He had lacked the time to be with them, but now he finally had the opportunity. However, due to another game on the horizon, the Rockets charter could not yet fly back to Houston. Resolute, Wu Di decided to indulge himself, personally financing a plane to take him home. The cost of hiring the plane was minimal, not even reaching $10,000, inclusive of the medical personnel he had brought along. Upon returning to Houston, Wu Di was finally at ease to recuperate. His son, Wu Xing, had begun to learn to speak, with Chu Shui teaching him Mandarin. Truth be told, since arriving in America, Chu Shui had largely assumed the role of a homemaker. Although she was nominally Wu Di's assistant, he had little need for such help. She resembled more of a mistress to Wu Di. Even though they lived together, their relationship lacked depth, primarily revolving around physical desire. Had it not been for Chu Shui bearing his child, Wu Di would have never considered bringing her to America. Wu Di lay in bed, unable to go anywhere, while Chu Shui attended to him day and night. The days were not too arduous, but the nights became unbearable. Previously, they would find themselves in bed together perhaps once a week. Now, it was a daily occurrence, and Chu Shui was struggling to cope, feeling utterly exhausted after each encounter. Fortunately, Wu Di's injury healed in 10 days, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the playoffs. The Rockets had fallen short against the Celtics, collapsing before the trophy. This defeat had repercussions for many. Both Yao and McGrady felt a sense of disappointment. Yet, they quickly regrouped, for they had reached the finals this year. And perhaps next year, they would finally secure the championship. Wu Di has been affected as well. He has remained disconsolate, spending several days immersed in the bar scene, unwilling to engage with others. This season has been exceedingly arduous for him with the Rockets, as he has found himself bereft of playing time and unable to accumulate statistics. After finally reaching the finals, he was struck by injury, missing all the matches. It feels as though fate is against me, and I am blamed for battles not fought. It is not for lack of effort that I fail to attain my desires. Unlike Wu Di, who drowns his sorrows in alcohol, Adelman is brimming with vitality. Having received accolades from the Rockets management, in his inaugural season coaching the Rockets, he led the team to the finals, much to the delight of the owner, who rewarded him with a substantial bonus and certain trading privileges. Alexander has declared that next year, they must claim the championship, encouraging Adelman to trade for any player he desires. With Alexander's endorsement, Adelman, filled with enthusiasm, began to review player profiles to construct his envisioned championship roster. After a few days of despair, Wu Di returned home with Chu Shui and their son. He could scarcely remain at home for long before preparing to join the national team for this year's Olympic Games in the capital. First, he arrived in Jiangsheng to inspect the progress of the school's development. The institution has already enrolled over 20 students. And under the dual influence of a carefully crafted menu and training regimen, these students have significantly enhanced their physical fitness. Most of these students possessed commendable basketball skills previously, yet many struggled with height or lacked physical strength. After half a year at the school, each student has grown considerably, with some reaching the requisite height. However, their technical skills still require improvement. The coach hired by Yin has limited methods to address this, necessitating more practice. He can instruct them on the correct way to play, but to enhance their abilities, the students must take personal initiative. Upon his arrival at the school, Wu Di spent a day teaching the students how to utilize their bodies effectively while playing and how to identify their positions on the court. These insights stem from his profound experiences in the NBA. Although the students may not grasp everything immediately, Wu Di feels it is essential to impart this knowledge. The following day, Wu Di returned home. His parents were delighted to see their grandson, yet they felt helpless regarding Wu Di's reluctance to marry. It seemed quite irresponsible for him to have a child without tying the knot. A few days later, Wu Di extricated himself from his parents' incessant chatter and set off once more for Jiangsheng, leaving Chu Shui and their child at his home. Chu Shui planned to stay for a while before returning to her own residence. Upon his return to Jiangsheng, Wu Di continued to teach the students while awaiting the national team summons. At the end of June, he finally received news from the national team and promptly departed for the capital, entering the Olympic Village for training. Wu Di encountered Coach Jonas, with a hint of regret, remarked on how unfortunate it was that if Wu Di had not been injured, the Rockets might have very well secured the championship. Wu Di shook his head, at a loss for words. Yunus, with a smile, patted Wu Di on the shoulder and said, "Do not be disheartened. I am well aware of your capabilities. I have watched every game of the Rockets. If you had not been injured, the Rockets would have had at least a 60% chance of winning the championship. Only 60%? Woody replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. 60% is quite considerable. Yunus remarked. Consider the Celtics lineup. 3 superstars alongside Castle. Their claim to the championship is almost inevitable. Sometimes, people become so obsessed with winning that their relentless pursuit seems only natural. Woody muttered, who doesn't desire a championship? Even Yao hasn't secured one yet. To be frank, it is exceedingly difficult for Yao to win a championship in the NBA, Yunus stated. Why is that? Because the Rockets roster is lacking, Yunus explained. This year's lineup is quite strong, yet has been squandered under Edelman's management. When McGrady's performance declines next season, the prospect of winning a championship will be even more remote. Woody was at a loss for words and could only mourn for Yao in silence. You should also prepare yourself mentally. Prepare for what? Woody asked, puzzled. Next season, who knows where you might be playing? Woody paused for a moment, then shrugged it off, saying, as long as I have ample playing time, it matters not where. It is good that you can think this way. Despite Yunus's warning, Woody was still unable to fathom that the Rockets would trade him so swiftly. When he learned of the trade, he was taken aback. On June 27th, just before the NBA draft commenced, the Rockets reached an agreement with the Lakers, trading Woody, Luther Head, and this year's first-round pick for the Lakers' third star, Odom. Woody was surprised that the Lakers would trade for him in exchange for Odom. Luther Head was merely a throw-in, and this year's first-round pick was simply a means to balance the trade. It is worth noting that the Rockets' first-round pick was the 25th overall, which held little value, as there were not many promising players available at that position. Even if selected, the likelihood of signing them was slim. Chapter 99. The Olympics begin. Woody soon received notification from the Lakers, requesting him to discuss a contract after the Olympics. What contract are we discussing? Woody wondered, but upon reflection, he recalled that his 2-year contract with the Rockets included a team option for the second year. Did the Lakers intend to forego that option and offer him a new contract? In truth, Woody was overthinking. The Lakers merely wished to extend his contract by an additional 2 years. Although the price for those 2 years might be slightly higher, NBA regulations would prevent it from being exorbitant. Meanwhile, Woody took the opportunity to familiarize himself with this year's draft situation. The first overall pick was Derrick Rose. Chosen by the Bulls, the second pick was Michael Beasley, selected by the Heat, and the third pick was Jim Ayo, taken by the Timberwolves. According to media commentary, the fourth pick, Russell Westbrook, and the fifth pick, Kevin Love, were both promising players. The Lakers utilized the Rockets' 25th pick to select an interior player, Pekovic, hailing from Montenegro. Pekovic is a veteran player who has been competing in the Montenegrin Professional League since 2001, marking a remarkable 7 years in the sport. He is regarded as a traditional center. The Lakers, holding the 58th pick in the second round, opted for J.R. Crawford. With the matters concerning the NBA now settled, Woody has found a sense of relief. However, upon hearing the news of Woody's trade to the Lakers, Sun Yu hurried over to seek his advice. Last year, he was unable to join the Lakers due to the unwillingness of the Ocean team to release him. With his contract now expired, he is poised to embark on his NBA career. Yet, Woody remains skeptical about Sun Yu's prospects. While he possesses height, solid physical attributes, a respectable shooting ability, and commendable defensive skills, qualifying him as a quintessential 3 and D player, his shortcomings are equally apparent. His foot speed is lacking, making it difficult for him to keep pace with guards, and he lacks the strength to defend small forward effectively. Consequently, he may only serve as a bench player upon joining the Lakers. Moreover, like Woody, Sun Yu enjoys the nightlife, although not as frequently. He does not possess Woody's robust physique. More crucially, Sun Yu's ambition appears lacking, and he does not train with the requisite seriousness. In China, he is indeed a rare talent, likely to be valued by any team. However, in the NBA, which gathers the world's finest players, he may quickly become just another face in the crowd, with little chance of standing out. Nonetheless, Woody refrains from dampening his spirits, acknowledging that such matters are difficult to convey, and he is certain to look after him once they are both with the Lakers, much like Yao Ming did for him. The news of Woody's trade swiftly spread, prompting much discussion. The trade involved Odom, whose fame quickly resonated worldwide. Odom is a well-known star in the United States, celebrated as a little magic, reflecting the high expectations fans have of him. Additionally, his marriage to Khloe Kardashian, a figure of considerable influence in America, further amplifies his visibility. As a Kardashian family, is a prominent force in popular culture. Lakers fans are largely discontent with the trade, believing that Woody is not worthy of being exchanged for Odom. They express unfamiliarity with the similarly valued Luther Head and the newly acquired Pekovic from the Rockets. Conversely, Rockets fans feel they have gained an advantage. Although Woody has shown promising performance, he has yet to reach the superstar status of Odom. With Odom, the Rockets can potentially form a formidable trio. Furthermore, they are currently pursuing a trade for Arteas from the Kings. Should Arteas indeed join their ranks, the Rockets could evolve into a true quartet, potentially eclipsing the Celtics and enhancing their championship hopes. Nonetheless, some argue that the Lakers have made a wise decision, as Woody's future achievements could be boundless. While Odom may be nearing the peak of his career, likely facing a decline soon, the two opposing viewpoints have engaged in a relentless dispute. However, domestic fans remain largely united in their sentiment, nearly unanimously deeming Adelman a fool for trading away Woody and failing to utilize him effectively. Woody himself appears indifferent, having wholly dedicated himself to preparing for the Olympics. He has secured 24 victories, enhancing Zhou Yu's prowess with 10 additional wins, thereby elevating Zhou Yu's status as a military strategist. This upgrade bestows upon Zhou Yu the unique characteristic of burning the boats, which amplifies his influence. The nature of this influence is quite intriguing. The system explains that it can inspire teammates, improving their performance in various aspects, be it shooting accuracy, breakthrough capabilities, or defensive skills. Ultimately, it remains an enigmatic phenomenon. On August 8th, the Olympic Games commenced in the capital. In preparation for this grand event, the city constructed the iconic Bird's Nest Stadium and the Water Cube, as well as a new Olympic Village, thus elevating its sporting facilities to a world-class standard. The opening ceremony featured the renowned director Zhang Yimou, whose international acclaim, though not as resounding as in previous years, remains esteemed domestically. His talent is indisputable, particularly in the realm of color, placing him among the world's elite. Under his direction, the ceremony unfolded almost flawlessly, presenting a magnificent cultural feast that introduced China's rich heritage to a global audience. Of course, minor glitches occurred, such as a sudden blue screen on the large display, but this fault cannot be attributed to Zhang, as it is a failings of Microsoft. Wu Di and his teammates participated in the opening parade, with Yao Ming serving as the flag bearer. However, Wu Di chose not to walk alongside his teammates, but instead with the members of the women's volleyball team. Among them, he spotted a striking young lady named Hui Chuqin. At just 17 years old, she had remarkably secured a place on the national team, a touch of embellishment perhaps. Wu Di found himself quite taken with her, not out of mere infatuation, but rather because he rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of romance. Nevertheless, Wu Di's reputation at home is somewhat tarnished, causing the young girl to harbor a degree of apprehension towards him. Though not conventionally handsome, he exudes a strong masculine charm, enticing her to draw near. Yet, the whispers of his past, nightclub escapades, and fleeting relationships prompt her to maintain a respectful distance. Wu Di discerned her wariness, yet remained unfazed, fully aware of his own character. Should a relationship with Hui Chuqin ever blossom, he would not forsake his nightlife habits. Thus, in engaging Hui Chuqin in conversation, Wu Di spectacularly missed the captivating opening ceremony. However, his efforts were not in vain, as he managed to obtain her email address. While email communication is rare in his homeland, Wu Di found himself with little choice, as he is in America, where QQ does not exist. Only an email would suffice. Originally, he desired a phone number, but the young girl lacked independence and did not possess a mobile phone. She only had a dormitory number, which was often unoccupied, prompting Wu Di to request her email instead. In Chapter 100, encountering the United States in the group stage, Wu Di felt fortunate to have upgraded his memory skills, recalling the email address with ease. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, the men's basketball group matches were set to commence. During the Olympics, the national team was under strict regulations, and Wu Di had a rein in his thoughts. The roster for the Chinese men's basketball team had long been finalized, including Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Wang Shipeng, Zhu Fangyu, Lu Wei, Chen Jianghua, Li Nan, Sun Yu, Du Feng, and Wang Lei. The centers were Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. The forwards were Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Li Nan, Du Feng, and Wang Lei. The guards comprised Wu Di, Lu Wei, Sun Yu, Chen Jianghua, and Wang Shipeng. China was placed in Group B, alongside the United States, Spain, Angola, Germany, and Greece, while Group A consisted of Lithuania, Russia, Iran, Croatia, Argentina, and Australia. Being grouped with the United States caused a stir among the Chinese team. Although there were 4 qualifying spots available in their group, the stronger the ranking, the weaker the opponent in the quarterfinals, thus making it preferable to encounter weaker teams during the group stage. However, the circumstances in Group B were daunting, as the American team was nearly unbeatable, not to mention the formidable Spanish squad, making it precarious to aim for a second-place finish. Most critically, China was to face the United States in their first match, leaving Wu Di to ponder the International Olympic Committee's scheduling decisions with a hint of malice. This year's American roster was significantly more robust than that of 2004, featuring superstars such as Kobe Bryant, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Paul, LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Dwight Howard, Jason Kidd, Dwayne Wade, Tayshaun Prince, Tyson Chandler, Carlos Boozer, and Darren Williams. This near-complete constellation of stars was likely to leave Wu Di feeling somewhat dazed. Securing an advantage against this lineup would be exceedingly challenging, had it not been for the debacle of 2004. Perhaps defeating the American team might have seemed a tad more feasible. As the match commenced, Kobe made a point to engage Wu Di in conversation. Wu Di brought Sun Yu over to exchange a few words with Kobe, though Sun's English was somewhat limited, and he struggled to continue the dialogue after a couple of exchanges. The game quickly unfolded, with Wu Di stationed on the court, prepared to transition into defense. It was crucial to note that he would be jumping against Howard. As anticipated, Howard secured the ball, passing it to Kobe, who then entrusted Paul with orchestrating the offense. Yunus did not assign an extensive defensive strategy to the Chinese team, opting instead for his own defense. With Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian anchoring the inside, Wu Di, Sun Yu, and Lu Wei were assigned to perimeter defense. Wu Di found himself matched against LeBron James, as he was the only player on the Chinese team capable of containing him. The two players were nearly of the same caliber, making it difficult for others to defend against either. As LeBron assessed Wu Di, he began to maneuver, attempting to shed Wu Di to receive the ball for an offensive play. Wu Di maintained a prudent distance from James, focusing intently on thwarting his drives. While James's penetrative abilities were formidable, his shooting left much to be desired. Whenever the ball found its way into his hands, Wu Di felt a sense of relief. However, this sentiment was not exclusive to Wu Di. The American team was equally aware of this fact. Paul made a decisive move past Lu Wei, who defended valiantly. Yet Paul managed to sidestep him momentarily, landing a three-pointer from beyond the arc. As Lu Wei advanced with the ball, the American team resorted to full-court pressure. Lu Wei narrowly avoided a steal, and Wu Di rushed to support, receiving the ball from Lu Wei. James approached to apply pressure, but Wu Di raised his arm defensively, successfully obstructing James's interference as he moved beyond the three-point line. Yao Ming promptly positioned himself to shield Wu Di, allowing Wu Di to shake off James and penetrate the paint. Howard immediately confronted him, and as Wu Di attempted to break through, Bosh arrived to double-team him. Wu Di had no choice but to pass the ball to Yi Jianlian. Upon receiving the pass, he aimed for a shot, only to find Bosh had already recovered position. Hesitant, he passed to Yao Ming. Yao, upon receiving the ball, executed a jump step to evade James's challenge and successfully made the shot. Wu Di's heart sank. The initial offensive foray proved exceedingly arduous, foreshadowing a daunting match ahead. Wu Di's apprehensions were validated as the American team's offensive flow was seamless. The Chinese defense appeared woefully inadequate against the Americans. Wu Di held his own, and Yao Ming could withstand some pressure, but others faltered against the relentless American offense. The Chinese team employed a zone defense, yet the Americans swiftly countered by substituting James for Anthony. With Anthony on the court, the American team boasted 3 capable three-point shooters, a strategy adept at dismantling the zone defense. The three-point shooting proficiency of NBA stars was exceptionally high, a fundamental reason for their success in the league. As the Americans launched three-pointers, Wu Di found himself in a challenging position. He could only defend one player while Kobe and Paul attempted their shots, relying on Sun Yu and Lu Wei for support. Sun Yu's defense was commendable, but Lu Wei struggled significantly, unable to match Paul's caliber. Ultimately, the Chinese team fell behind by 16 points, succumbing to defeat. In their second match, the Chinese team faced Spain, whose star player was Pau Gasol, a future teammate of Wu Di's with the Lakers. His backup was his brother, Marc Gasol, also a key piece in the Lakers trade for Powell. The Gasol brothers possessed considerable prowess, and collectively, they outmatched Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. However, Spain lacked a player of James's caliber, rendering them unable to contend with Wu Di effectively. The pick-and-roll between Wu Di and Yao Ming proved challenging for the Spanish team, as Wu Di's incursions into the paint were devastating, leaving Pau and others unable to defend him adequately. The Chinese team triumphed over Spain with a score of 92-83. Subsequently, they faced Angola, a team that, alongside Germany, had emerged from the qualifiers and posed little threat. The Chinese team dispatched both Angola and Germany with relative ease. In the final match of the group stage, the Chinese team faced off against the formidable Greek squad, renowned for their star player Spanoulis, often referred to as the Kobe of Europe. The contest was intensely competitive. However, in the second half, the Chinese team suddenly intensified their defensive efforts. Wu Di, in a moment of brilliance, executed two remarkable blocks, igniting a fervor that seemed to elevate the entire team's defensive intensity. Caught off guard, the Greek team struggled to respond, allowing China to swiftly extend their lead, which they ultimately maintained until the end of the match. As the group stage concluded, China secured a commendable record of 4 wins and 1 loss, placing them second in Group B. The United States topped the group, followed by Spain in third and Greece in fourth. In Group A, Lithuania claimed the first spot, followed by Argentina, Croatia, and Australia. In Chapter 101, titled Bronze Medal, the Chinese team prepared to confront Croatia in the quarterfinals. Croatia, not particularly formidable, fell easily to the Chinese squad, leading to a historic victory that propelled China into the top 4. Fans across the nation rejoiced, heralding the rise of the Chinese men's basketball team. While the women's team had previously achieved remarkable success, the men's team had struggled internationally. This breakthrough, promising at least a medal, invigorated the fan base. However, their elation was short-lived. In the subsequent match against Lithuania, apart from Yao Ming and Wu Di, the contributions from other players diminished significantly, with many appearing out of sorts. Errors plagued their performance, leading to a disheartening halftime for Yao, who exited the court with a grim expression. Wu Di also felt the weight of disappointment, recognizing that some players seemed distracted and complacent after reaching the semifinals, seemingly indifferent to the remaining games. This situation incited Wu Di's frustration, yet he felt powerless to express it due to his youth. Among the team, several seasoned veterans surrounded him, with only Yi Jianlian and Chen Jianhua being younger. Although the hierarchical dynamics in Chinese sports are not as pronounced as in Japan or South Korea, they undeniably exist. Wu Di's acceptance within the team stemmed from his friendships with a few key players. Otherwise, he might have faced isolation. Jonas, the coach, wore a troubled expression. Despite Lithuania being his homeland, his priority was the success of the Chinese team, which transcended national loyalty and stemmed from professional ethics. As the head coach, his responsibility was to lead his team to victory. Back in the locker room, Jonas exhausted all measures to uplift the team's spirit, yet to no avail. Ultimately, China succumbed to Lithuania, missing the chance to compete in the finals. Following the loss, Wu Di felt a sense of melancholy, but remained optimistic about contending for the bronze medal. The disappointing performance of his teammates struck him deeply, reinforcing his belief that relying on others was less reliable than depending on oneself. The Chinese team was set to compete against Spain for the bronze, and despite the challenges, Wu Di maintained confidence in their ability to prevail. Yet, after the first half, they found themselves unexpectedly trailing. The individuals in question have yet to respond. Though the situation has improved significantly compared to before, it remains ineffective. In the second half, Wu Di took command of the ball, utilizing both Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu as screens. With their assistance, Wu Di deftly evaded his defenders, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers to close the gap in the score. Wu Di erupted, consistently leveraging the screens provided by his teammates to shoot from beyond the arc, compelling the Spanish team to send 2 players to double-team him. With a 4-on-3 advantage, the Chinese team glimpsed their prospects of victory. Yi Jianlian began to capitalize on open opportunities, netting 2 mid-range shots, while Sun Yu added a 3-pointer to the tally. In the final 10 minutes, Yao Ming entered the game, and the duo once again executed pick-and-roll plays. With the other 3 players, Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, and Zhi, all towering over 2 meters in height. Faced with such an unconventional lineup, Spain attempted to initiate fast breaks. But their efforts were thwarted twice, as Wu Di's defensive recovery speed far surpassed that of his opponents, single-handedly disrupting Spain's defensive transitions. The scores remained stable between both teams, culminating in a tie at 86. The Chinese team was presented with one last opportunity to attack. Wu Di meticulously managed the clock, allowing it to dwindle to the final 3 seconds before leaping for a shot just beyond the three-point line. The Spanish defender, a towering figure, anticipated Wu Di's last-second attempt and remained intensely focused. As Wu Di leaped, the defender followed suit to contest the shot. Observing the defender's effort, Wu Di suddenly smiled, relaxed his arm, and collided with the defender's arm. The defender, taken aback, found it too late to evade. As the referee's whistle echoed, Wu Di released the ball, which struck the backboard and ricocheted away. He was awarded 3 free throws, successfully converting 2. For the third attempt, he deliberately struck the ball with great force against the rim. The basketball soared high, prompting players beneath the basket to vie for the rebound. However, as the ball reached its apex, the final buzzer sounded. "Victory!" Wu Di shouted triumphantly, only to be playfully tackled from behind by Sun Yu, who ruffled his hair in celebration. Yi Jianlian rushed over to embrace him. Other teammates quickly joined, encircling Wu Di in jubilation. "We won! We won!" The crowd erupted in euphoria as the men's basketball team made history, igniting a fervor among the spectators who witnessed this momentous occasion. Bronze medal! Bronze medal! Congratulations to the Chinese men's basketball team for overcoming Spain and securing the bronze medal. They have etched their names in history, achieving the first medal ever for Chinese men's basketball. In the midst of the celebration, the commentator Zhang Heli, a veteran of the sport who dedicated his life to basketball, struggled to contain his emotions, having played the game in his youth and continued to contribute to the sport post-retirement. His excitement at witnessing such a historic moment for Chinese basketball is entirely understandable. Just as Wu Di reveled in the celebration, the system awarded him a new title, Olympic bronze medalist. The title can be utilized for 20 victories. 20 victories? How many victories does one have left? Including the remaining 14, that totals 34. If one accumulates an additional 16 victories, one can once again upgrade to an epic general. However, this would allow for the enhancement of Zhou Yu's burning ships. Should one upgrade or refrain from doing so? The utility of burning ships seems rather negligible. It does not necessarily activate in every match, and the conditions for its activation remain unknown, leaving Wu Di quite perplexed. After much contemplation, Wu Di decided to postpone the upgrade. He resolved to accumulate the 16 victories necessary for the general's enhancement after the commencement of the NBA preseason. With a stroke of luck, by the season's end, he might elevate to a legendary general. After a brief celebration, staff members approached to remind them to exit. As another championship match awaited, Wu Di and his companions tidied up, returned to the locker room to shower, and change clothes, preparing for the final match. The American team triumphed over Lithuania, securing the gold medal. Standing on the podium, Wu Di gazed at the rising national flag, a wave of pride swelling within him. Upon receiving the award, he, along with Yao Ming and others, was invited to the CCTV studio for an interview. Following the interview, Wu Di's fame soared. He scored 37 points and provided 7 assists, the highest for the national team during the bronze medal match. This performance propelled his notoriety to rival that of Yao Ming, and endorsements flooded in from domestic brands. Chapter 102. A new season after the Olympic Games concluded, everyone returned home. Wu Di returned to his residence for a few days before heading back to Jiangxing. He spent half a month there, managing school affairs and negotiating several endorsements. During this period, an unusual incident occurred when a minor celebrity approached Wu Di, proposing a rendezvous in a vehicle to generate publicity. Although the young star was quite attractive, Wu Di declined her offer. Despite his fondness for women, he felt it inappropriate to become embroiled in a scandal at this time. He needed to set a positive example for his students and maintain a favorable impression with the younger women he was courting. A clandestine affair with this celebrity would have been a welcome indulgence, but he had no desire for the notoriety that would accompany it. Ultimately, the minor celebrity found herself in Wu Di's bed, intending to secretly capture some intimate photographs. However, after their encounter, she quickly succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber, remaining unconscious when Wu Di departed. Wu Di paid little heed to this minor episode, having encountered numerous women before, and it held no significance for him. Chu Shui also arrived in Jiangcheng to reunite with Wu Di. Once he had resolved all his matters, he set off for Los Angeles. This time, the endorsements Wu Di secured were far more lucrative than before, amounting to an annual income of $20 million from 3 deals. Nevertheless, Wu Di allocated all this money to the school. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Wu Di first settled into a hotel, uncertain about his standing with the Lakers. After joining the team, he engaged with the management, who expressed their intent to extend his contract by 2 years. Wu Di did not oppose this, as the salary cap for first-round draft picks in the NBA is considerably limited. Even the highest pick earns a mere $400,000 annually, with a maximum increase of 80%. In contrast, second-round picks face no such constraints, though their increases cannot exceed 120%. Wu Di's current salary is $1,200,000, and should the Lakers indeed offer the maximum increase, he would be inclined to sign. In truth, Wu Di's salary posed little burden on the Lakers, being merely a fraction of what legends like Kobe earned. Even granting the highest increase would be manageable, provided Wu Di could replicate his performance from his time with the Rockets over the next 3 years. The Lakers proposed a 4-year contract worth $22 million, featuring the highest salary increases in the first 2 years, $2,664,000 the first year and $5,800,000 the second. The latter 2 years would be team options, with salaries of $10 million in the third year and $12 million in the fourth. Wu Di was relatively satisfied with the terms for the initial 2 years, but expressed dissatisfaction regarding the latter part. After some negotiation, the Lakers increased the third-year salary by $500,000 and the fourth year by $150,000. Culminating in a 4-year contract totaling $32,440,000, averaging out to a middle-class salary. This indicated the Lakers' significant interest in Wu Di, albeit with an awareness of potential contingencies. If Wu Di failed to deliver, they would likely not honor the latter 2 years of the contract, effectively reducing it to a 2-year deal worth $8,460,000, having the annual salary and saving 2 years of time. Yet, Wu Di chose to sign the contract, as even with other teams, the best offer he could secure would be comparable. He was quite content in Los Angeles, a bustling metropolis with Hollywood and an abundance of aspiring actresses and beautiful women. The prospect of seeking a team where he could be the leader was not on his mind. His primary desire was to secure victories. With more wins, he believed he could elevate all his teammates to legendary status, asserting his dominance regardless of comparison to Kobe. Once the contract was settled, Wu Di commenced training with the team. He found the Lakers' triangle offense somewhat perplexing at first. However, after familiarizing himself with the strategy, he realized it was not overly complex, albeit distinctly unconventional, often defying common sense regarding player positioning. Perhaps this is the reason why the Zen master successfully built the Bulls dynasty around this system. Sun Yu also joined him in the United States, having signed a multi-year contract with the Lakers at the end of August. Though specific details of the contract were not disclosed, it can be said that he has established a solid foundation to secure his position in the NBA. As long as he aligns his performance with the team strategy, he is certain to be retained. On September 25th, the Lakers held a press conference to introduce Wu Di and Sun Yu, 2 players hailing from China. However, on the 26th, Sun Yu was rushed to the emergency room after being diagnosed with mononucleosis during a physical examination. This infectious disease, often referred to as the kissing disease, is typically transmitted through kissing. While the source of Sun Yu's infection remains unclear, it is anticipated that the media will unleash unfavorable commentary regarding him once they catch wind of the situation. Wu Di found the irony amusing. Despite his own tumultuous personal life, he remained unscathed by illness, which is rather sardonic. Consequently, Sun Yu missed the Lakers training camp kickoff. Nevertheless, after just a few days, by October 4th, he had fully recovered and joined the training camp to complete his shooting practice. The preseason officially commenced on October 8th, with the Lakers facing off against the Jazz. It is noteworthy that the Jazz and Wu Di seem to be adversaries, as his first game after being traded to the Lakers was against them. The Jazz's roster had not undergone significant changes, indicating that they still lacked effective strategies against Wu Di, while the Lakers' lineup was considerably stronger than that of the Rockets and did not impose restrictions on Wu Di's play. After half a game, the Jazz chose not to engage with Wu Di any longer. Finally liberated to play freely, Wu Di unleashed his full potential, ultimately scoring an impressive 31 points. In the second game, The Lakers faced the Clippers, who had bolstered their roster by signing Nuggets center Camby. Alongside their existing players Chris Kaman, Al Thornton, Baron Davis, Eric Gordon, and the veteran Mobley, creating a formidable lineup. Baron Davis, in particular, posed a significant challenge. And had Wu D not been traded to the Lakers, he might have overwhelmed the aging Fisher. However, despite this, the Lakers ended up losing the match. The preseason primarily served to evaluate players, so Kobe and Gasol did not spend excessive time on the court. Following the defeat to the Clippers, the Lakers triumphed in the remaining 6 games, easily overcoming opponents such as the Kings, Barcelona, Raptors, Hornets, twice, and Thunder. Concluding the preseason with a record of 7 wins and 1 loss, the Lakers eagerly anticipated their first regular season game. Wu D felt elated to see the win count rise by 7. Just 9 more victories would elevate him to the status of an epic warrior. Chapter 103. Debut. After the conclusion of the preseason, the Lakers swiftly finalized their 15-man roster for the regular season. The lineup included Kobe, Gasol, Bynum, Fisher, Wu D, Ariza, Pekovic, Jordan Farmar, Radmanovic, Vujacic, Luke Walton, Josh Powell, Sunyu, Chris Mim, and Luter Head. The centers comprised Bynum, Pekovic, Josh Powell, and Chris Mim. The power forward position was held by Gasol, while the small forwards included Wu D, Radmanovic, and Luke Walton. The shooting guards featured Kobe, Ariza, Sunyu, and Vujacic. Point guard Fisher, along with Jordan Farmar and Luther Head, forms a rather lackluster lineup, particularly due to a significant shortage of power forwards. During practice matches, it has largely fallen upon Chris Mim to assume the role of a power forward. The abundance of centers is a consequence of the decision to cut one of them, Mbenga. Otherwise, the Lakers would have boasted 5 centers on their roster. Prior to the game, the Zen Master finalized both the playing and starting lineups. Sunyu and Luther Head were placed on the injury list, while the starting 5 comprised Bynum, Gasol, Woody, Kobe, and Fisher. The Lakers' inaugural match was against the Trail Blazers, whose starting lineup included Joel, Aldridge, Batum, Roy, and Blake. Notably, last year's top draft pick, Greg Oden, had recovered from injury in October and was seated on the sidelines, potentially poised to make his debut in today's game. For Oden, this marked a fresh beginning on the grand stage of the NBA, while for Woody, it represented a similar opportunity as he finally emerged from the shadow of the Rockets. As the game commenced, the two teams contested the jump ball. Bynum tipped the ball to Fisher, who advanced it past half court before passing to Kobe. Instead of taking the shot himself, Kobe unexpectedly passed it to Woody. Woody glanced at him in surprise, but with a mere wave of Kobe's hand, Bynum and Gasol swiftly repositioned themselves away from the paint, clearing space for Woody. Woody was momentarily perplexed by his teammates' intentions. He dribbled the ball, alternating his grip, and glanced at Batum, who was guarding him. Batum, a second-round pick for the Trail Blazers this year, had demonstrated his capabilities during Summer League and preseason games. He is a versatile player, akin to Woody, capable of both offense and defense, adept at driving to the basket, as well as shooting three-pointers. However, it is unfortunate that in terms of physicality and skill, Batum pales in comparison to Woody. He is merely a diluted version of him. The Trail Blazers sought Batum as a serviceable small forward, hoping he would hold his own against other teams, even if he did not match the prowess of superstars like LeBron or Woody. Yet, the Trail Blazers were unaware of how Batum would fare against Woody, but they were about to discover the reality of that matchup. Woody suddenly took a decisive step, aiming to break past Batum on his right. Batum, however, was determined not to allow him to penetrate. Despite Woody's burgeoning international reputation from the Olympics, Batum held no respect for him. Why should he be modeled after Woody during the draft? If it were established stars, Batum might not even entertain the thought of competing. But how could Woody, just 1 year into the NBA, be deemed a draft template? As Batum attempted to intercept him, he felt a jolt through his body and instinctively recoiled. He watched in astonishment as Woody surged past him, and by the time he attempted to catch up, it was far too late. Woody maneuvered past Bynum and charged toward the basket. After taking just 2 strides, he firmly grasped the ball, determined to complete his inaugural score for the Lakers with a thunderous dunk. Joel immediately released Bynum and rushed over to provide assistance on defense. But Woody had already commenced his ascent. As he leaped, Joel found himself off balance. Reluctantly, he too sprang into the air, attempting to swat the ball from Woody's grasp. A smirk of derision crossed Woody's mind. How naive. Since joining the NBA, he had never been blocked. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he lowered the basketball, effortlessly evading Joel's attempt at a block. As their arms collided, Wu Di exerted force to push Joel's arm aside and slammed the ball into the hoop. A magnificent dunk. The Lakers fans erupted into a thunderous cheer, particularly a group of Chinese supporters who stood and shouted fervently. The bond of kinship among compatriots resonates universally. People of Chinese descent around the globe share an innate sense of camaraderie, save for a few exceptions. This sentiment is not exclusive to the Chinese. Individuals of various backgrounds, African, Jewish, German, English, and many others, harbor similar feelings. Yet, Wu Di could only perceive the emotions of his fellow Chinese, as he himself belonged to that heritage. Upon landing, he let out a triumphant roar and extended his arms toward the Chinese fans, giving them a thumbs up in response to their cheers. This was a moment of historical significance. It marked Wu Di's first season with the Lakers, his first game, and his first score. He released the pent-up frustration from his time with the Rockets in a single shout, finally beginning to showcase his formidable offensive prowess. He was not merely a defensive player. As his gesture to the fans indicated, he was number one. He was the best. Wu Di's fan commentator, Su, remarked on a streaming platform about this moment. After celebrating with his teammates, Wu Di approached the free throw line and effortlessly sank the shot. Last year, he boasted an impressive free throw percentage of 99. Although the limited attempts did not draw significant attention, it nevertheless attested to his high proficiency in free throws. Upon returning to defense, Wu Di positioned himself beside Roy, his defensive assignment for the evening. As an elite perimeter defender, Wu Di's defensive capabilities were the primary reason the Lakers had acquired him. With the onset of this season, he would become the cornerstone of the Lakers' perimeter defense. Roy received the ball from Blake. Though aware of Wu Di's formidable defense, he refused to relent. Determined to outmaneuver him with his exceptional skills, Roy initiated a drive, and Wu Di subtly shifted to create a slight gap, allowing Roy to exploit the opportunity. Roy swiftly dribbled past Wu Di's left side, charging toward the interior. Bynum approached cautiously, careful not to draw too close. Mindful of the possibility of Roy passing the ball to Joel, sensing his chance, Roy opted against further advancement and executed a floater, aiming to conclude the offensive play. However, as Roy released the ball, he felt a gust of wind rush past him, and a figure leaped into his view, the enormous number 6 on the jersey particularly striking. The Lakers' number 6? Is that the Chinese player Wu? Roy was momentarily taken aback, and then he heard a faint pop. Upon looking down, he noticed the opposing player now possessed a basketball. A block. Chapter 104. A grand display of skill from the outset. Wu Di delivered a strong statement to the Trailblazers. This had a noticeable impact on the morale of the Trailblazers, yet the Lakers fans were elated, as such a scene had become a rarity for them. It appeared that trading for Wu Di was indeed a wise decision this year, as some fans who had initially doubted him began to reconsider. After landing, Wu Di glanced towards the front court, where Kobe was already pushing for a fast break. Having reached the mid-court line, while the others were still reacting, Wu Di promptly tossed the ball forward. Kobe sprinted a couple of steps to catch it, driving toward the free throw line, and executed a powerful dunk to complete the attack. Although Kobe had aged and adopted a more measured approach, had this been a few years prior, he would have surely opted for a more flamboyant dunk. As Kobe returned, he exchanged a fist bump with Wu Di. Great pass. Buddy, of course, I'm a point guard at heart. Wu Di joked. What? Are you trying to take my job? Fisher chimed in teasingly. How could I dare? You are my boss, Wu Di retorted. The light-hearted banter deepened their camaraderie. Fisher, being the president of the NBA Players Association, was a colleague of Wu Di, hence the playful reference to him as boss. The Trailblazers launched another offensive, this time through Aldridge, who maneuvered around Gasol's defense to complete a layup. Gasol possessed remarkable skills, yet his notable weakness lay in his sluggish footwork. Perhaps this is an affliction common to traditional centers, accustomed to playing in the post. They seldom emphasize the necessity for speed in their footwork. The Lakers' subsequent offensive strategy involved implementing a triangle offense, initiating plays from the interior. However, while passing to Gasol in the post was manageable, attempting to pass to Bynum was akin to throwing the ball into a black hole whenever an offensive opportunity arose. Regardless of its quality, he would invariably attempt to score. Wu Di frowned slightly, realizing that every team harbors its own conflicts. although it had often been said that the Lakers relied solely on Kobe's prowess. Could a single Kobe prevail against an entire team without the support of players like Odom and Bynum? That notion was utterly ludicrous. In previous seasons, Odom and Bynum had provided substantial assistance to the Lakers. Particularly, Bynum's emergence, often dubbed the Little Shaq, brought exceptional defensive capabilities, complemented by a commendable offensive game, even extending to mid-range shooting. However, Bynum's personality posed challenges. Having declared for the draft straight out of high school, he exhibited a profound immaturity. At times, he behaved childishly, while at other moments, he could be quite the rogue, his temperament unpredictable and complex. Odom, on the other hand, lacked ambition, content to play the role of the second-in-command, and rarely expressed discontent. However, Bynum is different. He possesses ambition and aspires to be the cornerstone of the Lakers, akin to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Yet, such a dream is utterly unattainable. As long as Kobe is present, he can never attain that status. At this juncture, his detrimental personality has rendered him a black hole for ball possession, seizing every opportunity for himself. After spending a month as teammates with Bynum, Woody has come to understand his character. He feels immensely relieved that when he dunked over Bynum last year, the latter refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, Woody would have been at a loss for how to respond. Engaging in a brawl on the court would tarnish his country's reputation and could lead to suspensions, fines, or even community service penalties. Yet, Woody cannot simply refrain from defending himself. Observing Bynum revert to being a ball hog, Woody remains discreet, quietly positioning himself near the paint. Whenever Bynum misses a shot, Woody swiftly moves in to grab the rebound. Woody's rebounding skills are commendable. His proficiency in shooting enables him to accurately judge the trajectory of the ball, allowing him to position himself perfectly for rebounds. Indeed, Woody once again snagged an offensive rebound, with Batum closely trailing behind. He deftly passed the ball to the perimeter where Fisher awaited. Fisher, wide open, effortlessly sank a three-pointer, thus granting Woody an assist. By the end of the first quarter, Woody's statistics were astonishing. 7 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists, with 3 of those rebounds being offensive, all stemming from Bynum's missed shots. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers began to shuffle their lineup, substituting Bynum, Gasol, Kobe, and Fisher for Pekovic, Mim, Ariza, and Farmar. This comprised a bench unit, and prior to the preseason, Zen Master had recognized Woody's capabilities, deciding that he and Kobe would respectively lead the bench for a period, seamlessly transitioning through the second quarter. Typically, the second quarter is dominated by bench players while starters rest. This is essentially the moment for the sixth man to shine. Yet the Lakers currently lack a designated sixth man. Thus, Zen Master arranged for Woody and Kobe to share the court for a few minutes, both players eager for playing time, perfectly dividing the second quarter between them. Consequently, Woody emerged as the offensive focal point on the court. Given Farmar's subpar playmaking abilities, Zen Master designated Woody to function as a point forward. Having previously played as a point guard, Woody was well-versed in orchestrating the offense. As Farmar brought the ball up court, he entrusted it to Woody for further action. The defender now tasked with guarding Woody had shifted from Batum to Oturo. Although Oturo possessed greater height and strength than Batum, he lacked the latter's speed. In terms of physicality, Oturo could withstand Woody's drive, but he fell short in terms of agility. With a swift pull of the ball, Woody evaded Oturo and surged towards the paint. Just as he did, Odin, who had recently entered the game, rushed to provide help defense. Woody skillfully passed the ball inside to the towering Pekovic, who caught it, pivoted, and executed a thunderous dunk, fluid and seamless, reminiscent of flowing water. Pekovic is a formidable force in the paint, standing at 211 centimeters with a robust physique and agile movements. His draft comparison is to Amare Stoudemire, possessing an acute sense for rebounding, often outmaneuvering even Bynum for boards. Were it not for his temporary struggle to acclimate to the NBA's rhythm, perhaps the Zen Master would contemplate assigning him the role of sixth man to supplant Odom's position. Pekovic also excels defensively, complemented by the defensive prowess of Woody and Ariza, rendering the Lakers' defensive capabilities quite formidable. However, the Trailblazers refrained from substituting Aldridge and Roy, resulting in a balanced offensive and defensive contest, with the score difference lingering around 6 to 7 points. Woody persistently attempted to penetrate through Outlaw, distributing the ball to Pekovic and Mims within a mere 4 minutes. Woody's assists reached double digits. This marked the first time he achieved such a feat so swiftly. In Houston, he had double-digit assists as well. But that occurred in the fourth quarter. Soon, Outlaw appeared to adjust to Woody's drives, making it increasingly challenging for Woody to penetrate. He signaled Pekovic to set a screen. Pekovic effectively blocked Outlaw, allowing Woody to surge into the paint. When Odin approached to defend, his formidable physique instilled a sense of intimidation, as he was heralded as the best center since Shaquille O'Neal. Chapter 105. Triple-double. It must be said that Odin possesses remarkable skills, complemented by exceptional physical attributes. However, his athleticism is not evenly distributed, with his knees and ankles becoming his most significant adversaries. Having spent a year sidelined, many fans were on the verge of forgetting him. Odin yearned to demonstrate his worth. This game was his opportunity to assert himself. He sought to establish his dominance over the Lakers' most active player, declaring to the fans that he, the Emperor Odin, had returned. Although Woody's reputation was modest, disappointing Odin, the other four Lakers players on the court were even less renowned and lacked the threat that Woody posed. Odin confronted Woody, who stepped left with his right foot, attempting to maneuver around Odin. In response, Odin swiftly crossed over to obstruct him once more. As Woody pivoted, intending to outmaneuver Odin, he felt a surge of force from behind as he pressed against Odin, causing him to momentarily falter and nearly lose the ball. Fortunately, Woody quickly regained his composure and passed the ball to Pekovic. Based on Odin's defensive method, there was no doubt regarding his strength. Pekovic, possessing a decent mid-range shot, stood just a step away from Woody in close proximity to the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Pekovic immediately leaped to shoot. Woody understood that Pekovic's accuracy was assured beneath the basket, but his success rate diminished from further distances. Seizing the opportunity, Woody launched himself away from Odin's grasp and charged towards the hoop. Indeed, the basketball struck the rim and bounced up. Woody sprang into action, seizing the ball before others could react, twisting midair to slam the ball emphatically into the basket. A resounding follow-up dunk. The act of a putback dunk is not particularly intricate, yet it represents a seldom-seen scoring method, as it necessitates a prerequisite. One must first secure a rebound while remaining airborne. Although the impact of a putback dunk on team morale might be minimal, its influence on statistics is profoundly significant. Following his dunk, Woody's score ascended to 9 points, complemented by 5 rebounds. With just 1 more point and 5 rebounds, Woody would achieve a triple-double. After 2 more minutes of play, the coach called a timeout, substituting Woody for Kobe and Gasol, allowing the two veterans to lead the bench unit. With Mim's performance declining, he was relegated to a bench role, becoming less reliable. The coach contemplated what it would be like to develop Pekovic as a third interior player. Observing Woody, the coach felt immense satisfaction with the trade. Not only had they acquired a formidable small forward, but they also found a suitable replacement for Odom, marking a significant gain for the Lakers. Before long, the first half concluded, and with a relatively unchanged lineup in the second quarter, the Lakers once again widened the scoring gap to 12 points. As the third quarter began, both teams reinstated their starters. However, the Trailblazers did not field Batum, who was merely a pseudo-starter, reminiscent of the former Radmanovic. Upon entering the game, Woody prioritized teamwork over personal scoring, as Kobe remained the team's focal point, and with Gasol also present, Woody understood his role as secondary. He never harbored ambitions of usurping authority. Rather, his sole desire was for victory in every match, ensuring his contributions to the team as success. Choosing not to focus on scoring, Woody directed his efforts toward rebounding. He found an advantageous strategy in free throws. Whether the Lakers or the Trailblazers were at the line, as long as Woody was not the shooter, he prepared himself for the rebound. Indeed, after Roy drew a foul on Woody and stepped to the free throw line, 5 players positioned themselves outside the arc in anticipation of securing the rebound. When the final shot missed, Bynum secured position against Joel, while Gasol held Aldridge in check. Woody leaped into action, seizing the basketball and promptly passing it to Kobe. During free throws, small forwards enjoy a distinct advantage, as long as they are not unfortunate enough to be positioned against a Lakers guard at the line. Bynum, as ever, attacked assertively, providing Woody with ample opportunities for rebounds. Although Outlaw closely shadowed Woody, the unmarked Woody was significantly quicker, deftly maneuvering 2 steps ahead. Bynum maintained a commendable shooting percentage, with over 50% from the field and around 70% from the line. Such efficiency naturally resulted in numerous rebounds, benefiting Woody considerably. In the fourth quarter, as Kobe was double-teamed by Roy and Outlaw, he passed the ball to Woody, who received it in a prime position. Without hesitation, Woody launched a three-pointer, elevating his score to 12 points. In the fifth minute, Roy's three-point attempt went awry, and the basketball ricocheted to Woody, who effortlessly claimed the rebound, elevating his total to 10 and officially achieving a triple-double. Yet, the excitement did not conclude there. Woody seized the ball, evaded the defender, and executed a stunning trailing three-pointer, raising his score to 15 points. The Trailblazers called a timeout, trailing by 30 points, and opted to replace their starters in a gesture of resignation. The Zen master, in a show of respect, substituted in the bench players, and the Trailblazers began to play in unison. At that moment, the big screen illuminated Woody's statistics: 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 13 assists, a triple-double. This marked Woody's inaugural triple-double, accomplished in his very first game with the Lakers. The Lakers fans erupted in applause, and Woody promptly stood to acknowledge them. This came as no surprise. Ever since he absorbed Zhang Song's photographic memory, he had been meticulously calculating his performance statistics in his mind. The commentator for the Lakers game, Barkley, mockingly ridiculed the Rockets, remarking on how Woody secured a triple-double in his first game with the Lakers. One could only wonder how the Rockets management would react upon hearing this news. Barkley's longtime friend, Kenny Smith, somewhat indignantly remarked that it was only natural to misjudge talent. After all, Barkley had once miscalculated with Yao Ming, leading to his infamous incident. Barkley's expression darkened, as that particular episode had become part of his infamous history. Yet he did not take offense. Rather, he slyly retorted that he had erred and thus faced the consequences. Now, with the Rockets management having made a blunder, should they too go and kiss a donkey's rear? No one would bet against them. It was simply poetic justice, Kenny quipped. Barkley, feeling aggrieved, argued that his misjudgment was forgivable. Yao's performance had been lackluster at the time, and he had been labeled a bust. Had it not been for his wager, Yao might not have achieved the success he enjoys today. Kenny, rendered speechless, responded, "You take credit for that?" To which Barkley replied with pride, "Of course." He then shifted the conversation, asserting that this time, the Rockets management had indeed misjudged. Woody had performed commendably during his tenure with the Rockets. As evidenced by last season's statistics, he played in 81 regular season games, averaging 22 minutes on the court, with a remarkable average of 9 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steals, and 8 blocks per game. These figures were recorded while he was primarily tasked with defensive responsibilities. One could only imagine the statistics if he had been an offensive player. Chapter 106. The City Derby. In response to Barkley's inquiries, Kenny refrained from engaging further. Having played for the Rockets, he felt a deeper emotional connection to the team, especially given his championship experience. However, he too found the previous season's player utilization perplexing. Woody had clearly demonstrated exceptional talent and an impressive adaptation to the NBA's pace. Why, then, did Adelman continue to overlook him? It would be inaccurate to say he was entirely disregarded. Whenever the team was in need or trailing, Woody was summoned to the court. There was a time when many fans humorously dubbed Woody as the Rockets firefighter, a moniker not without merit, as such sentiments still circulate across various platforms today. If Adelman regarded Woody as a backup option, it surely indicated his recognition of Woody's capabilities. According to the draft template, Woody's physical attributes are akin to those of LeBron James. If properly harnessed, he could indeed rival James, and moreover, Woody's shooting prowess surpasses that of James, suggesting a far more promising future for him. It is bewildering that the Rockets chose to trade such a player. One cannot fathom the management's rationale. A player of his caliber could undoubtedly be cultivated as a cornerstone for the future. In the wake of McGrady's declining performance, Woody would have been the perfect successor to carry the torch. The number of Rockets fans attending games is scant, unless one counts the diehard supporters of Woody. Otherwise, they tend to pay little attention to the Lakers, perhaps only catching a glimpse of NBA news during weekly or monthly roundups. The following day, the Lakers faced the Clippers in a back-to-back match at the Clippers' home court. However, this venue offered little distinction from the Lakers' home, as both teams played in the same arena, and the crowd was predominantly filled with Lakers fans, ensuring a full house. The majority of ticket purchasers were Lakers enthusiasts, drawn by the lower prices of Clippers tickets, which are only half that of Lakers tickets. This peculiar phenomenon, where Lakers fans occupy a substantial portion of the opposing team's seats, is a sight exclusive to the Lakers-Clippers matchups. After bidding farewell to Chu Shui, Wu Di departed from his newly rented apartment to train at the arena. The decision to rent was necessitated by the challenges of purchasing property in Los Angeles on Wu Di's current salary, as most of his endorsement earnings were sent back home to support educational initiatives. The domestic school has now entered a stable phase, with the arena largely completed. However, equipment acquisition and personnel recruitment still require attention. This year serves merely as a trial operation, with formal enrollment set to commence next summer. Students during the trial will only be liable for half the duration of salary payments post-enrollment, meaning they would pay a tenth of the annual salary for their preceding year of study. Wu Di jogged to the arena, as his residence was relatively close, taking just an hour to reach. This time frame was insufficient for his daily workout, so running there served as an ideal warm-up. Although he frequented nightclubs, Wu Di was unwavering in his training commitments, which he executed diligently. His energy levels were on the rise, leaving him to wonder about the future increase in vitality, a thought that troubled him. Upon arriving at the arena, Wu Di changed into his training attire. The Lakers had their exclusive locker room at the Staples Center, thus negating the need to utilize the visitors' facilities. As he commenced his regular training, Wu Di noticed Kobe Bryant already engaged in practice, sweat glistening on his brow, indicating that he had been at it for quite some time. "There's a game today, and you're here. So early?" Wu Di inquired. Having grown accustomed to Kobe's early arrivals, he himself would only rise early to train on the days following solitary overnight stays, otherwise adhering to a more conventional schedule. "My shooting isn't quite on point today," Kobe replied, a refrain he had employed numerous times before, with his alternative excuse typically being that his shooting was indeed exceptional. Thus, regardless of his shooting form, he remained steadfast in his commitment to training. Soon, other teammates and Clippers players arrived, as both teams prepared for the impending match, familiarizing themselves with the court. Although it is a home game and the venue should be quite familiar, there are always newcomers or changes. It is beneficial to shoot a few baskets before the match to test one's rhythm. After Brand's departure, the Clippers star player has shifted to Mobley, while Alston has also developed significantly. Additionally, this year has seen the arrival of Camby, Eric Gordon, and Baron Davis through new transfers. Among these individuals, Baron Davis boasts the most notable reputation. He is a key figure from the Warriors We Believe series, a formidable star in his own right. The Clippers' summer maneuvers have been entirely focused on constructing a playoff contending team. A glance at their starting lineup reveals Camby, Alston, Mobley, and Baron Davis. At first glance, this lineup may not seem impressive, yet each player possesses a commendable level of skill. Camby, a former Defensive Player of the Year, excels in help defense. While somewhat slower, has previously been the backbone of the Clippers' interior defense, especially considering Brand's limited height for such a role. Alston, last year's 14th overall pick, quickly established himself with the Clippers and is known for his physical play, making him a crucial bench player, especially after Maguette's departure. Mobley, with his proven abilities, is a star with remarkable scoring prowess, tantalizingly close to superstar status. And Baron Davis is indeed among the elite point guards in the NBA, holding his own against any counterpart. With such a formidable starting lineup, the Clippers possess considerable strength this year. However, Wu Di discovered a familiar face among the Clippers players, Steve Novak, a former teammate from the Rockets. Wu Di exchanged a few words with Novak, learning that the Rockets had traded him to the Clippers for a second-round pick. Wu Di refrained from commenting, as he himself had been traded for Odom, and could only silently empathize with Novak's situation. Soon, the game commenced, with the Lakers starting lineup unchanged, featuring Bynum, Gasol, Wu Di, Kobe, and Fisher. Bynum faced off against Camby, who utilized his athleticism to pass the ball to Baron Davis. As Davis brought the ball up against Fisher's defense, he attempted to drive. Davis surpassed Fisher in height, strength, and even speed, making it easy for him to penetrate the lane. As Bynum came to provide help, Davis found Camby open and delivered a precise pass, allowing Camby to execute a powerful dunk. In having such a tank-like point guard, Fisher found himself overwhelmed. His age compounded the challenge of defending against Davis's relentless aggression. With possession shifted, Fisher brought the ball up and passed it to Kobe. Facing Davis's defense, Kobe attempted to break through, but found it challenging. Noticing his shooting rhythm improving prior to the game, Kobe quickly opted for a jump shot, as breaking through appeared futile. Davis leapt to contest the shot. Yet Kobe executed a fadeaway, evading the block. The basketball reluctantly slipped through the hoop, a testament to Kobe's exquisite shooting touch. Chapter 107, Playing the Point Guard. If Kobe's shooting is on point, the game becomes significantly easier. This is Wu Dee's belief. After Kobe sank 2 3-pointers in quick succession, Al Thornton immediately shifted his focus towards Kobe. He had chosen to leave Wu Dee unguarded, under the impression that the ball would not reach him. Perhaps Thornton was swayed by the rumors, believing that Kobe would continue to shoot even against double coverage. In truth, Kobe's previous audacity had its purpose. He aimed to uplift the team's morale by facing challenges head-on. However, now with reliable support by his side, such recklessness would be foolish. Is Kobe foolish? Certainly not. His intelligence is the foundation of his remarkable achievements. Thus, he opted to pass the ball to Wu Dee, who, receiving it unguarded, promptly took the shot and scored a 3-pointer before Thornton could return to defend. Within the Lakers, Kobe boasts the finest shooting skills, with Wu Dee and Fisher following closely behind. Wu Dee's shooting is remarkably consistent, while Fisher tends to shine in crucial moments. Observing Wu Dee's unexpected 3-point prowess, the Clippers quickly called for a timeout. Coach Dunleavy substituted Mobley, as the veteran's defense was woefully inadequate. Against either Kobe or Wu Dee, he offered virtually no resistance, allowing both players to shoot freely over him. In his place came this year's 7th overall pick, Eric Gordon. Although Gordon stands at a modest 191 centimeters, his robust physique and tenacious defense, coupled with a burgeoning 3-point ability, had already surpassed that of the aging veteran. Nonetheless, granting a starting position to such a long-standing player as Mobley was not unreasonable. Although Gordon felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he was relegated to the role of 6th man. Upon entering the game, Gordon was filled with elation. It was his debut in the NBA regular season. He silently encouraged himself to perform admirably and fulfill the coach's expectations. Once on the court, Gordon significantly bolstered the Clippers' perimeter defense. He began to assist in guarding Kobe, while Thornton remained glued to Wu Dee, who posed a far greater threat than Fisher. Once again, Kobe found himself double-teamed and passed the ball to Fisher. Unfortunately, Fisher's shot fell short, the basketball striking the rim and bouncing away. Thornton, leaning against Wu Dee, seized the rebound. Wu Dee attempted to shake him off, but to no avail. His rebounding skills were lacking. Though he could anticipate the ball's general trajectory, he was still inexperienced in the art of boxing out. As he watched Thornton claim the ball, Wu Dee fell into contemplation, pondering whether it was time to hone his skills in the post. Thornton promptly passed to Davis, who aimed to initiate a fast break. However, the Lakers' transition defense was swift, with Kobe and Wu Dee arriving at the midcourt ahead of him. Wu Dee quickly positioned himself in front of Davis, effectively halting his advance. Davis attempted to power through Wu Dee's defense, yet his strength proved insufficient, and he was unable to break past. Davis seized the basketball, having narrowly avoided a blunder moments ago. He regarded Wu Dee with a serious demeanor. The reports about Wu Dee had circulated throughout Los Angeles. Initially, he suspected the media was exaggerating, yet he was astonished to discover that this Chinese player was indeed formidable. Davis passed the ball to Gordon, who, upon receiving it, surged towards the basket, eager to challenge Kobe. Kobe met him head-on and forcefully swatted the ball away, imparting a lesson to the inexperienced rookie. Wu Dee anticipated the play, snatching the ball before Davis could interfere. However, Wu Dee merely extended a hand to block Davis, then dribbled the ball up the court. Gasol set a screen for Wu Dee beyond the 3-point line, allowing Wu Dee to penetrate the paint. As Camby and Come On closed in, Wu Dee executed a no-look pass to Gasol, who received the ball at the free throw line and scored. The Zen master observed Wu Dee thoughtfully from the sidelines and signaled to the referee for a timeout when the next opportunity arose. During the free throw for the Clippers, Davis effortlessly broke through Fisher's defense, attracting Gasol's attention before passing to Come On, who scored with a close-range shot. The Zen master's conviction strengthened with this display. When the Lakers regained possession, the referee blew the whistle for a timeout, during which the Zen master called for a brief 20-second pause. As the players gathered around, he instructed Derek Fisher, "Take a seat." Vladimir Radmanovic prepared to enter at the small forward position. "Wu Dee, you will take the point guard role." Everyone, including Wu Dee, was taken aback. He never anticipated the Zen master would assign him to play as a point guard. Historically, aside from Magic Johnson, no player exceeding 2 meters had successfully filled that role, as taller players often struggled with ball handling due to their height. However, the Zen master recognized that Woody's dribbling was not excessively high, likely due to his expansive wingspan. Indeed, while Woody's reach did not quite match the legendary two-arm over knee standard, his fingertips nearly grazed his knees. Enough! The Zen master interrupted the collective skepticism. Woody, although you haven't practiced as a point guard during training, I believe you are not unfamiliar with the position. Play as you usually do, and everyone will support you. Let me give it a try, Woody replied, somewhat lacking in confidence. His point guard style heavily relied on ball control, which he feared might not align with the others' play styles. Very well, get on the court. Let us focus on winning this game first, the Zen master advised. Upon re-entering the game, Woody positioned himself at point guard, leaving the fans astonished. What was happening? Once he received the ball, they confirmed that Woody was indeed playing the point guard position. As Davis watched Woody approach with the ball, he finally accepted this reality. Feeling a surge of excitement, Davis prepared to attempt to steal, but upon observing Woody's dribbling, his enthusiasm waned. Woody's arms were already long, and with his bent posture, his dribbling height resembled that of a guard standing at about 1.8 meters, leaving Davis questioning how he could possibly make a steal. Davis was momentarily stunned, but Woody was unfazed. With a single stride, he surged past Davis. By the time Davis regained his senses, Woody had already dashed towards the paint. Camby rushed over to provide defensive support, and Woody leaped into the air to confront him. Camby followed suit, both players elevating their hands above their heads. In that instant, Woody retracted his arm, deftly passing the ball beneath Camby's armpit to Bynum, who took a step forward and dunked the ball with authority. Hey, buddy, that was an incredible pass, Bynum exclaimed as he and Woody exchanged a fist bump, praising one another. There's even more to come. It was essential to play to Bynum's strengths. Otherwise, complications would surely arise. Indeed, Bynum's spirits soared, and he walked with a bounce in his step, repeatedly gesturing towards Woody with a beaming smile that never faltered. Chapter 108. The Titan among Titans. Witnessing this exchange, numerous fans were filled with delight, for Woody, despite being new to the Lakers, had forged a strong bond with his teammates. Even the notoriously difficult Bynum was sharing laughs with Woody. Little did they know, Woody had discerned the key to connecting with Bynum. As the Clippers prepared to inbound the ball, Davis dribbled past half-court. Upon observing Woody's defensive stance, an unsettling premonition crept over him. As the saying goes, there is always someone stronger among the strong, and within Titans, there exists a Titan Slayer. Davis had previously relied on his sheer physicality to dominate the point guard realm, easily besting players like Kidd, Williams, Billups, and Rondo, all of whom had fallen victim to his prowess. What was his method? It was his strength that allowed him to overpower them. Yet today, he sensed he had encountered his nemesis. Last year, he had not faced Woody directly, so he had little insight, merely hearing from teammates about Woody's formidable physique. Now, in direct confrontation, Davis realized that his own strength paled in comparison to Woody's. If Davis was a light tank among point guards, capable of crushing the infantry and cavalry of his peers, then Woody was a heavy tank, equipped with supercharged power, reluctant to charge headlong. Davis gestured for Come On to come over for a screen. He deliberately omitted calling for Camby, whose unpredictable nature and temper had led to minor conflicts between them. Come On, however, was more amenable and willing to cooperate with his teammates. Moreover, Come On had a greater shooting range than Camby, who was limited to dunks and close-range shots. With Come On blocking his path, Davis successfully penetrated the paint, only to be met by Gasol. Although Gasol's playing style leaned toward the softer side, his defense was commendable. Several of Davis' attempts to break through were thwarted by Gasol, leaving him with no choice but to pass the ball to the ready Come On. Just as Come On reached out to receive the pass, a yellow hand swiftly intercepted the ball. It was Woody. Come On immediately closed in, attempting to reclaim possession, but Woody pivoted gracefully, evading Come On's grasp, and launched the ball forward. At that very moment, Kobe sprang into action, igniting a fast break as Woody seized the basketball. After Woody released the ball, Kobe effortlessly caught it and concluded the offensive play with a powerful dunk. The Clippers resumed play, and Davis silently dribbled the ball towards Woody. Come On approached to set a screen for Davis, who deftly evaded Woody without penetrating the paint, opting instead for a shot from beyond the arc. He was not one to repeat the same mistake. Davis's long-range shooting was impressive, and he scored with that attempt. Wu Di received the basketball from Bynum, gradually advancing to the front court. Upon reaching Davis, he deliberately lowered his stance, mindful that Byron Davis was a former steals champion, and he wished to avoid being intercepted. Once again facing Wu Di, Davis was highly focused, having been careless just moments ago. However, Wu Di's movements proved challenging to counter. While Davis successfully blocked Wu Di's path, he could not impede Wu Di's advance. Uncontrollably, he yielded space, allowing Wu Di to penetrate through his defense. Like a heavy tank, Wu Di surged into the paint. Camby swiftly moved to provide help defense, and Wu Di attempted to fake him out, but Camby remained steadfast. One hand obstructing Wu Di's driving lane, while the other covered his shooting trajectory. With no options available, Wu Di scanned for his teammates and spotted Bynum making a cut to the basket. Wu Di promptly passed the ball to Bynum, who leaped, caught the ball, and executed a flawless dunk in one smooth motion. An alley-oop. The two once again demonstrated their synergy. Bynum, patting Wu Di on the shoulder, excitedly exclaimed, "That was fantastic. Wu, your passing is simply superb." Wu Di, while appreciative of Bynum's praise, was more inclined to take the shot himself. Nevertheless, recognizing Bynum's advantageous position, he willingly passed the ball. On the other hand, Davis was feeling quite disheartened. He had encountered a formidable rival today, arguably the strongest adversary he had faced since entering the NBA. Wu Di did not forget about Kobe either. He facilitated several plays for him, knowing that Kobe was the Lakers' star player, and failing to involve him would make Wu Di's tenure with the Lakers quite challenging. Regardless, Wu Di delivered a stellar performance in the first quarter, recording 4 points, 7 assists, and 2 rebounds. As the second quarter commenced, Wu Di took a seat on the bench, with the Lakers leading the Clippers by more than 10 points. The Zen master allowed Wu Di to rest, not out of concern for him, but rather to cater to Kobe. Kobe was in excellent form today, yet had limited opportunities in the first quarter. The Zen master kept Kobe on the floor to capitalize on his rhythm and accumulate more points. Kobe did not disappoint, as he made 5 of 7 shots within 6 minutes, totaling 16 points, including 3 three-pointers, 2 layups, and 3 free throws. In the latter half of the second quarter, Wu Di returned to the court alongside the bench players. With most of the Clippers' starting lineup resting, Wu Di reverted to the small forward position, while Fisher occupied the point guard role. Old Fish's current responsibility was to advance the ball to the front court and then pass it to either Kobe or Wu Di, while he himself sought open looks to shoot three-pointers. As the match reached its concluding phase, the veteran player showcased his pivotal three-pointer, leading the team to victory. Upon entering the game, Wu Di, undeterred by Ailston's defense, finally unleashed his potential, persistently penetrating through Ailston's guard. With Camby resting on the sidelines, Come On struggled to keep pace with Wu Di. Having previously faced Come On during the Olympics, Wu Di possessed a keen understanding of his opponent. With successive drives to the basket, Wu Di relentlessly attacked the Clippers' rim, causing Come On to concede 2 fouls while attempting to defend, ultimately leading to his substitution by Coach Dunleavy after accumulating 3 fouls in the first half. In just 6 minutes, Wu Di tallied 12 points and 2 assists, effectively extending the lead to over 20 points. Trailing by 20 points, the Clippers, eager to close the gap, began to play hastily. After 10 minutes into the second half, they found themselves down by 30 points. As the third quarter concluded, Coach Zen swiftly replaced the starters with substitutes. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers demonstrated their formidable offensive prowess, amassing 96 points, an accumulation typically seen as a full game score for an average defensive team. Kobe Bryant scored 27 points and provided 4 assists, yet the standout performer was not he, but rather Wu Di, who recorded 20 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. While Wu Di's scoring was slightly less than Kobe's, his other statistics surpassed those of his teammate. Kobe felt a twinge of frustration. Despite his commendable shooting touch, the Clippers proved to be utterly defenseless against the Lakers, leaving him with the sensation of striking a punch into soft cotton. Chapter 109. Edelman's statement: the Lakers triumphed in both matches by substantial margins, with Wu Di being named the best player in each game. His significant role under Coach Zen solidified his position as an indispensable asset to the Lakers. This development did not go unnoticed by journalists, who sensed a major story brewing. It was common knowledge that last season, Edelman had sidelined Wu Di, an act that had become rather notorious. Now, with Wu Di's sudden rise to prominence, it was evident that Edelman had made a significant oversight. Consequently, Many directed their criticism towards Adelman, with some fervent fans even targeting the Rockets' management. Public opinion swiftly turned against the Rockets, rendering them the subject of widespread ridicule. General manager Daryl Morey felt the mounting pressure. While he could not unleash his frustrations on the fans and owners, he could certainly confront Adelman. Following a stern reprimand from Morey, Adelman, during a press conference after the Rockets' second regular season game on the 31st, made a notable statement. Many claim I did not provide Wu Di with opportunities, but I assure you, I did not withhold chances from him. Since his arrival at the Rockets, his focus has not wholly been on the court. A portion of his energy has been spent in nightclubs. Such a player does not inspire confidence in his future, nor does the Rockets organization view his prospects favorably, which is why we traded him. Even if he achieves some success, it will not endure, as his attitude towards basketball is not commendable. I cannot fathom how a player who was reveling in nightclubs with women the previous night can muster the strength to compete the following day. Upon hearing Adelman's remarks, the journalist's eyes sparkled with intrigue, swiftly shifting their focus to the towering figure of Yao Ming, who had accompanied Adelman to the press conference. Yao, is it true what Coach Adelman has said? Is your compatriot truly a person of turbulent personal affairs? What are your thoughts on this matter? The barrage of inquiries left Yao in a state of bewilderment. He found it utterly incredulous that Adelman would not grant Wu Di more playing time based on such frivolous grounds. How many players in the NBA can genuinely claim to abstain from nightlife? Yao could only vouch for himself. He could not guarantee the conduct of others. In fact, some teams partake in nightlife en masse. Engaging in such activities is commonplace within the NBA. Not merely the lesser-known players, but even superstars have been known to revel in the nightlife, with Dwight Howard being a prime example. Even the training fanatic Kobe Bryant found himself embroiled in the infamous Eagle County incident in 2003. The Rockets have had their fair share of players with dubious reputations, including the now-retired Kelvin Murphy, who faced accusations involving his daughter in '94 and '04. In April 2006, Hayes was taken to court by a classmate on charges of sexual assault. In October 2007, Justin Williams, a 10-day contract player for the Rockets, was implicated in a similar scandal. If anything, these individuals were far more reprehensible than Wu Di. Why did Adelman not address them? Murphy has since retired and Williams has departed from the Rockets, yet Hayes remains on the roster. Though Yao felt a deep sense of indignation, he chose to keep it to himself. Grasping the microphone, he stated, "Today's press conference is about the Rockets. Let us refrain from discussing players of the Lakers. How can you be so unprofessional? Is your salary being paid by your bosses?" The journalists were unyielding, but the moderator could not stand idly by. Yao had made his stance clear. He would not comment further on the matter. If the moderator did not intervene, they risked offending the Rocket star player. Please direct your questions to the game at hand and avoid inquiries unrelated to it. Upon hearing the moderator's words, Adelman realized his error. He should not have spoken ill of Wu Di in Yao's presence. Regardless of Wu Di's fluctuating performance, such comments at a press conference would surely provoke Yao's displeasure. After all, Wu Di was a star emerging from China, and his fortunes were intertwined with Yao's. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the journalists promptly relayed their gathered materials to headquarters. Upon receipt of the original transcripts, the headquarters wasted no time in sensationalizing the content, resulting in a torrent of unfavorable news regarding Wu Di. On November 1st, these media outlets released a plethora of evidence, the origins of which remain a mystery, revealing a number of women who had previously been intimate with Wu Di, many of whom seemed to have been coerced or compensated for their disclosures. Among them was a progressive woman from Houston named Katie, who remarked, "Chinese Wu is an incredibly charming man. He is perfection incarnate, both in physique and in skill. I am deeply enchanted by his embrace, willing to wait for him for a lifetime." Similarly, a model named Selena remarked that Wu is an exceptionally talented individual. Not only does he excel at basketball, but he also possesses unique insights in various other fields. I taught him how to walk the runway, and he mastered it swiftly, performing with greater finesse than many male models. Another socialite named Rona recalled Wu, "the strongest man I have ever encountered. He could effortlessly lift both of us sisters with one hand. We shared a splendid night together, an unforgettable experience that makes me willing to forsake all other men for him." These women, seemingly boasting, relate a plethora of praises to the reporters. Wu Di, holding a newspaper, could not help but compare the names and photographs of those he had been intimate with. Remarkably, these journalists were indeed reliable. None of the accounts were fabricated. Zhang Song's remarkable memory allowed Wu Di to vividly recall most of the women he had engaged with, and he even remembered some of their contact information. Noticing Wu Di engrossed in the newspaper, Kobe approached and sat beside him, assuring him, "Don't worry. I will have someone clarify this." "Clarify what?" Wu Di asked, bewildered. "These rumors." Kobe pointed at the newspaper, saying, "I've seen it too. They've named over 20 women. While some may be genuine, there are certainly falsehoods among them." "No, they are all true," Wu Di responded. "All true?" Kobe exclaimed, astonished. "What is going on?" Wu Di set the newspaper down and explained, "The testosterone in my body is several times that of an average person. If I were to go a day without being intimate with a woman, I would need to exercise for 2 hours the following day to alleviate the physical reaction." "Reaction?" Kobe inquired, puzzled. "Morning erection." "Morning erection?" Kobe pondered the term before suddenly realizing, then chuckled. "Is that a form of Chinglish? I couldn't find the English word to describe it, so I created my own." Wu Di innocently replied. "Couldn't you just say morning?" Kobe laughed. Chapter 110. Justifying infidelity. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Wu Di remarked, "Last season, I was perplexed as to why Adelman never utilized me. I contemplated numerous possibilities. Perhaps I inadvertently offended him, or someone was maligning me behind my back. I even considered the possibility of racial discrimination. Yet I never imagined it would be for this reason. It leaves me both amused and bewildered, you know?" Kobe chuckled. "I find it quite humorous as well. In the NBA, individuals who maintain their integrity are scarce. If that's the reason for not using you, the NBA would nearly need to be disbanded. Do not concern yourself with what the media says. As long as you perform well, they will swiftly adopt a different stance." Wu Di nodded, recalling the anecdotes surrounding Napoleon, the restoration of his reign, and the shameless 5-day parade of titles in Parisian newspapers. The Corsican monster, the man-eating devil, the usurper, Bonaparte, Napoleon. "Your Majesty, it's good to know," Kobe inquired, "but what do you intend to do about it? Will you not clarify?" Wu Di expressed his dilemma. "I do intend to clarify, but I cannot claim these events never transpired. Why not visit a hospital for an examination and obtain a certificate? This way, everyone will understand that your behavior stems from a medical condition," Kobe suggested. Wu Di regarded him, uncertain of his thoughts. Kobe assumed Wu Di was hesitant. "I recognize that you Chinese tend to be quite reserved, but this is the only viable solution to your predicament, and it could resolve everything once and for all." After careful contemplation, Wu Di replied, "It's not merely my reticence. I question whether this method is genuinely effective." "Of course it is," Kobe insisted. "You are still unfamiliar with Western society, where people are particularly forgiving towards those who are ill. If you truly find yourself in such a state, you can easily be categorized as a patient. Although many men may wish to be afflicted by such a condition, a patient is a patient, and such actions can be excused. Who knows? Perhaps you might even attract the affections of many beautiful women as a result." "Very well," Wu Di acquiesced to Kobe's counsel, stating, "I shall go to the hospital at once." Without delay, he proceeded to the hospital for an examination. However, the results would not be available immediately. The doctor informed him that, based on current observations, his testosterone levels were indeed significantly higher than those of the average individual, though the precise measurement remained uncertain. The report would take 3 days to be finalized, leaving Wu Di to wait. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief. He had a secondary motive for seeking this examination. Although the system indicated that his testosterone was 5 times that of an ordinary person, Wu Di preferred to place his faith in modern medicine. He felt uncertain without an examination. It was not that he doubted the system, but rather, subconsciously, he believed that only through testing could he find assurance. Perhaps this was simply a way to rationalize his infidelity. With such certification, he would have a pretext to pursue women, albeit a tenuous one. It would certainly ease his conscience. At times, it must be acknowledged that humans, particularly men, are inherently contradictory. They yearn to possess all the beauty in the world. Yet few dare to take action. In bygone eras, a man could marry multiple wives without the need for concealment. If he fancied someone, he simply took her as his own. However, since the advent of modernity and monogamy, such desires have largely been suppressed, leading to infidelity and frequent divorces, even forgetting the traditional virtue of remaining loyal to one spouse. Regardless, once Wu Di completed his examination, it felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. restoring tranquility to his spirit, leaving no further ripples of emotion. After completing his training, Wu Di once again found himself in a nightclub, embarking on a quest to identify his target for the evening. Dubbed the City of Angels, Los Angeles, with its Hollywood connection, is teeming with handsome men and beautiful women eagerly awaiting their chance. Each individual harbors dreams of stardom, yearning for the spotlight and the adulation that comes with it. The nightclub he entered was in close proximity to the Staples Center, often frequented by sports celebrities, serving as an alternative avenue for aspiring beauties seeking fame. In the United States, forming a romantic connection with a sports star can quickly thrust one into the public eye. Journalists often capture glimpses of these athletes' private lives. And once the girlfriend of a sports star is revealed, provided she aligns with societal beauty standards, she is sure to attract considerable attention. Sports stars already possess a fan base, and their girlfriends inevitably garner the interest of these admirers. Moreover, many perceive the relationship as a captivating romance, leading to word of mouth that elevates the girlfriend's profile. Although such notoriety may come with the label of the girlfriend of a certain sports star, it still entices many women. However, becoming a sports star's girlfriend is no simple feat. One must first capture the athlete's heart. Among the multitude of women who have shared intimate moments with these stars, only a select few can claim the title of girlfriend. Currently, the profession of modeling presents a significant opportunity for success, as many sports stars' girlfriends hail from this background. This reality has drawn both lesser-known models and determined aspiring actresses, akin to bees to a flower, into the nightclub. Upon entering the venue, Wu Di ordered a drink, opting first to observe rather than immediately pursue women. Having interacted with no less than 200 women, each encounter served as a lesson. From these conversations, he learned how to discern whether a woman might carry sexually transmitted infections, identify signs of cosmetic surgery, and gauge a woman's interest in him, along with mastering the art of conversation. Suddenly, Wu Di's attention was captured by a striking beauty who epitomized Western ideals of attractiveness. While he did not consider her to be breathtakingly beautiful, he recognized her from a past encounter at a Victoria's Secret event. He recalled the model named Selena, whose greatest aspiration was to secure a contract with Victoria's Secret. She had not only taught him how to walk the runway, but had also watched several Victoria's Secret fashion shows with him. Having seen this woman during the grand showcases over the past 2 years, Wu Di was intrigued, though he did not know her name. Models who grace the Victoria's Secret platform are typically renowned. Logically, she should not be present in such a venue. Wu Di pondered as he approached her with his drink in hand, taking a seat across from her. "I've seen you before," he exclaimed. Initially, the woman was displeased by the intrusion of someone sitting opposite her. However, upon recognizing Wu Di's features, her eyes brightened, and she expressed her surprise, asking, "Are you that Chinese Wu from the Lakers?" Chapter 111. Rosie Huntington. Wu Di felt a surge of joy. Could she be a fan of his? This made things rather complicated for him. If he acted upon it, he would undoubtedly earn the title of a notorious opportunist. Yet refraining from action would seem wasteful. However, the next words from the woman abruptly pulled Wu Di from his reverie. "Did you come alone? Didn't Kobe join you?" Rising an eyebrow, Wu Di inquired. "Are you a Lakers fan?" The woman gently shook her head, replying, "I am a fan of Kobe. I admire his spirit." "What spirit? Stubbornness?" Wu Di jested. "He is indeed quite tenacious, but I admire his indomitable spirit. No matter how far behind, he perseveres to achieve victory," she explained with a light laugh. Kobe would surely be delighted to hear that. Wu Di raised his glass toward her, taking a sip of his drink. "However, I must disappoint you. Kobe has already returned home." The woman took a sip of her drink as well, saying, "I can't say I'm too disappointed. I attended both of your previous games. I know he's been married for quite some time. I merely wished to see him once and obtain an autograph." "Didn't you watch the games?" Wu Di asked, puzzled. "I'm not referring to that kind of meeting," she clarified. "I mean a face-to-face encounter like this, to chat for a while and then ask for an autograph. That might be a bit of a lofty aspiration." Wu Di remarked. In recent years, Kobe has ceased frequenting entertainment venues. He is now dedicated to being a good husband and father. "You must have a way to help me, right?" The woman looked at Wu Di with hopeful eyes. Wu Di remained non-committal, casually asking, "I still don't know your name." "My name is Rosie Huntington. I am a model," she introduced herself. "I know you are a Victoria's Secret model," Wu Di replied. "I was curious. Since you've signed with Victoria's Secret, you must be quite a well-known model. Why would you come here seeking opportunities? I didn't expect you to be here chasing after stars." Rosie Huntington chuckled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I had no choice. I heard there is a nightclub frequented by a Lakers player, and I thought I might take a chance. I can inquire with Kobe, but I can't guarantee success. You should know, his wife is quite vigilant. Wu Di joked about Kobe once more. Thank you. Rosie Huntington looked at Wu Di with gratitude. Now that the formalities are out of the way, shall we go dance? Wu Di gestured towards the dance floor. Rosie Huntington glanced at him, hesitant about becoming too intertwined with Wu Di. She had seen the reports about him today. She admired his audacity to venture out at this hour for some revelry. However, considering she was asking for a favor, it seemed impolite to ignore him outright. Thus, Rosie Huntington nodded and followed Wu Di onto the dance floor. In the nightclub, pulsating dance tracks filled the air. Yet fortunately, this establishment was not one of those sordid venues, devoid of women dancing provocatively on stage. Otherwise, Rosie Huntington would never have dared to step inside. As her body swayed to the rhythm, Rosie suddenly realized that Wu Di was an exceptionally charming man. He exuded a potent, masculine allure that drew her nearer without her even realizing it. Wu Di, brimming with confidence, did not take advantage of the situation. Rather, it was Rosie who, with her eyes glazed, approached him and entwined her arm around his neck, pulling him down for a tender kiss. Standing at over 7 meters, and with her high heels, Rosie reached nearly 8 meters, yet she still fell short of Wu Di's height, only reaching his shoulder. Wu Di had to wrap his arms around Rosie to lift her effortlessly. As her feet left the ground, Rosie felt a jolt of surprise. She found herself in Wu Di's embrace, sharing an intimate kiss. What was happening to her? Panic surged within her, and just as she contemplated breaking free, the intoxicating scent from Wu Di's breath captivated her once more. After a lingering kiss, Wu Di carried her out of the dance floor and back to their seat, where he placed Rosie on his lap and kissed her again. Rosie was utterly lost. She could not comprehend her own feelings, completely enveloped in a strange euphoria. It seemed she was more than willing to engage in any affair with Wu Di. As his hands roamed her body, she felt no aversion. Instead, she reciprocated with fervor. Where her hand ventured below, she was taken aback. Was that truly so daunting? Shall we head to the restroom? Wu Di whispered in her ear, though reluctant. Rosie found herself nodding in acquiescence. She was no naive girl, well aware of what was to come, yet she inexplicably consented. Wu Di, too, was hesitant about the restroom. It was his first time in a nightclub lavatory. Nevertheless, Rosie's undeniable allure stirred his desires, and having just granted himself a moment of indulgence, he was eager to proceed. Upon entering the men's restroom, Wu Di seized the opportunity, guiding Rosie into a stall and swiftly locking the door behind them. He lowered the toilet seat, took a seat, and placed Rosie on his lap, kissing her once more. Moments later, muffled moans and sounds of impact resonated within the stall. An hour passed before the strange noises finally ceased, and the two stealthily exited the restroom, making their way out of the nightclub and into a nearby hotel. This was Rosie's residence, and once inside, they finally surrendered to their desires. The previous interruptions in the nightclub restroom had left them both yearning for more. Rosie had experienced such situations before, yet her encounters were limited, rendering her easily manipulated by Wu Di. The two discarded their garments in the hallway and subsequently shared a bath, continuing their playful rivalry within the confines of the bathroom. Their spirited engagement extended from the bathroom to the bed, culminating in a fervent battle that lasted until the early hours of the morning, before they finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, Rosie Huntington discovered that Wu Di had vanished without a trace. On the nightstand, she found a note inscribed with a few words. Darling, I must embark on an away game today, so I've taken my leave. Upon my return, I shall enjoy several days of respite, and we will indulge in merriment together. As Rosie rose from the bed, she nearly lost her balance and fell. A wave of frustration washed over her. It was no wonder that he frequented nightclubs with such wild abandon. How could any woman endure his relentless spirit? Chapter 112. The journey to Denver. Upon his return to Denver, Wu Di sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the team. His curiosity piqued. He casually inquired with an assistant coach and soon learned the reason. The management had begun preparations to trade Allen Iverson, signaling the imminent disbandment of the famed duo. The Pistons had already positioned themselves as Iverson's next destination. The only uncertainty lay in the timing of the agreement, which was anticipated to be finalized in the coming days. The tumult surrounding the trade had visibly affected Iverson's performance, leaving him in a sullen state. Woody empathized deeply, having recently been traded to the Lakers himself. Had it not been for the Rockets' betrayal, he too would have been heartbroken. Following the departure of Camby, the Nuggets relied on a combination of Hilario and Kenyon Martin in the paint, with Anthony occasionally stepping in to fill the void left by Camby's absence. The Nuggets lineup was already inferior to that of the Lakers, and with Iverson's morale in decline, they stood little chance against the Lakers. Woody continued to defend Anthony, effectively becoming his nightmare. Fortunately, Woody refrained from employing excessive force, recognizing that it was merely a regular season game. Allowing Anthony to score a few points was inconsequential as long as they secured the victory. The Lakers effortlessly claimed the win, and Woody did not achieve the distinction of being the game's most valuable player. He played for just 24 minutes, contributing 12 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. The honor of MVP went to Kobe, who played for 34 minutes and scored 29 points with 6 assists. Pau Gasol, on the other hand, logged 35 minutes, achieving 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. Initially, Woody believed that they would return home after the game. However, he was surprised to learn that the team, with 4 days until their next match, decided to delay their departure until the following morning. To his astonishment, the next day brought news of a press conference from the Nuggets announcing the trade involving Iverson. The Nuggets had acquired Chauncey Billups from the Pistons, sending Iverson in the opposite direction. Woody found himself at a loss for words, bewildered as to why the Pistons would pursue a trade for Iverson. Given that his playing style was wholly incompatible with their system, what purpose would such a transaction serve? Conversely, the Nuggets have acquired a commendable player. While Chauncey Billups may not boast the same level of fame as Allen Iverson, he undeniably possesses formidable skills as a point guard. During the Pistons' championship year, Billups served as their starting point guard, characterized not by his offensive prowess. He lacks a three-point shooting ability and is not particularly adept at driving to the basket, but rather by his defensive acumen and playmaking capabilities, making him an exceptional team player. Carmelo Anthony, with his remarkable talent, thrives as a ball-dominant scorer and does not require a superstar to vie for possession, as this would diminish his scoring potential. What he truly needs is a supportive ally, one who does not encroach upon his ball-handling duties. The Nuggets themselves do not necessitate an offensive-minded point guard, given the plethora of scoring options available to them, including J.R. Smith, Kenyon Martin, and Costa Kofos, all possessing notable offensive skills. The team merely requires a facilitator to enliven their gameplay, and Billups fits this role perfectly. It appears that the Nuggets are on the verge of a significant enhancement in strength. As Iverson prepares to depart, several Nuggets players gather to bid him farewell, simultaneously extending an invitation to the Lakers players, including Kobe, who graciously accepted. Despite the long-standing rivalry, Kobe harbors a degree of sympathy for Iverson's current circumstances. Consequently, the Lakers postponed their return to Los Angeles by a day, sharing a meal with the Nuggets before engaging in customary recreational activities at Denver's most renowned nightclub. This marks the first occasion for Woody to experience a nightclub in the company of others, as he had previously ventured alone. During his time with the Rockets, he found camaraderie primarily with individuals who shunned nightlife, such as Yao Ming and Badier. Conversely, those who frequented nightclubs, like Landry and Brooks, were not particularly relatable to him. Among the rookies, Woody enjoyed a closer rapport with Scola, while Landry and Brooks were fervently devoted to Adelman, resulting in minimal interaction with Woody. Social outings to nightclubs are not uncommon in the NBA, as many teams occasionally organize gatherings for such purposes. However, this particular occasion did not escalate into exuberance, as it was a farewell for Iverson rather than a celebration. Woody found himself less engaged, as several women eagerly approached him, only to be rebuffed by his disinterest. Kobe, seated across from him, observed with amusement as Woody navigated the attention of several women, chuckling at the sight. It is no wonder, given that numerous women have publicly claimed they would forsake other men for him, highlighting his inherent charm. Upon exiting the nightclub, the Lakers players swiftly returned to their hotel. After a night's rest, Woody rejoined his team for their journey back to Los Angeles. He first visited his home to see Chu Shui and their child, then eagerly made his way to Rosie Huntington's hotel, unwilling to miss the opportunity to connect with a model he had successfully courted. The following morning, Woody visited the hospital to collect his test results. On his way to the arena, Woody suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Even superstars like Allen Iverson could be cast aside by their teams, leading him to conclude that no team in the NBA could be deemed entirely reliable. Thus, what does one need to survive in the NBA? After much reflection, Wu Di arrived at the answer: a combination of skill and luck. Skill pertains to one's technical prowess, while luck encompasses a multitude of factors, from the feel of a shooting hand to the likelihood of receiving significant playing time. Luck constantly influences the development of every player. Although Wu Di could not dictate luck, he could certainly determine his own skill level. He firmly believed that with sufficient talent, he could secure a foothold in the NBA and emulate the achievements of legends like Jordan and Kobe, compelling the Lakers to think twice before trading him away. Wu Di was not concerned about enhancing his skills. As long as he dedicated himself to playing well, he would continuously improve. With the advantage of a system that served as a clandestine aid, he found success more attainable than others. However, before proceeding, Wu Di needed to address the challenges posed by Adelman, whom he had come to regard as an adversary. Initially, Adelman had refused to utilize him, and now he sought to place blame on Wu Di, as if he were obliged to accommodate him. On the 6th, the Lakers faced off against the Clippers in yet another city rivalry. The previous match had demonstrated that the Clippers were no match for the Lakers. The Zen Master, unwilling to grant the Clippers any opportunity, assigned Wu Di to play the point guard position against Davis. Once again, Davis found himself thoroughly overshadowed by Wu Di, who had become a stepping stone to his own fame. However, the true hero of this match was not Wu Di or Kobe, but rather Pau Gasol. Gasol dismantled Come On with a performance of 27 points and 12 rebounds, shooting 10 of 15 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line. Kobe contributed 22 points, while Wu Di tallied 19 points and 12 assists. Radmanovic, on the other hand, proved to be a significant liability akin to a sieve, as he was relentlessly penetrated by Alston. Had the Zen Master not recognized the issue and substituted Ariza, the outcome might have been uncertain. Radmanovic had become a considerable drag on the Lakers, prompting the management to contemplate trading him. Following their victory over the Clippers, the Zen Master, along with Kobe and Wu Di, attended a press conference. At the conference, reporters swarmed around Wu Di, incessantly inquiring about his nightlife escapades. Kobe, seizing the moment, remarked that it seemed everyone was quite fixated on the topic of nightclubs. He asserted that since the law permits the establishment of nightclubs, it naturally allows individuals to frequent them. Why then should they refrain? The reporters were momentarily taken aback, while his statement was undeniably audacious. It left them with little room for reproach. Yet, the journalists were not to be deterred. One boldly asked Wu Di about his relationships with women, questioning if anyone had accused him of misconduct or involved minors. Kobe, rarely addressing such grave matters, uncharacteristically broached the subject of misconduct, as the Eagle County incident represented a dark chapter in his past. In his effort to defend Wu Di, he felt compelled to speak on the matter, leaving the reporters momentarily speechless. However, there remained an undeterred journalist who inquired, "As far as I know, Wu is currently cohabiting with his girlfriend, and they have already welcomed a son." Kobe interjected, "You mentioned she is merely his girlfriend. He is not married, legally. He is free to engage with whomever he chooses and bears no obligation towards his girlfriend." The reporters fell silent. Indeed, despite Wu Di's moral shortcomings, as long as he remained within the bounds of the law, he could easily evade responsibility. Kobe then produced Wu Di's medical report, stating, "Now that you have all spoken, allow me to share my perspective." The journalists leaned in attentively. "I possess a medical report from a recent diagnosis at a Los Angeles hospital. It reveals that Wu's testosterone levels are 523 times that of an average individual, indicating a condition of hyperandrogenism, which sounds dubious. The primary characteristic of this condition is excessive secretion of male hormones, leading to abnormally heightened male functions, accompanied by daily episodes of hyperactivity. There are two treatment options. One involves the injection of female hormones, while the other necessitates engaging in sexual activity daily. I pose this question to you all. Which would you choose, the first or the second?" This query instantly provoked laughter among the male journalists. Only a fool would opt for the former. Any normal man would undoubtedly favor the latter. "Well then, if you have any further inquiries, direct them towards Wu." Kobe handed the microphone to Wu Di. Wu Di accepted the microphone and stated, "To be honest, I initially hesitated to disclose this matter. As you may know, we Chinese tend to be reserved regarding such issues, and revealing it might invite scorn from others. Ever since I was diagnosed with this condition, I have felt a profound sense of unease. I dared not share this with my girlfriend and instead sought to relieve my excess energy through other women, which has burdened me with guilt. Woo, when did you first discover you had this condition? A journalist asked. It was likely in the first half of 2006. While I was still in university, Wu Di explained. At that time, my condition was not very severe, possibly due to my ongoing growth. However, once my height ceased to increase, the condition worsened. And what is your response to Edelman's skepticism regarding this matter? The journalist probed. Wu Di smiled faintly. Everyone has a different perception of me. Some find me likable, while others may not. I am not particularly concerned with Coach Edelman's opinion of me. What matters more is how the fans perceive me. As long as they continue to believe in me, that is sufficient. Do you have any remarks for Edelman? The journalist persisted, unwilling to relent. Certainly, I wish him a swift achievement of a championship title. The reporters were momentarily at a loss for words. Was this a compliment or a slight? Yao and McGrady could not twist his words to serve their narrative, as Wu Di's statement was genuinely congratulatory and could not be misconstrued as provocative, nor could a simple greeting be transformed into a critique. Yet, could this statement be deemed a sincere compliment? Of course not. Edelman has disparaged him in such a manner, yet he still wishes for the other to achieve victory soon. One must wonder if his mind is unhinged. However, their inquiries are now futile, as the Lakers have announced the conclusion of the press conference. And Wu Di has already whisked Kobe away for dinner. This dinner serves a dual purpose: to express gratitude for Kobe's assistance and to fulfill his promise to introduce Kobe to Rosie Huntington. Wu Di has reserved a table at a fine dining establishment, where Rosie is already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Rosie, Kobe quietly inquired of Wu Di, "Who is this woman?" "Rosie Huntington," Wu Di replied, "a Victoria's Secret model, your admirer, and my newly acquired girlfriend." With a hint of jest, he added that their relationship had yet to reach the boyfriend-girlfriend stage. They were merely acquaintances. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Rosie, a model and one of your fans." Wu Di reiterated the introduction. Kobe and Rosie exchanged a handshake, after which she eagerly bombarded him with questions. Observing their animated conversation, Wu Di placed his order and attentively listened to their dialogue. Throughout the meal, Kobe felt somewhat vexed. Rosie was a veritable gossip enthusiast, probing into every conceivable topic and insisting on taking numerous photographs together, requiring several autographs before she relented. Were it not for Wu Di's prior mention of her modeling career, Kobe might have suspected she was profiting from their shared images. After the meal, Wu Di escorted Kobe away. "Thank you for today, my friend," Wu Di expressed gratefully. "I am also doing this for the team. For years, I have pursued the championship, and having found such a valuable ally, I must support you wholeheartedly." Wu Di chuckled at Kobe's statement. "How many championships do you desire?" "Surely, we aim to establish a dynasty." Kobe inhaled deeply as he replied. "A dynasty?" Wu Di paused, taken aback. The pinnacle of NBA accolades lies in establishing a dynasty. The honor of a three-peat is one that none can dismiss. Yet, the creation of a dynasty is exceedingly challenging. Throughout NBA history, only 3 teams have succeeded in this endeavor. The Lakers twice, the Celtics once with an 8-peat, and the Bulls twice. Hearing such audacious aspirations, Wu Di felt a twinge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he calmly stated, "I am more than willing to accompany you on this journey." Chapter 114. The former employer after bidding farewell to Kobe, Wu Di accompanied Rosie Huntington to her hotel. She was departing Los Angeles the following day for the Victoria's Secret show rehearsal, and Wu Di naturally intended to stay overnight to see her off. After a long night, he sent the somewhat exhausted Rosie on her way. Next, Wu Di needed to prepare diligently for the upcoming match, as it was against his former team, the Rockets. Over a decade ago, the term former team carried a rather negative connotation. Players traded away often regarded their old teams as adversaries, as trades were not frequent at that time, and those who were traded typically had unresolved conflicts with their former organizations. This explains why it is often observed in the NBA that players tend to excel when facing their former teams. Since the league has become increasingly commercialized, such occurrences have diminished. Nevertheless, players who harbor grievances against their previous teams often feel an irresistible urge to prove themselves, seeking to demonstrate that their trade was a misjudgment. Although Wu Di publicly claims to be indifferent to Edelman's opinion, he has consistently sought opportunities to outshine him. Now, as the Rockets visit Los Angeles for an away game. Woody finds himself presented with the perfect opportunity. On November 10th, the Rockets plane touches down at Los Angeles International Airport, from where the players board a bus to the Staples Center. This season, the Rockets roster has once again been significantly bolstered. During the summer, they not only acquired Odom through a trade with the Lakers, but also secured Artest from the Kings. Consequently, the starting lineup has become exceptionally formidable, featuring Yao Ming, Odom, Artest, McGrady, and Alston. Except for Alston, every player in this lineup can be regarded as a superstar, each possessing considerable renown. While Odom and Artest may be deemed pseudo-superstars, the Rockets boldly claim to have 4 stars, arguably even more robust than last season's Celtics. Due to the arrivals of Odom and Artest, Scola and Battier have been relegated to the bench, joining Landry, Hayes, Brooks, and others, thus creating a bench squad that is far from weak and fully capable of contending for the championship. Prior to the game, Woody chose not to warm up but instead engaged in conversation with Yao, Scola, and Battier. Yao, looking at Woody with a lighthearted smile, remarked that he hadn't anticipated Woody suffering from such an unusual ailment. Woody explained that he had initially dismissed it during a checkup back home, thinking it might even be beneficial. However, he later found that entering the NBA exacerbated the situation, forcing him to make it public. I understand your concern, but will you truly be able to date in the future? Yao inquired with some apprehension. Of course, but maintaining my chastity may prove impossible. I wouldn't dare inject those female hormones. The thought of becoming a transgender is simply terrifying. Woody replied, you should refrain from the injections. That would eliminate one potential disaster. Yao quipped, Iniest. Stop causing me trouble. Woody retorted, jumping up and down in mock frustration. This outburst drew the attention of many, including Adelman, who observed the jovial exchange between Yao and Woody with a disapproving expression. However, there was little he could do. Yao and Woody, being compatriots, were bound to form a friendship. Moreover, prior to Woody's trade, Yao had been particularly supportive, assisting him with his transition to the Rockets and even facilitating a contract with his own management team to handle Woody's commercial agreements. Fortunately, their conversation was conducted in Chinese, sparing them from revealing the depth of their camaraderie and the nature of their playful banter to those around them. However, a camera fortuitously captured this segment, and the signal was transmitted across the ocean. The audience in China did not grasp many details, yet when Wu Di, jumping on his feet and pointing at Yao Ming, shouted, "Don't harm me," his voice resonated unmistakably. Although the viewers were unaware of the conversation between Yao and Wu, they were nonetheless entertained by the unfolding drama. Consequently, a flurry of speculation ensued. Some suggested that Yao had accused Adelman of being involved in dubious activities, claiming that the trade of Wu was due to his insubordination. Naturally, there were other theories, but once this scandalous narrative emerged, the others quickly dissipated into obscurity. This comical scene soon transformed into a GIF, virally spreading across the internet. Whenever someone encountered a surprising moment, this image would reappear with captions such as "Don't scare me," or "You startled me." Wu Di became an integral part of this meme phenomenon, marking his entry into the realm of sports stardom and internet culture. Oblivious to the commotion, Wu concluded his conversation with Yao and returned to warm up. After a series of exercises, he joined his teammates by the side of Coach Sin. The coach instructed them to position themselves defensively according to their heights once they took the court, emphasizing caution against the Rockets' perimeter shooting, particularly instructing Pau Gasol to monitor Lamar Odom closely and ensuring that Andrew Bynum prevented Yao from approaching the basket, thereby forcing him to shoot. "I believe you can disrupt his rhythm," Zen remarked. "Wu, be vigilant in helping guard the point guard. Do not allow them to penetrate the paint. At times, it may be prudent to leave Artest open, as his three-point accuracy is inconsistent. As for offense, stick to our usual strategy." Zen did not impose many alterations on their offensive tactics, as the Lakers had demonstrated an unparalleled offensive prowess in the previous 4 games, averaging an impressive 110 points per game. Thus, as long as their offense remained unimpeded, Zen was not inclined to overhaul their game plan. "All right, prepare to take the court." As both teams entered the arena and positioned themselves, they awaited the referee to commence the jump ball. Wu cast a glance at Artest beside him, a notorious figure known for his altercations on the court. The Malice at the Palace incident had led to his suspension for an entire season, rendering him infamously recognized. It was perplexing to Wu that Adelman could utilize such a player while overlooking his own potential. A sense of indignation stirred within Wu, rendering his mood tumultuous. He turned to face Adelman, his expression far from amiable. "Today, I shall demonstrate whether this star-studded lineup you have assembled is truly as formidable as you believe." The referee finally took his position, and, as expected, Yao lost the jump ball. The Lakers seized possession, with Fisher advancing the ball to the front court and passing it to Kobe. Without hesitation, Kobe relayed the ball to Wu Di. This was Wu's moment of vengeance. He was determined to seize the opportunity. After passing, Kobe signaled for others to space out, creating room for Wu. Gasol and Bynum also positioned themselves accordingly, compelling Yao and Bynum to follow suit, as both possess considerable mid-range shooting capabilities. As Wu Di maneuvered the ball, he fixated on Arteas before him. His body suddenly propelled forward in a fierce charge. Chapter 115. The Battle of Vengeance. Upon witnessing Wu Di's advance, Arteas promptly closed the distance. Renowned as a formidable defensive player in the NBA, he was celebrated for his tenacity and muscular build, unafraid to engage in physical confrontations with any forward or guard. He was capable of defending positions 2 through 4, and even the legendary LeBron James, often likened to a prehistoric beast, did not intimidate him. Having frequently faced James, Arteas knew well that while he could not entirely stifle James, scoring against him was no simple task. Wu Di, often referred to as Little James, shared a similar athletic prowess, although his physical metrics had surpassed those of James during the draft. The latter had accumulated years of experience in the NBA and was no longer the fresh-faced rookie of yesteryears. Few considered Wu Di to possess greater strength than James. Consequently, Arteas regarded Wu Di with a degree of nonchalance, having previously matched up against him. Last season, their encounter had seen Arteas take the offensive while Wu Di was relegated to a defensive role, having no possession of the ball. Arteas could not deny Wu Di's defensive aptitude. His robust physique, agile movements, keen awareness, and diligent attitude encompassed all the traits of a proficient defender. However, when it came to offense, Arteas smirked inwardly, for not everyone could score over him. The two collided, both momentarily jolted, yet neither faltered in their resolve. Arteas pressed Wu Di, seizing the opportunity to attempt a steal. Just as his hand neared the ball, Wu Di executed a sudden pivot, maneuvering the ball around Arteas and transitioning from in front of him to behind. The complexity of the spin move demanded a level of finesse that transcended the standard crossover dribble. While proficient ball handling could facilitate a crossover, the spin required not only skillful dribbling, but also an unwavering body orientation, particularly for taller players. The energy needed for a swift rotation was significantly greater than for shorter counterparts, with the head being the focal point of kinetic energy. Excessive energy could easily lead to dizziness, akin to the sensation of standing too quickly after prolonged squatting. Nonetheless, the element of surprise inherent in the spin move proved highly effective. Arteas found himself momentarily disoriented as Wu Di vanished from his line of sight. Fortunately, drawing from his vast experience, Arteas quickly pivoted to pursue Wu Di. Yet, his turnaround was sluggish, and by the time he regained his focus, Wu Di had already gained a 2-step lead. As Wu Di surged into the paint, Odom immediately positioned himself to provide support. Gasol was open. In earlier games, Wu Di would have taken a shot, but this time was different. With powerful legs, Wu Di elevated into the air, soaring towards Odom. In response, Odom leaped as well, his right hand aiming to swat Wu Di's ball-laden right hand, intent on delivering a resounding rejection. However, Wu Di did not grant his wish. With a sudden spring of his half-bowed body, he catapulted himself nearly 10 centimeters higher into the air, pressing his left hand firmly upon Odom's right shoulder while forcefully driving Odom's right hand down. In a swift motion, he completed a slam dunk right on Odom's shoulder. A spectacular dunk. Upon landing, Wu Di craned his neck and let out a triumphant roar. The fans were swept up in his enthusiasm, echoing his shout, while others fervently encouraged him, urging him to show them what he was made of. Though the Los Angeles fans were impeccably dressed, aside from the dignitaries among them, the rest were fervently passionate. Adelman's face darkened further as he witnessed Wu Di's successful shot. Yet, Wu Di's celebration was not yet finished. After exchanging high fives with his teammates, he raised a single finger toward the sky as he began to retreat. What could this signify? Many were puzzled, but it seemed to suggest only one interpretation. This was his first score. As Wu Di returned to the defensive end, the Rockets were initiating their attack. Wu Di positioned himself to guard Arteist, who, noticing Wu Di's relaxed stance, immediately passed the ball to him to help restore his pride. As a seasoned player, Arteist was eager to reclaim his dignity, charging towards Wu Di with the ball. Wu Di promptly moved to block him. Arteist's ability to break through is not particularly strong, relying instead on sheer strength. Arteist was a quintessential 3D player, yet he was a standout among them, which explained why the quartet of the Rockets was so often lauded. In terms of strength, Wu Di and Arteist were evenly matched. After two failed attempts to push past, Arteist's slow pivot left him unable to maneuver effectively, leaving him with only the option of a crossover step to advance. Nevertheless, Wu Di's defense was formidable, nearly forcing Arteist to lose control of the ball. The audience erupted in laughter as Arteist hurriedly steadied himself. Facing a deadlock, Arteist began to retreat, seeking to regroup for another offensive attempt. Wu Di did not allow Arteist to drift too far, aware that Arteist's three-point shooting could still be formidable, albeit erratic. On a good day, sinking 5 or 6 shots was well within his capabilities. As Wu Di kept a close watch, Arteist prepared to shoot a three-pointer. He retreated beyond the arc and suddenly rose for a jump shot. Observing Arteist's ascent, Wu Di immediately leapt up to contest the shot, extending his hand to block it. He chose not to employ the tactic of obstructing Arteist's vision. While effective for many, it was less so against unpredictable players like Arteist, whose shooting relied more on luck and feel than on visual reference points. With a resounding clap, Wu Di's vertical leap surpassed Arteist by a considerable margin, sending the ball soaring into the stands. Among the audience sat a strikingly beautiful woman, likely a celebrity, whom Wu Di did not recognize. The basketball struck her directly on the chest, startling her momentarily. As winter approaches, the female celebrity dons a more substantial wardrobe. Otherwise, the alluring curves of her bosom might have inadvertently revealed themselves. The large screen captured a close-up, and many Lakers fans recognized this star as the notorious adult film actress, Angela. This figure, relatively unknown to foreigners, is famed in the United States for her ample bosom, and she unwittingly showcased it to the world once again on the big screen. Seated courtside, Barkley candidly remarked, unsure if Wu was being intentional, considering Angela's well-known attributes. Once again, Wu has demonstrated the sheer magnitude of Angela's bosom, which could, indeed, cradle a basketball. Other commentators from abroad, upon realizing the situation, found themselves in an awkward predicament, uncertain how to narrate, and thus shifted to a replay of Wu's block, only airing the first half. Coach Zhang reasonably observed that Wu's defensive skills have become increasingly refined, while Arteist remains a formidable force in the NBA, averaging around 20 points per game. Though not a superstar, he certainly brushes shoulders with greatness. However, in their matchup, Wu decisively overpowered Arteist. Chapter 116. The Battle of Retribution. The Rockets resumed play. Yet due to the time consumed by Arteist, they had merely 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. This scant time was insufficient for a well-structured offense. Even if entrusted to Yao, the opportunity was far from generous. Should Yao fail to find a suitable chance, there would be no time left to pass. Alston refrained from passing to Arteist, who had just suffered a humiliating defeat. Instead, he passed the ball to McGrady, who faced Kobe's staunch defense, dribbling left and right in search of an opening. Kobe, however, denied him any chance, meticulously obstructing his path. In contrast to his former self, McGrady, who once would have effortlessly shot over Kobe's height, found his form diminished this season. As the clock dwindled, McGrady was compelled to take a shot. Kobe, eschewing the attempt to block, opted instead for a tactic to obscure McGrady's vision. The basketball clanged against the rim, soaring high into the air. Bynum valiantly boxed out Yao, while Gasol positioned himself against Odom. Wu dashed toward the ball's anticipated landing spot, leaping high to seize it. Upon glancing up, Wu spotted Arteist stationed before him, guarding against a fast break. With deft dribbling, Wu maneuvered past Arteist and swiftly passed the ball to Kobe, who had surged beyond the three-point line. Kobe received the pass and immediately launched a shot, scoring over Alston's head. The crowd of Lakers fans erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm eclipsing even the earlier excitement of Wu's dunk over Odom, reaffirming Kobe's status as the true sovereign of the arena. Once again, the Rockets initiated play, this time directing the ball to Yao, while the others spread out to allow him a one-on-one opportunity. Yao dribbled back twice, pushing Bynum beneath the basket, then executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, leaving Bynum unable to contest, and Yao scored. The Lakers resumed play, with Fisher once again passing to Kobe. Kobe refrained from passing to Wu Di and opted to take matters into his own hands. He discerned that McGrady was not in optimal form and realized he could easily exploit this weakness without Wu Di exerting unnecessary effort against Artest. With a deft crossover, Kobe effortlessly surpassed McGrady. After passing him, Kobe was momentarily astonished. Was it truly this easy? Indeed, it was astonishingly simple to the point of disbelief. Yet, when considering McGrady's injuries, it became entirely understandable. Last year, McGrady had returned to the court before fully recuperating, a reluctant decision that, coupled with his apprehension about further injury, accounted for his decline in performance. Although Kobe found the situation remarkable, he did not hesitate and surged towards the paint. Yao Ming quickly moved to provide defensive support, prompting Kobe to deliver a pass to Bynum, who executed a powerful dunk. Adelman's face darkened, almost resembling ink, as he desperately wished to secure a victory to demonstrate that Wu Di's presence was not crucial. However, the circumstances were entirely contrary. The newly acquired Artest faltered under Wu Di's influence. Artest's salary was a staggering $10 million, while Wu Di's was merely $2 million this year, an eightfold disparity. Following this game, how would the fans perceive their team? What judgment would the management render? Adelman sensed that his fate might be fraught with tribulations. If it were merely a matter of perception, it would be bearable. After all, winning a championship could easily mask numerous flaws. Yet, Adelman harbored no confidence in their championship aspirations. McGrady was far from the powerhouse he had been last season, struggling offensively and defensively, performing even less effectively than a role player. It was essential to note that McGrady's salary had surpassed $20 million this season, yet he was contributing at a level akin to that of a mere supporting player. Such earnings seemed unjustly easy. This game illuminated for Adelman the Rockets' true capabilities. McGrady, once the linchpin of the team, had now become a burden. Wu Di, witnessing Kobe's effortless breakthrough, felt a weight in his heart. Was McGrady finished? Although he felt a twinge of schadenfreude regarding McGrady's hefty contract, which had morphed into a liability for the Rockets, he realized that shedding this burden would not be a simple endeavor. McGrady had 2 seasons remaining on his contract, and other teams seeking to utilize his substantial salary to clear cap space would likely have to wait until next season. This season was simply not feasible. However, Wu Di could not indulge in gloating. His concern was for Yao. Last year had brought him closest to a championship, yet injury had prevented him from aiding Yao in securing that elusive title, a regret that lingered in his heart. This year, the Rockets boasted a commendable roster, arguably even more formidable than the previous seasons. Yet, with McGrady's sudden decline, this once impressive lineup had become a mere shell, making the quest for a championship impossible and rendering even a tanking strategy unattainable. The Rockets' offense has increasingly relied on Yao and Artest. Artest's three-point shooting surpasses that of Battier. When he finds his rhythm, he can effortlessly sink consecutive shots, regardless of the defender. This prowess is a primary reason why Artest is regarded as a powerhouse. However, Artest has now become predictable to Wu Di, and there are no immediate expectations for McGrady. Odom faces significant challenges in evading Gasol's defense. Yao cannot bear the entire burden. While he can score over Bynum, Phil Jackson will undoubtedly have Gasol switch to defend him. The encounters between Gasol and Yao are fiercely contested, akin to a battle of titans. Alston has opted not to pass to Yao, choosing instead to take matters into his own hands. Alston finds it relatively easy to outmaneuver Fisher, who, though physically robust, lacks speed. With a few quick steps, Alston shakes off Fisher and, before Bynum can provide assistance, land a jump shot. In response, Kobe once again breaks through McGrady to execute a mid-range jumper. This prompts Adelman to call a timeout, substituting McGrady for Battier. The Rockets' perimeter defense is far from weak, as both Artest and Battier are exceptional defensive specialists. With Battier on the court, Kobe immediately becomes more subdued, well aware of Battier's capabilities from their long-standing rivalry. Upon receiving a pass from Fisher, Kobe refrains from taking the shot himself and instead directs the ball into the post for Gasol. As Gasol backs down Odom, The latter finds himself being pushed back due to a lack of strength. Artist quickly moves in to double team, attempting to take advantage of Gasol's slower pace. However, Gasol is no easy target. He deftly passes the ball over Artist's head to Woody. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Woody adjusts slightly before confidently sinking the shot. By the time Woody lands, Artist has only just returned to the scene. Chapter 117. The Revenge Match 3. Watching Woody score, Artist is filled with regret. If he had merely allowed Gasol to take the shot, it would have yielded at most 2 points, perhaps even a miss. Yet Woody's open three-pointer has widened the score gap significantly. How could he have forgotten Woody's sharpshooting? Regret is futile. There is no remedy for remorse in this world. If there were, Adelman would certainly have shared it with him. Indeed, Adelman feels even greater regret than Artist. Had he known of Woody's potential, how could he have failed to utilize him fully? What was he thinking at that time? No matter how he reflects, Adelman cannot recall what displeased him about Woody. He remembers initially holding high hopes for him. As he reflects on himself, and then glances at the vibrant Woody on the court, a surge of anger arises within him. Why does this fellow possess such potential? What gives him the right to excel both with women and on the court? It seems utterly unfair. Why does he possess such a robust physique? Is it not widely known that individuals of Asian descent are typically frail? Why does he possess the charm to attract an abundance of women, including the illustrious Rona? Rona, she, is the woman. Adelman finally recollected the reason for his disdain towards Woody, and it was indeed due to this Rona. Rona is a celebrated socialite in Houston, the daughter of a prominent business family, often referred to as the Rose of Houston. She enjoys a reputation of allure within the upper echelons of Houston society, embodying the essence of a social butterfly. Yet, she does not engage with just any man, choosing instead to associate only with those she deems worthy. This, in fact, is a strategy employed by socialites to avoid becoming pawns in arranged marriages, as they are already viewed as compromised. Families of commerce or politics would never take a socialite as a wife, lest they be mocked, despite the irony that many of those who ridicule secretly desire to be with such women. Many men in Houston admire Rona, and Adelman is among them. He possesses a keen self-awareness, recognizing that Rona would never be interested in him. Yet he is akin to an ardent fan, deeply infatuated with her. One morning, however, he witnessed Rona bidding farewell to Woody outside the arena, their lips meeting in a kiss. This sight profoundly affected Adelman, and mere hours later, rumors circulated that Rona had spent the previous night reveling with several women and Woody. This revelation sent Adelman into a frenzy. He felt as though his goddess had been sullied. How could she consort with such base women in service to Woody? Consumed by rage, Adelman began to confront Woody, which soon became a habitual pattern. Rona gradually faded from his mind, even forgotten, while his animosity towards Woody remained steadfast, leaving Adelman baffled as to the root of his disdain. Yet, upon reflection, this realization only deepened his regret. He discovered that Rona held less significance to him than he initially believed. Rather, Woody had become the more pivotal figure in his life. The truth of this matter, Adelman would never divulge, for to do so would spell the end of his coaching career. The first quarter saw a spirited exchange between the two teams. However, the Rockets found their rhythm solely through Yao and Alston. Odom managed to score twice, while Artist and Battier each contributed a single point. The score stood at 32-21, with the Lakers leading by 11 points. In the 2 and 3 positions, the Lakers held a distinct advantage, as Kobe and Woody each tallied 11 points, with Gasol contributing 4 points alongside 5 assists. In the second quarter, the Zen Master opted to bench Kobe, substituting in Vujasic, while Pekovic replaced Bynum. Bynum was not particularly pleased. Since the start of the new season, his performance had waned, barely exceeding 10 points, and his rebounding numbers had diminished. Woody's formidable rise posed a threat to Bynum, leading to a souring of his attitude towards Woody. Woody, however, had no intention of stooping to Bynum's level. The latter seemed oblivious to his own capabilities, even harboring aspirations to usurp Kobe's position. Within the Lakers, he had virtually no allies, yet remained blissfully unaware of his predicament. Woody continued to lead the team, and after Fisher dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Woody. The distribution of ball control for the Lakers was quite apparent. When Kobe was on the court, the ball was in his hands, and when he was absent, it shifted to Woody. As long as either of the two was present, the Lakers' offensive prowess remained undiminished. In fact, compared to Kobe, The Zen master preferred to utilize Wu Di. Firstly, Wu Di was obedient, executing the game plan without hesitation. Secondly, Kobe was in the twilight of his career, and no one could predict how long he could maintain his form. In contrast, Wu Di, barring injury, could potentially play for at least another decade. Upon receiving the ball and facing Arteist, Wu Di immediately called for Gasol to set a screen. He aimed to capitalize on the opportunity to enhance his statistics, while Kobe was resting, for it was only during this time that he could truly express himself. With Gasol obstructing Arteist, Wu Di surged into the paint, but Odom quickly came to assist defensively. Wu Di, holding his ground against Odom for a couple of steps, failed to find a suitable passing option. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Gasol shout a warning from behind. Turning around, Wu Di saw Arteist charging toward him, attempting to trap him alongside Odom. Positioned within the 3-second zone, Wu Di faced the imminent threat of a 3-second violation if he did not pass the ball. Arteist was intent on forcing Wu Di into that predicament. Swiftly, Wu Di shifted his left foot, maneuvering out from between Odom's arms, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he sent the basketball soaring past Arteist. Arteist, stunned by Wu Di's rapid response, attempted to retreat and obstruct Gasol's shot, but it was too late. Gasol had already released the ball, which swished through the hoop for 2 points. Alston once again broke through Fisher-esque defense, and upon seeing Pekovic approaching to help, he aimed for a sudden jump shot. However, before he could release the ball, there was a sharp sound as it was swatted away. Confused, Alston turned to see a familiar number 6 darting after the ball, swiftly charging into the paint to dunk and score. Woody, how did he end up here? Alston, upon viewing the replay on the big screen, realized that Wu Di had discreetly disengaged from Arteist to close in on him. As Alston prepared for his jump shot, Wu Di charged in and successfully blocked the basketball, utilizing his height advantage without even needing to leap significantly. He quickly landed, racing to chase the ball, completing a fast break dunk following the block. This could not entirely be blamed on Alston, as he was not particularly known for his passing skills. Although he averaged 5 assists per game, they primarily stemmed from drives and kickouts, with 2 or 3 of those assists typically directed towards Yao. Thus, it was understandable that he did not notice Wu Di approaching. Chapter 118. The Battle of Revenge. For while Alston's actions were somewhat justifiable, Adelman did not let him off the hook. Just 2 minutes into the second quarter, Adelman was compelled to call a timeout. Concentration is paramount. You are up against a vicious opponent, and even the slightest lapse could lead to your downfall. You have been teammates for a season. Do you not know him well by now? He possesses a profound understanding of your team. Just moments ago, during that block, he was certain that Alston was oblivious to his presence, which prompted such a daring move. Should you continue to exercise negligence, the entire Rockets team will merely serve as his stepping stones, becoming the backdrop to his rise to fame. This is a disgrace that will be eternally etched in your NBA careers, Adelman exclaimed in a fit of hysteria. However, the members of the Rockets held a different perspective. Although none of them contradicted Adelman's words, the expressions of Yao Ming, Battier, and Scola, who had maintained amicable relations with Wu Di, were far from favorable. Who is responsible for the current predicament? Is it not you, the coach? If it were not for your refusal to utilize Wu Di and your insistence on pressuring the management to trade him, how could the management have let him go? Why does he harbor such animosity toward the Rockets? Wu Di fought valiantly in the playoffs. It was merely an unfortunate injury that led to the Rockets' defeat against the Celtics. Had Wu Di remained uninjured, the outcome of the championship would have been uncertain. You, as a coach, have secured your position by relying on a player who despises you. And now you repay his loyalty with ingratitude? Do you possess no sense of conscience? After returning to the court, the Rockets players were evidently agitated. Yet, this ire was not directed at Wu Di, but rather at Adelman. With this simmering resentment, the players' enthusiasm for the game began to wane. Wu Di seized 3 consecutive offensive rebounds and successfully scored, sensing that the atmosphere within the Rockets was rather off-kilter. What is amiss? Is everyone intentionally slacking off? On his next offensive possession, Wu Di received the ball but did not rush to shoot. Instead, he addressed his teammates, saying, "Gentlemen, if you cannot muster the spirit to compete, you might as well concede. Your current demeanor fills me with disdain. We are all professionals. Playing the game is our livelihood. So let us exhibit some professionalism. Regardless of whether we can win or lose, we must play with integrity. Your actions truly disappoint me." After this outburst, the Rockets players were incensed. Isn't it because of you? They thought. Adelman is acting like a lunatic, and you have the audacity to lecture us? Do you consider yourself the coach of the Rockets? The audience was equally perplexed. What was Wu Di doing? Was he truly engaging in the game? The commentators were baffled as well, questioning the unfolding situation. What was Wu Di attempting to convey? Even the referees were bewildered, thinking, goodness, a rival is lecturing the team on professionalism? This is absurd. What are you trying to accomplish? Wouldn't it be better to focus on winning the game? However, the referees remained silent, keeping their eyes fixed on the game clock. I care not for your words. Once the timer runs out, I shall call a violation and halt your time wasting. As the countdown neared 4 seconds, Wu Di suddenly leaped and shot without warning. Arteist, defending him, was caught off guard as the ball swished through the net. Wu Di shrugged and declared, if you do not wish to play, then just watch me shoot. The 5 players from the Rockets were incensed, with Arteist approaching, ready to deliver a punch. However, he was restrained by Battier. Ron, do not resort to violence. Wu possesses Chinese martial arts. What? Arteist glared at Battier, genuinely believing that every Chinese individual was akin to Bruce Lee. Trust me, Battier urged, recounting how he had once single-handedly taken down 5 gang members, all armed, one of whom wielded a firearm. Arteist was genuinely startled. Could there truly be such prowess? Was he indeed Bruce Lee? In truth, Wu Di did not possess any martial arts skills, but he was quite adept at fighting. The 5 warriors were formidable figures from the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Although Wu Di had not assimilated their martial techniques, they still retained a wealth of combat experience. For instance, the phrase the warrior among warriors originally referred to Lu Bu's exceptional martial skills. Though his prowess had transformed into basketball skills, he still possessed an innate sense of timing, enabling him to take down several thugs with ease. Skoll approached. Kid, you've angered me. Wu Di remained unfazed, retorting. Then score over me and let me witness whether your anger is truly formidable. The referee, noticing the escalating tension, rushed over. Yet in the blink of an eye, the fury dissipated, replaced by the soaring morale of the Rockets players. As the Rockets prepared for a free throw, Alston advanced the ball past half-court, once again breaching Fisher's defense. Wu Di strategically positioned himself to ambush Alston, who, upon noticing him, swiftly turned and passed to the open artist, who promptly sank a 3-pointer. Wu Di, not waiting for the ball to be inbound, sprinted to the front court to receive the pass, exclaiming to his teammates, "That's the spirit. This is precisely the momentum we need. This is how the game should be played with fervor." The Rockets players glared at him, questioning how he could instruct them on gameplay. Particularly, Arteist, who was tasked with defending Wu Di, was visibly incensed. Although he was beginning to believe in Wu Di's martial prowess and refrained from physical confrontation, he was unafraid to glare back, asserting, "I fear you not," whether in combat or on the court. Wu Di received the ball from Fisher, a smirk gracing his lips as he waved at Gasol and Pekovic. Pekovic came over to set a screen, allowing Wu Di to easily shake off Arteist and drive into the paint. Skoll, determined to impede Wu Di's advance, stood resolutely in his path. Just then, Odom unexpectedly swooped into double team, with Arteist closing in from behind, intent on obstructing all of Wu Di's passing lanes. Wu Di raised his hand, intending to pass outward, but 6 formidable hands intercepted all his passing options. Observing the 6 hands converging, Wu Di quickly crouched down. Lowering his torso, the trio managed to pin him in place. However, a sudden clang echoed. Had someone just executed a dunk? The 3 looked up to see Pekovic hanging from the rim, with the basketball bouncing on the floor, utterly bewildered. Would the ball get passed out? The trio was perplexed, yet the audience was not. They leapt to their feet, chanting "Magician! Magician!" Thus, he acquired the new moniker, the Magician, with an acknowledgement of 32,619 spectators. Wu Di found amusement in his newfound nickname, as it allowed him to level up. Upgrade Guan Yu to epic level. Chapter 119, The Battle of Revenge V. Many were perplexed as to why Wu Di enraged the Rockets players. Some even deemed him unhinged, a fool's errand. However, Wu Di's intention was to deprive Adelman of any excuses, rendering him speechless before the press. Should the Rockets falter in spirit and succumb to defeat, it was likely that Adelman would shift the blame onto his players. Yet, with Wu Di invigorating the team's morale, it would be difficult for the coach to deflect responsibility. This strategic consideration motivated Wu Di to utter those earlier words. Little did he anticipate that the Rockets players would single him out, with 3 of them converging to defend against him. Fortuitously, with Odom's towering stature and wide stance, Wu Di managed to pass the ball through Odom's legs. Thanks to Wu Di's physical obstruction, the 3 defenders failed to perceive the ball being passed. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Wu Di had intended to pass to Gasol, who was in a prime position for a shot. However, Pekovic unexpectedly cut into the lane, intercepting Wu Di's passing trajectory. Initially bewildered by the sudden arrival of the ball, Pekovic quickly seized the opportunity and, noticing the unguarded basket, took 3 steps before emphatically dunking the ball through the hoop. At that moment, the Rockets trio finally realized the ball had been passed. As Wu Di retreated to defend, he upgraded Guan Yu. The host upgraded the Warrior Guan Yu to epic level, enhancing the characteristic of Guangong Reborn, increasing burst potential, critical hits, and prideful temperament. The host was advised to complete training according to the prescribed regimen, with an estimated fusion time of 10 days. Why has it reverted to 10 days? Wu Di wondered, recalling that the upgrade for Tai Shirtzi had taken 15 days. Please do not be perplexed. The fusion duration is not fixed. So, that was the explanation. The Rockets were already on the offensive again, and Wu Di once more employed Artist. After Yao's exit, Artist had become the Rockets' primary scoring threat. Without Wu Di's defense, Artist would pose a significant challenge for the Lakers, as Ariza was unable to contain him and Kobe lacked the same physicality. However, with Wu Di defending Artist, Alston could no longer rely on him. Instead, he engaged Odom in a pick-and-roll, with Odom screening Fisher, leading to a mismatch against Gasol, resulting in a successful layup. Fisher advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Wu Di. Once again, Wu Di executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol, drawing the defenses of Odom and Artist before returning the pass, allowing Gasol to score. The game momentarily reached a stalemate, with each team responding to the other's baskets, the score climbing to an astonishing 100 shooting success rate. The audience was captivated by the intensity of the match, as both teams intensified their defensive efforts. Due to his earlier remarks, Wu Di was consistently besieged by 2 or 3 Rockets players. However, no matter how tightly they defended, the Rockets players were unable to wrest the ball from Wu Di. Whether shooting himself or distributing the ball to his teammates, those around him were frequently left unmarked. With 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers led 56-47 by 9 points. The Zen Master signaled to the referee for substitutions, bringing out Gasol, Wu Di, Vujasic, and Fisher, while introducing Mim, Radmanovic, Kobe, and Farmar. Seated on the bench, Wu Di caught the Zen Master's gaze as he remarked, "You have not handled today's matter correctly." Wu Di opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then explained, "I merely wish to conquer the mightiest Rockets to prove my worth. Yet, the management will not perceive it that way. They will think you lack judgment." The Zen Master replied, "Remember, you are a player. Your duty is to win, and you should pursue that goal as effortlessly as possible." Wu Di opened his mouth again, but chose not to defend himself further. His thoughts had solely been on personal vengeance, never considering how the management might view his actions. The Zen Master looked at him and said, "I do not wish to see this happen again. You must also consider your teammates." Wu Di watched Kobe fiercely driving past Battier and felt a pang of regret. If the Rockets were still as listless, perhaps it would have been much easier for Kobe and the others now. "I assure you this will be the last time," Wu Di declared earnestly. The Zen Master nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the second quarter concluded. During halftime, the Lakers returned to the locker room, their expressions somber, as a Rockets defense had made it difficult for Kobe and his teammates to execute their offense. The Rockets had clawed their way back, now trailing by only 4 points. Upon entering the locker room, Wu Di refrained from sitting down. Instead, he addressed everyone, saying, "I apologize, everyone. I acted impulsively. Had I not provoked them? Perhaps we could have clocked out by now. The Rockets are a perennial playoff team, and we shall face them sooner or later. Confronting them now is better than delaying it." Kobe reassured him, "At least we can ascertain how formidable the Rockets truly are." With the leader having spoken, the others naturally refrained from casting Wu Di any disapproving looks. Although they still harbored grievances, their expressions softened considerably, save for Bynum, who remained disgruntled. At this juncture, the Zen Master clapped his hands and said, "Allow me to discuss our defensive strategies for the second half." He outlined several tactics before granting them a moment to rest. Soon, the The second half commenced. The Zen Master once again deployed the starting five, and as Wu Di entered the court, he received special attention from the Rockets. The moment Wu Di possessed the ball, the Rockets promptly opted to double-team him. This was clearly unprecedented. While Wu Di was indeed formidable, he had yet to reach the level that warranted such defensive attention, an honor reserved for the elite superstars of peak performance, akin to the likes of Jordan, Kobe, and T-Mac in their prime. However, it was precisely this treatment that rendered the Lakers' offense significantly more straightforward. As long as Wu Di held the ball, there would invariably be someone open, and with just a pass from Wu Di, it became an opportunity for an open shot. Kobe Bryant would not be overlooked, and the Rockets dared not leave him unguarded. However, they were willing to neglect Derek Fisher. Yet, Fisher's three-point shooting was far from feeble, as he converted 4 out of 5 attempts. Consequently, the Rockets could no longer afford to leave him open, resulting in a barrage of shots that ultimately led to their defeat. The current Rockets find themselves in a quandary, striving to contain Wu Di while simultaneously seeking victory. Adelman initially believed it possible to achieve both goals, only to realize that they were akin to the age-old dilemma of choosing between fish and bear's paw, leaving his plans in disarray. In the end, Adelman opted for victory, relinquishing the effort to double-team Wu Di. Freed from constraint, Wu Di began to penetrate Arteist's defense, exploiting Arteist's sluggishness with his swift maneuvering, repeatedly slicing through the Rockets' interior. Chapter 120. The Battle of Revenge. Just as Yao Ming released the ball, the game clock had already expired. The Rockets faced a bitter defeat, losing by a mere 3 points with a final score of 116-113. Yet, a loss is a loss, regardless of the margin. Even a single point is still a defeat. Adelman's expression was far from pleasant, as his initial strategy aimed to contain Wu Di and triumph over the Lakers. However, he soon discovered that these two objectives were irreconcilable, akin to the proverbial fish and bear's paw. Thus, he abandoned the pursuit of Wu Di, choosing instead to conquer the Lakers. Yet again, he was mistaken. The Rockets still fell short. This was not merely a matter of two choices, but rather two monumental challenges that left him gasping for breath. Reflecting on Wu Di's words from the second quarter, although he had not heard them directly, it was precisely those words that instilled Adelman with the confidence to face the Lakers. While Wu Di's remarks had ignited the players' fighting spirit, they now left Adelman feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. If the Rockets had faltered due to low morale, that would have been understandable. Yet, how could he justify their current predicament? Adelman could already envision the inquiries from the press conference. "Coach Adelman, do you have any thoughts on today's game?" He imagined they would ask. Feigning pleasure, Adelman responded, "Today's game was significant as it revealed the shortcomings of the Rockets. To claim the championship, we still have a long journey ahead." His ambiguous response clearly did not satisfy the journalists. A female reporter rose to pose a pointed question. "Coach Adelman, Wu Di recorded 26 points, 11 rebounds, 15 assists, 5 steals, and 3 blocks today. Do you regret trading him to the Lakers?" After all, Odom's statistics merely amounted to 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Yet his salary is 7 to 8 times greater than Wu Di's. What do you have to say about that? Adelman felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but was compelled to respond, as league regulations mandated a courteous attitude when addressing reporters, requiring answers except for matters of personal privacy and business confidentiality. This question was clearly neither personal nor confidential. After careful consideration, Adelman replied, "Statistics do not solely represent a player's abilities. We must consider other aspects as well. The Rockets' power forward position is quite weak, and we need a formidable player in that role to assist Yao. Why did the Rockets trade away Wu Di only to acquire Arteist subsequently? Is the small forward position for the Rockets truly that deficient? Battier has been relegated to a bench role, while Wu is serving as Battier's backup last season. Do you truly believe Arteist is significantly superior to Wu? Each individual possesses their own criteria for assessing player strength, and I am uncertain what standard you are employing. I merely wish to convey that any player who has been traded away was deemed unsuitable for the Rockets. Players who fit the Rockets' needs are not easily relinquished." In the face of Adelman's brazen remarks, the reporters found themselves at a loss for questions. After the visiting team's interviews concluded, it was time for the home team. The Zen Master and Kobe exchanged a few brief words before handing the microphone to Wu Di. Today, as focal point, is Wu Di. They refrained from overshadowing him. As Wu Di took the microphone, hands were immediately raised to pose a question. What did you say to the Rockets at the onset of the second quarter? Could you elaborate? Wu Di smiled inwardly with a sense of pride and nodded, stating, "You all know that at the conclusion of the first quarter, they received quite the scolding. The roar was audible throughout the entire arena. It was evident to all that Wu Di was referring to Adelman, prompting some light laughter. Perhaps due to the immense pressure, their competitive state was not optimal. Although I have been traded to the Lakers, I still harbor feelings for the Rockets. I advised them that their style of play was inappropriate and urged them to rally, asserting that even in defeat, they must strive with all their might. I had not anticipated the effect would be somewhat excessive, nearly inciting conflict, and it left the Rockets in a state of heightened excitement for the remainder of the game. Here, I must extend my apologies to both my Lakers teammates and my Rockets comrades. To my Lakers teammates, I must express regret for the additional energy my personal feelings have compelled you to expend in securing victory. Thus, I sincerely apologize. To my Rockets teammates, I wish to impart the wisdom of my words today. Should you find yourselves in a similar predicament, remember what I have said, and you shall find your fighting spirit." The reporters chuckled once more, recognizing the positive energy in Wu Di's remarks. However, such sentiments were not favorable news for Adelman. Morale should be bolstered by the opposing players. So what is the role of the head coach? Merely to bellow? Wu, what are your thoughts on leaving the Rockets? Since joining the Lakers, you have become a starter and demonstrated formidable prowess. What accounts for this? This is a business league, and every player must be mentally prepared for the possibility of being traded. For the NBA to thrive, such changes are inevitable. I do not harbor resentment towards the Rockets, as they too have faced challenges, and it has been quite some time since they last claimed a championship. The reporters noted that this statement served as a stark irony regarding the Rockets' championship drought. My performance this season has been commendable. The management holds me in high regard. The coach values my contributions, and my teammates appreciate me. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to attain such impressive statistics as I have today. One must consider the data from my previous season, which merely reflected the performance of a marginal player. How could I have acquired the statistics of an all-star player as I do now? The laughter of the journalists is but a response to Adelman's remarks. Of course, the experience I gathered last season holds significant value. The Rockets did not neglect my contributions. Had they chosen not to utilize my abilities, I would have remained on the injury list, deprived of any opportunity to play. On the contrary, I was granted ample chances to showcase my skills, having only missed one game in the regular season due to personal reasons, while participating in all 81 others. More laughter ensues, still referencing Adelman's strategy. Throughout those 81 games, I did not start even once. During McGrady's injury, Adelman opted to rely on other players, eschewing my starting role, only calling upon me in moments of crisis. Otherwise, the Rockets fans would not have dubbed me the firefighter. So Wu, what are your expectations for the Lakers this season? Naturally, it is the championship. I've already faltered once before in the presence of the championship. I certainly do not wish to fall again. Wu stated earnestly, adding that the management's decision to trade for me was also to bolster the team's title aspirations. Although I lack extensive playoff experience, I possess the relentless spirit characteristic of youth. This season, the Lakers are destined for the championship. Chapter 121. The trade commences. Wu Di's bold declarations did not invite much ridicule. Firstly, he has already demonstrated his prowess, and if he maintains his current form, he is poised to become a superstar. Moreover, the Lakers roster this year is quite formidable, with fans already referring to Wu Di as the third pillar of strength. Alongside Bynum, Pekovic, and others, the Lakers undeniably harbor championship aspirations. The management shares this belief. They began orchestrating a trade, sending Radmanovic, Chris Mim, and Luther Head to acquire veteran Brad Miller from the Kings. Miller, akin to Gasol, possesses the ability for mid-range shooting and can create space on the court. He is also recognized for his playmaking skills, earning the title of the highest organizer. However, Miller has his shortcomings. He lacks physical strength, struggles in backing down opponents, and has defensive vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, the Lakers intend to utilize him as a bench player, alleviating pressure from Gasol, while Bynum, Pekovic, and Josh Powell can manage defensive matchups. Miller's contract falls within the mid-level exception, having spent several years with the Kings. This season, the Kings roster is not particularly strong, and their championship ambitions are virtually non-existent. Consequently, the management opted for a strategy of rebuilding, trading away substantial contracts in hopes of selecting a promising player to nurture as a future cornerstone. Once the trade was finalized, the Lakers roster was reduced to 13 players, rendering the injury list unnecessary. Sun Yu finally made his appearance on the active roster, having been sidelined for so long. He bore no resentment. His 4 years at the AO Shan were a waste, unable to compete in the CBA. He persevered through those 4 years. What difference would a few more games make? Yet, Sun Yu is somewhat astute. He is currently residing in Wu Di's guest room. The customs in our country differ significantly from those abroad. In the United States, for instance, Sun Yu would have to reside on the couch as a guest. Wu Di, considering the possibility of guests while renting a house, deliberately chose one with 2 guest rooms. A nanny, responsible for taking care of Chu Shui and the child, occupies one room, while the other is conveniently allocated for Sun Yu. Otherwise, with Sun Yu's meager salary, he would struggle to make ends meet, sharing Wu Di's penchant for nightlife, thus forming a bond of mutual understanding. When the nanny prepares meals for Wu Di, she also makes a portion for Sun Yu. Naturally, Wu Di does not request identical meals, but instead arranges for Sun Yu to receive dishes according to the Zhou Tsang set, periodically switching to the Lubu set. To be candid, Wu Di is quite pleased to have Sun Yu around. Even if Sun Yu does not contribute to rent or food expenses, it poses no issue. Wu Di seizes the opportunity to use Sun Yu as a subject for culinary experiments and training. With a willing participant at his disposal, Wu Di would gladly pay Sun Yu, even if it meant compensating him financially. A month has passed, and Wu Di notices that while the recipes are still in use, their effectiveness has diminished considerably. Although Sun Yu's physical condition has improved to some extent, it has not reached an extraordinary level. Wu Di has strictly adhered to the recipes and training programs provided by the system, subjecting Sun Yu to the excellence, refinement, and epic levels of Zhou Tsang's training. However, Sun Yu barely manages to attain the refined level of Wu Di's physique. Following this growth trajectory, even if Sun Yu were to utilize the mythical recipes and training programs, achieving the epic strength of Wu Di would be a considerable accomplishment. One need not perceive this as excessively high. It is essential to recognize that Sun Yu already possesses commendable physical attributes. Even without the recipes and training programs, he could reach Wu Di's excellent level. After concluding their match against the Rockets, the Lakers are set to travel to Dallas to face the Mavericks. Following 2 days of speculation, Wu Di's remarks at the press conference have circulated throughout the United States. The entire nation now witnesses the farcical situation surrounding the Rockets and Adelman, with growing skepticism regarding Adelman's coaching capabilities. Some even speculate that without Wu Di last season, the Rockets may have faced an early exit in the first round, as they did in previous years. It is worth noting that during last year's first-round clash with the Nuggets, Wu Di successfully contained Anthony, enabling the Rockets to sweep the series. Had Wu Di not been present, the Rockets would have had to rely on Battier to defend against Anthony. However, it has been proven that Battier is unable to adequately guard Anthony. While Battier is indeed a defensive maestro, he tends to struggle against taller superstars. As his leaping ability is not exceptional, he primarily relies on obstructive tactics, which proved ineffective against Anthony during the playoff series. Many share this perspective, as Wu Di has illuminated the vulnerabilities of his Rockets. When Adelman faces defeat, his only response is to roar in frustration, ultimately eroding the morale of his players. Adelman's situation is far from favorable, while Wu Di finds himself in a much more advantageous position. The Lakers boast an impeccable record of 5 victories, with Wu Di earning the title of Most Valuable Player in 3 of those games, even surpassing Kobe in statistical performance. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Wu Di and Sun Yu diligently assisted Fisher and Kobe by carrying their bags. Wu Di, despite the persistent trivialities of the NBA, found himself only tasked with the responsibility of carrying the esteemed Kobe's bag. In a forthcoming clash against the Mavericks, Brad Miller was unable to participate due to incomplete medical evaluations. His debut for the Lakers would only be realized in the subsequent game against the Hornets. In this contest against the Mavericks, the Rockets fielded merely 12 players, suggesting that Sun Yu's chances of taking to the court were notably enhanced. This season, the Mavericks bolstered their roster significantly, acquiring Jason Kidd from the Nets, which greatly augmented their capabilities. However, the Mavericks experienced a tumultuous start last season, finishing in 7th place after a series of losses in the first half, eventually facing the Lakers in the playoffs, where they were eliminated after a grueling 6-game series. This season, the Mavericks were determined to commence vigorously, seeking to secure an auspicious start. Unfortunately, they suffered a defeat in their opening match against the Rockets, followed by a victory over the struggling Timberwolves, a loss to the Cavaliers, a win against the Spurs, a defeat to the Nuggets, and a recent loss to the Clippers. With a record of 2 wins and 4 losses, their sluggish beginning might be attributed to the challenging schedule, as both the Rockets and Cavaliers are formidable opponents. Furthermore, the Nuggets, having acquired Chauncey Billups, emerged as a robust playoff contender, while the Clippers fortified their lineup with Baron Davis, a formidable presence akin to Kidd. Facing the Lakers next, followed by matches against the Bulls and the Magic, each opponent posed a significant challenge. The Lakers and the Magic, as previously mentioned, are both powerhouse teams and strong contenders for the championship. As for the Bulls, they have selected the prodigious Derrick Rose as their top pick this year, a player of exceptional talent. With his arrival, the Bulls' prowess has undoubtedly escalated, and once he acclimatizes to the NBA, he is destined to become a superstar. For the Mavericks to triumph over the Bulls, they can only hope for an off day for Rose, as they lack the players capable of effectively containing him. Should Rose be in peak form, the Mavericks would find it exceedingly challenging to secure victory. Chapter 122. Sun Yu's debut seated on the bench. Sun Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. He had finally arrived at this moment. In the eyes of the public, his fortunes had not been particularly favorable in recent years, as he faced the setback of being barred from all official competitions with the Aoshin team, relegated only to exhibition matches. At that time, he had just signed a contract with Aoshin with a staggering penalty for breach. Had it not been for his inherent talent and unwavering commitment to training, he might have faded into obscurity. By virtue of his formidable abilities, Sun Yu was fortunate enough to be selected for the national team despite being in a club that was unable to compete. Within the national team, he encountered a kindred spirit in Wu Di, whom he greatly admired. Wu Di, having experienced a remarkable growth spurt upon entering college, boasted a robust physique. Nevertheless, he did not squander his natural gifts, dedicating himself to rigorous training. The intensity of the training regimen within the national team was unparalleled, a feat few could endure. Sun Yu aspired to keep pace with the training, yet he found it overwhelmingly demanding, a challenge that seemed beyond human capability. Although he could not train to the same level as Wu Di, Sun Yu was nonetheless diligent in his training. In 2007, after enduring much hardship, Sun Yu was finally selected by the Lakers, even surpassing Wu Di in the draft order. However, he understood that Wu Di was merely burdened by scandal. Once the opportunity arose, he would surely soar to great heights. After being chosen by the Lakers, Sun Yu contemplated a contract with the Aoshin team, yet he could not afford the penalty fees and had to wait another year. During this year, he maintained his training without interruption, ever prepared to make a name for himself in the NBA and earn a substantial fortune, determined not to be hindered by financial constraints again. At last, after enduring his trials, Sun Yu's contract with Aoshin expired, liberating him from the shackles that had bound him for 4 long years. He performed admirably at the Olympics, ranking 5th or 6th within the national team and aiding them in securing a bronze medal. This was his first honor, igniting a new ambition within him. He yearned to clinch an Olympic gold medal, a mark of true glory. Following the Olympics, Sun Yu reported to the Lakers, only to fall ill and find himself hospitalized before the training camp commenced. The peculiar name of his ailment, kissing disease, left him somewhat embarrassed. Had the previous woman he encountered been the source? Reflecting on that young star, Sun Yu felt a mix of joy and resentment. He still harbored affection for her, yet he was taken aback by the thought that she had transmitted such an illness to him. Clearly, she was not a person of great integrity. No wonder she seemed so understanding. However, he mused that Wu Di appeared to have been with more women than he had. How was it that he had never contracted an illness? Or perhaps he had, unbeknownst to Sun Yu? Observing Wu Di, who was energetically leaping about on the court, Sun Yu could not help but admire his physical prowess, which was undeniably formidable. During the month he resided at Wu Di's home, he had learned that aside from not spending nights there, Wu Di was inevitably occupied with his girlfriend, which often disrupted Sun Yu's sleep. Nevertheless, the following day, Wu Di arrived at the court brimming with vitality, affirming the truth of what he had previously claimed. His energy was indeed somewhat excessive. In this match, Wu Di faced off against Josh Howard of the Mavericks, who, despite being slightly shorter than Wu Di, possessed commendable offensive capabilities and an aggressive defensive style. However, facing Wu Di proved futile, as Wu Di's robust physique overwhelmed Howard. In the first quarter, Wu Di played with fervor, matched only by Kobe, who was being defended by Antoine Wright, a versatile swingman acquired from the Nets alongside Kidd. Wright's defense was tenacious, yet he was no match for Kobe. Slightly taller than Kobe, he lacked the necessary strength and speed, rendering him completely at Kobe's mercy. Both Kobe and Wu Di were in fine form, leaving the Mavericks unable to retaliate. In the first half of the second quarter, Wu Di led the team, followed by Kobe in the latter half. Neither could be contained by the Mavericks' second and third positions. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers held a commanding 25-point lead, effectively able to clock out for the day. The Zen master substituted all the starters, allowing the bench players to take the court, as tomorrow's matchup against the Hornets would be a back-to-back, necessitating the preservation of stamina among the primary players to avoid certain defeat. In this moment, Sun Yu seized his opportunity, being deployed in the shooting guard position. Alongside him were Josh Powell, Pekovic, Luke Walton, and Jordan Farmar. Sun Yu found himself matched up against the Maverick starting player, Antoine Wright, who had been thoroughly challenged by Kobe for nearly an entire game. Upon seeing a marginal player substituted in, Wright could not help but exhale in relief. The Mavericks initiated their offensive play, with Kidd passing the ball to Nowitzki. Pekovic immediately closed in, denying Nowitzki any space to shoot, rendering him unable to even retreat for a shot. With no good options available, Nowitzki passed to Wright on the same side. Wright, possessing the ball, swiftly executed a crossover step, intending to maneuver past Sun Yu. Yet, Sun Yu adeptly positioned himself, blocking Wright's path. His physical conditioning had significantly improved over the past month, making it difficult for the average player to surpass him. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, and with the shot clock winding down, Wright created a slight separation from Sun Yu and took a sudden jump shot, attempting to release it before the 24 seconds expired. Sun Yu lunged forward, swatting Wright's shot away with impressive force. What a spectacular play! Wu Di rose from the bench to cheer for Sun Yu. However, Sun Yu had no time to acknowledge Wu Di, as he was already in pursuit of the basketball, which he had deflected into the front court, aiming to reach it before the Mavericks could regroup. Before he could reach it, however, Farmar and Kidd had already anticipated the ball's trajectory. Farmar, leveraging his speed, managed to gain control, but was swiftly confronted by Kidd, who tightly guarded him, denying any offensive opportunity. Left with no other choice, Farmar passed the ball to the approaching Sun Yu. Upon receiving the pass, Sun Yu charged into the paint, leaping effortlessly to dunk the ball into the hoop. Kidd, glancing at Sun Yu's physique, refrained from providing help defense, fearing he would be posterized, as he was merely a floor-bound player incapable of contesting Sun Yu's leap. What a remarkable play! Sun Yu was exceptional. Wu Di once again shouted from the sidelines, and some Chinese fans in the arena joined in his fervor. As Sun Yu descended from the rim, he waved at Wu Di, finally acknowledging him. He then turned to the section where the Chinese fans were gathered, offering them a friendly gesture. Kobe, seated next to Wu Di, remarked, "Wu, it seems Sun has improved significantly once more. He has made notable progress lately." Wu Di replied, "Though he is a year older than I am, he hadn't played in professional league for several years while in China. He needs time to develop. As long as he adapts to the NBA's pace, he could undoubtedly become my backup." Kobe nodded in agreement, saying, "If Sun possesses even half your talent, he could firmly establish himself in the NBA." Wu Di smiled, responding, "Perhaps it won't be long before that becomes a reality." Chapter 123. What lies ahead for Sun Yu? Sun Yu has undergone substantial growth, not only in terms of physical prowess, but also in the refinement of his basketball skills. Wu Di's training regimen can be regarded as the most effective means of enhancing one's capabilities. While it may not resonate with everyone, those who have adhered to the training protocols have experienced significant growth. Although Sun Yu has only participated in the training programs of Zhou Cong and Lu Bu, he has not only followed Wu Di's dietary regimen, but has also leveraged his innate abilities and talents. During his time in China, Sun Yu was recognized as a prodigious player, hailing from a family of athletes. His father was an amateur player, while his mother had once been a member of a youth team. Immersed in such an environment, he was introduced to basketball at the tender age of 10 and joined the Aoshin team in 1999. In 2004, when Aoshin departed from the CBA to join the ABA in America, it led to numerous misconceptions about Sun Yu. Although he gained valuable experience in the ABA, he was also somewhat constrained by Aoshin, making it difficult for him to showcase his talents domestically, which resulted in the public perception that he was only capable of participating in exhibition matches. Wu Di still believes that Sun Yu's potential has been stifled. This is partly attributable to the publicity by the Basketball Association. Ayashin has played an indispensable role in Sun Yu's development as a player. Thus, the question arises, what does the future hold for Sun Yu? Wu Di remains optimistic, believing that as long as Sun Yu continues his training diligently, following a personalized diet and training regimen, he could very well evolve into a competent star player, perhaps even securing a starting position on a team. However, should Sun Yu lack the desire to practice, he would inevitably struggle to establish himself in the NBA, potentially returning to Ayashin or opting for a new team in the CBA. Unbeknownst to Sun Yu, he is unaware of Wu Di's opinions on him or that Wu Di and Kobe are discussing him. He remains focused on his defensive duties. The adage one is influenced by their companions holds true, as Sun Yu, having spent considerable time with Wu Di, is inevitably affected by him. Unconsciously, he is learning from Wu Di's on-court behaviors, how to defend, how to attack, and even the techniques for shooting and dunking. For instance, Sun Yu's recent dunk was inspired by Wu Di. If given a choice, he would have opted for a simpler layup. However, without a moment's hesitation, he executed a dunk, unfazed by the prospect of Kid defending him. While such a style of play may appear somewhat reckless, it significantly bolsters one's confidence. Whether or not there is an opponent to defend him does not concern him. If unguarded, he dunks. If guarded, he still dunks, perhaps even along with the defender. This audacious spirit, infused with the defiant character of Lu Bu and the prideful nature of Guan Yu, has been transmitted from Wu Di to Sun Yu. Sun Yu's defensive effort disrupted Josh Howard's shot, enabling Josh Powell to secure the rebound and pass it to Farmar. Farmar advanced the ball into the front court. Initiating the offensive play, Pekovic set a screen for Farmar, who then penetrated into the Mavericks' paint. Facing Farmar, Nowitzki found himself at a disadvantage, as his foot speed was slow, making it nearly impossible to defend effectively against Farmar's smaller, quicker attacks. Wright quickly moved to provide support, inadvertently leaving Sun Yu unguarded. Compared to Sun Yu, Luke Walton posed a greater threat, particularly as this was Sun Yu's first appearance. Wright's choice stemmed from a lack of familiarity with Sun Yu. Under pressure from defenders on both sides, Farmar was compelled to pass the ball out. Sun Yu, receiving the ball unguarded, took a direct shot. The basketball plunged into the hoop, securing a three-point basket. As the third quarter concluded, Sun Yu astonishingly accumulated 5 points within those few minutes. In the fourth quarter, the Zen master opted not to substitute, allowing Sun Yu to remain on the court. The prowess Sun Yu displayed compelled even the Zen master to take notice. His defense was vigorous, and his offense commendable. He could dunk and shoot from beyond the arc, showcasing remarkable capabilities. Standing at 205 centimeters, Sun Yu had the versatility to defend multiple positions, although he struggled against centers. Throughout the fourth quarter, Sun Yu continued to shine brightly, particularly on defense. Antoine Wright found himself challenged by Sun Yu, who disrupted 2 of his shots. Additionally, Sun Yu frequently provided help defense against Josh Howard and Dirk Nowitzki. On the offensive end, Sun Yu's three-point shooting remained precise. He set a screen for Farmar, who passed back, allowing Sun Yu to sink a three-pointer over Kid. In the end, the Lakers triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 126-115. Kobe was the standout player, scoring 27 points and providing 6 assists. Wu Di contributed 19 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Gasol scored 15 points, Bynum added 13, and Sun Yu chipped in with 8 points. While other players also contributed to the scoreboard. After spending a night in Dallas, the Lakers boarded a charter flight to New Orleans the following morning, preparing to face the Hornets on their home turf. The devastating hurricane from last year had left New Orleans struggling to recover, significantly impacting the local economy. Many residents still relied on aid, leading to a decline in the Hornets fan base. The Hornets roster remained relatively similar to last season's, even acquiring James Posey, a championship player from the Celtics. Nevertheless, the Hornets still posed little threat to the Lakers. Chris Paul exerted himself fully, yet could not secure a lead. The Hornets starting lineup included Chandler, David West, Peja, Butler, and Paul. Wu Di was matched up against the sharpshooter Peja, who stood at 206 centimeters and possessed excellent shooting and movement skills. However, as a veteran of the '96 Golden Generation, Peja's age hindered his ability to evade Wu Di, and he found it challenging to execute shots without facing Wu Di's blocks and disruptions. Peja's defensive attitude was also lackluster, bordering on timid, and his lack of physical strength rendered him a defensive liability. Meanwhile, Butler, matched against Kobe, proved no match for him and was quickly overwhelmed. In the 7th minute, the Zen master unexpectedly substituted Wu Di, seemingly perceiving that keeping both offensive powerhouses on the court was excessive. Sun Yu replaced Wu Di, indicating the Zen master's intention to develop Sun Yu as Wu Di's backup. Upon entering the game, Sun Yu sensed an opportunity and closely shadowed Peja, who attempted to shake free and find open shots. However, Sun Yu stayed right on Peja's heels, denying him any chances, which frustrated Peja. Conversely, Sun Yu found it relatively easy to maneuver against Peja, who struggled to contain him. However, Sun Yu had limited opportunities to receive the ball, as aside from Kobe, there was also Gasol on the court. In the absence of Wu Di, he stood as the Lakers' second offensive option. Nonetheless, when defending Peja, Sun Yu exhibited formidable defensive prowess, which greatly pleased the Zen master. Perhaps, Sun, you could vie with Luke Walton for the position of primary backup at small forward. With Radmanovic traded away, the spot for the first backup at the 3 position remained vacant, and the Zen master had yet to determine who would fill it. However, now that Sun Yu was on the court, if he could deliver a few impressive performances, his place would likely be secured. Wu Di, observing Sun Yu's every move from the sidelines, noticed that many of Sun Yu's playing habits mirrored his own, causing him to scratch his head in contemplation. As the old adage goes, those who emulate me live, those who resemble me perish. If Sun Yu fails to cultivate his unique playing style, he may find it challenging to establish himself in the NBA. Chapter 124. Dunking on Chandler. Luke Walton is not an ordinary player. Much of his acclaim stems from his father, Hall of Fame center Bill Walton. Among Bill Walton's children, Luke is the most accomplished in basketball, playing solely as a small forward, particularly one with an inclination towards the interior. Luke Walton's three-point shooting is not particularly remarkable, with a career high of 4 three-pointers in a single game. This is precisely why the Zen master contemplated substituting Sun Yu for Wu Di, as Luke Walton struggles to create space for Kobe. In contrast, Sun Yu can. Initially, during the draft, Sun Yu was designated as a 3D player, and after training alongside Wu Di, his three-point shooting has improved significantly, now rivaling that of Battier. Additionally, Wu Di has honed Sun Yu's ability to shoot under duress. In critical moments, Sun Yu would undoubtedly have the courage to take the shot, greatly enhancing his value to the team. A player who dares to shoot in crucial situations possesses a heart of steel, and as long as their skills are adequate, they become an indispensable asset to any team. Of course, Sun Yu still requires experience. While he has sufficient game experience, he is yet to acclimate to the NBA. Just then, Kobe passed the ball to Sun Yu, but he was a moment too slow, nearly failing to catch it. By the time Sun Yu secured the ball, the position and circumstances had changed unfavorably, forcing him to pass it back. He still needs a bit of time to adjust to the NBA. Wu Di informed the Zen master that the defensive issues were manageable, but the offense required enhancement, particularly in terms of synergy with teammates. He needed a little more time. The Zen master nodded. I will ensure the teammates practice with him. But Wu, you must remind him to pay attention to his teammates. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to establish himself in the NBA. I understand, Wu Di replied, unable to say more. Due to previous injuries, Sun Yu could only practice with the team when they were in Los Angeles. Otherwise, he had to train alone, which hardly fosters chemistry. However, things have improved now, as the team consists of 13 members and no longer requires an injury list. Consequently, Sun Yu can play alongside the team, and their training sessions together will expedite the development of their rapport. Today, the Zen master's abrupt decision to switch players caught even Wu Di off guard, as he seemed to regard Sun Yu as a prodigious talent. It is noteworthy that Wu Di had only recently been activated from the injury list, having participated in just a single game. Yet he dared to adjust the lineup by substituting Wu Di in the first quarter. This decision appeared to be a case of overzealous nurturing. As the first quarter concluded, Sun Yu descended the court with a hint of dejection. Though he managed to score 3 points during his brief stint, he also committed 2 turnovers, which dampened his spirits. Overshadowing his scoring achievement, Wu Di offered no words of consolation. He understood that everyone must endure some setbacks. After all, he himself had been overlooked for an entire season with the Rockets without seeking solace from anyone. A suitable level of adversity can foster growth, as long as it does not dissuade Sun Yu from the game altogether. Wu Di entered the court alongside Pekovic, the newly acquired Brad Miller, Vujasic, and Jordan Farmar. This 5-on-5 rotation had not been seen in the previous matches. However, Such substitutions solidified Wu Di's position as the core of the team and alleviated the issue of wasted firepower in the starting lineup. Having recuperated and sharpened his focus, Wu Di took to the court with fervor, delivering a memorable lesson to the Hornets. He received the ball from Farmar, swiftly maneuvered past Peja, and surged into the paint. Chandler quickly moved to provide help defense, but hesitated, fearing that Wu Di might pass to the trailing Pekovic. To his astonishment, Wu Di opted not to pass. Instead, he leaped from just inside the free throw line, preparing for a dunk. Chandler, unable to find his footing, was reluctant to establish a solid stance. Given the intensity of Wu Di's dunking prowess, standing firm would likely result in him becoming a mere backdrop. Evading was not Chandler's style. He leapt to contest Wu Di's shot. In midair, Wu Di deftly retracted his hand, evading Chandler's block, before extending his arm to thrust the ball emphatically through the hoop. The two collided midair, yet due to Wu Di's grip on the rim, Chandler failed to make contact with him and instead found himself crashing to the floor. Instinctively, Chandler fell flat, landing hard before sliding across the court. As he came to a halt, he noticed Wu Di's feet flying past his line of sight. Looking up, he saw Wu Di still hanging from the rim. Gazing down at him, Wu Di smirked and said, "You might want to get up. I need to come down." The expression on Chandler's face soured. He was positioned directly beneath Wu Di, and without moving aside, Wu Di would be unable to descend. Although the NBA has rules against hanging on the rim post-dunk, exceptions are made when another player is beneath to prevent potential injuries. Chandler, mindful of his precarious situation, hastily rose to his feet and distanced himself from the basket, eager to avoid being featured in tomorrow's headlines, which he envisioned reading, "China as Wu Di reigns supreme, Chandler the victim." With a silent curse, he clambered up and retreated from the area beneath the rim. He is no longer a child. Had this been in the past, in a moment of impulsiveness, he would have certainly shoved Wu Di to vent his frustration. Yet, the formidable musculature of Wu Di, more pronounced than that of any opponent, served as a warning to all. Do not provoke me, or you shall face dire consequences. There exists a prevalent rumor within the NBA that Wu Di possesses authentic Chinese martial arts skills, though he attracted a chorus of boos from the Hornets fans. The turnout for this game was not substantial, rendering the jeers somewhat diminished compared to other venues. The Hornets players were filled with frustration, yet the Lakers' defense proved to be formidable. Pekovic exhibited remarkable prowess in one-on-one defense, while Chandler was not known for his offensive capabilities, making it nearly impossible to outmaneuver Pekovic. Veteran Miller, with his wealth of defensive experience, posed a challenge even for David West, who found it difficult to overpower him. Although Vujasic may lack physical prowess, he demonstrated commendable defensive skills, particularly with his subtle maneuvers, leaving Butler momentarily at a loss. When Peja faced Wu Di, he shamefully faltered. Paul had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. However, Farmar was not Fisher. His height allowed him to contest Paul's shots effectively, while his quickness made it challenging for Paul to break past him. Having failed to score on 2 consecutive attempts, the Hornets found themselves further pressured by Wu Di's incursions into the paint, widening the score gap once again. Such is the nature of morale. It surges with fervor, only to wane and ultimately deplete. The Hornets had painstakingly built a semblance of momentum, only to have it eroded by 2 defensive stands, leaving them in a precarious position where even scoring in the subsequent round would scarcely revive their dwindling spirit. Chapter 125. The Zen Master seeks assistance. The Hornets starting players were increasingly fatigued. Their ability to remain undefeated was nothing short of miraculous. Wu Di relentlessly penetrated the Hornets' interior defense, which proved utterly incapable of stopping him. With an exceptional shooting rhythm, he achieved an astonishing 7 out of 10 from the field in just 6 minutes, amassing 18 points, outscoring the entire Hornets team. Observing Wu Di, the Zen Master's mind raced with thoughts. Wu Di was increasingly embodying the essence of a star. The Zen Master had to concede that, should Wu Di be utilized effectively, his performance could surpass even that of LeBron James. Though Wu Di's physical attributes may not yet rival those of James, he possessed a long-range shooting ability that James lacked. In terms of scoring, Wu Di could indeed rival or even exceed James. However, within the Lakers, Wu Di was unlikely to reach the heights of James, as the team also boasted another superstar, Kobe. Based on the Zen Master's understanding of Kobe, he surmised that for the sake of championship aspirations, Kobe might coexist amicably with Wu Di for a year or two. But over time, the two would inevitably clash due to their mutual need for ball dominance. The Zen master held a favorable view of Wu Di, appreciating his youth and potential for growth. Furthermore, Wu Di's skill set aligned with the Zen master's triangle offense by surrounding Wu Di with several capable shooters. The foundation for a formidable team could be established, making the prospect of a championship not entirely unattainable. The Hornets called for a timeout, yet the Zen master refrained from substituting players, allowing Wu Di to continue playing. He was eager to ascertain just how far Wu Di could push his scoring limits in this contest. However, the Hornets did not grant the Zen master an opportunity, as they opted for a substitution, replacing the small forward with James Posey. The 3 and D player, James Posey, excels as an outside defender. Although he is competent in defending against shots, he struggles against penetrations. When Wu Di attempted to drive past Posey, he was quickly confronted by the double team of Armstrong and Sean Marion, lacking the strength to engage in a physical tussle with 2 interior defenders. Wu Di was compelled to pass the ball. Pekovic made a cutting move, received the pass, and scored with a dunk. Subsequently, Wu Di showcased a different facet of his game, frequently distributing the ball. Pekovic, Brad Miller, and Farmar all benefited from Wu Di's assists, while Vujasic lamentably remained unacknowledged. Yet, this cannot be attributed solely to Wu Di, as Vujasic lingered on the perimeter, guarded closely. Would Wu Di neglect an open shot to pass to him? Clearly not. Pekovic, being closer to the basket, naturally received the most passes, and Brad Miller, as an interior player, garnered his shares well. Farmar managed to receive the ball due to his ability to shake off defenders and drive to the basket, prompting Wu Di to generously assist him on a couple of occasions. The entirety of the second quarter became a personal showcase for Wu Di. The first 6 minutes were a display of his scoring prowess, while the latter 6 showcased his playmaking abilities. Viewers at home yearned to witness more of Wu Di's scoring, as his baskets oscillated between ferocity and grace. When penetrating the paint, Wu Di displayed no trepidation toward any opponent. Unless double-teamed, he was resolute in his attack, and even the robust Chandler could not impede his advance. When shooting, Wu Di exhibited both pull-up and fadeaway capabilities, although these skills may not yet rival those of the likes of McGrady or Kobe. Peja found it nearly impossible to contest his shots. Yet now that Wu Di has ceased his offensive onslaught, disappointment surely looms among the spectators. Nonetheless, the Zen master observed with keen interest. During the recent timeout, he had refrained from implementing any strategies, only for Wu Di to independently adjust his approach upon returning to the court. The Zen master earned his moniker due to his infrequent adjustments, predominantly relying on his stars to adapt during the game. Such was the case in the Jordan era, and similarly in the Kobe era, he acted as a strategist, steering the overarching direction while leaving the execution to the players. Thus, the Zen master harbors a fondness for stars capable of self-adjustment, as exemplified by Jordan, though Kobe often fell short in this regard, persistently opting for solo endeavors. Now, Wu Di's capacity for self-adjustment illuminated the Zen master's perspective. This indicated that Wu Di was not merely a one-dimensional player. While his passing may not be stellar, it ranks among the elite for forwards. Wu Di's distribution was devoid of predictability. He frequently varied his approach, delivering passes from the left side, right side, high above, or low beneath the basket, occasionally executing behind-the-back passes, leaving the Hornets' interior defenders bewildered. Although many fans affectionately dubbed Wu Di the Magician, this was largely a consequence of the triple team he faced against the Rockets in the previous game. Facing a triple team and still managing to pass the ball is a feat not everyone can achieve. In the subconscious of fans, only Magic Johnson is capable of such a maneuver, which is why they affectionately refer to Wu Di as Magic. Interestingly, the Lakers acquired Wu Di through a trade involving the diminutive magician, Odom, and now Wu Di has inherited the moniker of Magic, indicating a profound connection between the Lakers and the legendary figure. Over time, 3 players bearing the title of Magician have graced the team, which must leave the Magic franchise feeling somewhat awkward. Kobe sat beside the Zen master, watching Wu Di effortlessly toy with the Hornets' interior defense, and he furrowed his brow, sensing a burgeoning crisis. Observing Kobe's demeanor, the Zen master could not help but chuckle inwardly. He harbored a desire to trade Kobe. Yet due to the no-trade clause in Kobe's contract, it was impossible without his consent. Trading Kobe was thus unfeasible. Persuading him to agree to a trade seemed utterly implausible. Kobe earned over $20 million annually with the Lakers and endorsed countless products, all while living in a vibrant metropolis. Los Angeles, with its pleasant scenery, mild climate, abundance of beauty, convenient transportation, and excellent social welfare, was a tempting locale. To agree to a trade would be folly for Kobe. Reflecting on this, the Zen master felt a twinge of concern. He aspired to manage the Lakers, and his girlfriend, Jeannie, daughter of Jerry Buss, the team's president, had been assisting in the management of the franchise. Rumors suggested that Jerry Buss might eventually entrust the team to Jeannie. However, she was not without competition. Her brothers, Johnny and Jim Buss, were successful businessmen who chose to forge their own paths rather than work for their father. Given this context, the Zen master's ambitions regarding the Lakers were inevitable. He wished to infiltrate the management, envisioning a future where, upon tiring of coaching, he could contribute from a different vantage point. Nevertheless, the Zen master's aspirations were met with resistance from Jerry Buss, who seemed reluctant to disrupt the harmony of his family affairs. The Lakers were his legacy, and only upon his passing would the reins be passed on. In light of these circumstances, the Zen master yearned for a figure to assist him, someone he believed to be Wu Di. Chapter 126. The Zen master's good intentions. What kind of ally was the Zen master seeking, and why did he choose Wu Di? The ally he desired encompassed both on-court and off-court support. A multifaceted approach was essential to help him realize his ambition of entering the Lakers management. Naturally, on the court, he needed formidable players, as a strong performance was crucial for his ascent to the management tier. He did not wish to occupy a minor role. He sought a position of influence within the Lakers' decision-making process, for otherwise, he might as well remain a coach. Off the court, he required individuals capable of influencing Jerry Buss. A scarce resource indeed. Aside from Jeannie, the only others with sway over Jerry Buss were her siblings. However, the relationship between the Zen master and Jeannie's siblings remains tenuous. With the exception of Jeannie Buss, who shows no interest in the Lakers. He is the only one who does not oppose the union of Jeannie and the Zen master. Yet, there exists a rather unique individual who can assist him both on the court in achieving victory and off the court in persuading Jerry Buss. This individual is Kobe Bryant. His influence within the Lakers is unparalleled, and Jerry Buss is certain to heed his words, though the extent of their impact remains uncertain. Nevertheless, one must not overlook Jeannie's presence. If Kobe can join forces with her in his support, success may very well be within reach. Unfortunately, the relationship between the Zen master and Kobe is not particularly amicable, and it is unlikely that Kobe would jeopardize his standing with Jerry Buss for the Zen master's sake. Therefore, the Zen master must seek alternative options. And that option is Woody, for Woody possesses the potential to become the next Kobe, and with the right maneuvering, success might be attainable. The Zen master did not dwell on whether Woody would agree. His consent was of little consequence, as the Zen master believed that his efforts would suffice. Much like the Eastern proverb states, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Soon, the halftime interval arrived. The Zen master remained silent, yet his gaze towards Woody was imbued with warmth. In the third quarter, the Zen master substituted in Bynum, Gasol, Walton, Kobe, and Fisher. Woody sat beside the Zen master. Typically, those who occupy such proximity to the head coach are the team's principal players, with closer proximity signifying higher status. Given Woody's current standing, it was not unexpected for him to be seated there. However, what was unusual was the continual conversation initiated by the Zen master. Ordinarily, he would not engage in excessive dialogue. During the first half, Woody occupied the same position, and the Zen master had exchanged a few words with him, albeit concerning Sun Yu, which had already reached the peak of the Zen master's casual conversation. But what on earth was happening now? Woody, I hear your child is now beginning to speak? Woody was momentarily taken aback. The child had just turned 1. Is there a godfather? A godfather? We Chinese do not have such a concept. Yet, since the question had been posed, Woody could only respond, not yet. How about I take on the role of his godfather? Woody nearly choked on his breath. What was this? Do you not believe in Zen teachings? How can you still believe in God? How am I supposed to respond? Should I tell you we are all atheists? Noticing Woody's silence, the Zen master continued. I truly forgot that you do not believe in God. Woody wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, Coach, please just say what you mean. Woody, you are exceptionally suited for my triangle offense. I intend to make you the tactical core. However, Your current standing still has some disparity compared to Kobe's. So I must arrange for you and Kobe to operate separately as much as possible. Woody was left even more perplexed. Had it not always been this way? What did the Zen master mean by this? You should know how Kobe rose to prominence, right? Kobe's rise? Of course, I am aware. Kobe and Shaquille formed an illustrious dynasty, only to find their partnership strained over the quest for dominance on the court, leading the Lakers to part ways with Shaquille in favor of the more promising Kobe. This path was entirely feasible. Woody was taken aback. What was the Zen master up to? Was he positioning himself to collaborate with Kobe, only to cast him aside once success was achieved? What nonsense was this? How could the Zen master utter such words? Wu, you possess greater potential than Kobe. You could achieve greatness akin to Jordan. If you cannot overshadow Kobe, you must await his retirement for your own ascendance. Wu Di glanced sideways, noticing Pekovic seated nearby, utterly oblivious to their conversation. How many years until Kobe hangs up his sneakers? Given his current physical condition, he could easily play for at least another 5 years. Did Wu truly believe he could wait that long? A moment of realization struck him. Could he really endure a 5-year wait? In 5 years, he would be nearing 28. While it might be his prime, serving as Kobe's subordinate for that duration seemed insurmountable. I can assist you. Wu, I can help you become the Lakers' leading star. The Zen master spoke gently. Yet, Wu Di perceived an undercurrent of menace in those words. If he were to become the Lakers' star, what would become of Kobe? Surely, Kobe would depart. His character would not allow for cohabitation. If the Lakers forced Kobe out, would that still be the team he desired? He would inevitably find himself worrying about being traded a decade later. For if even Kobe, with his trade veto power, could be moved, what guarantee did Wu have? Even with a similar right? Lost in contemplation, Wu Di felt a tinge of wariness from the Zen master's sudden display of goodwill. Such unsolicited kindness often concealed ulterior motives. What was the Zen master truly after? Wu Di sat there in turmoil, unable to decipher the Zen master's intentions. While it was clear that the Zen master and Kobe were not in harmony, must they go so far as to oust Kobe? Surely, their discord had not reached such a catastrophic level. There must be hidden conflicts of which he was unaware, likely rooted in self-interest. For only greed could unleash the demons within. The Zen master refrained from further discourse. Excessive words could prove counterproductive. He believed Wu Di would eventually grasp the situation. With their collaboration, they could elevate Wu Di above Kobe. The Zen master had confidence in this outcome, requiring only strategic promotion rather than additional exertion on the court. This was the advantage of partnering with a formidable player. The mightier the ally, the less effort expended, and the scales of victory would tip in their favor. The Zen master's calculations were astute, yet he remained oblivious to Wu Di's growing caution. Ever since being ensnared by Adelman, Wu Di had vowed never to be naively focused solely on the game again. He began to delve into books on Machiavellian tactics and psychology, determined not to be sold out and then assist others in counting the spoils. From this perspective, Wu Di must express his gratitude towards Adelman. For it was Adelman who enlightened him to the treacherous nature of human hearts, urging him to remain vigilant against those closest to him. As such, adversaries are the most formidable. Chapter 127. Iverson of the Pistons Wu Di found himself unsettled by the Zen master's words. Upon entering the court, he struggled to suppress thoughts of the Zen master's remarks, managing to avoid any significant blunders. However, his performance was far from optimal, as his concentration wavered throughout the game. Fortunately, the Hornets had fallen too far behind, surrendering in the latter half of the fourth quarter. As the match concluded, Wu Di hurriedly retreated to the locker room, splashing cold water on his face to regain his composure. Regardless of the Zen master's intentions, Wu Di resolved to observe the unfolding situation with detachment, as if the Zen master had never uttered those words. The Lakers faced the Mavericks and Hornets in a back-to-back series, leaving everyone fatigued. After a hasty press conference, Wu Di sought refuge in the hotel, distancing himself from the Zen master. The others assumed Wu Di was merely exhausted. Sun Yu even jested about whether he had expended too much energy on a woman's whims. Ignoring the banter, Wu Di joined the team on a flight to Motor City the following noon. Detroit's automotive industry had long since declined, with abandoned vehicles littering the cityscape. This downturn had also impacted the Pistons' performance. Despite being a formidable force in the Eastern Conference for years, they had only claimed one championship title. The legendary bad boys of yesteryear, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Tayshaun Prince, Richard Hamilton, and Chauncey Billups had once captivated the league. However, after Ben's departure, the quintet disbanded, and the Pistons had not tasted championship glory since. The economic downturn had also diminished their once-feared home court advantage. As the remnants of this storied franchise aged, the Pistons sought transformation, trading Billups to the Nuggets in exchange for Iverson, hoping to invigorate their offense with his scoring prowess. Among the original bad boys, Hamilton stood out as the most proficient scorer, a player who thrived without the ball, primarily scoring through movement and shooting. Yet, this reliance on Hamilton's off-ball scoring left the Pistons lacking in offensive firepower, a significant factor in their inability to reclaim the championship. Defense alone cannot secure a title. Offense is equally essential. Upon arriving at the Pistons arena, Woody spotted Iverson. The current Iverson, free from the isolation he experienced in Denver, radiated determination. Eager to lead the Pistons in pursuit of a championship and earn the coveted ring that eluded him. From the onset of the game, Iverson exuded intensity, relentlessly driving past Fisher to challenge the Lakers' interior defense. Observing Fisher struggle to contain Iverson, Kobe furrowed his brow and proactively stepped in front of Iverson, switching defensive assignments with Fisher, who then guarded Hamilton. Given Kobe's familiarity with this old rival, he knew that if Iverson found his rhythm, he could single-handedly dictate the course of the game. The crowd erupted with excitement at the sight of Kobe defending Iverson, as both individuals hail from the illustrious '96 Golden Generation. Their long-standing rivalries have provided a captivating narrative for over a decade. However, apart from his remarkable speed and ability to penetrate defenses, Iverson possesses few attributes that can surpass Kobe. Kobe merely needs to consistently shoot three-pointers to outmatch Iverson, as Iverson's stature renders him nearly equivalent to an open shot for a player of Kobe's caliber. Perhaps Iverson is aware of this, which is why he opted not to defend Kobe directly, choosing instead to guard Fisher, much to the audience's disappointment, as the absence of a direct confrontation significantly diminished the game's intrigue. The once mighty Pistons are gradually aging, yet Hamilton remains their primary scoring threat. Fisher, whose legs seem even older than the core Pistons quintet, struggles to keep pace with Hamilton, leaving Woody to provide occasional assistance. However, assistance does not guarantee effective defense. The Pistons are far from naive. Upon noticing Woody's help, Prince and Hamilton quickly spread apart, one moving to the left and the other to the right. No matter how fast Woody runs, unless he possesses the speed of a true lightning bolt, he cannot cover the distance in time. In the 5th minute, Zen Master observed the glaring defensive deficiencies in Fisher's play and opted to replace him with Sun Yu. The Zen Master was also in pursuit of the optimal method to utilize Sun, who had shown significantly better performance in practice than during games, a rather peculiar phenomenon. Eventually, the Zen Master contemplated whether Sun could fully unleash his potential when playing alongside Woody. After Sun took the court, he focused on containing Prince, allowing Woody to defend Hamilton. In his defensive duties, Sun performed commendably, instilling confidence in the Zen Master, who was now eager to observe any improvements in their offensive play. With Woody guarding him, Hamilton found it increasingly challenging to connect with the ball. His movement was indeed impressive, making it difficult for most to keep up. Unfortunately, Woody was also adept at positioning, having practiced it daily, even if he seldom employed it during games. Meanwhile, inside, Bynum and Gasol firmly controlled the paint, making it arduous for Rasheed Wallace and McDyess to find their rhythm. The perimeter players, Prince and Hamilton, were similarly restrained, leaving only Iverson capable of turning the tide. Though he was being defended by Kobe, Iverson did not believe Kobe could contain him. He resolved to make his presence felt, signaling his teammates to spread out as he prepared to attack the rim. Iverson's indomitable spirit drove him to engage Kobe in one-on-one play. Yet, he is no longer the player he was a few years ago. While Kobe may struggle to defend against him, penetrating Kobe's defense is equally challenging. Kobe's speed is not negligible, and his strength surpasses Iverson's, coupled with a height advantage of over 10 centimeters, allowing him to contest shots effectively even if Iverson manages to break through. Iverson's attempts at isolation did not rescue the Pistons. Rather, they laid bare his fierce personality to the team's management. A single unsuccessful attempt would prompt Iverson to challenge Kobe again. Conversely, a successful play would only encourage him to try once more. Repeated instances of isolation plays have thoroughly disrupted the offensive system of the Pistons. It is essential to recognize that the Pistons thrive on team basketball, relying on the synergy among their star players to secure victories. However, with Iverson's approach, the essence of team play seems to vanish. It is as if he has reverted to his days with the 76ers, playing with reckless abandon, with everyone catering to his whims. Wu Di, following Hamilton, notes that Hamilton has ceased to move. For it matters little whether he runs or not. Iverson rarely passes the ball to him. Remaining stationary allows him to conserve energy. Wu Di feels a sense of helplessness. Iverson appears to be heading down a self-destructive path. When penetrating the defense, he still expects others to set screens for him. Rasheed Wallace is capable of shooting from distance, and employing pick-and-roll strategies could be effective. So why does he insist on taking matters into his own hands? It seems that Iverson's tenure with the Pistons may be short-lived. His playing style is outdated, and should he fail to adapt, Wu Di fears he will soon find himself without a place on the court. In Chapter 128, the rookie rose perhaps. Due to Iverson's recent arrival in Detroit, the coach has refrained from directly reprimanding him. However, by the second quarter, he was relegated to the bench, as the coach decided that if he was so eager to play, he could do so with the second unit. When Iverson is on the floor, the Pistons become ensnared in his rhythm. When he is off, they lack scoring options, with their primary sources of points stifled by the Lakers. The Lakers' two stamina monsters can play the entire game without fear of movement. The Pistons have attempted various strategies, all to no avail. The pick and roll can only be executed by Prince and Wallace, while Hamilton struggles to penetrate, and the backup point guard abilities are limited, making it difficult to challenge the Lakers' interior defense. Moreover, executing the pick and roll with Prince and Wallace is not a straightforward task. Wu Di can afford to relax Wallace, leaving the Pistons reliant on Prince to penetrate against Gasol. Setting aside Gasol's defensive prowess, Prince's offensive capabilities are lacking. He is primarily a defensive player, and without the offensive core, the Pistons are left powerless. They succumb to defeat, with the Lakers claiming another victory. They return home to await the challenge posed by the Bulls. This year, the Bulls selected the first overall pick, Derrick Rose, and the management intends to rebuild around him. To facilitate this, they have even resorted to having Hinrich come off the bench to create space for Rose. Last season, Hinrich performed admirably, averaging 11.5 points and 6 assists per game. While he may not rival the superstars, his performance as a starting point guard was commendable. Notably, Hinrich's offensive capabilities are not particularly strong. He's an all-around player with solid defensive skills. However, when compared to Rose, Hinrich falls short. Rose possesses remarkable speed, placing him in the same echelon as Wade. Should he deliver results, he has the potential to become a superstar. Much like Wade, Rose relies on his quickness and ability to drive to the basket, lacking a three-point shot. While such players may have certain limitations, their style of play is undeniably captivating, akin to the thrilling clash of blades on the battlefield, brutal yet exhilarating. In the realm of the NBA, numerous stars abound. Beyond the illustrious figures of Wade and Iverson, there exists a plethora of notable players such as Barbosa and Rajon Rondo. Wu Di has a particular affinity for defending such athletes, as it affords him the opportunity to accumulate several blocks. Although Wu Di is not well acquainted with Rose, having only seen photographs of him, he is familiar with many other players from the Bulls, including Ben Gordon, Noah, Lal Deng, Nocioni, Hinrich, Duhan, and Tyrese Thomas, all of whom he has faced in the previous season. It is important to note that no player in the NBA is without merit. Even a team like the Bulls, often perceived as underperforming, is home to a cadre of talented individuals. However, the prowess of these players is somewhat limited, and they can merely be regarded as stars, serving adequately within a rotation. As the game commenced, Fisher was once again ruthlessly exploited. Were it not for Rose's struggles with mid-range shooting, he could easily have scored over 4 points within a minute. Within less than 5 minutes, Fisher was substituted yet again. When confronting speedy guards, he is utterly overwhelmed. Despite both he and Kobe entering the league in '96, Fisher has never been known for his speed. Against players like Iverson and Rose, a slight uptick in form allows them to bypass him with a mere step. Rose's speed astonished everyone, and while the Bulls have often spoken of his immense potential, the extent of that potential remained uncertain. However, today, facing a seasoned veteran, the young Rose finally unveiled his ferocious side. Without comparison, one cannot accurately assess a player's abilities. In the previous match, Iverson had thoroughly dismantled Fisher in front of a large audience, and today, Rose inflicted a similar fate upon him, prompting inevitable comparisons between the two. Bulls fans erupted in excitement, not anticipating the emergence of a future superstar. They chanted Rose's name, bestowing upon him his first nickname, Rose, echoing his own name. Given that Chicago is known as the Windy City, he was affectionately dubbed Windy City Rose. Of course, this is a tale for the future. Presently, Rose must confront the first crisis of his career, how he will perform against Kobe's defense. Maintaining the same lineup, Sun Yu is once again substituted in. Sun Yu is now regarded with greater significance than Luke Walton, stepping in for Wu Di to guard the Argentine player Nocioni, while Wu Di takes on the task of defending Ben Gordon. Currently, Gordon stands as the Bulls' leading scorer, a position he will likely retain until Rose reaches his full potential. The Bulls are decidedly youthful, with their oldest main player likely being Nocioni, a champion from the 04 Olympics. Today, Gordon's luck was not in his favor. Initially guarded by Kobe, he managed to elude him only to encounter Wu Di. In truth, he would have preferred to face Kobe's defense, as Kobe's focus on the defensive end is not as unwavering as Wu Di's, who relentlessly contests every play. During the remaining moments of the first quarter, Gordon was blocked twice. Conversely, there remains a glimmer of hope for Rose. His youthful defensive experience is utterly insufficient to contain Kobe, compelling him to channel all his energy into offense. Rose continuously alters his attacking direction, catching Kobe off guard with his remarkable speed, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. The Bulls fans erupt in jubilant cheers as they witness Rose surpassing Kobe. After all, Kobe is a seasoned superstar, renowned not only for his offensive prowess but also for his exceptional defensive skills, having been selected multiple times for the all-defensive team. Is it not worthy of celebration that Rose can effortlessly outmaneuver such a legend? The Bulls supporters ponder this passionately. Many have proclaimed Kobe as Jordan's successor. However, the Bulls fans vehemently disagree, believing that only their own stars can inherit Jordan's legacy. Previously, they refrained from debating this matter due to the absence of standout players. Now, with the arrival of a prodigious talent exhibiting such remarkable capabilities, their excitement is palpable. The title of Jordan's heir. It remains uncertain who first uttered this phrase, but soon, a chorus of voices joined in unison. With each of Rose's breakthroughs against Kobe, the fervor intensified, resonating throughout the arena. Kobe, too, caught wind of this fervent chant, and his expression instantly shifted to one of cold resolve. The title of Jordan's heir? Though Kobe was reluctant to accept this designation, he would never permit anyone to tarnish its significance. While Rose displayed undeniable talent, he was still far from being worthy of such an accolade. A fierce determination glinted in Kobe's eyes as he prepared to confront Rose's advance once more, fully committed to his defense. He intended to show this rookie that the NBA is no mere game, but a battleground. In Chapter 129, The Bitter Flower, during a break in the live broadcast on CCTV, Coach Zhang expressed that this year's Bulls #1 pick holds considerable promise. The mere fact that Rose could score against Kobe speaks volumes about his value, surpassing that of last year's Odin, the year prior's Bargnani, and the previous year's Bogut. Coach Zhang's partner concurred, noting that Rose has already exhibited star-like qualities in recent games, with Bulls fans chanting his name. Coach Zhang remarked that this could also serve as a nickname, as Rose translates to Migui in Chinese. The rose is a symbol of brilliance, much like Rose's flamboyant style of play, making it challenging to distinguish whether they refer to the player or the flower. Is it somewhat inappropriate for a grown man to bear the nickname Rose? His partner inquired. In the water margin, there are indeed instances of women's nicknames, such as the flashing woman Wang Ding Lu and one branch Flower Kai Chi. Let alone nicknames. Even names can be feminine, like Zhang Yan, originally named Zhu Fian, sharing a name with Zhao Fian. Coach Zhang whimsically interjected. You make a valid point. His partner responded, unable to suppress a laugh. Today, Coach Zhang has shared a wealth of historical knowledge. Those interested may feel free to contact him for further inquiries. What truly piques my interest is not Rose's nickname, but rather how he will confront the formidable duo of Kobe and Wu Di, who are poised to execute a relentless assault. According to the Zen Master's customary strategy, Kobe and Wu Di will each play for 6 minutes in the second quarter. Regardless of when Rose enters the game, he will undoubtedly face the constraints imposed by two elite defenders. Are you suggesting that Kobe and Wu Di will ruthlessly dismantle him? His partner inquired. Ruthlessly dismantle? Coach Zhang, upon hearing such a description, couldn't help but chuckle. It did indeed resonate somewhat. I just hope they don't go too hard on him, or else Bulls fans will surely harbor intense animosity towards them. As for whether Bulls fans would despise themselves, Woody could not say. When he was called upon to play once more in the second quarter, the Zen master assigned him the role of point guard, and the intention was unmistakably clear. The four teammates alongside Woody were Pete Kovic, Brad Miller, Luke Walton, and Sun Yu. Each player on the court stood over 2 meters tall. Such a lineup could only be assembled by the Lakers, perhaps. The rationale behind this formation stemmed from a desire to counter the Bulls' reliance on Ben Gordon and Nocioni. These two players should not be underestimated. Gordon possesses formidable scoring ability and necessitates an outside defender. The choice of Sun Yu over Ariza was predicated on the fact that Sun Yu could only effectively collaborate with Woody at present. The Bulls were taken aback by the Lakers' lineup, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is this? They're all giants." To be fair, one could hardly fault the Zen master for this arrangement, as the Bulls' perimeter players were not particularly adept at three-point shooting. Even a most accurate shooter, Ben Gordon, was rather diminutive, making it exceedingly difficult for him to shoot over Sun Yu. In the first quarter, he had already gifted Woody 2 blocks, and his rhythm was waning. The intention behind deploying Gordon was to assist Rose in neutralizing either Kobe or Woody. The Bulls had discerned the Lakers' primary personnel configuration for the second quarter. However, the Bulls evidently did not anticipate the Lakers' thorough approach, opting for a lineup filled with towering players. Rose, not one to back down easily, had made an impressive mark in the first quarter, scoring 11 points and providing 3 assists, even under Kobe's staunch defense. This assist tally represented Rose's highest in the first quarter throughout the recent games. Had it not been for the Lakers' relentless supplementary defense aimed at limiting him, he would have found even fewer opportunities to pass. Compared to his scoring prowess, his ability to orchestrate plays appeared woefully inadequate, as he could only drive and distribute. Rose, dismissing Woody's height, felt confident that such stature would equate to sluggishness. With that, he surged past Woody with a single step, barreling towards the basket to attempt a layup. Yet, as the ball left his fingertips, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as a shadow loomed overhead. A resounding thud echoed in Rose's ears, and upon glancing back from behind the backboard, he realized that his layup had been emphatically pinned against the glass. Is that Woody? How did he catch up? Rose pondered in confusion. Yet, the large screen above began to replay Woody's block, revealing that he had been trailing Rose all along. His speed no less impressive than Rose's own. This illustrates a significant point. Woody intentionally allowed Rose to enter the game. Was Woody's action deliberate? Indeed, it was. In the first quarter, Woody recorded 3 blocks, 2 against Gordon and 1 against Nocioni. However, being an outside player, achieving blocks is particularly challenging. He must find ways to contend with these perimeter players, or he will never achieve a quadruple-double that includes blocks. Each game, Woody strives to nearly secure a quadruple-double. If he manages to achieve 5 such performances, he will complete the system's task. Unfortunately, attaining a quadruple-double is not as simple as one might think. During his time with the Rockets, he couldn't even secure a triple-double, let alone a quadruple-double. Upon witnessing Woody's speed, Rose was taken aback. Yet he felt no sense of defeat. Instead, a competitive spirit ignited within him. As the first overall pick, he could not concede superiority to Woody. For such acknowledgement would be a blow to a top draft pick's pride. After 2 possessions, Rose once again took control of the ball and attempted to penetrate Woody's defense. This time, he effortlessly maneuvered past Woody. However, Rose was more cautious this time, accelerating while continuously switching the ball between his hands, leading Woody toward one side of the basket before attempting a layup from the opposite side. Typically, a layup from that angle is impervious to blocks. Yet today, Rose encountered an anomaly. Realizing he was too late for a conventional block, Woody reached inside the rim, extending his hand from within to intercept the ball. The basketball was directly thrown into Woody's grasp by Rose, not even clearing the rim before plummeting down. The referee blew the whistle, but no clear judgment was made. The officials congregated to consult with the head referee, facing an unprecedented situation. Woody's block was not a goaltend, as the ball had not ascended to its apex nor surpassed the rim, thus not qualifying as a successful basket. However, the rulebook does not explicitly address a block executed from within the rim, prompting the referees to deliberate further. After a minute, the officials announced their decision. The block was valid, but possession was awarded to the Bulls. The crowd erupted in confusion. Shouldn't this be ruled a violation? How could the block still be counted? Wu Di himself was puzzled. If the block counted, possession ought not to belong to the Bulls. Conversely, if it was deemed a violation, why was the block still acknowledged? Yet, in the midst of the game, the determination of the referees remained uncertain. The true explanation would surely surface in the post-game press conference, where journalists would undoubtedly inquire about this unusual ruling. Chapter 130. Hope for a quadruple-double. The coaches of both teams appeared bewildered, approaching the scorers table for clarification. Within a minute, both head coaches returned to their seats, seemingly having accepted the head referee's explanation. This was indeed a peculiar incident. In moments of controversy, one typically expects heated debates. Why then? Did both coaches refrain from voicing their concerns? Nevertheless, the game continued, with the Bulls in possession. Wu Di shadowed Rose closely. After two prior experiences, Rose was no longer naively convinced that he could shake off Wu Di. The latter's defensive prowess far exceeded that of Kobe. Rose summoned Noah to assist him in obstructing Woody, allowing him to penetrate the paint and attempt a layup against Pekovic's defense. Pekovic, agile in his movements, aimed to challenge Rose. However, Rose, slightly intimidated by Woody's previous block, swiftly adjusted his wrist and executed a layup from the opposite side. In a moment of hesitation, the basketball ricocheted off the rim twice before ultimately falling away. Woody, chasing after Rose, arrived just in time beneath the basket, snatching the ball with ease. A fortuitous rebound. Woody couldn't help but feel elated, his statistics already boasting 8 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, and 5 blocks. An impressive quadruple-double seemed within reach. Upon securing the ball, Woody refrained from initiating a fast break, as he was the swiftest on the court for the Lakers. How could he lead a fast break? Gradually dribbling past half-court, Woody commenced orchestrating the offense. Rose's ability to defend Woody was virtually non-existent, and he was effortlessly pushed aside. Gordon quickly rushed in for a double team. Otherwise, the Bulls' interior defense would surely collapse. Woody passed the ball to Sun Yu, who, in an open position, sank a three-pointer. Evidently, the Bulls had underestimated Sun Yu's shooting capability. Otherwise, Gordon would not have left him unguarded. After suffering 3 consecutive setbacks, Rose relinquished his hold on the ball, passing it to Gordon to give him a chance. Upon receiving the pass, Gordon immediately drove past Sun Yu, whose footwork lagged significantly behind. In just 2 strides, Gordon had distanced himself from Sun Yu and surged towards the basket. Sun Yu hurriedly pivoted to keep pace, but he could not catch up in time. Pekovic was compelled to assist on defense. Gordon promptly passed to Noah, who made a decisive cut to the basket and executed a slam dunk. Woody dribbled past half court once more, breaking through Rose's defense. Gordon hesitated to double team as Woody barreled toward the paint. As Noah moved to help, Woody passed to Pekovic, who responded with a powerful dunk of his own, paying back Noah in kind. Gordon's drive was undeniably formidable. Sun Yu realized he needed to concentrate harder to contain him. He attempted to thwart Gordon once more, but this time neither Pekovic nor Brad Miller came to provide support. Catching Gordon by surprise, without overthinking, he aimed for another dunk. "Watch out!" Rose's voice echoed from behind, causing Gordon's heart to race. As he turned to assess the situation, he caught sight of a large hand slicing through the air, perfectly positioned beneath the basketball. Gordon lost his grip, and the ball soared upwards. He landed first, grasping the ball in an attempt to lay it up again. However, a massive hand appeared, forcefully swatting the ball out of bounds. Woody, exhilarated after making the play, shouted gleefully towards the ceiling. What a rush! Absolutely exhilarating. Despite his desire to remain composed, he couldn't suppress his jubilant shout. Having blocked 2 shots, he was merely 3 points shy of a double-double. The Bulls fans expressed their discontent vocally, directing their grievances at Woody. Yet, he remained unfazed. For the majority of attendees were Lakers supporters, with some fervently waving his name in cheer. Those were the Chinese fans. Woody pointed to the coach, exclaiming loudly, "I love you all." The cheers from the Chinese fans grew even more raucous. The Bulls resumed the game with a new serve. Nocioni deftly evaded Luke Walton and sank a three-pointer, narrowing the score margin slightly. Wu Di once again advanced the ball across half-court, assisting Brad Miller with a mid-range shot. Rose and Luol Deng executed a pick-and-roll, successfully driving to the basket despite Miller's defense. Wu Di broke through Rose's defense, setting up Luke Walton for a thunderous dunk. Noah received a pass from Rose and scored with a hook shot over Pekovic. Wu Di, showcasing his prowess, passed to Brad Miller, whose shot went awry. However, Wu Di hustled for the offensive rebound and delivered a powerful putback dunk. In the 6th minute of the second quarter, Wu Di was substituted out for Kobe, along with Brad Miller, Luke Walton, and Sun Yu, replaced by Gasol, Ariza, and Fisher. The Bulls also sent in their bench players, as several starters had already rested before Wu Di's exit. The Lakers effortlessly extended their lead, leaving the Bulls trailing by nearly 20 points. The players on the court seemed to be playing with ease, as the Bulls bench lacked the strength, which was evident from their 11th place finish in the Eastern Conference last season. In the third quarter, Wu Di returned to the court, with both teams fielding their starting lineups, except for the Lakers, where Fisher was replaced by Farmar. Phil Jackson opted for Farmar to counter Rose's drives. His robust physique and speed suited the task, even though his defensive skills were not particularly formidable. Upon entering the game, Wu Di focused intently on defense, primarily contributing assists during offensive plays. He had set his sights on achieving a quadruple-double, having scored just one mid-range shot that brought his points to 10. Before the third quarter concluded, he recorded 10 assists, with only rebounds and blocks remaining. When a person is fully concentrated, opportunities abound. As Rose missed a layup, Wu Di surged forward to secure the rebound. When Ben Gordon attempted a shot, Wu Di stealthily blocked it. Bynum's shot also missed, allowing Wu Di to capitalize with a successful putback dunk. Noah missed a free throw, yet Wu Di was there again to grab the rebound. Unbeknownst to everyone, Wu Di's statistics for rebounds and blocks steadily climbed. It was not until the officials at the scoring table noticed something amiss that they displayed Wu Di's current stats on the big screen, prompting realization among the audience. 12 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds, and 8 blocks, on the verge of a quadruple-double, with nearly 16 minutes remaining in the game. The scoring table then displayed Kobe's stats, 26 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. Although Kobe had a significantly higher score in comparison to Wu Di's overall performance, his stats appeared somewhat lackluster. Wu Di's expression hardened slightly as he regarded the data on the screen, which revealed the intentions of the officials at the scoring table. He glanced towards the table, observing 2 Caucasian men engaged in discussion. A cold smile crept across Wu Di's face as he pondered their motives. It was clear they were attempting to undermine him, likely driven by a sense of racial superiority. Their display of the statistics seemed designed not only to caution the Bulls, but also to sow discord between Wu Di and Kobe. If Wu Di were to achieve a quadruple-double, it would render Kobe's numbers considerably less impressive. They endeavored to reduce Kobe's playing time to facilitate Wu Di in achieving a quadruple-double. Chapter 131, the first quadruple-double. Upon witnessing the statistics displayed on the large screen, the Bulls called for an extended timeout. They needed to strategize meticulously, ensuring Wu Di did not attain a quadruple-double, lest they be deemed the villains of the game. The Zen master observed Wu Di as he approached and inquired if he had confidence in completing the quadruple-double. Wu Di remained silent, casting a glance at Kobe, uncertain of his thoughts. Although Kobe had always been supportive, Wu Di found himself wavering in confidence after the Zen master's previous remarks, beginning to doubt whether Kobe would truly support his pursuit of the quadruple-double. Yet, Kobe smiled and proclaimed, "Of course I have confidence. We're just 2 rebounds and 2 blocks away. Let us all work together. This might be our last opportunity to witness the birth of a quadruple-double." The others looked at Wu Di with a mix of envy and determination, expressing their commitment to assist him. A quadruple-double is a rare achievement, with only a handful of individuals in NBA history having accomplished it, and none currently active in the league. Due to statistical recording practices, the quadruple-double records prior to the 1973-74 NBA season were not preserved, as only points, rebounds, and assists were documented at that time. In the even earlier 1950-51 season, even triple-doubles were not recorded due to the absence of rebound statistics. Since the inception of statistical tracking, only 4 players have achieved quadruple-doubles. Nate Thurmond, on October 18, 1974, scored 22 points, 14 rebounds, 13 assists, and 12 blocks in a game against the Hawks. Elvin Robertson, on February 18, 1986, recorded 20 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists, and 10 steals against the Suns. Hakeem Olajuwon, on March 29, 1990, amassed 18 points, 16 rebounds, 10 assists, and 11 blocks against the Clippers. And David Robinson, on February 17, 1994, achieved 34 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, and 10 blocks against the Pistons. Each of these individuals is a superstar, with 3 of them enshrined in the Hall of Fame, excluding only Elvin Robertson. Should Woody indeed manage to secure a quadruple-double, he would essentially have 1 foot in the Hall of Fame. The 1-minute timeout swiftly came to an end, and the players re-entered the court. It was evident that the Bulls players were deliberately avoiding Woody. Ben Gordon, eager to evade Woody's block, hastily shot the ball upon receiving it. Woody found it utterly exasperating. Was it necessary for them to play so poorly merely to deny him his statistics? Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim and soared back high into the air. As Woody turned, he saw the ball bouncing toward him, and in that moment his eyes brightened. Fortune was on his side. Even celestial beings could not obstruct it. He swiftly extended his hand, seized the ball, and passed it to Kobe. The Lakers fans erupted in cheers. With just 1 more rebound, Woody's tally would reach double digits. Having taken another step closer to a quadruple-double, their exhilaration was palpable. In stark contrast, the Bulls fans were seething with anger, incessantly booing Woody and Ben Gordon. Ben Gordon, disheartened by the jeers, found his once hopeful aspirations dashed, leaving him feeling rather disgraced. As Kobe launched a fast break, Rose attempted to defend. Yet his physique paled in comparison to Kobe's, allowing the latter to drive effortlessly to the basket for a successful layup. After several exchanges, Woody struggled to find any favorable opportunities, as the Bulls players were resolutely guarding him. Each time he made a move, they would shoot regardless of the chance, infuriating Woody to the point of gnashing his teeth. Observing the score, the Bulls trailed by 14 points, if they did not swiftly accumulate the necessary statistics. Woody would have no justification to remain on the court, especially if they chose to concede midway through the 4th quarter. Historically, in 1985, Larry Bird had the opportunity to secure a quadruple-double but opted to rest during garbage time when asked by his coach. With such an example set by a predecessor, Woody felt no inclination to request additional playing time, despite his limited minutes. As the adage goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for a guard. Regardless of the Bulls' defenses, Woody managed to carve out an opportunity, with Rose and Luol Deng executing a pick-and-roll. Luol Deng attempted a shot over Kobe, inadvertently allowing Woody to seize the moment. Charging forward, Woody aimed for the ball, but with Kobe positioned between him and Deng. A conventional block was impossible. Unexpectedly, Woody's hand connected with the basketball, causing it to bounce off his palm and ascend, ultimately striking the timer position behind the backboard. Lakers fans erupted in cheers once more, while the Bulls fans continued their boos, though the cacophony had diminished significantly. Some spectators even appeared to watch the game with a sense of leisure, perhaps eager to witness the emergence of a new quadruple-double. In the final shot of the 3rd quarter, Gasol drew a foul from Luol Deng, executing a successful 21. However, Gasol missed the ensuing free throw. Whether it was due to a genuine miss or a strategic choice, fearing the Bulls might seize another opportunity with only 3 seconds remaining, or perhaps to create a chance for Woody, remained uncertain. Regardless, the basketball rebounded towards Woody. The Bulls had positioned 2 players nearby to thwart him. Deng in front immediately obstructed Woody, while Nocioni closed in from behind. Yet, with a slight pivot and a crouch towards Deng, Woody managed to create a small opening. Sensing the shift, Deng leaned forward, realizing the precariousness of his position, and hastily leaped to contest the rebound, but it was too late. Woody grasped the ball with one hand, not securing it fully, but pushing it again towards the basket. Swish! The basketball sailed through the hoop, marking a successful putback. The Lakers fans erupted in jubilant screams. Woody was yet another step closer to the elusive quadruple-double. Now only a single block away from becoming the sole active player in history to achieve such a feat, teammates approached Woody with expressions of admiration, embracing him warmly. Kobe also collided with Woody, urging him to secure that elusive block in the 4th quarter to fulfill their shared dream. Indeed, a triple-double is a dream for ordinary players, a feat that is rarely achieved in a lifetime, whereas a quadruple-double is the aspiration of superstars, a statistic that holds greater significance than both the regular season MVP and the finals MVP. Initially, Woody presumed that obtaining the final block would be a formidable challenge. However, to his surprise, merely 2 minutes into his return, Gordon's shot was slightly late, and Woody managed to graze the basketball with his fingertips. The ball altered its trajectory, descending vertically and landing a mere meter away from Woody, who effortlessly snatched it up. Quadruple-double achieved. The Zen master promptly called a timeout. substituting Wu Di so he could bask in the adulation of the fans. Chapter 132. The referee's press conference quadruple-double. Quadruple-double. Nearly everyone rose to their feet, cheering for Wu Di, save for a few Bulls supporters feigning indifference. Yet their trembling bodies betrayed the excitement brewing within. For they were witnesses to the only active player to achieve a quadruple-double, and it would be odd not to feel exhilarated. Not only the audience present, but also Lakers fans who watched the game erupted onto the streets, spontaneously organizing a parade to commemorate this monumental moment. Even more exuberant were the Chinese fans. Upon witnessing Wu Di exit the court, they flooded the streets, shouting in fervor that Wu Di had achieved a quadruple-double, as if possessed by an ecstatic frenzy. One cannot blame the fans for their exuberance. It is a consequence of the men's basketball team's lack of strength, which has led to the emergence of a world-class player, drawing heightened attention. Additionally, a portion of this fervor can be attributed to the men's football team, as many basketball enthusiasts transition from football. It is often said that the rise of men's basketball owes half its credit to men's football, while the other half rests with the legendary Yao Ming and the NBA. The commentators, too, were beside themselves with excitement. The seasoned Zhang Li, renowned for his erudition, became almost incoherent. Wu Di, quadruple-double, quadruple-double. Wu Di has achieved a quadruple-double. He is the only active player in the NBA to do so, the first Chinese player to accomplish this feat, and the first international player as well. His statistics were recorded as 14 points, 11 assists, 10 rebounds, and 10 blocks. The two technicians of the scores table, who had just inadvertently hindered Wu Di, begrudgingly displayed his statistics, the glaring quadruple-double seemingly slapping them in the face. The applause and cheers from the audience were thunderous, and after Wu Di left the court, he continuously waved to the fans in gratitude. He clasped his thumb and extended the other four fingers, posing for photographs with reporters to commemorate this remarkable quadruple-double. The host achieved a quadruple-double and received the title of quadruple-double achiever, a title that could account for 50 victories. Wu Di felt a surge of excitement, eager to upgrade Zhao Yun, but upon recalling the character conflict, he decided to set that matter aside for the time being. It is indeed peculiar that different levels of upgrades do not result in personality conflicts, while those of the same rank do. Perhaps the characters of higher-level generals suppress those of their lower counterparts. Wu Di remains unhurried, as the upgrade for Guan Yu will conclude tomorrow, rendering this day inconsequential. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the players on the field seem to lack the focus to compete seriously. The two teams engage in a tacit game, exchanging points between their substitutes until the time runs out, then hastily departing the arena. Wu Di, even at the conclusion of the match, remains occupied, tirelessly signing autographs for the fans until the press conference commences. Without even taking a shower, Wu Di attends the press conference. According to protocol, the visiting team typically goes first during interviews, but today presents an exception. The head referee has arrived to speak before the guest team. As the interview begins, a reporter immediately stands up, inquiring, "Hello, during this match, Wu had a controversial block. It was this disputed block that enabled Wu to achieve a quadruple-double. Could you explain why this block was acknowledged despite being ruled a violation? Was there an error in the statistical recording?" The crowd turns to observe, noting that the question comes from a media outlet based in Chicago, evidently not wishing for Wu Di to achieve such a feat with the Bulls. However, if the question had come from a reporter favoring the Lakers, they would have asked why the block was credited with a violation. The head referee responds with a smile, stating, "Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to reach into the basket to block a shot. The NBA rules stipulate that once the ball reaches its apex, or if the defender touches the rim, it constitutes a violation. However, please recall or review the slow-motion footage. When Wu executed the block, the ball had not yet reached its highest point, and he did not touch the rim before the block. Thus, the block did not violate NBA regulations. The reason the ball was awarded to the Bulls was that Wu's hand contacted the rim after the block, which is a violation. Hence the call was made." The reporters are momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an explanation. It is no wonder that both coaches, upon hearing the clarification, ceased their disputes. It turns out the referee was strictly adhering to NBA regulations, leaving no room for controversy. This situation is indeed bizarre, as the referee had just stated that it is generally impossible for an individual to reach into the basket to block a shot. Normally, when the basketball approaches the rim, It has already passed its apex, yet Rose's layup was ascending closely alongside the rim, thus providing Wu Di with an opportunity. Wu Di, possessing extraordinary capabilities, managed to extend his hand into the basket without touching the rim. It is worth noting that the cross-section of the rim is quite small, allowing for maximum exposure only directly beneath it. Remarkably, Wu Di was able to reach in from an angle of approximately 45 degrees beneath the basket without making contact with the rim, which is truly astonishing. Even more remarkably, the referees officiating the match today are all adhering strictly to NBA regulations, a rarity indeed. To understand, should any of the referees exhibit a bias favoring the Bulls, Wu Di's block would undoubtedly be nullified. There may also be a correlation to the fact that this is a Lakers home game. Had it been at the Bulls arena, that block would likely have been dismissed entirely. It is worth noting that Rose is a burgeoning star, heavily endorsed by the Bulls, and referees tend to exhibit a certain leniency towards teams with a storied history, particularly one associated with a legend like Jordan. The Bulls owner, who presided over Jordan's 2 championship eras, possesses significant influence within the NBA. Such a confluence of factors culminated in Wu Di's remarkable block. The reporters, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, were inundated with sensational news today. First, Wu Di achieved a quadruple-double, and then a contentious interpretation of a block emerged, each incident making headlines. Once the head referee concluded his explanation, he promptly handed the microphone to a Bulls representative. The moment the Bulls took the microphone, a barrage of questions ensued. With Wu achieving a quadruple-double today, what do you have to say? What are your thoughts on the controversial block? Do you believe the referees favor the Lakers? Each question was laden with traps, prompting eye rolls from the audience. This group, always eager to stir the pot for the sake of ratings, would raise any question. Ultimately, it was Rose who remarked, regarding Wu from China, I extend my congratulations. But I must remind him that I played a part in that. Of course, this was the last time. There would be no subsequent opportunities. I shall refine my offensive skills, ensuring he does not achieve another block against me. Chapter 133. An epic tale indeed. Rose is extraordinary. Despite the loss and Wu Di's quadruple-double, he bore no resentment, graciously congratulating Wu Di and affirming his determination to improve, while also issuing a bold statement to bolster his own confidence. Following the Bulls interview, it was the Lakers' turn for a press conference. The Zen Master and Kobe offered only a few remarks before passing the microphone to Wu Di, the star of the day. Upon receiving the microphone, an overwhelming number of questions surged forth. Wu Di cleared his throat gently and stated, a quadruple-double is achievable by many. However, due to the whims of fortune, they often miss their chance. My attainment of this feat is merely a result of my fortuitous circumstances. I hold great admiration for Larry Bird, who resisted the allure of a quadruple-double. I lack such steadfastness, which is why I have reached this milestone. Nevertheless, I shall not grow complacent, for there remains ample room for improvement. A quadruple-double is not the pinnacle of achievement. It is rumored that Wilt Chamberlain once recorded a quintuple-double. Until we surpass our predecessors, we should not take pride in our accomplishments. While a quadruple-double may elevate my reputation, it is still insufficient. I aspire to be an all-star starter like Bryant, for only then can I truly be considered star. Otherwise, I cannot measure my own renown. The following day, news of Wu Di's quadruple-double spread like wildfire, and all of America became aware of his existence. Statistically, Wu Di had surpassed all active players, at least in terms of versatility. In a more exaggerated scenario, during a live broadcast in China, which occurred in the daytime, even the Central News station devoted nearly 30 seconds to a brief report that night. The Central News has long been regarded as a barometer of national politics, prompting immediate insights from viewers. Consequently, the following day, Wu Di's school garnered attention from the Jiangxing Municipal Committee and provincial party leaders. Furthermore, the Northeast Tiger Organization promptly signed a collaboration agreement with the school, committing to select students annually. Many gifted young athletes flocked to the school, seeking training or participating in summer camps. Aside from the agreements signed with the institution, some opted to pay tuition, which could reach as high as $30,000 annually, thus providing the school with its first substantial revenue. More importantly, Wu Di amassed a considerable fan base, leading to the spontaneous formation of numerous fan groups. This surge in popularity was accompanied by a plethora of endorsement opportunities. However, Wu Di had yet to conclude his existing domestic endorsements, preventing him from signing many new ones. Additionally, some individuals began to malign Wu Di, targeting his personal life. His low draft position, his perceived affront to Adelman, and his association with Kobe. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Di remained largely oblivious to these criticisms, preoccupied with training and pursuing romantic interests, rarely engaging with the online world. On the 20th, Guan Yu's upgrade was finally completed. Wu Di promptly utilized 4 pairs of achievers to elevate the War Cloud to epic status. He upgraded the General Zhao Yun to epic level, enhancing adversity resistance, stability, and fortitude. The system prompted him to train according to the prescribed regimen, estimating a fusion time of 10 days. With Zhao Yun elevated to epic, the strategist Pang Tong's unique trait was activated, which provided keen insight to exploit enemy weaknesses. Upon achieving epic status, all generals reached this level, bestowing the title of Epic All-Stars, enabling one general to ascend from epic to legendary status. After waiting for a moment without further system updates, Wu Di curiously inquired if that was all. What are you waiting for? Doesn't T the strategist also have an overarching title? He questioned. The response clarified that the strategist title was a bonus and lacked such accolades. Do not harbor excessive fantasies. Diligently collecting nicknames is the true path, the system advised. Frustrated, Wu Di exclaimed, Immediately possess emotional reasoning. All the generals have titles, yet the strategist does not. You look down on me? Do you wish to upgrade further? The system queried. If not, I shall enter seclusion. What do you mean by that? Wu Di responded, puzzled. Firstly, to conserve energy. Secondly, to spare you the embarrassment of overhearing your primitive activities with those women. Wu Di rolled his eyes in discontent. Fine, upgrade Zhou Song for me. The system proceeded to upgrade the General Zhou Song to legendary status, enhancing his physical strength, power, and composure. Please adhere to the training regimen. The estimated fusion period is 20 days, it's stated. By the end of this period, on December 10th, the Lakers will have played 11 games. Currently, the Lakers remain undefeated, having commenced their season with a remarkable 9 consecutive victories. Today, after finishing his morning training, Wu Di attended a charitable event in Los Angeles in the afternoon. Wu Di is not particularly fond of participating in such charitable activities, as he believes many of those in need do not truly warrant assistance. These individuals are often the products of a system created by affluent capitalists. These impoverished individuals rely on governmental welfare and social aid, yet many contribute little to society, exhibiting a tendency towards laziness. Wu Di would prefer to redirect these funds to support mountainous regions back home, as compared to those in need here. He feels even the harshest punishment would be justified. However, he finds himself compelled to participate. The event is organized by the NBA, and to forsake it would mean relinquishing his career in basketball here. Even if it is merely for the sake of reputation, he feels obligated to contribute. Nonetheless, there is a silver lining to these charitable endeavors. This time, he is not alone, but accompanied by a Hollywood star. Today, he finds himself in the company of the stunning Megan Fox. She is a woman of rebellious spirit, evident from her numerous tattoos and her relationship with a man over a decade her senior. Last year, Megan gained international fame through her role in the blockbuster Transformers, quickly becoming the fantasy of men across the globe. However, in Hollywood, she is merely a decorative figure. Although her fame is substantial, her standing remains low. Recently, with a lack of engagements, she was invited to this charitable event. Wu Di and Megan previously had little interaction, but after his remarkable achievement of 4 double-doubles yesterday, she immediately noticed him and approached him. Rebellious women often seek thrilling experiences, and Megan is no exception. I am Megan Fox, a Lakers fan, and your performance yesterday was absolutely fantastic. Wu Di smiled, shaking her hand. I have watched Transformers, and you were impressive in it. Megan remarked without surprise. Indeed, you are as notorious as the rumors suggest, quite the womanizer. This is something well known among NBA followers, and Wu Di did not shy away from the truth, being quite candid about it. Megan's astonishment at Wu Di's honesty prompted her to inquire, I have learned a bit about you, given your reputation. Why do women still pursue you, knowing they gain nothing from the relationship? Wu Di shrugged. That is not always the case. There are often ulterior motives involved. Women who are with me either seek my fame or the experience of being with me, or even my physical prowess. You are remarkably direct, Megan said with a hint of sarcasm. I cannot help it, for I have found that often women take the lead. Their desires are so intense that we merely fulfill each other's needs. After a moment of silence, Megan responded with a hint of admiration. You may be a bit of a rogue, but you certainly comprehend many truths. Some individuals may appear courteous, yet they are hypocrites. They act with impunity, while others face judgment for similar behaviors. With a raised eyebrow, Wu Di was taken aback to discover that Megan was indeed a feminist. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to assert that he belonged to the very group she had referred to. Megan looked at him in astonishment, puzzled by his meaning. Wu Di elaborated that this was precisely the standard he held for his future wife, while he was indifferent towards other women. Amused and exasperated, Megan remarked, "You are quite the character. I share that sentiment." Their conversation ended on a somewhat sour note. After the charity event concluded, Wu Di initially intended to seek out a nightclub to meet women. However, just as he departed, a car pulled up beside him, and to his surprise, it was Megan Fox inside, rolling down the window. "Is there something you need?" Wu Di inquired, recalling that Megan did not hold a favorable impression of him. "You didn't drive?" Megan asked curiously. "Not accustomed to it," Wu Di replied, "and I haven't bought a car. My residence is merely an hour's run from the arena." Megan looked at him incredulously, mockingly stating, "You truly are a caveman. Get in, and let us have some fun," she declared decisively. Wu Di opened the passenger door, fastened his seatbelt, and queried, "What shall we do? How about some arcade games? Let us go racing." Megan teased, "Sure, but you'll need to teach me," Wu Di responded straightforwardly, having never visited an arcade before. Back in his home country, he had played a few arcade games, so the idea of indulging in them again seemed delightful. Megan drove to an arcade she frequented, which was bustling with people and an array of gaming machines. The establishment permitted minors, as arcade games in America are designed for all ages. Wu Di exchanged money for tokens and followed Megan, who navigated the place with ease, to a pair of motorcycle arcade machines. She explained the various buttons to him. Wu Di curiously examined the machine, noting it resembled a real motorcycle. It's a realistic simulation, so the controls mimic those of an actual motorcycle. "Can you ride?" Megan inquired. "I have a motorcycle at home and learned for a couple of days, but as I grew taller and gained weight, it became too cumbersome for me," Wu Di reminisced. "That's fortunate. Let us see who can go faster." Megan inserted coins, eagerly pressing the start button. As they mounted the motorcycles, the countdown began, and Wu Di adjusted to the pressure of the buttons. Unfamiliar with the game, he fell far behind in the first round, prompting Megan to raise an eyebrow in triumph. Shrugging, Wu Di inserted another token and pressed the start button again. In the second round, he immediately accelerated to maximum speed. Since it was an arcade game that consumed no fuel, he maintained that top speed throughout. Obstacles appeared on the screen, but he navigated them effortlessly, almost as if he had foreseen their approach. Megan lagged increasingly behind, and as Wu Di crossed the finish line, she still had a considerable distance to cover, her frustration evident as she bared her teeth at him in irritation. Megan once again engaged in the game, eager for another challenge. However, as soon as she began, her phone rang. Upon answering, a man's voice resonated from the other end. The content of his words incited a flicker of anger within Megan. "I am not your subordinate. I possess my own rights," she retorted. "How could I not have seen this side of you before? I remain unchanged, and I do not require your lectures. I would rather be without a boyfriend like you." "Fine. If that's how it is, then let's break up. I can thrive just as well without you." Wu Di, witnessing Megan's fury as she ended the call, inquired with concern, "What happened? Who upset you?" "My boyfriend. But we just broke up." With a fuming gesture, Megan closed her phone. "How dare he presume I must stay at home? Where I go is my own prerogative. Actually, I believe he was concerned for you." Wu Di said, "When a man truly cares for someone, he fears for their safety, especially in crowded places where risks are amplified. Hence, we often prefer our women to remain at home. Where do all these dangers come from? You men always wish to possess us, viewing us as your subordinates." Megan retorted indignantly. "Indeed, that is precisely how I feel," Wu Di admitted candidly. Rolling her eyes, Megan dismounted from the motorcycle. "Let us celebrate my newfound single status with a drink." "I would advise against that." Wu Di cautioned. Drinking at this moment could lead to inebriation. "Why all the chatter? Let us go," Megan urged, tugging at Wu Di's shirt as they headed out. After visiting the arcade, they found themselves at a nightclub, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol and dancing fervently. The intoxicating music ensnared Megan's senses. She leaned against Wu Di's chest, inhaling his scent and smiled, saying, "You have a delightful aroma. You've had too much to drink," Wu Di remarked, feeling helpless. He truly did not wish to engage with her in that manner, as it felt like taking advantage of her state. "Stop pretending to be so serious," Megan playfully jabbed at his chest. "You seem rather eager yourself. Tonight, I belong to you. Show me just how strong you are and reveal why those women covet your body." Wu Di nodded sharply, bending down to capture her lips in a kiss. "Let us head to a hotel." Half an hour later, the sounds of Megan's pleas echoed from a room in a nearby hotel, only ceasing after midnight. The following morning, Wu Di had to depart for Phoenix. Rising at 6 o'clock, Megan remained in deep slumber, this rebellious woman having indulged insatiable the night before, demanding 8 encounters that ultimately exhausted her. She finally comprehended why other women sought Wu Di's body. His prowess was indeed overwhelming, leaving her somewhat entranced. Fortunately, Wu Di had remarked early yesterday that he would never marry a woman like her. Otherwise, Megan might have entertained fantasies about what it would be like to marry him, and merely contemplating such a notion is quite delightful. He left a note for Megan, took a shower, and then hailed a taxi to the arena. After engaging in some exercise, his teammates had already gathered, and they were quite surprised to see Wu Di arrive so early. Given Wu Di's usual style, it was customary for him to only show up in the evening, so arriving this early and having already exerted himself for a considerable time was unexpected. Only Sun Yu was aware that Wu Di had not returned home the previous night, having presumably indulged in nocturnal escapades. Once everyone had assembled, they boarded the bus, heading straight for Phoenix. The distance from Los Angeles to Phoenix is not particularly great, taking approximately 2 hours by bus. Given such a short distance, it would be rather absurd to fly. By the time the plane ascended, it would soon need to descend again. Last year, Phoenix acquired the formidable Shaquille O'Neal in hopes of contending for the championship. However, O'Neal's arrival coincided with a decline in the Suns' performance. In prior seasons, the Suns were renowned for their rapid pace, employing a strategy centered around high-speed offense that overwhelmed opponents, allowing them to capitalize on mismatches and execute quick plays. Achieving an impressive average of over 120 points per game, ranking first in the NBA. Every player on their roster was capable of swift movement. Nash, Stoudemire, Barbosa, and Grant Hill were all notably quick. To summarize the Suns' offensive philosophy, it was a testament to the supremacy of speed, an unstoppable force that left no vulnerabilities. When in full motion, the Suns resembled a satellite orbiting Earth. Yet, as the previous season progressed, the integration of O'Neal slowed the overall pace of the team. His hefty frame, which may not have been as apparent in his youth, became a liability as he neared 40. How fast could he still run? He is arguably among the slowest players in the NBA, as those slower than him find it increasingly difficult to remain in the league. The Suns' strategy faltered as they sacrificed team speed to accommodate O'Neal. A team already struggling with tempo became akin to a satellite lacking sufficient velocity, destined to plummet from the sky. It is essential to recognize that teams with diminished speed typically rely on defensive prowess, such as the Spurs, Rockets, and Mavericks. However, where does that leave the Suns defensively? Stoudemire provided little in the way of defense, while Nash's slender frame could not withstand the onslaught of opposing point guards, relying solely on steals for defensive efforts. Barbosa's defense was mediocre at best, although Grant Hill and the departed Sean Marion exhibited solid defensive skills. The starting lineup contained at least 2 significant weaknesses, hardly indicative of a strong defensive team. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this season, the Suns have seen little transformation. Faced with the formidable Lakers, how could they possibly emerge victorious? Kobe Bryant scored 32 points throughout the match, earning the title of Most Valuable Player. This is not the conclusion. Rather, the focal point of the match was that O'Neal managed to score a mere 6 points and secure 4 rebounds. 2 former partners, one basking in the zenith of his career, while the other has already begun to fade into twilight. The intricate web of their past grievances continues to ensnare them, even though both parties are reluctant to revisit those memories. Nevertheless, some intrepid journalists persist in resurrecting these tales. Although Wu Di accumulated an impressive 18 points, 9 assists, and 7 rebounds, almost a triple-double, he remained overshadowed by the performances of Kobe and O'Neal. The media casually mentioned at the end of their coverage that the newly minted quadruple-double artist had also delivered a commendable performance, achieving a near triple-double. Following their defeat, Stoudemire's expression was grim. He harbored numerous grievances against O'Neal and expressed his discontent with the management for their seemingly foolish decision to trade for O'Neal, which diluted his share of the ball and precipitated a significant decline in the Suns' performance. It appears that the Suns are not only disjointed on the court, but also suffer from similar discord off it. Ironically, it is Stoudemire who has become disconnected in thought. This player, who once usurped Yao Ming for the Rookie of the Year title and has made several All-Star appearances, has gradually succumbed to arrogance. Rumor has it that he is now seeking a maximum contract. However, the Suns have thus far rebuffed his requests. Woody finds it hard to fathom how a player, who is defensively inept and primarily offensive-minded, could audaciously demand such a salary. In Woody's perspective, players worthy of a maximum contract should be multifaceted talents akin to himself or LeBron, or at the very least, should serve as core contributors on both ends of the court. Presently, the only players meeting this criterion are Kobe, peak Tracy McGrady, Tim Duncan, and peak O'Neal, among others. Yet, the NBA is not devoid of examples of high salaries paired with underwhelming performance, such as Lewis from the Magic, whose statistics post-signing do not align with his exorbitant $100 million contract. The Suns, whose disconnection extends both on and off the court, are virtually eliminated from the championship race. Even if they manage to reach the playoffs, they would struggle against the formidable rosters of the Lakers and the Rockets. Having eliminated one contender, they joyfully returned to Los Angeles that evening. For the following day, they would face a strengthened Nuggets team, bolstered by Billups, who have essentially secured a playoff berth. Upon disembarking from the bus, Woody and Son made their way home. Chu Shui was still awake, having fully acclimated to life in America. When Woody was present, she revolved around him, but in his absence, she sought ways to integrate into American society. She did not place all her hopes solely on Woody. Rather, she aspired to expedite her acquisition of American citizenship, necessitating acquaintances with Americans. Interestingly, several women connected to Woody had found their way to his home, and in the course of time, they became acquainted with Chu Shui. During her free time, Chu Shui would venture out with these women, leaving the childcare primarily to the nanny. At times, she would return home quite late, though she had never stayed out overnight. Woody was aware of Chu Shui's intentions, but refrained from inquiring, with only one stipulation: she must always return home at night. At present, the child remains quite young and requires the care of parents. This father has proven to be unreliable, and he does not wish for the child to also have an equally untrustworthy mother. Although this situation is rather unfair to Chu Shui, Wu Di is not inclined to offer her any semblance of fairness, especially since she is currently dependent on his sustenance and shelter. Chapter 136. The new version of the dynamic duo known as the Denver Nuggets, was effectively disbanded the moment Allen Iverson was traded. While Chauncey Billups may be more suited for team play, his fame pales in comparison to that of Iverson and Anthony. Few believe he can stand as an equal partner to Anthony. Nevertheless, Billups possesses commendable offensive skills, and his three-point shooting demonstrates a significant level of accuracy. If a competent defender is not deployed against him, he can indeed be quite formidable, particularly when left open, as his three-point shooting percentage is notably impressive. As the game commenced, Billups swiftly established his presence, sinking 2 consecutive open three-pointers. Fisher found himself once again subjected to relentless assaults. The aging veteran has not been in optimal form lately, making him an easy target for opponents. Frankly speaking, Fisher's current competitive state hardly justifies his salary. Were it not for his partnership with Kobe and his ability to deliver crucial three-pointers in clutch moments, the Lakers management would never have welcomed him back. Just as the Zen Master was poised to substitute him once more, Fisher rose to the occasion, launching a three-pointer directly in Billups' face to equalize the score. However, Billups' insatiable offensive drive from the outset left spectators astonished, leading many Nuggets fans to speculate whether he had been possessed by the spirit of Iverson. Regardless, Billups' scoring ability is a boon. Since Iverson's departure, the Nuggets' offense had suffered a lack of vigor, relying predominantly on J.R. Smith for interior assaults, which diminished their prior threat level. The current iteration of the Nuggets stands in stark contrast to its former self. During Iverson's tenure, the team relied heavily on star isolation plays. With Billups now on the roster, the Nuggets have finally begun to exhibit cohesive and high-quality teamwork. Although Billups' assist count may sometimes fall short of Iverson's, no one can dispute his contributions to the team. A proficient point guard does not solely rely on the primary assist. True artistry is evident in the secondary and tertiary passes, those that do not reflect in the statistics but signify a point guard's organizational prowess. The Nuggets' perimeter offense has flourished, with both Billups and Anthony posing significant threats from beyond the arc, effectively creating a new version of the dynamic duo. While not as illustrious as the original, they managed to hold the Lakers to a tie in the first quarter. As the second quarter began, the Zen master executed his customary rotations. Under his careful orchestration, the Lakers have developed two distinctive lineups, one led by Kobe and Gasol, supplemented by Bynum, with the remaining two positions contingent on the situation. The other led by Wu Di, accompanied by Pekovic and Sun Yu, with their two positions similarly adaptable. Today was no exception, as Wu Di was tasked with defending Anthony and could not stray from the small forward position. Therefore, the Zen master deployed Farmar to guard Billups and Brad Miller to contend with the Birdman, Anderson. The other positions of the Nuggets are not lacking in strength. Players such as Kenyon Martin, Dante Jones, J.R. Smith, Kresimir Lonker, and Anthony Carter serve as commendable blue-collar and role players. Wu Di effectively defended against Anthony's three-point attempts, yet the rebound slipped away, allowing for a second-chance score. Although Pekovic possesses impressive athleticism, his height is merely that of a power forward, making it challenging for him to outmaneuver taller, more physically gifted opponents. As Wu Di received the ball in the front court, Anthony relentlessly impeded his advance, keeping Wu Di beyond the three-point line. Wu Di was slightly taken aback. It seemed Anthony was truly giving his all today. Nevertheless, considering the Lakers' formidable strength this year, every playoff contender aims to secure a victory against them to bolster their confidence. However, Wu Di is not solely reliant on driving to the basket. He surged forward momentarily before abruptly retreating, creating space from Anthony, and leapt to take a shot. The three-pointer found its mark, prompting Anthony to wipe the sweat from his brow in resignation. He had exerted all his effort, while his defense had not been particularly stellar. He had strained himself to contain Wu Di's drives, leaving him helpless against Wu Di's shooting. Billups immediately received a pass in an open position, returning the favor with a three-pointer to Wu Di. Wu Di felt a twinge of envy. Today, Billups was on fire, yet Wu Di dared not leave Anthony unguarded. If the offensive virtuoso Anthony found his rhythm, the game could slip away. Thus, if defense was futile, they would engage in a scoring duel with the Nuggets. Wu Di signaled for Sun Yu to come over for a screen. Should Sun manage to block Anthony, Wu Di could easily shoot over J.R. Smith. Conversely, if Sun failed to create space, Wu Di would obstruct J.R. Smith, drawing Anthony's attention before passing to Sun for a shot. To be frank, pulling ahead through three-pointers is undeniably exhilarating. Wu Di sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, widening the score gap. Billups, eager to match Wu Di's shooting prowess, found himself closely monitored by Farmar, who was determined to prevent him from shooting, even resorting to fouling to disrupt his rhythm. Ironically, Billups' free throw shooting was subpar, falling below even some center shooting percentages at just over 60. With a 5-point lead, Wu Di exited the game, and Kobe entered, ruthlessly dismantling the Nuggets bench. Gasol, also an all-star caliber player, effortlessly dominated a group of substitutes alongside Kobe. The new dynamic duo showed signs of fatigue, with only J.R. Smith and Kresimir Lonker managing to score. The rehabilitated Birdman, Anderson, struggled against the Lakers' formidable interior defense, having been suspended for 2 years due to substance abuse and subsequently playing in the CBA, leaving him out of sync with the NBA's pace. Kobe and Gasol swiftly extended the lead to 15 points, and when the starters returned in the third quarter, Kobe hit consecutive mid-range shots, assisted Wu Di on an alley-oop, and Gasol executed a dunk, leading to an 80-point offensive surge that ballooned the margin to 23 points. Faced with such a daunting deficit, the Nuggets found themselves unable to catch up. As the fourth quarter approached its 5th minute, the gap remained around 20 points, leading the Nuggets to concede defeat. This match showcased a high score, with the Lakers triumphing 132-115. Kobe Bryant, with 37 points and 6 assists, was named the most valuable player, while Wu Di contributed 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, and Gasol added 23 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists. Together, the trio amassed a remarkable total of 88 points, epitomizing the essence of a triumvirate. On the Nuggets side, Anthony scored 26 points with 5 rebounds and 3 assists, while Billups contributed 32 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds. Their combined total of 58 points was not inferior to the performances during Iverson's tenure. As the new duo began to find their rhythm, on the 24th, the Lakers faced the Kings at home, a team characterized by the flopping antics of Kevin Martin and the chaotic prowess of Sammons. However, the Lakers displayed little fear of flopping or disorder. With veterans Gasol and Miller anchoring the paint, both exhibited remarkable composure. Wu Di, providing additional support, blocked Martin twice, instilling caution in his attempts to penetrate the lane. As for the chaos, Wu Di thrived in it. The more tumultuous the game, the more concealed he became, transforming into a versatile warrior with 6 blocks and 6 steals, effectively neutralizing both Martin and Sammons. Chapter 137. Yee's predicament. On the 26th, the Lakers hosted the Nets. Since Jason Kidd's departure to the Mavericks, the once-renowned Vince Carter has seen his peak fade. Yet the intrigue of this match did not revolve around the aerial duel between Kobe and Carter, but rather the Chinese derby. This summer, Jianlian was traded to the Nets, joining forces with rookie Lopez in the paint, alongside Bobby Simmons and Jarvis Hayes, monopolizing the Nets' front-court minutes. Last season, he was underutilized by the Bucks, who, due to a misstep by his agent, selected him with the 6th pick. A year later, despite his burgeoning reputation, the tangible results remained elusive. It is not merely that Yee's skills pale in comparison to Yao Ming's. Even his contemporaneous peer, Wu Di, eclipses him. The Bucks regretted their decision to choose Yee over Wu Di, allegedly misled by Yee's agent. Consequently, Yee's fortunes turned dismal. After failing to meet the Bucks' expectations for a year, they lost interest in his development and hastily traded him to the Nets. Perhaps feeling a sense of guilt towards Wu Di, he refrained from engaging in conversation with him during the summer. However, upon arriving in Los Angeles, he had no choice but to accept Wu Di's invitation for dinner. During their meal, Wu Di refrained from probing too deeply, only gathering that he was not finding contentment with the Nets. Naturally reserved and with limited English proficiency, he struggled to communicate with his teammates, often feeling like an outsider, which hindered his ability to practice effective teamwork. Wu Di saw no viable solution unless he were to join him on the Lakers. Otherwise, he would inevitably need to alter his demeanor. If this situation persisted, it would become increasingly difficult for him to maintain his standing in the NBA. Wu Di observed that Chinese players entering the NBA share a common characteristic. They generally encounter significant communication challenges. This issue has been evident in past players such as Yao Ming and De Ji, as well as current athletes like Jianlian and Sun Yu. When Yao first joined the NBA, he faced similar hurdles. However, being the first overall pick, he was driven to continuously improve. Wu Di also experienced certain difficulties upon his arrival in the NBA, but fortunately, Yao provided guidance. Thanks to Wu Di's remarkable memory and his frequent use of English while socializing, he was able to engage in conversations fluently within a month. After dinner, Wu Di called Yan Yan, suggesting she increase her English classes at school. While grades were not essential, mastering spoken English was imperative. He also recommended hiring 2 foreign coaches to specifically devise strategies in English for the vocational training team. If these students develop well, they will inevitably pursue opportunities abroad. Even if they do not reach the NBA, they could still play in European leagues. The export of basketball talent is vital for the strengthening of Chinese basketball. That evening, as the game commenced, the Nets found themselves at a disadvantage. Carter was effectively contained by Wu Di, while Devin Harris, who had been given opportunities this year, was similarly restricted by Kobe. Jianlian struggled against Gasol, and although Lopez and Bynum were evenly matched, Bynum had the upper hand, being in his prime. The disparity in their lineups proved difficult to overcome. Despite the Nets' strategy of having their power forward play outside, he managed to score a few mid-range shots, exploiting Gasol's slower footwork. The match had a somewhat anticlimactic feel. The pregame hype suggested the Nets were on par with the Lakers, yet during the game, they were utterly overwhelmed. By halftime, under the leadership of Wu Di and Kobe, they led by 22 points. In the second half, both Wu Di and Kobe spent limited time on the court, as the Lakers bench was nearly as formidable as the Nets starters. This was partly due to the Lakers' shooting prowess. In this game, 8 players scored in double figures. Kobe, Wu Di, Gasol, Bynum, Brad Miller, Fisher, Sun Yu, and Vujasic. Their combined score reached 116 points, surpassing the Nets' total of just 96 points. Jianlian scored 12 points, matching Sun Yu's tally, making their combined performance reminiscent of a Chinese derby. After the game, Wu Di dined with Yi Jianlian. With the Nets scheduled to face the Kings the next day, there was no rush to return to the hotel. Wu Di and Yi discussed the latter's current situation, and while Wu Di did not have a definitive solution, he advised Yi to enhance his skills further. He noted that although his playing style might suffice domestically, it was ill-suited for the fiercely competitive environment of the NBA. Your resistance to interference is rather feeble. Should you cultivate this skill, your average score would undoubtedly increase by at least 50%. With such an improvement, you could easily be regarded as a blue-collar player. And after a few years of play, securing a mid-level contract would pose no challenge. Yi Jianlian is also troubled, acutely aware of his shortcomings. Yet the question remains, how does one train for this? Surely, one cannot hire someone to defend against him. Of course, one can. Wu Di suggested that it is not necessary to employ a player. Even someone shorter would suffice. Imagine having an individual wielding a broom to disrupt your shooting, frequently striking your arms or obstructing your line of sight. Over time, your ability to withstand interference would naturally improve. Yi Jianlian nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of urgency that stemmed from Sun Yu. All three are rookies from last year, with Yi Jianlian having the highest draft position at 6th overall. Wu Di and Sun Yu were both second-round picks. Wu Di fell to the second round due to a scandal, which was somewhat understandable given his subsequent performance. However, what was Sun Yu? He has already established himself with the Lakers, and today, his scoring matched that of Yi Jianlian, who fears being surpassed. Should Sun Yu exceed him, it would signify Yi Jianlian's failure, a crushing blow for someone who has been lauded since childhood. Yi Jianlian has been a basketball prodigy since a young age, representing the nation in international competitions as early as 2003, thus earning the status of a veteran in the national team. Since joining, he has consistently garnered praise. He first gained prominence at the Athens Olympics in 2004, and upon joining the Southern Tigers, he quickly became a key player, performing admirably in international tournaments such as the World Championships and the Asian Games. Last year, he entered the NBA with a high draft position, performing decently with an average of 8, 2 points and 6 rebounds. Although he did not make the all-rookie team, he was not far off. Domestic fans remain quite forgiving of Yi Jianlian, recognizing that few can achieve such levels of play within a single year in the NBA. However, the Bucks do not seem inclined to nurture him, forcing him to confront the harsh reality of the NBA. Only strength matters. Today, Sun Yu once again imparted a lesson. If he does not strive, he risks being surpassed. Chapter 138. Player of the Month. In the following 2 days, Wu Di, unusually free of games, arranged a rendezvous with Megan Fox. Enchanted by him, Megan has completely forgotten her boyfriend of 4 years. After 2 days of indulgence with Megan, the Lakers faced the Mavericks at home. Following their previous home defeat to the Lakers, the Mavericks sought redemption on the road. However, after a 2-day respite, the Lakers were in excellent physical condition. The Zen Master deployed an unconventional lineup, with the starting 5 comprising Gasol, Pekovic, Wu Di, Kobe, and Ariza, yet another tall configuration, with all but Kobe standing over 2 meters. Pekovic was tasked with closely guarding Nowitzki, aiming to prevent him from receiving the ball. A Nowitzki who cannot catch the ball is rendered significantly less effective. Nowitzki's ball handling skills are minimal. He relies on others to facilitate his plays, which is precisely why Jason Kidd was acquired from the Nets. After Dirk Nowitzki's scoring prowess was diminished, the Mavericks ceased to pose any significant threat to the Lakers. Jason Kidd's scoring ability has always been a critical flaw. He frequently secures double-digit rebounds, yet his scoring remains elusive, resulting in a scarcity of triple-doubles. If only he could elevate his scoring by a mere fraction, consistently achieving 10 points per game, his triple-double records would undoubtedly rank among the best in the NBA. The struggling Mavericks are unable to hinder the Lakers' scoring, thus sealing their fate to defeat. Following the Mavericks match, the Lakers concluded all 12 of their games in November. What lies ahead is a period of anticipation at home, awaiting the league's announcement on the morning of December 1st, which will reveal the various accolades of November. Wu Di, relishing a rare day at home, turned on the television the next morning, cradling his son as they watched the award ceremony. The newly announced Rookie of the Month was Derrick Rose from the Bulls for the Eastern Conference and O.J. Mayo from the Grizzlies for the Western Conference. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month was awarded to LeBron James, whose Cavaliers achieved an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses in November, with James averaging 27, 8 points, 7, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. In contrast, The Western Conference Player of the Month was none other than Woody, as the Lakers completed November undefeated. His statistics were astounding. 187 points, 75 rebounds, 85 assists, 48 blocks, and 42 steals, showcasing his unparalleled versatility. As the host, he earned the title of Player of the Month, which could be utilized as 10 wins. Only 10 wins? Woody remarked with dissatisfaction, questioning why the weekly awards lacked a title, while only the monthly ones were recognized. The challenge of securing a weekly award seemed less daunting than that of achieving a championship in the CBA, as one could easily amass statistics to qualify, hence its exclusion from the title system. However, securing the monthly title is another matter entirely. Maintaining peak performance for an entire month is a formidable task. Could I accumulate multiple monthly titles? Novembers, Decembers, right up to April's, deliberately achieving 5 months of recognition? That would equate to 50 wins. He pondered. Yet, the monthly title could only be earned once, with no repetition. Why is that? Woody expressed his discontent. Hasn't this derailed my path to accumulating titles? The difficulty of earning the monthly title remained consistent, and the same title would automatically supersede any prior claims, thus disallowing repetition. And what about the MVP? Surely that doesn't follow the same rule? Woody asked, alarmed. The response was affirmative, but unfortunately, it bore no reward. This is outrageous. Furthermore, the finals MVP, All-Star Game MVP, and medalists from international competitions would not be counted multiple times. Only the Olympics, World Championships, and Asian Games would be considered for national events. While other invitationals were excluded, Woody calculated on his fingers, recalling he had 1 Asian Championship title and a bronze medal from the Olympics. Can I still accrue 7 honors on the international stage? However, upon reflection, he realized that achieving a runner-up or 3rd place in the Asian Championships was exceedingly challenging. If he managed to do so, he feared he would be reprimanded by domestic fans. The World Championships and the Olympics still provide opportunities for accolades. With sufficient effort, one can garner 5 titles, in addition to 3 MVPs from the All-Star, regular season, and finals, resulting in a mere 8 known titles. Such a paltry number. Woody gazed at the requirements for upgrading to legendary and mythical victories, feeling acutely that the titles were woefully insufficient. Accumulating them would take an eternity. Nevertheless, Woody decided to utilize this title to enhance Zhuge Liang's strategic prowess. Host, upgrading the strategist Zhuge Liang's unique trait, unfathomable calculation, will enhance your overall perspective. Please proceed with training according to the prescribed regimen and exercises. The expected fusion time is 5 days. Wait, there is no possibility of a character conflict with the strategist. Is there? Woody suddenly pondered a serious concern. No, the strategist possesses only traits and no personality. Thus conflict is not possible. With that reassurance, Woody felt at ease. He exited the system with a smile, lifting his son and exclaiming, "Son, Daddy has been awarded Player of the Month. Are you happy? If you are, give Daddy a hug." Little Wu Xing raised a small hand and playfully slapped Wu Di's face. Stunned for a moment, Wu Di thought, did this mischievous child just hit me? Chu Shui, suppressing laughter, took Wu Xing in her arms and explained to Wu Di. The child has developed a fondness for martial arts films lately. After watching, he feels compelled to imitate what he sees. He must have gotten into the habit. Wu Di looked at Chu Shui incredulously. He's so young. How can you allow him to watch television? It's bad for his eyes. He doesn't mind. You have no idea how strong he is. When he gets playful, even Linda and I struggle to manage him, Chu Shui replied with a pout. Moreover, I intend for him to learn martial arts, so he can protect me when he grows up. Wu Di's expression darkened, and he retorted, who would dare bully you? Only I would. Are you hoping he grows up to deal with me? Exactly. That is precisely what I'm thinking, Chu Shui said, delightfully holding Wu Xing's small hand. Son, when you grow up, will you help Mommy deal with Daddy? Deal with Daddy. Wu Xing echoed in a sweet voice alongside Chu Shui. Such a good boy. Chu Shui beamed, planting a kiss on Wu Xing's cheek. Wu Di's expression darkened further as he glared at Wu Xing, saying, you little rascal, I shouldn't have had you. Is that your decision? Chu Shui raised an eyebrow, triumphantly responding. Wu Di savored a rare moment of familial bliss at home, but in the afternoon, he had to head to the arena, as there was a match against the Raptors that evening. The Raptors boasted a commendable roster, featuring Jermaine O'Neal, Chris Bosh, last year's #1 pick Bargnani, Anthony Parker, and Calderon. It could be said that, in terms of interior strength, The Raptors ranked among the top in the entire NBA. O'Neal belonged to the illustrious 96 Golden Generation, while Bosh hailed from the 03 Golden Generation, with both being all-star caliber players. However, the Raptors' performance had been lackluster, currently standing at 8 wins and 7 losses, with their largest victory margin being a mere 11 points, and not a single blowout to speak of. Thus, Woody did not regard this match with much seriousness. He merely completed his training regimen in the morning without any extra practice. Chapter 139. The winning streak continues. As Woody anticipated, the Raptors did not create significant waves. The strength of the Lakers' interior is formidable, with the likes of Gasol and Bynum, not to mention Pekovic and Brad Miller, who were no easy opponents. Shaquille O'Neal and Bosh engaged in a relentless battle with the Lakers' 4 interior players. Many have criticized Gasol for being soft, yet today he managed to suppress Bosh, who is, in fact, softer than Gasol. Bosh tends to hover on the perimeter, relying on his shooting rather than asserting his presence in the paint. Gasol, despite any shortcomings, can still hold his own as a center, possessing a distinct advantage in terms of physicality. When comparing the Raptors' perimeter game to that of the Lakers, the disparity is glaring. All NBA teams are now acutely aware of the Lakers' prowess from beyond the arc, and few anticipated that the second-round draft pick acquired from the Rockets would exhibit such star-like qualities. The Raptors held their ground for 3 quarters before ultimately conceding defeat. Following this, the Lakers embarked on an away journey, facing the Pacers next. After trading away O'Neal last year, the Pacers have seen a significant reduction in their roster's quality. Their leading star, Danny Granger, is surrounded by a cadre of blue-collar players, resulting in a dismal record of 6 wins and 10 losses. On the backcourt, Kobe and Woody proved too much for the likes of Mike Dunleavy, T.J. Ford, and Jarrett Jack, who were left without recourse. After triumphing over the Pacers, the Lakers faced the 76ers on the second night of a back-to-back. With the departure of Allen Iverson, the mantle of leadership fell to Andre Iguodala. However, the 76ers management appears to have misjudged the situation. While Iguodala possesses remarkable athleticism and is competent on both ends of the court, he lacks the tenacity to lead. Although he can shoot threes and drive to the basket, his demeanor is not that of a dominant player. Iguodala bears a resemblance to Lamar Odom, who was similarly expected to excel with the Clippers, yet succumbed to hubris, facing suspension due to substance abuse and injuries, ultimately playing only 29 games in a season. Unlike Odom, Iguodala has steered clear of drugs and maintains a more stable personal life. Nevertheless, he remains reluctant to assume the role of a primary leader. Despite the 76ers making the playoffs, they still do not rank among the Eastern Conference's elite, much like during Iverson's tenure, with no signs of a finals appearance in sight. In a matchup between Iguodala and Woody, their physical attributes are relatively comparable, with Woody being slightly more robust but not overwhelmingly dominant. Iguodala's speed also lags, and his basketball skills do not surpass those of Woody. Overall, Iguodala is effectively contained by Woody, rendering the 76ers' aspirations for victory nearly impossible. The Wizards have also faced their share of tribulations. In September, their star Gilbert Arenas was sidelined for the season. Without Arenas, the Wizards' only notable players are Anton Jamison and Karen Butler. Last year's rookie, Nick Young, is merely averaging 10 points as a bench player, while the 6th man is Andre Blatch. As for the remaining personnel, Woody had little understanding and had only heard the name Haywood. The rest were mere unknowns. One cannot entirely blame Woody for his somewhat arrogant demeanor. The Lakers had not lost a single game since the season began, achieving a remarkable 17-game winning streak, breaking their own record for consecutive victories at the start of season. This prevailing sense of hubris within the Lakers nearly led to their downfall against the Wizards. Initially, the Lakers established a lead in the first quarter, but in the second, Butler suddenly erupted, consistently sinking 3-pointers following Jamison's screens. Woody found himself sidelined, as Brad Miller was utterly incapable of containing the surging Butler. With the Lakers enjoying such an impressive streak, only 3 individuals maintained their composure. One was Kobe, a stalwart of the franchise with a storied history, having witnessed a 33-game winning streak that remains unbroken to this day. As the Lakers' star player, his heart was steadfast. While the streak brought him joy, it did not sway his mental fortitude. Woody, having experienced a 22-game winning streak with the Rockets, regarded 17 victories as trivial. The other was Bobby Jackson, a towering figure who had only appeared in 3 games during garbage time. no amount of consecutive wins could shake his resolve, as he was more concerned about his playing time. Fortunately, with Kobe and Wu Di providing stability, Gasol regained his focus in the second half, beginning to limit Jamison's influence, preventing him from setting screens for Butler. To disrupt Butler's rhythm, Wu Di had no choice but to commit a foul. Without excessive force, he merely struck Butler's elbow as he attempted a shot. Nonetheless, Butler's elbow reddened, and his shooting touch evaporated, missing 3 consecutive three-point attempts. Seizing the opportunity, the Lakers quickly counterattacked and leveled the score. Finally, with 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers took the lead and clinched victory. Following their triumph over the Wizards, the Lakers secured their 18th consecutive win. On the 8th, back at home, the Lakers faced the Bucks. The Bucks, having discarded Jianlian during the summer, remained a lackluster team, struggling with a win percentage below 50. Wu Di held a rather unfavorable impression of the Bucks, resentful of their decision to part with akin to the distaste he felt towards the Rockets. In this mood, Wu Di unleashed his full potential, scoring an astonishing 41 points in 3 quarters before clocking out. On the 10th, the Lakers played against the Kings. The Kings were unfortunate to encounter Wu Di just as he had fully integrated with Zhou Tsong. During such moments, Wu Di would enter an ecstatic phase, once again scoring 46 points in 3 quarters before taking an early leave. A 20-game winning streak, Wu Di now boasted 21 victories. And upon reflection, he upgraded Zhuge Liang's unparalleled strategic prowess using his 20 victories. The host upgraded the strategist Zhuge Liang's characteristics to an exquisite level, enhancing his overall perspective. It was evident to Wu Di that his assists and rebounds had noticeably increased, undoubtedly connected to Zhuge Liang's strategic insight. Thus, Wu Di chose not to continue preserving his resources, but rather to elevate his strategic awareness, eager to discern the extent of his prowess upon reaching the elite level. Subsequently, in a back-to-back contest against the Suns at home, the Phoenix team could not obstruct the Lakers' path to victory. Now, all NBA enthusiasts are speculating on just how many consecutive wins the Lakers could amass, as the Rockets' 22-game winning streak has seemingly fallen short of the Lakers' potential. Their next adversary is the Kings, a team that has succumbed to the Lakers twice before. As anticipated, 2 days later, the Lakers joyfully announced yet another triumph, effortlessly dispatching the Kings. Yet, this was merely a prelude to their capabilities. On the 15th, they overcame the Timberwolves, and on the 17th, they triumphed over the Knicks, extending their winning streak to an impressive 24 games. Chapter 140. The Roadblock. The Lakers' 24-game winning streak has generated a momentum greater than that of last year's Rockets. While the Rockets' 22-game streak was indeed legendary, it pales in comparison to the current Lakers. Apart from a streak itself, another topic of discussion has emerged. Wu Di. Last year, during his tenure with the Rockets, they achieved 22 consecutive wins, and now that he has joined the Lakers, they have soared to 24 consecutive victories. He is indeed a harbinger of fortune. Many superstitious owners have begun devising ways to recruit Wu Di, pondering whether his presence could also lead their teams to surpass historical records. However, some argue that Wu Di's success is merely coincidental, attributing it to good fortune. Last year, he played alongside the formidable Yao Ming duo, and this year, he benefits from the talents of Kobe and Gasol. Yet, this perspective was swiftly countered. During his time with the Rockets, Wu Di was an exceptional defensive player, participating in all 81 games throughout the winning streak. Both Yao and McGrady missed several games during this period, indicating that the Rockets could not have secured 22 consecutive wins solely relying on them. Critics of Wu Di remain steadfast in their opinions, particularly in light of recent reports suggesting that he has been seen in nightclubs alongside the actress Megan Fox. It is well known that Megan has had a boyfriend for 4 years, yet there have been no reports of a breakup, leading many to speculate on Wu Di's involvement as a third party. Society tends to view such individuals, regardless of gender, with a critical eye, often leaning toward disdain, though some do support them. Nevertheless, public opinion appears to be shifting towards the negative. In addition to gossip, discussions have also arisen regarding which team might ultimately end the Lakers' winning streak. 5 potential obstacles have been identified: the Heat, Magic, Hornets, Celtics, and Jazz. Many predict that the Lakers' streak will conclude against one of these 5 teams, with the Jazz being the last contender on January 1st. Should the Lakers' streak indeed come to an end on that day, they would have achieved an astounding 30 consecutive victories. Beginning on the 20th, The Lakers will embark on a challenging road trip, facing 4 games. On the 20th against the Hornets, a back-to-back against the Magic on the 21st. Then the Grizzlies on the 23rd, and another back-to-back against the Hornets on the 24th. This series of matches, particularly the 2 back-to-backs, will serve as a true test for the Lakers. Moreover, within these 4 matches, there are 3 formidable opponents, and many believe that the Lakers may struggle to surpass this challenge. Accompanying the team to Miami, Woody perused the player statistics of the Heat. This year's roster for the Heat is not particularly robust. Since Shaquille O'Neal's departure, the team has undeniably declined. The only formidable player remaining is Dwayne Wade. Along with the support of Michael Beasley, Shawn Marion, and Udonis Haslem, has managed to secure a commendable performance. As December approached, Wade experienced a remarkable surge, averaging an impressive 32 points over 7 games. If Wade indeed unleashed his full potential in this match, it is plausible that the Lakers might face an untimely end. Hence, this game garnered significant attention from Phil Jackson, although the winning streak was not initially deemed so critical, with less than 10 games remaining to surpass the historical record. A concerted effort could indeed lead to an extraordinary achievement. Lakers owner Jerry Buss had been closely monitoring the players' training, indicating his desire for the team to challenge the record for the most consecutive wins in history. Although Buss did not explicitly state this, Phil gleaned the information from his girlfriend, Jeannie. Given that his future father-in-law held such expectations, Phil felt compelled to devise a strategy to fulfill them. Furthermore, this could lay a solid foundation for Phil's potential ascension into management, perhaps even leading to an unexpected promotion should his father-in-law express delight. Despite it being winter, Miami remained as warm as spring, particularly the beaches, which were still bustling with tourists. However, Woody had no time to enjoy the beach, as the schedule was exceedingly tight. Woody was acquainted with Wade. The basketball community is indeed a small circle, and once one has played, impressions are often formed and remembered. Prior to the game, players from both teams engaged in casual conversation, seeking to glean insights about one another. However, both sides maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, revealing little information. Soon enough, the game commenced. The Lakers lineup consisted of Bynum, Gasol, Woody, Kobe, and Fisher, while the Heat featured Haslem, Marion, Beasley, Wade, and Mario Chalmers. The crux of the game hinged upon the matchup between Kobe and Wade. If Wade faltered, the Heat's chances of victory would be severely diminished. Conversely, should Kobe lose, he still had 2 formidable allies to rely on, with Gasol matched against Marion and Woody against Beasley. As the game began, Wade exhibited an overwhelming desire to attack. Known for his remarkable speed, during the Heat's championship year, he was often dubbed 193 Jordan, a reference to his height of merely 193 centimeters. Wade's first step was blisteringly quick, making it difficult for Kobe to keep pace. Observing Kobe being outmaneuvered, Woody couldn't help but shake his head, as he too felt the inevitable challenge of defending Wade. Last year, during his time at the Rockets, Woody had not directly faced Wade, but had encountered him in other contexts. At that time, Wade's performance was not on par with his current prowess. Yet Woody's attempts at help defense were often evaded by Wade. A year later, facing Wade again, Woody recognized his growth, but remained uncertain about his ability to effectively contain Wade. According to Woody's conjecture, Wade's speed should be comparable to that of the legendary Lou Boo, if not superior. Woody, now tasked with defending Wade, can only resort to using his strength to limit him, provided he is able to make physical contact. While Woody was lost in thought, Wade had already evaded Kobe and surged towards Bynum. Before Bynum could react, Wade drove straight to the basket, feigning a layup with an upward flick of his wrist. Bynum rushed to block him, but Wade abruptly halted, spun around, and with his back to the hoop, executed a half-hook shot that found its mark. Bynum, left bewildered, felt a surge of anger rising within him, glaring at Wade as if he could devour him whole. However, Wade paid him no mind to Wade. Bynum was merely a minor player, unworthy of his attention. Yet, Bynum's frustration intensified, and as Wade charged into the paint once more, Bynum lunged at him, determined to block him. Was this not invitation for a foul? Wade, unperturbed, met him head-on, and as Bynum's arm brushed against him, Wade drew a foul. He converted both free throws, further igniting Bynum's ire. 2 minutes later, Wade attacked the paint again, and Bynum, having jumped, was again called for a foul. The Zen master promptly substituted Bynum, chastising him fiercely. Just prior to the game, He had urged everyone to perform well, only for Bynum to commit 2 fouls upon entering the game. The Zen master could hardly let this slide. Wade, having bested Bynum, felt a twinge of pride. Bynum was no pushover, for he was considered the Lakers' defensive backbone, essential to their interior defense. Although Gasol was also a competent defender, he was often dubbed the soft one for his tendency to falter against aggressive post players, earning him the playful moniker among Chinese fans. Thus, relying on Gasol to defend a robust interior player was nearly impossible. He was better suited to confront softer, less threatening opponents, unlike Yao Ming. However, Yao was not the sole embodiment of a gentle interior presence. Players like the Lakers' Brad Miller and the Raptors' Chris Bosh also fit this mold. The reference to Yao was merely because he epitomized this type. The Zen master brought in Pekovic to replace Bynum. The two players represented different styles. Bynum was a more traditional center, while Pekovic embodied the athletic center archetype. Pekovic was a capable defender, especially against shorter players, often outperforming Bynum in that regard. However, now he faced the Flash, Dwayne Wade, and his lack of experience quickly became apparent. Within less than 5 minutes on the court, Pekovic also fell victim to 2 fouls and had to exit. In this scenario, the Lakers' interior defense is left to the clumsy Bobby Jackson, while Brad Miller, playing center, is at the mercy of Haslam. As the game unfolds, Wade is undeniably in high spirits. However, his actions provoke the ire of one individual, Kobe, the Lakers' leader. With both of his subordinates incapacitated, and due to Wade's inability to contain his opponents, Kobe feels an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Since the commencement of this season, he has never experienced such fury. In the opening game, he impulsively seized a basketball from Bobby Jackson and propelled it forward himself. The Zen master, witnessing Kobe's demeanor, instinctively covered his forehead, concerned that Kobe's old habits were resurfacing. Since Woody's arrival at the Lakers, Kobe has felt a significant alleviation of pressure, finally secure in the presence of a reliable teammate. Woody's composure has earned Kobe's trust. Yet now, Kobe's sudden outburst raises great concern for the Zen master, who fears a return to Kobe's former reckless demeanor, rendering all his efforts futile. On the court, however, Kobe is singularly focused on one objective: to teach Wade a lesson. Seeing Kobe initiate a one-on-one, Wade feels a surge of elation. Though the Lakers boast a formidable lineup, having temporarily sidelined Bynum and Pekovic, those two are not the team's core. The true pillars of the squad, Kobe, Woody, and Gasol, remain on the floor. With Kobe now engaged in isolation plays, the impact of Woody and Gasol diminishes significantly, rendering their offensive contributions nearly non-existent. Thus, the Heat's path to victory lies in neutralizing Kobe. But can they truly stifle him? The answer soon becomes evident. Kobe directly challenges Wade, executing a jump shot with a graceful fadeaway, sinking a three-pointer. Kobe, still in the twilight of his prime, possesses formidable offensive prowess. Although Wade allows one basket to slip by, he remains unfazed. If Kobe were easily contained, he wouldn't be the legend he is. Wade continues to penetrate the paint, creating difficulties for the Lakers' interior defense, while Kobe wreaks havoc from the perimeter, leveraging his 5-centimeter height advantage to shoot over Wade. Although Kobe's speed has waned compared to Wade's, his shooting touch is undeniably scorching today, prompting him to take more shots. As one player assaults the interior, the other launches shots from the outside, resulting in an unconventional duel between Kobe and Wade, with the score oscillating between the Lakers and Heat. Wade's speed surpasses Kobe's, yet he must also contend with other defenders. Conversely, while Kobe's height grants him an advantage, the inherent difficulty of outside shooting, especially with a fadeaway, adds complexity to his attempts. Observing the two stars commandeering the game, the morale of their teammates begins to wane. Yet, the audience, both in the arena and at home, remains captivated, reveling in the spectacle of star players going head-to-head and eagerly assessing their strengths and weaknesses according to personal preference. Soon, the second quarter commenced, and the coach contemplated substituting Kobe. However, he ultimately decided to replace Woody and Gasol instead. With Kobe in excellent form, removing him from the game would undoubtedly stir discontent. So it was wiser to keep him on the court. Until Woody provided his input, the coach wished to preserve his rapport with Kobe. As the second quarter began, Kobe took to the court alongside Bynum, Brad Miller, Ariza, and Farmar. Wade, accompanied by the reserves, continued their rivalry. In the first quarter, Kobe scored 23 points while Wade netted 24, nearly neck and neck. As the second quarter unfolded, the two once again engaged in their fierce contest. Wade drove past Kobe, prompting Bynum to step up for defense. Wade feigned a delicate floater, and Bynum, remaining poised, merely raised his hand to contest rather than leaping. Yet, Wade took advantage of Bynum's movement, leaping and connecting his arm with Bynum's, sending the ball toward the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Although Wade's draw of the foul was evident, the NBA permits such maneuvers, especially for star players. While Wade may not command the same level of respect as LeBron, he certainly enjoyed a favorable whistle compared to Bynum. Kobe responded to Wade's defense with a swift jump shot, sinking a three-pointer. Wade then maneuvered past Kobe, only to be met by Ariza's double team, which Wade skillfully evaded with a sudden stop and change of direction, causing Ariza to lose his balance and tumble to the floor. Wade surged past Ariza, and the approaching Brad Miller was blocked by Ariza, allowing Wade to charge to the basket for a resounding dunk. Kobe observed Ariza's dismay, questioning whether he was truly assisting him or inadvertently helping Wade instead. Not only had Ariza failed to contain Wade, but he had also become a mere backdrop for Wade's highlight reel, which would surely dominate the headlines the following day, proclaiming Wade's return as the ankle breaker. Contemplating this, Kobe's desire to compete waned. However, he could not chastise Ariza. He was no longer the naive rookie of yesteryear. Presently, the Lakers were divided into three factions, one led by himself, comprised of seasoned players like Fisher, Ariza, Vujasic, and Luke Walton. The second, led by Woody, included his young supporters such as Sun Yu and Pekovic. These two factions experienced friction regarding playing time and ball distribution, maintaining a tense yet not overtly hostile relationship, each subtly vying for dominance. The third faction consisted of neutral players, Gasol and Brad Miller, who supported one another. Bynum, meanwhile, held disdain for both factions, believing they encroached upon his playing time and opportunities. Thus, Kobe refrained from criticizing Ariza and felt compelled to encourage him, recognizing him as a younger brother. Kobe was reluctant to continue the contest, yet Wade was relentless. He pressed forward, inflicting damage on the interior defense. Prior to the game, Brad Miller had been instructed by the coach to intensify his defensive efforts against Wade, ensuring that Bynum was not overwhelmed if Bynum were to exit the game early. The Lakers' interior defense would be compromised. Thus, as Brad Miller observed Wade's drive, he swiftly rushed to provide defensive support. Although Miller attempted to block the shot, he failed to make contact and instead collided with Wade. Both players fell to the ground, with Wade quickly twisting his body to rise, while Miller lay face down, clutching his lower back. The referee paused the game, and the team physician approached to assess Miller's condition. He diagnosed a muscle contusion in the lower back, attributed to the tension during the fall, necessitating a few days of rest. Consequently, Miller was carried off the court, unable to continue in the match. Given his history of similar injuries, the Zen Master would not permit him to play until the risk of aggravating an old injury was ruled out. With Miller's departure, the Lakers needed to substitute a player for the power forward position. However, the Zen Master surveyed the bench and noted that Gasol had only recently exited the game and could not expend much energy just yet. Pekovic's skills leaned more towards those of center, making him vulnerable in a power forward role against the Heat, especially with a shooting range even shorter than Bynum's, limiting him to the paint. After some contemplation, the Zen Master decided to send Woody into the game. During internal training, Woody had frequently practiced post techniques, and with his physique having strengthened, he was well suited for battling inside. Despite his shorter stature, he possessed significant strength, allowing him to hold his ground. Additionally, his defensive skills and quickness made him adept at helping out on drives, making him an excellent choice to contain Wade at this juncture. Though surprised, Woody removed his warm-up gear, loosened up, and took to the court. Upon his entry, the audience expressed astonishment, as they were somewhat familiar with him. Fans, aside from supporting their own teams, often watch games featuring strong contenders. Thus, Heat supporters had seen their fair share of Lakers matches and recognized Woody. However, they puzzled over his ability to play the power forward position, considering he stood only 203 centimeters tall, at least 5 centimeters shorter than the average player in that role. Last year, during his time with the Rockets, Woody had also played power forward but performed poorly. Zhang, the astute coach, was equally perplexed by the Zen Master's decision to deploy Woody in this capacity. Despite the precedent set by players like Big Ben, Woody lacked familiarity with post play. Last season, Adelman had sought to utilize Woody's strength to counter opponents, but it had not succeeded. Had Woody truly honed his post skills over the past year? As the game resumed, anticipation surrounded Woody's performance at power forward. Upon entering the game, Woody found himself matched against Heat backup Joel Anthony. Despite playing the center position, Anthony stood only 206 centimeters tall, making him a fitting opponent for Woody, as the height difference of 3 centimeters could easily be compensated for with reach. Joel Anthony was a blue-collar player, engaged in the grunt work, possessing decent rebounding abilities but lacking in offensive prowess, even struggling with free throws. As Anthony and Woody jockeyed for position beneath the basket, the force from behind made it impossible for Anthony to establish a stance. Wade once again made a breakthrough, while Woody allowed Joel Anthony to slip by, confronting Wade directly. Upon noticing Woody's approach, Wade's expression tightened. Woody's impressive quadruple-double performance compelled him to proceed with caution, for those double-digit blocks were not mere embellishments. Nevertheless, Wade did not falter. With a deft change of direction and another quick maneuver, he sought to outmaneuver Woody. Yet, Woody, with subtle footwork, maintained his balance and poise. Wade found himself in a predicament. Should he continue his advance, risking a block from Woody, or retreat and face the taunts of fearing his opponent? Resolute, Wade clenched his teeth. Even if he were to be blocked, he refused to show weakness. A block would merely be a statistic, but admitting defeat would cost him the respect of his fans. With determination, Wade drove toward the basket, relieved to find Joel Anthony positioned underneath. Intentionally, he lured Woody into a collision with Anthony, for if the impact occurred, it would afford him an opportunity to shoot. Unbeknownst to Woody, he collided with Anthony without hesitation. Anthony stumbled from the force, casting a reproachful glance at Wade, clearly in pain. Seizing the moment, Wade swiftly released a floater. However, just as the ball left his hand, an ominous shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, Wade was astonished to see Woody, having evaded Joel Anthony, leap into the air, his large hand poised to swat the ball away. With a resounding slap, Woody pinned the basketball against the backboard, delivering a thunderous block. The Heat fans, unabashed, erupted in a cacophony of boos directed at Woody, displeased with his audacity to deny Wade. Upon landing, Woody grasped the ball with both hands, lifting it above his head while raising his elbows to ward off any challengers. This defensive posture, commonly employed in the NBA, displayed his readiness. Any attempt to steal the ball would inevitably lead to a collision with his elbows, and even if someone were to sustain injury, it would likely not be deemed a foul against Woody, as they had initiated the contact. Realizing the futility of attempting to reclaim the ball, Wade and Joel Anthony retreated from Woody. The two were incapable of effectively double-teaming him. A waste of effort considering even a trio from the Rockets had failed to contain Woody, and Wade was at a disadvantage, being a full 10 centimeters shorter. With no one in close proximity, Woody took the opportunity to dribble the ball up the court. As Joel Anthony approached to defend, Woody simply turned his back, leveraging his strength to initiate a post-up. With a powerful thrust, Joel Anthony leaned back, unable to withstand Woody's force. In a swift motion, Anthony lost his balance and fell to the ground. Woody, composed, turned and took a mid-range shot, finding success before any defenders could converge. Rising from the floor, Joel Anthony felt as though he might weep. Was it truly necessary for him, a mere blue-collar player, to endure such humiliation? The Heat were left in disbelief, as they had only 3 interior players, Haslam and the unpredictable Shawn Marion. While these 3 should have sufficed, Anthony had been thoroughly outmatched by Woody on both ends of the court. Coach Spoelstra of the Heat had no choice but to substitute Shawn Marion in place of Joel Anthony, as it seemed that only Woody could determine the outcome of the match. Marion, a formidable presence, immediately engaged in a physical confrontation with Woody, vying for position in the paint. This was a necessary strategy for Marion. Should Woody secure a favorable position, he would be nearly impossible to counter. Woody's debut as a power forward for the Lakers commenced splendidly. Chapter 143. Wade falls silent. It was only after Marion's entry that the Heat's interior defense regained some semblance of stability. Yet, the offensive front faced insurmountable challenges. Woody's defensive prowess as a power forward proved overwhelming. After being blocked once, Wade attempted to drive into the paint twice, only to have his shots thwarted by Woody, who also claimed the rebounds. Wade was effectively silenced. The Heat fans, witnessing Wade's 3-minute scoring drought, could not help but regard the situation with growing concern. They yearned to assist the Heat in clinching victory, yet all they could do was watch from the sidelines, their only recourse to emit a cacophony of boos. The arena echoed with discontent, the boos gradually waning as many began to lose hope for a Heat triumph, engaging in conversations, or even departing. The fervent loyalty of Heat fans was scarce, a reflection of Miami's cultural landscape. Those fortunate enough to attend the games typically belong to the upper echelons of income, as Miami hosts numerous multinational corporations, serving as headquarters for many in Latin America. The prevalence of Spanish among Miami's residents fosters a cultural divide, akin to the difficulties faced by Chinese speakers in Japan regarding cultural identity, creating barriers that hinder unwavering allegiance to a single team. The fans' disengagement further dampened the morale of the Heat, as such disapproval weighs heavily on anyone's heart. Wade sought to attempt shots from the perimeter, but like many penetration-oriented guards, his accuracy from beyond the arc was unreliable. He could not even guarantee open three-point attempts, much like Jordan, who thrived on scoring within the paint. Wade retained some mid-range capability, yet Kobe would not allow him the luxury of an open shot. Kobe consistently defended from beyond the three-point line, maintaining a distance just outside that boundary. In the second quarter, at the 7th minute, the Heat deployed their substitutes, allowing Wade a much-needed respite. He required a moment to recuperate, as penetrating the interior was indeed taxing. Kobe also took a break, replaced by Sun Yu and Vujasic. Woody led the bench unit, and although Marion could pose challenges for Woody defensively, he still struggled to contain him, especially when Woody was able to distribute the ball. Woody rarely collaborated with Bynum, but that was due to Bynum's reluctance towards him, not the other way around. Woody remained inclined to pass to him. The interior passing strategy, while simple, was perilous, yet if executed well, could effortlessly yield points and assists. Woody passed to Bynum, but Bynum failed to reciprocate, much to Woody's frustration. As I observed the widening score gap, Andrew Bynum remained composed, choosing to prioritize passing the ball to his teammates under equal circumstances. In this manner, during the latter half of the second quarter, he remarkably scored 10 points in a single period. Since the arrival of Pau Gasol and Andrew, Bynum had only averaged around 3 points per game. Thus, achieving such a score in one quarter felt exhilarating to him. However, following halftime, he once again undermined his own efforts, aggressively demanding the ball from Derek Fisher to isolate his opponent in the paint. Fisher, disregarding him entirely, passed the ball to Kobe Bryant instead. This infuriated Bynum, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he fell prey to Dwayne Wade's cunning, accumulating 5 fouls in less than 5 minutes. Frustrated, coach Phil Jackson promptly substituted Bynum, opting not to bring in Pekovic, but instead he introduced Sun Yu, allowing Andrew to assume the power forward position once more. Witnessing Andrew's return to the 4th spot, Wade regretted his earlier decision to bench Bynum. The game continued, and at the 6th minute, Andrew provided defensive support against Wade. This time, Wade refrained from taking the shot himself, passing to Sean Marion instead. As Marion prepared for a mid-range jump shot, Sun Yu successfully contested it, disrupting his attempt. Gasol, having effectively contained Udonis Haslem, secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Kobe, who pushed the ball forward, executing a swift maneuver to evade James Jones and completing a thunderous dunk in the unguarded paint. Wade once again charged into the lane, only to find Andrew closing in for support. Before Andrew could position himself effectively, Wade abruptly halted for a jump shot. Andrew accelerated to interfere, but Wade's shot ricocheted off the rim. Gasol, demonstrating his undeniable strength, reclaimed the rebound. Although often perceived as soft, his prowess was undeniable. He showcased his rebounding skills by securing 2 consecutive defensive boards, operating in the shadows of Kobe and Andrew this season, with Andrew taking away some of his scoring opportunities, leaving him averaging around 15 points. In the third quarter, a glimmer of hope for Wade quickly extinguished, effectively dashing the Heat's chances of victory. By the 6th minute of the 4th quarter, trailing by 18 points, Coach Spoelstra conceded defeat, opting to substitute Wade. As he exited the court, Wade cast an envious glance at Kobe, admiring the support he received from 2 exceptional teammates. Both Andrew and Gasol were all-star caliber players, and Wade mused that had he similar assistance, he too could secure a championship. The Lakers triumphed over the Heat, vanquishing their initial formidable opponent. The media erupted in astonishment as Wade achieved the highest individual score of the game with 37 points. Yet the Heat still fell short, rendering his efforts futile. Moreover, observers noted the Lakers' interior strength had significantly improved. Initially, many believed that the Lakers' five-man frontcourt was somewhat thin, particularly with Brad Miller sidelined due to injury, raising concerns that their depth would diminish further with any additional absences. However, contrary to expectations, the Lakers had transformed Andrew into a formidable presence in the paint. Amidst the turmoil, the Lakers set forth towards Orlando to face the Magic. As the second formidable obstacle, the Magic's roster is significantly stronger than that of the Heat. At least it does not rely solely on Howard's individual efforts. The $100 million man, Lewis, is a commendable scorer. During his time as Ray Allen's second-in-command with the Supersonics, he showcased his prowess. He is among the emerging power forwards capable of shooting from beyond the arc, and upon signing with the Magic, his reputation even eclipsed that of Nowitzki for a time. Hedo Turkoglu is also a capable scorer. Last season, his scoring ability peaked, averaging 19.5 points per game and earning the title of Most Improved Player. This scoring average was sufficient to secure him a spot in the All-Star game. However, last season marked a decline in his performance, yet he still manages to contribute approximately 15 points per game. Jameer Nelson is a versatile point guard, quick, accurate in shooting, and diligent in defense, adept at stealing the ball. His only shortcomings are his height of merely 6 feet tall and his less than stellar passing ability, which makes him vulnerable against larger guards and defensive specialists. This formidable Magic team ranked third in the Eastern Conference last year with 52 wins, and they could certainly advance to the playoffs in the West as well. This season, the Magic appears to be considerably stronger than last year, and once the regular season concludes, they may surpass their previous win total. Chapter 144. The beastly Magic overwhelmed the Little Shark, page 11 before the game commenced. The star player Howard engaged in lighthearted antics, amusing the fans with his playful demeanor. It is precisely this character that has endeared him to Orlando. Seizing the moment after McGrady's departure, he swiftly ascended to become the franchise's leading star. Woody was at a loss for words. Recognizing Howard's behavior as that of an eternal child, one wonders where the humor of Americans lies, as even the slightest silly face can elicit laughter. Nonetheless, while Howard's antics may be silly, his prowess on the court is undeniably impressive, as he surprised the Lakers right from the start. As Bynum and Howard faced off for the jump ball, Howard effortlessly tapped the ball to Nelson. Nelson dribbled past the midcourt and encountered Fisher beyond the three-point line. Once again, Fisher faced misfortune as Nelson breezed past him. Nelson penetrated the paint, and just as Bynum made a move, Nelson lofted the ball high into the air. Bynum was momentarily baffled, unsure of Nelson's intentions, and instinctively chased after the ball, only to see a pair of large hands seize the basketball and emphatically slam it into the hoop. It was Howard, an alley-oop. The Magic fans erupted in ecstatic cheers for Howard. This was the spectacle they adored. Opening with an alley-oop ignited the Magic's morale. Bynum inbound to Fisher, who advanced the ball into the front court. Before reaching the three-point line, Nelson surged forward, extending his hand to deftly dislodge the basketball, seizing it and racing down the court to complete a layup. The expressions on the faces of the Lakers players darkened, having yet to score. They found themselves trailing by 4 points, a situation no one could bear. Kobe, in particular, demanded the ball from the backcourt, his temper having been quite irritable in recent games. Although the team emerged victorious, a sense of threat loomed over him, a threat emanating from Woody. The trade that brought Woody to the Lakers was orchestrated by him, much like the decision to select Sun Yu during last year's draft, which was a culmination of the management's and Kobe's insights. Initially, he sought a supporting player, yet Woody's formidable performance positioned him as a potential cornerstone of the team. In a few years, Kobe might welcome the idea of finding a successor, but for now, he still possesses the vigor to compete. The question arises, who would control the ball if a future superstar joins? This very sense of urgency reignited Kobe's stubborn spirit. Kobe was being defended by Courtney Lee. A few years into his rookie status, although he had attained a starting position, his touches were limited, averaging only 5 or 6 attempts per game. Yet, with those few opportunities, Courtney Lee managed to score over 7 points on average. His potential is quite promising, and his defensive skills are commendable. Reminiscent of Wu Di's prowess last year, Wu Di, initially underutilized with the Rockets, has now begun to shine. The Magic's management holds a favorable view of Courtney Lee's future, thus positioning him as a starter once he acclimated to the NBA. Courtney Lee's defensive capabilities are notable, allowing him to guard most stars effectively. However, today he faced Kobe, who did not hesitate against Lee. With a swift change of direction, he easily shook him off. Kobe bypassed Courtney Lee without waiting for help, halting just outside the paint to make a mid-range jumper with precision. Howard received the ball from Nelson, who passed it to him once he settled into position. Leaning against Bynum, Howard spun and charged past him without dribbling, taking 3 steps to leap and execute a thunderous dunk. Observing Howard's agility akin to that of a guard, Wu Di could not help but marvel. It was indeed remarkable for a center to possess such speed. It appeared that Howard was in exceptional form today, and Bynum might be in for a challenging time. Howard is hailed as the premier center in the league. Even Yao Ming pales in comparison, and Shaquille O'Neal now finds himself overshadowed. With Bynum also claiming the title of the best center in the West, the clash between these two titans promised an exhilarating showdown. However, it seemed Bynum was utterly caught off guard, as he typically excels in interior defense. Yet he found himself repeatedly outmaneuvered by Howard. Unwilling to be outmatched, Bynum positioned himself near the paint to block Howard and reached out for the ball. Fisher furrowed his brow, reluctant to pass to Bynum, but Bynum had established his position, making it too obvious to withhold the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Bynum began to back down Howard. Nicknamed Little Shark, Bynum's prowess in backing down opponents is well known. Howard, lacking in backing down and defensive capabilities, was pushed deeper into the paint by Bynum, who sought to assert his dominance but found it challenging to do so. As Bynum entered the paint, he immediately thrust back with force, pushing Howard aside before pivoting to execute a hook shot. Howard, witnessing Bynum's score, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This towering figure relished scoring over others but resented being scored upon himself, a sentiment not unique to Howard. Any player is inclined to dislike conceding points, though the intensity of this emotion may vary. Having joined the NBA straight out of high school, Howard's temperament remained somewhat immature. Similarly, Bynum, also a high school graduate, exhibited this flaw. The two engaged in a subtle contest. Howard's ball handling was not particularly refined, yet his offensive prowess near the rim was commendable, allowing him to score effectively within his range. Thus, Howard confronted Bynum head-on. Conversely, Bynum excelled in backing down his opponents, using his body effectively against Howard. Their dynamic resembled that of close allies, one attacking while the other defended harmoniously. As Bynum enjoyed a smooth hook shot, poised to conclude his offensive play, Howard, undeterred, maintained his position and leaped with remarkable agility, his powerful jump enabling him to surpass Bynum's height in an instant. With a swift motion, he swatted the ball downwards, akin to a volleyball spike, sending it soaring into the front court. Nelson, attempting to pursue, barely had time to react as the ball ricocheted out of bounds. A testament to the force of Howard's block. Bynum, momentarily stunned by this rejection, felt his confidence wane, becoming hesitant in his offensive endeavors. Meanwhile, Howard, emboldened by his emphatic block, frequently sought to isolate Bynum one-on-one. Eventually, the coach, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, substituted Pekovic for Bynum. Observing Bynum's dejected demeanor, Woody couldn't help but shake his head. It was no wonder the league later prohibited high school players from entering the draft. Many who joined the NBA struggled with their mental fortitude. Players like Howard and Bynum exhibited childish temperaments, while others, such as Garnett, displayed similar volatility. Only LeBron seemed to possess a comparatively amiable disposition, with many others exhibiting various quirks, Kobe being a quintessential example. With Bynum off the court, the Lakers' offense returned to Kobe's control. Against Courtney Lee, Kobe enjoyed a significant advantage. However, his shooting touch was not particularly sharp that day, which explained the earlier matchup between Bynum and Howard. Once Kobe secured possession, he directed the ball towards the interior, this time to Gasol. Since joining the Lakers, Gasol's presence had diminished compared to his time with the Grizzlies. Last season, he shared the paint with Bynum and Odom, but with Odom's departure this season and Woody's arrival, Gasol continued to remain somewhat overshadowed. Without possession, Gasol has become significantly less effective, his scoring markedly diminished. However, there is little that can be done given that the Lakers boast two dominant players, one a star and the other a rising talent, both of whom overshadow Gasol. Yet today, with Kobe struggling to find his rhythm, he directed the ball towards the paint, thus granting Gasol an opportunity. Guarding Gasol was Lewis, whose softness was rivaled only by Gasol's own. After a couple of post moves, Gasol effortlessly pushed Lewis aside and turned to score with ease. Meanwhile, Howard found himself in a predicament. Although Peacock lacked height, he compensated with considerable strength and was capable of defending front-on. In order to score against Peacock, Howard needed to maneuver around him. Otherwise, he would merely follow Peacock's lead in shooting. But can Howard shoot effectively? It seems he truly cannot. Consequently, he faced a misfortune, missing 2 consecutive shots against Peacock, following in Bynum's footsteps. On the other hand, Gasol relished his matchup against Lewis, successfully backing him down once more. Feeling his shooting touch returning, Gasol played with conviction. With Howard unable to score, the Magic needed to alter their offensive strategy, pulling Lewis out to set a screen for Nelson. Their pick and roll was notoriously difficult to defend. A mismatch could spell disaster. Nelson, at only 183 centimeters, could penetrate the paint against taller players, even those known for their perimeter defense. Lewis, standing over 2 meters tall, could shoot over any point guard, particularly excelling in three-point shooting, which he was renowned for. The Lakers found themselves at a loss against the Magic's pick and roll. Should they substitute in a taller point guard? That would render Lewis's screens unnecessary, allowing Nelson to bypass him effortlessly. Phil Jackson called a timeout, feeling a twinge of frustration. If the Magic continued their pick and roll, the outcome of the game was uncertain. Given the critical moment, Jackson dared not be complacent. After some contemplation, he instructed that when they returned to the court, Paul Gasol would switch onto Peacock, with Peacock assigned to help defend Nelson, cautioning against impulsive actions, only to interfere when Nelson attempted to shoot or drive. Peacock nodded in understanding. Kobe and Wu, he instructed, must remain vigilant in their support defense. Should Nelson pass to Lewis, whichever of you is closest must contest him, ensuring Lewis does not get an easy shot. Kobe and Woody acknowledged his directives. When the game resumed, the Magic surprisingly made an adjustment, with Howard coming to guard Gasol and leaving Peacock to contend with Lewis. This effectively swapped Gasol and Peacock's positions, with Gasol now playing center. However, this posed little challenge. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol continued his successful post play. If Howard struggled to defend Bynum's post moves, how could he possibly contend with Gasol's? Howard had assumed that Gasol and Bynum were comparable opponents, having faced Gasol in the same position for nearly 2 years, making it understandable that he could not fully recall Gasol's capabilities. Upon making contact, he quickly discerned that Gasol's post play was significantly superior to Bynum's, placing him on par with Yao Ming. Howard, reluctant to engage Yao in a matchup, found the latter's shooting nearly impossible to contest, as his footwork was simply too formidable for Howard to keep pace. Now, with Gasol suddenly exhibiting a similar level of dominance, a sense of frustration welled up within Howard. He yearned to master the traditional center's techniques, yet found himself unable to grasp them. Gasol effortlessly scored, prompting the Magic to inbound the ball. Nelson and Lewis executed another pick and roll, with Nelson penetrating the paint, prompting Peacock to rush in for support. Following Zen Master's strategy, he did not hastily reach out, but rather positioned his body to obstruct Nelson. After a couple of steps, without finding an opening, Nelson swiftly passed to Lewis. Just as Lewis received the ball, Wu Di sprinted in from the side, halting a short distance away. Should Lewis attempt a shot, Wu Di would be there to contest it. Confident in his shooting ability, Lewis saw Wu Di momentarily pause and immediately leaped for a jump shot. In an instant, Wu Di lunged forward, blocking Lewis's vision with his hand. Startled, Lewis's hand trembled, causing the ball to veer off course. Gasol maintained his position against Howard, while Peacock secured the rebound and passed it to Wu Di, who swiftly dashed down the court, scoring with a dunk before Turkoglu could arrive. In the next play, Nelson and Lewis attempted another pick and roll, but this time Turkoglu managed to draw Wu Di far away. However, as Lewis received the ball, Kobe rushed in. Lewis glanced at Kobe, hoping he would halt so that he could shoot. He had only managed to score 2 points and felt as though he had been sidelined for nearly an entire quarter. Just then, Lewis sensed a sudden lightness in his hand. The basketball had vanished. Fisher had intercepted the ball and immediately initiated a fast break, passing to Kobe as he crossed the midcourt line. Kobe caught the ball, took 1 step into the free throw line, and soared for a powerful dunk. The Magic found themselves struggling to score, unable to execute isolation plays or pick and rolls effectively. In contrast, the Lakers thrived as Gasol's shooting prowess flourished. successfully exploiting Howard in isolation twice to reclaim the lead. In the second quarter, the Zen Master opted to keep Wu Di on the bench. It would be remiss not to capitalize on Gasol's extraordinary form. Gasol showcased a dominating performance, consistently dismantling the Magic's interior defense, while also posing challenges for Howard on the defensive end. With Wu Di entering the game during the latter half of the second quarter, the Lakers steadily widened their lead, ultimately leading by 10 points at halftime. As the second half commenced, Kobe finally found his rhythm, scoring 12 points through a blend of drives and jump shots, extending the lead to 20 points. By the 7th minute of the fourth quarter, the Magic trailed by 15 points and were compelled to concede. The Lakers triumphed over the Magic and chose not to depart that night, instead opting to fly to Memphis the following morning. That evening, Howard extended an invitation to players from both teams who enjoy the nightlife to join him, and Wu Di eagerly accepted, reveling in the vibrant atmosphere offered by the Orlando nightlife. The reading website is not relevant. Chapter 146, Irresistible Force. The Lakers triumphed effortlessly over the Magic, leaving many astonished. They had not anticipated that 2 of the 5 formidable obstacles they predicted would be swiftly dispatched by the Lakers. These hurdles transformed into mere paper tigers, much to the amusement of Lakers fans, who reveled in their team's success. The Lakers' winning streak appears poised to continue. On the 23rd, the Lakers faced the Grizzlies, a team that had previously been home to Pau Gasol and had recently signed his brother, Marc Gasol. The Grizzlies have not performed well this year and seem to be on a trajectory towards mediocrity. Rudy Gay and O.J. Mayo are leading the Grizzlies straight towards next year's lottery. Marc Gasol, having proven himself during the Olympics, was granted a relatively substantial contract by the Grizzlies, with an annual salary exceeding $3 million, nearly triple that of Rudy. This reflects the team's confidence in him. Upon joining the Grizzlies, Marc quickly solidified his position as an indispensable pillar in the paint, despite still appearing somewhat inexperienced during his matchup against his brother, Pau. With Kobe and Rudy effectively neutralizing Gay and Mayo, the Grizzlies predictably lost the game. On the 24th, the Lakers traveled to New Orleans for the Christmas Showdown, a game broadcast nationwide. This year, the Lakers' most formidable opponent is arguably the Rockets, as they were the ones who eliminated the Lakers last season. Early in the season, a trade occurred between the two teams involving stars Lamar Odom and Rudy. Had the schedule featured a game between the Lakers and the Rockets, the ratings would have surely soared. However, at the time of scheduling, Rudy had yet to showcase his talents, leaving the league unaware of his imminent rise to prominence. The decision to arrange a matchup against the Hornets was due to the Rockets' unappealing performances. Thus, the Christmas Showdown featured the Lakers and Hornets, who had faced off the previous month, with the Hornets suffering defeat. This Christmas battle in New Orleans was also influenced by last year's hurricane, aimed at stimulating local commerce. The league has exhibited considerable dedication to New Orleans, seeking to revitalize the local market to retain the fan base. The Hornets are not a weak team. Had they been a lesser opponent, the league might not have invested as much effort. However, the Hornets are formidable, boasting the last of the traditional point guards, Chris Paul. Traditional point guards are becoming increasingly rare, as the focus has shifted towards scoring, often neglecting their primary role of orchestrating the offense. This trend is something the league wishes to avoid. If point guards solely focus on scoring, what purpose do shooting guards serve? Therefore, in order to support Paul, the league is determined to rejuvenate the basketball market in New Orleans, unless Paul departs the Hornets or the team relocates from New Orleans. Originally, the Christmas Showdown was anticipated to be a fiercely contested battle. However, while the promotion was lively, the actual event fell short of expectations. After struggling in the initial 2 games, Bynum finally rose to the occasion, disrupting the Hornets' interior defense. Subsequently, the Hornets were unable to catch up in the score. Paul had an off day, his breakthroughs lacking their usual sharpness, and surprisingly, he was effectively defended by Fisher. It's worth noting that in the past, Paul found it quite simple to breach Fisher-esque defenses. Given Fisher's aging physique, he seemed an unlikely match for Paul. With Paul's subpar performance, the Hornets stood little chance of overcoming the Lakers. The trio of David West, Peja, and Butler was no match for Gasol, Odom, and Kobe, existing on entirely different tiers of competition. Had it not been for James Posey sinking a few three-pointers in the second quarter, the Hornets might have capitulated by the third. The one-sided nature of the game dulled the interest of many, with spectators now fixated on how many consecutive wins the Lakers could amass, pondering if they could surpass the record of 33 victories. After their encounter with the Hornets, the Lakers eagerly returned to Los Angeles, with everyone from the management to the coaches, and from the coaches to the players, impatiently anticipating the Christmas festivities. Christmas is traditionally a time for family reunions. However, it is unfortunate that Woody does not celebrate Christmas, as he only observes the spring festival. Nevertheless, he has a date on Christmas, as Megan Fox wishes to spend time with him. After a day of revelry with Megan, Woody once again dedicated himself to training, preparing for the upcoming clash with the Celtics. Since winning the championship last year, the Celtics roster has remained largely unchanged, losing only Posey, while the aging Castle has retired. The core trio, however, has noticeably declined in performance compared to last year. This decline may be attributed to the fulfillment of their aspirations, having won the championship. Their fervor has diminished. Although they still desire another title this year, there exists a sense of indifference, as if the stakes are no longer as critical. With such a mindset, how can one expect to perform well? Recently, Garnett sustained an injury and will miss the game against the Lakers. The absence of one-third of their star trio renders the Celtics incapable of posing a threat to the Lakers, disappointing many who had predicted a different outcome prior to Garnett's injury. Such a twist of fate seems almost too coincidental. The Lakers easily dispatched the Celtics and continued their home stand against the Warriors. While the Warriors boast players of notable skill, such as Steven Jackson, Crawford, Monta Ellis, and Corey Maggette, they lack superstars. This season, however, fortune has not favored the Warriors, as their key players have fallen one after another. Monta Ellis was injured last month and may be out for the season, and now Crawford has also succumbed to injury, leaving the Warriors severely depleted. Even in full strength, the Warriors might not have matched the Lakers, let alone in their current state of injury. With a victory over the Warriors, the Lakers concluded their December games undefeated, proudly standing at the pinnacle of the regular season, exuding an air of invincibility. On the first day of the month, the league officially announced the best players from both the Eastern and Western conferences. The Eastern Conference accolade was awarded to Dwayne Wade, who averaged an impressive 29, 2 points, 5, 3 rebounds, and 6, 3 assists per game. Meanwhile, the Western Conference's top player was Kobe Bryant, boasting an average of 28, 5 points, 6, 2 rebounds, and 6, 7 assists. The Lakers had secured the monthly best player title for the first 2 months, yet no one dared to contest this achievement. For the Lakers have substantiated their prowess through their formidable record. On January 3rd, the Lakers were set to face the Jazz at home, encountering their final obstacle. This match was once again broadcasted nationwide, as every Lakers game now enjoys such coverage, given the public's keen interest in witnessing how far the Lakers can progress. The Lakers were riding a remarkable 30-game winning streak, tantalizingly close to the historical record with only 3 victories standing in their way. Every team in the league was gearing up, eager to put an end to the Lakers' reign, for vanquishing the Lakers would bring immense acclaim, while allowing the Lakers to continue their streak would undoubtedly render the opposing team a mere stepping stone, immortalized on the annals of disgrace. Chapter 147. The Jazz seek vengeance. As a team burdened with high expectations, the Jazz were imbued with a fierce determination. Their aim was not merely to defeat the Lakers, but to avenge their playoff defeat from the previous season. Last season, the Jazz had fallen to the Rockets, which, while disappointing, seemed a trivial matter in the grand scheme of competition, where victories and defeats are commonplace. However, what gnawed at the Jazz was the moniker bestowed upon them, the Jazz Killer, attributed to Dwayne Wade. Now, whenever the Jazz were mentioned, Wade's name was inevitably invoked, an affront they could scarcely endure. They could accept defeat, but not the notion of being outmatched by another. Each player was as human as the next. Yet the fact that their entire team could not best one individual was a blatant insult. Just days prior, the Jazz had suffered a loss to the Rockets, leaving them in a state of discontent that lingered into this day. In the lead-up to the game, a media outlet had resurrected the Jazz Killer moniker, igniting fury within the team. They could not retaliate against the media, but they could certainly seek retribution against Wade. Revenge. It was a fervent call for vengeance. The Jazz appeared transformed into an avenging alliance, their gazes directed at Wade ablaze with indignation. Wade, taken aback by their intensity, pondered what he had done to provoke such animosity. His encounters at nightclubs typically involved single women. He had never targeted any of their girlfriends. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting a resolve to be more discerning in his future pursuits. As the game commenced, Wade felt an unease settle within him. Unexpectedly, His opponent, Ronnie Brewer, approached him before the jump ball, delivering a menacing remark. "Today, we will ensure you enjoy yourself." Wade, flustered, inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do? I haven't wronged you in any way, have I?" Brewer scoffed. "You need not have done anything. Aren't you the Jazz killer? Today, let us witness the extent of your prowess." That was merely the fan's sentiment. "I never claimed such a title," Wade replied, feeling the weight of the situation. Woody innocently remarked, "I'm not the type to gossip. Why are you targeting me? Haven't you seen the Los Angeles Times? There are your fans proclaiming that with you, the Jazz's nemesis, victory is guaranteed today." Brewer scoffed. Upon hearing this, Woody nearly burst into laughter, thinking he had inadvertently caused someone embarrassment. And all of this commotion stemmed from one fan's comment in the newspaper. "What more did you expect?" Brewer glared at Woody. The fans chimed in. "With me here, the Lakers are destined to win." Woody raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Given your lack of confidence, losing would be quite the challenge." Brewer was about to respond, but Woody had already dashed away. With Bynum successfully winning the jump ball, the Lakers launched their offense. Woody shook off Brewer and surged into the paint, cutting to the corner behind Bynum, just outside the three-point line. Fisher spotted Woody in an open position and promptly delivered the ball. Woody caught it and shot. It was too late for Oker to provide any defense. The three-pointer swished through the net, putting the Lakers in the lead. The fans erupted in cheers at Woody's shot, with some unfurling banners boldly declaring Jazz's nemesis. The sight of the banner darkened the faces of the Jazz players. Darren brought the ball up the court, executing a pick and roll with Boozer. After penetrating the paint, he passed back to Boozer, who scored. Following his shot, Boozer directed an angry roar towards the banner. Lakers fans immediately responded with a cacophony of boos. The commentators were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Zhang Li, the coach, stated on CCTV that the roots of this scene could be traced back 2 days prior, when a Lakers fan editor published a report in the Los Angeles Times asserting that the Lakers would undoubtedly defeat the Jazz, thanks to Woody, their nemesis. Anyone who followed last year's playoffs between the Rockets and Jazz would know that Woody had nearly single-handedly stifled the entire Jazz team with his defense. Fans had dubbed him the Jazz's nemesis, a title of considerable prestige among his many nicknames. Other well-known titles like King of Isolation, the Tank, Chinese Flying Man, and Chinese Little Emperor paled in comparison to this one. It is worth noting that even Jordan had never managed to fully neutralize an entire team. As the Lakers continued their offense, Fisher passed the ball to Kobe. Today, Kobe's mood was far from pleasant, ever since he realized the threat Woody posed. He had been in a sour state. Initially, things seemed fine, but upon seeing the fans brandishing Woody's banner, his mood soured instantly. He resolved to channel his anguish into strength and began to aggressively attack Kirilenko. This season, the Jazz's starting player was C.J. Miles, a second-round pick from 2005. While Miles had developed over the past 2 seasons, he still fell short when compared to a superstar like Kobe. Thus, the Jazz positioned Kirilenko in the starting lineup to contain Kobe. Although the Jazz proclaimed a desire for vengeance, they did not assign Kirilenko the task of defending him. Last season, the Jazz had already demonstrated that Woody was not easily subdued. If Woody truly sought to attack, even the best defender Kirilenko would struggle against him. For Woody relied heavily on his physicality, which proved advantageous in the paint. How could Kirilenko possibly compete with him? However, Kirilenko had no trouble defending against Kobe, and restraining Kobe was one of the essential conditions for overcoming the Lakers. When Kobe attempted to isolate against Kirilenko, the latter, akin to an octopus, confined Kobe beyond the three-point line. As the shot clock dwindled, Kobe was forced into a fading jump shot, resulting in an air ball that was promptly recovered by Boozer. Boozer immediately passed the ball to Darren, who initiated a fast break. Woody swiftly retreated, arriving back at the basket ahead of Darren. With a quick flick of his eyes, Darren halted his advance and, seizing the moment before defenders could close in, executed a sudden jump shot. Woody charged forward to disrupt Darren's shot, yet Darren remained unfazed and successfully scored. Woody shook his head, signaling to others not to return, as he directly passed the ball to Fisher. Fisher dribbled into the front court, orchestrating the offense. Kobe hesitated to demand the ball, leading Fisher to pass to Gasol. Gasol forcefully attacked Boozer, pivoted, and made the shot. The Jazz quickly inbound the ball, leveraging Boozer's speed to launch a fast break. Brewer desperately shook off Woody, received Darren's pass, and scored. The Jazz commenced the game with remarkable fluidity, in stark contrast to the Lakers' disjointed offense. Kobe's sporadic isolation plays plunged the Lakers into a scoring drought. Had it not been for Fisher's 2 three-pointers, the Lakers might have trailed the Jazz by as much as 15 points in the first quarter, thanks to those 2 shots. The Lakers managed to keep the deficit within single digits. As the second quarter began, the Zen Master benched Kobe, allowing Wu Di to lead the team onto the court. Wu Di, accompanied by Pekovic, Sun Yu, Vujasic, and Farmar, assumed the small forward position once more. Boozer's height was not significantly superior to Wu Di's, which is why the Zen Master permitted Wu Di to play the power forward position. The second quarter began with the Jazz in possession. Darren and Boozer executed a pick and roll. Wu Di positioned himself a step in front of Darren, poised to block him. Darren opted not to take the shot himself and passed it back to Boozer. Boozer's shot was contested by Farmar, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Pekovic boxed out Oker, while Wu Di turned and reclaimed the rebound. The Jazz quickly transitioned to defense, and Wu Di dribbled past half-court, with Boozer hastening to defend. The other Lakers spread out, and Pekovic set a screen to shield Wu Di from Boozer. Wu Di barreled towards the basket, deftly maneuvering around Oker, and executed a thunderous dunk. As the Jazz initiated their play, Darren Williams passed the ball to Oker, who executed a singular maneuver against Pekovic, scoring effortlessly. The Lakers responded with a possession of their own. Farmar advanced the ball and handed it off to Wu Di. Wu Di and Sun Yu engaged in a coordinated movement at the perimeter, with Wu Di executing a handoff to Sun Yu, drawing the defensive attention of Boozer and Korver. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu launched a three-pointer from a wide-open position, successfully netting the shot. In the following Jazz possession, Korver adeptly evaded Sun Yu to find himself unmarked, receiving a pass from Darren. As Korver sprang for a jump shot, he was met by Wu Di, who charged in like a tank, creating an imposing presence. Although Korver possessed commendable physicality as a shooter, he paled in comparison to Wu Di. The mere sight of Wu Di's approach sent a shiver down Korver's spine. He could hardly fathom the potential repercussions of a collision, perhaps even a fracture. Yet, Wu Di refrained from colliding with Korver, instead extending his arm to disrupt the shot. Korver's three-point attempt missed the mark, and Oker secured the rebound. As Oker prepared to assertively challenge Pekovic beneath the basket, he was thwarted by Sun Yu, who had surged into the paint to swat the ball away. Pekovic seized a loose ball and tossed it to Farmar, who, eager to accelerate, found himself ensnared by Darren. Wu Di charged forward from the side, prompting Farmar to swiftly pass the ball in his direction. Myers attempted to impede Wu Di's progress, slowing him down, and as Wu Di approached the three-point line, Boozer joined the defensive effort. At that moment, Vujasic also entered the fray, resulting in a 2-on-2 scenario at the frontcourt. Vujasic darted toward the left side beyond the three-point arc, and Wu Di promptly delivered the ball to him, enabling Vujasic to sink a three-pointer with precision. The second quarter commenced with a stark contrast to the preceding period. The Lakers' offense flowed seamlessly, while the Jazz struggled significantly. Lakers fans fervently waved banners proclaiming the dominance over the Jazz, hoping to invoke a sense of power over their opponents. Nicknames, while sometimes reflective of one's abilities, can also be mere flights of fancy. Occasionally, a moniker resonates and instills fear, while at other times, it merely elicits laughter. Faced with Wu Di, the Lakers' nemesis, the Jazz suddenly found the contest increasingly challenging. This sensation was entirely absent in the first quarter. What had changed? Was it the elusive nemesis effect? This phenomenon, akin to the butterfly effect, suggests that a seemingly minor catalyst can precipitate a tempest. Thus, when a nemesis exerts their influence, their teammates may also trigger latent qualities associated with that nemesis. Indeed, Wu Di's role as the Jazz's adversary had materialized, igniting a spark within his teammates, who suddenly perceived the Jazz as less formidable. In an instant of inspiration, they transformed errors into opportunities for counterattacks. An exemplary illustration of this was Sun Yu's unexpected intervention against Oker, where a simple intention to secure a rebound led to an astonishing steal. What is the nature of this effect? In truth, it is the characteristic of Zhou Yu's fiery attack on the ships that has unknowingly activated. This particular trait of Zhou Yu is peculiar. Its timing is entirely random, and the system is unable to predict when it will be triggered. It quietly activates and just as quietly ceases. One might say that Wu Di's defensive attitude has inspired others. With diligent defense, unexpected plays can always emerge. Darren passed the ball to Corver, only for it to be intercepted by Vujasic mid-flight. Vujasic himself was unaware of how he appeared in that position. Yet he seized the ball and immediately initiated a fast break, assisting Wu Di for a dunk. Boozer attempted to take on Wu Di one-on-one, but Wu Di delivered a resounding block, sending the ball into the front court. Famer sprinted past Darren to retrieve the basketball and score with a dunk. While Pekovic was repositioning, he suddenly collided with Boozer, causing Oker to overshoot. Pekovic quickly retraced his steps, and with a pass from Wu Di, he executed a three-step layup to score. All 5 players on the court made contributions to the scoreboard, and within a mere 6 minutes, they reversed the deficit. Observing the intensity of the game, the Zen Master chose not to substitute any players, allowing Wu Di to continue leading the team. Wu Di was taken aback by the Zen Master's decision, pondering his intentions. However, he did not dwell on it. With an opportunity to play, he had no desire to sit on the bench. As for Wu Di's stamina, he was brimming with energy, capable of running the entire court without issue. The Jazz had already substituted Darren, Boozer, and Oker for Kirilenko and Brewer, tasking Kirilenko with defending Wu Di in hopes of curbing the Lakers' offensive surge. Wu Di signaled to Famer for the ball, and upon receiving it, he swiftly turned to establish position against Kirilenko, dribbling inward, intent on overpowering him. Wu Di's post moves had reached a commendable level, though he seldom employed them, primarily practicing with Sun Yu during training sessions. Sun Yu would work on defending post plays while Wu Di honed his own, their collaboration proving quite fruitful. Kirilenko braced himself against Wu Di, fueled by the indomitable spirit of his warrior lineage, unwilling to concede easily. Unfortunately, his strength paled in comparison to Wu Di's. With a couple of deft maneuvers, Wu Di brushed him aside and leaped for an emphatic dunk. On the offensive front, the Jazz struggled to find their rhythm. Kirilenko was contained by Wu Di, Brewer was stifled by Sun Yu, and Miles expended considerable energy trying to shake off Vujasic. Both Wu Di and Sun Yu stood ready to provide help on the perimeter, while Pekovic and Wu Di posed a formidable threat in the paint. The Jazz found themselves expending tremendous effort to score, all while needing to tread carefully to avoid turnovers. Despite this, the Jazz still committed double-digit turnovers in the second quarter. Chapter 149, Kobe's Enlightenment 36-21. In the second quarter, the Lakers amassed an additional 15 points, thoroughly overwhelming the Jazz. By the third quarter, with the starters back in play, Wu Di was substituted for a rest after 2 consecutive quarters, allowing the Jazz's situation to improve slightly. From the composition of the teams, it appeared that the Jazz and Lakers were closely matched, almost evenly balanced. However, the variable of Kobe once again emerged. During the second quarter, Kobe sat on the bench and began to reflect upon himself. He admitted to his impulsiveness. Woody was acquired via trade, and the two shared a commendable relationship. Woody consistently regarded him as an elder brother, often bringing gifts for Kobe's children during his visits. Although Woody possessed a reasonable degree of ball authority upon reflection, it became evident that when both were on the court, Woody seldom sought the ball for himself. Instead, he diligently created opportunities, prompting his teammates to pass to him. Having played the game for numerous years, Kobe was acutely aware of what types of teammates were favored. One type was the selfless worker, willing to undertake the dirtiest and most challenging tasks. These individuals were predominantly blue-collar players, cherished by every team. The other type was the teammate who could enhance one's statistics. A simple pass could lead to an assist, and they would always look for opportunities to pass. Who wouldn't appreciate such teammates? Woody exemplified both categories. He was deemed a blue-collar player for his unwavering commitment to defense, regardless of the defensive assignments given to him, executing them even at the expense of immense physical exertion and concentration. As for the second category, Woody excelled at finding open spaces and shooting accurately, with most of his received passes converting into assists. Moreover, he was quick to pass to his teammates whenever they had a chance, even extending this courtesy to Bynum, who was not particularly favored within the team. Understanding these nuances diminished Kobe's animosity towards Woody. He no longer sensed hostility emanating from him. With this realization, Kobe could not help but glance towards the Zen Master. Time, after all, has no secrets. Although no one overheard the conversation between the Zen Master and Woody, Kobe discerned subtle hints from their interaction. He observed the Zen Master's intention to elevate Woody's status, though Woody appeared resistant. The Zen master had deliberately sought to increase Woody's shot attempts in the first and third quarters, repeatedly encouraging him to move without the ball. It was understood among players that if Woody created space, his teammates would naturally pass him the ball. Yet, Woody did not comply. He continued to serve as a defensive stalwart in the first and third quarters, allowing others to seize the offensive opportunities. However, what motivated the Zen master to act in this manner? Kobe found himself perplexed. He then contemplated the relationship between the Zen master and the Lakers management, recalling that the Zen master had long aspired to join the management but had been denied. Now, with the Lakers on a formidable winning streak, the clamor for the Zen master's inclusion in management was growing louder. Perhaps if the Lakers surpassed historical records with their winning streak, the Zen master might eventually be welcomed into the fold. With this line of thought, Kobe began to comprehend the Zen master's intentions. He aimed to sustain the winning streak. As this realization dawned upon him, Kobe felt he had grasped the Zen master's rationale. With the Lakers currently boasting a 30-game winning streak, only 4 more victories were needed to break the record. Would the Zen master's inclusion be beneficial for him? Kobe was uncertain about this issue, yet he firmly believed that a winning streak would undoubtedly benefit him. As the star player who established the record for consecutive victories, the advantages were immense. With such numerous benefits at stake, Kobe naturally desired for the Lakers to surpass the record. However, he was not content with the current state of affairs. He aspired to lead his team to break the record himself, rather than allowing others to fill the void and claim the achievement, a notion that did not sit well with his pride. Change. It was imperative to change. Kobe silently urged himself. He aimed to assist the team in setting a new record rather than hindering their progress. Upon entering the third quarter, Kobe abandoned his first quarter approach, opting instead to collaborate with his teammates. He continuously utilized Pau Gasol to set screens for him, and after penetrating the defense, he distributed the ball to Andrew Bynum and Derek Fisher. This strategy, combining pick and roll with the triangle offense, allowed Kobe's passing abilities to flourish. How formidable were Kobe's passing skills? No one truly knew, not even Kobe himself, as he had never contemplated conventional passing before. Yet now he suddenly began to pass, catching the Jazz off guard. The Jazz had devised a zone defense tailored to limit Kobe's scoring, but with Kobe opting not to shoot, this strategy faltered, transforming into a liability that the Lakers exploited with relentless attacks. Kobe's unexpected transformation delighted the fans, who realized that not only was Woody a defensive nemesis to the Jazz, but Kobe was also an offensive scourge. The fans eagerly displayed banners proclaiming the Jazz's nemesis, and they even added a sign in support of Kobe, collectively branding him as the Jazz's nemesis. Woody, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but cover his eyes, bemused by the fans' lack of decorum in so casually bestowing such a nickname. Kobe, on the court, felt a twinge of discomfort at being associated with someone else's moniker. Pondering the appropriateness of it all, during a defensive play, he even ran to the bench to embrace Woody, feigning sorrow, much to the amusement of Lakers fans who were surprised to see the usually serious Kobe displaying such playful antics. The Jazz sought to capitalize on this opportunity with a fast break, but Bynum, like a formidable wall, thwarted Boozer's layup attempt, sending the ball soaring away. As Kobe returned to the court, he fortuitously received the ball, momentarily taken aback by the coincidence. After a brief pause, he immediately initiated a fast break. But by the time he reached the three-point line, Deron Williams had already returned to defend. Williams positioned himself behind Fisher, who made a diagonal cut to the corner. Kobe promptly passed the ball to Fisher, who sank a three-pointer. The Lakers grew increasingly relaxed as the game progressed, while the Jazz became increasingly frustrated. In the fourth quarter, Woody entered the game alongside Kobe, unleashing an 80-point offensive surge that widened the gap to 20 points. The Jazz called a timeout, substituting all their starters in acknowledgement of their defeat. With the victory over the Jazz, the Lakers eliminated all obstacles in their path. The fans erupted into a frenzy, chanting with exuberance, as only one game remained, and just 2 victories stood between them and the coveted 33 wins. Some supporters began to shout the English word rabbit in celebration of the victory. Woody felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, relieved that the foreigners were not speaking Chinese. Otherwise, the entire crowd would be shouting too, which would have made for quite the spectacle. In Chapter 150, rematch against the Hornets, the 5 formidable challengers were vanquished by the Lakers, leaving all teams and even the media momentarily speechless. Looking ahead to the upcoming matches, The Lakers were set to face the Trailblazers on the 5th, the Hornets on the 7th, and the Warriors on the 8th. The Trailblazers were a struggling team, having recently succumbed to the Lakers, and the Warriors were also lacking in strength. With victories in these 3 matches, the Lakers would surpass the historical record, achieving an unprecedented 34 consecutive wins, all within the season. Media outlets biased in favor of the Lakers have begun to report fervently on their overwhelming prowess. The trio of stars, not merely a super team, but a formidable ensemble, comprised Kobe, Gasol, and Wu D, who formed a powerful combination capable of leading the charge. Both Kobe and Wu D took turns guiding the bench players, ensuring the Lakers maintained their offensive prowess throughout. Additionally, the role players were commendable: Bynum, Pekovic, Brad Miller. Sun Yu, Ariza, and Fisher, while not the primary leaders, could serve as crucial contributors to the rotation. It is noteworthy that Kobe's playing time exceeded 37 minutes. Wu D's reached 36 minutes, and Gasol played for over 30 minutes. The remaining time for positions 2, 3, and 4 totaled merely 40 minutes, necessitating a division among the 3 players. Thus, these positions did not require an abundance of players. As long as injuries were avoided, 3 individuals sufficed. Although the backup power forward Brad Miller was injured, Pekovic and Wu D seamlessly filled the gap, and once Miller recovered, the Lakers would be complete again. Amidst the jubilance, the Lakers faced the Trailblazers. Despite the Blazers being a struggling team, they still possessed a few talented players. Their star, Brandon Roy, is well known, while the 2006 rookie LaMarcus Aldridge had begun to emerge as a force in the paint. Greg Oden, who had missed last season, had yet to showcase much talent, appearing more like a blue-collar worker than a star player. It could be said that the Blazers had squandered a championship opportunity last season, failing to average even 10 points. Perhaps in this inaugural season, the Blazers were reluctant to rely heavily on Oden, placing their faith instead in the already established Aldridge. Nonetheless, Aldridge still required development. He had not yet ascended to the status of a superstar. When matched against the seasoned Gasol, he exhibited some vulnerabilities. Kobe continued his aggressive play from the previous game, attacking when possible and assisting teammates when not. Faced with such a formidable Kobe, the Trailblazers had no recourse. Roy was stifled by Wu D. Aldridge was contained by Gasol, and Oden struggled against Bynum's physicality. From the outset, the Trailblazers found themselves trailing, unable to reclaim the lead until the final whistle. The Lakers dominated with their sheer strength, extending their winning streak to a remarkable 32 games. The forthcoming match is pivotal, for the Hornets possess formidable strength. Although they recently succumbed to the Lakers, it does not imply that the Hornets are destined to falter again. Prior to the game, the Zen Master made a rare motivational address, emphasizing the significance of this contest, which I need not elaborate upon. A victory would enable us to equal a historical record. We have recently triumphed over the Hornets, yet we must not underestimate them this time. Kobe, maintain the approach you've exhibited in the preceding games, and keep a vigilant eye on Paul, providing constant support in defense. If we can restrict Paul's influence, we will have secured a substantial advantage. Woo! You must also invigorate yourself. Today's match surpasses the importance of the previous 32. A loss now would mean all efforts wasted. Kobe and Wu exchanged knowing glances and nodded in acknowledgement of the Zen Master's words. As the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged, featuring Bynum, Gasol, Wu, Kobe, and Fisher. The Hornets commenced with Chandler, David West, Peja, Butler, and Paul. Bynum and Chandler engaged in the tip-off, with Bynum seizing the basketball and passing it to Fisher. Fisher dribbled past half-court and entrusted the ball to Kobe. Butler rushed forward to defend, but Kobe executed a deft crossover, eluding Butler and promptly made a jump shot, sinking a three-pointer. As he retreated on defense, Kobe gestured to Wu, indicating his favorable shooting touch today. Wu raised an eyebrow, slightly distancing himself from Peja to position himself behind Fisher. Paul employed a couple of crossovers, leaving Fisher off balance, and capitalized on the opportunity to drive towards the basket. Wu swiftly moved to provide support, aware that if Gasol and Bynum attempted to assist against Paul, they might suffer the consequences. Wu obstructed Paul momentarily, deliberately not hindering his drive to the basket, but instead blocking the passing lane to Peja. Should Paul attempt to pass, Wu was confident in his ability to intercept. Paul attempted to shake off Wu, but to no avail. With Bynum and Gasol failing to guard the basket, Paul was compelled to shoot under Wu's looming presence. He shifted the ball to the opposite side and executed a floater. Wu made an effort to disrupt the shot, yet it was unsuccessful, and the basketball found its way into the hoop. Unperturbed, Wu immediately retrieved the ball, stepping out of bounds beneath the basket, and forcefully hurled it towards the front court. The Hornets players were momentarily taken aback, scrambling to return to defense, only to discover Kobe sprinting past the three-point line. Kobe had begun his advance as Paul initiated his layup, fully aware that regardless of whether Paul scored, he had an opportunity for a fast break. If Paul made the shot, Wu would swiftly execute the inbound pass. If he missed, Wu would likely secure the rebound over Paul. Indeed, Wu released the ball the instant Paul scored, launching it like a cannonball towards the basket. Kobe paused just long enough to catch the ball before leaping and emphatically slamming it into the rim. Yeah, Kobe roared with exuberance, returning to the backcourt and exchanging a celebratory bump with Wu. Looking sharp, brother. Kobe forcefully patted Woody's backside as a gesture of encouragement. In response, Woody lightly tapped Kobe's chest with his fist. The Hornets resumed play, and Paul once again faced Fisher. However, this time, Fisher seemed to have discovered the secret to defending against Paul, as he managed to stay close despite Paul's 3 attempts to evade him. With no options left, Paul reluctantly passed the ball to David West. The other 3 players found themselves without viable opportunities. Chandler was not an offensive player, while Peja and Butler were closely guarded by exceptional defenders, rendering their individual plays futile. Only David West had a chance against Gasol, as they both possessed similar offensive capabilities and renown, allowing for a competitive exchange. David West successfully scored against Gasol, and the Lakers launched their offense, with Kobe once again receiving the ball from Fisher. Butler approached to defend, and Kobe dribbled toward the corner, with Butler in pursuit. Suddenly, Woody dashed over, effortlessly blocking Butler. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe surged toward the paint. Peja quickly switched to defend, but Kobe deftly maneuvered and evaded him, charging into the lane. Chandler stepped up for help defense, prompting Kobe to swiftly pass the ball to Bynum, who caught it and leaped for a dunk, scoring effortlessly. In Chapter 151, equaling the record, David West shielded Paul from Fisher. As Paul finally broke free from Fisher and prepared to jump, he discovered Woody had already closed in for defense. Paul abruptly halted, searching for Peja's position, only to find Gasol had switched onto him. The Lakers' defense was impenetrable once Paul eluded Fisher. Either Woody or Kobe would inevitably be there to defend. As for any other open players, Bynum and Gasol were ready to cover, resulting in a seamless and rapid defensive transition. Realizing Peja had no chance, Paul charged again toward the paint. With no concerns behind him, Woody closely shadowed Paul, impeding his speed. Unable to accelerate, Paul opted to return the pass to David West. West attempted a shot over Fisher, who leaped desperately to disrupt it. The ball ricocheted off the rim and bounced toward the free throw line. Paul reached out to grab the ball, only to be outdone by a large hand that seized it first. Woody, Paul hesitated for a moment before shouting for a quick return to defense. Yet it was too late. As Kobe surged ahead, racing toward the front court, Paul desperately tried to impede Woody, but the height difference between them was nearly 20 centimeters, and with arm span included, it was almost 30. Woody tossed the basketball forward, and Kobe intercepted it, leaping directly into the air, spinning mid-flight to score behind his head into the basket. The Lakers fans erupted in cheers once more, as the Lakers' offense flowed seamlessly, providing a delightful spectacle for the audience. The Hornets called a timeout. If they did not make adjustments, they would surely lose the game. Upon returning from the break, the Hornets swiftly altered their strategy, initiating extensive movement, with everyone running and passing the ball. The Hornets starting lineup represents their strongest configuration, yet a notable disparity remains between them and the Lakers' first string. When comparing the players, Paul and Kobe exchange positions. Gasol and David West trade places, Fisher and Butler switch roles, while Bynum slightly surpasses Chandler, and Woody significantly outshines Peja. The disadvantages in lineup can only be compensated through tactical ingenuity. Once the Hornets commence their dynamic play, the entire court descends into chaos. The Lakers' defense struggles to keep pace, and the Hornets swiftly capitalize on the opportunity. David West suddenly finds himself unmarked and successfully sinks a shot. Following their score, the Hornets quickly retreat to defend, wary of another potential Kobe onslaught. Meanwhile, the Lakers leisurely stroll past half-court, exhibiting no urgency. As the game progresses into the second half, Fisher continues to pass to Kobe, Woody approaches to set a screen for Kobe, who deftly evades Butler. Paige steps up, and Kobe passes back to Woody, then penetrates the lane past Paige. Woody promptly delivers the ball, and Kobe prepares to ascend for a layup. Both David West and Chandler rush to intercept, but with a swift flick of his wrist, Kobe passes to Gasol, who scores with an open mid-range shot. The contest intensifies, showcasing both teams' formidable offensive prowess. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers hold a narrow 5-point lead at 35-30. Entering the second quarter, Kobe takes the floor first, while Woody takes a breather. The Hornets also rotate some players, with David West sitting out, although Paul remains in play. The two superstars, Paul and Kobe, begin to exhibit their individual leadership abilities. Paul's exceptional organizational skills are abundantly clear, and Woody, observing from the sidelines, feels greatly enlightened. Perhaps Zhuge Liang's strategic foresight is at play, as Woody often grasps Paul's passing intentions, and even the more perplexing plays become clear moments later. Many times, Woody feels compelled to applaud, yet he restrains himself, aware that Paul is now the adversary, and this is not the moment to bolster the enemy's morale. Both teams once again appear evenly matched. At the 6-minute mark, Coach Zen makes substitutions, rotating 5 players in and out: Pekovic, Woody, Sunyu, Vujasic, and Farmar. The Hornets follow suit, with Paul resting while David West re-enters to lead the bench unit. The current lineup features Hilton Armstrong, David West, James Posey, Devin Brown, and Antonio Daniels. As soon as Woody steps onto the court, he begins to back down David West, who is unable to withstand Woody's advances, consistently yielding ground and either watching Woody shoot or dunk. The Hornets struggle to find their offensive rhythm, as Pekovic and Woody excel at defending against perimeter penetrations. Hornets guards are compelled to be vigilant for the looming threat of the two, as any lapse could result in a formidable rejection. In terms of defensive capability, the Lakers' current lineup surpasses their starting unit, particularly when facing opponents lacking traditional centers. However, Pekovic and Woody's only vulnerability lies against skilled traditional centers with agile footwork and shooting prowess, as their height is a limiting factor. If this lineup were to defend against Yao Ming, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, facing the Hornets posed no significant challenge. Armstrong, standing at merely 213 centimeters, is only slightly taller than Pekovic, thus failing to create a critical weakness. As for the Hornets' perimeter shooting, it proved to be of little consequence. Sunyu, Vujasic, and Farmar were adept at guarding against shots, allowing for unimpeded drives. Once they penetrated, Pekovic and Woody were there to clean up. And even if a couple of baskets were made, it would not alter the overall outcome. The Hornets struggled mightily against the Lakers' defense, managing only 8 points in 7 minutes, which was merely half of what they had scored in the previous 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the Lakers amassed a staggering 21 points in those 7 minutes, bringing their total in the second quarter to 37, outscoring the Hornets by 13 points. Coupled with the 5-point lead from the first quarter, they held an 18-point advantage at halftime. Faced with such a substantial deficit, the Hornets were incapable of recovery. The third quarter further widened the gap by 6 points, increasing the disparity to 24. After 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Zen Master substituted out the 3 superstars, bringing in the bench players, except for Bynum. It was garbage time, a favorite for all the substitutes, especially for the seldom-used Luke Walton, Ariza, and Bobby Jackson. The final score was 124-112, with the Lakers triumphing over the Hornets. Lakers fans waved signs displaying the number 33, exuberantly chanting 10, 10, 10. This hinted that with one more victory, the Lakers would surpass a historical record. Meanwhile, the upcoming opponent, the Warriors, began to feel the pressure, as they too were on the brink of a historic moment. Victory would make them historical winners, while defeat would cast them as mere background players. After a night of rest, Woody remarkably refrained from any revelry and, the following morning, joined Sunyu to meet their teammates at the arena before boarding the bus to Golden State for their away game. The atmosphere among the Warriors was tense, each player on edge. How could they secure a win in such an environment? Fortunately for them, the Lakers appeared even more anxious. In light of the monumental record at stake, few on the Lakers could remain composed, including Kobe, who seemed slightly jittery. As the game commenced, both teams began frantically missing shots. In the first 5 minutes, Kobe, Woody, Gasol, and Bynum all failed to score, with even a usually unflappable Fisher missing his attempts. The Warriors fared no better, with Steven Jackson, Crawford, and Azubike all failing to convert, and Biedrins missing a dunk, resulting in a remarkable absence of points from either side. As the two teams continued to struggle without scoring, the fans grew increasingly anxious, wishing they could step in to help their teams make baskets. Warriors coach Don Nelson was equally distressed, leaping to his feet with every missed shot from his team. In contrast, the Zen master remained relatively calm, though he did summon his assistant coach for a brief discussion. The assistant coach quickly stood and shouted to the players on the court, "Attack the paint." Kobe and Wu Di exchanged glances, and Wu Di promptly set a screen for Kobe against Crawford, who was driving towards the basket. Steven Jackson rushed to provide help defense, but Kobe adeptly maneuvered towards the corner, pulling him away. Wu Di maneuvered past Crawford, racing towards the rebound. Kobe, glancing sideways, noticed Wu Di's position and with a subtle shake of his head, passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Wu Di leapt immediately. Biedrins approached, following suit in a bid to block Wu Di's shot. However, Wu Di elevated the ball high, and Biedrins' hand collided with Wu Di's arm. Unable to complete the dunk due to Biedrins' obstruction, Wu Di flicked his wrist and sent the ball soaring towards the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Biedrins, awarding Wu Di 2 free throws. Standing at the charity stripe, Wu Di rubbed his wrist to alleviate the pain inflicted by Biedrins. The referee passed him the ball, and Wu Di converted both free throws. The Warriors inbounded the ball, with Crawford shaking off Kobe to find an open shot, sinking a mid-range jumper. Both teams finally found their rhythm, gradually restoring their shooting touch. Kobe nailed a three-pointer, followed by Harrington with a mid-range basket. Bynum scored with a dunk, and Steven Jackson converted one of his 2 free throws. The back-and-forth exchange finally showcased NBA-level play, with the score steadily climbing. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers' formidable depth began to shine, with Kobe and Wu Di each leading their respective units. The Warriors, struggling against such talent, could only rely on their starting lineup to counter one of them. Yet, neither Kobe nor Wu Di was easily contained. Neglecting one would spell disaster. Typically, Kobe's fame would draw more defensive attention, as most teams would focus on him. However, Warriors coach Don Nelson, a strategist known for his innovative fast-paced style and unique player assessments, opted to focus on Wu Di, perceiving him as the greater threat. Nevertheless, the Warriors' choice proved misguided, or rather, any choice would have been flawed. As the second quarter began, Wu Di took the court to find himself besieged by defenders, limiting his shooting opportunities. Yet, having absorbed valuable passing techniques during the previous game under Paul's mentorship, Wu Di showcased his newfound skills, first assisting Sun Yu for a three-pointer and then facilitating Pete Kovic's mid-range score through a pass to Vujasic. While Wu Di himself may not have amassed many points, the Lakers' overall performance surged significantly. In the latter half of the second quarter, upon Kobe's entrance, he erupted with 3 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to double digits. By the third quarter, the Warriors found themselves trailing by 20 points. The notion of overcoming such a deficit against the Lakers was nothing short of delusional. The Lakers effortlessly handled the Warriors, returning to Los Angeles the following day. With 34 victories, the Lakers etched a new chapter in history, prompting fans to erupt in jubilant celebration once more. Compared to frenzy during Wu Di's quadruple-double, this celebration was even more fervent. Previously, the excitement was mostly among Chinese fans, while the Lakers supporters in Los Angeles had not engaged in extensive festivities. This time, the Lakers organization orchestrated a grand parade with tens of thousands in attendance, mobilizing police forces throughout Los Angeles to maintain order and prevent any unforeseen incidents. With such a massive gathering, the potential for unexpected occurrences was inevitable, hence the necessity for vigilance. However, the Lakers fans clearly celebrated prematurely. On the 10th, the Lakers faced off against the Pacers at home. Following the departure of Shaquille O'Neal, Jay Ford and Troy Murphy proved to be decent support, while the remaining players, including Daniels and Jarrett Jack, barely made an impact. The Pacers' record lingered on the brink of the playoffs. A dismal performance amidst a plethora of weaker teams in the Eastern Conference, demonstrating the extent of their decline. At the onset of the game, the Lakers had yet to find their rhythm, and the Pacers quickly succumbed to the jeers of the Lakers fans. After 3 consecutive missed shots, the Lakers unleashed a formidable 90-point offensive surge. The Pacers never managed to reclaim the lead, ultimately finishing the match trailing by 28 points. after dispatching the Pacers. The Lakers fans began to celebrate once more, as the team had achieved a remarkable 35 consecutive victories. Nevertheless, this celebration paled in comparison to the previous one, with only a few thousand fans spontaneously taking to the streets. On the 12th, the Lakers continued their home campaign, this time against the Heat. Dwayne Wade arrived in Los Angeles with a vengeful spirit, only to be met with another resounding defeat at the hands of the Lakers. In the 5th minute of the match, Pau Gasol suddenly suffered from a severe leg cramp, diagnosed by the team doctor as a serious muscle spasm, necessitating a trip to the hospital, rendering him unable to play. Wu Di once again stepped into the power forward position, while Sun Yu came off the bench to play the small forward role, with Wu Di anchoring the paint. Wade faced formidable defense whenever he attempted to drive to the basket, significantly curtailing his offensive prowess. It was not that Wade could no longer score, but rather that it had become increasingly precarious. Whether blocked or contested by Wu Di, the latter's defensive capabilities against perimeter players have garnered recognition throughout the NBA, with no outside shooter eager to confront his defense. The most affected has been Carmelo Anthony, who remains overshadowed by Wu Di's presence. With Wade's attacking force diminished, the Heat were left to rely on role players like Udonis Haslem, but the Lakers' supporting cast far surpassed that of the Heat. In the face of absolute superiority, all else is merely ephemeral. A staggering 36 consecutive victories, the Lakers set a new high, achieving an unprecedented start of 36 straight wins, a feat that is likely to remain unmatched in the future. On the 14th, the Lakers traveled to Houston to face the Rockets. Gasol was unable to participate due to his leg injury, which involved a significant muscle spasm that would require at least 10 days of recovery. Without Gasol, the Lakers faced an uphill battle against the Rockets, who boasted two towering interior players. Both Yao Ming and Lamar Odom possessed mid-range shooting capabilities, making it challenging for either Wu Di or Pekovic to defend effectively. Yao has been remarkably healthy this season, likely due to the minimal strain from the previous season and the Olympics. Against a healthy Yao Ming, any team must exercise caution, illustrating the profound impact of a superstar. As for the Rockets' other star, McGrady, his performance has significantly declined compared to last season, and his scoring has even fallen below that of Odom and Artest. The Rockets' so-called Big Four have begun to lose their luster, with McGrady, once a luminary, now the least deserving of the title. This has taken many by surprise. Although McGrady has seen a downturn, he still possesses considerable talent. The Zen master remains cautious and does not dare to neglect his defensive responsibilities, leading to the decision to start Sun Yu at small forward. The Lakers' starting lineup consists of Bynum, Wu Di, Sun Yu, Kobe, and Fisher, while the Rockets field Yao Ming, Odom, Artest, McGrady, and Alston. At the season's outset, the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets. However, the Lakers faced a severe shortage at the power forward position, forcing Wu Di to step in temporarily, rendering the outcome of this match uncertain. In terms of morale, the Rockets appear to have the upper hand, driven by a desire to avenge their previous defeat, embodying the spirit of the underdogs. Conversely, the Lakers, having secured 36 consecutive victories, exhibit a palpable fatigue, with their hunger for victory waning. Among the entire Lakers roster, only Wu Di seems to possess a fierce desire to win, as he requires numerous victories to elevate his status, making him eager for triumph in every game, even if it means achieving an unprecedented perfect season. However, the other Lakers players lack such a systematized drive and are indeed feeling the toll of their extensive winning streak. There have been numerous instances where individual performances have faltered, and without Wu Di's consistent contributions, the Lakers would likely have faced defeat long ago. Even the relentless Kobe has struggled to maintain his form over the last several games, leaving little hope for the other players. It is not just the athletes who are weary. Even the Lakers fan base seems fatigued from the celebrations. After the last game, only a couple of thousand fans participated in the festivities, marking a drop of over 90 from previous celebrations. With the referee's whistle signaling the start of the match, Bynum won the tip-off, granting possession to the Lakers. Fisher advanced the ball and handed it to Kobe, who was guarded by Artest. Wu Di moved to set a screen for Kobe, who deftly evaded Artest and penetrated the three-point line, executing a sudden jump shot just before Odom could reach him, scoring effortlessly. As the Rockets initiated play, Alston swiftly passed the ball to Odom after he managed to obstruct Wu Di. Odom, breaking down Wu Di, struggled to gain ground and, with no other option, halted his dribble, turning to face Wu Di directly. Wu Di feigned an attempt to disrupt, but Odom, without hesitation, leaped to shoot. Wu Di's height disadvantage became apparent, as his interference was insufficient, allowing Odom to score. Wu Di failed helpless, knowing that even his defensive prowess could not thwart Odom's shot. The role of a shorter interior player is to excel in perimeter shooting, drive towards the basket, and assist in outside defense, while taller players are primarily tasked with dominating the paint and safeguarding the rim. Certainly, there are exceptions. Some shorter interior players excel beneath the basket, with Charles Barkley being a prominent example. His robust physique, complemented by his substantial posterior, allowed him to effortlessly maneuver into the paint and displace his opponents. Conversely, some taller interior players prefer to linger outside and shoot, like Dirk Nowitzki, whose shooting range extends beyond the three-point line, boasting a commendable accuracy. Both shorter and taller interior players possess distinct advantages. The former are quick, thus accelerating the team's pace, while the latter benefit from their height, particularly those who can shoot, easily scoring over shorter defenders. Unfortunately for the Rockets, both of their tall interior players are proficient shooters. When Yao Ming and Lamar Odom face off against Wu Di, it results in a mismatch, requiring little preparation for them to shoot over Wu Di, as long as they avoid being blocked. Wu Di, known for his defensive prowess, finds himself unexpectedly becoming a liability for his team. He can accept being scored on by Yao, who towers over him by more than 20 centimeters, but being scored on by Odom, who is only 10 centimeters taller with a shorter wingspan, is perplexing. Wu Di finds it impossible to block Odom, even after several attempts, as Odom's shooting touch is exceptional today, consistently scoring over him. Meanwhile, Wu Di struggles with his own shooting, failing to capitalize on several strong attempts in the paint. The Lakers seek to push the pace, but the Rockets initiate full-court pressure to buy time for Yao's defensive recovery. The Lakers find themselves on the back foot, quickly drawn into a half-court game, where the Rockets hold the upper hand. Odom and Yao exploit their mismatches against Wu Di, facilitating their offensive execution with ease. Previously, Wu Di had heard that basketball is a game for the tall, yet he had not entirely accepted this notion. However, he realizes that height indeed offers significant advantages, as is evident now. If only he were to grow an additional 5 centimeters, he could easily defend against Odom. And with an increase of 10 to 15 centimeters, he could contend with Yao. Wu Di comes to understand that sometimes it is not a deficiency in defensive skill, but rather a matter of insufficient height. The Lakers are collectively struggling with their shooting. Several of their quicker players find themselves tightly marked. Artest is glued to Kobe. Odom is shadowing Wu Di, and McGrady is occupied with Sun Yu. As for Fisher, he lacks the speed of Alston, who rarely makes mistakes on defense. It is also challenging for the veteran to penetrate the paint. While his shooting is consistently reliable, opportunities are scarce, making it difficult to score high points. Before long, the first quarter concludes with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. The Zen master observes the lackluster spirit of his players and refrains from offering words of encouragement. Having already relinquished hope for this game, the 36-game winning streak is sufficient for him. If it ends, so be it. Yet Wu Di remains undeterred, still aspiring for victory. With only 17 wins to his name, he realizes it is insufficient. He yearns to swiftly accumulate 100 wins to elevate his status, akin to Taisher Ci. Height is immutable, yet one can enhance their wingspan. A mere upgrade of Taisher Ci should suffice to increase it, thereby providing a significant advantage in defense. Although an excessively long wingspan may adversely affect one's appearance, reminiscent of Liu Bei's knees that exceed his hands, Wu Di is undeterred. Defending against taller opponents has become exceedingly laborious. In the second quarter, Wu Di's shooting touch remains elusive, prompting him to abandon the idea of shooting altogether and instead to assault the paint, aiming to score as many dunks as possible. Kobe's shooting form is similarly lacking, and it appears that only Sun Yu and Vujasic possess any semblance of rhythm. However, relying solely on these two is insufficient for victory. The Lakers succumb to defeat. Tallying a score of 100-92, Wu Di managed a mere 10 points on 15 attempts, yielding an approximate shooting percentage of 30. Kobe shot 8 of 21, garnering 22 points, while the leading scorer for the Lakers was Sun Yu, who achieved 26 points on 16 attempts. Vujasic contributed 20 points on 12 attempts. while the remainder of the team collectively amassed only 14 points, showcasing the dire state of their shooting proficiency. The Lakers' winning streak came to an end, yet they still boast a record of 36 victories. The media commenced extensive coverage, not to mock the Lakers, but to emphasize that such a streak can only be evaluated in the aftermath of a loss. Chapter 154. Consecutive defeats the following day. The Lakers journeyed to San Antonio. Wu Di, having spent the night with an old flame, awoke to find the results of the third round of All-Star voting had been released. He ranked 5th, trailing only behind Howard, Kobe, Yao Ming, and LeBron James. Ever since achieving a quadruple-double against the Bulls, Wu Di has garnered recognition from fans across America. Initially, his vote count soared to the top position after the commencement of voting, largely bolstered by domestic fans circumventing barriers to cast their votes, resulting in somewhat inflated numbers. However, as time progressed, Wu Di's rank gradually diminished. After the first round, he fell to 6th and remained in that position following the second round. The Lakers' end to their winning streak, coupled with the media's fervent coverage and extensive online sharing, has significantly elevated Wu Di's profile, allowing him to surpass Garnett, who had previously occupied the 5th position. For Wu Di, securing a starting position is paramount. His rank is of little consequence. Being first does not translate into victories, rendering the pursuit somewhat meaningless. This year's All-Star voting is particularly intriguing, as 3 underperforming players have ascended to high rankings. One is Yi Jianlian, whose domestic supporters, while voting for Yao Ming and Wu Di, have inadvertently bolstered Yi's votes, bringing him close to surpassing Garnett. Another is Tracy McGrady, whose performance this season has been inadequate for All-Star selection. However, due to his connection with Yao Ming, he has garnered considerable support from domestic fans, resulting in an impressively high vote count, consistently placing him among the Western Conference starters. Lastly, there's Bruce Bowen, whose playing time this season has been inconsistent, often falling below 20 minutes. Yet his vote count occasionally surpasses that of McGrady, rendering him a surprising anomaly in the voting landscape. Relatively speaking, he places greater emphasis on today's match. A string of consecutive victories often precedes a series of defeats. The Lakers, having won 36 games in a row, must summon their utmost focus to avoid a losing streak. Unfortunately, they are up against the Spurs today, whose triumvirate of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker remains in their prime, making it a formidable challenge to secure a win. The Spurs, bolstered by this trio, consistently rank among the top in the regular season. Although Bowen's performance has significantly declined this year, the Spurs have made strategic reinforcements, signing Roger Mason during the summer to fill Bowen's void. While Mason may not possess Bowen's defensive prowess, his scoring ability far surpasses that of Bowen. The Spurs starting lineup includes Matt Bonner, Duncan, Michael Finley, Roger Mason, and Parker. From the outset, Duncan imparted a lesson to Wu Di, relentlessly undermining his defensive confidence with his footwork and shooting. Wu Di had previously held a strong belief in his interior defense, but after being outmatched by Yao Ming and Odom in the last game, Duncan's successive scores further eroded his confidence. On the offensive front, the Lakers struggled to find their rhythm, with even Sun Yu and Vujasic, who had performed well in the previous game, lacking their usual touch. As the game dragged into the third quarter, Zen master Phil Jackson repositioned Wu Di to the small forward role, allowing P. Kovic to guard Duncan. Upon returning to his new position, Wu Di exhibited renewed vigor, successfully penetrating Michael Finley's defense to score. On the defensive end, Finley was effectively contained and unable to score under Wu Di's guard. The Lakers began to close the gap, and with P. Kovic lacking mid-range shooting ability, Wu Di instructed Bynum to step outside, leaving P. Kovic near the basket. After bypassing Finley, Wu Di found himself facing Duncan, and when Duncan failed to step out, Wu Di opted for a pull-up jumper. However, the Lakers had dug themselves too deep a hole in the first half, and despite Wu Di's efforts over 2 quarters, they could not catch up. Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a defeat, marking their second consecutive loss. Following the game, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles. Upon arrival, Wu Di received a call from Rosie Huntington-Whiteley, who had finally returned to Los Angeles. After the conclusion of Victoria's Secret last month, Rosie had taken on numerous engagements, only now finding the time to return home. This time, Rosie was not alone. She brought along a fellow British compatriot, the renowned model Gilly Hazel, who had come to the United States for a vacation. Gilly is quite famous in the UK, having been ranked among the top 5 in the sexiest women list by Men's Health for 4 consecutive years. However, Wu Di was not very familiar with her, and Jilly's height, at only 168 centimeters, did not conform to the typical model stature. While this height is considered tall among ordinary people, it only reaches Wu Di's shoulder. Nevertheless, Jilly's visage and figure piqued Wu Di's interest. Her more delicate features aligned with Eastern aesthetic sensibilities compared to Rosie's. Even concealed beneath her clothing, Wu Di was certain that her form was the most exquisite he had ever encountered. Rosie Huntington arrived with Gigi Hadid to seek out Woody, and their intention was far from casual conversation. She was there to engage Woody in a more dubious endeavor. Gigi Hadid, herself no paragon of virtue, had not shied away from entanglements with Premier League stars during her time in England. The two women had crossed paths at an event in the UK, and their camaraderie blossomed into a shared penchant for adventure. As their discussion veered toward the prowess of men in the bedroom, Rosie inadvertently mentioned Woody, which piqued Gigi's interest. She too wished to experience the sensation that Rosie had described as being utterly euphoric. None of the three were paragons of virtue, and soon they dispersed into the hotel. As the door clicked shut behind them, Gigi approached Woody, her fingers tracing his chiseled chest. The solid musculature stirred her excitement, for she had an affinity for muscular men. Woody found himself entangled with two women that night, and Gigi's allure surpassed his expectations. She beamed with pride at Woody's admiration for her physique, boasting that many men considered her bosom the ninth wonder of the world. The following morning, Woody was set to train at the arena. Just as he was about to depart, Gigi informed him that she would be attending his game that evening. Should he perform well, a reward awaited him. Woody eagerly anticipated this incentive, his excitement palpable throughout the day. For a man, the finest stimulant is often a woman. In this heightened state, Woody's shooting skills flourished, landing over 160 out of 200 three-point attempts, and he could hardly contain his anticipation for the game. By 6 in the evening, fans began to filter into the arena. Rosie and Gigi, armed with tickets provided by Woody, settled into the second row directly behind the players' bench, affording them an intimate view of the game. Gigi had made a special effort to dress up, and as Woody emerged to acclimate to the court, she shot him an enticing glance. Woody's excitement surged as he imagined the sight of her radiant form. Turning his gaze toward the Magic's bench, a fierce determination ignited within him. He silently communicated with Howard. "My apologies, brother, but I must secure this victory." As the match commenced, Woody swiftly pressured Turkoglu, snatching the basketball from his grasp before launching into a fast break. Leaping toward the hoop, he executed a dramatic twist mid-air, only to face the rim once more before slamming the ball through the net. A 360-degree dunk, typically reserved for dunk contests, had graced the court, eliciting an uproar from the spectators. The audience reveled in the spectacle, feeling their ticket was justified by witnessing such a breathtaking display. Gigi's ecstatic screams reached Woody's ears, rekindling the fire within him. Standing beneath the hoop, he threw his head back and roared, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of exhilaration. His teammates looked at him in astonishment, for Wu Di was typically quite reserved. What had come over him today? Only Kobe regarded him with a peculiar expression, as Rosie Huntington and Gigi Hadid were seated just behind the players' bench. The moment Kobe entered the arena, he spotted Rosie, a woman he recognized. Thus, he understood that Wu Di's exuberance was linked to Rosie, albeit unbeknownst to him that she was but a mere accessory. The true focal point was Gigi Hadid beside her. "Such excitement? Do you have plans for the evening?" Kobe teased as he approached. Wu Di discreetly replied to Kobe that arrangements had already been made for the previous night. And indeed, there were two. Upon hearing this, Kobe gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming how wonderful youth could be. Wu Di rolled his eyes, declaring, "Old man, it's time for you to retire. Today, MVP belongs to me." "You can certainly try." Although Kobe jested, he had no intention of competing. With women watching from the sidelines, it was only fitting for the leader to give Wu Di the spotlight. Moreover, Wu Di was in exceptional form today. If he was a tee to play, who else would? Howard also scored with a dunk, and Fisher brought the ball up the court, immediately passing it to Wu Di. Upon receiving the ball, Wu Di took a decisive jumper, catching Turkoglu completely off guard. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, plunging into the net. "Beautiful!" Gigi Hadid exclaimed once more, her enthusiasm ignited by Wu Di's performance, leaving her in a state of utter exhilaration. As the Magic initiated their offense, Lewis landed a mid-range shot. Fisher once again passed the ball to Wu Di, who feigned a shot. However, This time, Turkoglu was prepared and leaped to block. Yet, Wu Di withdrew his hand, and, as Turkoglu descended, he took the shot and scored. Although Wu Di could have opted for a sidestep dribble and shot, he refrained for the sake of attributing the assist to Fischer. It was also due to Turkoglu's inadequate defensive skills. Had a more competent defender been present, Wu Di would not have dared to be so audacious. Within the first 2 minutes, Wu Di had already amassed 8 points. Even the Magic, despite their shortcomings, recognized Wu Di's remarkable form today. Coach Walker sought a player who could contain Wu Di, yet after a thorough search, he found no one capable of fulfilling that role. Turkoglu, the Magic's strongest player at the 3 spot, could not manage Wu Di, leaving everyone else even less equipped to do so. However, they could not simply stand by and watch Wu Di score at will. Walker glanced around the court, suddenly inspired, and signaled the referee to call a timeout for the next play. On the court, Nelson broke through the defense for a layup, only to be thwarted by Pekovic's emphatic block that sent the basketball soaring. Kobe seized the ball, and as Wu Di sprinted down the court, Kobe passed it to him just past the half-court line. Wu Di halted 2 steps beyond the arc and launched a trailing 3-pointer. Once again, the basketball swished through the net, prompting jubilant cheers from the Lakers fans. This was the kind of game they yearned to witness. It was only through individual brilliance that star players could captivate the audience. Geely Hazel waved her arms incessantly in her seat, vociferously shouting, resembling a fervent fan in a state of frenzy. The Magic called for a timeout under such circumstances, allowing Walker to recalibrate their strategy. The brief intermission of 20 seconds swiftly elapsed, and the players returned to the court once more. The Magic initiated their offense, with Nelson passing the ball to Lewis, who was set to take on Pekovic in a one-on-one duel. Pekovic's defensive prowess against shooting big men was not particularly robust, and Lewis succeeded in scoring. The Lakers countered with Fischer once again passing the ball to Wu Di. As soon as Wu Di received the ball, Lewis approached from the side, teaming up with Turkoglu to double-team him. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wu Di's eyes. Without waiting for Lewis to arrive, he commenced his drive past Turkoglu. Turkoglu attempted to block him, but Wu Di executed a swift spin and slipped past him, finding himself in front of Lewis, only to pivot once more and evade Lewis as well. Howard, observing Wu Di maneuvering past 2 defenders, rushed over to provide assistance. However, Wu Di was undeterred. He spun again, aiming to bypass Howard. Anticipating Wu Di's move, Howard had already focused his attention in that direction. Wu Di collided with Howard, realizing he could not proceed, and swiftly pulled the ball back, pivoting to the other side. This time, Howard failed to react in time and was bypassed by Wu Di. With the basket wide open, Wu Di leaped, intending to execute a powerful dunk. Yet, Howard reached out, striking Wu Di's wrist, causing the ball to jolt free. In midair, Wu Di sensed the ball slipping from his grasp, quickly looked up, and with a flourish of his left hand, he caught the ball, guiding it into the basket. The referee signaled that Wu Di's dunk was valid, with Howard committing a foul, thus granting an additional free throw. The Lakers fans erupted into a jubilant uproar, not merely for the 3-point play, but for Wu Di's remarkable dunk, an athletic feat akin to a solo alley-oop, a first of its kind on the court. It was predictable that this moment would undoubtedly claim the top spot in the day's highlights. Though Geely Hazel was not well-versed in basketball, her familiarity with soccer allowed her to appreciate the artistry in Wu Di's dribbling. The feat of maneuvering past 3 defenders was rare, even on a soccer field. And as Wu Di executed his dazzling moves, it reminded her of a title in football, prompting her to exclaim, "Wu, you are the dribbling magician." This exuberant declaration left those nearby bewildered. What on earth was a dribbling magician? Some soccer-savvy individuals looked on in astonishment, questioning her logic in correlating that moment with the title. Nonetheless, one could argue that the comparison held merit. The crowd joined in, enthusiastically chanting "dribbling magician." A comical scene unfolded, as the fans themselves were oblivious to the reason behind their cheer. Meanwhile, commentator Barkley erupted into laughter, bemused by the emergence of soccer star in the realm of basketball. He pondered whether Nash would seek out Wu for a friendly competition in dribbling techniques. Chapter 156, 32 points in a single quarter. Steve Nash, the star player for the Suns, had been a footballer prior to his illustrious basketball career. Thus, Barkley would make such a jest. His knowledge of soccer is rather limited, as he is primarily acquainted with American football. His awareness of the dribbling magician as a moniker for soccer stems from a nearby individual's recent mention of it. Nevertheless, his quick wit, perhaps honed through years of jesting, swiftly pivoted to Nash. The match continued, with Wu Di successfully executing a serve. The Magic initiated their offense. Nelson and Lewis executed a pick, with Nelson penetrating past Pekovic for a layup. Wu Di received the ball in the front court, while Lewis and Turkoglu continued to double-team him. Wu Di retreated 2 steps toward the sidelines, suddenly contemplating a drive from the free throw line. The double team from Lewis and Turkoglu was swiftly dismantled by Wu Di, aligning the 3 players along the same line, rendering a breakthrough impossible. Wu Di accelerated, eluding both Turkoglu and Lewis, veering from the free throw line towards the basket. Howard had no choice but to release him once more. Wu Di forcefully barreled into the paint, leaping high, twisting his body so that the ball circled around the backboard before slamming through the hoop. Oh, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wu Di was truly performing astoundingly, with the Magic seemingly at a loss for how to contain him. Howard forced a score over Bynum, and, as the Lakers resumed play, Wu Di received the ball from Fisher once more. Faced with a double team, he passed to Kobe, who was moving in for support. Wu Di then maneuvered between Turkoglu and Lewis, cutting into the unguarded lane. Kobe launched the ball over Howard's head, and after receiving it, Wu Di executed a 360-degree dunk midair. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as Wu Di's relentless scoring propelled the excitement to new heights, with the audience's roars creating waves that seemed to threaten the very roof of Staples Center. Wow, today Wu Di from China is in extraordinary form. Thus far, he has accounted for all of the Lakers' offensive efforts. The Magic's 5 players could do nothing but watch as he continuously charged into the paint for dunk after dunk. Barkley exaggeratedly swung his arms, as if he were the one performing the dunks. Hey, Kenny Smith, standing by, exposed his secrets. Charles, no matter how much you wave your arms, you could never achieve such dunks. You are merely a floor player. Barkley's expression darkened. Indeed, he was a floor player. The eternal agony of being a floor player lies in the inability to execute those visually spectacular dunks. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Coach Zhang Li commented on Wu Di's evident desire to attack, a rarity. Many of Wu Di's attempts lacked rationality. He was relying solely on his individual prowess rather than collaborating with his teammates. While such behavior might be expected from Kobe, it is unusual for Wu Di. From what I understand, Wu Di values teamwork, as evidenced by his performances in other games. His current irrational play can only be explained by one possibility. He is in remarkable form. Based on his current scoring trend, it is plausible that today we might witness Wu Di achieving a remarkable score, perhaps exceeding 30 or even 40 points. Is 30 or 40 points considered a high score? Many fans ponder this in their hearts. For a scoring virtuoso like Kobe, such figures are not particularly impressive, as they merely represent a slight elevation over their average of nearly 30 points per game. However, for a player like Wu Di, whose average is below 20 points, this score indeed holds significant merit. The Magic called for another timeout, realizing that even with 2 defenders, they could not contain Wu Di. Walker found himself in a quandary. The small forward position for the Magic is not weak, as Turkoglu could easily serve as a starting small forward on teams lacking superstars. Yet, attempting to restrict Wu Di with Turkoglu proved futile. Walker contemplated substitutions, but the team had exhausted their options. With no alternatives, they resorted to a zone defense, with Turkoglu closely shadowing Wu Di to prevent him from shooting 3-pointers, forcing him into the paint where Lewis and Howard collaborated to limit his options. If this strategy failed to restrain Wu Di, Walker would have little choice but to concede. Upon returning to the court, Wu Di noticed Turkoglu's close presence and immediately penetrated towards the basket. Once inside, Lewis and Howard swiftly converged, making it difficult for Wu Di to find a scoring opportunity, compelling him to pass the ball to Pekovic, who executed a dunk. Having fallen for this tactic once, Wu Di was unlikely to be deceived again. When the opportunity for offense arose once more, he deftly evaded Turkoglu, opting not to drive inside but rather to shoot from beyond the arc. Today, Wu Di's shooting touch was exceptional, remarkably so, not merely good. He consistently scored from the 3-point line, and by the 9th minute, the Magic found themselves trailing by 10 points. Ultimately, the Zen Master could no longer bear to watch and substituted Wu Di out. During those 9 minutes, Wu Di had been the sole architect of the Lakers scoring, aside from assisting Pekovic once. All points were attributed to him. Despite Wu Di's formidable offensive prowess, continuing along this trajectory could indeed jeopardize the Lakers' chances of victory. The Zen Master was uncertain whether Wu Di's performance would remain consistent. And if the other players struggled to find their rhythm, even if Wu Di scored 60 or 70 points, the Lakers might still fall short. Thus, he decided to rest Wu Di, allowing others to take the court and seek their own scoring touch. Basketball, after all, is a collective sport. No individual can triumph alone against 5 opponents. Not even the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, who once scored a staggering 100 points, was immune to challenges throughout his career. His nemesis was the Celtics, who, under Russell's leadership, achieved an unprecedented 8 consecutive championships, dominating the league and becoming a nightmare for Chamberlain. Similarly, Michael Jordan, who heralded 2 Bulls dynasties, also relied on the collective strength of his team. The Bulls were not without talent. Jordan needed the support of players like Pippen and Rodman. Particularly, Pippen, an all-star caliber player, played an instrumental role in the Bulls dynasty. At that time, Zen Master was the head coach of the Bulls and naturally understood that a championship could not be claimed by relying solely on one individual. Thus, he restricted Kobe's solitary offensive endeavors and currently curtails Wu Di's intense scoring desire. Following Wu Di's exit from a game, the technical table promptly displayed his statistics. In less than a quarter, Wu Di achieved an astonishing 13 out of 14 shooting, amassing 32 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. This remarkable performance astonished the fans, particularly upon realizing that the Lakers' total score was merely 34 points. Geely Hazel, seated behind Wu Di, leaned forward, chattering incessantly with him. This scene was captured by the cameras and projected onto the big screen, leading many to speculate about the identity of this stunning beauty, who bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity. Zen Master, sitting nearby, felt a pang of realization. It was no wonder Wu Di was in such exceptional form today. Apparently, he had a girlfriend present. Given Wu Di's flirtatious nature, such a scenario was certainly within his character. Geely Hazel whispered in Wu Di's ear, "I never imagined basketball could be this exhilarating. Was the display of your stats on the big screen due to your overwhelming scoring?" Wu Di explained, "I just broke my personal scoring record for the first quarter, falling just 1 point shy of the single-quarter record." "Then why not break that record?" Geely Hazel inquired, puzzled. Wu Di contemplated his response, but, upon glancing at Zen Master's stern expression, chose to refrain from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he simply stated, "That record isn't paramount. I've already surpassed my own and the Lakers' historical records. Not every record can be shattered. Otherwise, I would lose motivation." Geely Hazel adorably furrowed her brow. "I thought you were already the best player." Wu Di felt elated. What greater compliment could there be than a beautiful woman declaring him the finest? However, he refrained from boasting, replying, "There may not exist a best player, only the best team. Just like in football, do you think any star player can defeat an opponent single-handedly?" After a moment's reflection, Geely Hazel shook her head. "Not really. Becca might be among the most effective stars, but without teammates, victory is unattainable." "Precisely," Wu Di affirmed. "While records hold significance, they are merely ancillary. Triumph is of utmost importance. Otherwise, even if I scored 101 points and shattered the NBA single-game scoring record if we lost, that record would only serve to enhance our opponent's glory. I would instead become a villain for lacking trust in my teammates." All right, Geely Hazel pouted, expressing her discontent. "I just wanted to see you break another record. That is easily achievable." Wu Di replied, "In a while, I'll show you how I plan to surpass my personal records. My halftime scoring record stands at 36 points, and my total scoring record is 49 points. My single-game rebound record is 14, and my single-game assist record is 17. If I put in some effort, I should be able to break them all. However, your assists currently stand at just 1. Geely Hazel remarked with skepticism. "In truth, accumulating assists can be quite effortless," Wu Di replied with a light chuckle. As they conversed, the first quarter came to a close. In the second quarter, the coach instructed Wu Di to take the court with his substitutes. Josh Powell, Sun Yu, Vujasic, and Farmar would partner with him. Josh Powell was taken aback by the opportunity to play in the second quarter. His chances this season have been sparse, with only around 20 appearances, most of which were during garbage time. Before stepping onto the court, Wu Di gathered the 4 players and instructed, "Spread out. I will take on Turkoglu one-on-one. If anyone comes to double team, Josh and Jordan, you should cut to the basket swiftly. Sun Yu and Sasha, you two should position yourselves where you excel at shooting. Be ready to shoot upon receiving the ball." The 4 nodded in agreement. aware of Wu Di's intent to accumulate assists, yet recognizing that this approach did not conflict with their goal of winning. In fact, they hoped Wu Di would continue this way, as it would enhance their own statistics considerably. The Magic attempted to contain Wu Di with Turkoglu, uncertain of Wu Di's rhythm after his prolonged absence from the game, hence opting not to double-team, choosing instead to test Turkoglu's defensive prowess against him. However, Wu Di swiftly undermined the strategy by sinking a three-pointer in Turkoglu's face, completely dismantling the initial plan. Geely Hazel erupted in cheers upon witnessing Wu Di score again, prompting a frown from Rosie Huntington nearby. Howard scored against Josh Powell, signaling the Lakers to commence their offensive. After receiving the ball, Wu Di executed a crossover step. Evading Turkoglu, Lewis rushed into double-team, but Wu Di, anticipating his approach, deftly passed the ball to Sun Yu, who made the open three-pointer with ease. In the subsequent play, Wu Di again penetrated against Turkoglu, and Lewis, wary of the situation, refrained from further encroaching. Allowing Sun Yu to shoot a three-pointer was far more preferable than letting Wu Di score easily. However, Howard was reluctant to leave the paint, knowing that even a pig could wreak havoc on the Magic's basket if unchallenged. Although Josh Powell was akin to a mere water cooler attendant, he was far superior to a pig. Just as J.J. Redick entered the game, he rushed to double-team, inadvertently leaving Vujasic open. Wu Di's pass was immediate. Vujasic stepped just beyond the three-point line and made a two-point shot. The Magic found themselves in a predicament, faced with two open shooters on the perimeter, draining their focus and energy. From that point onward, Howard felt compelled to step in to defend, knowing he aspired to be the best defensive player and could not afford to abandon his duty against Wu Di. As Howard moved to guard him, Wu Di promptly began setting up plays for Josh Powell, requiring little more than for Powell to catch the ball and finish at the rim. Consequently, Wu Di's assist tally began to rise steadily, reaching 9 by the 6th minute. Once more, Wu Di received the ball, opting not to pass, but instead launching another three-pointer. With a three-point shot, Wu Di's halftime score surged to 38 points, surpassing his previous record for points in a half. Indeed, as soon as Wu Di scored, the coach began to substitute players, bringing in Kobe and some of the starters. Upon returning to the bench, Wu Di engaged in lighthearted conversation with Geely Hazel. As the second half commenced, Wu Di re-entered the game and once again showcased his prowess, driving to the basket, distributing the ball, and executing three-pointers and dunks, causing his statistics to soar. By the 9th minute of the third quarter, Wu Di had accumulated 10 rebounds, achieving a triple-double. By the 11th minute, his score reached 50 points, officially breaking his record for points in a single game. In the 5th minute of the fourth quarter, his assists climbed to 18, surpassing his single-game assist record. In the 6th minute, the Magic conceded defeat, and Wu Di was substituted out, concluding the game with impressive statistics: 58 points, 19 assists, and 13 rebounds, his first significant triple-double. The Lakers triumphed over the Magic, ending a two-game losing streak. However, Wu Di was more curious about what kind of gift Geely Hazel intended to give him. That evening, the three of them shared a slumber party. Yet Geely Hazel made no mention of the gift. The following day, she took Wu Di to a photo studio she had rented, with no one else present but the two of them. Was this a photo shoot? Wu Di felt perplexed. However, Geely Hazel placed a camera in his hands, and he took it, knowing his photography skills were mediocre but still adequate. To his astonishment, Geely Hazel was completely unclothed. Wu Di was taken aback, realizing the implications of the situation. Chapter 158. The lesson from Teacher Chun. Who is Teacher Chun? Before the monumental incident, Teacher Chun was merely a second-generation wealthy celebrity, attracting numerous young admirers with his striking looks. However, since that scandal erupted, he became a pariah, reviled by many. Yet, most men, while vocally condemning him, secretly admired his work, justifying it under the guise of critical observation. In truth, only they themselves knew the reality of the situation. This incident, which occurred in early 2008, continues to have repercussions in the country to this day. Wu Di had followed the developments closely, though his interest lay primarily in the works produced. There were some actresses he had once admired, but following the scandal, he had completely lost faith in women from the entertainment industry. It was not that there were no good women in that sphere, but rather that they were exceedingly rare. Wu Di had resolutely excluded women from the entertainment world from his criteria for a partner, vowing never to marry someone from that industry. Nevertheless, he held a certain admiration for Teacher Chun, who transformed innocent maidens into seductive sirens, providing a form of entertainment for the online community. He even entertained thoughts of emulating Chun, yet he was unwilling to bear the consequences of such actions, thus decisively abandoning the idea. To his surprise, Geely Hazel requested him to take such risque photographs. He hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Geely, isn't this inappropriate?" A celebrity in Hong Kong was blacklisted for being exposed in similar photos. Geely Hazel, with her enchanting gaze, replied sweetly, "I am aware of that incident. Yet I fear no one. I simply wish to create a magazine for you. Otherwise, how would you remember me?" Wu Di remained perplexed, but he insisted, "There is no need for such provocative images. Rest assured," she assured him, "even if they were to leak, I would claim full responsibility, sparing you any need for explanation. Collecting magazines surely does not fall under criminal activity, does it? Besides, you're not part of the entertainment industry. Why fear their censorship? Such matters warrant caution." Wu Di responded cautiously, "Leave it to me. I will ensure that no one can criticize," Geely Hazel playfully asserted. Wu Di, feeling a surge of excitement, remarked, "You may act coy, but must you sway your body at this moment? Are you unaware that you are nothing?" He quickly waved his hands, conceding, "All right, fine. You may proceed as you wish." With this thought in mind, Wu Di began to take photographs. As he captured images, Wu Di marveled at Geely Hazel's innate photogenic quality. Her effortless beauty made his breath quicken. After more than 2 hours, Geely Hazel finally achieved the perfect shots. She then began crafting the magazine on her computer. The other elements of the magazine had already been prepared by her studio. All that remained was to insert the photos from the camera. The computer was connected to a printer, and soon the printer produced the entire magazine. Geely Hazel bound the magazine and presented it before Wu Di. The cover featured an image of her on the runway, yet the title moved Wu Di deeply. "I present myself to you, Geely Hazel." Wu Di was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated such a gesture from her. "No need to speak. I understand," Geely Hazel interjected, preventing him from continuing. "We were once strangers, and to have a romantic encounter with you fills me with pride. In a few days, I shall return to England, and I am uncertain when I will return to America or if we will ever meet again. Therefore, I wish to leave my most beautiful moments with you." Wu Di was rendered speechless and kissed Geely Hazel, who reciprocated his affection. After 2 hours, they tidied up their surroundings. Geely Hazel removed the hard drive and memory card from the computer, handing everything capable of storing the photographs to Wu Di. If the magazine were to be destroyed, he would have these items to rely upon. Wu Di had 2 days without competition, during which he devoted his time to Geely Hazel before escorting her to the flight bound for England. After her departure, Rosie Huntington appeared somewhat melancholic. Wu Di inquired about her reasoning, to which she replied, "I am contemplating whether to part ways with you." Wu Di fell silent. He did not harbor a strong affection for Rosie Huntington, as she did not align with his aesthetic preferences. His association with Rosie was primarily due to her status as a supermodel, as conquering a model provided a sense of accomplishment akin to that of winning over a celebrity. However, should Rosie choose to leave him, he would not attempt to retain her, just as he had not sought to keep Geely Hazel. They were merely fleeting companions, destined to part ways eventually. Any extra day spent together was a bonus. "I am aware that there is no future for us, yet I find it difficult to let you go. If, and I emphasize if, I find someone I truly admire, will you allow me to leave?" Rosie Huntington implored softly. Wu Di paused momentarily, contemplating the implications of her words. For the first time, he felt discontent with the masculine allure he exuded, as it was this very essence that tethered Rosie to him. Without it, they might not have crossed paths at all. Wu Di nodded, and Rosie smiled with satisfaction. She then picked up a magazine featuring Geely Hazel, flipping through its pages while exclaiming, "I never imagined Geely could come up with such a brilliant idea. Should I also create a similar magazine as a keepsake for you?" Wu Di hesitated before shaking his head. "I do not wish to claim you all for myself. Producing such a magazine may not bode well for you. Your future husband could resent it. As for Geely's work, I would prefer to see it destroyed." "What a pity." Rosie caressed the magazine with a sigh. "This would be beneficial for Geely," Wu Di remarked as he took the magazine and fed it into the shredder. He did not wish to follow in teacher Chen's footsteps. Both he and Chen were driven by primal desires. The distinction lay in the fact that Chen's desires were perverse, insistent on leaving behind tangible evidence. Wu Di, however, believed that if a day came when he no longer required women to alleviate his excess passions, He might seek a genuine relationship, one that would last a lifetime with a single woman. Reflecting on Teacher Chun, Wu Di could not help but think of his son. Wu Xing is quite the affluent second generation now, isn't he? It seems imperative to reinforce his education. If he were to grow up resembling Teacher Chun, I would surely take drastic measures to correct him. How embarrassing that would be. Chapter 159. The first battle against the Cavaliers on the evening of the 20th. Rosie Huntington departed for New York to participate in a fashion show. Wu Di did not accompany her, as he had a match to prepare for. This contest would see them face the Cavaliers, marking the Lakers' first encounter with them this season. The Cavaliers had not made significant enhancements to their roster this season, yet their existing lineup was formidable. LeBron James needs no introduction, alongside the blue-collar center Zydrunas Ilgauskas, the all-star center Ben Wallace, and solid players such as Delonte West and Mo Williams. It can be said that although this lineup may not rival the illustrious trio of the Lakers, Rockets, and Celtics, it certainly holds its own against teams like the Pistons, Nuggets, and Magic, all of which boast their own superstars and possesses the capability to contend for the championship. Many spectators eagerly anticipate this match, particularly because the Lakers feature a player known as the Little Emperor of China, Wu Di. Fans are keen to witness whether Wu Di can conjure up his previous magic when facing off against LeBron James. Consequently, this game has garnered immense attention from audiences worldwide. Domestically, there is a desire to see Wu Di and LeBron engage in a fierce showdown. Fans are not unrealistic in expecting Wu Di to outperform LeBron, but rather hope for a competitive display where he can hold his own. Internationally, most fans are inclined to support LeBron, a seasoned superstar, viewing it as natural for him to dominate a rising star like Wu Di. Additionally, factors such as ethnicity and politics lead many foreign fans to favor American players, making their support for LeBron entirely understandable. However, the question remains, can Wu Di withstand the pressure from LeBron and continue to excel? It is noteworthy that in his last game, Wu Di scored a staggering 60 points, achieving a remarkable triple-double, an accomplishment LeBron has yet to attain. Prior to that, Wu Di had just aided the Lakers in achieving a phenomenal 36-game winning streak, during which he also recorded a quadruple-double. In terms of accomplishments, Wu Di has undoubtedly surpassed LeBron, as he has achieved feats that LeBron has not. As the game commenced, over 100 million viewers tuned in to witness the spectacle. Bynum successfully won the jump against Big Z, who partnered with Ben Wallace, leaving him to contest the jump. Big Z is a blue-collar center with limited offensive prowess, but decent defensive capabilities and an instinct for rebounding. Were it not for LeBron's presence on the Cavaliers, few would recognize Big Z's name, akin to the struggle one might face when trying to recall the name of the Bobcat center. After Bynum's successful tip-off, Fisher advanced the ball to midcourt before passing it to Kobe. While many yearned to see a one-on-one duel between Wu Di and LeBron, the spotlight of this match was primarily on James and Kobe. The league's years of hype surrounding the 23 versus 24 matchup was not without merit, having consumed a significant amount of David Stern's efforts, as the league's referees often felt compelled to overlook LeBron's four-step layups to ensure his success. Thus, David Stern played a crucial role in LeBron's ascendance. Kobe, facing the defense of Delonte West, began to isolate. After a couple of days of practice, Kobe had finally regained his shooting touch. His method of rediscovering his rhythm was quite intriguing. He simply shot continuously until he felt his form returning. Maintaining that rhythm was equally fascinating as he continued to shoot. It can be said that a substantial portion of Kobe's training revolved around his shooting skills. After 2 days of diligent practice, Kobe finally found his groove, launching a three-pointer directly over Delonte West. He erupted in exhilaration, celebrating his own success. Thrilled to have regained his shooting touch and no longer needing to hold back. The Cavaliers' offense now has two key initiators. One is, of course, LeBron James, and the other is Mo Williams. However, it is LeBron who takes the lead in orchestrating the play. Receiving the ball from Mo Williams, he prepares to take on Woody. Woody has long been eager to test his physical prowess against LeBron. To be candid, LeBron possesses remarkable athleticism. There are only a handful of players capable of effectively defending against him. Indeed, one could count them on one hand. The first is Woody himself, who specialized in guarding LeBron last season, frustrating him significantly. The second is Ron Artest, a formidable adversary with impressive strength and speed, adept at defending power forwards. The third is Paul Pierce, whose pivotal role helped the Celtics defeat the Cavaliers and advance to the Eastern Conference Finals last season. The fourth is Andre Iguodala, the star of the 76ers, whose physical capabilities rival those of LeBron, although his offensive skills are somewhat lacking. Otherwise, he might have had a brighter future, much like Woody does now. As LeBron dribbles inward, he finds himself unable to shake off Woody's defense, causing him to feel a moment of surprise. Sensing an opportunity, Woody reaches out to swipe the ball from LeBron, but is deftly evaded. LeBron retreats beyond the three-point line and signals for Big Z to set a screen. Woody, momentarily obstructed by Big Z, watches helplessly as LeBron penetrates the lane. Despite being guarded by Bynum, LeBron executes a successful dunk, leaving Bynum momentarily dazed before he resumes play. With Fisher positioned beyond the arc, Woody receives the ball and promptly passes it to him before initiating a fast break. LeBron hastily positions himself to defend against Woody, mindful of the fact that the latter recently scored 60 points in a game. He cannot afford to underestimate him. What if Woody were to replicate that feat? However, LeBron's concerns prove to be somewhat unwarranted, as it is evident that the Lakers' offensive focus lies not on Woody, but rather on Kobe. After all, Kobe is the true protagonist in the 23 versus 24 narrative. Even if his shooting touch falters, he is still expected to lead the offensive charge. Though the NBA operates as a commercial league, the legacy and succession of stars holds significant importance. Following Michael Jordan's retirement, players such as Carter, Iverson, Kobe, and McGrady have successively taken up the mantle. Now, as this generation begins to age, David Stern has sought to cultivate successors like LeBron and Wade. This aligns with the NBA's promotional strategy, which heavily relies on its stars. Without them, the league could never have penetrated global markets and ascended to become the premier league worldwide. Phil Jackson is acutely aware of these dynamics. After all, it was under his guidance that Jordan ascended to greatness. It is inconceivable that he would be oblivious to the intricacies involved in crafting two Bulls dynasties and one Lakers dynasty. However, it is evident that the Cavaliers were influenced by the Lakers' previous game, as they astonishingly opted not to assign James to defend Kobe, instead focusing on Woody. Perhaps the Cavaliers perceived Woody as a greater threat, particularly following his explosive performance in the last match. Yet, this decision plunged the Cavaliers into a predicament, as Delonte West was far from being an adequate match for Kobe, who continued to score with ease. In just 5 minutes, Kobe amassed an astonishing 18 points. The Cavaliers, taken aback, hastily adjusted their strategy, assigning James to guard Kobe, which finally curtailed his scoring spree. Indeed, James is an extraordinary athlete. His height and physicality are formidable, and his athletic prowess is unmatched, boasting exceptional defensive skills with virtually no weaknesses, save for his long-range shooting. When James defended Kobe, he could disrupt Kobe's shots while also countering his drives to the basket. With Kobe's physical attributes having slightly diminished, he found it challenging to match James's endurance. As the so-called endurance king may not outlast him. To evade James's defense, Kobe naturally required assistance from his teammates, just as James needed help to shake off Woody's coverage. However, the screen provided for Kobe by Woody allowed James to be momentarily obstructed, yet he dared not stray far from Woody, aware that if Woody found himself open, Kobe would undoubtedly deliver the ball, akin to gifting points to the Lakers. James could only watch as Kobe continued to isolate Delonte West, racking up points profusely. Following Woody's remarkable 32-point quarter in the previous game, Kobe delivered another impressive 30-point quarter. As the second quarter commenced, Coach Zinn opted to substitute Kobe, allowing Woody to take the reins. The Cavaliers did not pull James from the game. They merely replaced Ben Wallace and M.O. Williams. Since joining the Cavaliers, Ben's performance has not mirrored his peak capabilities. With the evolution of the NBA, players have increasingly gravitated towards perimeter shooting, diminishing Ben's defensive impact. Fortunately for him, facing the Lakers, he matched up against P. Kovic, a center lacking in long-range shooting. Had he been pitted against Gasol or Brad Miller, Ben would likely have been overwhelmed. Moreover, Ben's height is insufficient. He is shorter than Woody, who can effortlessly shoot over him. Ben's offensive abilities are lamentably poor. He relies on opportunistic scoring and struggles with free throws, boasting a shooting percentage lower than that of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Such a Ben poses a liability for the Cavaliers, who would hesitate to have him match up against Woody. Even Son, you could potentially score over him, making it improbable for the Cavaliers to utilize him extensively. With Kobe off the court, the Lakers' primary offensive focus shifted to Woody, much to the excitement of the audience. Particularly during the CCTV broadcast, commentator Zhang Lihui remarked to viewers that the second quarter had begun, and with Kobe on the bench, the Lakers' attack pivoted to Woody. The long-awaited clash between the rising star and the seasoned veteran had finally begun to unfold. In the previous season, Woody found himself at a disadvantage when matched against LeBron James. We distinctly recall how Woody's strength paled in comparison to that of LeBron, as he was continually pushed aside. However, today's game revealed that Woody has significantly enhanced his physical prowess over the past year, making it increasingly difficult for LeBron to assert his strength against him. This marks a pivotal moment in Woody's development. He is now poised to challenge LeBron's dominance. This confrontation could potentially redefine the moniker of Little Emperor associated with both players, as they vie to determine who truly embodies this title. LeBron received the basketball from Daniel Gibson and once again utilized Big Z's screen to breach Woody's defense. He successfully penetrated the paint, assisting Josh Powell, and scored with a layup from the opposite side of the rim. During the Lakers' offensive play, Farmar advanced the ball to Woody, who attempted to navigate through LeBron's defense. To his dismay, Woody discovered that he, too, could not break past LeBron's formidable barrier. This predicament was particularly frustrating for Woody, who yearned to score additional points over LeBron in hopes of triumphing against him. The two players exhibited similar levels of strength, with Woody having a slight edge. Yet the difference was not substantial. In terms of speed, they were evenly matched, although Woody demonstrated a marginally superior dribbling ability. However, as Woody is not a guard, he lacks the finesse and ball handling that would allow him to execute advanced moves effectively, especially given his height. Despite Woody's slight advantages in various aspects, collectively they were insufficient for him to surpass LeBron's defense, leaving him in a state of frustration. Woody was left with no choice but to rely on Sun Yu to set screens for him. Only when Sun successfully obstructed LeBron could Woody truly make an impact. The spectators soon noticed an unusual scene unfolding on the court, as both LeBron and Woody opted to minimize direct confrontation, often calling upon teammates to set screens before launching their attacks. Observers exchanged puzzled glances until Reggie Miller, through commentary, confirmed their suspicions. The clash between the Little Emperor and the Chinese Little Emperor proved to be extraordinarily captivating. Both players tentatively gauged each other's abilities before simultaneously opting to evade direct defense, preferring to rely on teammates for assistance during their offensive maneuvers. While this may appear to be a sign of timidity to some, for both athletes, it was a pragmatic choice. Neither is one to act recklessly. Both prioritized their team's victories over personal accolades. In our era, such a mindset might have been labeled as cowardice. Yet, I have come to appreciate this approach. Had I made similar choices in the past, I might have possessed my own championship ring by now. Reggie Miller, drawing from his own experiences, reflected on this matter, acknowledging that he had never secured a championship, and suggesting that perhaps he should have focused more on his team's success rather than his individual statistics. While praised by Miller, both LeBron and Woody found themselves in an awkward position. They all lacked such an inclination. Their avoidance of one another was, in fact, a strategy to acquire more data, for scoring against each other proved quite arduous. The clash between the two young emperors concluded in a stalemate right from the outset. Through this encounter, it became evident to the public that Woody has now ascended to the same echelon as James, having matched him point for point. Achieving a tie with the young Emperor James has conferred immense benefits upon Woody. His admirers were astounded, as they had not anticipated that he had risen to the status of a superstar. Upon closer reflection, it is clear that Woody is not merely the player with the highest number of triple-doubles for the Lakers this season. He is also a player who has scored 60 points in a single game and is the only active player to have achieved a quadruple-double. Each of these statistics alone is sufficient to elevate a player to stardom. In the latter half of the second quarter, the Zen Master substituted Woody and others, bringing in Kobe and his compatriots. The court once again transformed into the classic duel of 23 versus 24, with the competition remaining fiercely intense. Unfortunately, James was quickly substituted as well. Though he yearned to continue playing, the Cavaliers were unwilling to risk his health, as it would be unwise to exhaust him for merely a regular season game. Chapter 161. The All-Star voting concludes once James exited the game, the Cavaliers' offensive prowess diminished significantly. The current Cavaliers team was essentially James' team alone, and it was already an extraordinary feat for him to lead such a squad into the playoffs. In the second half, the Zen Master adjusted the strategy, allowing Wu Di and Kobe to collaborate while the others screened for them, executing a complex pick and roll that disrupted the Cavaliers' defense, resulting in a chaotic skirmish on the court. Such disorder tests one's ability to minimize mistakes and demands heightened alertness, enabling swift judgment of the situation. This was not James' forte. Rather, it was Wu Di's strength. Wu Di possessed a keen sense of the overall picture and was adept at identifying the Cavaliers' defensive flaws. Whenever the Cavaliers faltered in their defense, Wu Di capitalized on the opportunity, delivering decisive passes. The Cavaliers were bewildered, aside from Big Z, who remained somewhat aware. The others were left uncertain about whom to defend. Although M.O. Williams displayed commendable offensive skills, he easily fell into the rhythm of his opponents. The fast-paced rhythm established by the Lakers soon engulfed the court in chaos. M.O. Williams could not navigate this tumult, contributing 4 turnovers in the third quarter, which effectively sealed the Cavaliers' fate. The Cavaliers' loss was not solely attributable to M.O. Williams, as his teammates also played their part. The turnover ratio between the Cavaliers and Lakers was 154. M.O. Williams' total turnovers reached 7, accounting for less than half of the entire team's errors. Coupled with Big Ben's dismal free throw performance of 4 out of 12, it would indeed be extraordinary for the Cavaliers to secure a victory. In the 23 versus 24 showdown, James scored 22 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, and provided 7 assists, while Kobe achieved 32 points for rebounds and 4 assists. In terms of scoring, Kobe outperformed. Yet the overall strength of the two teams was not markedly disparate. In contrasting the young emperors of both domestic and international basketball, we find Wu Di's impressive performance. 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 11 assists, which, when calculated, is not far off from that of LeBron James. Following their match against the Cavaliers, the Lakers are set to face the Clippers on the road, followed by a back-to-back home game against the Wizards. After 2 days, they will challenge the Spurs, and the day after that, they will meet the Hornets. Only after these 4 matches will the Lakers' home stand come to a close. The game against the Clippers can be considered akin to a home game, as both teams share the Staples Center in Los Angeles. The local derby, once a thrilling spectacle, has become a mere formality, as the current Clippers are no match for the Lakers, who decisively triumphed over them in 3 quarters. The Wizards, while a formidable team in the East, pale in comparison to their Western counterparts. The return of their star, Gilbert Arenas, remains uncertain, with Antoine Jamison and Karen Butler holding the fort. However, the Wizards lack a true playmaker. Their leading assist man, Mike James, averages less than 4 assists per game, illustrating their decline. The Spurs have also faced difficulties recently, with Manu Ginobili sidelined for 2 to 3 months due to injury, making any contribution before the playoffs a hopeful prospect at best. Conversely, the Lakers' Brad Miller has returned from injury, though he still struggles against Duncan. Nevertheless, he is undoubtedly a stronger option at the power forward position compared to others. Pekovic lacks a mid-range shot, and Bynum's shooting ability is also limited. Moreover, he is reluctant to assume a defensive role. While the Lakers' interior may appear vulnerable, Duncan's form is not at its peak either. On the contrary, the Lakers boast a significant advantage from the perimeter. With Ginobili absent, the Spurs rely heavily on Parker and Finley to carry their outside game. Finley faces considerable challenges against Wu Di's defense, severely limiting his movement and shooting opportunities. Consequently, the entire Spurs team leans on Parker, who managed to perform well for 2 quarters. In the first and third quarters, Parker found some success with Fisher on the court. But once Fisher was benched in the second and fourth quarters, Parker was quickly beset by Farmar and others. Although Farmar's skills may not be exceptional, his speed allows him to keep pace with most quick point guards, effectively curbing the opposition when well-coordinated. The Spurs ultimately succumbed to the Lakers, who then faced the challenge posed by the Hornets. On this day, Chris Paul was in remarkable form, leaving Fisher and Farmar unable to contain him. Not only did he score effortlessly from beyond the arc, but he also evaded defenders with ease, whether it was Fisher, Farmar, Kobe, or Wu Di. Paul's explosive performance invigorated the entire Hornets team, making it easy for David West to dominate Miller. The Hornets seized these advantageous matchups, overwhelming the Lakers. The defeat against the Hornets marked the Lakers' 3rd loss of the season. With the halfway point of the season reached, the Lakers are on the cusp of challenging the Bulls' record of 72 wins, as long as they maintain their losses within 7 games. On the 31st, the Lakers will face the Timberwolves on the road. While the Timberwolves' record may not be impressive, they still possess several talented players. After the arrival of the new star, Al Jefferson, the Minnesota Timberwolves have witnessed an explosive surge in his performance, achieving a career high this season. However, his potential appears to have reached its limit, as a management is now keen on nurturing rookie Kevin Love. Love is an impressive newcomer, boasting an extensive shooting range that allows him to score from beyond the arc. His defensive skills are commendable, and he possesses an acute instinct for rebounding, often securing around 20 boards per game alongside Jefferson. With proper guidance, Love's potential remains formidable. As for Randy Foye, Ryan Gomez, Greg Smith, and Mike Miller, they are decent players. Sadly, despite the Timberwolves' seemingly strong capabilities on paper, their performance on the court tells a different story, as they continue to be a struggling team, often succumbing to defeat against the Lakers within 3 quarters. After facing the Timberwolves, the Lakers concluded their January schedule, but their away journey was just beginning with a back-to-back game against the Grizzlies on February 1st. On that same day, the NBA officially announced the Players of the Month for both conferences. In the East, LeBron James led with an average of 27, 5 points, 9, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists, while in the West, Kobe Bryant followed closely with an average of 27, 2 points, 5, 9 rebounds, and 1 assists. Following the announcement of the monthly awards, the NBA also revealed the All-Star voting results and the rosters. In the East, Dwight Howard emerged as the leading vote-getter with 15 million votes, followed by James. The Eastern starting lineup consisted of Howard, Garnett, James, Wade, and Iverson, with the coaches selecting Pierce, Mo Williams, Lewis, Allen, Harris, Granger, and Johnson as reserves. In the West, Kobe led with 8 million votes, closely followed by Dirk Nowitzki with 6 million. The Western starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Duncan, Nowitzki, Kobe, and Paul, with reserves chosen by coaches including O'Neal, Brandon Roy, Tony Parker, Stoudemire, Gasol, Nowitzki, and Billups. The Lakers had 3 players selected, garnering considerable attention, while the Spurs, Celtics, Cavaliers, and Magic each had 2 representatives, sparking much discussion. Not only did Nowitzki earn a spot in the main event, but he was also invited to participate in the Rookie Challenge and the Slam Dunk Contest. The league extended an invitation after witnessing Nowitzki's impressive dunks on the court. After some contemplation, he decided to accept, feeling that his energy levels would not hinder his performance in the main event. On January 26th, which marked the Chinese New Year, Wu Di found himself unable to return home for the festivities due to his scheduled game. Consequently, his parents opted to travel to the United States to celebrate the holiday. Accompanied by Yin Yin and Song Shu, they arrived in Los Angeles on the 20th. Wu Di's parents were somewhat aware of his personal life, knowing of his relationships with both Yin Yin and Song Shu. However, they were at a loss for words. Upon meeting, they reprimanded Wu Di more than once. Yet he remained steadfast in his ways, showing no signs of change. Although distressed, his parents felt that severing ties with their son over this matter was not an option, thus choosing to remain indifferent. The elderly couple remains quite pleased with the women surrounding their son. Chu Shui has borne Wu Di a son, and she seeks no formal recognition. Yin Yin and Song Shu have been diligently assisting Wu Di in managing the school domestically, seldom encountering him throughout the year. Yet their affection for him has not waned in the slightest. The couple has now relocated to reside within the school premises, although their countryside home is quite pleasant. Wu Di's circumstances have altered significantly. Many individuals have sought financial assistance from them, including not only relatives and friends, but even acquaintances, each with increasingly bold requests. Unable to endure this constant solicitation, they heeded Wu Di's counsel and moved to the school. The school occupies a vast area and is not far from the city center. It is situated within a residential neighborhood where local seniors frequently visit the playground for exercise, alleviating the couple's loneliness. Yin Yin and Song Shu helped them with the move and have since taken on the responsibility of caring for them. The elderly couple holds great affection for these 2 young women, deeming either as a suitable daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Wu Di still harbors no intentions of marriage. Last year, he did not return home for the new year, and this year, under the persuasion of Yin Yin and Song Shu, the couple traveled to the United States to celebrate. In truth, the 2 women had not seen Wu Di in 6 months and yearned for him, which motivated them to encourage his parents to visit. Upon their arrival in Los Angeles, Wu Di had recently rented a spacious apartment. He is hesitant to purchase a home in the city, uncertain of how long he will remain in Los Angeles, as he might be traded next season. until he can ascertain the stability of his position with the Lakers. He prefers to refrain from making such a significant investment. Moreover, buying a property is somewhat extravagant for Wu Di at this stage. Prime properties in Los Angeles cost several $1,000,000, and purchasing one would drastically diminish his quality of life, making it an unwise decision. After his parents arrived in Los Angeles, Wu Di made an effort to spend as much time with them as possible. With Yin Yin and Song Shu around, he refrained from indulging in frivolous activities, finding that their presence could sufficiently brighten his spirits for several days. Wu Di's parents missed their grandson, Wu Xing, who initially felt somewhat shy. However, after a few days of interaction, he quickly grew fond of his grandparents, and the home soon radiated with familial warmth. Sun Yu, witnessing Wu Di's family reunion, felt a pang of nostalgia for his own family, which slightly dulled his performance on the court. In truth, Wu Di also struggled to find his rhythm. In order to spend time with his parents, he had scarcely trained. Consistency in training is paramount. As artists often say, if one misses a day of practice, they know. If 2 days pass, their mentor knows. If 3 days go by, the audience knows. While players may not adhere to such strict standards, Wu Di's performance in the final games of the month was merely average, scoring only in the low double digits each game, failing to exhibit the prowess of a 60-point superstar. Consequently, his lackluster performance in those final games cost him the title of Player of the Month to Kobe. Had his performance been different, the outcome could have easily been otherwise. On the day of the Spring Festival, despite facing a match against the Spurs, Wu Di spent a significant part of the day accompanying his parents in Chinatown before hastily making his way to the arena for the game. His parents, accompanied by 3 prospective daughters-in-law and holding their eldest grandson, attended Wu Di's match. With the support of his family, Wu Di found the motivation to dominate the Spurs decisively. Following the away game, Wu Di returned to Los Angeles post-match, only to fly again to the location of the next game. Although this relentless travel was somewhat exhausting and time-consuming, Wu Di was determined to spend more time with his parents. Financially, they were secure, as Wu Di's assets in his homeland were sufficient to sustain them for a lifetime. What they truly lacked was the presence of their son, which is why they traveled thousands of miles to celebrate the new year in America. Due to the extensive travel, Wu Di had significantly less training time, and this was gradually reflected in his performance on the court. Fortunately, Gasol had returned from injury, and on February 1st, during the game against the Grizzlies, he outperformed his brother, contributing to a Lakers victory. On February 3rd, the Lakers faced the Knicks. Despite possessing the highest payroll in the league, the Knicks were underperforming. With a roster filled with seasoned players, guided by the renowned coach Mike D'Antoni, Kobe single-handedly dismantled the Knicks, scoring an impressive 57 points. On the 5th against the Raptors, the Lakers trio performed admirably, securing a comfortable win. Since Wu Di's selection for the All-Star game, the trio had been openly referred to as the Lakers' formidable trio, far more authentic than last year's so-called trio. The following day, they faced the Celtics in a back-to-back match. Garnett made his return, albeit slower and less aggressive than before, likely cautious of re-injuring himself after recovery. Consequently, Garnett struggled against Gasol, while Pierce and Wu Di engaged in a mutual shooting spree, with Ray Allen being effectively contained by Kobe. The Celtics trio did not shine as brightly as their Lakers counterparts, leading to their inevitable defeat, though they managed to narrow the score gap to just 1 point in the final quarter. Ultimately, Allen's last shot was thwarted by Kobe, rendering their efforts in vain. On the 9th, they faced the Cavaliers. James, having sprained his ankle during practice 3 days after their last encounter, was still recovering, with estimates suggesting he would not be fit until the All-Star game. Without James, the Cavaliers posed an even lesser challenge to the Lakers, allowing Wu Di to rest after playing just 2 quarters. The Zen master recognized that Wu Di's focus was not entirely on the game during this period and would frequently allow him to rest during non-crucial moments. Acknowledging the fatigue from his extensive travels, after the game against the Cavaliers, the Lakers finally returned home to face the Thunder. This season, the Supersonics relocated to Oklahoma City, officially rebranding as the Thunder. Despite having last year's Rookie of the Year, Kevin Durant, and this year's 4th overall pick, Russell Westbrook, the Thunder struggled significantly with their performance amidst a coaching upheaval. The 3 Giants have imparted a lesson to 2 newcomers. Although Wu Di and Durant are both rookies from last year, many no longer regard them as such. Have you ever encountered a rookie capable of achieving a quadruple-double? One who can assist a team in attaining a remarkable 36-game winning streak, or one who scores a staggering 60 points. After defeating the Thunder, the Lakers have secured their 7th consecutive victory. On the 12th, the Lakers are set to face off against Utah in their final game before the All-Star break, a match that stirs anticipation within the team. This year's All-Star game is undoubtedly the Lakers' crowning glory, with all three giants participating in the main event, a spectacle that has garnered immense attention. Moreover, several Lakers will also compete in the rookie game, with Woody firmly established as the undeniable leader in his second year, even surpassing Durant in prowess. Pekovic and Sun Yu have also made the rookie roster, both being first-year players. Although Sun Yu participated in last year's draft, he officially joined the NBA this year, thus qualifying as a rookie for this season. Pekovic boasts impressive statistics of an average of 12, 6 points and 8, 9 rebounds, while Sun Yu averages 11, 5 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 4, 3 assists. While these figures may not be overwhelming, they clearly outshine the performances of the Trail Blazers Fernandez and the much-hyped Odin. Odin, despite his reputation, has struggled to perform due to injuries, hindering both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Had the Lakers not achieved their 36-game winning streak, the league might have awarded Odin a consolation prize, allowing him to participate in the rookie game. However, with the Lakers' remarkable run and the commendable performances of their two first-year rookies, Odin's statistics of 8, 7 points and 8, 3 rebounds simply fall short. Not only do the numbers fail to impress, but Pekovic and Sun Yu have also showcased commendable defensive skills against numerous stars on the court. These two players have thrived under Woody's guidance, with Sun Yu even receiving training tips from him. Although Pekovic did not have access to Woody's training regimen, he benefited from Woody's frequent passes on the court. Without that support, his ability to score primarily under the basket would have made it impossible for him to average over 10 points. Fortunately, due to the relatively small roster of the Lakers, both Pekovic and Sun Yu have been afforded ample playing time. Otherwise, given the current lineup, it would be impossible for them to accumulate such scoring totals. Kobe averages nearly 30 points. Woody contributes 20, and Gasol and Bynum together add another 30, bringing the total of these four players to over 80 points. In addition to Pekovic and Sun Yu, the Lakers feature Fisher, Brad Miller, Ariza, Vujasic, Luke Walton, Bobby Jackson, and Jordan Farmar, whose combined average also exceeds 30 points. Of course, not all these players can be on the court simultaneously. In the end, when the statistics are aggregated, the Lakers' overall average score reaches an impressive 116, 8 points, placing them among the top in the NBA. Half of the 5 All-Star players seem somewhat distracted. Kobe and Gasol, seasoned veterans, remain unfazed by the pressures of the game. In contrast, Pekovic and Sun Yu, being relatively inexperienced, are unable to maintain their composure, growing increasingly excited as the game approaches. Woody, however, finds himself in a state of ambivalence. The rookie game fails to evoke much excitement in him, as he had already secured the MVP title in the previous season's event. Even if he were to win the MVP again, it would not contribute to his victory tally. Had this game not counted as a win, he would have been disinclined to participate. However, he feels a surge of enthusiasm for the All-Star game, as it features the creme de la creme of NBA talent. Being selected for the All-Star game signifies that he has reached the pinnacle of popularity within the league, which is a promising development for Woody, particularly since several of his endorsement contracts include bonuses tied to All-Star participation. This has allowed him to amass no less than $2 million. Among the 5, one is particularly disgruntled due to not being selected for the All-Star game, Bynum. The Lakers, as anticipated, lost the match, and a victory would have been nothing short of miraculous. Bynum's negative demeanor has become intolerable for Phil Jackson and the Lakers management. They are contemplating trading Bynum. Yet with the trade deadline rapidly approaching, securing a reliable center presents a formidable challenge. The All-Star rookie game is scheduled for the 14th, coinciding with Valentine's Day, which renders Woody unable to celebrate with his 3 partners. Fortunately, his parents are considerate. They have taken it upon themselves to care for their child, allowing the 3 women to accompany Woody to Phoenix, where they will spend Valentine's Day together. Although his parents had longed to return to their homeland, the presence of Chinatown in America, where dialects often prevail, makes communication cumbersome for them. Nevertheless, understanding the sentiments of Yin Yin and Song Shu, they decided to postpone their departure until after the All-Star festivities, thereby creating an opportunity for the 2 women. Woody, accompanied by 3 women, arrives in Phoenix, much to the envy of Sun Yu. Although he too has a girlfriend who surpasses the three women in beauty, Sun Yu cannot help but admire Wu Di. For no single beauty can rival the allure of three. Upon reaching Phoenix, Wu Di makes every effort to evade the media. This is not Utah, where polygamy could attract media scrutiny. He wishes fervently for the All-Star Game to be hosted in Utah, though such a notion remains implausible. Utah, being a bastion of Mormonism, diverges significantly from Orthodox Catholicism and other Christian denominations. Mormons permit polygamy, but oppose premarital relations and advocate for fidelity, which starkly contrasts with mainstream American society, leading to widespread hostility towards both Utah and the Mormon faith. Should the All-Star Game be held in Utah, it would undoubtedly face considerable opposition from the majority of Americans, resulting in substantial market losses. After spending half of Valentine's Day with the three women, Wu Di reluctantly departs for the arena to participate in the rookie game. The sophomore lineup consists of Wu Di, Durant, Jeff Green, Thunder, Al Horford, Hawks, Alston, Clippers, Thaddeus Young, 76ers, Wilson Chandler, Knicks, Ronnie Turieff, Pistons, and Brooks, Rockets. The freshman roster includes Derrick Rose, O.J. Mayo, Grizzlies, Marc Gasol, Russell Westbrook, Eric Gordon, Clippers, P. Kovic, Sun Yu, Michael Beasley, Heat, and Brook Lopez, Nets. During the rookie game, Wu Di did not exert himself fully, as he had no desire to contend for the MVP title. In contrast, Durant was eager to compete. He and Jeff Green were on the same team, with the Thunder boasting 3 participants in this year's rookie game. Although Jeff Green possessed considerable talent, his fame paled in comparison to Durant's, often leading him to be overlooked. Upon their entrance to the game, the duo collaborated to monopolize the ball, with Green assisting Durant in executing three-point shots. Standing at an imposing 206 centimeters, Durant posed a significant threat from the perimeter, and with the All-Stars not taking defense seriously, he swiftly amassed 20 points. The first-year rookies had little recourse against Durant, and the only player suited to defend him, Sun Yu, remained seated on the bench, with the coach showing no inclination to put him in the game. Perhaps last year's incident, where Wu Di inadvertently snatched the MVP title, made the others more cautious, fearing that Sun Yu might emulate Wu Di and suddenly shine, claiming the MVP for himself. If anyone truly harbored such thoughts, it would be quite entertaining for Sun Yu. Although he had made considerable progress, Sun Yu was merely a 3D player, and his offensive capabilities were rather lackluster. He typically scored by hitting open three-pointers, but his shooting percentage would plummet when defended. Chapter 164. Dunk Contest. No one could effectively defend against Durant, and Wu Di relished the leisure, as long as they did not lose the game. Following the second quarter, Wu Di approached the interim coach, requesting a rest on the bench, to which the coach acquiesced, aware that Wu Di needed to conserve energy for the upcoming dunk contest and the main game. This allowed Jeff Green to play more minutes and assist Durant, who ultimately scored a staggering 47 points, leading the second-year players to victory over the first-year players and securing the MVP of the rookie game. Wu Di effectively reaped the rewards of victory, bringing his total wins to 30. Rather than upgrading his strategist attribute, Wu Di aimed to accumulate 100 wins to upgrade to Taisher CI, as he desperately needed Taisher CI to enhance his wingspan, lest he face significant disadvantages when playing the power forward position. After the rookie game, Wu Di promptly returned to the hotel, continuing his unfinished Valentine's Day celebration with 3 women, while simultaneously designing his dunking techniques. He held strong confidence in his physical abilities, believing he could execute any dunk that did not require excessive speed. Wu Di meticulously crafted 6 or 7 moves, each one designed to dazzle. After careful consideration, he selected 4 and began preparing the necessary props. This year, his opponents included last year's dunk champion, the Beast Howard, 2006 dunk champion Nate Robinson, and the Trail Blazers Fernandez, who had been omitted from the rookie game. Before the dunk contest, the Shooting Stars competition took place, with a team from Detroit emerging victorious. Following that was the Skills Challenge, featuring 4 competitors: Devin Harris from the Nets, Tony Parker from the Spurs, Derrick Rose from the Bulls, and M.O. Williams from the Cavaliers, who replaced the injured Nelson. Ultimately, the first overall pick, Rose, triumphed in the finals, defeating Harris in a time of 35.3 seconds to claim the Skills Challenge championship. After the Skills Challenge, the three-point contest followed. Wu Di was also invited to participate in the three-point contest. However, feeling his shooting was not at its peak, He declined and opted only to compete in the dunk contest. The three-point contest featured 6 players: Mike Bibby, Daquan Cook, Danny Granger, Jason Kapono, Rashard Lewis, and Roger Mason. Yet, none of these competitors scored significantly, leaving Wu Di with a tinge of regret for having turned down the opportunity. The total score for the three-point contest was set at 30, but astonishingly, no player managed to reach that mark, which left Wu Di feeling disappointed, and more so regretting his decision to decline. In the preliminary rounds, Mike Bibby scored 14 points, Daquan Cook 18, Danny Granger 13, Jason Kapono 16, Rashard Lewis 17, and Roger Mason 13. Cook, Lewis, and Kapono advanced to the finals, where Cook and Lewis both scored 15 points, while Kapono scored 14. In the ensuing tiebreaker, Lewis managed 7 points, while Cook soared in 19 points. The highest score of the entire contest was indeed achieved during the overtime, rendering this year's three-point contest rather disappointing for Wu Di. He mused that even Sun Yu might have had a chance to compete effectively. This year's three-point contest lacked the star power to captivate an audience. The highlight remained the dunk contest, showcasing formidable dunkers. Nate Robinson and Dwight Howard represented the new generation of dunk artists. As legends like Carter, Kobe, and McGrady gradually faded, and icons like LeBron, Wade, and Anthony reached the pinnacle of their careers, the dunk contest has increasingly lost its allure. Some argue that the predecessors have exhausted all possible dunking maneuvers, rendering any repetition a mere echo of past glories. The superstars often shy away from mimicking others' dunking styles, lacking innovative creativity, which deters their participation in the contest. However, Wu Di contended that this reluctance stems from the superstar's limited exposure and knowledge. He was confident that his dunking prowess would create a significant stir. The first contestant in the dunk contest was Fernandez, who, being the least renowned of the four, naturally went first. His initial dunk involved passing the ball from behind, hitting the backboard, and then dunking after receiving the ball. Though clever, it was not particularly favored by the judges, earning him only 42 points. Next up was Wu Di. Without any preliminary theatrics, he charged straight from the three-point line towards the basket. Upon entering the paint, he twisted his body and leaped, executing a 360-degree spin while curling his legs. He transferred the basketball from his left hand beneath his legs to his right hand, culminating in a powerful windmill dunk. The combination of a 360 spin, a between-the-legs transfer, and a windmill dunk, while each element might be executed individually by even moderately skilled dunkers, proved challenging to synchronize with Wu Di's imposing flair. The judges immediately awarded him a perfect score of 50, and the crowd erupted in cheers, expressing their admiration for his performance. The third participant to take the stage was Nate Robinson, who emphatically slammed the ball onto the floor before leaping high to execute a dunk. This maneuver, quite challenging for someone of his diminutive stature, paled in comparison to Wu Di's performance, earning him a score of merely 46 points. The fourth contestant was the reigning dunk champion, Dwight Howard, who required 4 attempts to successfully complete his move. After launching the ball, he caught it on the opposite side and executed a turnaround dunk. While not particularly flashy, this action demanded that the players swiftly pursue the basketball, a feat Howard failed to achieve on his first 3 attempts. Nevertheless, this maneuver revealed to Wu Di an effective strategy for rebounding, provided the area beneath the basket was clear. It could be employed without the risk of appearing as a deliberate miss, as the ball had traveled to the other side. Perhaps due to its novelty, Howard's execution received a perfect score of 50 points. In the second round, Fernandez enlisted the assistance of his Spanish teammate, Pau Gasol, who slammed the ball against the backboard. Fernandez, upon receiving the pass, attempted a reverse dunk. Within the allotted 2 minutes, they were unable to succeed after several attempts. However, with 2 chances remaining, Fernandez seized the opportunity on his first try and executed the move successfully. While commendable, he took too long to complete the dunk, resulting in a score of 42 points. Wu Di's second dunk, like his first, did not involve props or assistance. Instead, he positioned himself at midcourt, dribbling towards the hoop. He soared just before the free throw line, extending his body gracefully as he split his legs apart. With his right hand, he passed the ball beneath his legs to his left hand, swiftly bringing his legs together before transferring the ball back to his right hand and executing a behind-the-back dunk. The thunderous crack of the rim echoed as countless spectators rose to their feet, cheering for Wu Di. This was deemed one of the most challenging dunks witnessed. comparable to the mythical double dunk in the realm of slam dunks. Initiating from midcourt and completing a dunk from the free throw line was already a remarkable feat. But Woody enhanced the difficulty exponentially with his double-handed behind-the-back dunk. It appeared incredibly extravagant, reminiscent of diving, where others might manage a mere 720-degree turn in midair. He, however, followed his turn with a side roll of 540 degrees, all while keeping his splash minimal. Such a dunk could not possibly receive a low score. The judges promptly displayed their scores, perfect, a full 50 points. Chapter 165. The high-flying dunk. Woody's astonishing dunk garnered unanimous acclaim from both the audience and the judges. With 2 perfect scores in the preliminaries, totaling 100 points, he secured his place in the finals. This placed immense pressure on Nate Robinson, who was to perform immediately following Woody. He not only needed to achieve a perfect score in this round, but also hoped that Howard would falter. Otherwise, his chances of advancing to the finals would be slim. He enlisted the help of his teammate, Chandler, who lay flat within the free throw line. Robinson then leapt off Chandler's body to execute his dunk. However, due to the mounting pressure, it took him 4 attempts to complete the move. Regrettably, the stunt lacked originality and bore an element of disrespect, resulting in a score of 41 points from the judges. Nate Robinson felt a wave of despondency upon seeing the score, which effectively eliminated him from the finals unless Howard would score merely 36 points, a most improbable outcome. Clearly, given Howard's preparatory efforts, exceeding 30 points was out of the question. The crew adjusted another hoop alongside the court, elevating the rim even higher. After changing into his attire, Howard donned his superhero cape once more, staging a dramatic return reminiscent of Superman. Teammate Nelson launched the ball against the backboard, and upon its rebound, Howard caught it mid-air for a resounding dunk. He executed this feat flawlessly, prompting the audience to rise in applause, a gesture of appreciation for the spectacle. In America, few superheroes resonate with the masses quite like Superman and Captain America. One symbolizes the immigrant experience, while the other embodies the American dream. However, the flair of Howard's dunk far outweighed its technical difficulty, much to the delight of the crowd, yet the judges refrained from awarding him a perfect score. Had it not been for Woody's prior brilliance, they might have bestowed a full score upon Howard, but this was a slam dunk competition, where the merit lay in the execution of the dunk itself, not merely the theatrics. In recent years, the competition had often favored the less capable, and now that a genuine contender had emerged, the judges were inclined to be discerning. Woody's foreign identity did not evoke any bias, even if there were underlying prejudices. They remained dormant in this arena. All participants shared a common bond through basketball, adhering to fundamental principles, and the competition naturally leaned towards the complexity of the dunks. Howard's dunk received a score of 48, with 2 judges awarding a 9. Consequently, both Woody and Howard advanced to the finals, with Howard competing first due to his lower score. This time, Howard opted for a simpler approach, tossing the ball with one hand before leaping and completing a one-handed dunk. As the finals did not require judges' votes, but rather relied on fan ballots, the impact of Howard's dunk remained uncertain. When it was Woody's turn, he surprisingly instructed the staff to move the other hoop closer and then secured a rubber band at one of the corners of the 2 hoops, placing a sponge mat beneath. Curiosity peaked among the audience. What was Woody planning? A sponge mat in a dunk contest? Woody, holding the ball in one hand, approached the midline beyond the hoop, beginning his run without dribbling, charging towards the far hoop. Just over a meter from the rim, he launched himself into the air. The tremendous forward momentum propelled Woody's body upward, swiftly allowing his head to clear the rubber band. With a powerful push from a strategically positioned platform, Woody soared, akin to a high jumper, effortlessly gliding over the rubber band. Gasps of astonishment arose from both the audience and judges, who had not anticipated Woody's high jump maneuver. No wonder he had utilized the sponge mat. Without it, a fall could have resulted in injury. Everyone watching the television was utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a spectacular display of dunking before. Had the ball gone in, it would undoubtedly have secured a place in the annals of dunking history. Woody's parents were also glued to the screen, taken aback by their son's prowess. In contrast, little Wu Xing clapped his hands and exuberantly exclaimed, "Dad, you're amazing." Chu Shui, Yin Yin, and Song Shu were also on the sidelines, captivated by Woody's dunk, speechless with awe, fearing that he might inadvertently fall. As he descended, Woody executed a behind-the-back dunk, gripping the rim with both hands to stabilize his body, curling his legs to avoid touching the elastic band. However, perhaps he exerted too much force while curling his legs, and he ended up landing on the rim. His entire weight hung from it, causing the rim and backboard to sway violently, making the spectators' hearts race. Fortunately, since Shaquille O'Neal shattered a backboard, all NBA backboards and rims have undergone special reinforcement. Otherwise, they might not withstand Wu De's weight. Once the rim settled, Wu De leapt down, igniting a frenzy among the audience. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. At a loss for words to describe Wu De's astonishing feat, the backboard was merely a little over 3 meters from the floor. Yet such a height was hardly surmountable. Given that the world record in high jump is only 2.45 meters, Wu De utilized a platform to gain additional height. The platform stood at 80 centimeters, meaning Wu De needed to jump at least 20 meters to clear the elastic band. For high jump athletes, 20 meters is not particularly high. Elite jumpers can easily surpass it. However, it is crucial to note that Wu De is not a high jumper. His ability to clear it stems entirely from his exceptional physical prowess and control over his body. Dwight Howard, too, was left speechless, unsure if he could replicate Wu De's dunk. Yet he acknowledged that he could never conceive such an ingenious idea. The fact that Wu De drew inspiration from other sports to create this high jump-style dunk was nothing short of eye-popping. Amazed, Howard approached Wu De and remarked, "Brother, you're making it difficult for me." Wu De chuckled, playfully punching Howard's chest. "You could forego your next move. That would make my win much easier." Howard shot back, "Not a chance. I might want to back down." "Very well. I'll look forward to your next move," Wu De said with a smile, gesturing for Howard to take the stage. He then sat down on the sidelines, joking with Sun Yu and Kobe, teasing Howard. Rolling his eyes, Howard stepped onto the court, preparing for his next move. His second attempt was somewhat conventional, revealing a lack of creativity as he opted for a dunk from the free throw line. Nonetheless, for a towering giant at 2.11 meters, this maneuver still posed a significant challenge. Regrettably, in the initial round, Wu De had just executed a free throw line dunk that was far more challenging than the one he was about to perform. Howard seemed to have succumbed to a sense of resignation regarding the competition. Chapter 166, Dunking King. Howard had withdrawn from the contest. Yet Wu De remained steadfast in his routine. As Wu De entered the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating a novel dunk that would leave them exhilarated. Once again, Wu De enlisted the assistance of his staff to place a specially crafted chocolate on the rim. The chocolate, the size of a coin, bore an engraving that read Happy Valentine's Day in both Chinese and English. Wu De, microphone in hand, explained the significance of the chocolate to the audience before exuberantly proclaiming, "Happy Valentine's Day to us all. Do not spend next Valentine's Day alone." The arena was immediately filled with the enthusiastic shouts of the spectators. "Happy Valentine's Day. I love you, Wu De. I love you, China Wu." Even before Wu De began his dunk, he had ignited the crowd. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Coach Zhang Healy remarked, "Among NBA players, Wu De is perhaps the one most seamlessly integrated into American life. Others tended to be more reserved, possibly due to cultural differences, while Wu De's Northeast Chinese background endowed him with a more outgoing nature." During his time in China, he had formed a friendship with Coach Jonas, who frequently conversed with him in English. Perhaps the country should consider nurturing more players from the Northeast, as it could potentially increase the number of Chinese players in the NBA. Although Coach Zhang's opinion was deemed far-fetched, years later, it astonishingly came to fruition. Wu De passed the microphone to the staff and sprinted from beyond the three-point line towards the basket. He soared high, his head surpassing the rim, tilted his head, extended his tongue to savor the chocolate, and executed a grand windmill dunk, sending the basketball through the hoop. While the difficulty of this dunk was not particularly high, others had previously kissed the rim during their dunks. Wu De's approach was clever. Having performed this dunk a day after Valentine's Day, it was a delightful homage to the occasion. Moreover, his graceful execution made it impossible to perceive him as merely a powerful player. Upon landing, he took a few light steps to regain his balance, and the audience responded with thunderous applause and cheers. Soon, the voting results were announced, and Wu De triumphed over Howard by a significant margin, securing the title of Dunking King with a 96 approval rating. As he accepted the trophy symbolizing his victory, he simultaneously received a notification from a system. "Host has obtained the title of Dunking King. This title is equivalent to 20 victory points. Wu Di silently celebrated his victory gesture and calculated that, including his previous wins, he now had a total of 51 victory points. With 49 more needed to upgrade to tie shirt C, and with 30 games remaining in the season, along with the playoffs, there was a possibility of achieving the upgrade this season. Even if he could not upgrade this season, it was certain that he would do so in the early stages of the next season. Wu Di has triumphantly claimed the trophy for the Slam Dunk King, and Coach Zhang Li's side is still in celebration. Congratulations to Wu Di for being crowned the Slam Dunk King of the 2009 All-Star Game. He is the first Chinese player to receive this honor. Domestic fans are jubilant, as China has finally produced a Slam Dunk King. The Chinese have a profound connection to slam dunks, which must be attributed to the Japanese animation Slam Dunk, a cherished series that many fans grew up watching, instilling an extraordinary sentiment towards the art of dunking. Although Wu Di's victory has significantly enhanced his fame, even those who were previously indifferent to him have now become his admirers due to this accolade. American media has begun to extensively cover Wu Di's story, lauding his innovative dunks with unreserved praise. Securing the title of Slam Dunk King has also directly bestowed upon Wu Di a windfall of over $1 million in endorsement rewards, making him both famous and financially prosperous, a true stroke of fortune. In the evening, Wu Di attended a player gathering, held at a banquet organized by a hotel. Americans are known for their penchant for gatherings. They celebrate even the smallest occasions, referring to them as parties. There are birthday parties, graduation parties, and celebration parties. Not to mention the infamous American Pie parties associated with films. This soiree featured not only players, but also a smattering of celebrities, models, and socialites. Among them was Khloe Kardashian, wife of Lamar Odom, a prominent American socialite, along with her equally famous sisters and their well-known friends, the Hilton sisters. The Hilton sisters, both exceptionally talented, are not only models and actresses, but also designers and entrepreneurs. Paris Hilton, the elder sister, gained widespread fame years ago due to a scandalous video with her ex-boyfriend, and to this day, she remains synonymous with her provocative persona. Notably, Paris once stated in an interview her willingness to bear Kobe Bryant's child, highlighting the audacious nature of these American socialites who engage in various unrestrained discussions. It is said that the relationship between Lamar Odom and Khloe Kardashian was introduced by Paris Hilton, who is also close friends with the notorious Britney Spears. The banquet was attended not only by the Hilton and Kardashian sisters, but also by Zhang Guiqi, a Chinese star promoting her new film in the United States. Zhang Guiqi is one of the few Chinese superstars in Hollywood and stands as one of the 2 female stars who have made a significant impact. However, Zhang Guiqi is younger and more favored by American audiences compared to Gong Li. Wu Di considers himself a fan of Zhang Guiqi, who has watched his games and is, in a sense, a supporter of his as well. They share a mutual understanding, both striving in the challenging landscape of America, and naturally, they look out for one another. Wu Di, uncertain of the quality of Zhang Guiqi's new film The Night, nonetheless took it upon himself to introduce her to Kobe Bryant, Dwight Howard, and others, leveraging his connections to assist her as much as possible. Zhang Guiqi entwined her arm with Wu Di's as they strolled through the banquet hall. Today, Wu Di was undoubtedly a central figure, having just secured the title of Dunk King. Among the events following the All-Star Game, the dunk contest drew the most attention. Kobe had also introduced Wu Di to several notable individuals, including the illustrious Hilton sisters, Paris Hilton and her sister Nikki Hilton, as well as Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian. Along with Khloe's husband, Lamar Odom, Zhang Guiqi was not alone. She was accompanied by her boyfriend, a senior executive from Warner. As the banquet drew to a close, Zhang Guiqi and her boyfriend departed, leaving Wu Di somewhat despondently sipping his drink, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, lost in thought. What is troubling our Dunk King? A woman approached Wu Di, teasingly inquiring. Turning his head, he was surprised to find it was Nikki Hilton. Wu Di raised his glass and took a sip with her, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Is it because of that hometown girl? Nikki Hilton asked. I suppose, Wu Di replied. I must earn a great deal of money in the future so that no one dares to underestimate me. Nikki Hilton's eyes sparkled as she regarded Wu Di. To be respected by all, it requires more than mere wealth. One must possess influence. Otherwise, others will merely regard you as a nouveau riche. Influence? Wu Di pondered, unsure of how to cultivate such a quality. Do you wish to know? Nikki Hilton queried. Of course. Observing the dwindling number of guests in the banquet hall, Nikki suggested, "The party is concluding. Why not find a quieter place to discuss this further?" Wu Di, noticing the truth in her words, nodded in agreement. Nikki Hilton linked her arm with his, leading him out of the hotel. Standing at 1.7 meters, she felt a little shorter next to Wu Di, but she pressed closely against him, tilting her head to gaze up at him. "Has anyone ever told you that you possess an alluring fragrance?" Nikki Hilton asked with sparkling eyes. "Many women have commented on that." Wu Di replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by Nikki's interest. He felt confident, even in the presence of her sister. "Paris Hilton, both of you are seasoned vixens. Who could outwit whom in this game?" Wu Di mused. Despite Paris's extensive romantic history, he would not shy away from an encounter with her, as every man would relish such an opportunity without the burden of responsibility. Nikki led Wu Di into the Hilton Hotel, her family's enterprise. Once inside the room, she poured him another drink and remarked, "Increasing your influence is quite simple. It merely requires you to possess what others do not. I possess what others lack." Wu Di reflected, "Such as? For instance, if you own Google, you would possess the ability to influence the vast majority of internet users, and thus, you would wield immense power," Nikki casually illustrated. Wu Di shook his head. "I'm not very familiar with such high-tech matters. Pray tell, what do you possess that others lack?" Nikki inquired. Wu Di pondered for a moment. Aside from the recipes and training regimens provided by the system, he realized he had nothing that truly distinguished him from others. However, he was reluctant to divulge the recipes and training details, leading him to gently shake his head in response, indicating he had nothing remarkable to share. "I am quite aware of what you possess." Nikki provocatively approached him, her fingers grazing his chest. "You are your own unique advantage. If you harness it well, you can wield immense influence." Wu Di, maintaining his composure, queried how one might go about utilizing such potential. "Consider us," Nikki continued. "Each of us harbors a certain energy. While one or two may seem insignificant, collectively they form a formidable force." As she deftly unbuttoned one of Wu Di's buttons, she added, "If you can conquer a few, wouldn't that equate to possessing great influence? Is that so?" Wu Di replied, a sly smile dancing on his lips. He recognized Nikki's intentions were merely to allure him, rendering her assertions somewhat dubious. Indeed, Nikki observed a shift in Wu Di's demeanor, realizing her intentions had been unveiled. Yet, his lack of aversion to the situation only fueled her enthusiasm. "You could start with me. Perhaps I might truly be your conquest?" Wu Di, with a mischievous glint in his eye, pulled Nikki closer and asked, "How about we share a bath?" "Of course," Nikki replied with a radiant smile. Without hesitation, Wu Di scooped her up and headed toward the bathroom. Soon, a gasp echoed from within, followed by peals of laughter, and then the sound of water cascading, accompanied by soft moans. After the soiree, Paris Hilton bid farewell to Kobe, who had attended with his wife, Vanessa. In recent years, Vanessa had kept a tight rein on Kobe. Ever since Paris had publicly declared her desire to bear Kobe's child, Vanessa had ensured there were no opportunities for the two to be alone together. Paris harbored a genuine affection for Kobe. Despite her numerous past relationships, her allegiance to the Lakers remained steadfast. She purchased season tickets for every home game, underscoring her devotion to Kobe. Alas, with Kobe already married, Paris found no means to disrupt their union. In comparison to herself, Kobe would undoubtedly treat Vanessa better, not merely due to their children, but also because he could hardly trust a woman who might bring scandal upon him. Thus, Paris had always expressed her admiration for Kobe in public, never once involving herself in the intricacies of his private life. After seeing Kobe off, Paris returned to her hotel room, feeling somewhat dejected. Upon inquiring with the hotel staff, she learned that Nikki had brought a man back, an individual with a tall, yellow complexion. Instantly, Paris's mind conjured images of the two Chinese players on the Lakers. Which one could it be? Wu might be the more probable choice, although Sun was handsome. He lacked the rugged charm that Wu Di possessed. As she envisioned Wu Di's robust physique, Paris's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she resolved to sneak a peek into her sister's room. At the front desk lay a spare key, and Paris approached the door of Nikki's room. With a gentle turn of the key, she unlocked the door and was immediately greeted by the sound of water emanating from the bathroom. Upon entering, Paris secured the door behind her, placed her handbag on the sofa, and slipped off her high heels before quietly making her way to the bathroom door. As she gently twisted the knob, the sound of water intensified, accompanied by muffled cries from her sister. Curiosity piqued, Paris peered inside, and a scene of fervent passion unfolded before her eyes. Woody was passionately entwined with Nikki when suddenly another figure pressed against him, Paris Hilton herself. Woody was not one to refuse such an invitation. Both Hilton sisters were beyond reproach in terms of beauty and physique, with two stunning women vying for his attention. Woody was certainly not inclined to decline. Although both women were a few years his senior, they were still in their prime, at most 25 or 26 years of age, the epitome of feminine allure. Woody drew Paris into the embrace, placing her alongside Nikki. Nikki, catching sight of Paris, longed to inform her sister that Woody was hers for the evening, yet her voice failed her, her body too weak to speak. The following morning, Woody emerged from beneath the Hilton sisters. Nikki, bleary-eyed, gazed at him and asked, "Woody, where will you go after today's competition?" "My parents return home tomorrow. After the competition, I'll fly back to Los Angeles," Woody replied candidly. "Have you booked your flight? Do you need me to help you with the tickets?" "That would be great. But you'll need to book 4 tickets. I have 3 friends traveling back with me." Nikki offered a soft acknowledgement before burying herself back under the covers to continue her slumber. Upon returning to his hotel, Woody found that Chu Shui and her 2 companions had not waited for him, having inferred that he had gone out to indulge in revelry once more. Since Woody's parents arrived in America, he had spent over half a month at home, accompanied by the 3 women. They understood that Woody was feeling pinned up, especially after spending Valentine's Day with them. Though they celebrated together, they were aware that such moments were fleeting. What if one day Woody encountered a girl who truly captured his heart? He would no longer belong to them. Once back at the hotel, Woody refrained from disturbing the 3 women and instead engaged in some exercise to prepare for the evening's All-Star game. When the 3 women finally awoke, he recounted the events involving the Hilton sisters, asking Chu Shui to send their identification details to Nikki via text. Upon receiving the message, Nikki felt a surge of irritation. All 3 of Woody's friends were women, reflecting on the previous night, where Woody had been affectionate with her and her sister. She was now confronted with the reality of him flirting with 3 other women. Nonetheless, Nikki kept her word. She promptly booked the plane tickets for Woody and his 3 companions, sending them to the hotel. With all arrangements in place, Woody, accompanied by the 3 ladies, made their way to the arena to partake in the All-Star game. The head coach for the Eastern Conference was Mike Brown from the Cavaliers, while the Western Conference was led by the legendary Phil Jackson of the Lakers. The Eastern starting lineup included Howard, Garnett, James, Wade, and Iverson, whereas the West featured Yao Ming, Duncan, Woody, Kobe, and Paul. The audience was already seated in full capacity, with the Hilton sisters cheering fervently for Kobe and Woody from the sidelines. On the other side, Chu Shui and her companions were also rallying for Woody. In terms of audience demographics, the West held a distinct advantage, as many fans, aside from those local to Phoenix, hailed from Los Angeles. Naturally, the local Phoenix fans rallied behind the Western Stars, while the majority from Los Angeles were, like Paris, fervent supporters of Kobe and the Lakers. Of course, there were some neutral fans, a significant portion of whom had witnessed Woody's dunk the previous day and found themselves leaning towards him in spirit. As Howard and Yao Ming faced off for the tip-off, Yao, predictably, did not secure possession. The Eastern Stars commenced their offense, with Iverson skillfully breaking past Paul and driving to the basket for a score. The defensive effort during the All-Star game was markedly less stringent than that of the rookie game, with few players dedicating themselves to serious defense. The Western Stars initiated their play, with Paul advancing the ball to Kobe. Following Iverson's recent score, the Western team was not to be outdone. Kobe, despite Wade's interference, sank a 3-pointer. Both teams began to display a fierce offensive battle. Wade broke through Kobe's defense for a dunk. Paul, utilizing Woody's screen, penetrated the paint for a floating score. James stormed the rim for a dunk, and Woody found himself open, receiving the ball and nailing a 3-pointer. Both star teams were remarkably proficient in shooting, with the Western team maintaining a lead. All 3 perimeter players could effortlessly score from beyond the arc, making it virtually impossible to miss when left open. The least suitable players for the All-Star game were those in the post, as they seldom received the ball. Howard, with his flair for performance, was an exception. However, Yao and Duncan lacked the same comedic spirit. Thus, after just a few minutes of play, Yao and Duncan were substituted for Gasol and Stoudemire. As the local hero in Phoenix, Stoudemire was greeted with enthusiastic cheers upon his entrance. in deference to the audience's sentiments. Paul felt compelled to pass the ball to Stoudemire more frequently, which naturally diminished the opportunities for others. Kobe, as the leader of the Eastern Stars, faced little challenge in securing his shots, but Wu Di and Paul inevitably saw their chances decrease. The first quarter swiftly concluded, and Wu Di had managed to secure only 4 shooting opportunities, resulting in 3 successful three-pointers and 1 offensive rebound, leading to a putback dunk. He totaled 11 points, just 2 shy of Kobe's tally. In the second quarter, Wu Di found himself without playing time. Despite being a first-time All-Star and a starter, it was unlikely that he would see much action on the court. Even 20 minutes of play would be considered fortunate. The All-Star roster is composed of the most popular stars in the NBA, truly the creme de la creme, comparable to giants of the game. Those who are perennial selections to the All-Star team are invariably superstars, akin to icons like Kobe and LeBron. As Kobe and Paul exited the game, the Zen Masters substituted in Parker, Roy, and Nowitzki. The Eastern Conference All-Stars also saw changes, with the court now occupied by Howard, Lewis, Pierce, Allen, and Mo Williams. Seated on the sidelines, Wu Di engaged in light conversation with Kobe. "Did you spend a delightful moment with any lovely lady yesterday?" Kobe inquired with a hint of mischief. Wu Di raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I am quite the catch." Kobe shook his head. "A few years back, I was far more sought after than you." Wu Di retorted dismissively. "Beauty aside, the new generation surpasses the old. Have you not seen our record of 33 wins shattered?" Kobe's expression shifted as he leaned closer to Wu Di. "Do you think we can break the Bulls' record of 72 wins this season?" Wu Di paused, contemplating. The Lakers had just lost 4 games, with 30 remaining. "With some effort, it might just be possible. I calculated that as long as we lose no more than 5 games, we can indeed break the 72-win record. 5 losses?" A flicker of determination crossed Kobe's eyes as he glanced at the scoreboard, then said to Wu Di, "When I get back in, help me secure the MVP." Wu Di was taken aback, but soon grasped Kobe's intent and nodded in agreement. If Kobe aimed for MVP, he would provide his full support. Kobe then approached the Zen Master for a brief discussion. Midway through the second quarter, the Zen Master made another substitution, pulling out Gasol, Roy, and Parker for O'Neal, Kobe, and Billups. The long-estranged duo of O'Neal and Kobe reunited on the court. Since joining the Suns, O'Neal had leveraged his formidable reputation to become part of the team's trio of stars. Unfortunately, age had taken its toll. His once dominant speed was now a burden, hampering the Suns' offensive tempo. This season's performance paled in comparison to the previous one, jeopardizing their playoff hopes. The reunion of Kobe and O'Neal evoked nostalgia among fans, harkening back to the glory days of the Lakers dynasty and the legendary Shaq-Kobe partnership. Their interactions suggested a mutual reconciliation as they executed several plays together, signaling an understanding between them. However, the true nature of their relationship remained known only to them. Chapter 169. Kobe's ambitions. Kobe's envy over the current MVP was not due to a lack of all-star MVP accolades. Rather, he was eager to compete for a 3rd MVP title this season and to pursue the record for the highest number of wins in a regular season. His relentless drive was inspired by his idol, Michael Jordan. Upon entering the NBA, Kobe Bryant held an immense admiration for Michael Jordan, emulating many of his playing habits. From his signature dunks to the iconic tongue-out gesture, essentially rendering him a second incarnation of Jordan. However, as time progressed, Kobe endeavored to liberate himself from Jordan's influence and carve his own identity. Yet, to this day, he remains perceived as Jordan's successor, unable to entirely escape the shadow cast by the legend. Consequently, Kobe constantly aspired to surpass Jordan, yearning for recognition that he is indeed Kobe, not merely a replica of Jordan. The question then arises, how could he transcend Jordan's legacy, especially considering that Jordan had already retired? Even if Jordan were still active, defeating him would seem hollow, as the passage of time would inevitably favor the younger Kobe. Thus, the only avenue left was to pursue Jordan's accolades. Among Jordan's illustrious achievements are the 2 Bulls championships, the remarkable 72-win record, and 3 MVP awards. Kobe was relentlessly focused on attaining these 3 monumental honors, with the prospect of surpassing the 72-win mark appearing within reach. His ambition ignited. Kobe prepared to challenge both the 72-win record and the 3 MVPs simultaneously. These 2 aspirations were not mutually exclusive. After all, Jordan himself accomplished this feat during the 1995-96 season, and Kobe naturally desired to replicate such greatness. The term 3 MVPs refers to the 3 prestigious MVP awards: the All-Star MVP, the regular season MVP, and the Finals MVP. Only these 3 trophies hold significant weight in the NBA. Securing all 3 in a single season designates one as the paramount star of that season, without exception. While Jordan achieved this remarkable feat on 2 occasions, Kobe had only claimed the regular season and All-Star MVPs, yet had yet to earn the Finals MVP. Time was not on Kobe's side. If he did not seize the opportunity to attain the 3 MVPs soon, he might never realize that dream. Thus, Kobe felt an undeniable urgency to secure the All-Star MVP that day, exhibiting no leniency towards anyone. Remarkably, Coach Phil Jackson shared Kobe's fervent vision, opting to keep Pau Gasol and others on the bench initially, allowing other players to take the court. As the 3rd quarter waned, Jackson introduced Gasol and others to support Kobe's endeavor. The Eastern All-Star team struggled with their shooting, while Gasol and his teammates immediately contested the opposition, allowing Kobe to seize rebounds. Advancing to the front court, Gasol set screens for Kobe, while his teammates moved strategically. Whenever an opportunity arose, Kobe would take the shot, and if not, he would pass to his teammates. On this day, their shooting was exceptional, with nearly every attempt finding the net. By the latter stages of the 4th quarter, Kobe's statistics soared to 37 points, 14 rebounds, and 11 assists, while the Western All-Star team led the Eastern All-Stars by nearly 20 points, 142 to 123. The Eastern team, however, was undeterred, but the Western All-Stars played with fervent defense. Jackson brought in Yao Ming to play center, with Gasol at power forward and Chauncey Billups at point guard. This lineup was undoubtedly the Western All-Stars' most formidable defensive configuration, underscoring Jackson's determination to secure the MVP for Kobe. Ultimately, as the final moments approached, LeBron James' last shot missed, and the All-Star game came to a close. Kobe Bryant, with an impressive tally of 42 points, 14 rebounds, and 13 assists, was honored with the MVP award. Prior to the game, whispers circulated that the league intended for Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe to share this prestigious accolade. However, such an arrangement was rendered impossible, as O'Neal played merely 11 minutes and contributed a dismal single-digit performance, failing to achieve double figures in any category. How could he possibly share the MVP title with Kobe, who had secured a remarkable triple-double? It would indeed be absurd. Kobe rightfully claimed the MVP, marking the first step toward his ambition of attaining a 3rd MVP title. His next objective was to pursue the regular season MVP while simultaneously challenging the record of 72 victories. Following the All-Star game, Woody promptly accompanied Chu Shue and the Hilton sisters to the airport, embarking on a night flight back to Los Angeles. Nikki Hilton seemed particularly attentive towards Woody, arranging for their seats to be next to each other and engaging him in conversation throughout the flight, even sharing some risque jokes. Nikki's personality was vibrant and charming. She was exceptionally talented, having established 2 hotels and 2 handbag companies, all while designing her own bags. Unlike her sister Paris, Nikki possessed a certain innocence in matters of the heart, while Paris showed little concern for men aside from Kobe, engaging in flings and treating them as mere acquaintances. Nikki was different. When she liked someone, it was genuine. She dreamed of living a fairy tale existence with her beloved. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that fairy tales are often deceptive, as the individuals she encountered were far from her prince. In 2004, Nikki had experienced a brief marriage that lasted only a few months. Subsequently, she had several relationships, all culminating in failure. Now, her gaze was fixed upon Woody. Yet this was destined to be an unfulfilled romance. Although Woody wished to spare Nikki any heartache, he had no intention of marrying her, thus ensuring her eventual sorrow. Upon disembarking from the plane, Woody hurried home. The following morning, his parents, accompanied by Yin Yin and Song Shu, returned to their homeland. After bidding farewell to his parents, Woody immersed himself in the gym, commencing rigorous training. It had been a month since he had engaged in proper practice, and he needed to regain his peak form in the coming days. Otherwise, the Lakers would struggle to surpass the 72-win target. Later that evening, as Woody exited the gym after training, he spotted Nikki leaning against a sports car waiting for him. He joined her in the car, and they went to her villa, where they spent the night together. This evening was entirely theirs, free from Paris's interruptions, allowing Nikki to unleash her full enthusiasm. The following day, Woody rode with Nikki to the gym, inadvertently getting photographed by reporters. Soon, the images spread through the media, coinciding perfectly with the All-Star fervor, propelling Woody back into the spotlight across America due to his association with the socialite Nikki Hilton. However, Woody paid little heed to this newfound attention, as he had wholly dedicated himself to his training. This evening, the Lakers will host the Hawks, marking their first game following the All-Star break. With everyone eager to secure a triumphant start, the Hawks are a formidable team from the Eastern Conference, boasting a strong roster. The esteemed Joe Johnson, known as the Hawk King, recently faced off against the Lakers trio during the All-Star game. Additionally, promising rookie Al Horford has partnered with Woody in the Rookie Showcase. Beyond these two, the Hawks also feature several double-digit scorers, including Josh Smith, Mike Bibby, and Marvin Williams, amounting to an impressive 6 players averaging double figures. This formidable lineup poses a significant challenge. However, prior to the match, a favorable update emerged. The Hawks starting small forward, Marvin Williams, has been sidelined due to injury. Without him, Woody may find the game more manageable and could even take on the role of primary scorer, specifically targeting the Hawks small forward position. Chapter 170. The Clash of Eagles and Serpents. The Hawk star player is affectionately dubbed the Hawk King, akin to how the Raptors' leading player is referred to as the Dragon King, and the Timberwolves star is called the Wolf King. Meanwhile, the Lakers star, Kobe, is known by the moniker Black Mamba. The matchup between Hawk King Joe Johnson and Black Mamba Kobe ignites an epic showdown. In nature, hawks and snakes are natural adversaries, both being apex predators. Whichever side asserts dominance can vanquish the other. This theme resonates in Chinese martial arts literature, with notable references such as the battle between the eagle and the snake in the Condor Heroes, where the eagle emerged victorious and the snake, defeated, had its gallbladder transformed into a treasure for Yanghua to enhance his internal power. However, the outcome of today's contest is unlikely to mirror that narrative. In the NBA, no shooting guard dares to claim superiority over Kobe. Joe Johnson is no exception. Though he possesses a slight height advantage over Kobe, he falls short in scoring prowess. Woody had anticipated himself as the pivotal factor in overcoming the Hawks. Yet, from the outset of the game, Kobe unleashed his prowess. His speed outstripped Johnson's, allowing him to repeatedly penetrate the Hawks' defenses. Conversely, Johnson utilized his height to maneuver and shoot from the perimeter, resulting in a temporary stalemate between the two. Kobe's swift movements made it effortless to surpass Johnson, a notable all-star in his own right, who found himself utterly overwhelmed by Kobe's explosive performance. Johnson recognized Kobe's exceptional form today and wisely refrained from engaging him directly. As a player averaging around 25 points per game, Johnson possesses commendable intelligence. Although Kobe has been named to the all-defensive first team multiple times, some may argue there were discrepancies. However, these inconsistencies do not reflect a deficiency in Kobe's abilities, but rather a matter of conserving energy. The distinction between lack of capability and lack of effort is paramount. The latter implies restraint, while the former indicates true inadequacy. In other words, Kobe's defensive prowess is indeed sufficient to earn him a spot on the all-defensive first team. It is common knowledge that Kobe emulated Jordan in his playing style, and like Jordan, he honed his perimeter defense through relentless effort. During periods of average performance, Kobe often reserved his energy for offensive endeavors. However, with his current excellent form, Joe Johnson would be unwise to assume that Kobe would not take his defensive responsibilities seriously. Instances of negligence in the NBA are not uncommon, as exemplified by the famous T-Mac moment, where Tracy McGrady, despite his strong defensive capabilities, became less focused on defense after becoming the team's star player. Yet, when he was in peak form, his defensive skills flourished, ultimately leading to the unforgettable moment. Joe Johnson cautiously sought assistance from his teammates to shield him from Kobe, opting to find open shots. The other players on the Hawks were performing reasonably well, with Al Horford and Bynum engaged in a closely contested matchup. Gasol was not at his best today, and he and Josh Smith seemed evenly matched. Woody's performance was relatively commendable, allowing him to overpower Maurice Evans. Although Evans typically plays the shooting guard position and stands only 196 centimeters tall, he found himself at a disadvantage against Woody in the small forward role. Nonetheless, with Kobe in fine form, the Hawks were reluctant to assign him to defend against Kobe, fearing he might be made to look foolish. As for Woody, the Hawks were not overly concerned. Given that his recent performance had been lackluster, with many media outlets suggesting he had become complacent after achieving some success, neglecting his training. Indeed, Woody's recent form had been disappointing. Aside from a few explosive performances, he struggled to reach double digits in scoring, significantly dragging down his average. In the second quarter, the Zen Master adjusted the lineup, allowing Wu Di to rest, which set the stage for a showdown between Kobe and Joe Johnson. Both players not only sought to score for themselves, but also facilitated their teammates, resulting in an offensive spectacle. Kobe drove past Johnson, drawing defenders and assisting Bynum for a dunk. Johnson and Josh Smith executed a pick and roll, drawing Gasol away and returning the ball to Smith, who scored with a mid-range shot. Spectators at the sidelines were thoroughly entertained. While the display fell short of the recent All-Star game, such fluid offensive play was indeed a rare sight. Once Kobe and Johnson took a breather, the duel between the Hawks and the Lakers momentarily subsided, with both teams seemingly evenly matched in the first half. Kobe had tallied 22 points and 8 assists, while Johnson had amassed 23 points and 7 assists, with Johnson benefiting from a few three-pointers. Both players achieved impressive scoring in the half. Wu Di then led the Lakers bench mob onto the court, featuring Pete Kovic, Brad Miller, and Sun Yu, all of whom had established themselves as prolific scorers off the bench. As long as Wu Di was willing to distribute the ball, these three were bound to score in double digits. Achieving double figures is a significant accomplishment for role players, considering that Pete Kovic and Sun Yu's current roles are primarily defensive. In contrast, the Hawks bench was somewhat weaker, quickly crumbling under the Lakers' high-intensity defense, leading to a widening score gap. By the time the third quarter commenced, the Lakers had established a commanding lead of 10 points. With this advantage, Kobe promptly switched defensive assignments with Woody, entrusting the formidable Joe Johnson to Woody's capable hands. While he began to focus more intently on the offensive front, the sudden change in defense bewildered Johnson, who consequently committed 2 successive turnovers. He had not anticipated that Woody's wingspan would surpass Kobe's by such a considerable margin. Both of his attempted passes were intercepted by Woody, further plunging the Hawks into despair. With his complete concentration directed towards offense, Kobe became increasingly formidable, executing a series of pull-up shots from beyond the arc whenever Johnson managed to close the distance. Kobe would effortlessly lean back for a shot. If Johnson failed to close in, he would shoot directly. The Hawks, plagued by misfortune, not only suffered the injury of Marvin Williams, but also faced the unleashed prowess of Kobe. By the 5th minute of the fourth quarter, the deficit had swelled to 20 points, leaving the Hawks with no option but to concede defeat. The epic clash between the Hawks and the Lakers culminated in a resounding victory for the Black Mamba, who recorded an impressive double-double with 46 points and 12 assists. Joe Johnson, restricted by Woody's defense, managed to score 34 points and provide 8 assists. Albeit commendable, it paled in comparison to Kobe's performance. The disparity in their outputs could be attributed to Woody's exceptional defensive efforts, which have now earned him the title of the Lakers' foremost defensive stalwart, even eclipsing Kobe in this regard. Furthermore, Woody currently occupies the top position in the rankings for best defensive player, boasting an impressive tally of 36 blocks and 32 steals, firmly keeping Howard at bay. On the 19th, the Lakers traveled by bus to Golden State to face the Warriors, where Woody, having regained his prime form, played a pivotal role in leading the Lakers to victory. Upon returning home on the 21st, during practice, Bynum sustained an injury that would sideline him for 2 months. Although he is expected to return before the playoffs, Pekovic stepped into the starting role and immediately excelled, registering 4 blocks in a single game, instilling such fear in the Hornets' perimeter players that they hesitated to penetrate the paint. The rest of the Lakers also performed admirably, successfully avenging their earlier defeat against the Hornets and achieving a 3-game winning streak following the All-Star break. Pekovic's presence alleviated the concerns of the Lakers, who were relieved to find that they still had viable options in the paint. When facing taller centers, they could also alternate between Gasol and Pekovic for defensive assignments, ensuring that the next 2 months would pose no significant challenges. On the 23rd, the Lakers triumphed over the struggling Timberwolves. On the 25th, they secured another victory against the underwhelming Thunder. By the 27th, they emerged victorious once more against the Suns, who were still experimenting with new tactics, thereby achieving an impressive 6-game winning streak. Chapter 171. Encountering influenza on February 28th, the Lakers faced the Nuggets in a back-to-back matchup on their home turf. The Nuggets, currently trailing closely behind the Lakers in the standings, while not quite as formidable, rank as the second strongest team in the Western Conference. It could be said that, aside from the Lakers, the Nuggets represent the most powerful team in the West at this time. The outcome of this back-to-back contest against the Nuggets was difficult to predict, leaning towards an uncertain 50-50 proposition. Furthermore, the injury to starting center Bynum had diminished the Lakers' roster strength to a level comparable to that of the Nuggets. Nevertheless, despite the back-to-back nature of the game, only the stamina of the indefatigable Woody and Kobe remained unaffected, while the rest of the team experienced significant fatigue. For instance, Ariza, having just disembarked from his flight today, contracted the flu and was promptly admitted to the hospital. In the United States, influenza is a grave ailment. Without timely treatment, it can prove fatal. However, for Woody and Sunyu, a mere cold is trivial. It is only the avian flu that raises their vigilance. It remains a mystery, perhaps due to the prevalence of cold viruses in China, that neither Woody nor Sunyu has contracted the flu since arriving in America. Although the absence of Ariza is noted, he is not a pivotal player, averaging less than 10 minutes of playtime per game. Originally, Ariza was regarded as a commendable defender, yet his offensive shortcomings have diminished his court time. Should he fail to enhance his shooting skills next season, Ariza's playing time may dwindle further, as the shooting guard and small forward positions are already saturated with 4 players capable of both offense and defense. From the outset of the game, the Lakers' back-to-back disadvantage became apparent. Fisher was severely out of form, continually being penetrated by Billups. It is important to note that Billups is not particularly renowned for his driving ability. He is more adept at shooting from beyond the arc. In previous seasons, Billups' perimeter shooting was not particularly impressive, as he is not an offensive-minded point guard, akin to Jason Kidd, but rather a defensive specialist. Thus, relying on Billups for offensive contributions is challenging. His three-point shooting hovered just above 30, and his free throw percentage was around 65. However, this season, upon joining the Nuggets, Billups seems to have experienced a remarkable transformation, significantly enhancing his scoring ability, with his three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40 and free throw percentage soaring above 90. This is nothing short of a miracle. He is now averaging nearly 20 points per game, approaching the pinnacle of his career. Nonetheless, this perspective may be overly optimistic. In fact, during his tenure with the Pistons, Billups averaged 17 to 18 points over several seasons, albeit slightly less than Hamilton. However, the most prominent figure among the 5 Pistons is undoubtedly Ben Wallace. When evaluating star players, those averaging fewer than 20 points are often overlooked, especially when compared to the likes of Kobe and LeBron, whose scoring is significantly higher. Nevertheless, this perspective is somewhat misguided. Billups is a defensive-minded point guard, much like Woody, who is a defensive small forward. Although he may not openly acknowledge it, this is the reality. Throughout this match, he was tasked with defending Anthony, who struggled with his shooting touch today. In fact, it could be said that the entire Lakers squad was off their game. Ariza's flu, likely a result of the erratic weather, had a ripple effect on the rest of the team, leaving them somewhat listless. Both Woody and Kobe were unable to maintain their rhythm, resorting to penetrating the paint as a strategy. Fortunately, with Camby traded away, the Lakers were spared the burden of numerous blocked shots today. Conversely, both Anthony and Billups exhibited excellent shooting form. Although Anthony faced limited space when shooting against Woody, he managed to shake free several times to receive the ball and shoot. Woody, feeling somewhat disoriented, likely due to the flu's effects, found himself in a challenging situation. The Lakers succumbed to defeat, managing a mere 79 points, a disheartening tally for a team renowned for its scoring prowess, highlighting the team's overall poor condition. Following the conclusion of the match, only the assistant coach remained to address the press, as the Zen master and the players had all gone to the hospital for examinations. Under the doctor's orders, the entire team was admitted for treatment. Although the disturbances were minor, they still required intravenous therapy. While in the hospital, the Lakers learned about the NBA selection for the best player of February. The Eastern Conference's standout was Dwayne Wade, who averaged an impressive 39 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists per game. In the Western Conference, Pau Gasol claimed the honor with averages of 29 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. The NBA places significant emphasis on double-digit statistics, as evidenced by the accolades for double-doubles, triple-doubles, quadruple-doubles, and even quintuple-doubles. The Lakers' first game in March was scheduled for the 2nd, providing them a day to recuperate and regain some strength. On the 2nd, the Lakers flew to Phoenix, where they were compelled to take the court despite their recent ailments. Their interior defense crumbled, as Shaquille O'Neal wreaked havoc single-handedly. Had the team been at full strength, the Zen Master would have employed the hack-a-Shaq strategy. However, with Bynum injured and no new interior player acquired before the trade deadline, the Zen Master was left without options. Instead, he briefly utilized Bobby Jackson, leaving only 3 players to rotate in the paint, with Woody and Sun Yu forced to fill in at power forward to complete the game. The Suns had devised a strategy to exploit O'Neal's presence, extracting him from their tactical framework. During fast breaks, they adhered to their previous style, but when those fast breaks faltered, they quickly inserted O'Neal to bolster their offense. On this occasion, O'Neal erupted, and while the Lakers' outside shooting regained much of its energy, their interior players struggled to recover, allowing O'Neal to capitalize. With yet another loss, the Lakers' previously set limit of 5 defeats dwindled to just 3 remaining opportunities. To lose only 3 games within a month seemed nearly impossible unless the Lakers could muster another streak of consecutive victories. That evening, the team returned to Los Angeles, allowing themselves 2 days of rest before fully recuperating. Megan Fox returned to Los Angeles to promote Transformers 2, as the film had just completed shooting and was now in the post-production phase. Thanks to the groundwork laid by Transformers 1, the special effects for the sequel could be expedited with a projected summer release. Megan found time to visit Woody, having seen news of his bout with the flu. However, upon her arrival, Nikki Hilton was also present. The 2 women, acquainted through the entertainment industry, felt the tension of an unspoken rivalry, yet they maintained restraint, avoiding any direct confrontation. However, when Megan approached, the 2 women exchanged deep glances, causing Woody to feel a surge of anxiety. The covert rivalry between the 2 women left Woody in a state of distress. Although he could not marry either of them, he found himself quite fond of them, particularly during their intimate moments. Nevertheless, if either of them were to create a scandal, Woody would not hesitate to sever ties, regardless of Nikki's standing in Los Angeles. In his subconscious, he had already relegated Megan to the weaker position. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, trouble arose. Ron Artest, a player for the Rockets, unexpectedly arrived in Los Angeles to support Megan's film promotion. Such appearances typically indicate the backing of close friends or a promotional collaboration. But Megan had no acquaintance with Artest, who was unrelated to the entertainment industry. His presence was solely motivated by his affection for her. At the end of last year, media outlets reported that Megan had broken up with her boyfriend, prompting some of her admirers to take action. Yet Artest was the first to do so brazenly. Woody immediately sought out Nikki, having heard that Artest's visit was facilitated by Paris. Nikki, of course, denied this, and without any evidence, Woody could only channel his frustration onto the basketball court. The Lakers were not faring well, despite winning most of their games. They lost all 3 remaining matches at the beginning of April. On March 10th, the Lakers faced the Trail Blazers, who unleashed a formidable performance, leaving the Lakers defenseless. Roy and Aldridge executed a flawless partnership, scoring a combined total of 60 points, leading the Blazers to an overall score of 111. Although the Lakers fought hard to catch up, their final attempts were thwarted by the Blazers' defense, resulting in a loss. Following this, the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets, Spurs, Mavericks, and 76ers, achieving a 4-game winning streak. It was during this period that news of Artest's support for Megan emerged, and in the ensuing game against the Warriors, Woody erupted on the court. The Warriors stood no chance against Woody's robust physique, as he scored 35 points, forcing them into an unwilling defeat. Next in line to face Woody's wrath were the Bulls, who were unable to contain him. Their attempt to have Luol Deng defend Woody proved futile. Against weaker defenders, Woody consistently overpowered them with sheer strength. At times, he felt as though he were merely bullying his opponents. Had it not been for Rose's efforts to keep the score close, the Bulls might have faced an even greater defeat. The Thunder soon encountered Woody's fury, with Durant's slender frame unable to withstand his might, suffering a similar fate. The Lakers triumphed over the Thunder by a resounding 28 points, and Woody's anger subsided considerably after 3 games of scoring 30 points. In the subsequent match against the Pistons, Woody finally found peace. The Lakers returned to their usual form, yet the Pistons faltered. With both Iverson and Hamilton injured, the Pistons struggled offensively, ultimately scoring a mere 77 points. How could such a score lead to victory? Even when the Lakers were at their worst, they managed to score 79 points. Thus, in their current good condition, Victory was all but assured. By the end of the third quarter, they led the Pistons by 30 points. Coach Zinn, showing his respect, substituted in role players for the fourth quarter, allowing the game to drift into garbage time. The Pistons capitalized on this opportunity to narrow the score. Otherwise, they might have faced the largest losing margin of the season. On the 28th, the Lakers faced the Nets in a back-to-back matchup. Following Jason Kidd's departure, the Nets had become a weak team. Despite the back-to-back nature of the games, the Lakers emerged victorious, achieving a 9-game winning streak, and the team's prospects appeared exceedingly bright. A smile graced Kobe's face. If this trend continued, breaking the victory record seemed plausible. The media began to speculate, suggesting that this year's Lakers might indeed challenge the Bulls' record, given that their upcoming opponents were all teams they had previously defeated. However, such statements seemed rather futile, as the Lakers had only lost 7 games thus far, and no team had yet emerged victorious against them. According to the media's narrative, an 82-win season for the Lakers would be the only reasonable outcome. However, the situation took a dramatic turn as March came to a close when the Lakers faced defeat. On the 30th, during the 5th leg of their 7-game road trip, they met the Atlanta Hawks. The fatigue from consecutive away games weighed heavily on the Lakers, compounded by their prior travels from the West to the East and back again. Even the most seasoned traveler would feel weary. In this match, the Hawks' Joe Johnson exacted his revenge, not only overpowering Kobe on the offensive end, but also restricting his performance defensively. Had it not been for Wu D's scoring surge, the Lakers would have suffered a loss by more than 10 points. With their 8th defeat recorded, the Lakers had no time to linger. They hastily boarded a flight to New Orleans without waiting for the official announcement regarding the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Month. Upon arrival in New Orleans, the team received news of the monthly accolades. The Player of the Month for March was announced. In the East, it was LeBron James, averaging 28, 2 points, 8, 9 rebounds, and 8 for assists. In the West, it was Wu D, averaging 26, 9 points, 9 for rebounds, and 10, 1 assist, surpassing Chris Paul, who averaged 24, 2 points, 5, 9 rebounds, and 10, 8 assists, thus earning the prestigious title. Paul's defeat in the Player of the Month race against Wu D added extra intrigue to their upcoming confrontation. Media speculation intensified, depicting Paul and Wu D as bitter rivals. Perhaps out of resentment towards Wu D or influenced by media narratives, Paul exhibited a fierce offensive desire from the very start of the game. Fisher, once again, found himself overwhelmed as Paul mercilessly exploited his defensive shortcomings. After Paul made consecutive three-pointers, the Zen Master had no choice but to substitute Fisher. However, Farmar, Vujacic, and even Ariza struggled to contain Paul, prompting the Zen Master to assign Kobe to defend him. Although Kobe's defense somewhat limited Paul's performance, it granted Butler the opportunity to shine. Butler, facing Ariza's defense, frequently penetrated the lane, forcing Pekovic into foul trouble and ultimately sidelining him, which led to Gasol being pushed to the center position. Though Bobby Jackson remained on the bench, the Zen Master hesitated to field him, fearing he would fare no better than Fisher. Unfortunately, Gasol did not last long either and was soon overwhelmed by the Hornets. The Zen Master was compelled to match Bobby Jackson and Brad Miller against the Hornets' starting frontcourt, watching helplessly as they were dominated on the court. At that moment, he found himself nostalgically yearning for Bynum's presence. Despite his character flaws, Bynum was undeniably a competent interior player. Had he been on the floor, Butler would not have been so audacious, and Pekovic was still too inexperienced. Chapter 173. The return of Bynum. The Lakers had 8 games remaining, facing the Bucks, Rockets, Clippers, Kings, Nuggets, Blazers, Grizzlies, and Jazz. They could afford to lose none of these matches. A single loss would tarnish their record, placing them on equal footing with the Bulls. At this juncture, no one was content to merely share the spoils. Kobe would not agree, nor would Woody. Even the Zen Master aspired to surpass the record he had set, the season's 36 wins granting him some authority. Yet he still could not sway Jerry Buss to make a decisive move. Perhaps the prospect of achieving 73 wins this season was becoming more tangible. The Bucks were an easy target, being consistently a bottom-tier team, and the Lakers dispatched them with ease. Next up were the Rockets, who were determined to make another championship run this season. Despite their star player T-Mac suffering repeated injuries, managing only 35 games before being entirely ruled out for the season. Although T-Mac's prowess had diminished, the Rockets still relied heavily on his perimeter offense, as the rest of their outside shooters lacked his skill. Alston had been traded to the Magic mid-season, leaving Brooks to shoulder the point guard responsibilities. However, aside from being younger than Alston, Brooks bore little difference. Both hailed from street ball backgrounds, adept at ball handling and penetration, yet possessing a rather unreliable three-point shot. Transitioning from street ball king Alston to street ball king Brooks, the Rockets' point guard situation had taken a turn. Without T-Mac, the Rockets' offensive strategy predominantly revolved around interior play. Yao, Odom, Scola, and even Hayes, while capable of shooting from distance, boasted rather inconsistent accuracy. The Zen Master adjusted the starting lineup, positioning Gasol at center to match up against Yao, while Brad Miller took on Odom at the power forward spot. Wu Di naturally faced off against his old rival Arteist as he sought to settle scores regarding Megan. Today presented an opportune moment. Battier defended Kobe, while Fisher took on Brooks. The Lakers' point guard situation had long been a point of contention, with scant reliable options available for trade. Moreover, Fisher possessed a remarkable poise under pressure, making him well-suited for crucial moments. As the game commenced, Wu Di unleashed his prowess, fervently challenging Arteist in a test of strength. Arteist, bewildered, could not comprehend Wu Di's ferocity in the contest. With one side eager to engage and the other caught off guard, Arteist found himself unexpectedly overwhelmed. By the time he regained his composure and attempted to bolster his defense, Wu Di had already found his rhythm, sinking consecutive three-pointers that left Arteist utterly demoralized. Thanks to Wu Di's explosive performance, the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets. On April 5th, Bynum finally returned to practice, fully recovered from his injury after days of rehabilitative training. His impressive form during team drills provided a much-needed reassurance to his teammates. Indeed, the following day against the Clippers, Bynum made a significant impact. Matched up against Camby, he held his own, once again fortifying the Lakers' interior defense. However, the Lakers narrowly avoided disaster against the strengthened Clippers, who had acquired Zach Randolph from Knicks. By ability, Randolph stood as the Clippers' most formidable player, averaging around 20 points and nearly double-digit rebounds. His offensive prowess was notable, boasting an extensive shooting range and adept post play. Despite his occasional lapses in defense, Randolph was not without weaknesses, holding his ground against Gasol effectively. With this in mind, the Clippers boasted an impressive roster, featuring Camby, Randolph, Gordon Davis, and Thornton, each a starter-quality player, rendering them a formidable opponent. Ultimately, the Lakers emerged victorious by a mere three-point margin, with Bynum's return proving pivotal, leading to his immediate elevation in status. In the post-game press conference, Bynum candidly declared that his previous injury had left him in great discomfort. But now that he was back, he was determined to lead the Lakers to surpass historical scoring records and guarantee victories in the upcoming matches, aiming to shatter the Bulls' 72-win record. Such audacity in claiming leadership was rare, even for the often brash Kobe, a notion typically reserved for the likes of Zen Master. Bynum's bold proclamation generated significant media buzz, yet within the Lakers' ranks, few offered opinions on his remarks. Nevertheless, a palpable distance remained, as Bynum's brashness left him isolated in his pride. Following the game against the Clippers, the Lakers faced the Kings on their home turf. This lackluster team seemed merely a provider of victories for the Lakers, and Wu Di eagerly anticipated that all forthcoming matches would follow suit. The Kings are not without merit. They have signed the adept brawler Salmons and engaged in a chaotic match against the Lakers. The disordered offense and defense resulted in numerous fouls, and the recently vaunted Bynum received a harsh lesson, being sidelined just 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, having played a mere 16 minutes in total. Following his exit, Bynum wore a sullen expression, as the defeat weighed heavily upon him. After boasting about leading the Lakers in the previous match, he found himself benched, leading one to ponder whether he was merely leading from the sidelines. Despite Bynum's thick skin, he could not escape the impending embarrassment. The Lakers triumphed over the Kings by 18 points, prompting the media to swiftly turn their scrutiny towards Bynum. Such occurrences are their delight. Should Bynum make another ill-considered remark, it would surely become sensational news. Regardless, Bynum's return has invigorated the Lakers' media narrative, a boon for journalists reliant on such stories for sustenance. The Lakers possess two prolific news generators, the loquacious Bynum and the romantic Wu Di. Wu Di's nocturnal escapades are no longer newsworthy, What captures interest now is his rumored dates with various celebrities. In Los Angeles, while career options may be limited, the abundance of stars is undeniable. However, the incessant revelations of Wu Di's romantic entanglements have begun to lose their novelty. Fortunately, with Bynum back, his occasionally foolish statements provide a refreshing diversion that aids in boosting sales. On the 10th, as the Lakers prepared to face the Nuggets, a piece of fortunate news emerged. Anthony had suffered from food poisoning and was receiving treatment in a hospital, rendering him unavailable for the match. This was indeed a fortuitous development, as the Nuggets, currently positioned second in the Western Conference, posed a significant threat to the Lakers' quest for 73 victories. The absence of Anthony elicited widespread celebration among Lakers fans, who proclaimed it a divine intervention aiding their team. Indeed, when fortune smiles, it is unstoppable. The Lakers handily defeated the Nuggets and then proceeded to face the Trailblazers. The Trailblazer star, Roy, also found himself hospitalized due to a muscle strain, requiring a week's recovery. With Roy's injury, the Trailblazers lineup was significantly weakened compared to the Lakers. Although Aldridge remained to support the team, the morale of the Blazers had taken a severe hit. It is akin to two armies preparing for battle, only for one side's general to fall ill before the fighting begins. Such a situation inevitably leads to disarray among the troops. Historically, when Zhuge Liang fell during his northern expedition, the Shu army retreated, having lost both strategic advantage and morale to the Wei forces. The Trailblazers, already at a disadvantage, found themselves even less capable without Roy. Following their victory over the Blazers, the Lakers breathed a sigh of relief, having previously stumbled against them. After their encounter with the Blazers, the Lakers traveled to face the Grizzlies, who, regrettably, had yet to secure a single victory against the Lakers this season. Upon encountering his elder brother, the younger Gasol wore a somewhat melancholic expression. He lamented to his brother about why the Lakers consistently triumphed over the Grizzlies, questioning whether his brother should not have shown him some leniency. Prior to the game, Gasol had consented to this notion. However, when the time came to play, the competition remained fierce. Nevertheless, after a season of experience, the younger Gasol exhibited the demeanor of a burgeoning star, and it is believed that within a few years, he will indeed be capable of shouldering the Grizzlies' aspirations. Yet before he can fully mature, he must first pay his dues, and this match was a part of that journey. Having dealt with the Grizzlies, the Lakers faced their final adversary. The Jazz were similarly beleaguered, with Boozer sidelined for the season, which directly impacted their standings. Once again, the Lakers dispatched the Jazz with ease, thus completing their regular season with an impressive record of 73 victories. The achievement of 73 wins sent the Lakers fans into a frenzy, prompting Jerry Buss to generously fund a celebratory parade enveloping the entirety of Los Angeles in a jubilant atmosphere. Buss, who was well aware of his advancing years and the uncertainty of life, found solace in witnessing the Lakers achieve two monumental records within a single year. This was indeed the most gratifying news for him. While he possessed ample financial resources, such honors could not be purchased. Hence, he was unreserved in his expenditure to orchestrate a grand celebration. In the United States, large-scale celebratory parades are not uncommon, and Los Angeles has hosted its fair share. Just months earlier, a celebration was held for the Lakers' remarkable 36-game winning streak, drawing significant participation from the city. This occasion was no different. Many assert that people from all walks of life enjoy joining in festivities, and Americans are no exception. The revelry attracted a multitude, and the players themselves were swept up in the excitement, with the celebration lasting an entire day. Following the festivities, the Lakers promptly resumed their regular training regimen. The Zen Master, unlike Pat Riley, did not overexert his players during this transitional period from regular season playoffs, having learned from the consequences of excessive training that had resulted in injuries to several athletes. The standings for the regular season were duly finalized. In the Eastern Conference, the Cavaliers ranked first with a record of 66 wins and 16 losses, followed by the Celtics in second place with 62 wins and 20 losses. The Magic in third with 57 wins and 25 losses. The Hawks fourth with 47 wins and 35 losses. The Heat fifth with 42 wins and 40 losses. The Bulls sixth with 41 wins and 41 losses. The 76ers seventh with 40 wins and 42 losses. And the Pistons eighth with 38 wins and 44 losses. The ninth place was occupied by the Pacers with 35 wins and 47 losses. the 10th by the Bobcats, also with 35 wins and 47 losses. Followed by the Nets and Bucks, both with 34 wins and 48 losses. The Raptors with 33 wins and 49 losses. The Knicks with 32 wins and 50 losses. And finally, the Wizards with a dismal record of 19 wins and 63 losses. In the Western Conference, the Lakers held the top position with a record of 73 wins and 9 losses, followed by the Rockets in second with 54 wins and 28 losses. The Nuggets in third, also with 54 wins and 28 losses. The Spurs in fourth with 54 wins and 28 losses. The Trail Blazers in fifth with 53 wins and 29 losses. The Mavericks in sixth with 50 wins and 32 losses. The Jazz in seventh with 48 wins and 34 losses. And the Hornets in eighth, also with 48 wins and 34 losses. The ninth position is held by the Suns with a record of 46 wins and 36 losses. The 10th is the Warriors at 29 wins and 53 losses. The 11th is the Timberwolves at 24 wins and 58 losses. The 12th is the Grizzlies, also at 24 wins and 58 losses. The 13th is the Thunder with 23 wins and 59 losses. The 14th is the Clippers at 19 wins and 63 losses. And finally, the 15th is the Kings with a record of 16 wins and 66 losses. As the regular season approached its climax, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Rockets, Spurs, and Nuggets concluded the season with identical records. However, the Rockets triumphed over the Nuggets in total wins and outperformed the Spurs in point differential, securing the second position. The Nuggets claimed the third spot by surpassing the Spurs in wins, thus placing the Spurs in a challenging position against the Lakers in the second round. The Lakers' initial challenge is against the Hornets. There are several favorable tidings. First, Hornets center Tyson Chandler is still recovering from a back injury, significantly diminishing his performance and posing little threat to the Lakers. Second, the Hornets' small forward, Peja, is well known for his fragile mental resilience. His struggles were evident throughout the regular season, particularly when facing off against Woody, where he suffered greatly. Third, the Lakers are buoyed by high morale. Their recent celebrations attracted numerous Hollywood stars and models. Aside from Kobe, who is closely monitored by his wife, the rest of the team enjoys considerable attention from admirers. Even the role players have found themselves in the limelight. Woody has been surrounded by beauty these past few days, particularly with Megan and Nikki, who have momentarily reconciled after a previous confrontation following the Artist incident. Megan, who has limited time in Los Angeles, has postponed several engagements to spend time with Woody during his rest days. She has also become acquainted with Chu Shui and is well informed about Woody's circumstances. However, Megan has not expressed a desire to part ways with Woody. She finds herself in a quandary, still in contact with her boyfriend who wishes to rekindle their relationship, leaving her in a state of contemplation. Her heart is tumultuous, torn between the prospect of abandoning Woody, fully aware that a future with him is unlikely, yet reluctant to let go. This internal struggle resembles an addiction, a sensation akin to substance dependency, with her rebellious nature ensnared in this emotional turmoil. Nikki, despite her busy schedule, diligently checks in on Woody, wary of Megan monopolizing his attention. Megan has transcended her previous status as a minor celebrity. With the promotion of Transformers 2, she has emerged as a goddess to many Americans. The allure of stardom does not inherently grant beauty beyond that of ordinary women. Rather, it cultivates a sense of possessiveness. The greater the celebrity's fame, the stronger the desire for possession becomes. At this juncture, Megan has been meticulously crafted into a national icon, enhancing her charm significantly. Nikki, understanding the nuances of male desire, remains apprehensive about Woody being swayed by Megan's allure. Unbeknownst to many, in Woody's eyes, even the most illustrious stars are merely women. Chapter 175. The first round commences April 20th, Staples Center, Los Angeles. The first round of the playoffs has begun, and the entire Hornets team has arrived in Los Angeles to face the Lakers in their opening playoff game. The Lakers' starting lineup consists of Bynum, Gasol, Woody, Kobe, and Fisher, while the Hornets field Chandler, David West, Peja, Butler, and Paul. Bynum successfully wins the tip-off, but Chandler, hampered by a back injury, struggles to jump high. Nonetheless, to assess Chandler's condition, Fisher follows the Zen Master's instructions and passes the ball to Bynum for a one-on-one against Chandler. Despite Chandler's attempts to defend, Bynum easily overpowers him, executing a straightforward dunk that elicits a roar of cheers from the Lakers fans. The players feel a wave of relief, confirming the Hornets' vulnerability at the center position. The Zen Master, seated on the sidelines, nods in satisfaction. He has devised a strategy to conquer the Hornets today. The Hornets will undoubtedly rely on Chandler. Hence, Bynum should aggressively attack him. With Chandler as their point of entry, victory in this first game seems assured. The Hornets find themselves at a disadvantage. Apart from Chandler, their other centers are no match for Bynum, and they can only hope that Chandler can endure the game. Their sole strategy lies in outscoring the Lakers. The burden falls primarily on Paul, who drives past Fisher, darting towards the basket. As Bynum steps up, Paul abruptly halts for a jump shot, scoring off the backboard. Wu Di and Kobe exchange glances. Kobe smiles and nods before switching defensive assignments with Fisher. This is a tacit agreement between Kobe and Wu Di. Should Fisher struggle to contain Paul, they will assist him. In this match, Kobe takes the initiative to guard Paul, a task that would have otherwise fallen to Wu Di. In truth, neither Kobe nor Wu Di is ideally suited to defend against Paul, standing at only 183 centimeters. Chris Paul is 15 centimeters shorter than Kobe, and even at the same speed, Paul possesses a notable quickness due to this height disparity. Wu Di, taller and heavier, requires even more strength to keep pace with Paul, making him less suited for the defensive challenge. Yet, focusing their offense on Chandler has allowed Bynum to thrive, scoring 15 points within the first 7 minutes. The Hornets, unable to endure this onslaught, are compelled to substitute Chandler for Armstrong. Although Armstrong is merely a role player, his presence is essential. As long as he can maintain defensive intensity, he is a significant improvement over Chandler on the court. With Armstrong now on the floor, Bynum's scoring spree finally begins to wane. With Kobe's defensive prowess, Paul continued to labor in his offensive efforts, yet his shooting percentage remained dismally low, failing to even reach 40. Nevertheless, Paul could not afford to concede, for beyond himself, the Hornets had but David West and Butler as viable scoring options. Page's current role was merely to distract Woody, offering no real offensive threat. Once Chandler was sidelined, the Lakers swiftly shifted their offensive focus to Woody. Upon receiving the ball, Woody began to isolate against Page, who was utterly incapable of containing him, being mercilessly overpowered. The Hornets had no choice but to substitute Page for James Posey. The signing of Posey this season was a strategic move to counter outside shooters. Last season, he and Tony Allen had successfully neutralized numerous teams' perimeter threats, propelling the Celtics to championship glory. However, while Posey's shooting defense may be commendable, his strength pales in comparison to Woody's. Posey possesses considerable strength, yet it is insufficient to rival Woody's might, compounded by his slow footwork, which renders him unable to keep pace with Woody. Woody barreled into the paint, directly drawing the Hornets' interior defense. Whether it was Armstrong or David West coming to assist, Woody adeptly found an open teammate. Unlike Bynum, who primarily scores, Woody, in his offensive role, excels in playmaking. He currently embodies the role of a facilitating forward, enabling anyone with a scoring opportunity to take the shot. The Zen Master's triangle offense has become increasingly intricate, albeit regrettably, not due to his own enhancements, but rather due to Woody's unexpected integration, which has introduced another offensive catalyst, bringing with him a plethora of strategies. In truth, Woody possesses no specific strategy. He is versatile enough to execute any tactic, provided it leads to victory. This approach has kept the Lakers' offense coherent, a fortunate circumstance given that both Kobe and Gasol are adept at various tactics, while the remaining players range from seasoned veterans to newcomers, exhibiting little dependency on strategy. As the second quarter commenced, the Hornets found themselves in a quandary. Should they focus on defending Woody or Kobe? To defend against Woody would mean leaving Kobe, an established star, unguarded, while to guard Kobe would necessitate attention on Woody, who had already demonstrated a fierce offensive intent. However, the Hornets lacked the manpower to adequately defend both threats. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to adhere strictly to their initial plan, prioritizing the preservation of the first half of the second quarter, leaving the latter half to chance. During the initial half of the second quarter, the Zen Master deployed Woody, who managed to hold his ground against the Hornet starters alongside Pekovic, Brad Miller, and Sun Yu. However, once Kobe entered the game in the latter half of the second quarter, he unleashed a torrent of offensive prowess against the Hornets' role players, single-handedly dismantling them with a flurry of drives and shots. Having been stifled in the first quarter without scoring a single point, Kobe made sure to compensate in the latter half of the second quarter. At halftime, the Hornets found themselves trailing by 15 points. revealing a stark disparity in performance between the two teams. Unless the Hornets experienced a collective outburst, the Lakers were virtually assured of victory. In the third quarter, the Lakers continued to extend their lead, surpassing the Hornets by more than 20 points. After 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Lakers substituted in their bench players, signaling the transition into garbage time. In this match, for Lakers scored in double figures. Kobe amassed 22 points, Woody contributed 12 points, Bynum added 21 points, and Gasol recorded 16 points, culminating in a total of 71 points from these four players. Each of the remaining players also made contributions, with the exception of Bobby Jackson, who was not on the playoff roster. The Lakers momentarily led with one victory, as both teams began preparations for the second match. On the 22nd, the official announcement was made regarding the sixth man of the year, with the Mavericks' Jason Terry receiving the honor, having recorded 196 points, 48 rebounds, and 45 assists. That evening, the Lakers faced the Hornets in their second matchup. The Hornets, still clinging to hope with Chandler and Peja, once again demonstrated that these two had become liabilities, digging themselves a significant hole right from the first quarter. Trailing by 13 points at the end of the first quarter, one could hardly imagine a greater deficit. It is worth noting that this is the Hornets, a team not known for weakness. Since Chris Paul joined, the Hornets had consistently been a playoff contender, and a 13-point loss in the first quarter had never occurred, until now, and in the playoffs no less. Confronted with such a chasm, Hornets coach Alvin Gentry found himself in a precarious position, as the disparity in talent between the Hornets and the Lakers was glaring. As the second quarter unfolded, the Hornets' situation worsened, ending the half down by 20 points. The entire fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, a more dismal performance than the previous game. The Lakers triumphed in both encounters, buoyed by high spirits. The Hornets returned home after 2 defeats, yet from coaches to players, everyone was eager to deliver a decisive blow to the Lakers on their home court. On the 23rd, the league announced the Defensive Player of the Year, with Woody securing the top spot with 196 points, 76 rebounds, 89 assists, 36 blocks, and 34 steals. In second place was Howard, averaging 206 points, 132 rebounds, 18 assists, 28 blocks, and 9 steals. Statistically, Woody had a commanding lead over Howard, though in rebounding, he could not surpass Howard's height advantage. The Lakers boasted 3 additional skilled players in the paint, and achieving a few triple-doubles was commendable. However, it was in blocks where Woody distinctly outperformed Howard, surpassing him by 8 blocks, excelling in an area where Howard was expected to dominate. As for steals, Howard's 9 steals were commendable, yet Woody's prowess in both blocks and steals placed him at the pinnacle of the league. Even during less favorable stretches, he managed to record at least 1 block or steal per game. Woody's receipt of this award was widely anticipated, garnering even the admiration of Howard himself. However, Woody initially regarded the matter with indifference, as the accolade was determined by a collective of voters rather than being solely based on statistics. The subjective nature of such selections inevitably entails considerable personal bias. Woody's identity as an Asian and a foreigner ostensibly hindered his chances of receiving this honor. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this identity that tempered the enthusiasm of certain voters, as the NBA sought a sensational narrative. The historic first Asian player to be named Defensive Player of the Year. What an enticing headline. Furthermore, Woody's defensive prowess this season has been indisputable. Both his performance on the court and his statistics are irrefutable. Particularly after being crowned dunk champion, his visibility has surged to unprecedented levels, compelling the NBA to think twice before diminishing Woody's accolades. Upon receiving the title of Defensive Player of the Year, Woody learned that such a title could equate to 30 additional victories. Elated by the prospect of 30 more wins, he promptly checked his accumulated victories. To his astonishment, he had already amassed 110 wins, enough to upgrade to the legendary character Taisher Ci. Without hesitation, Woody issued the order for the upgrade. The enhancement of Taisher Ci to legendary status would augment his wingspan, shooting ability, and cunning nature. He was advised to adhere to the prescribed training regimen, with an estimated fusion time of 30 days. 30 days? Woody was taken aback, realizing the duration was quite lengthy. Today was April 23rd, meaning the full upgrade would conclude by May 23rd. The first and second rounds of playoffs were undoubtedly out of reach. He wondered if he could complete the upgrade before the conclusion of the Western Conference Finals. With 10 wins remaining, he pondered whether to save them. Ultimately, he decided against hoarding them and opted for the upgrade. But which character should he enhance? Zhou Yu or Pang Tong? Considering Zhou Yu's notorious tendency for mishaps, Woody decisively cose Pang Tong. He upgraded the strategist Pang Tong to an excellent level, enhancing his unique strategy. He was instructed to follow the training regimen, with an anticipated fusion time of 5 days. On the afternoon of the 23rd, the Lakers flew to New Orleans to prepare for their upcoming 2 away games. The Hornets were eager to teach the Lakers a lesson, yet before the game commenced, misfortune struck. On the morning of the 24th, Chandler suffered a relapse and was hospitalized once more. Injuries before a match can severely dampen morale. Fortunately, Chandler's significance had waned, so the Hornets' combat effectiveness remained relatively intact. As the game began, Paul exhibited an intense offensive drive, sinking consecutive three-pointers over Fisher. Wu Di quickly switched defensive assignments with Fisher, assigning Kobe to guard James Posey and Fisher to defend Butler. Wu Di maintained a cautious distance from Paul. Being too close could easily lead to being outmaneuvered, and he certainly did not wish to serve as Paul's backdrop. By positioning himself a step away, he could contest Paul's shots while leveraging his 20-centimeter height advantage to effectively block his attempts. The distance posed a formidable challenge for Paul to easily break through. Even if he couldn't team-match Paul's speed, Woody still had ample time to pivot and pursue, preventing Paul from effortlessly driving to the basket. For a moment, Paul found himself constrained, prompting the Hornets to send reinforcements to block Woody. David West unexpectedly moved in to set screen, but he underestimated the force of Woody's swift turn, resulting in a collision that sent West crashing to the ground. Although Woody incurred a foul, West was left dazed and had to exit the game for evaluation. Shortly thereafter, the examination revealed that David West had suffered a mild concussion and required hospitalization. Alas, the Hornets were once again shorthanded. All eyes turned to Woody with a peculiar gaze, yet he shrugged, indicating that he bore no responsibility. In his haste, he had not seen West. Such misfortune befell both West and the Hornets, as Woody's inadvertent foul became the pivotal moment of the match. Without West, the Hornets' strength diminished yet again. However, they found themselves powerless to condemn Woody, for he had been focused solely on Paul and had not noticed West. Who could blame him? In the third game, the Hornets suffered a bitter defeat. But further troubling news emerged from the hospital. David West would require at least a week of recovery. This meant that he would be unavailable for the next game, leaving the Hornets to rely on their current roster for at least one more match. Upon hearing the news, Woody promptly visited David West in the hospital, only to find him still somewhat disoriented. Woody left a blank check for the hospital, instructing that all medical expenses be deducted from it. By voluntarily covering the medical costs, Woody garnered considerable praise from the New Orleans media. Despite being his opponent, they appreciated his kindness. Deprived of David West, the Hornets similarly lost their fourth game. Competing against the unbeaten Lakers with a roster depleted by 3 players was an insurmountable challenge, and losing was only to be expected. Chapter 177. Second round against the Spurs. After eliminating the Hornets, the Lakers welcomed a respite, awaiting the conclusion of all first-round matches before commencing the second round. Days passed, and the outcomes of the Eastern and Western Conference games finally settled. In the East, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Pistons, sweeping them in 4 games to advance to the second round. The Celtics faced the 76ers in a grueling 7-game series, narrowly securing victory. The Magic battled the Bulls, with the series extending to 6 games, where the Magic emerged victorious. The Hawks and Heat similarly fought through 7 games, with Wade's valiant efforts falling short, resulting in an early exit. In the West, the Rockets clashed with the Jazz, leading to a 6-game series where the Rockets ultimately prevailed. The Nuggets faced the Mavericks, with the latter falling to the Nuggets, marking another first-round exit for Nowitzki. The Spurs took on the Trail Blazers, engaging in a fierce 7-game contest, ultimately demonstrating their superior skill and sending the Blazers home. Thus, the Lakers enjoy a respite of 8 days, not taking to the court until May 5th. On April 26th, the NBA officially announced the Sportsmanship Award presented to Chauncey Billups. Subsequently, on April 29th, the Most Improved Player Award was bestowed upon Woody, who has remarkably transformed from a role player into a superstar, with his statistics doubling. This accolade is undoubtedly well-deserved, though regrettably, it did not confer upon him any title. It seems that not all honors established by the NBA are universally acknowledged by the system. On the same day, The Coach of the Year award was granted to the esteemed Phil Jackson, who guided the Lakers to surpass the Bulls' record of 72 wins and the Lakers' own 33-game winning streak. Achieving such monumental feats in a single season makes the recognition of best coach a foregone conclusion. To withhold, it would suggest foul play. On May 2nd, the Rookie of the Year award was awarded to the first overall pick, Derrick Rose. This season, Rose averaged 8 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. His statistics fall short of last year's Kevin Durant and even this year's third overall pick, O.J. Mayo. Nevertheless, Rose's immediate impact upon joining the Bulls propelled the team into the playoffs, even though they were eliminated in the first round, a contribution that far outweighs that of O. Mayo. On the 5th, the Lakers faced the Spurs in their first match of the series. The trio known as GDP was not in optimal spirits, having just endured a grueling battle against the Trail Blazers and now had to contend with a well-rested Lakers team in the second round. This scenario does not seem fair to the Spurs, yet it is the nature of NBA regulations, and they can only lament their poor regular season standings, which led them to encounter a formidable opponent. Currently, the Spurs are undermanned. Ginobili was lost for the season during the regular season, having played only 47 games. This is why their first-round series against the Trail Blazers dragged on to a 7th game. Had Ginobili been available, they would have surely secured a couple of additional victories, granting the team some much-needed rest. As perennial playoff contenders, the Spurs possess a wealth of postseason experience, which enabled them to triumph over the Trail Blazers despite their shortcomings. However, their fortune seems to have run its course, as they are now pitted against the league-leading Lakers. The current Lakers roster is nearly unparalleled, rivaling the greatest assemblages in the franchise's history. If one were to categorize players into S, A, B, and C tiers, the Lakers boast 3 S-tier players, Gasol, with Bynum as the sole A-tier player. A host of B-tier players includes Pete Kovic, Sun Yu, Fisher, Brad Miller, and Ariza, while the remaining members are C-tier, Luke Walton, View Jasic, Jordan Farmar, and Bobby Jackson. Such a roster is truly unique in today's NBA, where it is rare for a team to possess even 3 A-tier players, let alone 3 S-tier players. S-tier players are akin to titans, capable of independently carrying a playoff-bound team. Only players of such caliber are deemed worthy of an S rank. Otherwise, regardless of their prowess, they merely qualify for an A rank. Players classified as B rank serve as pivotal rotational members, indispensable cornerstones for any team, while those at the C rank are typically marginal players, albeit possessing a particular skill set, and certainly not mere water boys or those listed on the injured reserve. Presently, the Lakers have elevated their formidable B-rank players to a C role, relegating their C-rank players to the status of water custodians. As long as the Lakers maintain their roster strength, few teams would dare assert their guaranteed victory over them. With a record of 36 consecutive wins and 73 wins overall, the Lakers stand as the undisputed number 1 in the NBA. From the outset of the game, the Spurs found themselves in dire straits. Duncan and Parker, fatigued from consecutive matches, struggled significantly. It was particularly unusual to witness Parker, renowned for his speed, unable to shake off Fisher's defense. Lacking proximity to the basket, Parker's offensive capabilities were severely diminished, and his three-point shooting was far from accurate. Duncan maintained his shooting touch. However, his stamina faltered. Under constant duress from Gasol, Duncan's attempts frequently veered off course or were outright blocked. Coach Popovich felt the weight of frustration as one of his key players was injured, leaving the remaining stars unable to uphold the current predicament. After much contemplation, Popovich made a significant decision. He conceded the match. Realizing that exerting every effort would yield no victory, he opted for surrender. Following the first quarter, Popovich placed Duncan and Parker on the bench, allowing role players to take the court. The match predictably resulted in a loss, but post-game, Popovich expressed his ire to reporters, stating that if his players did not commit to the game, he would not allow them to play. This move bewildered many. Yet those familiar with Popovich quickly recognized it as a calculated act. The NBA's regulations do not permit star players to rest or have diminished playing time. Yet Popovich has employed this tactic multiple times, incurring substantial fines. To mitigate these penalties, he resorted to theatrical methods, allowing his starters to rest. This was all part of his strategy. On May 6th, the NBA officially awarded the Kennedy Citizenship Award to the Rockets' Uncle Mu, marking his second time receiving this honor. making him the first player to achieve this distinction twice since he first won it in 2001. On May 7th, the most significant accolade of the regular season was finally announced. The MVP award went to Kobe Bryant, a well-deserved recognition given the Lakers' historic 36-game winning streak and 73 wins. With all three major regular season awards landing in the Lakers' hands, it served as a fitting acknowledgement of their unprecedented achievements this season. Having secured the regular season MVP title, Kobe was invigorated, eager to reach the finals and claim the finals MVP, thereby completing his collection of 3 MVP honors. Consequently, during the second match against the Spurs, Kobe unleashed an explosive performance, decisively overpowering his defender, Roger Mason, leaving the Spurs utterly defenseless. Chapter 178. Sweeping the Spurs. Some assert that Kobe's tenacity borders on obsession. However, it is precisely this fervent dedication that has propelled his remarkable success. Kobe's unwavering focus on penetrating the Spurs' interior led to Duncan's downfall, as he found himself in foul trouble, playing merely 20 minutes before being sidelined. Popovich was caught off guard by this turn of events once Duncan exited the game. The Spurs lacked the strength to halt the Lakers' scoring surge. Parker, too, was substituted, and Popovich, feeling a sense of resignation, chose to concede the match once again, with the third scoring option on the court being Michael Finley, who managed a mere 4 points, effectively neutralized by Woody. The Spurs' prospects dimmed considerably. Finley proved ineffective, while Parker, having regained a slight advantage, found himself thwarted by Kobe's timely defensive switch. Duncan, isolated in his efforts, faced an insurmountable challenge against the Lakers, who were firing on all cylinders. Despite the Cavaliers Spurs roster not being devoid of talent, Duncan undeniably classified as an S-tier player, with Ginobili and Parker straddling the S and grades. The absence of Ginobili significantly weakened the Spurs. To triumph over the Lakers, fortune would need to favor them, relying on either a breakout performance from a teammate or a collective off night from the Lakers. As both teams shifted their focus towards San Antonio, the NBA announced its All-NBA teams on the morning of May 9th. The first team comprised Howard, James, Woody, Kobe, and Wade. The second team included Yao, Nowitzki, Duncan, Roy, and Paul, while the third team featured O'Neal, Anthony, Pierce, Billups, and Parker. This year's competition for the All-NBA selections was fierce, with many deserving candidates being overlooked. Yet the final roster was largely accepted without significant controversy. That evening, the third game commenced. The Spurs aimed to replicate the Hornets' success of securing 2 home victories, and they possessed an even greater advantage on their own turf. Renowned for its oppressive atmosphere, the Spurs' home arena is characterized by a stark black and white color scheme, rendering it almost devoid of vibrancy. The court and jerseys mirror this simplicity, creating an ambience that, in the absence of exuberant cheers, evokes a sense of a funeral parlor. As the playoffs progressed, the intimidation factor of the Spurs' home court intensified, with fans showing little mercy toward visiting teams. The Spurs, a storied franchise, have been a mainstay in the NBA for nearly 4 decades, with only a handful of seasons devoid of playoff appearances, highlighting their rich legacy. Moreover, most of the Spurs star players have been cultivated from within, with the current GDP trio being a testament to the franchise's commitment to nurturing talent through the draft, fostering an unparalleled loyalty. This unwavering support from the San Antonio fans has been instrumental in maintaining the Spurs' formidable stature in the league. Upon entering the arena, the Lakers players were undeniably awed. Nevertheless, the Spurs, despite their valiant efforts, could not surpass the Lakers. Both Kobe and Gasol, seasoned veterans, remained impervious to the pressures of the home court, while Woody, a man of fluctuating temperament, could be quite courteous unless provoked, at which point he would become defiant. Fisher and Brad Miller exhibited the prowess of experienced players, their influence becoming increasingly apparent in such circumstances. The 2 rookies, Pekovic and Sun Yu, struggled to make an impact, likely affected by the atmosphere. However, with the other 5 players performing adequately, their shortcomings proved inconsequential. As for Bynum, he had been overlooked by all, and his counterpart, Matt Bonner, was not a formidable opponent, making him relatively easy to defend. In the third game, Fisher emerged as the hero, hitting 5 consecutive three-pointers in the first half, extending the lead to over 10 points, a gap that the Spurs could not close in the second half. Had it not been for Fisher's impressive 15 points, the Lakers might have faced defeat, ultimately winning by a margin of 13 points. with 3 consecutive losses. The Spurs were determined to fortify their home court and avoid a sweep. On the 11th, both teams met again for the 4th game. Duncan erupted at the onset, making consecutive bank shots and even taking Gasol down within the first 5 minutes. Brad Miller found himself at a disadvantage against Duncan, whose lengthy prime had always been characterized by a team-oriented approach. He would prioritize victory over personal scoring, never exhibiting the desperation to chase high points, which contributed to the perception of his enduring prime. In truth, Duncan was already in a decline. Most players reach their peak between the ages of 25 and 35, and at 33, Duncan was nearing the twilight of his career, his performance showing signs of deterioration. It was uncertain how many more years he could compete, a thought that brought a sense of regret. Yet, some felt no such sorrow. Kobe, following Woody's screen, relentlessly attacked the Spurs' interior, drawing 2 fouls on Duncan in less than 3 minutes, effectively sidelining him. Kobe, in pursuit of a championship, would show no mercy to any adversary. While one might empathize with Duncan's plight, Kobe felt none. Having joined the NBA a year earlier, his own circumstances were equally poignant. Both Gasol and Duncan found themselves in foul trouble, with the Lakers' offense remaining steady while the Spurs' output significantly waned. In the 5th minute of the 4th quarter, Duncan fouled out, extinguishing the Spurs' hopes of overcoming the Lakers. Popovich decisively substituted his starters, conceding the game. The Lakers advanced once more, enjoying an early respite. On the 13th, the NBA announced its all-defensive team. The best defensive lineup comprises Howard, James, Nowitzki, Kobe, and Paul. The second lineup consists of Duncan, Garnett, Artist, Wade, and Rajon Rondo. On the 14th, the NBA officially announced the all-rookie teams. The first team features Brook Lopez, Michael Beasley, O.J. Mayo, Rose, and Westbrook. The second team includes Kevin Love, Marc Gasol, Pete Kovic, Eric Gordon, and Mario Chalmers. The results of the second round emerged swiftly, with the Cavaliers sweeping the Hawks in 4 games to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. Their opponents will be the Magic, who triumphed over the Celtics in a grueling 7-game series. In the West, the Lakers are set to face the Rockets, who overcame the Nuggets after a 7-game battle, securing victory through their consistent interior scoring. Anthony faced Artea's defense, while Billups struggled against Battiers, and the new dynamic duo was also sent home by the Rockets. Chapter 179. The China Derby. The confrontation between the Lakers and the Rockets can be described as a fateful clash. Last season, the Lakers met the Rockets in the Western Conference Finals, ultimately losing the match. The Rockets finished the previous regular season ranked first in the West, with the Lakers in second. However, this year the roles have reversed. Despite the Rockets bolstering their roster, they still trail behind the Lakers, sitting in second place. The Western Conference Finals featured different players this time. Nowitzki, who played for the Rockets last season, is now with the Lakers. He aided the Rockets in achieving victory last season. Can he do the same for the Lakers this season? The officials have commenced their promotional efforts, heralding this as a battle of rivals and a derby clash. Both teams boast a Chinese player. Although they play different positions, they're still marketed as a China Derby. Derby matches have always garnered attention. While the China Derby may be a niche in the United States, it still piques the interest of many. One can imagine that the viewership for the Western Conference Finals will be substantial. In China, fans are caught in a mix of joy and frustration. They rejoice in the fact that, regardless of which team prevails, a Chinese player will reach the finals. Yet they're disheartened by their indecision on whom to support. Yao Ming? He certainly deserves support, having persevered in the NBA for so many years without a championship. Or should they support Nowitzki? He too merits backing, having led the Rockets to the finals last season only to be traded. And with Adelman having betrayed him behind the scenes, Nowitzki has ample reason for revenge. Thus, Chinese fans find themselves in a quandary. However, a segment of them has an easier choice, as they are either Yao detractors or Nowitzki detractors. Criticism from fans is unavoidable. Even Jordan had his critics, let alone others. Yao detractors support Nowitzki, while Nowitzki detractors rally behind Yao. The rivalry ignited that night, but the true fans of both players recognized their strong camaraderie. When Adelman betrayed Nowitzki, many Rockets players spoke ill of him, yet Yao never uttered a word against him. Although Wu Di is somewhat of a dandy, he possesses a commendable character, and the friends he surrounds himself with treat him well. Big Yao and Kobe are like elder brothers to him, while Howard is a mischievous companion, and Pete Kovic and Sun Yu are his younger brothers. Today, As he prepares to face his elder brothers in competition, Wu Di finds it difficult to calm his nerves. However, upon arriving at the court and spotting Adelman and Arteist, his anger flares up. These two are his adversaries. The game commences with Bynum successfully winning the tip-off. Fischer advances the ball across half-court and passes it to Kobe. Battier, stepping in for T-Mac as the shooting guard, takes on the responsibility of defending Kobe, a role he habitually plays against the Lakers. The Rockets' starting lineup boasts strong defensive capabilities with Big Yao, Odom, Arteist, and Battier, although Odom is considered the weakest link. Yet, when focused, his defense is far from lacking. Kobe struggles to shake off Battier, who clings to him tenaciously, denying him any opportunities. In desperation, Kobe signals for Bynum to set a screen. Reluctantly, Bynum approaches to obstruct Battier, allowing Kobe to break free and drive towards the paint, only to meet Big Yao, who is quick to react. Bynum, too, charges towards the basket and waves at Kobe. Wu Di watches with exasperation, realizing the paint is overcrowded. Indeed, Kobe feints past Big Yao and spins around for a shot, but to his surprise, Bynum rushes in, nearly colliding with him. The ball slips from his grasp and soars away. Bynum instinctively leaps, catching the ball, and reacts promptly by shooting towards the basket. At that moment, Big Yao has regained his balance, and, seeing Bynum's intent, leaps up and swats the ball away. Brooks seizes the opportunity, racing down the court to score with a layup. The game begins with a blocked shot, an unexpected blunder from Bynum. A visible line of frustration crosses Wu Di's forehead, realizing yet again that his teammate has acted foolishly. As play resumes, Kobe wears a frown, no longer seeking Bynum's assistance. This fool seems to have lost his senses. Having broken 2 historical records during the regular season and swept through the playoffs twice, he has become insufferably arrogant. Before the game, he claimed that if he were granted more ball control, the Lakers' performance would improve. Although he did not explicitly state it, he subtly hinted to the media that his ball dominance was being stifled. Who in the Lakers could possibly suppress another's ball control? Only Kobe. But did Kobe truly engage in such tactics? Of course not. In the regular season, the Lakers averaged around 72 shots per game. Kobe attempted approximately 20 shots per game. Wu Di about 10, Gasol 13, Bynum 12, with the remaining players sharing the last 17 attempts. Bynum's shot attempts even exceeded those of Wu Di. How could he possibly claim his ball control was restricted? Wu Di indeed scores prolifically. 10 shooting opportunities are undoubtedly insufficient. However, he frequently capitalizes on second-chance points, executing putbacks and dunks in nearly every game. His average of 32 offensive rebounds per game allows him to score seamlessly without consuming many shooting attempts. Consequently, Kobe's admiration for Bynum wanes. After some contemplation, he executes a crossover play with Wu Di. As they collide, Wu Di conceals his hands at his sides, feigning an attempt to receive the ball from Kobe. Battier falls for the ruse and darts towards Wu Di, fearing a potential three-point shot. Arteist, initially rushing towards Wu Di, quickly pivots back to Kobe upon noticing Battier's approach, remaining unfooled by Wu Di's deception. An opportunity arises. Arteist's slow turn allows Kobe to leap before Arteist can close in. By the time Arteist reaches him, Kobe has already completed his shooting motion, landing an open three-pointer. The Rockets begin to focus on Yao Ming, who relentlessly attacks Bynum in isolation. Bynum lacks the physicality to contend with Yao, whose strength training over recent years has proven successful, rendering him a formidable presence in the paint. Upon reaching the basket, Yao promptly pivots and executes a hook shot with precision. Wu Di screens Battier for Kobe, who then creates space from Arteist to pass the ball to Wu Di. Wu Di aggressively challenges Battier, forcing him aside to penetrate the lane. Odom steps in to help, but Wu Di assists Gasol for a successful shot. The Rockets persist with their inside game, as they possess 4 capable three-point shooters, compelling the Lakers to stretch their defense. This leaves Bynum vulnerable to Yao's domination. However, this strategy significantly taxes Yao's stamina. His physical exertion far surpasses that of his peers. Additionally, his recent weight gain exacerbates the physical toll on his body, leading to uncertainty about his endurance for the remainder of the game. In Chapter 180, The Rockets Without Yao, it becomes evident that by the 8th minute, Yao is already drenched in sweat, prompting Adelman to substitute him. The Rockets' offensive prowess diminishes without Yao. Uncle Mu has aged, and Scola, though young, struggles against Bynum. Adelman promptly adjusts the Rockets' strategy, shifting to a primarily perimeter-oriented attack. Odom and Brooks initiate pick-and-roll plays, leveraging Brooks' speed and Odom's shooting ability. The Lakers find difficulty countering this tactic, as neither Fisher nor Gasol can effectively defend against the Rockets' strategic mismatches. Surprisingly, after Yao's departure, the Rockets' situation improves. This unexpected turn leaves everyone astonished, even Phil Jackson, who did not foresee such a clever adjustment from the Rockets. He contemplates for a moment before deciding to wait until the first quarter concludes to make adjustments. As the second quarter commences, Jackson substitutes Kobe, allowing Woody to lead the team alongside Pekovic, Sunyu, Vujasic, and Ariza. This arrangement is designed to dismantle the Rockets' pick-and-roll strategy, with Woody playing the power forward and Ariza taking on the point guard role. Upon entering the game, Woody begins his matchup against Odom. Odom, newly married a year ahead of reality, now finds himself in a state of blissful triumph. Although he has departed from the formidable Lakers, he has joined the equally powerful Rockets, initially expected to be a third or even fourth option. However, with McGrady's sudden decline, Odom's status has swiftly ascended. Yao Ming alone cannot harness his full potential, prompting Adelman to devise a strategy to substitute for Yao during his absence, thus identifying Odom as the solution. This elevation in tactical significance has correspondingly increased Odom's scoring, establishing him as the second option for the Rockets. Furthermore, having met Paris Hilton during his time with the Lakers, Odom was introduced to Khloe Kardashian through her. After a whirlwind romance spanning a few months, they swiftly tied the knot, basking in the fervor of their affection. In this buoyant phase, Odom greets everyone with a smile. He previously encountered Woody during the All-Star festivities, and their conversation was quite pleasant. Yet on the court, he refrains from rekindling that camaraderie, mindful of the coaches observing from the sidelines. As the Rockets resume play, Brooks once again engages Odom in a pick-and-roll. Ariza is momentarily obstructed, allowing Brooks to penetrate the lane. Woody promptly steps up, and despite Brooks' attempts to maneuver around him, he finds himself unable to shake Woody off. In desperation, Brooks passes the ball to Odom. Upon receiving the pass, Odom finds Ariza closing in, denying him any opportunity for a shot. Struggling to evade Ariza, Odom is soon met with Sunyu, who quickly converges to double-team him. The current small forward for the Rockets is Brent Barry, a well-rounded player who once claimed the dunk contest title and participated in the three-point shootout. He is the fourth player to achieve a dunk from the free throw line and the first white player to do so, showcasing his prowess. During his peak, Barry averaged nearly 15 points per game, but his effectiveness has waned, which explains the coach's strategic choices. Were it Arteist instead, the coach would hesitate to implement such a plan, recognizing Arteist's lethal three-point shooting. With no other options available due to tight defenses, Odom passes the ball to Barry, who immediately takes an open shot. Fortune smiles upon him as the ball finds its mark. The coach shakes his head, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Nonetheless, the Lakers' offense flows seamlessly, as Odom's defensive capabilities cannot rival Arteist's prowess. Woody backs down Odom with ease, quickly overpowering him to execute a dunk under the basket. To effectively defend Woody, the Rockets must enlist Hayes, for only he possesses the strength to withstand Woody's post-up play. However, Adelman hesitates to deploy Hayes, as he is undersized and lacks the height to contest Woody's shots effectively. In contrast to Woody's shooting, Adelman prefers to see him attack the basket. The Rockets continue with their pick-and-roll strategy, and once again, Sunyu doubles Odom, leading Odom to pass to Barry, who this time misses a three-point attempt. Woody sees the rebound, and upon securing it, he swiftly maneuvered past Brooks, charging forward. Exhilarating, Woody resembled a formidable tank, even more imposing than LeBron when in full stride. The Rockets players attempted to impede his advance, but Barry was swiftly knocked aside, and although Odom came to obstruct him, both Ariza and Sunyu had already raced to the basket and the corner, respectively. Woody immediately executed a long pass, delivering the ball to Ariza beneath the hoop. Despite Ariza's struggles with shooting, dunking was still within his capabilities, and he leaped to score effortlessly. The fast break was successfully executed, and Zen Master breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the strategy was sound. Unless the Rockets made adjustments, victory seemed assured. Adelman, however, was troubled. He had not anticipated Woody becoming such a significant threat to the Rockets. A twinge of regret washed over him, but it was of little consequence. He could only watch as Woody wreaked havoc within the Rockets' interior defense. Glancing at the bench, he considered Hayes but dismissed the idea. Today, Wu Di's shooting was on point, and Hayes would likely falter. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to bring in Arteist. He waved Arteist over and exchanged a few encouraging words. Arteist prepared to check in at the next dead ball. As another possession unfolded, Barry's shot once again went awry, allowing Pekovic to grab the rebound. Pekovic promptly passed the ball to Sun Yu, who skillfully dribbled forward but was halted by Odom. Wu Di dashed to the basket, receiving Sun Yu's pass and successfully scoring despite Skola's defense, drawing a foul in the process. Wu Di converted the free throw, and Arteist replaced Barry. The Rockets continued their pick-and-roll strategy. With Arteist on the court, Sun Yu hesitated to double-team Odom. Without Sun Yu's assistance, Odom unleashed another shot, this time connecting with a mid-range jumper despite Ariza's defense. The Rockets' offensive potency surged once more, yet their starters had no opportunity for respite. As the 7th minute approached, both teams began extensive substitutions, with the Lakers introducing Kobe and Gasol. The Rockets also brought in Yao Ming and the speedy guard Kyle Lowry, adhering to their first-quarter tactics. The Lakers and Rockets sustained their intense offensive displays, with even the typically defensive Rockets achieving high scores. At halftime, the score stood at 68-66, a rarity in the playoffs where one team usually scores significantly more than the other, or both fall short. However, the Lakers' audience was elated, delighted to witness such an offensive showdown in the postseason, certainly worth the price of admission. In Chapter 181, Yao Ming sustained an injury. In the third quarter, both teams continued featuring their starters. Yao Ming persisted in backing down Bynum, causing Wu Di's expression to grow cold. Adelman's utilization of Yao was bound to take a toll on his body. In under 5 minutes, Yao was already gasping for breath, fatigued to the point of being nearly immobile. The relentless physical exertion of strong plays has always been the most demanding on one's stamina. Even Bynum is left drained after such vigorous contests. How could Yao endure such prolonged physicality? Furthermore, Yao must also traverse the court back and forth, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. Adelman substituted Yao, resorting only to pick-and-roll strategies, as the individual capabilities of his players do not match those of the Lakers, leaving him dependent on tactics alone. Wu Di was truly incensed, having been a close friend of Yao for so long. He was acutely aware of the toll on Yao's body, which had begun to affect his career. Yao now aims to extend his playing days for as long as possible, hoping to secure a championship title before retirement. Besides basketball, Yao possesses no other significant skills. However, his team, the Yao Foundation, has adeptly managed various business investments. Currently, the Yao Foundation is preparing to acquire the Chinese CBA team, the Sharks, a team Yao played for prior to joining the NBA, evoking a sense of nostalgia and emotional connection. This indicates Yao's awareness of his physical condition as he begins to chart a course for his future. Adelman's continued reliance on Yao, despite his evident physical decline, is nothing short of reckless. How could Wu Di not be enraged? Adelman's actions are truly despicable. In his fury, Wu Di launched a full-scale assault on the Rockets' interior defense, causing Scola to accumulate fouls and eventually reach 5 by the third quarter. Scola has been a vital backup for the Rockets since the arrival of Odom, effectively serving as the 6th man. With Scola sidelined, the Rockets' interior options dwindled to merely Uncle Mu and Hayes. After a brief stint for Uncle Mu, Adelman once again called upon Yao in the fourth quarter. Yao struggled through 3 arduous minutes, but as he turned once more, he collapsed onto the floor. The players continued to vie for the basketball, oblivious to Yao's plight. When Wu Di finally seized the ball and turned around, he was met with the sight of Yao on the ground, clutching his foot. Wu Di was momentarily stunned, unable to react even as the ball was wrested from him. Injured. Again injured. A wave of despair washed over Wu Di as he pushed through the crowd to reach Yao. "What is wrong, brother Yao? I think my foot is broken." Yao gritted through clenched teeth. "Broken?" Wu Di exclaimed, grasping Yao's thigh and gently moving his hand away to reveal a dislocated ankle. Wu Di called out urgently, "Doctor! Where's the doctor?" The referee quickly halted the game, and the Rockets' medical staff rushed to the scene, lifting Yao onto a stretcher. Wu Di shot a cold glare at Adelman. It was his fault. If not for him, Yao would not have been injured so severely. Yet, Wu Di refrained from lashing out. He reminded himself that violence is not the answer. Nevertheless, his frustration remained unvented. Fists clenched, he let out a primal scream. Wu Di's cry pierced the air, bewildering both players and spectators alike. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions that raged within him. Anger, frustration, and resentment surged within Wu Di's heart. He struck the floor with his fists, creating a thunderous sound as the section of the floor he hit lifted up. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Wu Di's hands were lacerated by the shattered floor, blood oozing profusely from the deep gash. "What are you doing?" Kobe approached, his voice laced with urgency. Wu Di glared coldly at Adelman, warning, "If things don't improve, I might just lose control." Kobe glanced at the still-seated Adelman, pondering his next move. He helped Wu Di to his feet and escorted him to the medical room to tend to his wounds. "Are you suggesting that Adelman intentionally harmed Yao?" Kobe inquired. "In a way," Wu Di sighed. "I lack evidence, but I know Yao's body cannot endure excessive strain. He has an old injury on his foot. Prolonged exertion could lead to further damage. As the Rockets coach, Adelman must be aware of this, yet still allows Yao to play under such conditions. Shouldn't he bear some responsibility for Yao's injury?" Kobe nodded thoughtfully, advising, "What you say lacks proof. It's best not to spread such claims. If I had evidence, he wouldn't leave this arena today," Wu Di retorted coldly. "Wu, that's a criminal act. You cannot resort to violence," Kobe urged. "I understand," Wu Di replied dismissively. "I won't be playing today, but you must win. I intend to send the Rockets packing with a loss." "Very well. Rest up. I'll handle the game," Kobe consoled before heading out. As for the damaged floor, Wu Di was unconcerned, knowing it could be replaced swiftly. His thoughts were consumed with the confirmation of Yao's injury. If his ankle was indeed fractured, even with treatment, would he still be able to play? After Yao's injury, the morale among the other Rockets players plummeted. Under Kobe's leadership, the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets. The loss itself didn't create much of a stir. Rather, it was the injury to Yao and Wu Di's explosive reaction that captured attention. Wu Di's destruction of the floor not only incurred reparations for the arena, but also subjected him to fines from the league. The penalty was modest, merely $20,000, a significant sum for many, but hardly substantial for Wu Di. After settling the fine, he awaited news on Yao's condition, which was confirmed a day later as a stress fracture in the ankle, with the healing timeline remaining uncertain. Uncertain? What does that even mean? Even a comminuted fracture has a clear recovery period. How could the healing time for a stress fracture be unknown? The team provided Wu Di with the doctor's explanation, stating that due to Yao's considerable weight, it was uncertain when his ankle would be able to support it. Very well then. Wu Di could only accept this explanation and then urge them to find the best orthopedic hospital in America, ensuring that Yao Ming would receive the necessary treatment. Whether or not he could continue to excel in basketball was of little consequence. The prospect of living a life confined to a wheelchair was simply unacceptable. After ending the call, Wu Di pondered for a moment and decided to reach out to Nikki Hilton to inquire about the most reputable hospitals for orthopedic care in the United States. Chapter 182. The Rockets must return home. Yao Ming's injury incited Wu Di's frustration, leading him to strike the floor in anger. This incident rapidly spread through both America and China, prompting widespread speculation regarding the cause of Wu Di's ire. Many were left guessing. Chinese netizens, renowned for their insightful yet often absurd interpretations, quickly seized upon Wu Di's glare directed at Adelman. They noted that Adelman did not immediately check on Yao Ming's condition, choosing instead to remain seated on the bench. Perhaps this reflected a cultural divide. Adelman may have deemed the game more important than the injury. However, this lack of action was met with disapproval from Chinese netizens, who conjured a myriad of dark theories. It must be acknowledged that the wealth of imagination among the Chinese online community is remarkable, often leading to ludicrous conclusions. For instance, in the study of Journey to the West, some have suggested that it took 9 reincarnations for the monk to attain the sacred scriptures. Why, one might wonder. Scholars have posited various theories, including the notion that the monk had previously met his demise at the hands of Sha Wujing at the River of Sand, which explains the existence of his skull beads. Others have delved into the reasoning behind the saying that consuming the monk would grant immortality, attributing it to divine beings in the West who, lacking access to the peaches of immortality, resorted to devouring the monk instead. These absurd theories might elicit laughter, yet they undeniably showcase the richness of imagination within the Chinese populace. Some speculated that Adelman had intentionally ruined Yao Ming, portraying him as a racist intent on undermining Chinese players. They believed he injured Yao Ming out of malice, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Chinese athletes. Fortunately, Wu Di had managed to escape this plight. Otherwise, he too might have faced the same fate. This perspective quickly gained traction across Chinese social media, with netizens vocally demanding Edelman's downfall and calling for the Rockets to return home. Yin Yin also called Wu Di to inquire about Yao Ming's injury, urging him to calm down. She recounted the online chatter, sharing it as a humorous anecdote that brought Wu Di some relief. With a hearty laugh, Wu Di declared, "Indeed, I will send the Rockets home, and not just that, I shall vanquish them with a score of 40. Edelman, just you wait. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Your arm is injured. Can you even play?" Yin expressed her concern. "It's nothing. I'll be fine soon." As Wu Di and Yin conversed for a while, he suddenly recalled that Yao was planning to purchase a great white shark. He could not help but suggest to Yin, "Shouldn't we also consider acquiring a team for fun?" Yin retorted, "Do we even have that kind of money? The school's construction is still incomplete, and we need to invest more funds into it. Where will we find the money to buy a team? Do you have any spare cash? All my funds are earmarked for the school." Wu Di began to worry as well. "If you spent less time indulging in frivolities, perhaps we could actually afford a team," Yin complained. Wu Di found himself at a loss for words. He had spent a considerable amount over the past 2 years, particularly since joining the Lakers, with his expenses steadily rising to at least $1 or $2 million a year. A CBA team would cost around $10 to $20 million, and with the exchange rate of 68 between dollars and yuan, $1 or $2 million would convert to over 10 million yuan, which, with a little more, should suffice to purchase a CBA team. Wu Di ambiguously ended the call and began preparing for the next match. Although the bleeding from the wound on the back of his hand had stopped, he still needed to be cautious. Prior to coming to America, he had stocked up on various medications, including Yunnan Baiyao spray, renowned for its efficacy in treating wounds and alleviating pain, previously utilized solely by the military. The sprays available on the market now are mere diluted versions. The original is exclusively supplied to the military and cannot be purchased externally. Before the game, Wu Di applied the spray to himself and donned a thick arm guard to encase his arm. "Edelman, are you ready to face my wrath?" he declared as he emerged from the players' tunnel under the dazzling lights. However, Coach Zin did not permit Wu Di to take the court, opting instead for Sun Yu. Sun Yu was also quite furious. He had overheard Wu Di's conjectures, but lacked the prowess to confront Edelman. With Wu Di injured, he was to take his place. Feeling quite anxious, but recalling Wu Di's words invigorated him. "We must send the Rockets home. Sweep them." Sun Yu clenched his fist as he watched Bynum win the jump ball, prompting Fisher to dribble past half-court. Sun Yu immediately began to maneuver, desperately shaking off Arteist. Seeing Sun Yu break free, Kobe promptly passed the ball to him. Sun Yu quickly halted, made a slight adjustment, and launched the basketball. Swish! The ball went through the net. "Yes, just like that." Wu Di shouted from the sidelines, cheering for Sun Yu. Even without Yao, the Rockets continued to employ pick-and-roll strategies. Now, Odom had become the leader of the Rockets, a role he had not shouldered for many years. Under the immense pressure, Odom's mindset faltered, resulting in imprecise shooting. His mentality had always been a point of criticism. He had performed decently as a secondary player, but faltered as the primary leader, especially during his years with the Lakers. All burdens were borne by Kobe, while Odom had not stepped up to take on any responsibility. Thus, his mentality has not been honed, and it pales in comparison to his state prior to joining the Lakers. Suddenly thrust into a pivotal role, Odom was woefully unprepared, akin to a duck forced to take to the water. He was meant to be the third option, not the primary one. Odom's silent pleas went unheard by Edelman. Had they reached his ears, he would undoubtedly have refrained from placing such a burden on Odom. With his equilibrium disrupted, the Rockets found themselves trailing the Lakers by a significant margin in the first quarter. In the early moments of the second quarter, the Rockets starters remained on the court, hoping to close the gap while the Lakers adjusted their lineup. However, right from the outset of the second quarter, Kobe, accompanied by Bynum and Gasol, remained on the floor, stalemating the Rockets' main players. At the 7-minute mark of the second quarter, Zen Master finally substituted Wu Di into the game. Upon his arrival, Wu Di could only defend with one hand and struggled to mount an offense, making it a cumbersome endeavor. Fortunately, he faced off against Barry, who was now aging and nearly unable to keep pace. Wu Di managed to execute a wide-open shot, narrowly evading Barry's defense. Barry's interference proved ineffective, even with one-handed shooting. Wu Di successfully made the basket. Lakers fans leaped to their feet, cheering for Wu Di, whose ability to score under such circumstances suggested that his injury would soon heal. Little did they know that Wu Di could exert no force with his entire right arm. Any such effort would surely cause his wound to reopen. His right hand, being his dominant one, posed a significant challenge. Had he not trained using both hands from the onset, he would have been rendered incapable of playing at all. What could Wu Di achieve with just one hand? Penetrating the lane was out of the question. Any attempt would certainly lead to contact. Although Wu Di was not overly concerned about reopening his wound, NBA regulations prohibit blood on the court, necessitating a player's exit in such cases. This rule was instituted for player safety. Originally, Zen Master had no intention of letting Wu Di take the court. However, Wu Di insisted on participating for at least a brief period. A victory for the Lakers would mean significant personal loss for him. Utilizing Brad Miller's screen, Wu Di eluded Barry and swiftly found an open space. The ball was immediately passed to him, with Landry, a fellow second-year player and now an essential reserve for the Rockets, defending Miller. Despite sharing the same year of experience, Wu Di did not cast a glance at Landry and took a quick shot. His right hand gently guided the ball, while his left swiftly propelled it forward. Before Landry could close in, Wu Di had already released his shot. Wu Di's lack of regard for Landry was not born of arrogance, but rather stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his shooting ability. He was assured of completing his shot before Landry could arrive. Having been teammates for a year, Wu Di knew Landry all too well and was fully aware of his speed, which allowed him to maintain his composure and continue shooting. Had it been Durant, Wu Di would have dared not act so boldly, for Durant's speed far surpasses that of Landry, and Wu Di remains largely unaware of Durant's rapidity. Uncertain of just how swift he can be, should Durant choose to defend against him, Wu Di would swiftly evade him, sidestepping to take a shot. If Durant refrains from leaping, Wu Di would be compelled to pass the ball. The basketball gracefully arced through the air, landing perfectly within the hoop. A three-pointer, Wu Di scores once more. The Lakers fans rise in unison, erupting with fervent cheers, vociferously chanting the term tough guy. Indeed, Wu Di's current demeanor epitomizes that of a tough guy. In the realm of the NBA, this term signifies popularity. Numerous players currently bear this moniker, yet not all embody true toughness. Rather, their actions on the court often involve grand gestures, such as elbowing or colliding with others, merely exhibiting a fierce style of play. However, teams promote them as tough guys, which to some extent equates to being a court rogue. Wu Di receives the new nickname Tough Guy, with 11,457 endorsements. Upon hearing the system's notification, he furrows his brow in surprise. He never anticipated that he would acquire a nickname. Though many players labeled as tough guys may possess some roguelike qualities, there are still commendable individuals among them. Take Alonzo Mourning of the Heat, for instance. After donating a kidney to a family member, he continues to perform on the court. Of course, Mourning could only be deemed a tough guy post-surgery, as he was previously known for his rogue behavior. Wu Di can be regarded as the sole player labeled a tough guy, without embodying rogue tendencies. Nonetheless, this does not affect the system's assessment, as it will not allow such a title to substitute for victories. For now, Wu Di must refrain from upgrading Pang Tong and focus on accumulating resources. The game proceeds, and with the imminent fusion of Taisher CI, Wu Di's shooting touch is exceptional. Perhaps in the next match, his shooting prowess will be even more pronounced. Wu Di's declaration of sweeping the Rockets hinges on the enhanced shooting touch brought about by Taisher C's upgrade. However, his defensive capabilities have diminished, prompting the Rockets to attempt to penetrate his defense, even mismatching Landry against him. Wu Di positions himself against Landry, forcing him toward the perimeter. Landry attempts to breach Wu Di's defense from the right, yet he evidently overestimates his ball-handling skills. With a subtle retreat, Wu Di creates space, swiftly pivoting to poke the ball away from Landry. Unbeknownst to Landry, who had grown complacent, the ball slips from his grasp. He has forgotten that Wu Di is the league's best defensive player this season, consistently accounting for blocks or steals in each game. Wu Di's unpredictable defensive maneuvers have conditioned the Lakers players to instinctively monitor his movements. The basketball, liberated from Landry's possession, ricochets towards Farmar and Kyle Lowry. While Lowry's reflexes are significantly quicker than Farmar's, the latter, fixated on Wu Di, reacts promptly to seize the ball. Observing Farmar's acquisition, Wu Di dashes towards the frontcourt. With his right arm incapacitated, Wu Di refrained from using it, opting instead to keep it in front of him as he ran, resulting in a posture reminiscent of a ninja that left the audience in fits of laughter. Remarkably, although this unconventional stance was somewhat exhausting, it did not significantly hinder his speed. Meanwhile, Farmar sought to advance the ball, but was thwarted by Kyle Lowry, unable to shake free for a moment. Noticing Wu Di sprinting forward, he promptly passed the ball. Farmar's pass was slightly ahead of Wu Di, who stretched out his hand just in time to nearly grasp it. After a few strides, Wu Di caught the basketball with his left hand and leapt, depositing the ball into the hoop. The dunk, though far from aesthetically pleasing, was arguably the most unsightly of Wu Di's career. Landry, having been stripped of the ball, dared not challenge Wu Di recklessly any longer. With the Rockets trailing, if Landry squandered a few more chances, the game would slip entirely from their grasp. As the second quarter concluded, Zen Master once again benched Wu Di, as the Lakers had established a lead of over 10 points, rendering Wu Di's risk unnecessary. The Rockets, on the other hand, faced a grim reality, particularly Adelman, who berated the players mercilessly. "You let him score 10 points with just one hand. He shot 4 for 4. What were you all doing?" he exclaimed. "Carl Landry, you allowed him to steal the ball. Can you even play?" Landry stammered, attempting to defend himself. "Coach, even with one hand, he is formidable. I doubt many could defend against him." Adelman glared at Landry. "I don't believe a half-disabled player can be that formidable." Landry fell silent, fearing that further rebuttals would cost him playing time. Since last year's finals, Adelman's standing within the Rockets had risen sharply. Otherwise, the management might have considered trading Wu Di. In the second half, the Rockets aimed to close the gap, but once the Lakers commenced their triangle offense, even with Odom understanding the intricacies, defending it remained a daunting task. Frankly, while many may grasp various strategies, executing and defending them are entirely different matters. Mastering an offensive strategy does not equate to effectively countering it, since basketball is inherently an offensive game, favoring the attacking side. This is intrinsically linked to human physiology. Running forward is naturally quicker than retreating, akin to the ease of ascending a hill compared to descending. Consequently, even if one is well acquainted with a strategy, they are often at a disadvantage when defending against it unless they possess extraordinary physical attributes. Otherwise, they are likely to be overwhelmed. This explains why exceptional defenders are often athletes with remarkable physical prowess, such as Ben Wallace, Dwight Howard, and Andre Iguodala. Of course, there are some who, despite lacking superior physicality, achieve the status of elite defenders, like Bruce Bowen. However, Bowen's defensive prowess is largely attributed to the intimidation factor of his aggressive play rather than sheer skill. There seems to be only Battier, who is not particularly robust, yet excels in defense. However, Battier is not a frail individual. He simply lacks the physicality of other defensive players. Due to his physical attributes, Battier predominantly guards the perimeter and struggles against interior players, which constrains his role, relegating him to the status of a perimeter defender. When tasked with guarding Kobe, Battier proves effective at times, yet at others his impact is negligible. Today, Kobe did not exhibit his usual explosive performance, allowing Battier's defense to be somewhat effective. Nonetheless, the Lakers devised screens for Kobe, with Sun Yu obstructing Battier, granting Kobe ample space to shoot from the perimeter. Kobe's shooting touch was mediocre, maintaining a three-point shooting percentage around 35, which is not particularly high. Translated into two-point attempts, his percentage barely exceeded 50, a standard mark for perimeter players. This shooting percentage may not facilitate a widening of the score gap for the Lakers, yet it serves to prevent the opposition from closing in. In the playoffs, where defense is stringent, achieving such a percentage is commendable. It is worth noting that after calculations, Odom's shooting percentage barely surpassed 40, even with contributions from the paint. Relying on Kobe's consistency, the Lakers secured another victory, marking their second consecutive win at home. As the teams prepared to clash again in a different venue, the Zen Master initially hesitated to send Wu Di to Houston. However, Wu Di was resolute. The roster for this round had already been finalized. If Wu Di refrained from attending, the Lakers could not bring Bobby Jackson along, necessitating Wu Di's participation. He was concerned about the team's welfare. What if the Rockets capitalized on their home court advantage to secure a victory? He had boldly proclaimed a sweep of the Rockets, and being a stubborn individual, he was determined to follow through. Fortunately, his wounds had healed over the past few days and were beginning to scab. Typically, a person's wound would scab over within a week, Although still painful, it would not impede movement. However, Woody utilized a miraculous healing agent, Yunnan Bai Yao, which expedited his healing by 2 days. The scabs had begun to itch, and he no longer needed to wear the bulky arm guard, as prolonged covering would hinder healing. Although Woody had demonstrated that he was fit to play, the Zen master refrained from placing him in the starting lineup. Following Yao Ming's injury, the Rockets' strength had significantly diminished, yet it was still feasible to defeat them with the remaining players. As anticipated, upon returning home, the Rockets had yet to regain their form and trailed in the first quarter. In the latter half of the second quarter, Woody took to the court for a few minutes with a bench, and during this brief stint, he showcased his scorching shooting touch. He sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, overpowering Barry. Recognizing Woody's hot hand, Adelman swiftly substituted Barry for Arteist. However, it was to no avail. Woody remained unfazed by the identity of his defender and continued to shoot. Arteist couldn't block him, allowing Woody to effortlessly release the ball and await the delightful sound of it swishing through the net. With a swift flick of his wrist, Woody caught the ball and launched it, his shooting touch extraordinarily exquisite. Within a mere 6 minutes, he had effortlessly sunk 8 three-pointers, achieving a flawless 8 for 8, directly assisting Famar with 8 assists. This marked Famar's highest assist tally in a single game, as well as the most assists he had ever recorded throughout his career, his only game with double-digit assists. In this brief span, Woody amassed an astounding 24 points, leaving the Rockets fans in sheer astonishment. They held him in high regard, especially since he was traded away by the Rockets, rather than departing of his own volition, which left a lingering sense of guilt among the fans. However, little did they anticipate that Woody would emerge as the harbinger of their shattered championship dreams. This revelation was difficult for Rockets fans to bear, and they responded with jeers, though such discontent dissipated as Woody continued to find his mark with those 8 three-pointers. Many fans began to question the trade made at the season's onset, casting disparaging remarks at the Rockets' management and Adelman. The atmosphere in the arena grew hushed, with few still rallying behind the home team. In stark contrast, fans watching from home were less forgiving, erupting in vociferous criticism. Chinese fans, in particular, unleashed a torrent of vitriol against the Rockets' management and Adelman, lamenting that had they not traded Woody, perhaps Yao Ming could have gracefully concluded his illustrious career. Presently, Yao's return remains uncertain, and his ability to step back onto the court is in jeopardy, with retirement looming as a distinct possibility. A significant number of Chinese fans fervently support Yao, yearning for him to possess a championship ring of his own. Yet, the prospect of that seems increasingly remote, as the Rockets' decision to trade Woody has seemingly extinguished their championship aspirations. Speculation abounds that had Woody been utilized more effectively last season, circumstances might have unfolded differently. While it's conceivable that he might not have claimed the Rookie of the Year title or avoided injury during the finals, at the very least, he would not have been traded. Consequently, once Tracy McGrady's prowess waned, Woody could have seamlessly filled that void, alleviating Yao's burdens. Perhaps, had Woody remained with the Rockets, they could have clinched the championship this year, especially as he currently appears far superior to Odom. Woody possesses the ability to lead a team, a capacity Odom's leadership has long since failed to demonstrate. Such conjecture may hold merit, yet reality offers no alternatives. One cannot traverse back in time, nor does regret offer a remedy. Frustrations may be vented, but no solution lies beyond that. As for the notion of trading Woody back to the Rockets, such thoughts are foolish. No one is a fool, least of all Woody. In Chapter 185, titled Sweep the Rockets, Woody's 6-minute 24-point performance, though not on par with the legendary moments of Miller or McGrady, proved insurmountable for the Rockets. By halftime, the Lakers had established a commanding 20-point lead, surpassing the margin seen in their prior 2 games in Los Angeles. While closing a 20-point gap in a half is not insurmountable, it greatly depends on who is attempting to do so. What distinguishes a superstar from an ordinary player? Is it merely fame? Certainly not. A superstar earns the title not only through an aesthetically pleasing style of play and scoring consistency, but also through their explosive scoring ability. This explosiveness can manifest in a single game where they rack up an impressive score, or in a brief span where they achieve a flurry of points. While ordinary players may occasionally exhibit such scoring bursts, they're fortunate to experience it once or twice in a lifetime. Stars might manage this feat a few times in a season, but superstars possess the potential to erupt at any moment, a phenomenon often referred to as going off. The unpredictability of their outbursts necessitates constant vigilance from opponents, and this embodies the hallmark of a superstar's prowess. Does the Houston Rockets have a player capable of erasing a 20-point deficit in a single half? Yes. However, regrettably, that player was sidelined due to injury, Tracy McGrady. His peak scoring explosiveness requires no elaborate description. Simply mentioning the phrase McGrady time suffices. Aside from McGrady, does the Rockets roster include others with similar scoring explosiveness? Alas, no. The remaining players lack significant explosive scoring ability, including Yao Ming, whose strength lies more in scoring stability. This is a primary reason why many detractors argue that Yao is not a superstar, without a player capable of turning the tide. It is unsurprising that the Rockets face defeat. After 3 consecutive losses, the expression on the faces of Rockets fans could be described as frost-laden, as they anxiously await the outcome of the 4th game. The proclamation by Wu Di to sweep the Rockets has reached Houston, prompting one to ponder the underlying animosity. Why does Wu Di harbor such resentment towards the Rockets? Historically, while Wu Di's relationship with the team was not particularly cordial, he had never uttered a disparaging word about them. Yet, upon Yao's injury, Wu Di vehemently declared his intent to sweep the Rockets, leaving room for speculation. No one is foolish. Rather, many simply neglect to engage their intellect. When confusion reigns, it is easy to concoct an array of narratives, some of which may stray from reality or possess malevolent undertones. Yet many others reveal the essence of the matter. As the 4th game approaches, Wu Di's injury has sufficiently healed. He returns to the starting lineup, the thick scabs on his wound now providing ample protection against re-injury. Due to the injury, he had only recently fully integrated the legendary abilities of Taisher Ci, 3 days later than normal. However, a delay of 3 to 5 days does not alter the grand scheme. This period has been one of explosive growth, and Wu Di's shooting touch is notably sharp. Perhaps the Rockets players recognize this as their final game, leading to heightened intensity and a more aggressive defensive approach. Their shooting touch markedly improved from the previous match. Odom consistently sinks mid-range shots, while Brooks executes a strong drive for a layup over Gasol. Nevertheless, the spotlight of this game is undeniably on Wu Di. He maneuvers effortlessly on the perimeter, easily evading Arteis' defense, and when the ball arrives, he takes the shot. Arteis lunges fiercely, attempting to disrupt Wu Di's attempt. Yet Wu Di remains unfazed, completing the shooting motion without even glancing at him. Certainly, Arteis would not dare to truly charge in. Such an act would not be deemed defense, but rather a malicious foul. He has evolved from the player he was a few years ago, having significantly tempered his approach since the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, now regarded as one of the league's notorious figures. Any further indiscretion could lead to his expulsion from the league. Moreover, the image of Woody shattering the court remains vivid. Arteis has no desire to engage in a confrontation with Woody, knowing a single punch could incapacitate him, as he does not consider himself sturdier than the floor. In truth, Arteis' courage is not as formidable as it may seem. During the Palace incident, he faltered when confronted by Ben Wallace, ultimately directing his aggression towards the fans instead. Had he been truly bold, he would have confronted Wallace directly. Woody's 3-point shooting is impeccable, akin to the precision of a master swordsman. With remarkable skill, Woody commandeered the majority of the Lakers' offense, sinking 10 3-pointers in a single quarter and amassing 30 points. The Lakers scored 46 points in the first quarter, outpacing the Rockets by 12. As the second quarter unfolded, Woody remained on the court, adding another 10 3-pointers to his tally, culminating in a staggering 66 points by halftime. There was a possibility he might breach the 100-point mark in this game. However, the Rockets had commenced an intense defense against Woody, disregarding their lineup altogether. Adelman deployed 5 tall players, all tasked with guarding the perimeter to prevent Woody from shooting. Upon receiving the ball, Woody was immediately double-teamed. The Rockets had resigned themselves to defeat, but were determined not to allow Woody to achieve 100 points. At this juncture, the game had lost its allure, and Woody did not return for the second half, as the 30-point deficit at halftime permitted him an early departure. The Rockets faced a sweeping defeat, and Woody had fulfilled his promise. Meanwhile, Rockets fans erupted in discontent, jeering at their team and hurling insults at Adelman. In a state of panic, Adelman attempted to justify the situation during a press conference, but the fans remained unconvinced. As public outrage intensified, Rocket supporters gathered outside the team's office to stage protests. Under mounting pressure, the Rockets management ultimately dismissed Adelman, alleging that he had threatened to trade Woody, delivering a fatal blow to his career. The franchise had squandered a superstar while effectively sidelining two key players for an entire season. With such a tarnished reputation, Adelman would find it nearly impossible to secure another head coaching position, not only in the NBA, but even in the NCAA. With his coaching career effectively over, Adelman turned to a new path, soon becoming a commentator known for his derogatory remarks about Woody and the Rockets. His sensationalism led him to become a prominent figure on a platform frequented by those with racist tendencies. Following this tumultuous episode, the Rockets began to explore a rebuilding phase. They still possessed a cadre of talented stars, including Odom and Artest, who, if utilized wisely, could potentially lead the team to the playoffs. However, aspirations for a championship seemed a distant dream. The Rockets are now keen on acquiring a cornerstone player for their team. Akin to their past selections of Olajuwon and Yao Ming, they are particularly interested in securing a center to serve as this pivotal figure. As for Odom and Artest, should they fail to support the core, they will likely be traded away. The Rockets' management is ruthless. They will stop at nothing to enhance the team's strength, revealing their true nature as shrewd businessmen. Chapter 186. The Finals against the Magic. Remember, loving you reading network. For swift updates, devoid of pop-ups, and free reading. The Western Conference Finals concluded in 4 games, while the Eastern Conference remains fiercely contested. The Cavaliers are up against the Magic, with King James facing off against the Beast. Both teams are evenly matched. The Lakers are once again in a respite, allowing Woody some much-needed time to recuperate. During his recovery, Woody has refrained from excessive training to prevent aggravating his injury. He feels a twinge of regret as the explosive touch he had during his upgrade is gradually diminishing. By the time the finals arrive, he will undoubtedly not be as formidable as he was during his peak, prompting him to be mindful of his timing in future upgrades. In his leisure, Woody visited Yao Ming, who has returned home after a successful surgery. However, he is confined to his bed, conversing with Woody. Yao's wife is tending to him. They have only been married for a few years, and their child is still quite young. Fortunately, Yao's parents are also around to assist, or it would be quite challenging for his wife to manage alone. Yao Ming opted not to hire a nurse, perhaps due to trust issues. After spending half a day at Yao's home, Woody returned to Los Angeles, where a plethora of beautiful women awaited him. Despite his arm injury, he found that revelry did not necessitate the use of his arm. Nikki, in an effort to please Woody, has been hosting parties daily, inviting her friends and various models to help him meet women. The survival tactics of American socialites are indeed astonishing, but Woody has found himself somewhat reliant on Nikki, particularly for her introductions to women. During this whirlwind, Woody has enjoyed himself immensely, mingling with numerous supermodels and even a couple of renowned adult film stars. These formidable women left a significant impression on him, as it was his first encounter with such powerful figures who were willing to share a night with him. It was not until June 1st, upon hearing of the Magic's victory over the Cavaliers, that Woody finally refocused. This marks the first time since Howard joined the NBA that the Magic have advanced to the finals, and Howard is visibly elated, smiling at everyone. On the 5th, the finals commenced in Los Angeles. Both teams are fully committed to seizing the championship. However, external opinions are skeptical of the Magic's chances. Despite their triumph over both the Celtics and Cavaliers, 2 favorites for the title, the Lakers possess an exceptionally formidable roster this year, commanding respect from all opponents. Perhaps only a fully healthy Rockets team, featuring Yao and McGrady, could stand a chance against the Lakers, as even the Celtics' big 3 seem a bit lacking. The Magic's lineup has also strengthened as they acquired former Rockets player Alston before the trade deadline. With Nelson sidelined for the season, it would have been challenging for the Magic to achieve such success without securing a reliable point guard. Consequently, the current starting lineup for the Magic consists of Howard, Lewis, Turkoglu, Pietrus, and Alston. Aside from having an advantage at the point and center positions, the team appears to be lacking in other areas. As the game commenced, Kobe relentlessly targeted Pietrus, intent on clinching the finals MVP, necessitating increased performance. The Lakers organization largely rallied behind Kobe, with the exception of the somewhat erratic Bynum. Despite his quirks, Bynum possesses considerable talent, successfully limiting Howard's offensive capabilities through effective defense. Howard's scoring ability is not overwhelmingly formidable. As long as one can match his speed, he can be contained. Bynum thrives on his physical attributes in the NBA, making him competent in challenging Howard. Currently, the Lakers' sole vulnerability lies at the point guard position, as Alston's speed surpasses that of Fisher. Alston maneuvered past Fisher, prompting Woody to rush in for support. For Kobe to contend for MVP, Woody needed to contribute significantly on defense. Alston, familiar with Woody's tendencies, deftly passed the ball before Woody could close in. Turkoglu, receiving the pass, shot immediately, foregoing any unnecessary movements to avoid interference from Woody. In his haste, Turkoglu's shooting percentage was not particularly high, yet he managed to keep the score competitive. Kobe executed a variety of plays against Pietrus, who was utterly defenseless. In the 5th minute, Coach Phil Jackson substituted Fisher for Ariza, allowing Kobe to take control of the ball. Following Ariza's entry, Alston's impact was mitigated. Although Ariza struggled to keep pace with Alston, his defensive skills surpassed those of Fisher. His height and longer arms enabled him to contest Alston's shots and limit his drives. With Alston facing increased difficulty in penetrating, the Magic adapted their strategy. Lewis set screens for Alston, and having played numerous games together, they had developed a degree of synergy. In this initial match, both teams exhibited a sense of caution, with many strategies left unutilized. The Lakers continued to rely on isolation plays, not yet employing their triangle offense. As the Magic altered their tactics, the Lakers followed suit. Kobe began to pass to Gasol, allowing him to engage in one-on-one play against Lewis, thereby depleting Lewis's stamina. The first quarter concluded amidst this mutual exploration of tactics. Coach Jackson replaced Woody with Sun Yu, who had demonstrated commendable performance against the Rockets and garnered Jackson's trust. Woody's substitution was strategic, as he would soon re-enter the game, having recovered from his injury, restoring his tactical importance to the team. The turning point emerged in the second quarter as the Magic began to make substitutions, replacing Howard and Pietrus with Gortat and Connolly. Gortat, a rookie from 2005, joined the NBA only last year, much like Scola. He had played merely 6 games for the Magic last season, averaging a mere 3 points. This season, he gradually began to serve as Howard's backup, finally seizing opportunities to showcase his talent. However, Gortat still lacked experience. Bynum capitalized on this by successfully scoring against him 3 times consecutively, widening the score gap significantly. Although Gortat might possess potential as a player, he remains deficient in competitive experience. With only 10 minutes of playtime, mostly during garbage time, he scarcely receives the necessary training. Had Gortat been afforded the same developmental opportunities as Scola, he might have become a competent interior player, aiding the Magic in this contest. Nevertheless, it is too late to cultivate Gortat now. Coach Vogel of the Magic, in despair, tugged at his hair. He could not reintroduce Howard, who would be crucial in the second half as they sought to close the gap, potentially leaving him with no time to rest. In the 6th minute, Woody entered the game, altering the lineup to Pekovic, Brad Miller, Sun Yu, Woody, and Fisher. Alston exited, and Fisher's presence was deemed advantageous against those slower point guards. As the Lakers made their substitutions, the Magic seized the opportunity to rotate their players as well. Replacing Gortat, the new lineup consisted of Howard, Tony Batty, J.J. Redick, Connolly, and Tyronn Lue. This represented the standard rotation for both teams. But the disparity between the two lineups became glaringly apparent. The Lakers' rotation had been honed over a season, with their 3 primary players, Woody, Pekovic, and Sun Yu, remaining consistent, resulting in a well-synchronized collaboration. In contrast, the Magic's lineup displayed a lack of cohesion. Howard's synergy with the other 4 players was minimal. Although Redick and Connolly were not recent acquisitions, they primarily played off the bench and had not developed a strong rapport with Howard. Certainly, Howard's style of play contributed to this disconnect. His offensive game necessitated ball control, limiting his tactical involvement primarily to driving through. Pekovic was more adept at defending Howard than Bynum, as the two were comparable players. Pekovic's speed allowed him to keep pace with Howard, and his strength was equally formidable. As long as he avoided foul trouble, he could often restrict Howard from entering the key area. When Howard was kept outside the paint, his scoring ability diminished significantly. Once Woody took the court, he immediately began to assault the Magic's interior defense. Neither J.J. Redick nor Connolly could effectively contain Woody on their own. He barreled through, penetrating the Magic's defense and compelling Howard to step out. Should Howard fail to defend, Wu Di could execute a quick jump shot. Given his current shooting prowess, no one dared to leave him unguarded. In the previous match, Wu Di boasted an impressive shooting percentage exceeding 90, leaving the Rockets utterly defenseless. As Howard defended stoutly, Pekovic seized the opportunity, receiving a pass from Woody and executing a dunk. The Magic initiated a play, with Howard isolating against Pekovic, who managed to keep Howard outside the paint. Howard surged into the key, but was unable to attempt a shot within the 3-second mark. His scoring was reliant solely on layups and dunks, rendering him impotent beyond the paint. After spinning twice, he still failed to release the ball and was called for a 3-second violation. Frustrated, Howard slammed the basketball onto the court before handing it to the referee, an action reminiscent of a petulant child. Woody considered teasing him, but ultimately refrained, mindful of Howard's feelings. What if he misinterpreted Woody's jest as schadenfreude? Woody received the ball from Fisher and, confronted by the defense of Conley, took a sudden step forward to the right. Conley quickly retreated, intent on thwarting Woody's drive. However, Woody abruptly retreated beyond the three-point line, catching Conley off guard. With a step-back jump shot, Woody sent the ball soaring through the hoop, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Howard glared at Woody, clearly displeased with his scoring. Woody shrugged innocently, asserting his lack of culpability. Both teams aspired to the championship. Loyalty to their respective sides warranted such attempts at scoring. Yet, with Howard's emotions flaring, Woody wisely chose not to provoke him further. Once more, Howard attempted to overpower Pekovic, only to face yet another setback. Woody shook his head disapprovingly. Howard's persistence seemed irrational, as Pekovic evidently had him well contained. Was Howard lacking in judgment? It was difficult to entirely fault him, though. The Magic's roster left much to be desired. Tony Batty was merely a role player. J.J. Redick and Conley were not stars. And while Tyronn Lue had once been formidable, he had long since passed his prime, now reduced to the status of a mere water-cooler attendant. For these four players to score against the Lakers was no small feat. J.J. Redick and Conley struggled to shake off Woody and Sun Yu's defense, while Lue, in decline and devoid of ball control, had Batty, a blue-collar worker, relying on Howard's offense. Regrettably, despite Howard's considerable reputation, he was merely an enhanced version of a blue-collar player. His scoring methods were overly simplistic. When restricted and unable to approach the basket, he lost his scoring capability. Woody, in contrast, was exceptionally versatile. Alongside him were three teammates capable of shooting from beyond the arc and a blue-collar presence beneath the basket. As long as Woody could draw Howard away, he could play as he pleased. Even if his shots missed, Pekovic was there to secure rebounds, and Howard would require time to return to the paint, ample time for Pekovic to grab the boards. This stark contrast in team composition elucidated why many were skeptical of the Magic's prospects. The disparity was too pronounced, and winning would hinge on luck. Yet, fortune was not a reliable companion, and the Magic would be fortunate to secure even 1 or 2 victories. With unfavorable circumstances, they might not win a single game. Clearly, luck was not on the Magic side during this match, as they found themselves trailing by 20 points by halftime. In the second half, the Magic desperately endeavored to close the gap in the score, yet faced with the full roster of the Lakers, such an ambition was utterly unattainable. At the 6-minute mark of the fourth quarter, trailing by over 20 points, Vogel withdrew his starters, signaling his resignation. Acknowledging the impossibility of victory, he began to prepare for the next match, conserving the stamina of his key players. The Lakers triumphed decisively with a score of 113-89, marking a resounding opening win. 2 days later, the two teams faced each other once more. Howard exhibited commendable form today, deftly maneuvering past Bynum to successfully penetrate the paint and execute a dunk. Regrettably, Howard's personal playoff scoring record remained the 40 points he amassed against the Cavaliers just days prior, where he had thoroughly dominated Big Z. However, the Lakers' interior defense was far superior to that of the Cavaliers, with Bynum alone surpassing Big Z in capability, not to mention the presence of all-star Gasol. With these two players restricting Howard's effectiveness, high scoring was an elusive prospect for him. Although Howard could temporarily overpower Bynum, his reliance on stamina meant that as fatigue set in, his scoring would inevitably be curtailed. Kobe continued to engage in isolation plays against Pietrus, as the Magic lacked elite perimeter defenders and hesitated to double-team him. Should the Magic opt for a double-team, the resulting open shots for others would pose a greater threat, even for the less prolific Fisher, who could still convert open three-point attempts, more perilous than leaving two interior defenders unguarded. In this match, the Magic's point guard was Jamison, who had just returned to the team in time for the second game of the finals. When selecting players for the finals, the Magic did not exclude Jamison. Otherwise, even if he had recovered, he would have been unable to participate. However, with Jamison on the court, Alston would not take his place, as both were similar in play style. Yet Jamison was the superior player. Nonetheless, having just recovered from illness, Jamison's performance fell short of expectations, not quite matching Alston's effectiveness. Yet, his synergy with Howard and Lewis was evident, contributing to Howard's resurgence in form. Lewis also showcased commendable performance, relying on his long-range shooting to keep the score close, ensuring the Magic did not fall too far behind the Lakers. As the second quarter progressed, the situation took a turn for the worse. The Magic's rotation was severely lacking. In the face of the formidable trio of Kobe, Gasol, and Bynum, they were utterly overmatched. Had it not been for Howard's unexpected recovery of two loose balls, the deficit would have expanded to 10 points by the time Woody entered the game. Upon Woody's arrival, both Howard and Lewis were substituted out, leaving the Magic with only Turkoglu, who was being effectively guarded by Woody. How could they hope to compete against him? By halftime, the Magic found themselves trailing by over 20 points once again. The parallels to the first game were striking, as the Magic surrendered in the fourth quarter. With two consecutive victories at home, the Lakers traveled to Orlando, where the next three games would unfold. Should the Magic manage to endure until the third match, they would benefit from the home court advantage back in Orlando. In the first quarter, the intensity of defense was remarkably high, particularly from Howard, who delivered a series of 5 blocks, leaving the Lakers somewhat bewildered. Howard exerted himself to the utmost, charging forth to contest any shot within his vicinity. Bynum was rejected. Gasol was thwarted, and even Fisher faced a similar fate. Howard's relentless defense bore fruit, allowing the Magic to secure a rare lead over the Lakers in the opening quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Zen Master substituted Kobe and others, allowing Woody to take the reins. Woody penetrated past Turkoglu and surged into the paint, where Howard swiftly came to provide help defense. Unwilling to concede, Woody refrained from passing and opted instead to take the shot, eager to challenge Howard. Howard's current defensive prowess resembled that of his quadruple-double performance, if not stronger, bolstered by his considerable height, which made blocking shots significantly easier. With a fierce advance, Howard lunged to swat Woody's basketball. In midair, Woody deftly sidestepped Howard's attempt, releasing a one-handed shot. As the ball found its mark, a smile spread across Woody's face. Regardless of Howard's formidable state, he could still score with apparent ease. Observing Woody's retreating figure, Howard's demeanor shifted ominously. He had anticipated claiming the title of Defensive Player of the Year this season, but unexpectedly, Woody had outshone him, surpassing him in blocks, even in Howard's area of expertise. This realization was difficult for Howard to accept. His performance in the earlier games had been lackluster, and since Woody had not shot over him, Howard had not been afforded an opportunity for retribution. Now, Woody's audacity to shoot over him ignited a flicker of hope for revenge in Howard's mind. He focused intently on Woody, awaiting another shot attempt in his presence. 2 minutes later, the moment Howard had been waiting for arrived as Woody once again broke past Turkoglu. Without hesitation, Howard advanced to meet him. When Woody leaped to shoot, perhaps emboldened by his previous success, his jump lacked its usual height. Howard quickly closed the gap. This time, rather than swatting, he extended his hand to shield the basketball. Swatting and shielding are two distinct concepts. Swatting is swift but lacks precision, while shielding is slower yet more accurate. A flicker of anger crossed Woody's eyes as he realized his own negligence. He had let his guard down, reminiscent of the historical blunder of Guan Yu, which led to his downfall. While the consequences of Woody's oversight were not as dire, it nonetheless left him feeling humiliated. This was the first time he had been blocked. He had once thought he could maintain that record for a lifetime, but now, due to his own carelessness, it had been shattered. Woody was deeply dissatisfied with his lapse in judgment and felt a surge of anger toward Howard's cunning. However, after a brief moment of fury, Woody regained his composure. He was not one to act rashly, and this was not the time for anger. He resolved to play this game with focus and determination. Howard, reveling in his block of Woody, began to celebrate exuberantly. Yet, unexpectedly, Woody seized the basketball once more and drove home, allowing Pekovic to receive the pass and execute a thunderous dunk. Perhaps this exemplifies the stark contrast between a brash fool and a wise sage. Howard, upon witnessing the Lakers score, appeared rather indifferent and smugly remarked to Woody, "I blocked you once. You shall never block me." Woody felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of fizzy disdain upon him. After all, as a center confined to the paint, if he were to attempt to block Howard, he would have to abandon his own defensive assignment. Wasn't that akin to gifting points? Observing Woody's silence only fueled Howard's arrogance. With a scowl, Woody watched as Howard successfully scored over Pekovic. Seizing the opportunity, Woody demanded the ball from the backcourt, surged forward, and executed a sudden stop for a jump shot from beyond the arc, the basketball gracefully swishing through the net. He taunted Howard, "If you're so skilled, why not take a three-pointer?" Howard's expression darkened at the remark. He struggled with mid-range shots, let alone attempting a three-pointer. The banter between these two comrades elicited laughter from onlookers. Their post-game plans to hit the nightclub seemed in stark contrast to their childlike quarreling on the court, making it all the more amusing. If there were an award for the best free-me, they would undoubtedly be frontrunners. Howard persisted in aggressively attacking Pekovic, channeling all his energy into the endeavor. Pekovic's defense was less effective against Howard in this game. His attempts only spurred Howard to retaliate with greater intensity. Woody, unfazed, launched a barrage from the perimeter. Turkoglu was utterly incapable of containing Woody's shooting prowess, forcing the Magic to resort to a double team. Consequently, the Lakers' offense became considerably simpler, with a 4-on-3 advantage allowing Brad Miller, Sunyu, and Vujasic to contribute from the outside, minimizing Howard's defensive impact. Nevertheless, Howard remained relentless, ceaselessly moving both inside and outside the paint. He truly exerted himself, tirelessly running throughout the game, and by the 6th minute of the second quarter, his stamina had waned, necessitating a substitution. The Lakers capitalized on their refreshed lineup, regaining and extending their lead. In the third quarter, Howard continued to pour effort into his defense, his block tally steadily rising. By the 5th minute of the fourth quarter, he had amassed 9 blocks, just one shy of a double-digit total. However, at that very moment, calamity struck. While attempting to block Bynum, the two collided and fell to the ground, with Howard unfortunate enough to hit the floor first, Bynum landing atop him. As Bynum rose, he found Howard writhing on the ground, having sustained an injury to his back. Bynum gazed innocently at the Magic personnel, although he occasionally played rough. This incident was not of his doing. Howard was carried off by the team physician, and soon his injury was confirmed as a muscle contusion in his back, requiring hospital treatment, thus ruling him out for the playoffs. The Magic fans were plunged into despair, though they were not expected to claim the championship. The anguish of losing their star player was palpable,